Chapter 1. Optimal Physique. A throbbing headache clouded Zhang Mengmeng's senses as she vaguely registered someone speaking in her ear. Tiger King. This is the female discovered by the high priest on the back mountain. The high priest has examined her and declared her physique exceptional. She is destined to bear the strongest offspring. Then she heard a cold, indifferent male voice respond with a low grunt, rough and primal, reminiscent of a beast's predatory instinct. As she opened her eyes, she was momentarily stunned. Before her lay a cave, shrouded in darkness, the air oppressive and heavy. Zhang Mengmeng, who was typically lively and energetic, had never encountered such a grim and terrifying place. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, nervously pinching her own hand. The sharp pain confirmed everything she had heard about physique and king was indeed true. All she had done was kindly assist an elderly woman across the street. Yet here she was, awakening to a world that had drastically transformed. Zhang Mengmeng swallowed hard, and unexpectedly, in the darkness, her gaze locked onto a pair of beastly eyes golden like the sun, with slit pupils that radiated an icy chill. A shiver ran down her spine under the intensity of their stare. What manner of creature is this? How can its eyes shine like light bulbs in such darkness? The cave was not particularly spacious, but under the scrutiny of those beastly eyes, Zhang Mengmeng felt the confinement of the space acutely. The dim light obscured the stranger's features, but she sensed he was tall, with a powerful physique that exuded a wild, untamed aura. I must be dreaming. Despite the pain she had endured, Zhang Mengmeng still struggled to accept the reality before her. She had read numerous novels about traversing into other worlds, yet she never imagined that by merely performing a good deed, she would win a lottery of fate and be transported. Here, and she had only a month until her college entrance exams. If she did not seize this moment, with her knowledge at its peak, who knows what might await her upon her return, perhaps a life of ignorance. Moreover, why could she understand his words? This was all exceedingly strange. Female, do not harbor delusions of escape. The beasts of the jungle show no mercy. They will rend you to pieces and consume you bite by bite. For reasons unknown, the beast across from her seemed to sense her intentions. He leaned closer, his wild aura overwhelming. In that moment, Zhang Mengmeng noticed that his hair also gleamed like gold, yet the coldness in his words sent shivers down her spine. Zhang Mengmeng blinked innocently, her demeanor harmless. The tiger, adept at seeing in the night, could clearly observe her peculiar attire, revealing her fair, delicate legs and arms. Her small face appeared soft and pale, with eyes like dark grapes blinking sweetly. Indeed, she was the most adorable and fair female he had ever encountered. In his eyes, the female was merely a tool for procreation, timid and cowardly, possessing no value beyond giving birth. Yet, how many brave warriors of the tribe had perished in their quest to protect these females? Zhang Mengmeng was exceedingly anxious, unable to accept that she had simply crossed the street to arrive in this foreign land. The orc male before her appeared anything but amiable, and she had no doubt that, should he be deprived of food, he might very well open his gaping maw to devour her. In a novel she had read, every female protagonist who traversed into a beastly world was met with adoration, acquiring whatever they desired. The thought of her potentially grim fate weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her feeling despondent. However, a moment later, an embarrassing incident occurred. Her stomach unexpectedly growled. Her cheeks flushed as she realized her hunger. The keen-eared tiger Hal had overheard this, narrowing his eyes as he stepped outside the cave. Moments later, he returned with a piece of freshly bloodied meat in hand. Zhang Mengmeng felt as if her spirit was crumbling. The orc male tossed the gruesome piece of meat before her, now stained with dirt, rendering it even more repulsive. Zhang Mengmeng thought to herself that she would rather choose death. Yet reality offered no such option. Noticing her refusal to eat, Tiger Hal scoffed and exited, leaving her with a harsh remark, "Eat it or don't." Thus began Zhang Mengmeng's struggle with the raw meat. She contemplated attempting to create fire by friction, but after laboring for nearly half an hour, she had produced not even a spark. She then sought to find flint or any similar material within the cave, only to discover that it was devoid of anything save for herself and a pile of what could be described as straw serving as her makeshift bed. Cautiously, she prepared to sneak out of the cave in search of small fruits or other edible treasures. To her dismay, upon reaching the entrance, she was confronted by a massive boulder blocking her escape. She attempted to shift it, but with her small arms and legs, it seemed that it would take 10 of her to move it. The heavens conspired against her. And that wretched orc, he showed no understanding of cherishing the delicate. By evening, a disheveled Zhang Mengmeng still found herself cohabiting with the raw meat. Suddenly, a commotion echoed at the entrance, and she knew someone had come to remove the stone. She hurriedly returned to her seated position. As anticipated, it was the orc from the morning, appearing somewhat fatigued. Through the light streaming in from the entrance, Zhang Mengmeng unconsciously observed him. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he wore nothing on his upper body, each muscle a testament to the primal beauty of his being. The bloodstains on his bronze skin added a touch of brutality, while his lower half was merely wrapped in simple beast hide, failing to conceal the potent masculinity emanating from him. As he crouched down, surveying Zhang Mengmeng like a king appraising his domain, his gaze soon shifted to the raw meat beside the straw, and an expression of displeasure crossed his face. Zhang Mengmeng sensed the discontent radiating from the orc male before her, prompting her to hastily clarify, I've been feeling rather unwell these past few days and cannot consume raw meat. You happen to have any fire? You know, something warm. Fearing that the individual before her might not comprehend the concept of fire, she felt compelled to elaborate further. The orc male cast a glance at her abdomen, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes, while his mind pondered, could this delicate female have escaped from a large tribe? As far as he knew, only females from significant tribes would utilize fire to prepare cooked food, and yet here stood this seemingly frail little female contemplating the use of fire. Or perhaps some fruit would suffice. I'm not particularly fond of meat, Zhang Mengmeng said, noticing the orc's expression darkening, as if he might transform into a beast at any moment. Fear crept in her heart, and she carefully chose her words. Little did she know she was also a carnivorous creature. She craved meat, braised ribs, yellow braised chicken, boneless chicken feet, tiger skin eggs, beer duck. Good heavens! So many delectable dishes had already bid her farewell. Yet now she found herself disingenuously claiming a preference for fruit. What a tragedy! Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's words, Hu Shao's expression softened somewhat. He thought to himself that this female was, at least, somewhat obedient. He then ventured out of the cave, returning with a handful of bright red fruits. Although Zhang Mengmeng could not have meat, this was better than nothing. The fruits resembled apples, but were even sweeter. After consuming 4, she managed to satiate her hunger, albeit just barely. Once the orc male had delivered the fruits, he departed, sealing the cave with a massive stone, plunging it once again into darkness. Zhang Mengmeng assumed she would spend the night wide awake. Yet unexpectedly, after lying on the straw for a short while, she succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she found herself back at her former school. Little did she know that a far more brutal tomorrow awaited her. Chapter 2. The more, the merrier. The following day, Zhang Mengmeng was roused by a rustling sound outside, as if someone was engaged in some activity, accompanied by the incessant sound of flowing water. Upon opening her eyes and rubbing them, she confirmed that the obstructive stone remained in place. After a while, the sound of water ceased, and in the next moment, the stone at the cave's entrance was moved aside, allowing blinding sunlight to pour in, only to be obscured by the towering figure of the orc from the previous day. Zhang Mengmeng thought to herself that he still bore a grim expression, his face emblazoned with an unpleasant message that seemed to say, "You weakling female. You come out," he commanded, startling Zhang Mengmeng. In the next instant, she nodded, for had it not been for the stone, she would have eagerly exited long ago. Zhang Mengmeng followed closely behind the towering figure of the orc, whose height nearly reached 2 meters. However, after just a few steps, she found herself lagging significantly behind. She quickened her pace, but the orc's imposing stature resembled a small mountain. Upon emerging from the cave, Zhang Mengmeng curiously surveyed her surroundings. Numerous similar caves dotted the area, from which orcs emerged one after another. The majority were male, with scarcely a few females in sight. Eventually, she spotted only female orc standing nearly 1.80 meters, robust and strikingly fierce. Zhang Mengmeng had no doubt that a single blow from her could easily overpower her. She still struggled to accept the reality. After all, she was merely an ordinary high school student. Why had fate bestowed upon her such a daunting challenge? "Today, you will accompany them to gather supplies," commanded the orc ahead, his tone authoritative. Initially, Zhang Mengmeng did not realize he was addressing her, but upon his turn, she found his golden eyes fixed intently upon her from above. If she did not look up, all she could see were his well-defined pectoral muscles, each appearing to brim with strength, making it evident that they belonged to a realm far beyond her own. In the next moment, she witnessed the orc's lips curl slightly, revealing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Undeniably handsome, his golden eyes sparkled with intensity, while powerful teeth lay concealed beneath his thick, red lips. His high nose bridge and tousled golden hair exuded a potent aura of masculinity. It seemed he rarely smiled, resulting in an awkward stiffness at the corners of his mouth, rendering his attempt at friendliness almost tragic. To an observer, it might have appeared that he was trying to intimidate her. Furrowing his brow, the orc named Hu Shao noticed the young female seemed somewhat dazed, perhaps rendered speechless by fear. He then, with an unexpected pang of conscience, attempted to soften his expression, inadvertently causing Zhang Mengmeng to tag him as a strange orc in her mind. "What is your name?" he inquired. At last, Zhang Mengmeng regained her senses. She had long believed she was merely dreaming, hoping that upon awakening, she would find herself back in the 21st century. Yet, how could she have anticipated that all of this was indeed real? "Hu Shao," he replied. "That I am Zhang Mengmeng." She said. It was unclear whether Hu Shao heard her response, for after stating his name, he turned and walked away, joining a group of orcs. "Are you the new female?" The previously seen valiant female orc approached her, scrutinizing Zhang Mengmeng. "You are called Zhang Mengmeng. It seems not only are you petite, but your name is also quite endearing. Being as strong as you are, I imagine you'll have quite the challenges ahead." Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. She had assumed orcs were remarkably open-minded, but she never anticipated such a restrictive topic would arise so swiftly. Was everything she had overheard yesterday truly accurate? That terrifying orc resembling a small mountain. The thought of his imposing figure left her unable to fathom what the future might hold. They were simply incompatible. The newly emerged female orc, with an air of astonishment, exclaimed in rapid succession before recalling the need for self-introduction. "Oh, right. I am Sherry, but you may call me Lily. Then I shall refer to you as Mengmeng. Pray tell, where do you hail from? How did you find yourself in the perilous mountains?" Lily's face was filled with curiosity. What could Zhang Mengmeng possibly say? That she had come from the 21st century as a beautiful maiden. That she was a blossoming flower of her homeland? A successor to socialism in the 21st century? "I emerged from my mother's womb," Zhang Mengmeng replied with a forced smile, aware of the curious gazes upon her. Though none as bold as Lily's, it appeared that most of the male orcs had departed, leaving only a few scattered female orcs behind. "Mengmeng, you are truly amusing. Everyone comes from their mother's belly. You see, last winter, our tribe suffered significant losses among both males and females, and now there are scarcely any left," Sherry remarked, her expression tinged with sadness. "And how many remain now?" Zhang Mengmeng suddenly inquired. Present. "There are 36 males and merely 4 females left, which includes you, making it 5. Sherry counted on her fingers. "There's me, Bebe, Maine, Ivy, and, of course, you. 36 males for females." This calculation swiftly flashed through Zhang Mengmeng's mind, and the next moment, a wave of shock washed over her. "So, 1 female corresponds to 9 males? That is exceedingly, overwhelmingly unsettling." Zhang Mengmeng felt as though she could scarcely breathe. She could not fathom how females could survive under such a skewed gender ratio. She swallowed hard and asked, "How then are your partners chosen?" In truth, she wished to inquire about how they resolve their issues, but being a modest maiden, that line of questioning felt wholly inappropriate for her. Even so, she felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. "Why, through duels, of course. Only the victor earns the right to procreate," Sherry replied with an expression of utter nonchalance. Procreation rights. This was perhaps the umpteenth time Zhang Mengmeng had encountered this term today, and she felt her limits being ruthlessly pushed. "And what about the number of partners?" Zhang Mengmeng managed to ask with great difficulty. Sherry glanced at her and chuckled. "Well, the more, the merrier." Zhang Mengmeng was rendered speechless. What did she just hear? Did she think this was a military strategy where more is better? How could the matter of partners be deemed better with increasing numbers? Wouldn't that lead to quarrels? Wouldn't it be overwhelming? A myriad of thoughts raced through Zhang Mengmeng's mind, but Sherry wore a look of, as it should be. Yet, the next moment, Sherry's gaze shifted back to Mengmeng, revealing a playful expression. "But you, my dear, are different. It seems unlikely you will have any other partners." Before the king's offspring arrive, Zhang Mengmeng was left speechless. Should she feel pleased about this? "Mother, I wish to go home. I do not wish to bear children. I am still but a child. My childhood has yet to pass." She felt an overwhelming urge to weep. "Come on, we should embark on our collection task now, taking advantage of the warm season to gather more items," Sherry said, waving her hand as a group of 5 prepared to advance. Towards the outskirts of the forest. Chapter 3. A Visit from Relatives. Zhang Mengmeng sensed that today was destined to be her unfortunate day. Barely having taken a few steps, a sharp pain pierced through her lower abdomina, familiar agony, a suffocating sensation, all unmistakably signaling her unwelcome visitor had arrived. That monthly relative Aunt Flo would make her timely appearance once again. Zhang Mengmeng used to complain about the existence of such a phenomenon after all. Weren't all girls meant to be ethereal beings? Why must these fairies endure the monthly ordeal of shedding blood? Was it to allow the celestial maidens to experience the trials of mere mortals? Even more terrifying was the fact that each visit from this relative was accompanied by both bloodshed and pain. In this savage era, where one must endure the harshness of life, where could one find dates or sanitary pads? Noticing a peculiar expression on Zhang Mengmeng's face, Sherry halted her steps. Mengmeng, what is the matter? I am bleeding. Heavens, have you been injured? Was it the fierce wind? Zhang Mengmeng, is the wind so strong that you jest? Yet, observing Sherry's earnest expression, it seems she is not jesting at all. Could it be that she believes the wind has inflicted harm upon her? Does she truly appear so fragile? The reality, however, proves otherwise. As Zhang Mengmeng stands at a mere 155 centimeters, while the other females tower above at 175 centimeters or more, exhibiting muscular physiques. Their sun-kissed skin radiates vitality, in stark contrast to Zhang Mengmeng's pallid complexion, a clear indication of someone who has spent prolonged periods indoors. Rendering her arms devoid of substantial flesh, unmistakably feeble. I am the one who bleeds every month, Zhang Mengmeng stammered. Upon hearing this, Sherry's face enlightened with understanding. Oh, so it is the season. With that, she leaned closer to Zhang Mengmeng, inhaled deeply, and nodded with conviction, affirming indeed, it is the season. Zhang Mengmeng, in a state of confusion, wondered what was happening. Was her ear malfunctioning, or had the world around her become chaotic? She merely experienced the onset of her menstrual cycle. Yet it felt as though she was enveloped in a tumult of emotions. To her knowledge, such feelings often led to intimate encounters. Panic ensued. What was she to do? After all, she was still but a child. Bibi, why don't you accompany Mengmeng back to rest? She needs some sanitary supplies, suggested Sherry thoughtfully. She beckoned a petite, delicate female nearby, Bibi, who possessed a rather adorable visage. Although her complexion was a sun-kissed hue, it paled in comparison to Zhang Mengmeng's fair skin. With large, expressive eyes that sparkled with innocence, Bibi appeared to be even younger than Zhang Mengmeng. Upon hearing Sherry's words, she promptly nodded in agreement and approached to take Zhang Mengmeng's hand. Zhang Mengmeng, suppressing her pain, smiled awkwardly, feeling as though she had yet to contribute in any meaningful way. Perhaps, Lily, I should return alone. This way, you will have an extra pair of hands for the gathering. It was a source of embarrassment for Zhang Mengmeng not to participate herself, and she felt guilty for burdening others, especially when their numbers were already so few. Mengmeng, but you don't know where Mian is, Shirley interjected. And Zhang Mengmeng immediately realized that this was likely something akin to feminine hygiene products. Indeed, she was utterly clueless, regardless of her discomfort. Bebe led Zhang Mengmeng back to the cave, retrieving a white object wrapped in animal hide from an obscure corner. Zhang Mengmeng recognized it as cotton, albeit with a slightly yellowish hue. After Bebe instructed her on its usage, Zhang Mengmeng proceeded to follow the instructions with a stoic expression, her abdomen still cramping painfully, yet overshadowed by the anxiety brewing within her. Estrus. Mating. This was a predicament that a modern young woman from the 21st century was unprepared to face. What had she done to deserve this? It seemed that once her period had passed, she might be forced to become mere prey on the chopping block, subjected to the whims of others. Oh dear. Zhang Mengmeng sat amidst the straw pile where she had previously dwelled, anxiously contemplating her potential fate. She needed a plan. But what could she possibly devise? The entrance to the cave had been sealed once more, and she sorrowfully realized that even Bebe, the seemingly weakest of the female orcs, could move the stone, while she herself was utterly powerless. In her current state, escaping and becoming self-sufficient was a distant dream. Survival within this tribe was a daunting challenge. Given the stark gender imbalance of 1 to 9, along with the tribe's fervent focus on procreation, although she appeared to accept her circumstances, it was only because she understood deeply that rejection would lead to a dead end. If she were to declare her unwillingness to bear children or express a desire to flee, she would likely face an even grimmer fate, perhaps becoming a meal for beasts in the forest or being forced into another tribe to bear offspring for others. Zhang Mengmeng closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her gaze had regained its determination. Having moved frequently with her parents since childhood, her living environment was always in flux, and friendships rarely lasted beyond a year before separation. From a young age, she learned to adapt to her surroundings and to interact with others in new environments. This time was no different. Though the individuals she had to engage with appeared somewhat more formidable, and the tasks ahead seemed rather more daunting. Truly, there was little that distinguished this experience from the others. To maintain friendships, diverse strategies were required: conversing, gifting, dining together, and to demonstrate her worth. She would need to employ various methods, achieving good grades, offering assistance, or providing material support. Human hearts are tender, and she could not rush. Everything must unfold gradually. Recalling the precious friends she had painstakingly made, her parents who held high hopes for her, and her confidants with whom she shared everything, she felt as if all these connections had dissipated into thin air. However, she could not allow herself to weep. She was a valiant fairy, undefeated and unyielding. She would be strong. Indeed, Zhang Mengmeng clenched her tiny fists, encouraging herself. She hoped that her friends in the 21st century would not be too sorrowful. Parting was something she had long grown accustomed to, yet she still wished for their happiness. Having completed her mental fortification, Zhang Mengmeng began to contemplate her current predicament, her face gradually lengthening in realization. Her combat prowess was essentially zero, although she had previously engaged in physical exercise. It was negligible compared to the strength of the orcs. As for her intellect, while she excelled in history, politics, language, and English, these skills seemed of little utility. Would she recite poetry to orcs for cultural education? Politics, too, was of no practical use. She neither knew how to smelt iron nor to craft pottery. As a child, she only played with mud. Regarding her knowledge of plants, she recognized many beautiful flowers but could neither weave baskets nor practice medicine. The idea of identifying medicinal herbs was far-fetched. She could only identify common crops like wood-ear mushrooms, peanuts, and mushrooms, grains such as barley, wheat, and rice she had only ever seen as cooked food. Furthermore, concerning the pressing matter of sustenance, she lacked the means to start a fire. It was said that a magnifying glass could focus sunlight to ignite paper, yet she possessed neither a magnifying glass nor paper. Speaking of paper, the art of paper-making was a skill for factories, not for her. After contemplating all this, a look of despair crossed Zhang Mengmeng's face, growing long and sorrowful. It seemed that barring her slightly superior intellect, she was utterly devoid of practical skills. Was her fate inevitably to bear children? No, she must swiftly enhance her value. Even if she knew nothing and understood little, she could learn. She still possessed the capacity for learning. Having lived in the modern world, she could not resign herself to such a fate. Heaven helps those who help themselves. This was her unchanging belief. Chapter 4. The tiger tribe. Zhang Mengmeng succumbed to slumber amidst her pain. Each month, when her menstrual cycle commenced, she would become exceedingly frail. And this occasion was no exception. Yet, slumbering offered a reprieve from the agony. Upon awakening, she discerned that it was nearly dusk. At that moment, the stone at the cave's entrance was pushed aside, and a towering figure stepped inside. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. It was the one they referred to as Wang. The tiger's roar. Backlit, she could not discern the expression on his face, but felt an undeniable aura of strength emanating from him. If she were to confront him, she would surely meet her demise. He halted not far from her, seemingly verifying something, before speaking. Are you in heat? The tiger's roar had caught the scent at the cave's entrance. Initially, he had presumed this female to be diminutive and possibly still juvenile, yet here she was, an estrus the very next day. This suggested that procreation could be expedited. He scrutinized Zhang Mengmeng, seated upon the straw, and recalled the words of the high priestess. This young woman possessed a remarkable lineage, and should she unite with the king, she would undoubtedly bear the strongest offspring. Remarkable indeed. Since the harsh season had claimed so many warriors from the cold season tribe, the lineage of the Tiger King had dwindled to him alone. Moreover, his focus on rebuilding the tribe had left little room for such thoughts. However, given that these were the high priestess's words, perhaps it merited consideration. Yet, he found it somewhat ludicrous. The female before him appeared so diminutive that he had no doubt he could extinguish her life with a single swipe. If they were to mate, he feared she might faint midway. Nevertheless, such considerations were beyond his purview. Females were innately weaker, and their worth lay solely in this aspect. In his youth, he had heard the elders speak of the tribe's lore. The sooner one lost their vitality, the greater the impact on their strength. Now that he had reached adulthood, the effect was less pronounced. If they could indeed cultivate that lineage, perhaps they would triumph in the next contest for the title of Beast King. Zhang Mengmeng was blissfully unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling within Hu Zhao's mind. Despite having mentally prepared herself, she still felt an unsettling fear towards the orc before her. However, when he posed a question, she timidly nodded, indicating a tentative agreement. In these coming days, please rest well. I shall ensure that food is placed at the cave's entrance for you. Hu Zhao understood that the female would be exceptionally weak during this period, yet he was taken aback when she suddenly lifted her gaze to meet his. her eyes radiating an inexplicable determination. "Tomorrow, you will go hunting. May I accompany you?" "Impossible," Hu Shao swiftly dismissed the idea, without a moment's hesitation. The thought of bringing a female in heat into the perilous depths of the jungle was absurd. She might well become prey to the hunters lurking in the skies the moment she entered the forest. This female was truly overestimating her capabilities. Zhang Mengmeng never anticipated that the other party would take her along. However, she desired additional information. If she could not go, she would ask if she could join Shui Li and the others for the gathering tomorrow. She wished to contribute something meaningful to the tribe. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Shao acquiesced, responding affirmatively. Zhang Mengmeng swayed joyfully within her heart. As she had anticipated, after proposing a figure that the other party would undoubtedly reject, she followed it with an exceedingly simple and agreeable price, a tactic that had proved infallible for her time and again. She was acutely aware that once her menstrual cycle concluded, she would inevitably confront a daunting mating scenario. Thus, prior to that juncture, acquiring as much information as possible was imperative, inaction was not an option. By the following day, her symptoms would likely ease somewhat, and being in the company of Sherry and the others would afford her the opportunity to glean additional insights. Zhang Mengmeng's gaze suddenly fixated on the arm of Hu Shao, where a newly inflicted wound lay, still seeping blood. The flesh grotesquely torn as if pierced by an exceedingly sharp beak. Hu Shao, however, appeared rather indifferent, with dirt clinging to the injury, rendering it both ghastly and soiled. "You should take better care of that wound," Zhang Mengmeng pointed out, suggesting that cleaning and bandaging it would be prudent. Habitually uttering these words, she then realized that the figure before her was a fearsome orc, one she had only known for a mere 2 days. Yet, Hu Shao merely cast a penetrating glance at Zhang Mengmeng before silently departing the cave. In his heart, he found himself somewhat swayed by the words of the high priest. This female, despite her apparent fragility, had spoken phrases that eluded his understanding, hinting at a complexity in her origins. Her expression seemed to convey concern, a sentiment he deemed unnecessary, for he had long grown accustomed to injuries of various degrees. To display such emotion over a minor wound was indicative of a sheltered and delicately nurtured female. Zhang Mengmeng could hardly have anticipated that her genuine concern would not yield positive results. Instead, it would have the opposite effect. The following day, she awoke early, jolted from her slumber by a nightmarish vision. In her dream, a fearsome beastman loomed over her, engaging in unspeakable acts, his grotesque visage marred by blood. Suddenly, he morphed into a massive tiger, its gaping maw approaching her with terrifying intent. Yet, she found herself grateful for the nightmare, as it allowed her to catch up with Shirley and the others at their departure time. Fortunately, the gathering location was not far. After a walk of roughly 20 to 30 minutes, they arrived. During their journey, Zhang Mengmeng seized the opportunity to converse with Shirley, gaining deeper insights into the tribe and its surroundings. She learned that she was situated in the Tiger tribe, alongside others such as the Lion tribe, Wolf tribe, Fox tribe, and Snake tribe. It was rumored that across the ocean resided the fabled and most beautiful merfolk, while deep within the forest lay the enigmatic elves. Every 5 years, the major tribes of the continent engaged in a contest for the title of Beast King. The victorious tribe would secure the rights to inhabit the most resource-rich regions and could even claim a female from each competing tribe. The Tiger tribe had once flourished, but following the death of the formidable Dark Gold Tiger King, also known as the father of Hu Shao, during the last winter, they lost the heir to their strongest lineage. In the realm of beastmen, the depth of one's eye color signified strength. The darker the hue, the mightier the beastman. Gold represented the royal lineage within the Tiger tribe. Zhang Mengmeng recalled Hu Shao's striking golden eyes, which, although beautiful, lacked the profound depth she had expected. It was no wonder she had overheard discussions regarding the strongest successors. "Mengmeng, look, this is a red fruit that females adore," Shirley exclaimed. Upon reaching the gathering spot, she began to introduce Zhang Mengmeng to the local flora. With agility, she scaled a tree that appeared to stand 3 meters tall, swiftly plucking the fruits, while the other females followed suit, leaving Zhang Mengmeng below, feeling utterly lost. She had assumed gathering would involve simply picking items from the ground, a naive and foolish notion indeed. Standing at only 155 centimeters, she realized she was in need of a ladder. "Surely, I'll search below for any other edible items." With climbing out of the question, she resolved to explore alternative options. Zhang Mengmeng surveyed her surroundings attentively and, to her delight, stumbled upon a remarkable find: peanut leaves. The presence of these leaves signified the existence of peanuts. Having lived in the countryside and gathered peanuts with her grandfather, she recognized the leaves instantly. Overwhelmed with excitement, She picked up a stone and began to dig into the earth. Before long, she unearthed a bearded peanut, and her exhilaration knew no bounds. For this peanut appeared to be larger than any she had ever seen before. How splendid it was! Surely, I have discovered something edible, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed with excitement. Noting that peanut seeds could be planted nearby, ensuring an endless supply of peanuts to savor in the future. Upon hearing her words, Sherry and her companions leaped down. Initially puzzled, their expressions transformed into smiles when Zhang Mengmeng offered them a few raw peanuts to taste. They found them harmless, albeit rather diminutive. Following this revelation, Zhang Mengmeng encountered no further discoveries, yet her satisfaction with the peanuts was enough to fill her heart. Chapter 5, The Nightmare Night and the Days That Followed. Zhang Mengmeng lived in a state of trepidation, exercising utmost caution, for she understood that once her relatives departed, she would have to confront a truly terrifying ordeal. Curiously, during the day, Hu Xiao and the other beastmen were often absent from their homes, returning only as night approached. By that time, Zhang Mengmeng was usually deep in slumber. Not due to an absence of fears, but rather from sheer exhaustion. Her days were consumed with gathering, crafting, foraging for food, and processing the peanuts she had discovered, leaving no room for respite. On the seventh day, upon awakening, she felt a newfound lightness. Her stomach no longer ached, and her feet were free from soreness. A sense of foreboding washed over her. The Tiger Clan beastmen possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, keen enough to detect her scent from afar. She feared the worst was upon her. That night, Zhang Mengmeng remained seated, anxiously experimenting with a newly discovered plant for crafting while awaiting her possible fate. Eventually, fatigue overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she felt a sensation akin to being licked on the face, the tongue pricking her with tiny barbs, causing a tingling itch. In the next instant, she sensed something brush against her body, prompting her to awaken abruptly. In the darkness, she found herself gazing into a pair of golden eyes, mysterious and imbued with an aura of nobility, yet undeniably perilous. This was the first time such a visage had come so close to her, close enough for her to perceive its breath, heavy with masculine pheromones, nearly suffocating her. Instinctively, she clenched her fists, whispering to herself, "Do not fear, do not fear." It was merely an encounter between the sexes, a natural part of human procreation, nothing extraordinary. Yet, her bitten lip betrayed her. She was intimidated by the beastman's aggressive gaze and his powerful, primal physique, which signified his strength. She pondered. What if he were to be utterly devoid of skill? The thought of her potential demise sent a chill down her spine. In the tranquil ambience, Zhang Mengmeng was startled to hear her name softly called by the other party. It was, to her surprise, the first time he had uttered her name. His voice, deep and resonant, seemed less aloof than usual. Perhaps it was merely Zhang Mengmeng's perception, but his tone appeared to carry a weight of suppression far greater than before. Everything unfolded unexpectedly. It was not a meeting akin to the Golden Wind and Jade Dew, surpassing countless encounters in the human realm, but rather a grand tragedy unfolding before her eyes. Zhang Mengmeng vowed that she would never again endure such an excruciating sensation. Pain etched itself across her visage, and her delicate, fair toes curled in agony. Despite having consumed the green fruit reputed to alleviate discomfort, it proved utterly ineffective. Hu Xiao, too, found himself in an unfamiliar predicament, experiencing a blend of novelty and an ineffable sense of pleasure for the first time in his life. His once gallant countenance contorted under the weight of this sudden desire. In an unexpected turn, two plump, orange-tinged ears sprouted atop his head. Their soft and fine fur a striking contrast to the moment's tension. Attempting to divert her attention, Zhang Mengmeng instinctively reached out to touch the adorable ears that had materialized. To her astonishment, the beast that had pinned her down emitted a gentle, unrestrained growl. Yet, in the next instant, a commanding tone swiftly overshadowed the growl, forbidding her from touching. It was a blatant attempt to conceal the underlying emotions. Zhang Mengmeng was startled by the sound, yet found it somewhat amusing. Was this fellow truly oblivious to such matters? However, his beast-like ears were undeniably adorable, unable to resist. Zhang Mengmeng reached out to touch them once more, their softness providing an exceptionally delightful sensation. Zhang Mengmeng, surprisingly, found herself deriving joy from her suffering, and she truly admired her own resilience. Through the latter half of the night, she was utterly oblivious to how the hours passed. The wind howled through the dark night, and the stars flickered incessantly. She felt as though she was drifting in and out of consciousness, akin to a fragile little boat forced to navigate the vast ocean. It was as if she had entered a long, surreal dream, traversing a lengthy, dark corridor. After what felt like an arduous journey, she finally reached the end, only to be confronted by a grotesque visage that abruptly emerged before her. Zhang Mengmeng gazed upon that face, a bitter smile suddenly gracing her lips. She was acutely aware of her own insignificance and recognized that with her current strength, she could achieve nothing. Thus, she resolved to accept her circumstances, though she appeared defenseless. Her heart remained vigilant. She understood all too well that there was no love for her in the eyes of the beastman. His only desire was to sire the strongest offspring. She could perceive his disdain for her, yet tragically realized that she could only comply and adapt to his whims. For she knew that should she dare to show any sign of resistance, she would face even graver punishments. Given this reality, why not succumb to the tides? For tomorrow heralds a new day. Chapter 6. The Utility of Bamboo. Upon reaching the assembly point of the main contingent, Tiger Roar immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Everyone was regarding him with a peculiar gaze. At that moment, Dell, who shared a closer rapport with him, spoke up. "My king, how did you fare last night?" Tiger Roar's expression remained unchanged, yet a fleeting image of that little female, her eyes brimming with tears, flashed across his mind. Indeed, he had caught a distant glimpse of her that day. She appeared soft and fair. "My king should show her tenderness," some of the males jested. The dry season was fast approaching, and hunting was paramount. Tiger Roar maintained a calm demeanor, issuing commands as usual. The tremor in his heart was but a fleeting moment. He reminded himself that all he sought was the bloodline of the strongest offspring. He could not allow the Tiger clan to decline. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng did not awaken until nearly noon, and upon rising, she felt utterly unwell, as though trampled by several carriages. Her limbs felt foreign, and she attempted to rise, only to fail, and fail again. Thus, she began to vent her frustrations inwardly about that beastman, that insufferable old tiger. Heartless, cold-blooded creature. Humph. Next time we meet, let us see if I will grant him any favor. Zhang Mengmeng seethed with resentment, yet she suddenly lowered her head. The crux of the matter was that she was no match for him, and any attempt at resistance might provoke him further. Sighing deeply, she resigned herself to her situation. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. She had to endure, as confronting him would yield no benefits and might even render her circumstances more arduous. Zhang Mengmeng was attempting to rise, and with one last push of her hand against the ground, she finally managed to straighten up. Unexpectedly, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by a gasp. Startled, Zhang Mengmeng fell back to the ground. Overwhelmed with despair, she found herself unable to shed tears. To her astonishment, the visitor was Shirley, who seized Zhang Mengmeng's arm, her face a canvas of shock. "My goodness, Mengmeng, how have you changed so drastically? Just yesterday, you were vibrant and full of life. Today, you resemble a small creature on the verge of demise. This is truly overwhelming. Can you rise now?" Zhang Mengmeng wished to express that she had just risen, startled by your presence, and now found herself a pitiful figure on the ground. Oh, how cruel her fate seemed. "Come, Mengmeng, let me help you up," Sherry said as she assisted Zhang Mengmeng to her feet. The fallen animal hide exposed more of her skin to the air, revealing the ghastly marks upon it even more starkly. Although Hu Shao had not exerted much force, the inherent strength of the orc's physique rendered even the gentlest touch a form of torment. Sherry, in a daze, murmured her surprise at the king's cruelty. Many females in the tribe had once sought his affection, yet he had remained indifferent, hidden beneath a veneer of gentleness. As Sherry, embodying the warmth of an elder sister, drew near, Zhang Mengmeng could not resist throwing herself into her embrace. The warmth of Sherry's body provided her with a sliver of solace. "Mengmeng, it won't hurt much. I've brought you some herbs and fruits. Eating them will alleviate your pain." Sherry gently patted Zhang Mengmeng's back. Within Sherry's tender embrace, Mengmeng felt a warmth akin to maternal affection, which caused her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Yet, she resolutely stifled them. She must be strong. Regardless of the path that lay ahead, she needed to learn to care for herself, for her mother was no longer present, and her friends had vanished. "Oh, by the way, Mengmeng, you mentioned seeking a long, segmented green plant. We have found it. But what can it be used for?" Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with delight. She had found the bamboo she desired. Such materials could potentially be crafted into baskets, and they could also serve as vessels for holding water. However, some of the bamboo was rather large, and it seemed unlikely that our small group could transport it all. "Mengmeng, perhaps you could speak to Wang about this?" Zhang Mengmeng recalled that terrifyingly grotesque face and instinctively wanted to shake her head. Yet, upon raising her gaze, she found Sherry looking at her with an encouraging expression. It is only natural for a male to assist his female counterpart, isn't it? Thus, that evening, with a heart full of trepidation, when Hu Shao returned to the tribe, Zhang Mengmeng approached him. The disparity in their heights compelled her to tilt her head back, tentatively calling out, Hu Xiao? To her surprise, he extended a hand, effortlessly lifting her as if she weighed nothing. What was happening? In an instant, the distance between them diminished, their height difference seemingly erased, while his strong, large hand cradled her lower body, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. What on earth was this beastman doing? We have discovered a plant that can serve as a container, but we are unable to transport it. Could you lend us a hand? Zhang Mengmeng secretly scorned herself. Had she not vowed to refrain from showing him any kindness? Does possessing formidable strength grant one the liberty to act without restraint? Indeed. The reality had demonstrated that great power does indeed afford one such indulgence. Hu Xiao gazed at Zhang Mengmeng in silence. Zhang Mengmeng has succumbed to fear. Zhang Mengmeng endeavored to persuade herself that this individual was not as terrifying as she had initially perceived. After all, did he not possess merely a pair of eyes and a nose? After observing Hu Xiao for a while, she suddenly found that this visage seemed far less fearsome. It required but a modicum of effort to see it so, and the distance was not great. If you would only allow 1 or 2 of the orcs to accompany us, it would suffice. As she uttered this, Zhang Mengmeng raised 2 fingers to form a diminutive gesture, akin to a playful meow-meow, and, upon completing her statement, she gazed at Hu Xiao with an expression of eager anticipation. Her round, dark eyes sparkling like glistening grapes. Zhang Mengmeng was about to say something, but she did not expect Hu Xiao to agree so readily, which brought her immense joy. Although there were past experiences to consider, perhaps it was precisely this reason that made Hu Xiao so agreeable. According to Sherry, at this time, the male orcs were preoccupied with processing their hunt, skinning the prey in preparation for drying the next day. During the warm season, all labor arrangements were determined by the Tiger King. Although Sherry was a female with a partner, she could not request her male to assist her. Thus she could only seek help from Hu Xiao. The petite Zhang Mengmeng, being lifted by Hu Xiao, finally found herself on the same level as him for the first time. It was also the first occasion she faced him at such a close distance, and she realized that Hu Xiao's golden eyes were slightly upturned. His taut face bore a somewhat serious expression, and his slanted eyebrows were long and thick, also of a golden hue, albeit a lighter shade. His face exuded a wild bronze tone, contrasting sharply with Zhang Mengmeng's fair complexion. From a distance, it resembled an adult holding a child. Zhang Mengmeng felt an inexplicable sense of shame, struggling to free herself, yet her small fist possessed a strength akin to merely tickling a cat. Having no effect whatsoever on Hu Xiao, who only tightened his grip around her. Do not move. Considering her petite arms and legs, she realized that if she attempted to walk, she would likely be left far behind. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng ceased her struggles. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly pondered a question. Wait. Her original intention was merely to request Hu Xiao to summon 1 or 2 orcs for assistance. Did he truly intend to intervene himself? That seemed rather excessive. However, being in the embrace of a beast, she felt compelled to exercise caution. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng gazed at Hu Xiao's impassive, handsome face and said, You can simply send an orc along with us. Hu Xiao remained expressionless, and Zhang Mengmeng thought to herself that Hu Xiao, adorned with orc ears, appeared rather endearing. Consequently, she fixated on the crown of his head for a moment longer. You need not take the field yourself, Zhang Mengmeng continued. Her gaze unwavering as the majestic tiger roar's golden eyes fixated on her, as if perceiving her thoughts. Are you afraid of me? Surely, anyone who has endured such inhumane experiences would harbor no fondness for you, she mused. Yet, outwardly, she masked her true feelings with a smile. How could I possibly fear you, almighty Tiger King? Your commanding presence is truly awe-inspiring. Internally, she added a silent curse, wishing for his downfall. Humph, humph. Tiger Roar remained silent, his gaze still fixed upon her. What a contradictory little creature she was. When he had grasped her, she had clearly trembled. Yet she claimed to be unafraid. Indeed, she was a timid female. Let us proceed. Which way should we go? Without further hesitation, Tiger Roar lifted Zhang Mengmeng into his arms and gestured for the male companions to handle the prey. As they journeyed, Zhang Mengmeng observed her surroundings while occasionally stealing glances at Tiger Roar. Noticing his serious demeanor, she refrained from speaking, while Shirley offered intermittent guidance. This is the spot, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed joyfully, for her eyes beheld robust green bamboo, far sturdier than any she had encountered in the modern world. No wonder Shirley had mentioned their inability to transport it. Upon witnessing her delight, Tiger Roar studied her with amusement. Noting how her eyes sparkled and her face seemed to radiate light, it struck him as amusing. It appeared to be the first time he had witnessed her genuine happiness. Zhang Mengmeng was indeed filled with joy, for bamboo had numerous uses, and it also meant she could indulge in delicious bamboo shoots. During this period, She discovered that the orc world seemingly lacked the concept of salt. However, while foraging for fruits with Sherry and others, she found that they often consumed a light blue fruit, whose juice surprisingly possessed a salty flavor. They referred to it as blue fruit. Orcs, being straightforward and unrefined, named a fruit simply by its color. Perhaps there existed a saltwater lake nearby? This revelation could provide them with an additional means of food preservation. In recent days, Zhang Mengmeng primarily sustained herself on fruits and a certain item known as yugua. There was only one occasion when she had the fortune of eating cooked meat, likely due to a fire that had erupted in the forest. On that day, during a hunting excursion, they encountered a wild boar that had been roasted. Zhang Mengmeng pondered whether she might experiment with creating fire upon her return. Previously, she had used straw and wood, but what if she tried wood against wood or stone against wood instead? She had seen photographs of primitive humans starting fires by vigorously rubbing a sharp stick against a wooden hole. Was it possible that her strength was insufficient? Bamboo appeared to be sharper. Could she attempt to ignite a fire by rubbing sharp pieces of bamboo together? At that moment, Hu Xiao gently set Zhang Mengmeng down. Lost in her thoughts, she nearly stumbled from the sudden release. Hu Xiao quickly reached out to steady her, but she managed to grasp a nearby bamboo stalk to regain her balance. She certainly did not wish to be underestimated again. After all, it was all because of him. Stupid tiger. Clumsy tiger. This bamboo can serve as a container for water, and its shoots can be used as food, Zhang Mengmeng remarked, pointing to the ground, though the shoots were still buried beneath the surface. Upon hearing the word food, Hu Xiao's eyes brightened, and he immediately began to dig. In no time, a row of bamboo shoots emerged before them, and Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of excitement. Then, she watched as Hu Xiao extended a paw, and in the next moment, a bamboo stalk as thick as her two hands snapped effortlessly in half. With another exertion of strength, the bamboo was uprooted entirely. It seemed a trivial task for him. He examined the segment of bamboo in his hand, nodding in approval. This will indeed make a fine container. Let's gather several more to take back. After slicing the bamboo into pieces, they could perhaps weave a larger basket to hold the fruits they collected. Zhang Mengmeng pondered to herself. Although she had never learned the art of basket weaving, she understood the necessity of transforming bamboo into slender strips to intertwine them. The specifics of the process could be gradually explored, couldn't they? After all, she possessed an abundance of one resource, time. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao issued a command with a growl, instructing a few female orcs nearby, "You all, assist with these earthy items." As for the remaining task, it involved a handful of elongated bamboo stalks. With a swift motion, Hu Xiao effortlessly lifted them with one hand, while gesturing to Zhang Mengmeng with the other, beckoning her to come closer, reminiscent of someone calling a beloved pet. Zhang Mengmeng hesitated for a moment in her heart, yet ultimately chose to obediently approach. She resolved to strengthen her physical fitness, vowing not to remain a fragile and ineffectual being any longer. Although she held little affection for the self-righteous old tiger, she found herself in a feeble state, likely unable to venture far. Contemplating this, she decided to lower her head. Before she acquired any substantial strength, bowing her head would not cost her anything, nor would it lead to any unforeseen consequences. Or perhaps it might. Who knows what would come of a potential pregnancy? Hu Xiao had initially anticipated that Zhang Mengmeng might refuse his assistance, yet he was pleasantly surprised by her unexpected compliance. As she drew near, he effortlessly lifted her with one hand while the other cradled the bamboo, feeling no strain whatsoever. Zhang Mengmeng found herself compelled to lean against Hu Xiao, feeling the strength of his powerful arm and the warmth of his hand as it caressed her. She instinctively turned her face away, redirecting her focus to the challenge of weaving a basket. "Hold me tight," Hu Xiao had just uttered, and in an instant, Zhang Mengmeng was swept off her feet, reflexively wrapping her small hands around his neck. What on earth had this beastly man consumed to grow so strong? Despite carrying such a burden, how could he run so swiftly? Zhang Mengmeng's delicate face was flushed from the wind generated by her rapid pace. She glanced up at the sky, which seemed to be darkening. Could this be the reason for his sudden anxiety? After a few swift strides, they swiftly arrived at the tribe. Hu Xiao gently set Zhang Mengmeng down, and as the sky gradually deepened into night, he finally exhaled in relief. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, what terrifying entities might emerge? As Zhang Mengmeng touched down, she noticed the tension in Hu Xiao's expression ease somewhat, prompting her to inquire further. Hu Xiao cast a glance at Zhang Mengmeng, surprised by her perceptiveness, and then observed her petite face flushed from the wind, resembling a little creature of the wild. They were the predators, who relished the cover of night to hunt. Predators? Zhang Mengmeng was not unfamiliar with this term. She had first heard it from Hu Xiao, who had cautioned others to remain vigilant against these beings. Little did she know that these predators roamed not only by day but also under the veil of darkness. What manner of creatures were they? They ruled the skies, and if one fell under their gaze, it would spell certain doom. Hu Zhao's countenance grew grave as he uttered these words. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. She never imagined that a person like Hu Zhao would utter such words as dominate. This clearly indicated that the predator was indeed a formidable adversary. The last time I heard you caution everyone during the day to be wary of predators. Does that imply they roam both day and night? Predators typically hunt only after nightfall. During the day, they usually rest in their lairs. However, occasionally, one or two may venture out in daylight, Hu Zhao elucidated. I see. Zhang Mengmeng nodded thoughtfully, then continued. I have conceived a method that might allow us to ignite a fire. Fire? Hu Zhao, still pondering the predators, immediately turned his attention to her upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's words. Chapter 7. The Discourse on Kindling Fire. Indeed. While on the road, I contemplated that bamboo is exceedingly sharp. If we were to take two sharpened bamboo sticks and rub them against each other, placing bamboo shavings at their friction point, we could potentially ignite the shavings using the heat generated from the friction. Zhang Mengmeng's cherubic face radiated brilliance, her eyes a remarkably pure shade of black, akin to the unblemished depths of obsidian. Each time Tiger Roar beheld those eyes, he could not help but muse, if she were a male orc, she would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary worthy of challenge. He recalled the roasted pork he had brought back last time, which had indeed been delectable. And this little creature had incessantly chattered about the benefits of consuming cooked food, claiming it to be cleaner and tastier. Yet, he had always denied her. As the issue of fire remained insurmountable, little did he expect that she would devise a solution on her own. I might need a bit of your assistance. Zhang Mengmeng spoke, somewhat bashfully, fully aware of his busy schedule yet still requesting his aid for various tasks, which felt somewhat inappropriate given their lack of a close bond. However, she was no orc, capable of cleaving bamboo with her bare hands. Her delicate fingers likely could not even slice through a bamboo shoot. A rather disheartening reality. In a matter of moments, Tiger Roar skillfully produced the bamboo strips Zhang Mengmeng required, and her eyes sparkled with delight. She gathered the collected bamboo shavings into a compact bundle and positioned it at the curved joint, embarking on her fiery endeavor. Yet, after one attempt, then two, and three, she felt she had exhausted all her strength, producing merely a wisp of smoke. Zhang Mengmeng's face flushed a deep crimson. Observing this, Hu Zhao swiftly seized the bamboo stick from her hand. With just a couple of deft movements, the shavings at the joint ignited, causing Hu Zhao's eyes to glimmer with excitement as he placed it onto the pile of firewood that Zhang Mengmeng had meticulously prepared. In an instant, a small flame blossomed into a roaring fire, and Zhang Mengmeng, disregarding any discomfort in her hands, leapt up in exhilaration. We have fire, she exclaimed. Hu Zhao, standing nearby, couldn't help but smirk slightly at the simplicity of her joy. Was it truly worth such elation over something so trivial? Had Zhang Mengmeng been privy to Hu Zhao's thoughts, she might have retorted indignantly, what do you mean trivial? This means I can be a little one who enjoys meat from now on. Cooked meat. With renewed enthusiasm, Zhang Mengmeng began to skewer pieces of meat onto the bamboo stick, but soon noticed that Hu Zhao had not yet departed. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, Hu Zhao, did you encounter a type of lake when you went out before? Its flavor is somewhat akin to blueberries, perhaps even a tad more sour. Something like that? As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng gazed at Hu Zhao with eager anticipation. If we can find it, we might be able to produce salt. Salt can be used to preserve food, which means we won't have to dry all the game we catch. Salt? Hu Zhao murmured, his expression contemplative. It appeared that this young female possessed knowledge far beyond his expectations. The prospect of preserving food was indeed enticing. We have not encountered it, but we can certainly search for it. As Zhang Mengmeng diligently turned the skewers of grilled meat, she occasionally drizzled a few drops of the juice from the blue fruit atop them, reveling in a long-held aspiration, though it was merely the essence of the blue fruit. For someone who had nearly forgotten the taste of meat over the past few days, it felt like a culinary delight from paradise. To her astonishment, just as Zhang Mengmeng completed her masterpiece, the grilled meat in her hands mysteriously vanished. Zhang Mengmeng wore a bewildered expression, following the trail of the vanished meat, only to discover it was the tiger's roar. What? This wretched beast had been lying in wait here. As if creating chaos wasn't enough, it sought to steal her food and wound her heart. This is truly outrageous. Zhang Mengmeng cast a resentful glance, only to see Hu Zhao having swiftly taken a bite. After savoring the morsel, he remarked, it's just average. Raw meat suits my palate better. This cooked meat is rather too tender for my liking. Zhang Mengmeng felt certain that this insufferable old tiger would be the death of her. To her astonishment, He continued nonchalantly. I remember you mentioned that you do not enjoy eating meat. Implicit in his words was the notion that if you do not relish it, I shall take it upon myself to indulge in it on your behalf. Zhang Mengmeng recalled the words she had spoken during their first encounter, and a wave of regret washed over her. She should never have said such things. It was a quintessential case of shooting oneself in the foot. Her heart ached. Lord Tiger King, you are aware of my recent frailty, hence my need for meat to restore my strength. Moreover, did he not consider who was responsible for her current state? Humph. With a chuckle, Tiger Roar could not help but laugh at this cunning little female. Did she imply that it was all his fault? Nonetheless, despite his thoughts, Tiger Roar extended the meat to Zhang Mengmeng. He noticed her small face light up with joy upon receiving the meat, only for her to cast a glance at the piece he had bitten into, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Then, with an attempt at a concealed smile, she said, It is getting late. You ought to attend to your duties, right? Indeed. Tiger Roar nodded, turning to walk a short distance before hearing the little female muttering behind him, Smelly old tiger. Dead old tiger. Cold-blooded, heartless smelly tiger. Stingy tiger. Narcissistic tiger. While he could barely comprehend the latter part, the earlier remarks were unmistakably insults directed at him. Perhaps she thought he had walked far enough not to hear her. But beasts are innately sharp, with keen hearing. How could he not catch her words? Nevertheless, Tiger Roar continued onward, dismissing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. The stars in the sky twinkled intermittently, and the evening breeze caressed the surroundings, all cloaked in the veil of darkness. With his back turned to the starry sky, he pressed forward along a path marked by countless footprints. His posture remained upright, his silhouette growing taller against the darkness, as if he would forever embody such stature. He did not pause until he reached his destination, donning once more his customary expressionless demeanor. Chapter 8. The salt business. Zhang Mengmeng is filled with joy today. For through her relentless perseverance, an extraordinarily unsightly cage has finally taken shape. Though its appearance may be unappealing, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is its functionality. Zhang Mengmeng spoke to herself, for at the outset, she was entirely unaware of how to maneuver the bamboo strips. Ultimately, it was only with Sherry's assistance that she succeeded. Furthermore, when Hu Xiu and his companions returned that evening, they brought with them another piece of delightful news. They had discovered a saltwater lake. What is this? Hu Xiu inquired. Picking up a basket that Zhang Mengmeng and Sherry had just completed, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. The basket. It's the kind I mentioned that can be used to hold fruits. Zhang Mengmeng pointed to the basket, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Hu Xiu squinted, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Mengmeng's small hand, which bore the marks of bamboo injuries. In silence, he picked up a bamboo strip from the ground and began to sharpen it with his clawed hand. Yet, his expression revealed no significant change. Zhang Mengmeng, in her happiness today, paid little heed to any alterations in Hu Xiu. After all, he had always maintained his stoic demeanor. He was, after all, the Tiger King. It is those of substantial stature who possess the authority to speak. Zhang Mengmeng sighed like a little old lady. And this did not escape the keen eye of Hu Xiu. He remained silent, continuing with his task while saying, Once we locate the saltwater lake, what should we do next? Oh, let me ponder for a moment. Zhang Mengmeng tapped her small head with her finger, recalling the proper course of action. Perhaps she could utilize bamboo to craft a container to retrieve water from the saline lake, and then construct several stone platforms amid the stone forest to place the water for evaporation. Once the water had evaporated, salt would be obtained, which could then be further refined through filtration or by heating for additional purification. Zhang Mengmeng nodded to herself, continuing her task of weaving baskets. She did not catch Hu Xiao's response and, with a slight chuckle, realized he might not fully comprehend her words. Thus, she elaborated, explaining that after drying, one could use fire to burn away the filth within. Once she finished her explanation, Hu Xiao remained silent, which puzzled her. Upon looking up, she discovered Hu Xiao was staring at her, and irritation welled up inside her. She had presumed he was not listening. Yet, since he was, why did he not respond? Was he intent on leaving her in awkwardness? Humph, I understand. Before Zhang Mengmeng could utter another word, Hu Xiao spoke in his deep, yet captivating voice, stating simply, I'm leaving, and turned away. Zhang Mengmeng stood there, momentarily stunned. What was this? This person, not only taciturn but also perpetually wearing a sour expression, was aptly nicknamed Stinky Tiger. Moreover, he was utterly unsuitable for conversation, only ever responding with I understand. How dreadfully dull. Zhang Mengmeng pondered in silence for a moment before returning to her tasks. To her astonishment, as she picked up a new bamboo strip, She noticed that the once sharp edges had been smoothed over. Upon inspecting the neatly arranged bamboo strips on the ground, she discovered that each pointed edge had been rounded, rendering them completely safe to handle. A wave of surprise washed over her, and she recalled that the only visitor earlier had been Hu Xiao. Initially, she had been too absorbed in her basket weaving to pay attention to what he was doing, only to realize that he had been quietly assisting her by refining the bamboo strips. Zhang Mengmeng felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart, a sensation that she had not experienced in quite some time. In her memory, this individual was akin to a grumpy old tiger who would not recognize anyone once adorned in trousers. To her surprise, he possessed such a thoughtful side. Well, since he had extended his help to her, she resolved to express her gratitude the following day and, at most, refrain from berating him as frequently in the future. That night, Zhang Mengmeng enjoyed a restful slumber and was graced with a delightful dream. In her reverie, the insufferable old tiger revealed his beastly ears, allowing her to touch them as she pleased. She joyfully caressed them several times until, suddenly, a few small, adorable tiger cubs emerged from behind him, their glistening eyes nearly melting her heart. Abruptly, she awoke with a start. Small tigers. Goodness! Could this peculiar dream hold some significance? Rubbing her eyes, she hastily placed a hand on her belly, wondering if she might truly be expecting a little one. Truly, she still felt like a child herself. How could she care for another baby? Moreover, tigers typically have several cubs at once. Shaking her head, she dared not ponder further. After all, she had important matters to attend to that day. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Hu Xiao and several other male beastmen were already present. This was the first time Zhang Mengmeng had encountered so many male members of the tiger clan. They were bare-chested, their lower bodies wrapped in animal skins, and most of them regarded her with curious glances. Among the gathered beastmen, Zhang Mengmeng only recognized Hu Xiao, so she approached him, only to witness a remarkable transformation, an astonishing metamorphosis into a mighty tiger. Before her eyes, Hu Xiao dropped to all fours and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into an imposing tiger, his golden eyes shimmering with human-like emotion. The delightful beast ears that Zhang Mengmeng adored so much were now visible, and she felt an irresistible urge to reach out. The fierce tiger spoke with human words and slightly lowered himself, inviting her to climb onto his back. Obediently, Zhang Mengmeng ascended, gripping his neck, the fur soft and comforting, akin to the texture of a large plush toy. No, this was undoubtedly even more wonderful, for it was pure and wild. Gazing at the beast ears so close to her, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with longing. Those chubby, fluffy ears were simply adorable. Yet, she recalled the fury he had displayed that night when she could not resist touching them. If she dared to do so now, would she be cast aside? Hold on tight, Hu Xiao instructed, and Zhang Mengmeng felt a wind even more fierce than before, stinging her face. This ride on the tiger was not as pleasant as she had hoped. She sensed that her posterior was on the verge of being jostled beyond comfort. Moreover, due to the fact that this time the entity took on a beastly form, its speed far surpassed that of its previous humanoid guise, rendering the description of it as swift as the wind entirely appropriate. Zhang Mengmeng instinctively clung to Hu Xiao's neck. When embraced in such a manner, Hu Xiao's body tensed momentarily, for this was a vulnerable point. However, he quickly regained composure and continued to sprint forward at an astonishing pace. Chapter 9. Predestined. Before long, they arrived at the destination Hu Xiao had mentioned. To their surprise, the saltwater lake was rather expansive. Zhang Mengmeng took a sip and confirmed it to be indeed a saltwater lake, prompting her to retrieve her bamboo container to collect water. Nearby, several male beastmen were engaged in similar tasks, though they could not refrain from whispering among themselves. Did you see? This little female is exceptionally fair. Indeed. I just saw her smile. It was truly enchanting. Say, do you think there will be an opportunity for us once she bears the king's offspring? One male beastman could not resist exchanging knowing glances with another. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared behind them. No chatting. Get back to work. It was Hu Xiao, who had naturally overheard their conversation. He had indeed contemplated this matter. The tiger tribe was in a crucial phase of reproduction, and quality females should be shared. There was nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong at all. However, it would be prudent to wait until she had borne her own children. Hu Xiao reassured himself. The revival of the tiger tribe was paramount. Strength lies in numbers. In no time, the containers they had brought were filled to the brim, and the group hurriedly made their way back to the tribe. They poured the salt water into the stone pit that had already been prepared beside the stone forest adjacent to the tribe, and everything was set in readiness. Zhang Mengmeng, witnessing that everything was nearly complete, felt a surge of happiness. It was only then that she recalled her intention to express gratitude to Hu Xiao. Earlier, In front of so many onlookers, she had felt a tinge of embarrassment. Now, with just the two of them remaining, she called out, "Who shall?" Her voice inadvertently carried a hint of nervousness. Although she still held a certain disdain for this cantankerous tiger, it was undeniable that he had rendered her considerable assistance. Hu Shao halted his departure, slowly turning around. To her surprise, a rare gentleness adorned his expression. "Thank you for helping me flatten the bamboo yesterday." "You truly aided me immensely," Zhang Mengmeng said, her gaze wavering as she struggled to meet his eyes. "I may not be able to do much, but I will strive to excel in what I can. Perhaps we can coexist harmoniously moving forward?" Zhang Mengmeng lifted her head, only to be captivated by the expression of Tiger Xiao. Could it be that she had misinterpreted? A hint of amusement graced Tiger Xiao's countenance. Yet, in the next moment, his face returned to its usual impassivity, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. He then turned away, his tall silhouette appearing both upright and unyielding. What kind of response was this? Zhang Mengmeng found herself utterly perplexed by the incessant musings of this individual. Nevertheless, she had already conveyed her gratitude, and whether he accepted or comprehended it was beyond her concern. Over the past few days, the sun had shone brilliantly. Perhaps it was merely Zhang Mengmeng's illusion, but she felt the sunlight in this world was significantly more intense than that of her own. Consequently, the endeavor of harvesting salt progressed remarkably well. Within just a few days, traces of coarse salt had begun to emerge in several stone pits, glistening white solids that appeared quite exquisite. Sherry and Bei, curious as ever, picked up a piece to taste. "Mengmeng, this flavor truly resembles that of the blue fruit," they exclaimed. "Next, we can pour the salt into the bamboo boxes we prepared between us, ensuring the salt we obtain is even purer. Mengmeng, do you think this could serve as a substitute for the blue fruit? That way, we need not worry about foraging for blue fruit during the rainy season." Bei, with her large eyes sparkling like a child's, excitedly chimed in. "Last time, Mama was captured by the Tata beast while trying to pick blue fruit during the rainy season. Boo-hoo." As she spoke, Bei unexpectedly began to weep. Observing this, Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly approached with Sherry to console her, while softly inquiring, "What is a Tata beast?" Sherry, accustomed to Zhang Mengmeng's ignorance of the forest perils, patted Bei soothingly and whispered to Mengmeng, "The Tata beast is a wild creature that inhabits the forest, typically emerging during the rainy season, often in packs. They have a particular fondness for blue fruit. While their offensive capabilities may not rival those of the beastmen, their defensive strength is quite formidable. And a group of Tata beasts is even more terrifying." Zhang Mengmeng once again found her worldview profoundly altered. This orc realm bore semblances to the ancient era in certain aspects, yet diverged significantly in others. Take, for instance, the seasons. They are distinctly defined, yet not the familiar spring, summer, autumn, and winter she once knew. Instead, they are categorized into the dry season, the warm season, the rainy season, and the cold season. Among these, the warm season prevails in duration, while the rainy and dry seasons typically last a mere month or so. However, the most formidable of all is the cold season, notorious not only for its length, but also for the scarcity of food, during which many orcs meet their demise. As for the Tata beast, this was the first time Zhang Mengmeng had encountered such a creature. She had heard tales of fearsome predators lurking in the jungle, seemingly a type of monstrous bird capable of flight. Yet, the Tata beast appeared to be an entirely different entity, one that transcended her wildest imaginings. This world was infinitely more perilous than the serene era she had previously inhabited. Zhang Mengmeng was not oblivious to this predicament, each time she became aware of it. A sense of despondency washed over her. She yearned for the peaceful era in which she once resided, despite the overwhelming deluge of examinations and assignments. In the incessant rankings and competition that loomed over her, she found solace in the knowledge of her purpose. She had the autonomy to pursue her passions, unburdened by the premature obligation of motherhood, reaping rewards through her own diligence. Yet here, fate seemed capricious. For one could fall victim to a sudden illness or become prey to a monstrous creature lurking in the wild. Nevertheless, having arrived in this unfamiliar realm, perhaps destined to never return, she resolved to enhance the quality of her existence. Gazing at the crystalline azure sky, her deep, pure grape-colored eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. She may not possess many virtues, but her adaptability was her defining strength. As the sage Mencius once proclaimed, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their will and hone their body. Thus, perhaps she was merely a celestial being navigating through trials in this world. Zhang Mengmeng was on the verge of being overwhelmed by her own fanciful thoughts. However, it was precisely thanks to her nature that a series of incredulous events unfolded subsequently. Had it been another individual, the outcome might have been entirely different. Yet, such is the nature of fate, the essence of a person dictates the path they traverse, and this holds true for both Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao. Chapter 10. Hu Xiao is injured on this particular day. Zhang Mengmeng, along with Sherry and others, was engaged in filtering the salt they had prepared, placing it into a pre-made filter. Zhang Mengmeng recalled having seen a water purification device that involved layering pebbles, sand, and activated charcoal within a bottle. By pouring impure water into it, one could obtain clean water. These materials were readily available, so Zhang Mengmeng decided to replicate the method. To her surprise, the results were quite satisfactory, and she was having a delightful time with Sherry when suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. The king is injured. Hurry, bring water. Quickly. The urgent voices belonged to the orcs of the Tiger clan. Zhang Mengmeng, with her poor hearing, could not discern their exact words, but Sherry, visibly distressed, tugged at Zhang Mengmeng, exclaiming, "The king is hurt." What? Zhang Mengmeng gasped in astonishment. That wretched tiger is injured? The frantic cries of the crowd suggested that his injuries were quite severe. Zhang Mengmeng was uncertain if she too harbored such initial sentiments, yet upon receiving the news, an unexpected wave of concern washed over her. Despite the fact that the individual in question was both coarse and reticent, they had spent a considerable amount of time together. Even a cat would have developed some affection, let alone a living, breathing person. Moreover, considering the formidable prowess of that wretched tiger, what beast could possibly inflict harm upon him? Nevertheless, Zhang Mengmeng followed Sherry and the others forward, only to discover that the situation was far more grave than anticipated. Tiger Howl had been carried back, typically the one to lend support to others. This time he required assistance to return, indicating the severity of his injuries. Upon Zhang Mengmeng's arrival, the surrounding males instinctively parted to create a path. Approaching closer, she discerned the figure lying on the ground. Tiger Howl. His golden pupils were obscured by his eyelids, and his usual stern demeanor appeared softened in unconsciousness. As her gaze fell lower, she was confronted by the sight of a deep gash, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in length, crossing his chest. It was hastily wrapped in a piece of animal hide, now soaked by the blood that continuously trickled down. The wound bore a striking resemblance to the one Zhang Mengmeng had previously observed on Tiger Howl's arm, leading her to surmise that it was yet another cruel mark left by a predator. The immediate priority was evident: stem the bleeding and suture the wound. Otherwise, Tiger Howl would surely succumb to the loss of blood. At that moment, a diminutive beastman beside Tiger Howl began to sob, calling out, "Wake up, Wang. Alan will never be mischievous again." Zhang Mengmeng, what has transpired here? Is it true that there exists a weeping type among the orcs? The orc, who appears rather diminutive, introduces himself as Alan. Could it be that he shares a connection with Ivy? However, what truly vexes Zhang Mengmeng is that this individual, resembling a mournful specter, cries out while shaking his body in despair. Alarmed, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly admonishes him to cease his movements. Startled by her rebuke, Alan stands there, bewildered. It is then that Zhang Mengmeng notices the fuzzy, orange orc ears adorning his head. She chooses to disregard him, while the other orcs around them seem equally flummoxed. At that moment, one of the orcs bellows, "The high priest is out. Quickly, summon Ivy." Ivy, nearby, hastens over and upon seeing the ghastly, gaping wound, shakes her head in dismay, declaring that the king's injuries are far too severe. The reason they call upon Ivy is that she is the only female in the tribe who has studied herbal medicine under the high priest. Given her grave assessment, it appears dire indeed. How could this happen? It is all Alan's fault. Why did he have to venture over there? What will become of our tiger clan if the king departs? It is entirely my fault. If the king were to leave, I would have no face left to live. Upon hearing these lamentations, Alan's mouth opens and he prepares to weep anew. No crying aloud. I may have a solution. The scene is in utter disarray. Zhang Mengmeng rubs her forehead and raises her voice, capturing the attention of all the orcs present. Clearly, apart from her, no one possesses the awareness to stitch the wound. Now, you few, go and heat water in the thinnest stone pots. You others, fetch the prepared salt, and use bamboo tubes to carry some water. Then, Sherry and BB, bring the bone needles over here to assist me. Ivy, could you retrieve some hemostatic herbs? Zhang Mengmeng methodically assigns tasks to those present. Though she feels a tumult of anxiety within, she knows she must not show it. If she were to panic, the chaos would only deepen. Moreover, she is aware that as long as the wound is stitched and the bleeding halted, there should be no threat to life. All right, Mengmeng, do you require anything else? As Sherry spoke, she handed over the bone needle that Zhang Mengmeng had crafted a few days prior. This needle, fashioned from what appeared to be avian bone, was originally intended for stitching a leather skirt. However, the outfit Zhang Mengmeng had donned was no longer the same. That garment had long since been sacrificed in the hands of Hu Shao. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Mengmeng could not afford to dwell on such matters. She tugged a strand of her long hair, threading it through the bone needle, then asked Sherry to fetch the leather skirt, using boiling salt water. She meticulously cleansed the grime surrounding the wound. After sterilizing her hands and the needle with the scalding water, she steeled herself and cautiously embarked on her journey of suturing. This was no simple task, especially for someone like Zhang Mengmeng, who had never confronted the gruesome sight of blood. The flesh was torn, and blood flowed freely, though terrifying. She understood that hesitation was not an option. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Mengmeng prepared to plunge the hair-threaded needle into the wound. The first attempt, perhaps due to her lack of force, merely penetrated superficially, causing her face to flush. Summoning her resolve, she pressed harder for the next thrust. Thankfully, this time she succeeded. Exhaling with relief, she proceeded to the next stitch, then the third, fourth, and fifth. By the time she had completed half of the sutures, she was drenched in sweat, even beginning to gasp for breath. However, she composed herself and pressed on, stitching the wound with increasing urgency. Time was of the essence. Zhang Mengmeng's hands moved with relentless determination, beads of sweat forming densely on her forehead, while the bone needle carved successive lines of crimson into her palm. She did not shift Hu Shao's position, instead gritting her teeth and persevering. Upon completing the final stitch, she stood unsteadily, and Sherry rushed to support her. Bending down, she checked Hu Zhao's condition. Thankfully, the bleeding had ceased. Zhang Mengmeng thought to herself, it was fortunate he remained unconscious, for the pain would be unbearable otherwise. Mengmeng, are you all right? Sherry inquired with concern, to which Zhang Mengmeng shook her head, contemplating the critical hours ahead. She wondered whether this fellow would develop a fever or succumb to infection, and whether her suturing would prove successful. It felt as though she was recklessly gambling with fate. Although the bleeding had stopped, who could predict the potential aftereffects? Sherry, you should return for now. I'll keep watch over him a while longer, Zhang Mengmeng said. Her gaze fixed on Hu Shao, though her words were directed at Sherry. The day's quarry remains unprocessed. Please inform everyone on how to preserve food using salt. As Sherry heard Zhang Mengmeng's words, she nodded in agreement and proceeded to rise and walk outside. Chapter 11. Foolish or not with Sherry gone. Zhang Mengmeng found herself alone in the dimly lit cave. After stitching up the wounds, she entrusted a few burly male orcs to create a makeshift stretcher to carry Hu Shao into the depths of the cave, fearing that the gusts of wind would hinder his recovery. Thus, in the already shadowy cavern, save for the faint light filtering in from the entrance, only Zhang Mengmeng and the unconscious Hu Shao remained. Oh, you foolish tiger, utterly oblivious to the need for caution. When faced with such perilous predators, one should avoid direct confrontation. Truly, you are a simple-minded creature. Zhang Mengmeng poked at the flesh on Hu Zhao's body while shaking her head, murmuring softly to herself, lamenting how foolish she was to have gotten herself into such a predicament. Under normal circumstances, she would never dare to scold him so brazenly and openly. But now that he lay unconscious, she felt empowered to take on the role of the queen. As the saying goes, in the absence of the tiger, the monkey dances freely. Beside Zhang Mengmeng, there were bamboo tubes and stone pots filled with warm and cool water, as well as the clean pelts of unknown creatures. Although she couldn't help but voice her complaints, she cautiously extended her small hand to touch Hu Zhao's forehead, warm, but not too hot. It appeared he was not running a fever. Zhang Mengmeng's slender, fair hand rested against the rough skin of the orc, weathered by years of relentless winds. By daylight, this would have presented a striking contrast of colors, yet the night had settled in, leaving only the starlight filtering through the cave entrance as a source of illumination. In this dimness, Zhang Mengmeng was unaware that her hand remained in place until, unexpectedly, the figure on the ground grasped it firmly. His voice, raspy yet imbued with a unique charm, was not as deep as usual. Hastily, Zhang Mengmeng offered him a bamboo tube, allowing him to sip some water. In her haste, she accidentally spilled a bit on Hu Zhao's face, prompting her to quickly wipe it away. She then resumed her search for any medical knowledge she possessed, pondering the matter of future sutures. As time slipped away unnoticed, Zhang Mengmeng reached out to touch Hu Zhao's forehead, only to be startled by its coolness. Alarmed, she proceeded to feel his body, discovering that while it was not cold, it was far from its usual warmth. Could he be falling ill? The unconscious man offered no answers, but as Zhang Mengmeng contemplated this, he suddenly emitted a low moan. Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment, and then hurriedly jogged a few steps to retrieve the bamboo stick used to ignite the fire that day. She repeated the same method as before, though she was uncertain if it was merely psychological, as her attempts were met with failure time and again. Finally, summoning her resolve, she ground the bamboo stick with her blood-stained hands and, at last, succeeded in kindling the flames. The price she paid was that the wounds on her already bloodied hands now oozed crimson droplets, which fell upon the bamboo. Zhang Mengmeng felt the pain, yet remained oblivious to the severity of her injuries. Fortunately, the fire was finally alight, and she swiftly placed the bamboo shavings beside the pile of firewood, stacking the logs meticulously to encourage the flames to grow. The flickering light illuminated the form of Hu Xiao, revealing his handsome, yet somewhat pale visage. As the flames danced higher, the temperature of Hu Xiao's forehead gradually returned to normal. Just as Zhang Mengmeng was about to withdraw her hand, she unexpectedly met the gaze of his golden eyes, which had opened. At that moment, he wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her into his embrace, bringing those mysterious and radiant golden orbs closer still, as if a mere inch more would merge their breaths. He first gazed at Zhang Mengmeng's face before shifting his attention to his wound. After inspecting it, he looked back at her, yet remained silent. It was Zhang Mengmeng who broke the silence, asking how he felt and whether he was still cold. Indeed, it was she who Xiao mused. The warmth felt amidst the cold and darkness, the familiar touch of her small hand, and that sweet breath. He had thought it to be a beautiful dream, only to realize it was reality. Having sustained such grievous injuries, he had expected to perish. In the moment the predator had attacked, he believed his life would end then and there. The last image that flashed through his mind was, surprisingly, that of this little one. Never did he anticipate that his savior would be her. Though he had been unconscious, he had retained some awareness and had heard her methodically instructing others, reprimanding them. And the sound of her trembling hands. Despite being a small, delicate female, she often performed the most unexpected deeds. Hu Xiao's gaze deepened with contemplation. Of course, he had also heard her words. "Am I a foolish tiger?" He suddenly remarked, his golden eyes fixated intently on Zhang Mengmeng. Oh my, he actually heard that. Zhang Mengmeng's heart raced. If he had indeed heard, shouldn't he express gratitude for being saved? Was this how one treated their benefactor? It was clear he was not merely a foolish tiger, but rather a dim-witted and odious cold-blooded one. Humph. However, could Zhang Mengmeng articulate such thoughts? Naturally not. Who could predict the dire consequences of such an admission? Only a fool would confess. You must have misheard. I was speaking of that fool, Alan. And you, enduring such severe injuries to save him, are truly brave, she exclaimed. You stubborn old tiger. How can you hear so well even while injured? Zhang Mengmeng pondered, while Hu Xiao continued to gaze at her intently, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is that so? You silly goose. What is there to even inquire about such a matter? Zhang Mengmeng thought to herself in this manner, yet she still managed a smile to convey her sincerity. Indeed, such actions are profoundly moving. Although fully aware that the young female across from her was weaving a tale of falsehoods, Hu Xiao harbored no desire to expose her deceit. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on Zhang Mengmeng's small hand that nervously caressed her hair. The flickering firelight illuminated her once delicate, fair hand, now marred by numerous crimson scars. The stark contrast between the bright red blood and her alabaster skin was striking. Hu Xiao's eyes darkened, and his hand instinctively clenched. In a swift motion, he grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand, and the sudden tug on her already injured palm elicited a sharp gasp of pain from her. What are you doing? That hurts. Zhang Mengmeng's porcelain-like face was illuminated by the firelight, casting a rosy hue that accentuated her petite figure. The injuries she bore throbbed with pain, causing her to instinctively furrow her brows and glance at the source of her discomfort, only to be captivated by the myriad of scars adorning her delicate hands. Goodness, when did I acquire so many wounds? She mused, recalling only the initial sting of being pricked, completely oblivious to the severity of her condition. In a swift motion, she withdrew her hand from Hu Xiao's grasp, gazing sorrowfully at her small fingers. Lowering her head, she gently blew on her wounds, finding, to her surprise, that the pain seemed to diminish. Hu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly. As he held her in his embrace, he observed her every movement. In his mind, such behavior was characteristic of a youngling, leading him to think, this little one is indeed still quite young. However, he remained unaware that his gaze harbored a tenderness he had never revealed to anyone before. Chapter 12. The reward of ear-touching. Zhang Mengmeng became acutely aware of her presence within the increasingly heated embrace of the beastman. His breath brushed against her sensitive ear, prompting her to withdraw her hand. Striving to maintain her composure, had he caught a glimpse of her vulnerable side? It was absurd. He bore far more grievous injuries than she did, and here she was, making a fuss over a mere scratch. Surely, This insufferable tiger would be silently mocking her frailty in his mind. Consequently, she quickly concealed her hand behind her back, distancing herself from Hu Xiao's embrace and rising to her feet. Hu Xiao's hand remained stationary, as if enchanted, despite Zhang Mengmeng's retreat. Only when she had stabilized her stance did he nonchalantly lower his hand. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon her, and after ensuring she was steady, he inquired, "Do you desire a reward?" Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had initially believed that his inquiry about the troublesome tiger had jeopardized her life-saving favor. She had planned to tend to her hand and retire for the night. To her astonishment, it seemed this fellow possessed a modicum of humanity after all. Zhang Mengmeng finally lifted her head, boldly casting a sweeping glance at Hu Xiao, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. She then inquired, "Is anything permissible?" The glimmer in her dark eyes was unmistakably mischievous, and the smile gracing her lips appeared both delicate and sweet. In such a scenario, Hu Xiao found it difficult to utter a single refusal. Very well. He clenched his fist, attempting to restore his usual impassive demeanor. Yet a hint of a smile betrayed his efforts. "Remember, no backing out." The petite female playfully waved her insignificant little finger, her voice reminiscent of the soft, melodic tones she emitted when she sang, both enchanting and fragile. "No backing out." That was his unequivocal response. "I wish to touch your beast ears. Would you transform them for me to play with?" Zhang Mengmeng had harbored this thought for a long time, and now that she had finally seized this fortuitous opportunity, how could she possibly let it slip away? Hu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of embarrassment on his bronze visage. He fell silent for a moment. Zhang Mengmeng could not allow matters to fade into silence so easily. She stepped closer, her voice brimming with indignation. "You promised you would not regret it." Hu Xiao fixed his gaze upon her for a moment, and in the next instant, two small, pudgy beast ears suddenly emerged from his golden hair, their fur a soft shade of gold, exuding an aura of both adorableness and charm. Zhang Mengmeng, filled with excitement, rushed forward and instinctively reached out to touch. Yet, in the next moment, she recalled the injury on the back of her hand, prompting her to gently caress with her supple fingertips instead. This tenderness soon transformed into unabashed pinching and teasing. The orc beneath her appeared outwardly unresponsive, however. A closer inspection would reveal an abnormality. A fine sheen of sweat adorned his forehead, and a faint flush tinged his bronze complexion, not easily discernible due to his skin tone. His thick lips were pressed tightly together, seemingly suppressing some unseen pain. The orc's ears, typically the most sensitive part of an orc's anatomy, were rarely exposed, as only a few immature orcs or those yet to fully transform would dare reveal them. Sensitivity, after all, equates to peril. As the king of the Tiger clan, Hu Xiao rarely faced defiance. It was inconceivable for him to willingly display his orcish ears, allowing them to be touched and toyed with. Zhang Mengmeng was thoroughly enjoying the delightful sensation of touching the adorably plush ears, finding them irresistibly soft and endearing. In stark contrast to their owner, lost in the bliss of this tactile experience, her delight was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected sound, a low groan from the beastman beneath her hand. Zhang Mengmeng gazed in astonishment at Hu Xiao, realizing that beads of sweat adorned his face, and the entire creature seemed to be enduring immense agony. What on earth? Zhang Mengmeng was utterly flabbergasted. What kind of situation was this? Previously, she had assumed this fellow merely detested having his ears touched, but what was this? Evidently, it was still a sensitive area. She had been mistaken. Startled, she swiftly withdrew her hand, wondering if she was about to face another predicament today. Oh dear. Was there anything wrong with being fond of soft fur? Little did she know that this creature could conjure such thoughts at any moment. Moreover, he was suffering from such grave injuries. Ah, indeed. This irrationality was so characteristic of him. That insufferable tiger. Despite his severe wounds, he still entertained such notions. Quickly. Lie down. Don't risk aggravating your injuries. Zhang Mengmeng spoke without engaging her intellect, for she believed herself to be in the right. Moreover, the situation was inherently his fault, as he had failed to communicate beforehand. The absence of the gentle caress on his ear did not diminish the flush on Hu Xiao's face. His darkened gaze remained fixed upon Zhang Mengmeng in silence. After a moment's breath, he finally uttered, "Stinky tiger?" Yet, inwardly, he could not suppress a chuckle. For this mischievous little one was indeed bold and audacious. Upon hearing Hu Xiao's seemingly accusatory tone, Zhang Mengmeng felt a flicker of indignation, but in the next instant, her confidence surged, for she recalled that this fellow was currently injured and rendered powerless. Was he pondering, "I am injured, thus I can do nothing"? Just as Zhang Mengmeng entertained this thought, Hu Xiao spoke, as if he were privy to the very musings of her heart. Simultaneously, he extended his arm and drew her into his embrace, taking her small hand and placing it atop his own, reassuring her, "It's all right. It will be better soon." What did he mean by "it will be better soon"? This audacious stinky tiger was uttering such outrageous words. Did he believe his vitality was boundless? Zhang Mengmeng's hand was compelled to rest within the vast palm of the beastman, her entire body stiffening in trepidation, paralyzed by fear. To her astonishment, in the next moment, her hand was seized, and Hu Xiao lowered his head to scrutinize her intently. Zhang Mengmeng's delicate hand, when compared to the powerful paw of the tiger, appeared as diminutive as that of an infant. The striking contrast between her fair skin and his bronzed palm was unmistakable. In the next moment, he surveyed his surroundings. And when his gaze landed upon a specific spot, he reached out, his hand now cradling several sprigs of verdant foliage. Zhang Mengmeng vaguely recalled that these were among the healing herbs brought by Ai Wei. At first, Zhang Mengmeng was somewhat perplexed by his intentions. However, when he suddenly reached for the pestle used for grinding herbs nearby, a flicker of understanding dawned upon her. Yet, considering that this fellow would certainly not speak up unless prompted, she pondered, is this meant for my use? Meanwhile, Hu Xiao continued his actions unceasingly, his gaze intently fixed on the task at hand. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as she had not anticipated that this cantankerous tiger had no ulterior motive. He simply wished to tend to her wounds. It seemed that this tiger possessed a semblance of conscience, a rather benevolent creature. Chapter 13. Day and night together. Xi had not foreseen that his movement might inadvertently disturb the injury on Hu Xiao's body, causing a slight change in his complexion. Zhang Mengmeng immediately stepped forward, her grape-like eyes filled with concern. "It's all right. My wound isn't that painful. Your injury has just been stitched up. So you must refrain from moving about." Her words carried a hint of reproach. Otherwise, all my efforts would be in vain. Indeed, Zhang Mengmeng felt quite aggrieved. Although he had acted out of consideration for her by seeking herbal remedies, compelling an injured person to work was hardly justifiable. Hu Xiao merely gazed at Zhang Mengmeng in silence. She noticed the peculiar intensity in his eyes, as if he were observing a rare treasure. "Did you understand what I said? If so, could you please respond?" Seeing that Hu Xiao continued to fixate on her without any intention of speaking, Zhang Mengmeng sighed in resignation. After a moment, she heard the beastman respond in a rather indifferent tone. "Then hand me the stone pestle. I shall do it myself. You need to rest properly." Zhang Mengmeng naturally reached out to take the stone pestle from Hu Xiao's hand. As her small hand brushed against his palm, he felt a slight tickle, his grip loosened, and the pestle was soon clasped in Zhang Mengmeng's hand. "Oh," she yawned, her large eyes blinking sleepily. After such a busy day, she felt thoroughly exhausted, so she sat down, rubbing her weary eyes with one hand while cautiously grinding the herbs with the other. "You should rest now. A good rest will hasten your recovery." As Zhang Mengmeng strained to keep her innocent black eyes wide open, fixated on his wound, Hu Xiao felt an indescribable complexity stirring within him. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Despite her evident fatigue, she was forcing herself to remain alert, clearly concerned for his injury. "I want to wait a little longer to see how the wound progresses," Zhang Mengmeng replied honestly. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Hu Xiao not only refused to lie down obediently, but suddenly snatched the pestle from her hands and began to pound. Startled, Zhang Mengmeng was about to intervene, but Hu Xiao swiftly embraced her, holding her tightly in his arms, his tone imbued with an unusual warmth. "Be good, Zhang Mengmeng. Do you truly fail to comprehend who is being disobedient? If this reckless behavior results in a wound reopening, who will take responsibility?" Before Hu Xiao was injured, Zhang Mengmeng was unable to defeat him. After Hu Xiao's injury, she remains equally incapable of overcoming him. This illustrates the disparity in their martial prowess. As Zhang Mengmeng observed, it took but a few moments for Hu Xiao to expertly prepare the medicinal herbs. With his free hand, he gently took hers, carefully applying the concoction, now a paste, to the wounds on her delicate fingers. The sight of Hu Xiao, bent over in concentration, inexplicably evoked in Zhang Mengmeng a sense of peculiar charm. His gaze was intensely focused, and his touch seemed gentler than usual. Yet, once he finished, he reverted to his usual impassive demeanor, and his words extinguished the fleeting affection she had just begun to feel for him, as he remarked, "Indeed, just a frail little female." Zhang Mengmeng, filled with indignation, successfully pried his hand away, her small face flushed with anger. Indeed, he was formidable. His entire family was impressively strong. Yet, she was merely a delicate little girl, fearful of pain, and this was her first experience with such a severe injury. Without any comfort, she was further tormented by the mockery of this cold-hearted brute. If her mother were present, she would have gently consoled her, assuring her that the pain was inconsequential, encouraging her to blow on it and offering a hug if it hurt. If her friend, Yuan, were here, she would empathize deeply and encourage her, saying, "It's all right, Mengmeng. Just apply the medicine properly, and you'll heal more swiftly. Once you're better, I'll treat you to your favorite tiramisu." But now, she had lost everything: her best friend, her father, her mother, her teacher, and her classmates. Mengmeng had become a pitifully lonely soul. Tears welled up in her eyes as she reflected on her tragic fate, and soon they cascaded down her cheeks like pearls released from a broken string. Hu Xiao, taken aback, was unprepared for Zhang Mengmeng's sudden outburst of tears. Her small face contorted in sorrow as she wiped her eyes, forgetting that her hands were smeared with green herbal ointment. Consequently, she transformed into a little green, dirty kitten. Hu Xiao found himself in a predicament, torn between allowing her to cry and swiftly intervening, as she appeared profoundly heartbroken, as though she had suffered an immense grievance. Had he truly caused her pain? Although he had moderated his strength, he had never applied medicine to anyone before, and perhaps, despite his best efforts, it had still been too much for the fragile child. This realization filled him with guilt. He understood how delicate females were, yet he struggled to restrain himself. What could he do to alleviate the situation? In a moment of uncertainty, as Zhang Mengmeng cried, she suddenly felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The rough, large hands of the beastman gently stroked her back, and his deep voice, sounding almost like a different person, murmured, There, don't cry anymore." Zhang Mengmeng, already on the verge of tears, was taken aback when the other party remarked that the medicine had marred her beauty. "How could you say that?" she thought, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Not only did the person fail to offer her comfort, but they also had the audacity to comment on her appearance. Hu Xiao found himself at a loss, perplexed by the fact that a mere statement of truth had provoked even more tears from the delicate figure in his arms. Yet, it is often said that the intricacies of a woman's heart are beyond comprehension. And Hu Xiao was oblivious to the fact that his words had inadvertently touched upon the very aspect that women hold dear: appearance. Zhang Mengmeng wept inconsolably, her thoughts oscillating between her tragic fate and her bleak future, contemplating her friends and the impending Gaokao in a mere month. The weight of her circumstances pressed heavily upon her, and she found herself reflecting on how heartbroken her parents would be, which only intensified her sorrow. Since her arrival, she had never cried so openly. Perhaps it was the culmination of long-repressed emotions that led to this unrestrained outpouring. For a while, she sobbed intermittently, while Hu Xiao held her, providing a comforting embrace until her tears finally subsided. With a sigh of relief, Hu Xiao gently lowered her, only to discover that the little one had fallen asleep. Her round, fair face appeared smudged with green juice, and her long, dark eyelashes, like butterfly wings, glistened with remnants of tears. Unable to resist, Hu Xiao tenderly wiped away the lingering droplets from her eyes, sighing softly, remarking on how endearing she was in her sorrow. Observing her peaceful slumber, so serene and innocent, he felt an involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He carefully lifted Zhang Mengmeng, walked to the bed draped in animal hides, arranged the furs, and gently placed her down. Then he lay beside her, encircling her in a protective embrace before closing his golden eyes. Chapter 14. The feathery disturbance. Morning arrived, with sunbeams streaming through the crevices of the stones. From a distance, two figures could be seen lying on the ground. On the left was a tall, robust man with golden hair, slightly curled up, his long, strong arms positioned as if in an embrace. In his arms rested a petite woman, her frame barely half his size, enveloped within his embrace, his bronzed wrist cradling her delicate hair, creating a scene of harmonious tranquility. Then, the woman stirred, mumbling softly, her small body shifting restlessly. The next moment, her distinct black and white eyes fluttered open, revealing a look of confusion as she surveyed her surroundings. This woman was, of course, Zhang Mengmeng, who had just awakened with remnants of sleep in her eyes, still bearing the faint yellow traces of yesterday's tears. Drowsily, she gazed at the chest before her, wondering why it appeared as a mass of flesh adorned with hair. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp a tuft of hair, pulling at it forcefully, only to find it stubbornly intact. Examining her hand, she discovered a single strand that did not resemble chicken or pig hair. It was a golden brown hue. Rubbing her eyes for clarity, she was suddenly met with a pair of golden eyes staring back at her. "Awake?" The man's deep voice articulated clearly. It took a moment for Zhang Mengmeng's dazed mind to process the situation. She glanced helplessly at the hair in her hand and then back at the chest she had mistakenly identified as meat, dropping the hair in shock. I was just dreaming. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, realizing her folly. She must have been driven mad by thoughts of meat. Dream? The tiger's gaze remained fixated upon her, its voice laced with uncertainty. Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback. Oh, could it be that they here lack the concept of dreams? Dreams are merely the illusions that manifest in our minds while we slumber, yet they are all but fabrications. With a smile, Zhang Mengmeng deftly shifted the topic, sensing that her counterpart appeared somewhat indifferent. However, in the next instant, Hu Shao suddenly inquired, then what do I represent in your dreams? Zhang Mengmeng. If I were to liken myself to a piece of pork, perhaps the hairy kind, would you not simply end my existence with a single punch? Thus, she flashed a sardonic smile, revealing a perfectly feigned grin. In my dreams, you embody the valor of a hero from the tiger clan, the mightiest and most gallant of them all. Hu Shao had just witnessed the radiant gleam in her eyes when she opened them. He recalled that the last time she looked at him like that was in regard to a piece of meat. Was she just contemplating the act of plucking the hair off the meat? After pondering for a moment, Hu Shao fixed his gaze upon Zhang Mengmeng's eyes and spoke. A fleeting blush of embarrassment crossed Zhang Mengmeng's face. So what? Is one not permitted to indulge in fantasies? Yet, feeling timid, she swiftly turned her thoughts, blinking her eyes, and said, What gist are you making? I noticed that you seldom clean this place, so I thought I might assist in tidying up. After all, being close to the wound, it would be unfortunate if any dirt were to enter. Hu Shao listened with amusement as Zhang Mengmeng spun a web of excuses. Yet he felt an undeniable softness in his heart. With a hint of mischief, he leaned closer, exposing his bare chest towards her face, teasingly asking, How about a closer look? Zhang Mengmeng restrained the urge to berate the other as a fool and the overwhelming desire to slap him and call him a rogue. Biting her lip, her voice softened. This is unnecessary. Hu Shao chuckled lightly upon witnessing her reaction. Teasing this little one was indeed delightful. Chapter 15. The arrival of Lion Lang. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, prompting Hu Shao to sit up alertly. Zhang Mengmeng, startled, quickly rose, gazing at Hu Xiao's vigilant demeanor in confusion. What was happening? Upon stepping outside, she discovered two unfamiliar male beastmen had joined their tribe. Strikingly, both possessed brown hair. Yet their eyes were an intriguing shade of black, one a light black, while the other boasted an inky black akin to polished obsidian. The latter, a youth appearing no older than 16 or 17, had elegantly arched brows and a chiseled face, exuding an undeniable charm and an air of confidence that was captivating. How fares the Tiger King? On my father's orders, I have come here on business and thought to visit. The young man with the dark eyes stepped forward, concern evident in his demeanor. His smile revealed a hint of tiger teeth, making him appear even more affable and approachable, a person one could easily take a liking to. I am well, thank you for your concern, Lion King. Since a Lang has traveled a great distance, he may stay here for a few days before departing. Hu Shao replied, nodding, appearing quite familiar with the youth named Lang. Surely, who is this? Zhang Mengmeng, with her shorter stature, trailed behind Hu Shao, leaning curiously beside Shirley to peek over. Oh, he is the son of the Lion King, the leader of the Lion clan, who has forged an alliance with our tiger tribe. I believe his name is Lion Lang, Shirley responded. Aren't tigers and lions traditionally distant from one another? When did they become such good friends? Yet, in this world of beastmen, it seems that all manner of extraordinary occurrences may transpire. The two men continued their conversation, and unexpectedly, Zhang Mengmeng found herself guided by Shirley to Hu Xiao's side, eventually being ushered to the forefront. What transpired with Zhang Mengmeng? She merely wished to observe as an inconspicuous presence. It was she who managed the situation, as Hu Shao pointed at himself and uttered this remark. Zhang Mengmeng seemed to have grasped the situation. It pertained to the wound of Hu Shao. Suddenly, the young man with dark eyes, who had been several steps away, appeared before her in an instant, his face alight with curiosity, astonished to discover such a petite female. Zhang Mengmeng found the lines she was reciting to be quite familiar, lacking any emotional resonance, and her mind began to wander. However, in the next moment, the young man with obsidian eyes, known as Shi Lang, suddenly lowered his gaze and beheld her eyes, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Her eyes were pitch black. In the realm of the beastmen, the depth of one's eye color conveyed much. The darker the hue, the greater the strength one possessed. Within the Lion clan, pure black had long been the emblem of the most powerful royal lineage. Thus, it was no wonder that his reaction was so pronounced upon witnessing this. Hu Shao glanced at Shi Lang, whose eyes were similarly dark, and instinctively stepped forward to shield Zhang Mengmeng behind him, for she was merely a female. This sudden awakening brought Shi Lang back to his senses. Indeed, she was just a female. Yet, In the following moment, he moved closer again, his demeanor even more fervent than before. Pray tell, dear female, would you consent to mate with me? Chapter 16. What does it mean to be jealous? What? Zhang Mengmeng abruptly lifted her head to face the male beastman before her. He appeared to stand around 185 meters tall, his brown hair neatly styled, and his inky black eyes sparkled like stars, seemingly capable of drawing one into their depths. Zhang Mengmeng. Did she miss some crucial plot? She should not have dementia yet, so she ought not to be mistaken. They are merely acquaintances, are they not? Oh, no, it appears that the fellow across from her does not even know her name. Thus, they are complete strangers. However, the orc opposite suddenly lowered his head to sniff, as if trying to perceive the scent emanating from Zhang Mengmeng, and then he contemplatively remarked, So the Tiger King is also your partner? How about I mate with you after you bear his child? Zhang Mengmeng, still in a daze, awkwardly uttered 2 words. Addressing the clear-eyed lion, you seem not to know me. Thus, this is the crux, is it not? Speaking of inappropriate matters to a girl whose name you do not even know, does he not feel a twinge of conscience? Time and again, reality proves that Zhang Mengmeng has underestimated the orc's audacity. It is all your fault for being so adorable. My name is Shirlang. What do they call you? Little female? Shirlang seemed unfazed, merely chuckling again, noticing that Zhang Mengmeng was straining to look up at him, and he slightly bent down. Zhang Mengmeng found this young man truly remarkable. Despite uttering such awkward words and engaging in equally uncomfortable actions, his expression rendered everything seem perfectly natural. Mengmeng. What an interesting and lovely name. Just like you, Shirlang said with a gentle smile, his pink lips curling upwards, his eyes sparkling like stars, and the small canines adding charm to his demeanor. His voice was as clear as water, ethereal and bright, and as he spoke, laughter accompanied his words, making him utterly endearing. Your name is also quite nice, Zhang Mengmeng replied with a smile, adding, you are quite handsome as well. As soon as Zhang Mengmeng finished speaking, Shirlang stared at her with his deep black eyes for a few seconds, seemingly taken aback. The next moment, his lips curled into a wider smile, his voice imbued with genuine amusement. Mengmeng, you are truly delightful. Standing behind Zhang Mengmeng, Hu Shao unconsciously tightened his grip, his expression growing increasingly dark. Due to his height advantage, he could clearly observe Zhang Mengmeng's expression, her adorable face radiating sweetness, her dark eyes devoid of the fear and cunning she often displayed towards him, now brimming with pure joy. She had never smiled at him like that before. She had never proclaimed her name to be beautiful, nor had she ever praised her own looks. Yet, Shirlang had heard all these things. Hu Shao felt a sudden pang of bitterness in his heart, akin to consuming an abundance of sour fruit, leaving him with a suffocating sensation in his chest. Meanwhile, the two in front continued their light-hearted conversation, appearing utterly happy. Thus, Hu Shao decided to intervene. Lang, let us go inside. You have traveled a long way and should rest and eat something. He stepped over to Zhang Mengmeng and Shirlang, subtly blocking her gaze towards Shirlang, then took Shirlang's hand and led him inside. However, to Hu Zhao's surprise, once inside, Shirlang's conversation continued to revolve around Zhang Mengmeng. Oh, is this basket made by Mengmeng? How clever she is. And after witnessing how Zhang Mengmeng kindled the fire, he exclaimed, wow, this is the first time I've seen such a method of starting a fire. Mengmeng, how did you come up with that? I have failed many times before, and I never expected this approach to be successful. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng held a skewer of grilled meat over the flames, the perfectly proportioned tender cuts sizzling as they released their savory juices. While she diligently tended to the meat, she occasionally exchanged cheerful remarks with Shirlang, who was seated nearby. Meanwhile, Hu Shao silently observed the two, only breaking his silence after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Zhang Mengmeng gazed intently at the piece of meat in her hand. Although she noticed Hu Zhao's gaze upon her, she was accustomed to it. Thus it did not provoke any particular reaction. The golden brown grilled meat sizzled enticingly, and with a nod, Zhang Mengmeng carefully took a pinch of salt from a nearby bamboo container, sprinkling it delicately over the meat, while the blue fruit possessed a hint of saltiness. Nothing could compare to the exquisite flavor of salt. Would you like to taste? She inquired. Having completed the final touch, she handed it to Shirlang, who took a bite, his face lighting up with genuine delight. Mengmeng, this is truly delicious. Is it? I believe my culinary skills are improving, she replied, a hint of pride in her voice. But Mengmeng, what did you just sprinkle on? Oh, it's salt extracted from the saline lake. Just a pinch enhances any dish remarkably, Zhang Mengmeng remarked, flipping another piece of grilled meat in her hand. At this moment, Hu Shao shifted his attention from Zhang Mengmeng to the meat she held. Soon, Zhang Mengmeng finished grilling the second piece, and as Hu Xiao leaned forward slightly, he was taken aback when she, who had been reaching towards him, suddenly brought the meat to her own mouth and took a hearty bite. Hu Xiao instinctively retracted his outstretched hand, his expression momentarily betraying discomfort, but he quickly masked it. Zhang Mengmeng took a bite and discreetly cast a glance at Hu Xiao, secretly chuckling to herself, hee hee. Indeed, it was intentional. After all, this insufferable tiger not only snatched her meat last time but also criticized her grilling skills as mediocre. Therefore, it was only natural for her to seek a subtle revenge. Nonetheless, she still needed to maintain her composure outwardly. Zhang Mengmeng, with a radiant smile, turned to Hu Xiao and said, "My esteemed Tiger King, I regret to inform you that your injuries are quite severe. During your recovery, it is imperative that you refrain from consuming greasy foods such as roasted meat, as they would hinder your healing process. Therefore, I have taken the liberty of preparing a nourishing soup for you, which is both wholesome and beneficial." As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng gestured towards the stone pot on the makeshift stove. Fortunately, they had managed to find relatively thin stones for the pot. Yet she believed it prudent to let the soup simmer a while longer. With a mischievous grin, she added, "Moreover, for the next few days, you must also abstain from raw meat." She emphasized the words raw meat, and, as anticipated, Hu Xiao's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Just as Zhang Mengmeng and Shi Lang were merrily indulging in roasted meat, she suddenly felt a hand descend from above, and in the next moment, the roasted meat she was holding had vanished without a trace. Looking up, she saw Hu Xiao, who was now savoring the very morsel that had been snatched from her grasp. Zhang Mengmeng, filled with exasperation, ironically smiled as she gazed into the depths of the other person's golden eyes. All she could think was to scoff, having confirmed the connection. It was evident that this was not the right individual. This marked the second occasion where this fellow had snatched food from her hands, all the while displaying an unwilling expression. What misfortune had befallen her to encounter such an inhumane circumstance? Chapter 18. The Cunning of the Fox Clan. What Zhang Mengmeng remained oblivious to was that, across from her, the fierce tiger was effortlessly tearing into meat with its sharp teeth, all the while fixated on her. The tiger's gaze was locked onto Zhang Mengmeng, its mind a tumultuous blend of emotions. It struck him as peculiar. This was not his usual demeanor. Yet, in that moment, observing the little female's indignant expression, with her cheeks puffed up, he felt no remorse for his actions. It was, in truth, quite entertaining. From a young age, he had been taught by his father that strength commanded respect, that one must communicate through power. His father often reminded him that a true warrior must maintain absolute composure and self-restraint, revealing no sign of panic, for in the treacherous jungle, a fleeting moment of weakness could spell doom. However, this little female was a curious anomaly. Her emotions were plainly written across her face, seemingly unable to conceal her feelings. He found himself pondering how she had survived before crossing paths with him. Recently, the fox tribe had been unusually active, known for their cunning. I had been dispatched on a mission by my father to investigate. As expected, access to the fox tribe was tightly controlled, and my attempts to infiltrate their territory had been thwarted. I wondered what the Tiger King's thoughts were on this matter. Lion Lang's words swiftly redirected the tiger's attention. He recalled the inscrutable expression of the Fox King and the current state of the tiger tribe, a tide of worry swelling within him. The Fox King was indeed exceedingly shrewd. Perhaps they were plotting something significant. The Fox tribe, the ultimate victor of the last Beast King competitions, ostensibly held no advantage in terms of brute strength compared to the tiger and lion tribes. Yet, the foxes were not only striking in appearance but also remarkably intelligent. Tiger Roar's eyes darkened. He would not forget the enmity between the foxes and the tigers, nor could he dismiss his father's dying words. That one day he would restore the tiger tribe's former glory, ensuring that every member would have ample food and shelter, free from the fear of wild beasts in the jungle, with an abundance of sustenance during the harsh seasons. He vowed never to allow his kin to suffer the scourge of homelessness and instability again. His father had once imparted a crucial lesson: with great power comes great responsibility. Although he was not the mightiest of the dark golden tigers, he remained the sole hope for the tiger tribe to produce the strongest offspring. Stealthily, Tiger Roar's golden, profound eyes flicked towards Zhang Mengmeng, who was stirring a thick soup with bamboo chopsticks. He observed as she delicately ladled a spoonful with a bamboo spoon. Extending her pink tongue to cautiously taste it, only to scrunch her little face in dismay, the soup was still steaming hot, evidently scalding her. In the next moment, Tiger Roar snatched the small, flat bamboo bowl from her grasp and drank it down in one swift motion. It was not as scorching as he had anticipated. In fact, it was surprisingly rich and aromatic. He recalled that this was a type of bird, meager in flesh, yet after boiling, it yielded a delightful flavor. Zhang Mengmeng was startled once more. She observed that Hu Xiao displayed an astonishing indifference akin to that of a dead pig unperturbed by scalding water. Without a moment's hesitation, he gulped down the freshly prepared soup. Initially, she had anticipated witnessing the discomfort he would surely experience, yet to her astonishment, he appeared utterly unaffected. Moreover, he continued to engage in jovial banter with Lang. Humph! Zhang Mengmeng thought indignantly. This was infuriating. Not only did he steal her meat, but he also flaunted his heat resistance right before her eyes. Is having thick skin truly commendable? While Hu Xiao conversed with Lang, he discreetly observed Zhang Mengmeng from the corner of his eye. Noticing her little face puffed up in indignation, he couldn't help but find the situation amusing, such childishness. It was remarkable how a trivial matter could provoke such fury in her. Zhang Mengmeng was still seething with anger when, unexpectedly, a bamboo bowl appeared before her. The soup had vanished, replaced by slender strips of barbecued meat. Startled, Zhang Mengmeng lifted her gaze, only to find that the two individuals on stage continued their conversation as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 19. The issue of age. Zhang Mengmeng blinked in confusion. So the question arises, could this piece of meat be a gift from Hu Xiao to himself? Why has he suddenly become so benevolent? Zhang Mengmeng gazed suspiciously at Hu Xiao's hands. His bronze skin bore deep creases, giving it a rugged appearance, and even the area around his thumb was adorned with thick calluses. Zhang Mengmeng primarily aimed to inspect his nails, yet to her astonishment, his hands were utterly devoid of any. What had she seen when she had asked Hu Xiao to split bamboo for her last time? Zhang Mengmeng, filled with curiosity, stealthily approached Hu Xiao, bending her body like a thief. Unbeknownst to her, Hu Xiao noticed her in his peripheral vision. His gaze tightened, but he assumed they were merely engaged in conversation and would not pay her any mind. Suddenly, her hand grasped his, causing him to stiffen momentarily as he feigned nonchalance and continued speaking. Recently, we have been making preparations for the rainy season. The high priest mentioned that this year's rains may arrive earlier than expected, necessitating early arrangements. However, internally, his composure was far from tranquil. It seemed to him that this was the first time the little one had taken the initiative to approach him, albeit with her target being his hand. Zhang Mengmeng grasped Hu Xiao's hand and examined it closely. Her fingers moved up and down, revealing no trace of nails whatsoever. How remarkable it was to discover that their nails could retract when not in use. Hu Xiao's hand was subject to Zhang Mengmeng's playful exploration, and he felt as though a tiny kitten was teasing him with a feather, his breath gradually becoming heavier. Meanwhile, Lion Lang observed Zhang Mengmeng with a curious gaze, increasingly enchanted by the little female. She was petite, adorably charming, and remarkably clever, and most importantly, she did not seem to shy away from him. If only the Tiger King would consent, he would love for her to accompany him back to the lion tribe. Just then, a voice called out from outside, Mengmeng. Mengmeng, come here for a moment. Zhang Mengmeng's auditory perception was not as acute as Hu Xiao's, yet she could discern the nearby sound, which resembled Sherry's voice. Instantly, she released Hu Xiao's grasp and exuberantly dashed outside. Hu Xiao felt a sudden emptiness in his hand, while Lang gazed thoughtfully at Zhang Mengmeng's departing figure. Unable to suppress his desire to speak, Tiger King, may I propose a matter for your consideration? Hu Xiao's attention was reluctantly drawn back, and he nonchalantly responded with a murmur of assent. I wish for Mengmeng to return to the lion clan with me, Lang declared, his face alight with fervor. Living alongside Mengmeng would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Hu Xiao maintained a stoic demeanor as he caressed his warm hand, oblivious to the fact that Mengmeng's long-hidden claws had emerged at that moment, sharp tips glistening ominously like a freshly drawn dagger, poised to deliver a lethal strike. For the Tiger clan, the display of claws signified the perception of danger. However, it was but a fleeting moment. Upon realizing his lapse, Hu Xiao swiftly retracted his claws. Meanwhile, Lang, still engrossed in his thoughts of a blissful future with Mengmeng and the lion clan, continued to speak. Mengmeng is both adorable and charming, and it seems she quite likes me. How wonderful! Hu Xiao's fists instinctively clenched. Yet, he found himself unable to counter Lang's assertions. It appeared that Mengmeng indeed favored this young fellow. Could it be due to his youth? Hu Xiao, who had never contemplated age before, suddenly pondered this question. Indeed, Lang had yet to reach maturity, while he was 7 or 8 years his senior. Moreover, Lang's lineage, the Blackstone lion bloodline, was comparable to the illustrious dark gold tiger bloodline. He was destined to evolve into a more formidable king beast than Hu Xiao. Yet, he was neither taller nor more robust than Hu Xiao, was he? Chapter 20. Encounter with a squirrel unbeknownst to the enthusiastic Lang. who regarded the usually stoic Tiger King as aloof and serious. The atmosphere had grown noticeably colder. As he glanced over, he beheld the Tiger King's typically grave expression transformed into one of complexity. Before hearing him utter, Mengmeng has not yet given birth to the tiger cubs. The tone was unmistakably calm, yet Shi Lang inexplicably felt a twinge of fear. He awkwardly chuckled, as if suddenly enlightened, and said, "Oh, I meant to say that bringing Mengmeng back to the Lion clan would naturally be after she has borne your children. I will consult Mengmeng's opinion thereafter. Everything hinges on her consent, does it not?" Shi Lang then sensed the chill dissipating somewhat. Hu Zhao's mind briefly flashed with images of Zhang Mengmeng. Accompanied by a sense of unease, she often referred to him as stinky old tiger, which suggested she might not harbor fond feelings for him. No, whether she liked him or not was of little consequence. In his heart, Hu Zhao whispered to himself that as long as she could bear him the dark golden Tiger King, that would be sufficient. The rest was inconsequential. There was no need to jeopardize the long-standing relations of the lion-tiger tribe for her sake. The discomfort and persistent ache within him were forcefully ignored. He endeavored to persuade himself that if she remained with the tiger clan, he would be distracted by the need to protect her, and in the jungle, distraction was the last thing one could afford. Thus, this arrangement seemed acceptable. As if he had convinced himself, Hu Zhao spoke in a calm voice, "Wait until Mengmeng has given birth before you come." This was tantamount to acquiescence. Lion Lang cheered, his eyes sparkling with joy, momentarily as delighted as a child who has received a beloved toy. His youth rendered him incapable of hiding his emotions, and his exuberance was plainly etched upon his face. Hu Zhao lowered his head, unaware that his inadvertently extended claws had scratched his palm, drawing blood. Meanwhile, the oblivious Zhang Mengmeng was intently examining a squirrel alongside Cheryl. The creature possessed large, brown, glistening eyes, a diminutive frame, and a fluffy body. Most striking was its bushy tail, which promised a delightful tactile experience. "Mengmeng, we found this on our way today. It seems to have injured its hind leg, so we brought it back. Take a look." Following Cheryl's gesture, Zhang Mengmeng noticed that the adorable squirrel's hind leg bore a severe bite, exposing flesh and bone, though its sideways position initially concealed the injury. "What should we do, Mengmeng?" "It's still bleeding," Bebe murmured, her heart aching for the cute little squirrel, wishing fervently for its survival. Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment. "Let us proceed as we did last time. Ivy, do you still have the herbs we used to stop the bleeding? Apply them to it." Abby hurriedly remarked, "I have already tended to it. Please fetch some saline solution to cleanse its wounds. Otherwise, there are numerous impurities within." As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng produced a small bone needle from her pocket, selecting the longest strand of her hair to thread through the eye of the needle. After cleaning the wound, she began the delicate task of suturing it. To her surprise, she anticipated that the little creature would squirm or protest, yet it remained utterly still, as though the beast being mended was not the same as the one before her. It was noteworthy that during a previous encounter, even Hu Zhao had elicited her concern regarding his ability to endure such pain, let alone the diminutive creature she faced now. Chapter 21. Naming the squirrel. When Zhang Mengmeng inadvertently locked eyes with the squirrel, she was enveloped by its tranquil gaze, its round, almond-shaped brown eyes fixated on her without so much as a flutter. An inexplicable thought crossed her mind. It seemed as though this little squirrel could comprehend her words. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, she felt an unusual sense of apprehension. "Be good. Once I finish stitching up your wound, you will recover swiftly," she uttered in the gentlest tone possible. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, measuring only a few centimeters, allowing her to quickly complete the suturing process. She leaned closer to the little squirrel, marveling at its petite frame, which exuded both sweetness and tenacity, and couldn't resist gently ruffling its head. "Does it hurt much? You are truly remarkable, a resilient little squirrel. Shall we name it Squirrel?" asked Xueli, who was grinding herbs while keeping an attentive eye on their progress. "This is our first encounter with such a creature. I wonder how such a small being survives in the forest." "Indeed," Zhang Mengmeng replied. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded the small life before her. Its eyes, unwaveringly fixed on her, sparkled with a semblance of humanity, leaving her in awe. In the city, encountering squirrels was a rarity. Even when spotted, they would swiftly flee, as if humans were a harbinger of calamity. "I wonder what it feeds on," mused Bebe, her eyes gleaming with delight. Females often found it difficult to resist adorable creatures, especially one as fluffy and charming as this. Zhang Mengmeng found himself lost in contemplation. To his knowledge, squirrels were indeed known to consume pine cones, or perhaps pine nuts and other types of nuts. Yet, he was uncertain whether pine trees were present in this area. Surely, during your outings, did you ever encounter a type of tree tall, with leaves that are sharply pointed like needles and somewhat prickly to the touch? At the top, it bears brown fruits, layered and roughly the size of blueberries. Zhang Mengmeng mused aloud. Shirley furrowed her brow in thought and ultimately shook her head. Zhang Mengmeng felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet she did not dwell on it too much. Meanwhile, Bei had already placed some of the fruits gathered that day before her. The little creature cautiously emerged, sniffing the air, and then swiftly extended its tiny paw to grasp one of the fruits. Zhang Mengmeng watched in fascination as the small squirrel displayed remarkable agility despite its size. Wow, it turns out squirrels enjoy blue fruits, Bei exclaimed in delight, observing the little squirrel nibbling with its tiny teeth. Bei, while the squirrel may belong to its species, that is not its name. Should we consider giving it a name? Zhang Mengmeng suggested, her gaze still fixed on the delightful scene. Name it? Bei looked up at Zhang Mengmeng, and at that moment, the little squirrel seemed to sense the conversation, lifting its tiny head to gaze curiously at Zhang Mengmeng. At a loss for words, she admitted, well, I'm not particularly skilled at naming. How about you give it a try, Bei? Can I really? Bei's eyes sparkled with surprise. She stared at the little squirrel for a moment before softly proposing, how about blue? Zhang Mengmeng, being in close proximity, naturally overheard the conversation. After a moment of contemplation, she deduced the reason. Was it because it had a penchant for blue fruit? Indeed, that seemed a delightful idea. Sherry, known for her lack of patience regarding such matters, promptly made a decision. It shall be named Lon Lon, a name that is easy to remember. Chapter 22, The Events of the Night as Nightfall approached. A question arose, who should take care of Lon Lon? If one were to assess the level of affection, Bei undoubtedly adored it the most. However, in terms of caregiving, Ivy possessed the greatest knowledge of herbal remedies. Thus, the decision was made, and the squirrel was entrusted to Zhang Mengmeng. The primary factor influencing this choice was that Lon Lon appeared to have a particular fondness for Mengmeng. On one occasion, after Mengmeng cradled it and placed it upon her shoulder, it remarkably steadied itself and refused to descend. Consequently, Mengmeng ultimately returned to the den with the injured Lon Lon in her arms. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback to find an unexpected individual awaiting her in this secluded cavern. The space, which was not inherently confined, felt considerably more claustrophobic with this person seated within it. As she drew closer, she discerned the imposing figure, one that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure reminiscent of a mountain. Even in a seated position, the presence was formidable. In the enveloping darkness, every sensation was heightened. She could feel the warmth of the other's breath and even hear her own anxious exhalations. The moment Zhang Mengmeng approached, the moment she became aware of another's presence, she seemed to intuitively recognize who it was. As she advanced until merely a step away, she came to a halt. For the individual did not rise as she had anticipated. Instead, they remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to her proximity. Zhang Mengmeng felt a twinge of confusion. So she slightly bent down and whispered, "Tiger roar?" To her surprise, the other party abruptly lifted their head. In that instant, Zhang Mengmeng found herself at the mercy of a collision as the other person's rock-hard forehead struck her nose, causing her to cry out in pain. Oh, how it hurt! Though she couldn't see her nose, she instinctively knew it must be red. Oh dear, she truly was a pitiful little thing, having behaved so well yet enduring such misfortune. Her poor eyesight was not her fault. Who could have anticipated that Tiger Roar would lift his head so suddenly, inflicting such agony upon her? Zhang Mengmeng cautiously extended her small hand to gently rub her nose. Had it been daytime, she would have noticed that when she looked up at Hu Xiao, a hint of awkwardness appeared on his usually stern and rigid face. His mouth slightly parted, as if he wished to speak, yet in the next moment, it closed again, as if he feared saying the wrong thing. It seemed he would only be more disliked now. Hu Xiao nearly sighed, grasping a generous handful of avocados today, while out. He recalled that the little one seemed to enjoy them, and instinctively picked a sizable quantity, hoping it might make her dislike him a tad less. He had intended to say something but suddenly realized that no matter what he uttered, it might not be well received. Should he inquire if she truly preferred Shirlang? Or whether she would wish to return with Shirlang? If only she. Zhang Mengmeng gently rubbed her nose, offering herself a moment of solace, only to realize that the orc remained seated on the ground, seemingly intent on staying there until the end of time. This simply would not do. She still needed her rest. If you have no pressing matters, it would be best for you to return and take a break, she suggested. Zhang Mengmeng decided not to dwell on the minor grievance of having been bumped into, recognizing that she was no match for him in strength. Although a sense of injustice lingered within her, she suppressed it and feigned nonchalance, remarking that it was wise to rest when injured, as it would expedite recovery. Implicit in her words was the notion that he ought to remain in his lair and not disturb her in the dead of night. It was truly too much. Upon hearing her words, Hu Zhao's expression instinctively tightened. She was urging him to leave. For reasons unknown, this realization stirred a pang of discomfort within him, leading him to conclude that perhaps it was best for him to take his leave. With this thought, Hu Zhao rose silently and made his way toward the cave entrance, though his steps lacked their usual vigor and decisiveness. Chapter 23. Delicious grilled fish. To his surprise, after taking only a few steps, Zhang Mengmeng's voice called out from behind him, "Wait." Hu Zhao abruptly halted in his tracks. Zhang Mengmeng approached with a light jog. Illuminated by the moonlight near the cave's entrance, her gaze fixed upon Hu Zhao's wound. Though it appeared quite fierce, the good news was that it had ceased bleeding. She carefully examined the surroundings and found no signs of infection, nodding in satisfaction. From Hu Zhao's perspective, he observed Zhang Mengmeng as she looked down, her long black lashes casting a delicate shadow, her pure black eyes filled with earnestness. Her slender fingers gently caressed her own wound, sending waves of tingling sensations through her. Yet, the very next moment, after inspecting the injury, she turned away without a glance in his direction. No infection was present. Good, you may leave now. It seemed her only concern was the wound, nothing more. Hu Zhao could not help but suppress the subtle disappointment reflected in his eyes, uncertain of what he had been expecting, merely feeling a sense of reluctance. The fruit he had left behind, he wondered if she had noticed it at all. If Zhang Mengmeng could respond, she would undoubtedly say no. Entirely oblivious. After all, she was not equipped with vision akin to a searchlight, perceiving the night as indistinguishable from day. She was simply an ordinary person. As Hu Zhao turned to glance back, he noticed Zhang Mengmeng playing with a small creature perched on her shoulder. Her smile was both radiant and dazzling. She would never exhibit such a smile towards him. Lost in his thoughts, Hu Zhao quickened his pace and exited the cave. However, unbeknownst to him, the days that followed would prove to be far more uncomfortable than this very moment. The shimmering surface of the lake mirrored the sky, resembling a dome of azure gemstones, while the air was infused with the fragrance of flowers and earth. In the distance, two figures were discernible on the shore. Lion Lang, hurry, the fish is biting. One of them was Zhang Mengmeng, who, upon seeing Lion Lang's fishing rod dip, called out urgently. Lion Lang responded with enthusiasm, swiftly pulling up the fishing line made from long vines, his demeanor radiating youthful exuberance. Wow, Mengmeng, there really is a fish caught. The fish, still flopping on the shore, caught Zhang Mengmeng's attention. It appeared plump and white, evoking delightful memories of grilled fish. Yet, Lion Lang, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "But Mengmeng, how do we eat this fish? I tried it once before, and it didn't taste good." Zhang Mengmeng contemplated for a moment and said, "Let us first prepare the fish by removing its entrails and scaling it. Then, we shall wash it thoroughly, skewer it with bamboo sticks, and roast it over a gentle fire until it turns a glorious golden hue. Finally, we will sprinkle some salt to enhance its flavor. Oh, the taste will be absolutely delightful." As she spoke, she could hardly contain her saliva. Upon hearing this, Shilong's eyes lit up, and he promptly replied, "All right, let us do it as Mengmeng suggested." Thus, the two began their collaborative effort, one scaling the fish while the other dealt with its innards. Before long, the unfortunate fat fish was positioned over the fire. Zhang Mengmeng chatted with Shilong as she turned the fish, occasionally hearing the sizzle as the flesh transformed from a pale pink to a crispy golden crust. Shilong, watching in awe, remarked, "Mengmeng, how did you come up with this? It looks incredibly appetizing." His smile revealed two little tiger teeth, and his pitch-black eyes sparkled with genuine warmth. In Shilong's company, Zhang Mengmeng always felt at ease. Free from the worry of saying something wrong or whether he might get upset, everything could flow naturally. For whatever she wished to do, he would always support her. Chapter 24. What are principles? When the splendidly roasted fish was finally ready, Zhang Mengmeng thought it only fitting that Shilong, having caught it, should taste it first. However, to her surprise, he gently stopped her hand as she reached for the fish, his deep, dark eyes filled with a gentle smile. "You eat first, Mengmeng. You've worked so hard roasting it." Oh my, Shilong was truly a thoughtful beast. Zhang Mengmeng silently applauded him in her heart, contrasting him with a certain unscrupulous beast with a surname of Tiger. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. Without hesitation, Zhang Mengmeng took a bite and was instantly greeted by a delightful crunch. The tender, fragrant fish meat, paired with a sprinkle of salt, created an exquisite culinary experience. For someone who had loved seafood since childhood, this was sheer bliss. Shilong watched her eat with satisfaction, a smile illuminating his face as she savored the meal. her cute little mouth glistening with oil, radiating joy and contentment. Though he had not eaten himself, he felt immense satisfaction. How adorable she was, Mengmeng. Suddenly, Zhang Mengmeng halted her feasting and offered him the remaining half. Here, you have it. We shall share. Despite her evident enjoyment, she insisted on dividing it with him. Her conflicted expression intrigued Shirlang, who chuckled lightly. He reached for a morsel of fish from her lips and popped it into his mouth, saying, Mengmeng, you've had enough. And I'm not hungry. No, 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 this is a matter of principle. Zhang Mengmeng, fearing that further contemplation might compromise her stance, resolutely placed the roasted fish into Shirlang's hand, insisting, you eat. Lion was initially inclined to decline, but upon observing Zhang Mengmeng's resolute expression, reminiscent of a warrior making a decisive sacrifice, and noticing that she had distanced herself several meters away, it was evident that she had made up her mind. Thus, he stepped closer and gently waved the grilled fish in his hand, questioning whether Mengmeng truly did not want any. Zhang Mengmeng cast a furtive glance akin to that of a thief, immediately leaping several paces backward as if to evade something. No, no, you eat. Shirlang laughed heartily, his youthful countenance radiating delight. In the next instant, he took a bite, and a look of surprise flickered across his face. He had not anticipated that the fish would taste far more delectable than he had imagined. As the source of temptation finally departed from her vicinity, Zhang Mengmeng quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. In the days that followed, apart from gathering with Shirley and the others in the morning, Zhang Mengmeng spent her leisure time exploring with Shirlang. One moment they were grilling fish, and the next, they were picking fruits. To her astonishment, she discovered some delightful finds, chili peppers and gingers sprouting from the earth. This brought her immense joy, for she had always been a lover of spicy food. Although her living conditions had improved somewhat during this time, there remained a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Now that she had chili peppers, her happiness knew no bounds. Realizing the absurdity of her thoughts, Zhang Mengmeng chastised herself for being so easily pleased. Reflecting on the myriad of delectable dishes she had savored before, like steaks, puddings, and sushi, yet here she was, elated simply because of the presence of chili peppers. Nevertheless, she quickly reassured herself that contentment breeds joy, and there was nothing wrong with maintaining a positive outlook. As long as she was alive, life would undoubtedly continue to improve, even if she could never return to her former state. That evening, as Zhang Mengmeng gazed up at the starry sky, these thoughts filled her mind. While simultaneously feeding Lan Lan, she engaged in conversation with Shirlang when, suddenly, she heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Chapter 25. Shirlang's departure. Zhang Mengmeng instinctively looked up and beheld a towering figure, silhouetted against the resplendent starry sky, which sculpted a vivid outline of him. Yet, from a distance, she could not discern the expression on his face. It was Hu Shao. Zhang Mengmeng gazed once more at the boundless expanse of stars behind him, where countless celestial bodies twinkled in the night sky, resembling myriad eyes observing the affairs of this world. She returned her focus to the figure before her, someone both familiar and yet strangely distant, conjuring a cascade of memories, some filled with fear, others with joy, prompting an involuntary sigh from her lips. Perhaps the individual before her had no desire to meet her, their presence merely a consequence of their wounds. Nevertheless, this reality held little significance. If given the opportunity, she would genuinely wish to reciprocate something to this tribe. After all, having arrived in this unfamiliar realm, the people of the tribe had shown her remarkable kindness, providing not only shelter but also the essential sustenance she required. Were she to have ventured alone into the forest, she might have easily become prey for the predators that lurked within. Perhaps it was the brilliance of the starlit sky that allowed Zhang Mengmeng's thoughts to drift far afield, only to realize that the individual had approached to within a mere meter or two of her. Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback and instinctively remarked, Hu Shao, you have arrived as well? Please, take a seat. She smiled gently, her demeanor tranquil. Hu Shao, slightly astonished, obediently settled beside the fire, opposite Zhang Mengmeng, remaining silent thereafter. Zhang Mengmeng had long grown accustomed to the character of her companion. She turned over the grilled fish in her hands, noticing the rich aroma wafting through the air, and extended her small hand towards the person opposite her. Hu Shao was momentarily taken aback before accepting it. He then heard Zhang Mengmeng gently remark that her wound had healed after several days, allowing her to indulge in such food. Encouraging him to give it a try, it was quite delightful. Hu Shao stared blankly at Zhang Mengmeng's smiling face illuminated by the firelight. The young female exuded warmth, her lustrous black eyes reflecting both the starlit sky and the flickering flames, with a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, unmistakably genuine. In her gaze, He saw no trace of himself, yet her demeanor was remarkably tender. Dispassionately, Hu Shao cast a sidelong glance at Shi Lang, who was also savoring the grilled fish beside Zhang Mengmeng, and could not help but muse. This little creature had been with him these past few days, appearing quite content. And her attitude towards him had noticeably softened. It seemed she truly held a fondness for Shi Lang. Though reluctant, Zhang Mengmeng soon found herself bidding farewell to Shi Lang. As the impending rainy and dry seasons compelled the various tribes to busy themselves with food storage. Furthermore, as a royal beast, Shi Lang bore significant responsibilities. And when the lion tribe sent for him, he had no choice but to depart. Mengmeng, I will certainly miss you. Shi Lang grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand. His face a picture of reluctance, his large palm seemingly eager to envelop her tiny hand. His handsome visage was troubled, and in the next moment, as if unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Mengmeng, why don't you come with me? Playing with you is truly joyous. You are both adorable and clever. Without you, I shall return to being a lonely beast. What a tragic fate that would be. Thinking this, Shi Lang instinctively pulled Zhang Mengmeng closer, scrutinizing her pure black eyes, her soft white cheeks, and her enchanting pink lips, feeling an overwhelming sense of attachment. Upon hearing Shi Lang's words, Hu Shao, who had been standing aside, could not help but furrow his brow. He instinctively glanced at Zhang Mengmeng's reaction. In Chapter 26, Exquisite Adornments, Zhang Mengmeng too frowned, resembling a little old lady, as her intertwined hands with Shi Lang appeared jarringly conspicuous. Shi Lang, I will miss you too, she said, clasping Shi Lang's hand in a gesture akin to brotherly affection. Before patting him on the shoulder and adding with a hint of sorrow, if you leave, there will be no one to accompany me fishing, nor anyone to help me catch little birds. Shi Lang is truly a wonderful playmate and an exceptional friend. Mengmeng. Upon hearing her words, Shi Lang was so overwhelmed that he enveloped her in a tight embrace, on the verge of tears. Zhang Mengmeng, who was not one to relish separations, felt her eyes moisten slightly, yet instinctively held back her emotions, reassuring him, It's all right. Next time, I'll visit the lion tribe to play with you. We shall meet again. Yes, just like that. There will always be opportunities to reunite. Zhang Mengmeng reminded herself. Mengmeng, it's settled then. The voice of Shi Lang had undergone a subtle transformation. Despite his tall and seemingly dependable stature as an orc, the current separation rendered him childlike. Behind him, another orc gently patted his shoulder, seemingly urging him to hasten his departure. Shi Lang, attuned to this unspoken cue, reluctantly released the small hand of Zhang Mengmeng, his gaze lingering as he turned back thrice, leading the two other lionkin orcs forward. Unexpectedly, after a few steps, he turned once more, placing an object into Zhang Mengmeng's hand, startling her. Upon inspection, she discovered it was a string of shells, translucent and glistening in the sunlight. Shi Lang's voice reached her. I almost forgot. This is for you, Mengmeng. I must take my leave. His expression was steeped in melancholy as he slowly departed with the two orcs, gradually fading into the distance until they were mere black dots, ultimately vanishing from sight. It was only after their figures disappeared that Zhang Mengmeng examined the string of shells in her hand. It appeared to be of wrist size, and upon attempting to wear it, she found it fit perfectly. Each shell was unlike any she had seen before. Some resembled crystal, while others bore the appearance of glass. Yet all maintained the shape of shells. Zhang Mengmeng dared to assert that this treasure would be considered a high-end accessory even in modern times. She was astonished that Shi Lang had left her such a keepsake. Meanwhile, Hu Shao observed this scene with a complex expression, his hand unconsciously clenching tight without his awareness. Zhang Mengmeng adorned her wrist with a shell bracelet, gazing curiously to the left and right. Since her arrival here, her daily attire had consisted of either animal skin skirts or their modified versions, leading her to occasionally feel as if she had become a part of this primitive world. Yet today, this bracelet, imbued with the essence of youthful femininity, stirred her thoughts anew. She recalled the myriad of modern women's accessories, bracelets, anklets, rings, hair ornaments, earrings, an array of vibrant and diverse adornments that she seemed to have encountered before. These accessories not only signify a woman's identity, but also symbolize a destiny entwined and constrained. However, what did it matter now? This was her very first gift. And it was undeniably beautiful, sparkling, and radiant. Zhang Mengmeng, filled with satisfaction, contemplated her thoughts. Hu Shao continued to gaze intently at her. Yet his focus had shifted from the shell bracelet adorning her wrist to the radiant glow of her eyes, which sparkled as if infused with starlight. Once she had secured the bracelet, Zhang Mengmeng lowered her hand and directed her gaze towards Hu Shao, who had risen to his full height. His towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, exuded an overwhelming presence. His slanted golden eyes resembled two shimmering gems, seemingly containing the vastness of the cosmos within them, mysterious yet profoundly unattainable for Zhang Mengmeng. Chapter 27. Divergent Thoughts. Hu Xiao. Zhang Mengmeng found herself in an exceedingly awkward situation. She cautiously raised her gaze, noticing a peculiar glint in Hu Xiao's eyes, shrouded in an air of mystery. His bronzed skin was illuminated by the gentle glow of the firelight. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Mengmeng realized that Hu Xiao's eyelashes were not short, but rather straight and uncurled, casting a subtle shadow at the corners of his eyes. At that moment, he parted his lips and remarked, "Fish is quite delicious." Zhang Mengmeng felt somewhat bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled the fish she had previously given to Hu Xiao and suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. However, one must wonder how long ago that event had transpired. Yet, it seemed to be the first time he had praised the deliciousness of something she had prepared. Zhang Mengmeng offered a faint smile, which served as her response, and then remarked, "Please, take a seat. While the fire still glows, let me examine your wound." To her surprise, Hu Xiao complied without hesitation, sitting down obediently. Yet, despite his seated position, his towering form cast a lengthy shadow. As Zhang Mengmeng leaned in closer, she could feel the warmth of the beastman's breath wafting towards her from an angle above. She suppressed the peculiar sensation stirring within her and reassured herself that it was merely an examination of a wound, nothing more. She extended her hand to gently caress the injury that had been bleeding profusely just days prior, scrutinizing it with her inquisitive eyes. She couldn't help but acknowledge the remarkable healing abilities of the beastman. Such a grievous wound, and in just a few days, it had healed significantly. Had she been in his place, she mused, the grass would likely have grown over her grave by now. Hu Xiao remained utterly still, allowing Zhang Mengmeng to inspect him. As if turned to stone, his fists were clenched tightly, as though he wished to crush something within his grasp. Little did he realize, his heart was far from tranquil. In truth, he had much he yearned to express and numerous tales to share with her. Yet, when the words danced on the tip of his tongue, they transformed into a mere mundane statement. He wished to convey that if she desired, he could procure sea beast crystals for her. But the thought was swallowed back down before it could escape his lips. Just a gentle press. If it hurts, please let me know. Zhang Mengmeng's soft, delicate voice broke through the silence. Her fair, tender hand, with its rosy fingertips, prodded Hu Xiao's flesh as if it were weightless. In that fleeting moment, the spot she touched felt as if it had been pierced by a stinging beast, sending a delightful yet tingling sensation coursing through him. He endeavored to suppress the myriad of unusual feelings, lowering his voice unconsciously. "It doesn't hurt. If this could be classified as pain," he mused, he would have surely succumbed to agony long ago. Zhang Mengmeng pressed on various spots and discovered that the previously lacerated flesh had nearly healed. Astonishingly, a patch of new pink skin had already formed nearby. Curiously, she poked at it and continued, "It seems that perhaps the stitches can be removed tomorrow." "You are recovering quite well." Hu Xiao merely gazed at her, offering a faint nod. A flicker of struggle passed through his eyes, yet ultimately, he fell back into silence. Zhang Mengmeng examined her wound before lifting her gaze once more to the now expressionless Hu Xiao. Perhaps it was the gentle breeze of the night that rendered the beastman before her seemingly more amiable than usual. Yet, they were ultimately beings from different worlds. "I shall take my leave," she thought, noticing his reluctance to engage in conversation. With a silent sigh, she turned away and departed. Hu Xiao merely stared at her retreating figure until it vanished from sight, his palm crushed around a string of beads crafted from animal teeth, now reduced to fragments. He had intended to present this gift to her today. The little one took great pride in her appearance, often washing her face before a mirror whenever she had a moment to spare. He had witnessed her sorrowful expression as she gazed at a string of broken beads, which prompted him to seek out similarly shaped animal teeth. Over the course of several nights, he meticulously shaped them into uniformly sized beads, planning to gift them to her. However, it seemed that such a gesture was no longer necessary. Chapter 28. The king of the tiger tribe. The weather over the past few days had been exceedingly peculiar. One moment it would be bright and sunny, and the next, ominous clouds would gather. Zhang Mengmeng initially assumed that rain was imminent, only to find the sun re-emerging in the blink of an eye, leaving her to wonder if she was hallucinating. Then, Sherry informed her that this was a harbinger of the approaching rainy season. Here, the rainy season was far from a benign term. It signified not only torrential downpours but also a decline in prey and the emergence of the Tata beasts. Zhang Mengmeng had never encountered the legendary Tatar beast. She only knew that they were a gregarious species, somewhat resembling wolves. When they appeared, they did so in large numbers, favoring the rainy season for their activities. They ranked just below predators in the forest hierarchy, and their collective presence could easily overwhelm even the strongest adult beastmen in an instant. The arrival of the rainy season signaled the onset of what was ominously termed the season of devouring life, heralding the impending cold season. According to Shirley, the cold season was exceptionally frigid, claiming the lives of many frail females at that time. In one particularly harsh season, numerous males in the tribe perished from starvation. Speaking of starvation, Zhang Mengmeng, who had grown up in a time of peace and stability, had never experienced such a plight. The only image that came to her mind was that of the emaciated children in Africa from her textbooks, with grotesquely oversized heads and spindly bodies, huddled in the corners beside heaps of refuse while vultures awaited their meal. She wished fervently that everyone could endure this cold season unscathed. As Shirley processed her catch, her voice imbued with profound sorrow as she conversed with Zhang Mengmeng, her gaze drifted far away, as if lost in reflection. Beside them, Bei leaned closer to Zhang Mengmeng and whispered, "Shirley's brother went missing last cold season while secretly searching for food. He never returned." Zhang Mengmeng nodded. Yet an overwhelming sadness surged within her, merely watching her closest kin face the uncertainty of life and death. Perhaps they had long since departed from this world. It was indeed a cruel reality. Zhang Mengmeng faintly perceived the glimmer of tears in Shiri's eyes, despite being the strongest person she knew. Seemingly unfazed by any injury she sustained, it appeared that this particular incident had truly distressed her. As evening approached, Hu Xiao and other male beastmen finally returned. Zhang Mengmeng felt a peculiar sensation within her. Just a couple of days prior, Hu Xiao had hastily ventured out to hunt, barely recovered from his injuries. Without divulging any details to her, she had chided him for his recklessness, fearing that the vigorous exertion would cause his wounds to reopen, and had not shown him any kindness in the following days. However, upon learning that many from the tiger tribe had perished from the cold and hunger during the harsh winter, she, though not a member of the tribe herself, felt a profound sorrow. As the king of the tiger tribe, Hu Xiao must have endured immense pain witnessing his fellow tribesmen succumb one by one. Moreover, the last time he was injured was in an effort to save Alan. Now that his wounds had somewhat healed, he had been carelessly reckless again. Yesterday, while assisting him in examining his injuries, she had intended to remove the stitches, only to discover new wounds had appeared on his body, thus delaying the procedure. Today, she needed to assist Hu Xiao in removing the stitches. Zhang Mengmeng let out a sigh, pondering to herself that, in truth, Hu Xiao was a commendable tiger king. He always led the charge during hunts and was the last to partake in the sharing of the spoils. Those few days when she had forbidden him from consuming grilled or raw meat, she later learned from Ivy that he had indeed subsisted solely on avocados and fish soup. She could hardly fathom how he managed to endure such intense physical exertion. Consequently, when it came time for her to remove her sutures, she resolved to be gentle. For although Hu Xiao held little affection for her, it was imperative that she at least displayed a modicum of courtesy. Chapter 29. A great fuss over nothing having made up her mind, Zhang Mengmeng trotted towards Hu Xiao's lair. To her surprise, upon arriving at his cave, she found it empty. Thus, she decided to wait inside for Hu Xiao to return. Upon entering, she discovered that the cave was modest in size, seemingly a recent excavation, devoid of any furnishings. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a corner. There lay an assortment of peculiar items, including various bones and an array of teeth of differing sizes. Curiosity piqued. She wondered if Hu Xiao had been indulging himself with secret feasts. However, that seemed implausible, as the animal bones were quite small, yielding little meat. Moreover, she noted that the predominant items were teeth, most of which were pristine white, with several ground into irregular oval shapes, and some reduced to mere fragments due to excessive force. After observing for a while without discerning any clear explanation, she dismissed the matter, attributing it to Hu Xiao's boredom and penchant for dental grinding. Fortunately, it wasn't long before she heard footsteps approaching. Zhang Mengmeng perked up, quickly straightening her posture, and recognized the silhouette as undoubtedly belonging to Hu Xiao. However, as he entered the cave, his steps slowed considerably, to the point of Zhang Mengmeng feeling a twinge of impatience. Thankfully, after a brief interval, he finally stood before her, his towering figure casting a vast shadow over her. Yet, his tone seemed to betray a hint of hesitation. "Little one?" Zhang Mengmeng would have preferred not to listen, yet upon hearing, her irritation was ignited. Is this even human speech? Does she not have a name? Referring to her as little one makes her feel like a mere cub. Thus, with a sullen expression, Zhang Mengmeng reluctantly spoke up. "I am not a little one. Although she may be petite, it hardly warrants being addressed in such a manner daily." However, her interlocutor fell into silence. Zhang Mengmeng was not hopeful that the other party could offer any improvements. She had come today with serious intentions. Sit down. Let me examine your wound. Zhang Mengmeng stated her purpose, gesturing for Hu Xiao to take a seat by the fire. Obediently, Hu Xiao complied. And Zhang Mengmeng began her routine examination of the injury. Although it had reopened slightly a few days prior, his remarkable healing ability had nearly mended it, suggesting that the stitches could soon be removed. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Mengmeng found herself exasperated once more. There, near Hu Xiao's waist, concealed beneath the animal's skin skirt, lay a faint red scar, carelessly tended to, revealing that its owner seemed utterly indifferent to it. Zhang Mengmeng initially contemplated chastising the foolish tiger for neglecting its own well-being. However, recalling Sherry's words from earlier that day, she suddenly felt a pang of compassion. After all, Hu Xiao fought valiantly for the Tiger clan, and as a beneficiary of his kindness, she had no right to voice any complaints. Her feelings were merely a fleeting anger. With a subtle pout, she swallowed her unspoken indignation, her tone softening and laced with gentle reproach. You ought to exercise more caution. The Tiger clan holds you in great esteem, and if you were to be injured, it would cause everyone considerable concern. Hu Xiao's eyes flickered with a tumult of emotions. Yet he sensed the underlying ire in the little one's demeanor. Strangely, her tender words did not match her apparent annoyance, leaving him perplexed by such a creature's existence. His injuries were trivial, yet she seemed to amplify their significance, her cheeks flushed with vexation. This thought, surprisingly, brought him a sense of delight. Chapter 30. The stitches are removed very well. Hu Xiao replied nonchalantly. To a male beastman, such wounds were indeed inconsequential. Having been raised in the jungle, he understood that the law of survival dictated that the strong prevail. Injuries were of little importance. What truly mattered was the ability to rise again after each fall. I shall begin to remove the stitches now. Zhang Mengmeng cautiously touched the wound, feeling a sense of uncertainty. She was unsure of how to proceed with the removal, and the flesh had nearly fused with the thread. She feared that yanking it off might be excruciating. Zhang Mengmeng, feeling a surge of anxiety, reflected on her innate sensitivity to pain. Even a minor cut from a small knife would bring her to tears. The thought of the pain from removing stitches seemed comparable to being slashed with a knife across her abdomen. She hesitated, her resolve wavering. Hu Xiao observed the myriad expressions flitting across Zhang Mengmeng's face, her brows furrowing, then relaxing, alternating between tension and fear. It was a wonder how one person could embody such a spectrum of emotions. Are you afraid? Hu Xiao couldn't help but inquire, as if he were the one facing the impending discomfort. No, I'm not afraid, Zhang Mengmeng instinctively replied. But the immediacy of her response felt like a clumsy attempt to conceal her trepidation, akin to there's no silver here, not even 300 taels. Proceed, it's nothing, Hu Xiao stated with a calm demeanor, his expression unwavering, exuding an air of composure. Then I shall begin, Zhang Mengmeng declared, retrieving the sterilized needle from her hand. She first punctured the thread at intervals, creating a series of small holes reminiscent of postage stamps. Then, she prepared to extract the stitches in segments, for she feared that pulling out the entire length at once could result in a gruesome spectacle of blood and torn flesh, an outcome she desperately wished to avoid. Zhang Mengmeng prepared to pull, instinctively glancing up to meet Hu Xiao's gaze. To her surprise, she collided with his penetrating stare. His golden pupils shimmered in the night, reflecting a complexity of emotions that left her bewildered. She hastily averted her eyes, lowering her head. The thought of pulling elicited a twinge of sympathy within her. And as she bit her lip, she mustered the courage to tug at the first segment. It came away with a small piece of flesh attached, accompanied by a disturbing squelching sound that made her wince in pain. Yet, her companion remained utterly still, not even a grunt escaping his lips. In fact, Zhang Mengmeng noted that his breathing remained remarkably steady. Unable to resist, she glanced up once more, finding his eyes still fixed upon her, now imbued with a hint of amusement, as if he were saying, "What a fine day, let us continue our stroll." But this was flesh being torn away. Zhang Mengmeng widened her distinctly black and white grape-like eyes, her admiration for Hu Xiao's endurance deepening within her. She then lowered her head, resuming her task of removing the stitches. Observing Hu Xiao's seemingly positive response, her confidence grew, and she deftly pulled away several segments, yet she remained cautious, striving to avoid disturbing too much of his flesh. Throughout this process, Hu Xiao silently fixed his gaze on the lowered head of Zhang Mengmeng, while a myriad of images flickered through his mind, until her soft, gentle voice brought his attention back. It's done. How do you feel? Hu Xiao merely inclined his head slightly, meeting Zhang Mengmeng's excited black eyes. The emotions within them easily decipherable, relaxation mingled with an unmistakable joy. His expression remained composed, yet he felt something stirring within him. Chapter 31. Stating one's position with the stitches finally removed, Zhang Mengmeng released a sigh of relief. She carefully disinfected the area surrounding the wound, her soft, delicate fingers brushing against Hu Xiao's rugged skin, as she gently remarked, "I will wash it with saline. It may sting a bit, so please let me know if it hurts." Hu Xiao's eyes fluctuated between light and shadow. Was the little one treating him like a cub to be soothed? The thought of a cub caused his gaze to unconsciously drift to Zhang Mengmeng's still flat abdomen, reigniting a long-held curiosity. Why had she not yet shown signs of bearing offspring? Logically, after their last encounter, she should have been with child. Alas, if only the high priest were present, he could have provided clarity on the matter. Zhang Mengmeng was oblivious to the thoughts of the orc before her. She diligently completed the disinfection process and gazed contentedly at her accomplishments. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Hu Xiao suddenly extended his hand and offered her a substantial handful of items. Zhang Mengmeng instinctively glanced over, only to discover a large pile of avocados, her staple food since her arrival here, and a fruit that had been appearing frequently in her dwelling of late. Her expression instantly became quite complex. She pondered why avocados were inexplicably multiplying in her space, and, upon inquiring with Sherry and the others, found them equally puzzled. Consequently, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, she had recently compelled herself to substitute avocados for the delectable grilled fish and meat. To her astonishment, the culprit behind this phenomenon turned out to be that odious old tiger. Zhang Mengmeng nearly succumbed to the urge to unleash a torrent of expletives. Must he be so averse to my happiness? After all, it is a rare delight for her to indulge in delectable treats. And she has finally grasped why the food she often receives is primarily avocado. She was utterly incensed, witnessing Zhang Mengmeng's expression morph into a rather peculiar one. It was evident that her mood was far from pleasant. Hu Xiao, momentarily taken aback, pondered the incongruity. This little one relished avocados, yet now seemed to disdain them simply because he had gifted them. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze inadvertently flickered to the shell bracelet adorning Zhang Mengmeng's wrist, and his eyes dimmed with a sense of melancholy. Had he known, he would have discreetly delivered the gift, never anticipating her early visit today. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, silence enveloping the space to the extent that even their breaths could be heard. Zhang Mengmeng contemplated, perceiving his antics as a manifestation of disdain for her perceived fragility and ineptitude. Although she had assisted him this time, she recognized that she had not contributed significantly to the tribe. In retrospect, she realized there were countless endeavors she could undertake, seeking additional crops for cultivation, domesticating edible animals, crafting traps, or even bamboo arrows and stone spears. Now, as a member of the Tiger clan, her combat prowess may be lacking, yet her mind brimmed with knowledge. She was determined to exert her utmost effort to enhance the welfare of the Tiger clan. Moreover, she harbored no desire for Cheryl, Bei, or Ivy to depart due to scarcity of food or the chill of winter. With even the slightest inclination, she resolved to act, for that was her genuine duty. As for the Tiger King before her, she could regard him as her leader, for he had indeed provided her with shelter and sustenance. As long as they maintained mutual respect, personal feelings became less significant. Having steeled her resolve, Zhang Mengmeng nodded, distancing herself from Hu Xiao slightly, her tone polite yet detached. "Thank you, but there is no need for your concern. Starting tomorrow, I shall procure the food I require on my own. As a member of the Tiger clan, it is indeed improper for me to have neglected gathering activities lately. Henceforth, I shall participate diligently and punctually. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Zhang Mengmeng offered a polite smile, her demeanor now resolute, suggesting that this should suffice. Chapter 32. Affection and Aversion. Reality once again illuminated the truth for Zhang Mengmeng. Imagination is invariably more enchanting than reality. Just as she prepared to depart, a massive hand suddenly reached from behind her, lifting her effortlessly and pivoting her around. She found herself gazing into the stormy countenance of Hu Xiao, whose expression had soured significantly since their last encounter, unmistakably reflecting his discontent. As anticipated, the next moment revealed Hu Xiao's voice, seemingly constrained by suppressed fury, as he inquired, "Do you truly detest me?" Taken aback, Zhang Mengmeng had initially expected a different response. Hadn't he been the one to disgust her with the oily fruit he had offered? Why was he now casting himself as the victim? With this thought, her earlier trepidation evaporated, and she straightened her petite frame, fixing her stubborn gaze upon Hu Xiao. However, she soon noticed that his anger appeared to intensify, his once slender and handsome golden eyes now ablaze with ire. What had she done to deserve this? Living in constant trepidation, she had adjusted as best as she could, and now she couldn't even enjoy a meal without facing such treatment. I truly dislike that fruit, Zhang Mengmeng declared, feeling aggrieved. She was at a loss as to why Hu Xiao was holding a grudge, merely because she had declined the fruit he had offered her. Was he truly that petty? This thought struck Hu Xiao like a bucket of cold water, jolting him into clarity. He released her, setting her upon his lap. She appeared so diminutive, her face etched with distress, as if she were on the verge of tears. Suddenly, Hu Xiao felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. The little one looked nothing like a liar. Zhang Mengmeng then continued, her voice trembling, "The fruit is greasy and cloying. I truly find it repulsive." Hu Xiao was momentarily speechless, for he recalled that she had consumed it almost daily just days before. Confusion clouded his mind. If it's so repugnant, then why did you eat it? After much contemplation, he could only muster this response. Yet, the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, "But you forced me to eat it." The little female's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her entire soft form nestled against him, the warmth of her skin threatening to ignite his heart. He took a moment to steady his breath, gently caressing her back with his heated hand, his voice softening. "You shall never have to eat it again." Upon finishing her words, Zhang Mengmeng felt a sense of unease. Her previous demeanor had been nothing short of coquettish. She had embarrassed herself to the utmost degree. Perhaps it was due to Hu Xiao's unexpectedly amiable disposition that she had unwittingly revealed a youthful side of herself. Yet, this was indeed perplexing. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that she was still ensconced in Hu Xiao's embrace, with his arms wrapped around her back and her lower body seated upon him. The position was undeniably intimate, lending an air of ambiguity to the situation. Zhang Mengmeng, filled with trepidation, attempted to sit up abruptly, only to find herself still ensnared. It seemed as though Hu Xiao had sensed her intention, tightening his iron embrace around her, evidently unwilling to release her. Oh dear. She feared she might once again be confronted with some unspeakable ordeal this night. Zhang Mengmeng's heart raced incessantly. Fortunately, in the next moment, the beastman simply lifted her up and appeared to be preparing to carry her outside the cave, seemingly intending to escort her back. Zhang Mengmeng felt a stir within her. Perhaps this tiger possesses a tender side after all. The night was windy, urging her to remain close. The tiger's roar escorted Zhang Mengmeng back to the cave, where it subsequently sealed the entrance with a large stone, plunging everything into a shroud of darkness. Chapter 33. The purpose of the trap. That night, Zhang Mengmeng slept soundly, waking naturally to the gentle rays of sunlight filtering into the cave, casting their glow about a meter from the entrance. Startled, she recalled that everyone was to gather for fruit picking today, and she could not afford to oversleep. Fortunately, based on the length of sunlight streaming in, it was likely around 7 or 8 in the morning, and everyone should just be assembling. She was relieved to realize she still had time. Upon arriving at the meeting spot, Zhang Mengmeng discovered that everyone had only just gathered, and even the male orcs had yet to depart. As she arrived, she noticed Hu Xiao organizing the tasks for the orcs, his tall and slender figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, stirring a peculiar feeling within her. However, recalling her thoughts from last night, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly dismissed those strange sensations. She understood what her priorities were. The rainy season was approaching, and the cold season loomed close. She must do her utmost for the tiger clan. Chirp. The little squirrel, Lon Lon, perched on Zhang Mengmeng's shoulder, seemed to echo her thoughts with an adorable sound. Feeling a sense of connection, she lowered her head to gently stroke Lanlan's soft head, her spirits lifting even further. After Hu Xiao had arranged the tasks, Zhang Mengmeng hurried forward. Wait. She did not notice that Hu Xiao had halted in his tracks upon hearing her voice. Zhang Mengmeng trotted eagerly towards Hu Xiao, relieved to find him still present. She gently reached out her small hand and touched his back. Hu Xiao, I wish to discuss something with you. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she made contact, Hu Xiao paused, swiftly turning to face her, his gaze lowering to meet hers. His hand seemed to want to reach out, but just as quickly, it fell back down. What is it? After a brief moment of silence, Hu Xiao finally heard his own voice, feeling an inexplicable sense of nervousness. He squinted slightly, attempting to mask the emotions flickering in his eyes, unaware that he had lowered his head to allow the petite female before him to see him better. Do you remember the bamboo we moved back last time? That particular kind of bamboo can be sharpened and placed in a hole to create a trap. Essentially, one would dig a pit in places where prey typically frequents, cover it with straw and soil, and wait for the prey to fall in. This method makes capturing it significantly easier. Zhang Mengmeng continued to count on her little fingers, saying, we can also place the food that our prey favors atop the traps. This would attract them more effectively. For the more docile creatures, we could simply ensnare them using traps and then bring them back to nurture, allowing them to reproduce. This way, when the cold season arrives, we shall have an abundance of food. Initially, Zhang Mengmeng gazed into the eyes of Hu Xiao. But as the disparity in their heights became increasingly apparent, she relinquished her struggle and continued to articulate her thoughts gradually. Additionally, the surplus fruits we gather can be sun-dried to create dried fruits, which can serve as sustenance during the winter months. Let me think of what else. Hu Xiao listened intently, yet could no longer restrain himself. He lifted Zhang Mengmeng with a single motion, aligning her gaze with his. Startled by the sudden embrace, she gasped as Hu Xiao remarked, "It is worth a try." Hearing his words, Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of joy. Is that true? It would be wonderful if I could be of assistance. However, Hu Xiao did not respond to her statement. Instead, he gazed at her for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" Zhang Mengmeng suddenly recalled yesterday's dispute over the avocado, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She genuinely wished to express that she was not picky about food, wanting to portray herself as a good-natured individual. However, one could never be certain whether this earnest, straightforward orc before her would truly indulge her whims and present her with a fruit. No. Just as she had reflected upon her thoughts yesterday, it dawned on her that, while it is a natural duty for males in the orc world to procure food for females, she had been accustomed to Hu Xiao providing sustenance for her during this period. Strictly speaking, this was merely an obligation. Logically, Hu Xiao need not concern himself with her preferences. Yet, he had gone out of his way to gather avocados for her. Could it be that he harbored some affection for her after all? Chapter 34, One Wife, Multiple Husbands. Zhang Mengmeng, upon this realization, lifted her downcast gaze to meet Hu Xiao's eyes. His visage was one of striking handsomeness and maturity, with elongated brows that exuded a masculine allure. His eyes, twinkling like stars, always sparkled with a captivating light. Though his orange-tinted lips were often pressed together, they appeared both affectionate and supple. Zhang Mengmeng pondered whether, if he harbored even a modicum of affection for her, did she, in turn, feel the same? However, it was evident that she had little time for such reflections, as the male beastmen were soon to embark on their journey. Observing this, Hu Xiao promptly released Zhang Mengmeng from his grasp, affectionately ruffling her hair before turning to depart. Left in a daze, Zhang Mengmeng stared at Hu Xiao's retreating figure, momentarily disoriented. Had he just touched her head? The legendary gesture of affection? A thought flickered through Zhang Mengmeng's mind, yet she swiftly shook her head, perceiving it more as a gentle fondness akin to petting her own dog, coaxing it to behave. However, the crux of the matter remained, what exactly were her feelings for him? This was not the 21st century, and it seemed impossible to measure a person by the standards of that era. Nonetheless, Zhang Mengmeng felt that some fundamental principles ought to remain unchanged. An admirable man should possess a sense of responsibility, be accountable to himself and his family, embody gentlemanly qualities, and exhibit basic courtesy and respect towards women. But wait. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head again. She still unconsciously measured others by her previous standards, as if wearing tinted glasses. In terms of responsibility, she had to admit that Hu Xiao was indeed a very responsible beastman. He was always the first to respond whenever someone in the tribe faced difficulties, tirelessly contemplating how to enhance the welfare of the tiger clan. In that regard, he truly deserved admiration. Mengmeng, what are you pondering? Hurry up. Just as Zhang Mengmeng remained lost in her thoughts, Sherry's call brought her back to reality, prompting her to jog forward to catch up with them. You're here. Mengmeng, it seems your relationship with Wang is rather delightful. Upon reaching the gathering spot, Sherry, while picking fruits from the trees, chatted playfully with Zhang Mengmeng, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Zhang Mengmeng found herself in a somewhat awkward predicament, uncertain of how to respond. Unexpectedly, her companion Bei chimed in softly, "Indeed, Mengmeng, it's quite wonderful." Even Ivy, who typically spoke little, joined in the playful banter, remarking, "Just this morning, I saw Wang embracing you. He truly dotes on you." Exactly. My companions are always so preoccupied with their desires, utterly oblivious to my feelings. Perhaps I should seek a more considerate partner. As Sherry spoke, the conversation shifted to lamenting the lack of romance from their own partners, yet her tone remained lighthearted, indicating it was all in jest. "Oh, Sherry, your Jinte and Maida are quite splendid. Just think of my own companions, always bickering. It's driving me nearly to distraction." Ivy quickly interjected with a disapproving look at Sherry's comment. Zhang Mengmeng quietly listened to the conversation between the two, pondering the number of partners each of them had. Shirley had the most companions, having recently added another to her count, bringing her total to 7. Yet, it remained a mystery how they managed to maintain harmony. Ivy, too, was not without her share. Being the eldest, she had 6 partners and had already given birth to 4 children, yet she still appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly around 25 or 26. However, her partners seemed to struggle more, as it was rumored they often quarreled every few days. Zhang Mengmeng glanced again at the figures of the two individuals, her heart still instinctively filled with trepidation. She couldn't fathom how they managed to deal with so many beastmen. Wasn't it a bit overwhelming? However, upon recalling the exaggerated male-to-female ratio of the tiger clan, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Yet, despite having spent some time here, she still found it difficult to acclimate. Chapter 35. What to eat? Zhang Mengmeng cast a glance at Bei beside her, pondering that Bei had yet to reach adulthood and had not entered her mating season, which meant there were no male beastmen pursuing her. Nonetheless, she often noticed several male beastmen showing interest in Bei, who appeared rather indifferent. Was it possible that she had already set her sights on someone special? Intrigued by this gossip, Zhang Mengmeng continued to gather fruit while inching closer to Bei, whispering, "Bei, do you have a favorite beastman?" Sensing Zhang Mengmeng's approach and the question posed near her ear, Bei lowered her head even further, feeling bashful and remaining silent. Zhang Mengmeng, feeling a surge of curiosity, leaned in a bit closer, reassuring, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else." Yet, Bei still kept her head down, speechless. Zhang Mengmeng grew a tad anxious. Could it be that Bei had someone in mind, but was too shy to speak? Deciding to provide an easier option, she rephrased her inquiry. "Bei, if you do, just nod your head. If not, shake your head, okay?" After a moment's hesitation, Bei gently nodded. Indeed, she did have someone in mind. Zhang Mengmeng thought to herself, pleased with her deduction. However, pressing Bei for the identity of this individual would likely cause her great discomfort, given her shy demeanor. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng opted to refrain from pushing further, taking the opportunity to observe and make guesses instead. After all, the entertainment options here were rather limited, leaving her to seek her own amusement. Nevertheless, this topic might have been too embarrassing for Bei, who soon scampered off. Zhang Mengmeng returned to her task of fruit gathering, for she had a small beast to care for. Although Lanan appeared diminutive, her appetite was quite substantial, even surpassing Zhang Mengmeng's. Fortunately, Lanan had a penchant for fruits alone. Otherwise, Zhang Mengmeng would truly be at her wits' end. As dusk descended, Hu Shao returned with the orcs from the tribe. Upon their return, Zhang Mengmeng and Sherry were engrossed in weaving baskets to hold the fruits. Sherry remarked that the abundance of fruits seemed to herald the approaching rainy season, during which an array of fruits, blueberries, red berries, green fruits, and nut fruits would be in plentiful supply. However, the onset of the rainy season also signified the arrival of the Tatar beasts, which meant that the female orcs refrained from foraging for fruits, opting instead to seek out sparse bushes outside the forest for wild fruits, to avoid the threat posed by the Tatar beasts. This time, Hu Shao brought back a considerable bounty, 6 large long-haired beasts that resembled modern-day porcupines, alongside 3 horned beasts akin to contemporary bison. The harvest was far richer than in previous outings. Zhang Mengmeng learned that Hu Shao had instructed the orcs to dig traps, which yielded 3 long-haired beasts and 1 horned beast, in addition to several smaller prey. Long-haired beasts, being social creatures, typically appeared in large numbers, making them challenging to deal with. Capturing even 1 or 2 with the efforts of a dozen or so orcs was considered a significant achievement. The effectiveness of the traps was a delightful surprise for Zhang Mengmeng. In the next moment, she noticed Hu Shao approaching her. His usually stern and placid visage bore a rare smile. Within mere steps, he stood before Zhang Mengmeng and, to her astonishment, reiterated the question from the morning that she had yet to answer. "What would you like to eat, little one?" Chapter 36. I like you. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly felt a twinge of shyness. Today, the playful banter from Sherry and the others, coupled with her own observations, led her to ponder, could it be that this fierce tiger actually harbors some affection for her? After all, why else would he show such concern for her culinary preferences? Lost in this contemplation, she failed to notice that Hu Shao had called her little one again. Her heart was momentarily thrown into disarray by this speculation, as she realized, perhaps she too held a certain fondness for him, despite his seemingly stern and rigid demeanor, his infrequent smiles and sparse words, and his insistence on her performing certain tasks. He bore no significant flaws. He was upright, responsible towards their tribe, courageous yet maintaining a leader's poise. If she did not harbor feelings for him, she would not have felt so flustered upon witnessing his injury. If this were the case, then it was time to confront her emotions boldly. Honesty was paramount. She could no longer allow him to misinterpret even her tastes. Thus, for the first time, she took Hu Shao's hand, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, which ignited a warmth within her as well. lifting her pure black eyes, filled with mirth. She said to him, "I enjoy grilled meat and grilled fish. Will you join me?" Hu Shao appeared momentarily stunned, staring blankly at his hand, which was pressed against her delicate and pale palm. Her eyes were filled with reflections of himself, endued to his towering height. She had to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. After a brief pause, he scooped her up with one arm, his voice steady and deep. "Yes, together." Later that evening, as they sat facing each other in her cave, Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the orc across from her and suddenly felt a sense of being caught in a dilemma. The sweet, romantic scenario she had envisioned of enjoying grilled meat together was nowhere to be found. Instead, they sat awkwardly, exchanging glances. Currently, she was grilling the meat, while Hu Shao merely watched her in silence. She was genuinely concerned that a momentary lapse in her hand's steadiness might lead to the meat being scorched. The pressure was immense. Did Hu Shao not realize the overwhelming intensity of his gaze? No, he seemed oblivious, as if he intended to maintain this unwavering focus indefinitely. Could her face be betraying her feelings? Zhang Mengmeng's delicate face contorted in distress as she finally spoke. "Please, don't stare at me." Did he dislike her gaze? It seemed that Hu Shao had misconstrued something, as his tone turned perilous. However, from Zhang Mengmeng's perspective, his intonation had not deviated significantly from his usual manner. While he spoke, he suddenly reached out to seize the skewer of grilled meat from her hands and inched closer, positioning himself beside her. This action rendered Zhang Mengmeng even more flustered. Her original intention was to deter his incessant gaze, yet it had escalated into an intimate encounter. Noticing the tension in the small female as she sat beside him, Hu Zhao's eyes darkened. The little creature had invited him today, and he had felt elated. But it seemed she still harbored an aversion to physical closeness. Perhaps he had merely misinterpreted her intentions. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng's words caused all of Hu Zhao's previous thoughts to dissipate like smoke. He distinctly heard her voice. "Hu Shao, I have pondered extensively about my feelings for you today. I have come to realize that I like you. Therefore, when you stare at me, it makes me quite uncomfortable. I wish to know, how do you perceive me?" Her voice was soft, akin to her gentle nature, yet it rang with clarity, tinged with a hint of nervousness. In that fleeting moment, Hu Shao found his mind blank. Chapter 37. Hu Zhao's contemplations. Zhang Mengmeng initially intended to find a topic for conversation, but unexpectedly, she inadvertently expressed her innermost thoughts. Nevertheless, she harbored no regrets. Her candor had always been her hallmark. Previously, she refrained from speaking out due to the significant disparity in their strengths, yet now, she realized that the gap in their capabilities still persisted. However, she noted a marked improvement in Hu Xiao's attitude towards her, prompting her to become increasingly audacious. Zhang Mengmeng found herself in a quandary, and her counterpart, Hu Xiao, was not faring any better. He had long believed that the little one harbored a disdain for him. Deep within, he understood what held paramount significance to him, his tribe. Ever since his father sacrificed himself to protect his mother, and having witnessed countless males perish in their quest to provide sustenance for the fragile females, he had constantly reminded himself that females were merely instruments for procreation. The females, being both delicate and temperamental, were undeniably a troublesome species. Yet, does he still harbor such thoughts now? It seems that something is gradually changing. When he first encountered this little creature, she appeared no different from other females, delicate and diminutive, resembling a mere cub, albeit a paler version. She proved to be even more troublesome than the others, unable to consume raw meat and grumbling about her desire for cooked food. His impatience was palpable, as he could hardly muster the energy to acknowledge her. Yet, what transpired later was unexpected. He pondered that if another precious female were to find herself in such a predicament, she might weep and wail. However, this little one, despite her evident distress, feigned a preference for fruits over meat and cautiously displayed a conciliatory smile, a sight both jarring and amusing. As their interactions deepened, he came to realize the audacity of this small being. She not only silently chastised herself, but also, with a mere turn, transformed from a smiling visage to one scolding herself. He found this both intriguing and humorous. Despite her apparent fragility, she possessed an unexpected boldness, leaving him to wonder how she had previously navigated her existence. Eventually, she came into heat, an occurrence that surprised him and evoked a perplexing array of emotions. Nonetheless, he understood that, despite her intriguing nature, had it not been for the High Priestess's words regarding her extraordinary lineage and potential to birth a dark golden tiger king, he would not have been so invested in her. Thus, it was only natural that she became his. He discerned her fear and reluctance. Yet that was of no consequence to him. He was unwilling to witness his people suffer at the hands of other tribes, and for that cause, he would willingly sacrifice his own life. Surprisingly, despite her visible fear and evident pain, she exhibited an unexpected resilience, fixing him with her defiant gaze before ultimately closing her eyes to avoid his. At that moment, he felt an unexpected pang of compassion. Subsequently, she aided the tribe in weaving baskets, crafting bamboo containers, devising methods for fire starting, producing salt, and teaching food preservation techniques. Each of her contributions captivated his attention, and he began to notice a gradual shift in her eyes, which transformed from rejection and fear to a tranquil vitality, though not directed towards him. He had witnessed her radiantly smile at Sherry and the others, while before him, she remained cautious and restrained, rarely smiling, seldom meeting his gaze. In those moments, he engaged in self-deprecation, resigning himself to the notion that he never truly required such emotions. Yet, each time he recalled this, a sharp ache would tug at his heart. Despite his understanding that he should remain indifferent, the most shocking incident occurred when he was attacked by a predator while attempting to rescue Alan. He knew he should not have sustained such severe injuries. The morning she had seen him without uttering a word was peculiar, as she typically greeted him. In that fleeting moment, thoughts of her left him momentarily disoriented. Did she truly harbor such animosity towards him? Chapter 38. The reluctance of unforeseen fate in that moment. He believed his demise was imminent. Yet, to his astonishment, the visage that graced his mind was the smiling face of the little one. She had never smiled at him so warmly before. Her laughter was indeed enchanting. Little did he anticipate that it would ultimately be she who came to his rescue. He had already grasped that her intellect was profound, but he was taken aback to learn she possessed the knowledge of healing, her voice trembling and her delicate hands icy. Yet her tone remained resolute as she commanded others with unwavering authority. She focused intently on her task of stitching. And when he awoke to see the bloodstains adorning her hands, he comprehended the magnitude of her efforts. Her hands, pale and petite, were marred with crimson. And in that instant, it felt as though his heart had been struck heavily by a stone, a sensation both stifling and painful. He recalled how the little one was most averse to pain, yet it was his actions that had led to her bloodied hands. Moreover, her poor eyesight startled him when he witnessed her reaction, her face scrunching up in distress. He struggled to articulate the emotions that surged within him, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Later, upon arriving at the tiger tribe, he began to fathom the essence of that feeling. She could smile radiantly at others, yet towards him she always bore an air of caution and wariness. Thus, he resolved to do something for her, diligently gathering her favorite fruits each day, only to unintentionally bring her to the brink of tears. He contemplated inquiring how the males of the tribe endeared themselves to their females, but found himself too embarrassed to ask, opting instead to observe and emulate discreetly. He had thought it would take considerable time to shift the little one's demeanor towards him, yet unexpectedly, today he heard her utter the words of affection. In that instant, he was rendered speechless, his mind racing with thoughts, yet it all transpired in a fleeting moment. When he regained his senses, he found Zhang Mengmeng still gazing at him, her eyes now reflecting curiosity and inquiry. "Did I cause you any distress?" she seemed to ask. "Then let us pretend I never spoke." At this, a wave of frustration washed over him, the phrase never said echoing chaotically in his mind. The next moment, he executed an action he had not anticipated. He pulled the little female close, embracing her tightly, yet positioning her to face away from him. His voice hoarse and trembling. "You are remarkable." Yet, he swallowed the confession that almost slipped from his lips, his affection for her. Zhang Mengmeng felt somewhat bewildered, uncertain as to why Hu Shao had suddenly enveloped her so tightly. She felt as if she were struggling to breathe, and thus she gently pushed against the chest behind her, saying, "It's a bit tight. Could you loosen your grip a little?" However, upon uttering these words, she sensed that the embrace only tightened further. Was it her lack of eloquence, or was it the other party's inability to hear? With a sigh, Zhang Mengmeng grasped his arm and turned her head, only to find that the usually towering beastman had lowered his head, displaying a hint of confusion in his expression. This elicited a sense of disappointment within her. Truth be told, this was the first time she had genuinely expressed her feelings. Was it possible that she had merely been overthinking? Yet, Hu Xiao's actions undeniably hinted at something more profound. Never mind, she decided. Sometimes, feelings of affection are not of paramount importance, especially in this perilous world of beastmen. Though a peculiar sadness lingered in her heart, she consoled herself and smiled, saying, "Hu Xiao, you needn't worry. Just continue being a good tiger king. The tiger clan needs you. As for me, I shall do my utmost to improve our tribe. If you have anything to say, feel free to tell me directly. I hope that Sherry and everyone else will remain well." As they parted, Hu Xiao remained somewhat dazed. It seemed that this arrangement was indeed the best. Yet, where did this lingering dissatisfaction stem from? Chapter 39. Mengmeng gets lost. However, reality did not afford Hu Shao ample time for contemplation. The following morning, he led a group of beastmen into the forest for hunting and to check the traps set the previous day for any new prey. This day felt markedly different. The wind was particularly strong from the early hours. As Hu Shao and the male beastmen arrived at the hunting grounds, an excited shout came from the scouts ahead. "King, there are 2 long-haired beasts caught." Hu Shao promptly approached and, upon seeing the prey in the trap, could not help but smile faintly. "I hope that Sherry and everyone else will be well." The image of the little one suddenly flashed in his mind. Was he not equally invested in her well-being? Perhaps he even harbored an additional hope that she would always remain happy and joyful. Yet, in the next moment, a sudden noise disrupted Hu Xiao's thoughts. He quickly focused his attention, realizing that the sound emanated from the trap, as if something was burrowing up from the earth, accompanied by a series of chirping sounds. Hu Shao signaled for everyone to step back cautiously, and in the next instant, he beheld a multitude of fluffy little creatures swarming over the long-haired beast that had been trapped. Hu Xiao's eyes narrowed. Were these not the very creatures that frolicked on the little one's shoulder daily? The other male orcs, upon witnessing such diminutive creatures, grew emboldened. At that moment, the wind began to howl even more fiercely, yet Hu Shao remained vigilant. In the next instant, the small beings sprang forth from their burrow, completely disregarding Hu Shao and his companions, hopping away one by one. The other male orcs, unfazed, proceeded with their hunting and setting traps, allowing Hu Shao to relax somewhat as he continued to instruct the orcs in their pursuits. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of danger clung to him. As time passed and the sun blazed ever more fiercely, Hu Shao pounced upon a nearby horned beast. Wiping the sweat from his brow while feeling a surge of joy, his little companion had a fondness for the meat from the beast's haunch. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. Could it be that the creatures had ventured forth to seek the little one perched upon his shoulder? He cast his gaze toward the direction they had departed, precisely where Zhang Mengmeng and the others were foraging. A wave of panic surged within him, prompting him to hastily delegate the forthcoming tasks before transforming into his beast form, intent on racing to Zhang Mengmeng's location. Despite the seemingly insignificant nature of those small animals, he could not shake off his unease. Today, Zhang Mengmeng accompanied Sherry and others to a new collection site, where she unexpectedly encountered a multitude of plants she had never seen before. She unwittingly wandered a considerable distance, and upon regaining her senses, she realized that both Sherry and Bebe had vanished from sight. A sense of urgency washed over her. At that moment, her shoulder companion, Lan Lan, seemed to grasp the situation as it chirped incessantly. Observing this, Zhang Mengmeng gently patted Lan Lan's head in an attempt to soothe it. To her surprise, Lan Lan exhibited unusual behavior and continued to call out. Assuming it was hungry, she promptly offered it a blue fruit, which finally quieted the little creature. With a sense of calm restored, Zhang Mengmeng began to retrace the path she had taken earlier. It appeared she had first turned left, then walked straight, and subsequently turned right, and then Zhang Mengmeng continued along the path of her memories, unexpectedly encountering a river shimmering with silver under the sunlight, a flowing waterway. The tribe lay downstream, and by following this river, she might just find her way back home. Chapter 40. The departure of Lan Lan. However, in the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng's smile froze. Emerging abruptly from the water were numerous large heads, seemingly dozens in number, towering even above her. Their wet brown fur glistened, while pairs of deep brown eyes shone like searchlights, piercing through her with an intensity that felt as if they could see straight through to her very soul. Zhang Mengmeng? How could she, lost and bewildered, encounter such an unfortunate event? Does she possess an innate aura of misfortune? The creature perched upon her shoulder, a vivid blue, emitted a sharp cry, perhaps indicating that it had exhausted its supply of blue fruits. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng peculiarly discerned that the brown beasts within the water were likewise producing a series of calls, albeit in a deeper tone, seemingly laden with dissatisfaction and ire. Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that these creatures, each nearing the size of 10 blue beasts, were kin to her companion? Yet, upon closer inspection, they seemed dissimilar. The expressions of those beasts revealed no trace of gentleness. The cacophony of their calls, one shrill and the other low, seemed to convey a dispute of sorts. She stepped back, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. To her astonishment, in the next instant, the blue creature atop her shoulder leaped down and effortlessly bounded into the water. What unfolded before her was a bewildering spectacle as the blue beast entered the river. It expanded rapidly, akin to an inflated balloon. Its features elongated gradually, transforming into a menacing visage. Particularly striking was its tail, which elongated swiftly and stood erect behind it, poised to deliver a lethal strike to any adversary. Then, the blue creature turned to cast a glance at her. And Zhang Mengmeng noticed that its eyes were not merely brown, but a deep, almost ebony hue. Her heart skipped a beat. Instinctively recalling what Hu Xiao had once said, in the world of beasts, one could gauge a beastman's strength simply by observing the intensity of their eye color. The depth of the blue creature's gaze undeniably marked it as a remarkable presence, even among its peers. After another round of beastly calls, Zhang Mengmeng watched as the blue creature cast one last glance in her direction, and in the blink of an eye, a multitude of beasts seemed to converge around it before plunging into the water, vanishing from sight. Zhang Mengmeng found herself inexplicably melancholic. What she had assumed to be a mere pet had unexpectedly turned out to be a rather formidable creature, its strength seemingly formidable, leaving her astonished. With a sigh, she resolved to follow the river downstream. Suddenly, she was startled by a commotion emanating from the water. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she turned around, only to discover another group of beasts, remarkably similar to the previous ones. There appeared to be 8 or 9 of them. Uncertain of their intentions, Zhang Mengmeng cautiously took a few steps back. Although she had spent some time with Lan Lan, who perhaps harbored feelings for her, that did not guarantee that these beasts would feel the same way. At that moment, she observed the foremost 4 beasts leaping out of the water, their large feet striking the ground with a resounding thud. As they advanced, the rhythmic sound of their steps became increasingly pronounced, seemingly directed towards her. Zhang Mengmeng's expression was grave. She was no fool and sensed the malice radiating from the beasts pursuing her. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled. Thus, the scene unfolded with 2 rows of beasts relentlessly chasing after her, as she desperately sprinted downstream along the river. If she could reach the tribe, she might escape the peril. Chapter 41. The Tata beasts arrive. However, reality is often harsh. In the next instant, Zhang Mengmeng felt her body tilt as she stumbled over a stone that had appeared in her path, falling to the ground. The distance she had fought to cover was quickly diminished, and in her fright, she scrambled to her feet, continuing her frantic flight. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao had arrived at the gathering site, yet upon scanning the surroundings, he found no sign of Zhang Mengmeng, which heightened his anxiety. He dashed in the direction indicated by Sherry and the others, but still, she was nowhere to be found. Changing course, he caught a whiff of her scent growing stronger, prompting him to accelerate. To his dismay, upon arrival, he was greeted by a scene that nearly stole his breath away. Behind the little one stood 2 rows of Tata beasts, and she had tripped, bringing her perilously closer to them. Without hesitation, he rushed forward in his beast form, catching Zhang Mengmeng, who had been flung into the air by the Tata beast's tail. Zhang Mengmeng initially believed she was doomed, flung into the air, and thought that falling from such a height would either leave her crippled or result in a cerebral hemorrhage. To her astonishment, the next moment she felt a warm and familiar sensation, soft and cozy. She instinctively embraced the creature beneath her, her voice brimming with excitement. "You've come. I almost thought I was going to splatter into the mud." "Fear not," the creature beneath her replied, as it swatted away the tail of a Tatar beast and headed in the opposite direction of the river. Zhang Mengmeng, puzzled, exclaimed, "Hu Xiao, isn't the tribe just below the river?" As Hu Xiao continued to run, he explained, "Tatar beasts are fond of water. If they stray too far from their source, they become lethargic." Zhang Mengmeng believed that her hearing had failed her, so she double-checked. "Did you say that the creature behind me is a Tata beast?" "Indeed," came the affirmative response from Hu Xiao. Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but berate herself for her foolishness. She should have realized it sooner. Previously, Bebe had mentioned that Tatar beasts have a fondness for blue fruits, and when she first encountered Lan Lan, amidst the myriad of fruits, it was indeed the blue ones that caught her attention. Just moments ago, the sound of the Tatar beast pursuing her was unmistakably its call. It is widely said that Tatar beasts are most active during the rainy season, and reflecting on the scene she had just witnessed, the rationale became glaringly apparent. However, it was evident that Lan Lan held a significant status among the Tatar beasts, and she could discern that Lan Lan harbored affection for her. It was improbable that she would resort to such madness as to send beasts to hunt her down. So, to whom were these Tatar beasts heeding orders? Zhang Mengmeng could not resist the urge to glance back, and what she saw left her utterly astounded. The 2 rows of Tatar beasts behind her had ceased their leaping run, instead adopting a goat-like manner of movement, where one would step upon the back of the one in front, using it as a pivot to leap forward. This cycle repeated itself, propelling them at a pace that was more than double that of before. It was evident that they were on the verge of catching up with her. And with Hu Xiao carrying her on his back, their speed was inevitably diminished compared to the usual. Zhang Mengmeng felt a sense of urgency. Yet she was acutely aware that there was little she could do. Excessive anxiety might only serve to complicate matters for Hu Xiao. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao accelerated, his pace quickening, while the pursuing Tata beasts remained relentless in their chase. In a hushed tone, Zhang Mengmeng inquired of Hu Xiao, "Do Tata beasts have any weaknesses? They seem unable to stray far from water sources." Hu Xiao's voice, though somewhat muffled by the wind, was discernible. "Then let us ascend," Zhang Mengmeng whispered into his ear. Agreed. In the next instant, Hu Xiao changed direction, dashing diagonally upstream along the river. The wind whipped against Zhang Mengmeng's delicate face, causing her discomfort, but she paid it no heed, focusing intently on the terrain ahead. Hu Xiao was now traversing a slope, the elevation increasing and the vegetation becoming sparser. Yet, the Tata beasts continued to pursue them relentlessly. Chapter 42. The plunge from the cliff. Hu Xiao's speed intensified, and the wind howled ever louder. Zhang Mengmeng clung to Hu Xiao, gritting her teeth against the fierce gusts, while keenly observing the landscape. To her astonishment, they soon reached the precipice. Gazing at the sheer cliff before her, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. Unexpectedly, Hu Xiao attempted to slow his momentum, but inertia proved difficult to conquer. With a rush of air, both Hu Xiao and Zhang Mengmeng were sent tumbling over the edge of the cliff. The Tata beasts, observing this unexpected turn of events, exchanged glances with one another and, in silence, retreated along the path they had come. Zhang Mengmeng initially believed she would be reduced to a mere heap of flesh, but to her astonishment, the tiger's roar transformed into a human form, embracing her with one arm while the other extended, claws piercing into the rock. As he gazed down at Zhang Mengmeng, an unexpected expression of reassurance flickered across his face. "Do not fear." Zhang Mengmeng felt an inexplicable urge to weep. In the next moment, she noticed blood trickling from his hand, which was embedded in the rock, intensifying her tumultuous emotions. If he were to cast himself down, surely he could ascend alone. She cast another glance at the seemingly bottomless chasm below. Having always been unfortunate, it was improbable that she would fall and land perfectly in a pond. The greater likelihood was that she would shatter into pieces and become mere dust. Before Zhang Mengmeng could finish her thoughts, Hu Xiao suddenly moved, urging her, "Hold on to me tightly." Zhang Mengmeng instinctively tightened her embrace around him. She observed as he used a protruding branch beneath him as a fulcrum to leap upward, skillfully harnessing the force of a jutting rock during his ascent. In a matter of moments, he astonishingly sprang into a slanted alcove above, deftly seizing a branch that extended approximately 1 meter ahead of him. Initially, Zhang Mengmeng presumed he intended to use this branch as a launching point for further ascent. However, in the next moment, he merely grasped the branch and gave it a shake, seemingly testing its stability. He then reiterated, "Hold on tightly to me." Initially, Zhang Mengmeng was unaware of his intentions, but in the next moment, clarity dawned upon her. Beneath the tree trunk lay an exposed hollow, approximately 1 to 2 square meters in size, seemingly a nesting site for some avian species. Could it be that Hu Xiao desired her to remain here? Yet, why did he repeatedly emphasize the necessity of holding him tightly? Although she found it perplexing, Zhang Mengmeng obediently extended her arms and embraced Hu Xiao's waist with increased fervor. Upon witnessing her compliance, a flicker of dark light passed through Hu Xiao's eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. Subsequently, he extended his free hand, remarkably. He began to excavate the hollow. Zhang Mengmeng watched in astonishment as he undertook this task. She had contemplated the sharpness of a beastman's claws, but had not anticipated such formidable precision. Nevertheless, it was evident that this endeavor was not a trivial matter for Hu Xiao. After a brief while, beads of sweat adorned his bronze skin, while his other hand, gripping the tree trunk, remained taut, and the hand employed for digging was already stained with specks of blood. Zhang Mengmeng initially intended to wipe the sweat from his brow. Yet she recalled that she was clinging to Hu Xiao solely by the strength of her own hands. Any sudden movement on her part might inadvertently increase his burden. Thus she suppressed this impulse, gritting her teeth as she watched Hu Xiao diligently continue to enlarge the hole. In a short while, the cavity had expanded significantly, large enough to accommodate both of them, though it would require them to remain closely pressed against one another. Observing that Hu Xiao showed no signs of halting and witnessing the blood continuously dripping from his hands, she could no longer restrain herself. This size was sufficient. Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiao glanced down at her, and with newfound courage, Zhang Mengmeng leaned forward to plant a gentle kiss on his chest. Her tone a mixture of shyness and determination. "It's all right. You needn't dig any further." Unexpectedly, Hu Xiao obediently ceased his efforts. In the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng felt a sudden lightness, realizing that they had both made it inside the hole. As she had anticipated, The expanded cavity could barely accommodate their bodies huddled closely together, with part of Hu Zhao's legs still protruding outside. Zhang Mengmeng pressed against him. Feeling waves of warmth radiate from his body, she lifted her gaze, astonished to find her face merely centimeters from Hu Zhao's, and noticed the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Cautiously, she reached out to wipe them away, and Hu Zhao simply stared at her, his eyes reflecting a tenderness that was unmistakable. As she felt the gentle caress of the small female hand on his cheek, the sweat, once disregarded, was tenderly wiped away. The sensation of her cool fingers akin to a refreshing plunge into water. Hu Zhao's gaze gradually deepened. "Let me see your hands. Are they bleeding?" After finishing with the sweat, Zhang Mengmeng recalled Hu Zhao's earlier bleeding hands and carefully took hold of one. She observed that the nails on his right hand had retracted, yet the bloodstains at the edges and the abrasions remained, with some fingers bearing multiple wounds where the skin had been scraped away, exposing the raw flesh beneath, a sight both gruesome and distressing. Zhang Mengmeng cautiously blew on her wound, feeling a sharp sting that made her wince. Meanwhile, Hu Zhao seemed unfazed, lost in his own thoughts. It occurred to her that he had recently dug with his nails, which might have lodged tiny pebbles beneath them, surely causing discomfort. This carefree beastman likely wouldn't concern himself with such trifling matters. "Let me see your nails," Zhang Mengmeng asked while grasping Hu Zhao's hand. However, Hu Zhao appeared somewhat bewildered, echoing her words. "Nails?" He seemed genuinely unaware of what she meant. Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment and soon understood. After all, the term nail is a modern appellation. Thus, she rephrased her request. "They are merely claws. Extend them, and let me have a look." However, upon hearing this, Hu Zhao merely shook his head, his response succinct and clear, sharp, perilous. It seemed he had no intention of showing them to her. Zhang Mengmeng, both exasperated and amused, was blissfully unaware that, at times, her conversations with Hu Zhao inadvertently adopted an imperative tone. The latter, seemingly unfazed, continued his demeanor. However, in that moment, her attention was solely fixated on Hu Zhao's paw. As she half commanded, half pouted, "I simply want to take a look. Show it to me." Yet, Hu Zhao merely shook his head in response. Zhang Mengmeng, having failed in her initial scheme, devised another. After some contemplation, she surmised that the obstinate tiger was more amenable to gentle persuasion than to force. Thus, she tenderly caressed Hu Zhao's hand, her tone imbued with both warmth and patience. "I wish to examine your claws to see if they are injured. It would be quite uncomfortable if there were small stones lodged within." Noticing a subtle shift in Hu Zhao's expression, Zhang Mengmeng pressed on. "Moreover, I shall be exceedingly careful. Besides, you too will be careful, won't you?" Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, Hu Zhao acquiesced, revealing his claws. Zhang Mengmeng laughed joyfully, grasping Hu Zhao's hand and curiously observing the pale golden nails that extended approximately 3 to 4 centimeters, their tips glinting with a silvery sheen, appearing remarkably sharp. After a moment's gaze, she noticed an array of small pebbles lodged within. She then reached into a makeshift pocket sewn into her skirt, retrieving a bone needle of similar size, intending to assist Hu Zhao in extricating the tiny stones. "Now, you must remain still," she instructed, "as I extract these little pebbles." Before Hu Zhao could utter a protest, he was met with Zhang Mengmeng's warning gaze, which, despite lacking intimidation, quickened his heartbeat. The little rascal. Thus, Hu Zhao complied, remaining motionless as Zhang Mengmeng carefully maneuvered his hand, vigilant to avoid scratching her delicate fingers. Chapter 44. Trapped in a small hole consequently. Hu Zhao's body became as rigid as stone, yet his golden eyes lowered, following the figure before him. She was fair and petite. Yet, why were her hands so soft? The moment they touched him, it felt as though he had been pricked by a spiny creature. Zhang Mengmeng bowed her head, diligently engaged in her cleaning tasks. After a considerable period, she finally completed her work. Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself ensnared by the intense stare of Hu Zhao, as if he sought to etch her image deeply into his eyes. Suddenly feeling a wave of shyness, she lowered her head, believing that this gesture would shield her from his penetrating gaze. Hu Zhao's reaction remained as steadfast as ever, yet inexplicably, Zhang Mengmeng felt a sense of sweetness envelop her. Despite the fact that this grumpy tiger possessed no romantic flair or understanding of tenderness, he was undeniably reliable. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel added an undeniable charm to his persona. However, the confines of the cave felt rather constricted, making Zhang Mengmeng hesitate to meet Hu Zhao's gaze directly, as she perceived an almost aggressive intensity in his eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If they remained here for too long, not only would Sherry and the others grow anxious, but the inhabitants of the tribe would also become increasingly worried. They were, in essence, trapped in this place, unable to exit, let alone send word of their predicament. Zhang Mengmeng cautiously glanced down, where it appeared to be an endless abyss. It seemed that if one were to fall from this height, their body would shatter into countless fragments. Zhang Mengmeng's subtle gaze was naturally noticed by Hu Xiao, who had been watching her intently. He reached out to gently pat her head, his deep voice carrying a hint of reassurance. "Do not be afraid." Zhang Mengmeng lifted her gaze to Hu Xiao once more. As she had always believed that speaking while maintaining eye contact was a sign of respect. Noticing the peculiar glint in his eyes, she pondered. "How is it that you suddenly appeared today?" Had it not been for Hu Xiao's unexpected arrival, Mengmeng might have been left as an incomplete version of herself. "A multitude of creatures akin to those perched upon your shoulders has emerged from the trap," Hu Xiao mused. "What? They originated from the earth?" Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise, subsequently recounting the astonishing moment when she witnessed Lan Lan transform into a Tata beast. A rare flicker of sorrow crossed Hu Xiao's face, accompanied by a dawning realization. So that was the case. Yet I fail to comprehend why those Tata beasts would turn against me. I am certain this is not Lan Lan's intention. Zhang Mengmeng expressed her bewilderment. "This must be a secret of the Tata beast clan," Hu Xiao observed. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's discomfort as she hunched over, he extended his long arm and gently placed her legs upon his own, continuing to elucidate nonchalantly. "The emergence of the Tata beast signifies that the rainy season is soon to arrive." Zhang Mengmeng's face flushed with a sudden intensity, and she hesitated briefly before continuing. "Well, I used to be able to do that too," however. Before she could finish her thought, Hu Xiao cast a disapproving glance her way. Instantly, Zhang Mengmeng felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Just then, a rush of wind swept past her ear, and in the blink of an eye, she noticed Hu Xiao extending his sharp claws, his gaze transforming into one of fierce intensity. Zhang Mengmeng followed his gaze outside, where she was astonished to behold an enormous bird. Its wings spanned approximately 2 meters in length, directly oriented towards their position. Startled, Zhang Mengmeng glanced back at Hu Xiao, only to realize that he too had not fared well in their earlier confrontation. His broad palm bore not only the wounds from digging, but also a more significant injury, which was still oozing blood. Meanwhile, the colossal bird outside appeared poised to launch another attack, rendering them a stationary target in their current predicament. Zhang Mengmeng dared not move, for she understood her own powerlessness. In the next moment, the sound of the wind howled ominously as the great bird surged forward, and to her astonishment, it was aimed directly at her. Chapter 45, Mengmeng's injury. As Zhang Mengmeng observed the formidable bird charging directly at her, she could not deny the flutter of fear within her. However, the presence of Hu Xiao beside her instilled a peculiar sense of reassurance. The bird's advance was fierce, yet Hu Xiao remained composed, seizing the opportune moment to grasp the creature's vulnerable throat. At that instant, the bird's beak found its way to his arm, resulting in a tense standoff. Although Hu Xiao possessed far greater strength than the bird, his curled posture diminished his power by half. Additionally, he had to be cautious for Zhang Mengmeng's safety, causing the stalemate to persist. While Hu Xiao held the bird's life in his grasp, the creature was no pushover. It fiercely pressed its beak against his arm, creating a slowly deepening wound. Witnessing this unfold behind Hu Xiao, Zhang Mengmeng felt a wave of guilt and self-reproach. If only she had not lost her way, she would not have found herself in this predicament. If only she were stronger, she would not have caused Hu Xiao to be injured and trapped here. Yet now, it was time for her to take action. Zhang Mengmeng's gaze was resolute as she cautiously withdrew a large bone needle from her bosom. In the next moment, she aimed it directly at the great bird's eye, believing that the creature would recoil in pain, thereby granting Hu Xiao an opportunity to strike. However, to her astonishment, the great bird, in its agony, veered towards her and viciously bit down on her outstretched wrist. Simultaneously, Hu Xiao seized the chance to hurl the bird away. Though the bird was cast aside, Zhang Mengmeng soon felt an excruciating pain in her wrist, as if a chunk of flesh had been torn away by the creature. A glance at her wrist revealed a gaping wound in the shape of a bird's beak, flesh hanging precariously, while blood surged forth in relentless waves, gradually staining her entire wrist crimson. After flinging the bird away, Hu Xiao immediately pulled Zhang Mengmeng into his embrace, his eyes filled with shock and concern. Witnessing the injury inflicted upon the young female before him evoked an unprecedented sense of helplessness within him. What was he to do now? In a flurry, Hu Xiao tore a piece from his animal hide to staunch the blood that flowed incessantly from her wrist. As he observed Zhang Mengmeng's face grow increasingly pale, his mind momentarily went blank. The sky outside was darkening, transforming into a deep inky hue. Despite the agonizing pain in her wrist, Zhang Mengmeng remained alert. Noticing Hu Xiao's frantic attempts to tend to her wound, she could hardly bear to look at her injury, feeling only the blood continuously oozing from it. Steeling herself, she spoke to Hu Xiao, "I am all right. Listen to me. While the sky is still light, you must go. Returning now will ease everyone's worries. If the predators emerge later, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to make your way back." Zhang Mengmeng felt the grip of her hand tighten, and she sighed inwardly. She could only hear the hoarse voice of the orc across from her, seemingly emerging from the depths of his throat. "What about you?" Typically optimistic. Zhang Mengmeng could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. Yet, in the next moment, her gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. She held onto Hu Xiao's hand, refusing to let go, her voice quivering as she spoke. "It doesn't matter to me. The Tiger Clan can do without me. However, the Tiger Clan cannot afford to be without you. Moreover, I am injured, which makes me more susceptible to attracting the attention of predators. Please, listen to me and return, allowing me to rest easy. If it were not for my rescue, you would not be trapped here." As Zhang Mengmeng spoke, her tone shifted to one of earnest supplication. If the formidable bird had proven to be such a challenge, the consequences of encountering a pack of predators would be utterly dire. She could not gamble with the safety of Hu Xiao and the hopes of the entire Hu tribe. Zhang Mengmeng felt an overwhelming tension in the hand she grasped. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by the subdued voice of the orc across from her, as if he were struggling to contain something within. Zhang Mengmeng shook her head gently, a faint smile gracing her pale face. With a soothing touch, she caressed Hu Xiao's hand, reassuring him that perhaps after death, one could venture into another world. Yet, this unfulfilled affection, which had yet to blossom, inevitably faced an early conclusion. In a sudden surge of emotion, Hu Xiao lifted her into his arms, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. "You will not die. I forbid you to die. You belong to me, entirely." The little one. Unbeknownst to him, his hands trembled, and in that moment, as he heard her utter the word death, he grasped the depth of his fear. It dawned on him what she meant to him, and how she could speak such cruel words with such nonchalance. Zhang Mengmeng shook her head gently and said, "You must return and tell Shirley to consume less raw meat, as it is detrimental to her health. Remind Ivy to take good care of herself, and also urge Bebe to look after herself well." However, while holding her orc, she momentarily froze. Lifting her gaze to meet his, he appeared less imposing than usual, and an unexpected hint of fragility seeped into his voice as he inquired, "What about me?" Zhang Mengmeng coughed a few times and found that the awkward Hu Xiao was unexpectedly adorable at that moment. She chuckled softly, gently caressing Hu Xiao's face. "You are my favorite, so you must take good care of yourself. Even in my absence, do not overburden yourself." Chapter 46. Finally rescued, Hu Xiao was taken aback. He lowered his gaze to Zhang Mengmeng, and the once towering beastman appeared somewhat frail. He remained silent, yet his grip on Zhang Mengmeng's hand tightened, as if he wished to envelop her within his embrace. Seeing the darkness in Hu Xiao's eyes and the pallor of his complexion, Zhang Mengmeng continued, "And don't worry. Just return for now. Perhaps by tomorrow, I will be perfectly fine." However, both were acutely aware that as night fell, predators would emerge, and the survival rate of an injured and weakened creature was practically zero. Hu Xiao stirred. Without uttering a word, he wrapped one arm tightly around Zhang Mengmeng. His tone unexpectedly gentle, "Hold me with your other hand." Zhang Mengmeng initially found herself at a loss regarding his intentions. However, as he extended his claws, a flicker of understanding dawned upon her, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. "No, that's not going to work." Tiger Roar simply replied, "You will be fine." In the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng witnessed a flash of brilliance as Tiger Roar grasped the tree trunk once more, carefully enveloping her with his other hand, reiterating, "Hold on tight to me." Zhang Mengmeng felt that perhaps due to the continuous loss of blood, her mind was becoming somewhat muddled. Yet, she still embraced Hu Xiao tightly with her uninjured hand, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. She had wished for him to leave her behind, believing that perhaps in death, she could return to her original world. In truth, that notion held a certain appeal. They were never meant to inhabit the same realm. However, as she watched Hu Xiao struggle step by step, relying on his feet, perhaps driving his claws into the cliffside, moving laboriously, beads of sweat increasingly adorning his bronze face, she suddenly could not bear to utter the words to abandon her. It was evident that Hu Xiao was making every effort to ensure her survival. He had never been one to surrender easily. Thus, all she could do now was to strive not to add to his burdens. Zhang Mengmeng, in a state of drowsiness, pondered as the night gradually enveloped the horizon. The sound of the wind seemed to intensify, while Hu Xiao remained silent. However, his breaths grew increasingly labored. Zhang Mengmeng felt her eyelids growing heavy, prompting her to make a concerted effort to keep her eyes wide open. If she were to succumb to unconsciousness, she would lose the strength to hold on to Hu Xiao, compelling him to embrace her even more tightly. Fortunately, during their fall, Hu Xiao reacted swiftly, grasping a tree trunk. And their descent was not far, as they managed to reach the cliff summit just before darkness fully descended. Zhang Mengmeng remained with her eyes wide open. She shifted her gaze downward and beheld the bloodied feet of Hu Xiao, a sight both horrifying and macabre. Yet, he uttered not a single word. He gently set Zhang Mengmeng down, and in the next instant, transformed into his beastly form, lowering himself as he commanded, "Climb aboard." Zhang Mengmeng could hardly believe they had truly reached the summit. Reflecting on her earlier words and actions, she couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and embarrassment. She had thought she was destined to meet the Buddha and had uttered such profound remarks. However, a glance at Hu Xiao's bloodied hands and feet, marred by the transformation into his beastly form with already broken nails, filled her heart with sorrow for that foolish tiger. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Ignoring the pain in her hands, she climbed onto Hu Xiao's back, feeling the wind rush past her face as he sped forward. In no time, the landscape before her morphed into familiar scenery. Zhang Mengmeng felt a sense of tranquility within her heart and, unable to resist any longer, closed her eyes. Chapter 47. The most beautiful woman. The following morning, Zhang Mengmeng awoke to a cacophony of sounds, which seemed to include the howling of wind, human voices, and the patter of rain. Struggling to rise, she soon realized that the commotion emanated from outside. Glancing at her hand, she noticed it had been treated and the bleeding had stopped. Although there was still some pain, it was within tolerable limits. She slowly ventured outside and discovered that Bebe and Sherry were deep in discussion at the cave entrance. Looking up, she confirmed that it was indeed raining. "Mengmeng, what are you doing out here? You're still injured," Sherry exclaimed as she rushed towards her. "We were all quite frightened when you returned unconscious yesterday." "Do not worry. I am fine now," Zhang Mengmeng replied with a smile, but could not help but inquire, "What about them?" Sherry cast a humorous glance at Zhang Mengmeng, fully aware that she was inquiring about him, not them. However, she chose not to divulge this understanding and replied, "They left early this morning to hunt. Once this rainy season concludes, winter will set in. We were just discussing our predicament. The rain is manageable for the male orcs. But if the females are soaked for too long, they are bound to catch a chill. We are quite concerned about what to do." A trace of worry flickered in Sherry's eyes. "We could use an umbrella. Or raincoats," Zhang Mengmeng initially thought to suggest, but then realized that such concepts might not exist in their world. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, "Sherry, perhaps we could create something to shield ourselves from the rain." "Shield?" Sherry blinked in confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the notion. Zhang Mengmeng elucidated in simple terms before continuing. "As for the handle of the umbrella, we can craft it from bamboo, while the canopy can be fashioned from the hide of a horned beast." "Mengmeng, you are truly clever. Please enlighten us on how to proceed," exclaimed Sherry, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, while Bebe and Ivy eagerly awaited her guidance. Suddenly, a sharp yet melodious voice pierced the air. "Some individuals are utterly ungrateful. It is not enough that they have caused Wang to be injured. Now they wish to lure others into the forest to meet their demise." This unfamiliar voice belonged to a tall female figure who emerged from the shadows, standing approximately 1.78 meters tall. Her upper body was adorned with purple beast skin, accentuating her slender waist, while her lower half was clad in a skirt that barely concealed her thighs, leaving her long, fair legs exposed to the open air. With her chin held high and a look of disdain in her eyes, she was none other than the renowned beauty of the tiger tribe, known only by name to Zhang Mengmeng until now, Maine. Why had Zhang Mengmeng never encountered her before? It was because Maine, celebrated as the most beautiful woman of the tiger tribe, prided herself on her looks, seldom associating with other females and abstaining from gathering activities. According to her own words, she seemed to fear that the scorching sun might tarnish her beauty. Zhang Mengmeng reflected on this, acknowledging that ultraviolet rays indeed accelerate skin aging. She had not anticipated that female beastmen of this era would possess such awareness. Furthermore, with her numerous partners, she was never lacking in sustenance. Upon reflecting on the rumors surrounding her, Zhang Mengmeng raised her head, her curiosity piqued. Her enchanting, shimmering phoenix eyes and alluring red lips suggested a captivating allure. Perhaps due to her infrequent outings, her complexion was remarkably fair, exuding an exotic charm. In comparison to the still-maturing Bebe, the spirited yet less aesthetically pleasing Xueli, and the graceful Ivy, this Maine undoubtedly qualified as a beauty, albeit with a rather unpleasant disposition. I had anticipated that the one who would be with Wang would possess a more remarkable character, yet it turned out to be merely a young girl. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's scrutiny, Mei puffed out her chest defiantly and cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Mengmeng's upper body. Chapter 48. Crafting Umbrellas. Zhang Mengmeng's expression became somewhat frozen, and Sherry quickly pulled her to her side, whispering, "Do not heed her words." Zhang Mengmeng would certainly not allow such words to tarnish her mood. Rather, she found herself somewhat intrigued. She had heard that Mei has nearly 20 partners. Doesn't that become rather burdensome? Zhang Mengmeng cast a fleeting glance at her complexion, which appeared rather rosy, and could not help but be astonished by her remarkable resilience. However, as they were not well acquainted, such inquiries felt inappropriate. To her surprise, the other party spoke up moments later, and after being with Wang for so long, still not having a child, what a complete waste. Mei stifled a laugh as she uttered these venomous words. Zhang Mengmeng found herself intrigued. She had always believed that beastmen were inherently simple and kind-hearted, never anticipating that such characters could exist among them. Zhang Mengmeng lacked the enthusiasm to engage in a debate, for there were far more pressing matters at hand. She shook her head and whispered to Shirley, "Let us craft an umbrella." By the time Mei refocused her gaze, Zhang Mengmeng and her companions had vanished, infuriating her to the point of stomping her feet in frustration. Inside the cave, Zhang Mengmeng retrieved the bamboo that she had previously asked Hu Xiao and the others to prepare, reflecting on the structure of an umbrella. She took a sharp stone blade she had found earlier and began to carve the bamboo into the shape of ribs. Then, she entwined the dried skin of a horned beast with the bamboo using vines, resulting in a rudimentary yet functional umbrella. As soon as it was completed, Shirley eagerly took it, examining it from every angle and repeatedly opening and closing it. Meanwhile, Bei and Ai Wei, witnessing this, hastened their efforts. Ultimately, each of Zhang Mengmeng, Shirley, Bei, and Ai Wei fashioned their own makeshift umbrella. As they prepared to exit the cave, Zhang Mengmeng remarked, "Shirley, Bei, we must avoid the forest for now. Let us explore the thicket in front of the tribe and gather the peanuts we planted previously. Everyone, keep an eye out for any plants that can withstand the rain. With such plants, we might even fashion some straw hats or raincoats." "Absolutely. We will be vigilant," came the enthusiastic reply. Behind them, Mei stood at the entrance of her cave, casting a resentful glare at their retreating figures. As the rainy season approached with intensity, the rain fell relentlessly. After a short walk, Zhang Mengmeng and Shirley arrived at the peanut field in front of the tribe. Since discovering peanuts last time, they had transplanted them into the field, and while some may not yet be ripe, they needed to collect them promptly to prevent sprouting from prolonged exposure to water. The lush green peanut leaves were drenched, and the ground was a muddy quagmire. Zhang Mengmeng navigated carefully, one hand clutching the umbrella while the other tugged at the peanut leaves to uproot the peanuts. Shaking off the dirt, she indeed found some that were not fully developed. But thankfully, none had sprouted yet. It was the perfect time to harvest. Zhang Mengmeng quickened her pace, swiftly shaking off the soil before placing the freshly harvested items into the nearby basket. Gradually, the small basket became filled to the brim. Although Zhang Mengmeng worked at a comparatively slower pace, her companion, Shirley, had already filled 2 large baskets to capacity, effortlessly lifting one in each hand. Testing the strength of her uninjured hand, Zhang Mengmeng found it sufficient and hoisted the basket onto her back. It was worth noting that the idea of designing the baskets for easy carrying was a suggestion from Hu Xiao. As she lifted the basket, she felt a tug on her injured hand, causing a twinge of pain. Frowning slightly, she adjusted her position and managed to carry a basket full of peanuts. Afterward, she picked a few more chili peppers and peanuts from the side before hearing Shirley say, "Mengmeng, I completely forgot about your injury. Why don't you let me take yours?" Chapter 49. The mysterious fruit. Zhang Mengmeng smiled and said, "It's nothing. I am not that delicate." Beside her, Bei and Avi had also completed their collection tasks, and thus the 4 of them walked back, sharing an umbrella. Zhang Mengmeng, while traversing the path, remained vigilant for any extraordinary plants. However, perhaps due to the scarcity of flora in this region, she encountered none of the specimens she had hoped to find. Regrettably, the opportunity to gather red fruits had passed, and as they walked, Bei murmured softly about the blue fruits. "Indeed, it's no matter," Mengmeng replied. "The peanuts, when boiled, are quite delectable." Cheryl comfortingly patted Bei on the back. After a while, they arrived at the tribe, and Cheryl, who had arrived first, exclaimed, "Goodness, Zhang Mengmeng," under the impression that something significant had transpired, hastened forward with hurried steps, only to be met with astonishment. Before her lay several heaps of fruit at the entrance of the cave. The rainy season, being the most bountiful for fruit, had rendered these offerings abundant and succulent. There were crimson fruits, azure fruits, and nut-like fruits, alongside the rather elusive green fruits. These ample piles filled the cave's mouth, and the lingering droplets of water upon the fruits indicated that they had only recently been plucked from the trees. Who could have placed such a multitude of fruits here? Bebe picked up a blue fruit and inhaled its fragrance, finding it undeniably appetizing. Zhang Mengmeng initially felt a twinge of curiosity, but then recollected something and proposed. Let us first gather the peanuts in a basket and set them aside. We shall determine how to proceed once they return. Subsequently, she, along with Cheryl and the others, extracted the peanuts and laid several animal skins at the cave's entrance. They began to harvest the peanuts, and after a while, it was already afternoon. Zhang Mengmeng contemplated that Hu Shao and the others would likely be returning soon, so she remarked to Cheryl, they must be on their way back. Let us clean the harvested peanuts and place them in the pot. We can sprinkle a bit of salt on them, and by the time they arrive, they will be ready to eat. All right, I will take care of the meat, replied Bebe, who had developed a fondness for roasting meat after being influenced by Zhang Mengmeng over the past few days. In fact, she was even more enthusiastic about it than Zhang Mengmeng herself. As anticipated, once Zhang Mengmeng and her companions had prepared everything, she heard the resounding approach of the orc party. Leading them was Hu Shao, who bore two prey on his shoulders, one in each hand. His strides were swift, and within moments he reached the mouth of the cave, where he observed Zhang Mengmeng busily attending to their preparations. His golden eyes darkened slightly as he discreetly scrutinized her. After issuing instructions on how to handle the game, the surrounding male orcs retreated to their respective caves. Ivy and Bebe were also playfully ushered away by the mischievous Cheryl, leaving only Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Shao alone together. The two found themselves facing each other, yet an awkward silence ensued as they both spoke simultaneously. You. Zhang Mengmeng never anticipated that such an embarrassing situation would one day befall her. She anxiously pinched her fingers, falling into a contemplative silence, silently urging Hu Shao to speak first. To her astonishment, Hu Shao remained equally reticent, plunging the atmosphere into an even more awkward state. Zhang Mengmeng conceded defeat, extending her small hand to grasp the broad palm of Hu Shao, which still bore the remnants of moisture. Whether sweat or raindrops remained a mystery. Her hand became damp as well, yet she paid it little mind, leaning in closer and whispering, "Bend down, please, you are too tall." Zhang Mengmeng's breath brushed against the chest of Hu Shao, her sweet fragrance seemingly infiltrating his beating heart, eliciting waves of tremors akin to the ebb and flow of the tides. Hu Shao obediently lowered his head, bending his form, and with one hand, he embraced Zhang Mengmeng's waist, as if instinctively aware of her intentions. Zhang Mengmeng extended her hand and gently stroked his hair, discovering, as anticipated, its damp and sleek texture. Lowering her gaze, she beheld his exposed chest, adorned with muscular contours that exuded a raw, untamed beauty, each droplet of water glistening enticingly upon it. She lifted her head and noticed that his face was relatively clean, save for a few lingering beads of perspiration. To her surprise, Hu Shao was intently focused on her hand, questioning, "What is wrong with your hand?" Chapter 50. The mysterious footprints. Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head and discovered that the wound previously wrapped in animal skin had indeed begun to, staining the once pristine white leather with vivid crimson. It dawned on her that she must have injured herself while moving peanuts earlier that morning. But in the flurry of her tasks, she had completely overlooked it. "It's nothing, just a little tear in the wound," she remarked nonchalantly. Yet, deep within, she reflected that she was now an evolved version of herself. No longer was she the timid girl who flinched at the slightest pain upon her arrival here. Her threshold for discomfort had notably increased. Hu Shao remained silent but reached out to gently pat Zhang Mengmeng's head, a gesture of endearment. Feeling akin to a pet receiving affection, Zhang Mengmeng protested, "Please don't keep patting my head. I know you're taller." With a sigh, she continued, seemingly oblivious, "You could touch other places, like my hand or my face." However, before she could finish her thought, Hu Zhao's gaze shifted to a rather peculiar location. Following his gaze, she found herself both anxious and irritated, for he was staring directly at the upper half of her body, wrapped in the animal skin. Zhang Mengmeng was furious. She should not have treated that foul old tiger with such amiability. To her surprise, she was met with a low, deep chuckle from the beastman, a sound rich and resonant, akin to fine wine, irresistibly drawing one into its depths. Zhang Mengmeng looked up at Hu Shao with a hint of surprise. To be honest, she had seldom witnessed him smile. He always seemed so serious and restrained, Even when in her presence, he appeared only slightly more relaxed than usual. Zhang Mengmeng found it somewhat amusing. Although she had confirmed her feelings for him, there were times when she remained perplexed about his sentiments towards her. It could be said that he cared for her, as evidenced by his reckless bravery in coming to her rescue last time. However, to assert that he harbored deep affection for her seemed a stretch, especially considering his frequent disdainful expressions, which wasted his good looks. Nevertheless, she decided to let go of such thoughts, believing that matters of the heart should unfold naturally. Just then, as she pondered, Hu Xiao unexpectedly retrieved a small parcel wrapped in animal hide from his bosom and handed it to Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng opened the container and found a plethora of fruits, both large and small. Among them were green fruits known for their pain-relieving properties, as well as an abundant collection of blue and red fruits. However, there were no hazelnuts to be found. She realized that during this season, it was unlikely for the orcs to venture out to gather fruits alone, leading her to conclude that it must have been Tiger Roar who foraged them. Consequently, Zhang Mengmeng quickly approached to examine Tiger Roar's condition, her face etched with concern. You didn't go out to gather them alone, did you? There are so many Tartar beasts. It's quite dangerous. You mustn't do that again. Noticing Tiger Roar's silence, her anxiety grew, yet after a moment's reflection, she gently implored, "Promise me, will you?" Her words flowed into Tiger Roar's heart like a soothing stream, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. For a brief moment, he contemplated agreeing, charmed by the adorable demeanor of the little one. However, he still felt the need to clarify, "I didn't go out specifically to gather them. Many fruits simply fell near the hunting grounds." Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of complex emotions, but after a moment's reflection, she found solace. Rather than succumbing to rage for the sake of a beloved, she wished for Hu Xiao's safety above all. By the way, today we stumbled upon a plethora of fruits at the cave entrance, which remain unprocessed. I would like to inquire about your thoughts on how to proceed with them. Zhang Mengmeng pointed to the fruit at the entrance of the cave, noting that they had only seen it after returning from harvesting peanuts. Could it be sent by Lon Lon? She pondered. Hu Xiao stepped forward and sniffed the air, remarking, "It's hard to say. There is no trace of any beast here." However, as Hu Xiao gazed at the patches of water outside the grass, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Although there were no signs of beasts nearby, those watermarks were evidently left by some creature's movement. The Tata beast typically moved in a leaping manner, which would usually leave two parallel patches of water. Yet, these marks were chaotic, and strangely, there were no clear footprints, almost as if they had been deliberately erased. Chapter 51. The sudden appearance of a handsome man. A thoughtful look appeared on Hu Xiao's face, while Zhang Mengmeng curiously leaned in closer, peeking from behind him. Following his gaze, she noticed the watermarks she had previously overlooked, stirring her curiosity. Initially, she had assumed it was most likely Lon Lon who had secretly delivered them. But Hu Xiao's demeanor suggested otherwise. She furrowed her delicate brows, wondering about the intentions of the fruit sender. Could it be dangerous? She questioned. Hu Xiao, somewhat puzzled, repeated, "Danger?" Zhang Mengmeng explained, "Is there any poison or perhaps a sedative within?" Hu Xiao was further perplexed. Poison? Why was the little one speaking in such incomprehensible terms today? Zhang Mengmeng, feeling somewhat awkward, pouted slightly. "You know, the kind of thing that would make one feel unwell. That should not be the case. These fruits are quite fresh and possess no unusual odors." "Then can we share them with everyone?" Zhang Mengmeng inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Indeed," Hu Xiao nodded, casting another glance at the fruits in Zhang Mengmeng's hand. "Then please give me that one." The fruits in the basket were pristine and glistening, while the ones Hu Xiao had collected from the ground, despite being rinsed by the rain, were somewhat wilted and lacked visual appeal. "There's no need for that. You take those fruits down to share with everyone. I'm perfectly fine with this one," Zhang Mengmeng replied with a carefree smile, for the fruit in her hand was a gift from Hu Xiao, which made it all the more special. Hu Xiao's expression softened unconsciously, and the words he had longed to express but had hesitated to voice finally slipped out uncontrollably. "Your injury has yet to heal. You must take good care of yourself." Zhang Mengmeng was unexpectedly touched by Hu Xiao's tender words, and her heart swelled with delight. She quickly nodded and shook Hu Xiao's hand, saying, "I understand. Please go and distribute the fruits. I know you have other matters to attend to." Before departing, Hu Xiao cast a lingering gaze upon Zhang Mengmeng, and then strode out with purpose. That evening, after a day filled with activity, Zhang Mengmeng succumbed to slumber as soon as midnight struck. However, in the dead of night, she was jolted awake by a sudden sensation of cool moisture upon her face. As she opened her eyes, she found herself staring into a pair of glistening, deep brown eyes. Before her stood a strikingly handsome youth with short, light brown, curly hair and a delicate face that seemed almost fragile. His round, brown eyes only enhanced his undeniable charm. The boy was merely a few centimeters away from Zhang Mengmeng, and she inexplicably felt that his gaze was somewhat familiar. Hesitantly, she inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Lan Lan," he replied softly. "Lan Lan?" Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise. Yet she instinctively moderated her tone. She had always thought of the Tarta beast as just that, yet she had forgotten that this was a world of beastmen, where every creature could indeed possess intelligence. "Your original name is not Lan Lan, is it?" she asked, noticing the boy's slight furrow of his delicate brow, which hinted at his distress. However, he did not respond to her question. "Sister, will you dislike me because I am a Tarta beast?" Chapter 52. Do not involve her. Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her brow in distress. The orcs and the Tarta beasts were adversaries, yet this enmity was confined to these two tribes. However, one cannot simply label all Tarta beasts as villains, can they? The young boy blinked his large eyes innocently and continued. "Is my sister's silence a sign that she does not forgive me?" His expression radiated pure innocence. Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment, then cleared her throat and softly remarked, "It is not merely a matter of forgiveness. After you left, I was relentlessly pursued by a horde of Tatar beasts. Had it not been for Hu Xiao, I would likely have met my demise." Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's words, the boy's clear gaze flickered, and he immediately grasped her delicate hand, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Sister, I was entirely unaware of this. Had I known, I would never have allowed them to act in such a manner." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Mengmeng felt a slight alleviation of her sorrow, yet her emotions remained exceedingly complex. "You should leave now and refrain from coming back," she said. Although she fondly reminisced about the times when Lan Lan was still a little squirrel, sharing everything with her and receiving attentive gazes in return, she had never anticipated that things would evolve into their current state. "Sister, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's admission, the young man's voice trembled, and she felt a pang of compassion, as if she were bullying a child who had yet to mature. "Oh, by the way, I have a question," Zhang Mengmeng suddenly recalled. "Today, many fresh fruits appeared at the cave entrance. Did you bring them?" Hearing this, the young man lowered his head and replied, somewhat aggrieved, "Sister, it's fine if you don't like me, but I hope you won't reject the fruits." So, it was indeed Lan Lan who had sent the fruits. Zhang Mengmeng nodded, sighed, and said, "Thank you, but please do not bring any more in the future." Zhang Mengmeng, after much persuasion, finally managed to send the youth away. What she failed to notice was that as soon as he stepped out of the cave, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. To his astonishment, after merely a few paces, a towering figure emerged before him, Tada. Startled, Tada lifted his gaze, and the orc's golden eyes seemed to glimmer in the darkness, exuding an imposing aura that instilled fear within him. Stammering slightly, he declared, "What of it? I care not for your intentions. Do not involve her." It was none other than Hu Xiao who had arrived, his concern piqued by the origins of the fruit. After a thorough investigation, he discovered that the path led to the very river where he had previously found Zhang Mengmeng. Fearing for her safety during the night, he had chosen to remain vigilant outside the cave, refraining from capturing the intruder only to spare the little one from fright. Though neither spoke her name, both understood the implications. "That fruit was not gifted by you, was it?" Hu Xiao suddenly inquired. In the next moment, Tada's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "Is it not enough that I picked up the spoiled fruit for my sister? Must you also dictate the freshness of the fruit I gift her?" His sharp tone starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor when speaking to Zhang Mengmeng. Hu Xiao's expression turned icy as he reached out, prepared to seize the other. However, just then, Tada cried out, "Sister, save me." His voice resonated with such intensity that it roused Zhang Mengmeng, who had just been on the verge of falling asleep once more. Chapter 53. Teasing Hu Xiao. Zhang Mengmeng discerned that the voice belonged to Lan Lan, prompting her to hastily emerge from her hiding place. She beheld the towering figure of Hu Xiao effortlessly lifting the petite Lan Lan, as though she were a mere object. The scene was somewhat comical, eliciting a chuckle from Zhang Mengmeng. Upon noticing her, Hu Xiao instinctively clenched his fist, yet his peripheral gaze remained fixed upon her. Zhang Mengmeng stepped forward and implored, "Please, let her go. I have clarified everything with her. There is no need for you to come by or deliver fruits any longer." Zhang Mengmeng directed her words towards Hu Xiao. Upon hearing her, Hu Xiao relaxed somewhat and, in the next moment, released Tada, his tone inscrutable. "Hurry up." Tada walked away without uttering another word, avoiding any glance at Zhang Mengmeng. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao fixed his gaze on Tada's retreating figure, his expression betraying a contemplative demeanor. Although the diminutive Tada hurried forward with small, hurried steps, There was a noticeable disparity in his gait, 1 foot lighter and the other heavier. One step elevated while the other dipped. It was evident that one of his feet was inclined, and perhaps aware of being watched, the youth quickened his pace. Zhang Mengmeng cast a surprised glance at Hu Shao, then turned her gaze towards the running youth, naturally witnessing the scene before her. In that moment, she heard Hu Xiao's deep voice utter, "I see." Zhang Mengmeng was still somewhat taken aback when she heard Hu Xiu explain, as if elucidating, that one of the most remarkable abilities of the Tata beast is its prowess in leaping. However, Tata, being the king of the Tata beasts, was unable to leap normally, which is why the water stains we observed this morning appeared in such a manner. Zhang Mengmeng now completely understood, yet she noticed another issue. His name was Tata? Hu Shao nodded slightly, but he did not elaborate on the reason. However, Zhang Mengmeng did not dwell on it for long. She continued to inquire, "By the way, how is it that you find yourself here?" Hu Shao hesitated for a moment. He certainly could not admit that he had been waiting outside out of concern for her. Thus, he replied, "I happened to be passing by." Zhang Mengmeng pondered the absurdity of the situation, questioning the credibility of a midnight encounter. Who would believe that one could fortuitously pass by her place at such an hour? She was no mere child. However, she found a certain amusement in the awkward demeanor of Hu Shao. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she teased, "Oh, what a coincidence indeed. Pray tell, you weren't lurking outside this entire time, were you?" Hu Shao hesitated, a faint blush creeping onto his face. Clearing his throat, he retorted, "Do not be so playful." The implications of this exchange weighed heavily on Zhang Mengmeng's mind. What would become of their future interactions? All right, I understand. I merely worry for your well-being. You got caught in the rain today, after all. Even if your health is robust, you should not take such risks, she asserted, shaking her head in disapproval. It's of no concern, Hu Shao replied, his gaze fixed intently on her. For a beastman, enduring the elements was second nature. Yet her words brought an unexpected warmth to his heart, akin to the gentle caress of sunlight. He often marveled at how her every word seemed to soothe him. Though he once perceived her as a fragile female, she consistently demonstrated her resilience, making it impossible for him to remain indifferent to her. Chapter 54. A mischievous melody. The following morning, Hu Shao rose early to prepare for the hunt and attend to the spoils of the previous day. Just as he was about to lead the male beastmen out, a commotion behind him caught his attention. "Why do I not have any green fruit while she has so many?" The voice, though melodious, bore an edge that dulled its charm. Upon hearing it, Hu Shao instinctively furrowed his brow. "I don't care. If you don't give me some, you shan't go out today," the woman insisted, her urgency palpable. Next, Hu Shao discerned another voice, likely that of Sherry. "You're being unreasonable. Mengmeng is injured and naturally requires the green fruit. You have no such need. How can you even mention such a trivial wound?" The sultry voice retorted with a scoff. The tension in the air thickened, and Hu Xiao's frown deepened. Then, he heard a resigned voice say, "Fine, if you want them, take them all." Soft and gentle, it was unmistakably Zhang Mengmeng's voice. "Mengmeng, how can you agree to this?" Sherry's disapproval was evident. "Relax, Sherry. My injury has improved significantly. We still need to gather the remaining peanuts. There are more pressing matters at hand." "Chief, what troubles you? Aren't we supposed to set off?" A nearby orc's shout drew back the attention of Tiger Roar, who had unwittingly clenched his fist. He inhaled deeply and exhaled, before finally uttering, "Let's go." By evening, Tiger Roar and his companions had nearly completed their hunt for the day. The male orcs were busy packing up, preparing to return, when unexpectedly, Tiger Roar commanded, "You all head back first." "Chief? This?" An orc nearby hesitated. "Return first. I will follow shortly." As Tiger Roar was not one to explain his actions, the other orcs did not press further. They obediently gathered their belongings and departed. Observing this, Tiger Roar swiftly retreated into the forest, his agile form darting to and fro until he disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng and the tribe continued to gather peanuts while keeping an eye on the outside commotion. Upon spotting the figures of the male orcs, she felt a surge of excitement. However, as she approached, she realized that Tiger Roar was conspicuously absent, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. She turned to a nearby orc and inquired, "Where is Tiger Roar? Why did he not return with you?" The orc, taken aback by Zhang Mengmeng's question, initially felt shy before responding. The chief said he had some matters to attend to and would stay behind for a while. Zhang Mengmeng, filled with confusion and helplessness, contemplated the danger of remaining alone in the forest, especially with the rain still pouring outside. Fortunately, before dusk descended, the silhouette of Hu Shao finally emerged. His body, clad in animal hide, clung closely due to the rain, accentuating his robust and powerful muscles. The glistening droplets on his bronze skin added an element of primal beauty, while his tousled golden hair fell freely, exuding a wild charm as he approached Zhang Mengmeng. It was then she noticed that he held another small package in his hand, reminiscent of the one from yesterday, which he promptly extended towards her, saying, "Here you go." Zhang Mengmeng took the package, opened it, and was astonished to find it filled entirely with green fruits, dozens of them in various sizes. She was taken aback. After all, green fruits are quite rare. They typically grow deep within forests, thriving under stringent conditions. Moreover, given their remarkable ability to alleviate pain and expedite the healing of wounds, orcs generally refrain from consuming them unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 55, The Matter of the Kiss. Furthermore, it is of great significance that due to the green fruit's extraordinary pain-relieving properties, many male orcs present them to females as a token of courtship. This act is akin to a symbolic gesture of mating invitation. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly felt that the small package in her hands had become a hot potato. Why on earth would Hu Shao unexpectedly send her green fruit? Surely, he couldn't be harboring such intentions? She struggled to lift her gaze to observe Hu Zhao's expression, only to find him appearing perfectly normal, his eyes focused, revealing no hint of any romantic notions. Perhaps she was overthinking it? Zhang Mengmeng could not help but release a sigh of relief, only to realize that Hu Shao would likely return late due to his search for the green fruit. A wave of complex emotions washed over her. Did he not understand the peril inherent in a beast venturing into the forest at this hour? He simply disregarded her counsel. This thought ignited a flicker of anger within Zhang Mengmeng. Although his intention to gather fruit was noble, it also indicated that he held his own desires. Yet, she was not one to indulge in unreasonable tantrums. Fruit, whether present or absent, was of little consequence. There was absolutely no need to jeopardize oneself over such trivial matters. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's silence and the growing pallor of her expression, Hu Shao felt a twinge of confusion. He had expected that the little one would be delighted, and perhaps in her joy, she might even caress his hand or embrace him. However, the imagined warmth and tenderness was nowhere to be found. Instead, she seemed poised to become even more irate. At a loss for words, he was taken aback when, in the next moment, the anger brewing on Zhang Mengmeng's face began to dissipate. She sighed and remarked, "Please refrain from such reckless actions in the future. You are well aware of the dangers lurking within the forest." Hu Zhao's expression gradually darkened. Zhang Mengmeng continued, "Whether or not you obtain the fruit is inconsequential. Your safety is what truly matters." A glimmer of realization sparked in Hu Zhao's golden eyes. Was the little one genuinely concerned for him? He lowered his gaze, and as Zhang Mengmeng looked up, she beheld the ruggedly handsome visage of the beastman, imbued with an air of masculine vitality. His light golden brows framed deep, enchanting golden eyes, their dim glow seemingly ignited by a match. His full lips pressed tightly together, and droplets of water clung to his bronze skin, further enhancing his wild allure. Zhang Mengmeng raised her hand and whispered softly, "By your head?" Hu Shao obediently lowered his head. With her delicate fingers, Zhang Mengmeng gently wiped away the droplets of water from his face. Then, unexpectedly, she leaned in, her warm, rosy lips softly pressed against his, leaving a tender kiss. The words she uttered were as sweet as honey, and knowing Hu Shao harbored such feelings filled me with joy. Hu Zhao's body became completely rigid. He dared not move. And the area where her lips had touched felt as if it were scorched, a warmth surging into his heart, causing it to race uncontrollably, thumping loudly, no longer feeling like his own. She kissed me. His heart raced incessantly. This clearly was an act of comforting a youngling. Yet why did he not feel the slightest annoyance at such an intimate gesture? All right, truly, such actions should not be repeated in the future, or I will be genuinely upset. At last, Zhang Mengmeng added, "If I become angry, I shall simply ignore you." Hu Shao paused for a moment, and to Zhang Mengmeng's astonishment, she noticed the tightly pressed corners of his mouth relax, forming a subtle arc that resembled a smile. The imposing demeanor of the beastman, typically characterized by an air of authority, was softened, revealing a touch of warmth and diminishing the gravity of his expression. His crimson lips parted slightly, and he uttered a simple good. Although he perceived the little female's threat as utterly lacking in intimidation, he found himself unable to utter a single refusal. Her voice, both soft and endearing, truly made her a delightful little creature. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly exclaimed, "All right, all right. Go on and get your tasks done, and be sure to take some rest early." Zhang Mengmeng waved her hand with a smile. Hu Shao paused momentarily, fully aware that he should depart, yet his feet remained rooted in place. Chapter 56, escalation. Much like many situations in life. Although one is acutely aware of the correct course of action, the body often fails to heed its own commands, resulting in contrary behavior. This perhaps encapsulated Hu Zhao's current sentiment. However, the ingrained habit of restraint and forbearance cultivated over many years is not easily shattered. He suppressed the impulsive urge within and merely nodded before stepping outside. This may illustrate that the power of habit indeed surpasses that of intention. To her surprise, the following morning, upon awakening, Zhang Mengmeng was confronted with an even more distressing predicament. The origin of this dilemma lay in the events of the previous night. Hu Xiao had delivered a considerable quantity of green fruits. Realizing she could not possibly consume them all, Zhang Mengmeng decided to distribute some amongst several females in the tribe, considering that the females often required the green fruits. Despite harboring some discontent towards Maine, she thought it prudent to share a few, as they were all part of the same tribe. To her astonishment, however, Maine arrived at the cave entrance early in the morning, causing a commotion. Why do Bei and the others each receive 5, while I only have 3? Do you look down upon me? Rubbing her eyes, Zhang Mengmeng felt as though her head might be shattered by the sheer volume of that voice. I refuse to accept this. If I do not receive the same amount of green fruits today, I will not leave. The tone was laden with a dramatic flair. Does this line sound familiar? Zhang Mengmeng pondered wearily, recalling that this individual had uttered something similar previously. Her dialogue lacked any semblance of originality. You don't even participate in the gathering. The fact that we are sharing with you is already generous enough. What more do you want? Responded Shueli, her voice brimming with indignation. She failed to comprehend how this individual, merely relying on a modicum of beauty, believed herself superior, truly considering herself a queen. However, Maine evidently was not swayed by such reasoning. Her voice grew even sharper. If Bei can receive 5, why am I only allotted this meager amount? Are you hiding some from me? Noticing the lack of attention directed at her, Maine stepped forward, adopting a demeanor of profound grievance, although her tone lacked any persuasive power. Nearby, Bei, upon hearing her name mentioned, instinctively shrank behind Ivy. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think everyone is like you? Shueli's voice was filled with fury. I don't care. If you don't give me what I want, I shall not leave. And you shall not leave either. Maine displayed an unwavering resolve, seemingly eager to incite anger in those around her. Zhang Mengmeng sighed in resignation as she stepped forward and inquired, So, what you're saying is that as long as you receive the same amount, you will leave, correct? Upon noticing Zhang Mengmeng approaching, Maine smirked with a hint of disdain and after a moment replied, That was the case earlier, but now I have decided, you must give me 10. With a provocatively mischievous smile gracing her face, she seemed utterly convinced that Zhang Mengmeng would acquiesce. Oh, 10, you say? Zhang Mengmeng smiled, drawing closer to Maine, her countenance radiating warmth, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that she harbored no ill intentions. Maine thought so, and so did Sherry, who grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand and said, Mengmeng? It's fine, Sherry. Zhang Mengmeng waved her hand, her smile growing even more endearing. 10, indeed. She stepped in closer, holding out something in her hand. Here, take this. Upon hearing this, Maine raised her head high, akin to a victorious hen. However, the moment she opened the package that Zhang Mengmeng handed her, she was met not with the anticipated sweet fruit, but with a prickly surprise, the thorny fruit. Unprepared, Maine was instantly pricked all over her hands and leapt up with a scream, but Zhang Mengmeng and the others had vanished from her sight. The thorny fruit clung to her relentlessly, and no matter how she twisted and turned, she could not rid herself of its grasp. In a fit of frustration, she exclaimed, Zhang Mengmeng, just wait and see. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. Every male in her vicinity had always catered to her whims. She vowed to make them regret treating her in such a manner. Chapter 57. The beastman Sinte. Initially, Sherry was somewhat bewildered. But when Zhang Mengmeng pulled them apart and explained the situation, Sherry recalled Mei Yin's expression upon opening the package and felt a surge of satisfaction, lamenting how unfortunate it was to miss witnessing her misfortune. By afternoon, when the beastmen returned from their hunt, Mei Yin had long since retreated to her den. At first, she attempted to carefully extract the thorns embedded in her skin, but after just one attempt, the pain was unbearable. Her hands were dotted with red welts where the thorny fruit had pierced her, revealing glimpses of black spikes within. Thus, she waited for her beastman to return. As soon as Sinte arrived, he noticed Mei Yin sitting alone at the entrance of the den, her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. He approached with concern, asking, What happened? Seeing Sinte, Mei Yin finally had an outlet for her pin-up grievances. Why did you come back so late? She retorted, extending her hand covered in red welts. By the time you returned, I had already been bullied by others. How did you get so many thorns? Did you accidentally touch the thorny fruit? Sente sighed, inquiring with genuine concern. Just come over and help me remove them. You're taking too long. The tone of Mei-yin was laced with complaints and dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Sente immediately retrieved a small bone needle from his pocket. Although his gaze remained fixed on Mei-yin, his thoughts began to drift away. He had just returned from the chief's presence, and the sight of the needle evoked a recent memory. Earlier that afternoon, the chief had returned with the others. And upon reaching the cave entrance, a petite female with fair skin had hurried over. Her eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the chief, and after an exchange of words, her laughter grew even more joyful, as if her eyes were filled with stars. Noticing droplets of water on the chief's face, she gently reached out to wipe them away with a tenderness that was almost palpable. Sent found himself drawn closer, just in time to hear her soft voice. Shao, look at you. Your hair is all wet again. Let me help you dry it. You mustn't refuse, or you'll feel uncomfortable later, you know? Her voice was so delicate and soothing that anyone would find it impossible to utter a word of dissent. Even the usually stern and serious chief softened slightly at her words, shaking his head in apparent resignation yet responding with a gentle Sent couldn't help but observe this newcomer to the tribe. Though she was small in stature and did not possess the same allure as Mei-yin, she engaged everyone with warmth and a smile. He was aware that several young orcs in the tribe, still unbonded, had been discreetly discussing her, remarking on how easygoing she seemed and how gentle she appeared, making her an ideal female companion. Initially, he had struggled to understand this. But witnessing her interaction with the chief illuminated for him why this petite female, despite her brief time in the tribe, had effortlessly captured the hearts of several orcs. Be gentle. Are you trying to kill me? Sent was lost in these thoughts when he suddenly felt a sharp sting on his face. It was Mei-yin, who had slapped him with her other hand, her face clearly displaying anger. Though he should have been accustomed to this, having followed Mei-yin for several years. Her unpredictable temperament was always a part of their dynamic, despite once believing that beautiful females were often delicate. Witnessing how that petite female treated the chief left him with an unsettling feeling. He had thought fragility was a common trait among attractive females, yet this newcomer, possessing her own charm and fair skin, was anything but fragile. He had heard that even during her moments of weakness, she insisted on participating in gathering activities. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Sent blurted out, "Here is the needle. You can handle it yourself." "What did you say?" Mei-yin, taken aback, thought she had misheard him. Sent had always been obedient, so what was happening today? "Do it yourself. I'm tired." Sente softly uttered a few words before turning and exiting the cave, leaving Mei-yin in a state of disbelief, her eyes wide open. As night fell, Mei-yin's companions returned one after another, showering her with concern. Eventually, one particularly attentive orc stepped forward to help Mei-yin remove the thorns embedded in her hand. As the orcs prepared to retire for the night, they noted with surprise that Sente, who was supposed to accompany Mei-yin, had yet to arrive. One orc, ever obedient, remarked, "I shall go fetch Sente." Upon hearing his name, Mei-yin feigned indifference, glancing around before slightly lifting her chin and declaring, "Let him go wherever he pleases. Who cares?" She casually gestured towards a nearby orc, Linda, who immediately displayed overwhelming delight. A smirk of familiar disdain crept onto Mei-yin's lips as she added, "Let him leave. There are countless orcs here who adore me. What makes him so special?" After speaking, Sente wandered aimlessly from the cave, only to find himself unexpectedly standing before Zhang Mengmeng's dwelling. Startled, he halted in his tracks, and at that moment, a figure emerged from within the cave. "Who goes there?" Zhang Mengmeng was at the entrance, organizing her belongings. Initially suspecting it was Hu Shao, she soon realized the rhythm of the footsteps was different. Curiosity piqued. She stepped outside to find a strange male orc standing before her, seemingly entranced. In the moonlight, Zhang Mengmeng observed that although the orc was tall, he was not as towering as Hu Shao. His thick, short eyebrows accentuated his large, spirited eyes. However, his face was flushed, adorned with little red spots, some of which were bleeding. Intrigued, she tilted her head, and, noticing his silence, inquired, "What is your name?" At last, the orc seemed to register her words and replied, "Sente." "Oh, do you need something?" Zhang Mengmeng asked, then continued, "By the way, your face is injured. It needs treatment." To her surprise, the orc fell silent after his initial response, and when he turned, Zhang Mengmeng had vanished. Moments later, she returned briskly, holding a bamboo tube in one hand and what appeared to be something else in the other, saying, "Here is saline solution and green fruit. First, eat the green fruit. Then wash your face with the saline. It will feel better. Sente stood there, somewhat dazed. He could not comprehend why he had come to this place. Witnessing her kindness and friendliness, even towards a stranger, deepened his heartache. It was evident that being her companion would yield even more tender care, a notion he had never dared to envision. He had sustained multiple injuries outside, yet Mayne never cared. Her sole concern lay in the provisions he brought back, whether they would satisfy her needs. On days when she was in a good mood, she might grant him a smile. But more often than not, her displeasure would manifest in her venting her frustrations upon her partner, though her strength paled in comparison to the beasts of the forest. Each instance of such treatment left him feeling deeply unsettled. He believed the issue resided within himself, only to discover today that it had never been his fault. As Set remained lost in his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly broke through. "What are you doing?" Chapter 59. No need to accommodate her upon hearing that voice. Sent's body stiffened entirely. It was one he knew all too well. Before he could turn around, the petite female dashed towards him, her gaze radiating more warmth and eagerness than when she faced him directly. "Xiao, what brings you here?" Upon noticing the animal hide in his grasp, her expression shifted to understanding. "Oh, the hide can wait until tomorrow." Nevertheless, she felt a wave of warmth. Earlier that afternoon, she had merely mentioned to Xiao that the weather seemed to be turning cooler and that she might need to prepare warmer clothing. To her surprise, he had promptly brought her the hide that evening. How efficient. Hu Xiao nodded, his gaze drifting past Zhang Mengmeng to call out the orc's name with precision. "Sent? What brings you here at this hour?" Called by name, Sent turned stiffly, only to find Zhang Mengmeng speaking first. "Xiao, it seems he has an injury on his face. Is he here for medicine?" Given that both she and Hu Xiao had been injured recently, the tribe's stock of essential hemostatic herbs was kept in her care. Perhaps he had come to retrieve some. Lost in thoughts of the dreadful consequences, Sent was taken aback when the petite female had already crafted an excuse for him. At that moment, Hu Xiao's gaze turned towards him, seemingly scrutinizing. "Is that so?" Sent nodded. "If I recall correctly, your partner is Mayne, isn't she?" Hu Xiao suddenly remarked. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt as she recalled her mischievous antics towards Mayne earlier that day. Was her partner coming to exact revenge on her that evening? With this thought, she instinctively shrank back behind Hu Xiao, revealing only her small head, her tiny hands resting on his waist. Hu Xiao, feeling the chill of her delicate touch, found himself bemused and instinctively shielded her before turning to Sun Te and saying, "It's getting late. You should head back." Seeing Zhang Mengmeng cowering behind Hu Xiao, Sun Te felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort, realizing that she still regarded him as a stranger. If only Zhang Mengmeng could perceive his true feelings, she would undoubtedly scoff. Recognizing that this was merely their first encounter, there was no doubt she was still an outsider. With a heavy heart, Sun Te departed. Left alone with Hu Xiao, Zhang Mengmeng, he suddenly turned to her, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. "He is gone. You need not fear anymore." His tone, in stark contrast to his usual demeanor, were a soothing quality. Zhang Mengmeng, feeling a bit shy, released her hold on Hu Xiao's waist, lowered her head slightly, and pretended to play with her fingers as she murmured, "I'm not afraid." Hu Xiao shook his head and inquired, "What did he come for?" "I'm not sure. I was tidying up when I heard footsteps and came out, only to find it was him. He didn't say much, just had some injuries on his face. And he looked rather upset," Zhang Mengmeng recalled. "And then?" Hu Xiao continued, his gaze fixed intently on her, his tone suggesting a sense of certainty. "Well?" Zhang Mengmeng's eyes darted momentarily, her expression somewhat evasive, before she added, "I mistakenly gave Mayne a prickly fruit thinking it was a green fruit. For a moment, I thought he had come to seek revenge." As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng looked up at Hu Xiao, realizing it was quite a strain, so she suggested, "Xiao, let us sit down and talk." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao obediently took a seat, and as he recalled the scene described by Zhang Mengmeng, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, the potential implications ignited a flicker of ire within him. He gently ruffled Zhang Mengmeng's hair, wanting to reassure her. "You don't need to worry about that, for you are my partner." However, he refrained from voicing these words. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sparkled at his words, and she immediately nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around him with evident delight. "I like Xiao the most." Chapter 60. One is enough. Hu Xiao paused, a sudden warmth flooding his cheeks. Even the areas where his beast ears were hidden seemed to flush. While it was common for males to pursue courtship, his partner sometimes left him both amused and exasperated. Her words could make his heart race and cheeks redden. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Hu Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable. It was then that Zhang Mengmeng realized the implications of her earlier actions. her face flushing a deeper crimson as she stepped back slightly. Then raised her head to scrutinize Hu Xiao, her expression curious. Xiao, a beastman asked me yesterday if I would like to touch his beast ears. What does that mean? She had to ponder over the idea of touching Hu Xiao's ears, and now someone was offering her such an opportunity? To her surprise, Hu Xiao's demeanor shifted instantly. Did you agree? He asked, his expression shifting to one of concern. He knew all too well how enthusiastic this little one was about touching beast ears. Surely it couldn't be. Seeing Hu Xiao's peculiar expression, Zhang Mengmeng quickly shook her head. No, I don't know him. That would be strange. Besides, from what I've observed, beast ears seem to be a sensitive area for beastmen. Who knows what might happen if I touch them? Hu Xiao's expression eased somewhat, although he remained unaware of the change. Nodding at Zhang Mengmeng's response, he spoke earnestly, it is a sign of courtship. Therefore, one should not let their guard down. What? Courtship? Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. It seemed she would have to be more cautious about accepting gifts in the future. Everything from offering green fruits to touching ears was a form of courtship. It was indeed a testament to the peculiarities of the beastman world. I believe one is sufficient. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly whispered. At first, Hu Xiao did not comprehend her words, but after a moment's reflection, he grasped their meaning. A rush of incredulity and an unacknowledged joy surged within him. Did she mean one? Could it possibly refer to him? Indeed, it could only denote himself. However, in the realm of beastmen, where females are scarce, it is quite normal for one female to have several partners, all in the interest of the tribe's propagation and growth. Hu Xiao remained silent. The thought of her being surrounded by other male beastmen, of her tenderly wiping the sweat from their brows, of her expressing affection for them, filled him with a painful ache in his chest. He despised such imaginings, merely contemplating it was unbearable. He desired only her. It's getting late. We should rest, he thought, rising to leaving Zhang Mengmeng standing there, perplexed. Had she inadvertently uttered a forbidden remark? Why was he in such a hurry to depart? She wished to converse with him a while longer. Yet, the towering figure of the beastman had already vanished, leaving only a long silhouette behind. On the other hand, Mayne was not faring any better. That evening, she had chosen Linda, acting on a whim, believing that although he lacked competence, his affection for her was sincere. However, the night proved far from pleasant. Linda was too crude, lacking the attentiveness that Sante had shown her, completely disregarding her feelings. As she lay in bed, she couldn't help but resent the absent Sante. The following morning, when she learned of Sante's whereabouts the previous night, her fury knew no bounds. It turned out that a beast man, arising in the middle of the night to satisfy his physiological needs, had fortuitously spotted Sante heading towards Zhang Mengmeng's cave. Finding it peculiar, he hastened to inform Hu Xiao, and this loquacious beastman then disclosed the information to Mei Yin's partner during casual conversation, leading Mei Yin to learn of the affair in due course. Lying helplessly in bed, fury ignited within Mei Yin's eyes, her tightly clenched fingers leaving marks of crimson on her skin as a vile plan began to brew in her heart. Chapter 61. Assisting you with your dental care that evening, as twilight descended, Hu Xiao and the others returned, their expressions far from cheerful. For their haul had been meager, only a long-eared beast, a horned beast, and a few small prey, a stark contrast to their usual bounty. Upon inquiring, Zhang Mengmeng discovered that the recent frequent appearances of the Tata beasts had rendered their traps ineffective. Though Tata beasts solely consumed fruit, their presence had significantly disrupted hunting efforts. Noticing Hu Xiao's troubled countenance, Zhang Mengmeng approached him to wipe away the sweat and comforted him. Do not worry, Xiao. We have found another edible food source today. I just roasted it over the fire. Would you care to try? As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng offered the freshly roasted sweet potato she held in her hand. It was still too hot, so she blew gently on it before handing it to Hu Xiao, saying, You need to peel off the outer layer before indulging in the tender flesh inside. It might be a bit hot, so please be cautious. Although Hu Xiao's mood was somewhat dampened, the sight of Zhang Mengmeng's radiant smile seemed to alleviate his discontent. He accepted the sweet potato from her and promptly peeled away the charred skin, revealing the golden, succulent flesh within. To his surprise, he had not anticipated such a delightful treasure hidden beneath the burnt exterior. He took a bite, and the delicious contrast of the crisp outer layer and the soft, fragrant interior flooded his senses. However, the next moment, he felt something wedged between his teeth, an uncomfortable sensation that caused him mild distress. Noticing his peculiar expression, Zhang Mengmeng immediately inquired, What's wrong? Hu Xiao felt a pang of embarrassment. He couldn't possibly admit that this delicious treat had left him with a piece stuck in his teeth. It was merely a trivial issue, yet her curiosity remained piqued. Thus, he gestured towards his mouth. Zhang Mengmeng, somewhat perplexed, leaned closer to observe the lips of Hu Xiao. At that moment, he had parted his mouth. And upon closer inspection, she nearly burst into laughter. It turned out that a strand of sweet potato was lodged between his teeth. This revelation was quite astonishing, as many of Hu Xiao's dental crevices were filled with remnants, perhaps small bones or splinters. Indeed, Zhang Mengmeng even spotted a tiny stone, causing her to gasp. Hu Xiao, doesn't this discomfort you? Allow me to assist you in removing the debris, shall I? After pondering for a moment, she retrieved a small bone needle from her pouch, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hu Xiao was taken aback, feeling a sense of unease. However, the earnest gaze of the little girl left him speechless, unable to voice a refusal. Is it not permissible? Noticing Hu Xiao's hesitation, Zhang Mengmeng's expression immediately soured, revealing a hint of disappointment, even sorrow. Consequently, Hu Xiao resolved not to hesitate any longer. All right, I shall ensure the task is accomplished. Zhang Mengmeng's face instantly brightened, and she leaned closer to Hu Xiao. Though he was seated, she merely had to bend slightly to reach his face. Now, open your mouth a bit. Hu Xiao obediently complied. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng delicately used the bone needle to extract the sweet potato strands from between his teeth. The scene was quite endearing. Hu Xiao sat patiently as Zhang Mengmeng cradled his face with one hand and wielded the needle with the other. Her gentle breaths brushed against his cheek, and they were merely a fist distance apart. Unknowingly, Hu Xiao's gaze followed her, and an unfamiliar sensation filled his heart, one he had never experienced before. Truly, one must be more cautious in the future. Oral hygiene is essential, lest discomfort ensue. As she continued to extract the small splinters and bones, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but express her thoughts. Hu Xiao, with his mouth agape for an extended period, finally managed to utter a single word. Chapter 62. Delicious fruits, all done. A splendid achievement. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Mengmeng finally completed the task. The moment she moved, however, her legs felt numb, and her expression shifted. A flicker of pain appeared in her grape-like eyes. This did not go unnoticed by Hu Xiao, who had been attentively observing her. Without a moment's reflection, he instinctively acted before his mind could catch up. He reached out, gently pressing her down onto his lap, declaring with an air of authority, "Sit." Zhang Mengmeng instantly found herself embraced by the large vehicle, akin to a small creature enveloped in warmth. She felt a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness, yet inexplicably found the sensation rather pleasant. For the next few days, it was advised not to venture outside, as an unfamiliar male presence lingered near the tribe, presumably from another clan. As Hu Xiao spoke with utmost seriousness, he cautiously reached down to massage Zhang Mengmeng's feet. His rough, large hands enveloped her delicate feet entirely, applying an unexpectedly suitable pressure. Although she was sensitive to tickling, the massage alleviated the tingling sensations, yet also provoked an urge to laugh. With a voice laced with uncontainable amusement, she remarked, "Xiao, it tickles. Could you move a bit higher?" Consequently, she felt his hand ascend slightly on her foot, while the beastman continued the previous discourse. "Do you understand what I just said? Behave yourself for the next few days and remain within the tribe." But Zhang Mengmeng attempted to respond, only to be interrupted by Hu Xiao, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Outside is dangerous. Obey." Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head, feeling somewhat dispirited, but then lifted it again. Recalling what Hu Xiao had just said, could the unfamiliar male scent be from Lanlan or Tata beasts? Uncertain, it seemed there were a few. Hu Xiao pondered. "All right. I understand now. I shall refrain from going out for the moment, but if you do venture outside, be sure to protect yourself." Zhang Mengmeng nodded and replied, Hu Xiao softly acknowledged her with a gentle sound, then began to massage one foot with his hands, suddenly broaching an unrelated topic. "There haven't been any horned beasts lately." Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback by this abrupt change in conversation, instinctively responding, "So, what did he mean by this?" Hu Xiao set his hands down, a profound expression flickering in his eyes, yet he remained silent for a while. The little one cherished the meat from the waste of horned beasts. As a leader, failing to provide his partner with her favorite food made him question his worthiness as a mate. Though the little one could not articulate her feelings, it only served to amplify his sense of inadequacy. He felt an overwhelming desire to give her nothing but the best, the more he gazed at her. "What else would you like to eat?" Hu Xiao inquired once more. Upon hearing this question, Zhang Mengmeng seemed to grasp the underlying intention of his earlier words, and her heart was filled with a tumult of emotions, both sour and swelling. Nevertheless, she obediently replied, "There are still green and red fruits, along with roasted peanuts and sweet potatoes enough to eat." Hu Xiao sighed internally, his affection deepening. He then retrieved 2 purple items from his pocket. Zhang Mengmeng, intrigued, had never encountered such objects before. They were a dark purple hue, shaped like onions. Curiously, she picked one up and inhaled its faintly fragrant aroma. Turning to Hu Xiao with a puzzled expression, "What is this?" "Just discovered," Hu Xiao said with a smile in his eyes, although he offered no further explanation. Zhang Mengmeng understood they must be safe to consume, hence Hu Xiao had presented them to her. She took a bite, the flavor reminiscent of honey. Sweet and abundant with juice. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is sweet. Delicious." It was her first encounter with sweetness in the beast realm, and she was utterly delighted. Hu Xiao merely watched her, his face softening, and asked gently, "Do you like it?" I like it." Zhang Mengmeng nodded vigorously, her sparkling grape-like eyes shining with joy. Yet, in the next moment, the embrace Hu Xiao had anticipated did not come. Instead, Zhang Mengmeng remained in place, continuing to eat the fruit without casting a glance in his direction. Hu Xiao felt a twinge of uncertainty. Was the fruit truly that delectable? Chapter 63. Observations of the night. Once Zhang Mengmeng finally finished the 2 fruits, she looked up at Hu Xiao, who still lingered nearby. Noticing a peculiar expression on his face, she blinked in confusion and leaned in closer to examine his expression, only to see him slightly furrow his brow. "Is it really that delicious? It seems that this fruit has now become my absolute favorite," Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed joyfully, tilting her head in contemplation. It appeared that she had always received gifts from Hu Xiao, delightful treats and necessities bestowed upon her. Yet, she realized she had never reciprocated with a gift for him. If she were to casually inquire about his birthday, it would undoubtedly diminish the element of surprise. Therefore, she resolved to thoughtfully prepare a perfect birthday present for Hu Xiao. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng leaning in to observe him, Hu Xiao felt a surge of nervousness. Whenever he was anxious, his brow would furrow, and he noticed that she seemed poised to ask something, yet in the next instant, she remained silent, which struck him as quite peculiar. To his astonishment, she then urged him to leave. "It's getting late. You should head back quickly." Zhang Mengmeng expressed her thoughts with a smile, completely unaware of the tumultuous emotions swirling within Hu Xiao. She was preoccupied with her plans for a gift, eagerly anticipating the surprise she would present to him once she gathered enough information. However, Hu Xiao, having been unceremoniously dismissed, was in a rather foul mood. The orcs soon noticed that their leader awoke with a scowl, his brow furrowed as he issued commands. Even during the hunt, his grim demeanor suggested that someone had surely offended him, causing palpable tension among the tribe as they whispered amongst themselves. Orca remarked, "The leader seems rather irritable today. What could be the reason?" "I'm not certain. Perhaps you should inquire?" "Why don't you go?" Orc B, seemingly in the know, glanced around to ensure Hu Xiao was not present before replying, "I have some insight. I saw the leader emerge from that new female's den last night, looking just like this. It seems he may have angered her." At that moment, another orc, who had been listening quietly, suddenly interjected, "Her temperament is quite amiable. She is unlikely to become easily upset." "How do you know that, Sente?" one of the onlookers teased, but was quickly silenced by another orc, who shook his head in disapproval. In the following days, Hu Xiao's good spirits remained elusive. Typically, he would visit Zhang Mengmeng's den in the evenings, engaging in conversation or bringing her small gifts. Yet recently, she had barred him from entering, offering feeble excuses, claiming he was too busy and that she could manage on her own. It was evident that she was concealing something from him. That night, Hu Xiao stood at a distance from Zhang Mengmeng's den, hesitating to approach. He pondered whether he had inadvertently offended her. For why else would she suddenly refuse to see him? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an orc entering the den, his golden vertical pupils widening in shock, his body freezing as if immobilized. He wanted to step forward, but his legs felt weak. Under the moonlight, he caught a glimpse of the orc's profile, unmistakably Sente. Why was he here at such a late hour? Was it merely a coincidence when Hu Xiao last saw him? Chapter 64. Mengmeng's disappearance. Hu Xiao stood there, entranced, his eyes fixed on the den's entrance. No one emerged. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he decided to charge in, disregarding the possibility of inciting her anger. Even if she desired a new orc, it could not be Sente. Thus, he rushed inside with haste, only to be taken aback by the scene that greeted him. The occupants of the den stared at him in shock, exchanging glances, and there was not a single living creature in sight. Where was Mengmeng? With a fierce grip, Hu Xiao seized Sent's neck, his golden eyes clouded with intensity as he regarded the bewildered Sent. "I don't know, Chief," Sent stammered, his subordinates halting their movements. It was then that Hu Xiao noticed Sent seemed to have come to deposit something. In his hand, he held a fruit, poised to place it into a nearby bamboo tube. What are you doing here? Hu Shao maintained his hold on Scent, his voice laced with a barely contained fury. An unusual display for one known for his emotional restraint. I came to deliver something, Scent murmured, gesturing towards the bamboo tube, his head lowered, obscuring his expression. Did she send you? Hu Shao's tone grew increasingly agitated, his authoritative demeanor instilling a sense of trepidation in Scent. Hu shook his head and replied honestly, no. A flicker of relief passed over Hu Shao's features, but in the next moment, he pressed his lips together, pondering the absence of Zhang Mengmeng from the tribe. Where could she possibly be? A sudden apprehension gripped him. Releasing Scent, Hu Xiao's mood remained dismal as he uttered, there is no need to bring anything in the future before exiting the cave. In truth, he wished to issue a stern warning against future visits. Feeling that he had no right to allow another orc to intrude, his heart was not as expansive as he pretended. Yet, he was acutely aware of his role as chief, leading to his rather bland remark. However, more pressing was the need to locate the little one. How audacious to wander off so late, unaware of the dangers lurking outside. Had he not fortuitously stumbled upon this situation, he might not have known she was missing at all. Hu Shao clenched his fist unconsciously, quickening his pace, first towards Shirley's cave. From a distance, he could hear sounds inappropriate for children, causing him to pause before moving on to his next destination. After a thorough search, he found no trace of Zhang Mengmeng. Now, his concern morphed into an uncontrollable panic. The night had fallen, the prime time for predators to hunt, and if she had unwittingly strayed into the forest. Hu Shao dared not continue that thought. He began to trace the periphery of the tribe, seeking Zhang Mengmeng's scent. Suddenly, as he moved in a particular direction, his eyes brightened. There was her unmistakable scent. If his memory served him correctly, this direction led to the river. He transformed into a beastly form and dashed away, soon finding himself before a river shimmering silver under the moonlight. However, this was a tumultuous river, its waters rushing fiercely due to the significant drop in elevation, carrying with it a considerable amount of silt. Consequently, the tribe's people seldom ventured here to quench their thirst. Tiger Roar gazed intently at the turbulent waters flowing before him, his expression inscrutable. Her breath had ceased here. Chapter 65. A failed search. The following morning, the tribe members curiously discovered that the chief's mate, a young female who had recently joined the tribe, had vanished. During the morning assembly, Sherry and the others noted the absence of Zhang Mengmeng and decided to seek her out. Upon arriving at the cave, they were met with an unsettling emptiness. When they inquired with the chief, he remained silent, his face darkened. The orcs murmured amongst themselves, yet none could provide an explanation. Chief, what on earth is happening? How could Mengmeng suddenly disappear? Sherry, known for her single-mindedness, charged directly to Tiger Roar, disbelief etched across her face. Just yesterday, Mengmeng had been with them, gathering fruits and sharing laughter. How could she simply vanish? Tiger Roar, his face shadowed, remained silent, yet within him surged a tumult of emotions. A fury so intense it felt as if it would consume him. The previous day, he had scrutinized the area near the river. But aside from the barren patches of grass along the banks and some trampled tufts, he had uncovered nothing. Thus, early that morning, after assigning hunting duties, Tiger Roar led Sherry, Bebe, Ivy, and several male orcs to the scene of the incident, hoping to uncover further clues in the light of day. You mean Mengmeng's last known location was right here? Sherry questioned, perplexed as she surveyed the river, which appeared devoid of life, save for a few weeds. What could Mengmeng have been doing here? Chief, we found this. Suddenly, a male orc searching in a corner stood up, holding a long, slender object. Tiger Roar hurried over to inspect it and discovered it was a common vine. Meanwhile, another orc on the opposite side made a similar discovery, revealing yet another vine. Tiger Roar narrowed his eyes. Last night, he had been so focused on the river that he had completely overlooked the surrounding land. And it seemed that the disappearance of Zhang Mengmeng appears to be a deliberate act. However, apart from her scent, there are no traces of other beastmen, indicating that the individual responsible did not linger long. The little one had only recently joined the tribe and had always possessed a gentle temperament. Who could have orchestrated such a scheme? After searching for an entire morning, the only findings were vines. Nothing else had come to light. Hu Shao gazed intently at the rushing waters, struggling to suppress the urge to plunge in. After all, the Tiger clan is not proficient in swimming, and he was no exception. To act recklessly in such circumstances would be unwise. Should she have fallen into the torrent, coupled with the debris and silt along the way, her chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. What else could he do? He did not know. He simply felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. At that moment, a thought, almost cowardly in nature, crossed his mind. How he wished this was merely a dream, as she had claimed, so that upon awakening, he would once again behold her. Since that fateful day, the members of the Tiger clan have noticed a transformation in their leader. He seemed both changed and unchanged. His serious, stern countenance remained taut, devoid of smiles, as he engaged in hunting with reckless abandon, accumulating countless wounds, yet he carried on as if nothing were amiss, still fighting valiantly at the forefront the following day. Yet, who could fathom that come nightfall, their leader would again find himself by the river, often sitting there for entire nights, lost in thought as he stared at the turbulent waters. Until one day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the tribe. Chapter 66. The Tiger Bull Gallops. Is this the Tiger clan? The newcomer was clad not in animal skins, but rather in garments seemingly woven from some plant. A deep green hue. Standing around 6 feet tall, he was quite unremarkable among the predominantly taller members of the Tiger clan. His face bore an honest and sincere expression, with thick brows and large eyes, glistening with sweat as if he had traveled a considerable distance. He approached and inquired, who is the leader of the Tiger clan? Hu Xiao, who had been preparing to lead a hunting expedition, felt a jolt of surprise upon hearing of the stranger's arrival. He immediately stepped forward, and the beastman continued. Which of you is the leader of the Tiger clan? I am, Hu Xiao replied. To his astonishment, the stranger then uttered a shocking statement. Mengmeng is doing well. Do not worry. Hu Xiao's expression shifted, struggling to contain the surge of emotions within him. He asked in a low voice, where is she now? Did she send you? Unbeknownst to him, his hand had unconsciously clenched tightly. This was the first piece of news he had received regarding her in many days. The unfamiliar beastman, feeling the intensity of Hu Xiao's gaze, became somewhat unnerved and took a deep breath before responding. Mengmeng is injured and still in our tribe. She insisted that I come to deliver this message to you. He had failed to protect her. Now she was lost to the world, and he had no idea if she was eating well or living comfortably, all the while feeling utterly helpless. Who are you? Upon learning that Zhang Mengmeng was unharmed, Hu Xiao finally regained his composure, pondering from which tribe this orc hailed. I am Orland from the Ox tribe located downstream. The earnest orc replied with a warm smile. Hu Xiao, feeling a sense of relief, lowered his guard, despite their unfamiliarity. He understood that the Ox tribe symbolized reliability and honesty within the orc world. Known for their peaceful demeanor, the Ox tribe had always been uncontentious and amiable. The knowledge that Mengmeng was currently residing within the Ox tribe eased his anxiety considerably. Could you lead me there? Hu Xiao, now devoid of hesitation, was eager to reunite with her at the earliest opportunity. Our tribe is quite a distance from here. Perhaps we should prepare first. No need, Hu Xiao interjected, already transforming into his beast form, a display of impatience that left Orland momentarily speechless. Although he was among the swiftest in the Ox tribe, he recognized that he could not match the speed of the Tiger tribe's leader in a full sprint. However, one thing he would not concede was his endurance. He had once traversed tirelessly for 3 consecutive days and nights. What Orland did not anticipate was that, in his hurried effort, the return journey would feel akin to a whirlwind. The rain fell in torrents, yet before the droplets could reach the 2 orcs, they were swept up by the rising currents. The muddy path splashed beneath them, and Orland's once golden fur became indistinguishable from the brown earth. He felt as though he had exerted every ounce of strength in his being, pushing beyond his limits to keep pace with the frantically racing tiger ahead. What had originally been a journey of nearly 3 days was astonishingly condensed into a single day. Upon finally catching sight of the familiar green of his tribe, Orland collapsed as soon as he landed, gasping for breath. In stark contrast, the orc ahead transformed back into human form, appearing completely unfazed, as though the frenzied sprint had not been undertaken by him at all. Mengmeng, Hu Xiao called tentatively. She is in that direction. The fallen Orland extended his hand, pointing in a direction, diligently exerting his last remnants of energy. Chapter 67. The long-awaited meeting. Hu Xiao immediately dashed towards the direction indicated by Orland. However, he was unprepared for the unexpected scene that lay before him. At the entrance of the cave, besides Zhang Mengmeng, there were 2 other female orcs merrily engaged in conversation, holding something green and exuding an air of delight. The heavy thud of Hu Xiao's footsteps naturally alerted those present. As Zhang Mengmeng turned her head, she beheld the towering figure standing before her. The rain continued to fall, causing the orc's golden hair to cling to his face, while the distinction between sweat and rain blurred upon his muscular physique. His countenance, usually marked by seriousness and contemplation, now bore an expression she had never witnessed before, perhaps due to the backlight. A flicker of darkness seemed to swirl within his eyes. His tightly pressed lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to speak yet held back his words. That foolish, bumbling tiger. Zhang Mengmeng locked eyes with him, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though she had glimpsed the hidden recesses of the orc's heart. With a soft sigh, she lowered her gaze and addressed the two female orcs beside her, saying, "This is my home. I must ask you to leave for now." Zhang Mengmeng offered them an apologetic smile. And the two bewildered cow-like female orcs finally came to their senses, hastily retreating to their own dwelling. "Come inside quickly. Why are you still standing out in the rain?" Zhang Mengmeng beckoned, and only then did Hu Shao shift his gaze from her face to her legs, noticing that her right leg was extended stiffly, with a piece of wood wedged against it. In an instant, all his previous displeasure faded away, and his tone bore an unconscious tremor as he asked, "What happened to your leg?" Zhang Mengmeng felt a sudden grip on her leg by Hu Shao, causing her to wince in pain. Startled, Hu Shao quickly released her. She then explained, "I bumped into a rock while being swept down, resulting in some fractures. I've been unable to move lately." Hearing this, Hu Shao's heart ached even more. He had previously pondered why Mengmeng didn't accompany Orlan back, and seeing her so well integrated with them made him wonder if she wished to stay. Now, upon witnessing her injury, he wished to bury the part of himself that entertained such thoughts. That was not who he was. "Did I not inform Brother Orland that I cannot return for the time being? I told you not to worry, so why have you come now?" Zhang Mengmeng questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice as she delicately wiped Hu Shao's damp hair with a clean piece of animal hide she had taken from her pocket. Hu Shao fell silent. He couldn't possibly reveal that he had hastily dismissed her after a brief introduction. Furthermore, he hadn't mentioned her injury. Yet, he was finally reunited with her, and as he gazed intently at the gentle movements of Zhang Mengmeng, a trace of vulnerability flickered in his eyes. "I thought I had lost you." Zhang Mengmeng was nearly moved to tears by those words. Although the orc did not utter anything particularly sentimental, his gaze conveyed a singular focus on her, a depth she had never witnessed before. After wiping away the sweat, her delicate hand instinctively moved downward, intending to assist Hu Shao in drying off. To her surprise, her fingertips encountered a multitude of jagged scars. She swiftly withdrew Hu Shao's hand, gasping in shock at the sight of his numerous wounds. Zhang Mengmeng had initially focused solely on the eyes of the tiger, but now she noticed not only the numerous wounds adorning his chest, but also the fresh marks on his back. Some of these injuries had already formed scabs, while others were still oozing blood, the crimson stains showing that they had merely been carelessly wiped away by their owner, without any proper treatment. "Shao?" Just as Zhang Mengmeng was about to admonish him, she found him staring intently at her, barely blinking, as if he needed to confirm her presence before him. With a resigned sigh, her tone softened. "I have told you to take care of yourself. Seeing you like this makes me very uneasy." To her surprise, the tiger managed to smile, his expression reminiscent of a child who had just received a piece of candy, delighted by her presence. Yet, in the next moment, the towering figure of the beastman suddenly collapsed before her. Chapter 68. A matter of course. Zhang Mengmeng was startled and hurriedly approached to investigate. To her surprise, she noticed that the orc's breathing had steadied and his eyes were tightly shut. He had fallen asleep. Zhang Mengmeng gazed helplessly at the fallen orc, laboriously shifting his head onto her lap. She observed his sleeping visage, stripped of its usual severity. It revealed a striking handsomeness. His infrequent smiles lent him an air of rigidity. Yet in slumber, his features softened considerably. He must have been utterly exhausted from traveling through the night. Zhang Mengmeng could not help but reminisce about the incident from a few days prior. That evening, she had intended to simply gather some herbs along the riverbank before returning. However, Hu Shao cautioned her about the dangers outside, and she, naturally, did not dare linger. She planned to collect her herbs and leave as usual, but unexpectedly, as she approached the area, something tripped her, and she was suddenly hurled into the river. Initially, the current was too swift for her to navigate, and she could only avoid the water's force, but she inadvertently bumped her foot. Eventually, as she drifted downstream where the water became calmer, she lost track of time until she finally glimpsed the riverbank. She collapsed at the shore, unconscious, and when she awoke, she found herself in the Neo tribe settlement. Hu Shao arrived around midday, the sun now high in the sky. Zhang Mengmeng, suppressing her urge to relieve herself, gazed with a pained expression at Hu Shao, who lay in her arms, reluctant to wake him. Unexpectedly, the beastman stirred, and in the next moment, his brilliant golden eyes opened. This was the first time Zhang Mengmeng viewed him from such a vantage point. His elegant brows were long, and his deep-set gaze contained only her reflection. This was ostensibly a profoundly enchanting moment, yet Zhang Mengmeng could not restrain herself. "I'm glad you're awake. I can hardly hold it in any longer." Hu Shao, initially taken aback, registered her peculiar expression and realized her predicament. He promptly rose from her embrace, reaching out to lift her. before she could utter a word. She found herself cradled in his arms. He deftly avoided her injured leg and swiftly carried her to a nearby thicket, yet he did not set her down, his intention suggestive of further assistance. Zhang Mengmeng's face flushed crimson. If he proceeded with such intentions, how could she face him afterward? No, this was absolutely unacceptable. Stop. I can manage on my own. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in alarm, hastily extricating herself from his hold. She was immensely grateful for the makeshift cane she had brought with her, which she promptly utilized for support. Noticing Hu Zhao's inclination to move forward once more, she quickly asserted, I truly can do this. I've been managing by myself for the past few days. Hu Zhao continued to frown, his concern unmistakable in his eyes. It's fine. He assumed she was merely shy. I want tea, look. Saying this, he moved closer, adopting an earnest demeanor, ready to assist her at any moment. No, you really mustn't. Zhang Mengmeng declared resolutely, her conviction unwavering. This was a boundary that could not be crossed. While not looking was one matter, he was not deaf. And her voice was quite audible. Hu Zhao appeared somewhat unfazed. He did not comprehend why Zhang Mengmeng would refuse his help. As her partner, it was only natural for him to assist her, especially considering her injury. She was a small, delicate creature, and now she had hurt her leg. If you come any closer, I shall ignore you. Zhang Mengmeng protested, feeling both aggrieved and earnest. Though he meant well, she could not overcome her psychological barrier. She was speaking sincerely. Tiger's roar paused momentarily, followed by a sigh, and he refrained from advancing further. Chapter 69. Divergent Aesthetics. Once Zhang Mengmeng slowly and laboriously attended to her urgent needs, she emerged, supported by her cane and limping slightly. Immediately, she was enveloped in Tiger's warm and powerful embrace at the entrance. Yet, Zhang Mengmeng could not help but cover her face. He had indeed heard everything. How could she possibly face him after this? You are my partner. There is no need to feel shy, Tiger said, observing her small hands shielding her face. Avoiding his gaze, amusement flickered in his eyes as he gently lowered her hands, locking his serious gaze onto her sparkling eyes and slightly flushed cheeks. He reached out, tenderly caressing her face, noticing that she seemed to have lost some weight. Tiger's broad, somewhat rough hand brushed against Zhang Mengmeng's skin, eliciting a ticklish sensation. As he brought up the subject of her weight, she recalled her recent shift to a vegetarian diet and her increasingly graceful figure, causing a delightful bubble of joy to rise within her. Previously, she had been slightly plump. Now, she was transforming into a slender version of herself. With a cheerful tone, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, Now I will become more beautiful. Tiger, bewildered by her statement, pondered how losing weight could equate to beauty. After all, a more rounded appearance was undeniably more appealing, offering a pleasing tactile experience. Recognizing the confusion etched on Tiger's face, Zhang Mengmeng understood this was a stark aesthetic divide between their two worlds. Zhang Mengmeng yawned ungracefully, feeling a tinge of fatigue. Hu Zhao noticed this and quickened his pace. That night, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly succumbed to slumber. However, the situation was quite different for Hu Zhao. He gazed at her as she rested her head upon his arm, gently caressing her hair. In these past few days, his heart had never experienced such tranquility. It seemed that merely being able to see her and touch her would induce an involuntary calmness within him. Only heaven knows how he endured the days of her absence. Typically, he never considered the essence of solitude, but when he had grown accustomed to her presence, to the sight of her upon returning home each day, to the sensation of her soft fingers brushing against him, it was only when she vanished that he realized her significance in his life. She was an indispensable companion, a manifestation of love, a source of warmth. Contemplating this, he embraced her tightly, feeling a warmth that seemed to penetrate through her body and reach his very heart. The following morning, Zhang Mengmeng awoke, feeling as though she had been roused by an overwhelming heat. As she opened her eyes, she sensed herself enveloped by an intensely warm entity. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was Hu Zhao's wrist encircling her. She rubbed her eyes, her voice still tinged with the morning's characteristic haze. Zhao, it's hot. Hu Zhao, having awakened earlier than Zhang Mengmeng, reluctantly released her upon hearing her words. Observing her flushed face stirred within him an involuntary affection. I forgot to ask you yesterday, Zhao. With your sudden arrival, what arrangements were made for the Tiger clan? Zhang Mengmeng inquired, blinking curiously. Hu Zhao found himself momentarily speechless. In his haste to come, he had made no arrangements. However, he had instructed Dason to inform the others. So there shouldn't be any significant issues. My foot will likely take some time to heal. If not, you should return first, Mengmeng. The cold season is approaching swiftly. and it's crucial to prepare ample provisions. Zhang Mengmeng pondered thoughtfully. Although she was elated to see Hu Xiao and cherish their time together, she was a sensible young woman, fully aware of the daunting challenges posed by the cold season. Together, Hu Xiao affirmed resolutely, his voice unwavering and clear. Chapter 70. The Generation Gap. Ultimately, Zhang Mengmeng was successfully persuaded by Hu Xiao to return with him. The process was surprisingly brief. She had always been soft-hearted, and Hu Xiao reassured her, "Fear not. I will protect you. We can take our time." Thus, Zhang Mengmeng found herself persuaded. In truth, she yearned for him. Oh, how she did. Heaven knows how terrified she felt upon her arrival at the Ox tribe, a place utterly foreign to her, compounded by her injuries. Fortunately, fortune favored her. She did not stumble into a dreadful tribe, for the inhabitants of the Ox tribe were exceedingly kind. Yet, thoughts of him often lingered in her mind. She pondered whether he would worry or feel sorrowful about her absence. Consequently, upon awakening the following day, she resolved to implore Brother Orland to seek him out. To this end, she meticulously crafted a map, and at long last, she managed to convey the message to him. The moment she beheld him, a wave of joy washed over her. He was, after all, the very first person she genuinely cherished, being securely carried by Hu Xiao. She heard him gently tilt his head towards her and utter, "Hold on tight." Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him like a koala. The warmth radiating from the orc's body was both comforting and reassuring, while his serious profile, as he looked down, stirred her heart. He belonged solely to her. "Dear sister, take these fruits and dried goods with you, and you must return when you have the chance," Orland exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, his expression filled with reluctance. "Brother Orland, I am truly grateful for your care during this time. I will certainly return to find you all when I have the opportunity." Zhang Mengmeng called out from Hu Xiao's back, her gaze lingering on the honest and kind-hearted orc, unable to suppress her sorrow. Brother Orland was indeed a remarkable person. Not only had he rescued her, but he had also provided her with food and shelter. He had selflessly acquiesced to her uninvited request, which deeply moved her. Unfortunately, she had nothing to offer in return. Hu Xiao discreetly glanced at Zhang Mengmeng. "You must come back." Orland waved his hand with a heavy heart, watching as the two figures gradually receded into the distance. "Will this pace be painful?" Hu Xiao inquired as he ambled along with Zhang Mengmeng on his back, almost as if each step was measured. Feeling as though time had slowed, Zhang Mengmeng hesitated before speaking. "Xiao, my leg is injured, not broken. There is no need to treat me as if I were severely disabled. At this rate, they might require a month to return to the tribe." However, Hu Xiao did not perceive the humor in her words. His expression grew more serious. "Do not speak such things," he responded, a hint of warning lacing his voice. "That is ill-omened." Zhang Mengmeng, feeling disheartened, once again sensed the chasm of generational differences that separated them. As the adage goes, a minor rift appears every 3 years, while a significant one emerges every 5. Were they, then, separated by the Mariana Trench? Thus, Zhang Mengmeng nodded glumly, coming to an understanding. She resolved to retract her previous assessment of the stern old tiger. He remained as serious and rigid as ever. Noticing the underlying melancholy in Zhang Mengmeng's tone, Hu Xiao felt perplexed, contemplating whether he had erred in some way, though he recognized that a broken leg was indeed an unfortunate circumstance. The beastmen believed that words possessed a spirit, hence they spoke with brevity and caution. He would rather endure pain himself than witness her suffering, feeling utterly powerless. During the ensuing journey, the two traveled in a somewhat silent companionship. However, Zhang Mengmeng soon found clarity. They were fundamentally from different worlds, making their generational divide entirely natural. How could she allow this to dampen her spirits? Chapter 71. A night together, particularly as night fell, Hu Xiao thoughtfully sought out a sheltered cave, busily preparing their meal, washing fruits, and arranging a fire. Zhang Mengmeng wished to lend a hand, only to realize that with her injured leg, even the simplest task was beyond her reach. "Stay still, I will find some food," she heard him instruct. When she picked up a small stick as if to ignite a fire, Hu Xiao insisted, "Do not move. I shall tend to the fire." Thus, Zhang Mengmeng transformed into a little princess, expecting her meals to be served to her. Observing Hu Xiao as he clumsily stacked the firewood and roasted the meat, she watched as he turned it when one side changed color, eventually blowing on it before offering it to her, ensuring it was no longer too hot to handle. Zhang Mengmeng took the skewer of meat from Hu Xiao's hand and, with keen sensitivity, noticed his gaze following her, his brows furrowed, a manifestation of his nervousness. Thus, she took a bite. The meat that graced her palate was far from exquisite. In fact, due to uneven grilling, some parts remained rather undercooked. Nevertheless, This was the inaugural culinary endeavor of her clumsy tiger, and she felt compelled to offer a commendable response. However, she had to refrain from excessive exuberance, lest he discern her feigned enthusiasm. Xiao, this is quite commendable. When I first attempted grilling, I was far less skilled than you. Zhang Mengmeng continued to nibble, casting furtive glances at Hu Xiao's changing countenance. Noticing his brows relax, a wave of happiness surged within her. Xiao, let us dine together. Having consumed half of her meal, she felt satiated and thought to herself that Xiao had perhaps overestimated her appetite. Thus, she offered him the remaining portion, saying, I cannot finish this. I am full. She gestured towards her petite belly. However, Hu Xiao shook his head disapprovingly, insisting that she should finish her food. The little one had a modest appetite on ordinary days. But now, being injured, it was all the more crucial for her to nourish herself to ensure a swift recovery. Be obedient, he urged, observing Zhang Mengmeng's hesitance. Hu Xiao firmly grasped her hand, his resolve unwavering. Zhang Mengmeng once again found herself questioning whether they were truly on the same wavelength. Had she genuinely eaten her fill? With a look of dejection, she gazed at Hu Xiao, yet to her surprise, his unwavering expression remained unyielded by her pleading glance, his grip only tightening further. Thus, with a heart weighed down by sorrow, Zhang Mengmeng took another bite of the meat in her hand. Noticing her forlorn demeanor, her small face scrunched up in distress. Hu Xiao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After she had taken a few more bites, he finally reached out to seize the skewer from her grasp. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, and she impulsively pressed her greasy lips against Hu Xiao's cheek in a gesture of gratitude. Though the beastman was taken aback by such an affectionate display, he remained slightly uncomfortable, shifting awkwardly before stating, the night breeze is strong, and the safety of this place is uncertain. I will stand guard at the cave. You should rest well. With that, he prepared to stride forward. However, before he could take a step, he felt a soft hand grasping his from behind. Hu Xiao, let's south, just place a stone at the cave entrance. I wish. And Zhang Mengmeng's voice trailed off as she shyly lowered her head. I wish to sleep beside you. In the world of beastmen, no male would dare decline such an invitation from a female. Hu Xiao was no exception. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had held her soft form, and especially since this was a request initiated by the little one herself. Complying with her wishes, Hu Xiao moved a large stone to block the cave entrance and gathered some soft hay to create a bedding layer before carefully placing Zhang Mengmeng down beside him. He then lay down next to her. Chapter 72. The Kiss. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks of the cave entrance, illuminating the scene as Zhang Mengmeng stirred slightly. She murmured softly, extending her hand to grasp something in front of her, only to discover it was something plush yet firm. With curiosity, she opened her eyes and beheld Hu Xiao's closed golden eyes. Amused, she playfully poked his rigid cheek. His bronzed skin, a testament to prolonged exposure to the elements, exuded a wild charm. Even with his eyes shut, she could see his straight golden lashes, the high bridge of his nose, and his somewhat stern jawline. Zhang Mengmeng's gaze inadvertently drifted to Hu Xiao's lips, which were tightly sealed in a vibrant orange red hue. He possessed full lips, a characteristic often associated with those who are tender-hearted, as it is said that the loquacious are often thin-lipped, their words lacking in warmth. Conversely, those endowed with affection typically have fuller lips, and Hu Xiao certainly fit that description. Her eyes lingered on his lips for a considerable while. After all, she had yet to share a kiss with Hu Xiao. She found herself pondering what the sensation of kissing truly entailed. It was said that kissing someone beloved felt as sweet as indulging in candy. What was she staring at? Lost in her whimsical reverie, Zhang Mengmeng was startled when the beastman before her suddenly opened his eyes, gazing thoughtfully at her, whose attention had momentarily wandered. Taken aback, she quickly replied, No, nothing at all. Hu Xiao continued to scrutinize her, noticing her averted gaze, which piqued his curiosity. He seldom interacted with females and had little concern for such matters. Thus he could not fathom the meaning behind Zhang Mengmeng's expression. A flicker of regret crossed his mind. He should have paid closer attention when the male members of the tribe discussed females. Did you not sleep well? Hu Xiao inquired nonchalantly, though he felt a twinge of nervousness. Perhaps he had not shared a bed with the little one for too long, leaving him uncertain of how to position himself. Was he inadvertently overwhelming her? Given her amiable nature, she likely wouldn't voice her discomfort directly. Oh, no. Let's hurry on our journey, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, promptly sitting up with a demeanor akin to that of a well-behaved child. Hu Xiao frowned slightly, retrieving several fruits from his pouch and offering them to her. Have a few fruits first. We will roast the meat later. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Mengmeng looked up at Hu Xiao in astonishment, sensing that he had changed since their last encounter. Previously, he was merely a beastman who delivered terrifying fruits to her. But now he seemed to have transformed into a considerate companion who willingly prepared roasted meat for her. However, given the current circumstances, she knew she must not display any signs of delicacy. It does not matter whether there is or isn't. We can enjoy roasted meat upon our return to the tribe. Zhang Mengmeng smiled, her black grape-like eyes brimming with sincerity. Hu Shao nodded silently. During their journey, Hu Shao carried Zhang Mengmeng on his back while attentively observing the surrounding terrain, ensuring his pace remained within her limits. As night fell, he gently placed her in a cave before disappearing into the darkness. Upon his return, he astonishingly bore a freshly caught prey, expertly torn into pieces and strung together. He glanced at Zhang Mengmeng and noticed a small fire already prepared on the ground. He then addressed her, "Mengmeng, be good, I will handle this." When Hu Shao called her name, a shiver ran through her heart. Her friends referred to her as Mengmeng or Xiao Mengmeng. Acquaintances used her full name, and her mother affectionately called her Mengbao. Yet, he was the first to address her in such a manner. Although it was not an overly sentimental term, Zhang Mengmeng felt a sudden shyness wash over her. She cautiously lifted her gaze to Hu Shao, only to find herself ensnared in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 73. The terrifying serpent beast. After a hurried yet steady pace, Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Shao finally arrived at the tribe by midday on the 6th day. Spotting the familiar peanut field before the tribe, Zhang Mengmeng's face lit up with joy. "Shao, we've arrived." "Indeed," Hu Shao replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. However, the ground here was littered with numerous footprints, and fortunately, the peanuts had mostly been harvested. Zhang Mengmeng observed the muddy soil of the peanut field with curiosity. Hu Shao sniffed the air, detecting an unusual scent that was diluted by the rain, rendering it indistinct, and he paid it little mind. "Surely, Bebe, I'm back," Zhang Mengmeng called out as she approached the tribe, knowing that at this hour, Shirley and the others would typically have returned from foraging. Today, however, something felt off. She called out several times without receiving a response, prompting her to glance around with growing concern. Suddenly, in the corner of the cave entrance, she spotted an overturned basket and an unfinished bamboo basket, which only deepened her bewilderment. She pointed it out to Hu Shao, saying, "Shao, look, something seems amiss." Zhang Mengmeng, leaning on her small cane, descended to the ground and turned to observe Hu Shao's reaction. To her surprise, he wore a solemn expression, appearing somewhat dazed. She called out to him again, "Shao?" At that moment, a faint rustling sound emerged from nearby, prompting Zhang Mengmeng to glance over. However, Hu Shao was quicker, stepping forward only to discover that the figure emerging from the thicket was none other than Sente. Subsequently, he spoke in a hushed tone, "It is the leader. Everyone, come out." As a result, several other orcs began to emerge from the cave, one after another. Hu Shao sensed something amiss, and upon seeing the male orcs appear, his suspicions were further confirmed. With great difficulty, he inquired, "What has transpired?" Zhang Mengmeng harbored an unsettling premonition, for she could not discern the whereabouts of Sherry and her companions. The male orcs present bore wounds upon their bodies, their expressions marked by vigilance, as if poised for an imminent assault. The leader belonged to the Serpent clan. Sente stepped forward, his tone laden with gravity, informing her that shortly after her departure, the Serpent clan had launched an attack against them. The Serpent King had proclaimed his intention to abduct one female and slay one male each day. And now they found themselves on the 4th day of this grim ordeal. This harrowing reality implied that not only had 3 females been taken from the tribe, but 3 innocent male orcs had also met their untimely demise. Tiger's Roar clenched his fists tightly. He should not have been so careless. Previously, he had sensed the presence of several unfamiliar males, assuming they were merely solitary orcs passing through, unaware that they had already set their sights on them. Meanwhile, an orc nearby recounted the tale. Leader Maine, Bibi, and Sherry had all been captured by them. The Serpent clan was notoriously cold-blooded and merciless, leaving one to ponder what fate awaited them. "Leader, you have finally returned," a female voice interjected, a tone both familiar and foreign to Zhang Mengmeng. Following the sound, she turned to see a female orc emerging from the shadows, her expression one of indifference, her demeanor tranquil. Yet, upon meeting Zhang Mengmeng's gaze, a flicker of hatred glimmered in her eyes. Zhang Mengmeng swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, the name Ivy lingering unspoken. During her journey with Hu Shao, the Tiger tribe had lost a warrior each day, while she grappled with the taste of what a kiss might be. Meanwhile, Sherry and her companions had been abducted by the serpent beasts, their fates uncertain. Chief Allen had met his demise. She watched helplessly as the serpent ensnared him, constricting him slowly until his breath ceased. He had faced the serpent to protect her. Ivy recounted this, her usually gentle eyes flashing with despair and sorrow as she gazed up at Hu Shao. "Chief, we must avenge Alan. He always admired you above all." As she spoke, tears blurred her vision, recalling how Alan had clung to her since childhood, their bond unwavering even as they grew. Now, he lay slain by the serpent's hand, and she could not accept it. Chapter 74, The Struggle of Tigers and Serpents. As Ivy recounted her tale, Zhang Mengmeng's expression darkened. She offered a self-deprecating smile, realizing that one of the fallen male warriors from days past had been Ivy's childhood companion. Had Hu Shao not ventured out in search of her, the tiger tribe would not have faced such calamity with the king beast in their midst. The thought of what Sherry and the others might endure haunted her. The serpent tribe was known for its cruelty, being cold-blooded creatures that showed no regard for their companions. It was said that if a female warrior bore a serpent's offspring, her body would rapidly wither, the serpent young consuming her nourishment, and some females even perished from this fate. As night fell, the tiger tribe remained eerily silent. Yet many shallow breaths could be heard in the shadows, marking it as a sleepless night. The serpent tribe was known to act under the cover of darkness, as had been the case in recent days. From noon until dusk, Hu Shao had not exchanged a word with Zhang Mengmeng. He was wholly absorbed in setting traps, arranging manpower, and regaining his strength. According to Scent and the others, the serpent beasts typically hunted male warriors through the actions of several ordinary serpents, while the capture of females was reserved for the serpent king. This knowledge was gleaned from the color of their eyes. The serpent king possessed eyes that were a deep, nearly black-green. Zhang Mengmeng was admonished not to leave the cave, confined to its shadows, utterly oblivious to the tumultuous chaos outside. Accompanying her in this solitude was Ivy. The silence enveloping Ivy was palpable, her countenance devoid of emotion. Zhang Mengmeng had never encountered such a version of Ivy. She was always remembered as gentle, with a soft smile and a caring demeanor. Yet now, everything had transformed into this bleak reality. "Ivy, I am so sorry," Zhang Mengmeng murmured, bowing her head, fully aware that her apology would alter nothing, perhaps only serving to ease her own conscience. "You need not apologize," came Ivy's indifferent voice, a stark reminder that no one had anticipated such an occurrence. Zhang Mengmeng's heart grew heavier with sorrow. If they had returned a few days earlier, if Hu Shao had not brought her back with him, perhaps this tragic series of events could have been averted. Alan would not have perished, and Sherry and the others would not have been abducted by the serpent beast. Outside, a fierce battle was in full swing. The wind howled, causing the leaves to rustle, the sound drawing closer and closer. Hu Shao, ever vigilant, transformed into his beast form. Finally, as the massive body of the serpent beast emerged from the thicket, he found himself locked in a gaze with a pair of golden-hued eyes, emerald green eyes glimmering with intrigue and combativeness. The serpent flicked its tongue, and in the next moment, coiled around Hu Shao's massive form. However, Hu Shao was prepared. His sharp claws targeted the creature's midsection and struck with ferocity. The tiger and serpent continued their fierce struggle, the serpent raising its tail in an attempt to fling Hu Shao away. Yet, Hu Shao had already anticipated its intentions, swiftly grasping the serpent's tail with his claws, delivering a powerful blow to its head. In pain, the serpent extended its forked tongue, ready to unleash venom, but Hu Shao swiftly retaliated, striking the serpent's head at an angle, causing the venom to splatter against a nearby rock. Curse be it! The serpent had presumed that the most formidable in the tiger clan was the dark gold tiger king, yet this king beast, despite being merely a Lu Jin tiger, proved to be exceedingly formidable. With a low curse, the serpent fled in haste, for it had barely reached maturity. If only a few more days passed with his lineage, he was certain he would not be bested by this tiger. Chapter 75, The salvation of female. She sought to escape, yet the relentless pursuit of Hu Shao echoed behind him. He could hear the sounds of the beastmen chasing after him, but he paid them little mind, merely quickening his pace while a sneer of disdain graced his lips. Upon returning to his domain, he believed he would have the upper hand over the tiger. However, to his astonishment, the scene before him widened his serpentine eyes in disbelief. Where were his kin, the serpent clan beastmen? As he pressed forward, he unexpectedly found himself plummeting into emptiness, lifting his gaze in incredulity only to be met by a cascade of earth, which splattered across his face and into his mouth. A darker smile crept onto his visage. He had never anticipated that the tiger clan, who prided themselves on their strength and hailed as the overlords of the forest, would resort to such underhanded tactics. Yet, perhaps they had underestimated him. She steadied himself, watching as his form gradually expanded, elongating in an instant until he surpassed the confines of the trap. Little did he realize that Hu Xiao's intention was merely to momentarily ensnare him, while he and the other male beastmen had already rescued Xueli and Mane. Upon returning to the Tiger clan's settlement, the male beastmen exhaled in relief, yet Hu Xiao bore a grave expression, his golden eyes cast towards the sky, lost in contemplation. The Serpent clan had always maintained a distance from the Tiger clan, seldom venturing from their secluded forest depths. The emergence of a royal beast attacking the Tiger clan was undoubtedly more than a mere quest to seize females. It likely tied into the struggle for dominance among beast kings. As Hu Shu pondered, he was abruptly called out, "Leader, they have returned. They have returned." The reporting beast man was visibly exhilarated, having rushed to deliver the news. As he approached Hu Xiao, he finally managed to articulate the complete message. "Leader, the high priestess has returned." Hu Xiao furrowed his brow, his thoughts swirling tumultuously. The high priestess, who had been away for an extended period, had finally returned. Perhaps she would hold the answers to this unfolding mystery. Zhang Mengmeng awaited the return of Hu Xiao and his companions, but despite her anticipation, they did not arrive. After a prolonged wait, the sound of footsteps finally echoed from the cave entrance. She hastily leaned on her cane and rose, her eyes brimming with delight. "Xueli, Bei, you've returned. How are you? Are you injured? Did the serpent beast harm you?" Seeing Zhang Mengmeng leaning on her cane, Xueli quickly supported her. "Mengmeng, we are unharmed. But what about you? How did you get injured?" "I am fine. Just a minor scrape," Zhang Mengmeng replied, shaking her head with a hint of guilt. "It is a relief that you are safe. Otherwise, I would have felt utterly remorseful." Yet, she raised her head once more, her expression turning anxious. "The serpent beasts truly did not inflict any harm upon you, did they?" With that, she scanned Xueli and Bei nervously. "Rest assured, the serpent beasts showed no interest in us. They merely regarded us as decorations," Xueli reassured her, patting her chest nonchalantly. It was then that she noticed Ivy silently standing behind them. Knowing that Alan had perished the night Ivy was captured, she approached and gently patted Ivy's shoulder, offering comfort. "Ivy, do not be too sorrowful. None of us wished for this. It is all the fault of those vile serpent beasts." Bei, having glanced at Zhang Mengmeng, also approached Ivy and whispered, "Ivy, we will stand by you." Chapter 76. Mengmeng Falls. The night was as dark as ink, spilling across the sky. One advantage of the rainy season was the refreshing breeze that swept into the cave, carrying the fragrance of grass and the scent of earth. Zhang Mengmeng sat at the cave entrance, carefully massaging her foot while occasionally glancing outside. Unfortunately, aside from the wind and the cool moonlight, there was nothing else to behold. Though she knew he would not come, a flicker of hope lingered within her, a strange sentiment, considering she was not one to indulge in such yearning. Yet, after a day without seeing him, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. She fully understood that he was preoccupied with matters concerning the Tiger clan, tending to the injured beasts, and that it was reasonable for him not to visit her, especially since a significant part of the situation stemmed from her actions. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, Zhang Mengmeng awoke early, leaning on her cane as she brushed her teeth and washed her face with fresh water. She then hobbled forward, supporting herself with her cane. But her thoughts drifted back to Ivy, who had wept on Xueli's shoulder the previous day, always gentle and restrained. Ivy's face had been streaked with tears as she lamented. "Alan was so young. He hadn't even mated yet. I haven't given a Jean a child, and now he is gone. Xueli, it is all my fault." Was it true that if she had not come here, if she had not accidentally fallen into the river, Hu Xiao would not have ventured out to search for her? And Alan and Jean would still be alive? Lost in thought, she suddenly stumbled over a rock that appeared before her, causing her to fall unceremoniously to the ground. Her cane tumbling aside, its upturned angle seemingly mocking her foolishness. Zhang Mengmeng, on the verge of tears, could only find solace in the fact that she had not injured both of her legs. Otherwise, she would be in a pitiable state. Helpless with both legs in the air, crying out to the heavens and earth in vain, she attempted to lift her uninjured right leg, and fortunately, she succeeded. Just as she was about to muster her strength to raise herself, a sudden voice interrupted from the side, "Do not move." Zhang Mengmeng was suddenly taken aback. Her left leg, which was about to be lifted, went limp. With a pained expression, she looked up at the person before her, Sente, with his thick brows and large eyes. His face etched with concern. Just as he was about to bend down to assist her, Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly shook her head, exclaiming, No, I can manage. Moreover, Sente was the partner of Meiying. How peculiar was that? You're in this state, and I'm here to help you." Sente, who had merely been passing by, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. Initially, he had hoped to catch a glimpse of her, but to his surprise, he found her not only injured but also alone. Alarmed, he rushed forward to offer assistance. I genuinely can do this, Zhang Mengmeng insisted with conviction. After all, she had made her way here on her own yesterday. Though the plight of the poor, limping Mengmeng sounded tragic, the truth was that she was indeed a resilient spirit. Having overcome numerous challenges, she had almost managed to rise by herself. It was merely this unexpected fright that caused her to falter. Move aside a little. I will get up by myself. Zhang Mengmeng waved her hand, preparing to prop herself up with her arms, lift her left foot, and finally use her crutch to support her right foot, thus achieving her goal. Zhang Mengmeng propped herself up on her left foot, and the orc before her seemed eager to advance. Unable to contain herself, she issued a warning, "Do not approach." Only then did Sinte halt his advance. He quietly placed a small package at the cave's entrance, his figure gradually diminishing into the distance. Leaning on her cane, Zhang Mengmeng gazed at his receding silhouette, a conflicted sigh escaping her lips. Could it be that Sinte still harbored resentment over her teasing of Maine and sought to take revenge? Was he intentionally sneaking up to frighten her? Whatever the case, she decided to cast aside such thoughts and slowly made her way, step by step, towards their usual meeting place. Chapter 77. The gentleman ran upon arriving at her destination. Zhang Mengmeng found the area completely deserted. This realization filled her with profound sadness. Having endured so much to reach the gathering spot. Just then, a male orc passed by her side, and upon noticing Zhang Mengmeng, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "What are you still doing here?" Zhang Mengmeng blinked in confusion. Was it not time to gather for the harvest? It had been cancelled long ago, ever since the serpent beasts began to roam. How could you still be here, injured as you are? The male orc had come to patrol this area, but was taken aback at the sight of Zhang Mengmeng leaning on her cane. She appeared so frail and delicate, and with her leg injured. How could the chief allow her to venture out alone? "Come, let me escort you back. It is too perilous for you to remain here," he offered. Stepping forward to assist her, feeling no hesitation in extending his aid, for it was only natural for a male to help a female. "Where has everyone gone?" Zhang Mengmeng stepped back slightly, a sense of discomfort washing over her. Clearly, Sherry and the others had been present just yesterday, yet they had not informed her. "They are all in the cave behind. It is much safer there," the orc replied, observing Zhang Mengmeng closely. Up close, he found her even more striking, with her fair and tender complexion. As an unpaired male orc, he felt an increasing fondness for her, especially in her injured state, her large, round eyes exuding an innocent charm reminiscent of a young creature, effortlessly stirring a protective instinct within him. "Come, allow me to take you. It is far too dangerous for you to be alone." Just as the eager male orc prepared to step forward, an unexpected voice interjected, "You may go. I shall escort this lovely young female." The voice was unfamiliar to Zhang Mengmeng, yet the underlying pressure it carried caused the nearby orc to falter momentarily, his expression shifting as he recognized the aura of a royal beast. However, the voice was unmistakably not that of the tiger's roar. Zhang Mengmeng was blissfully unaware of the underlying pressure. She merely found the voice somewhat unfamiliar, yet it was unmistakably that of an adult male. As the sound resonated, a tall, slender orc emerged beside her. The first detail that captured Zhang Mengmeng's attention was his striking silver hair. Having become accustomed to the golden, brown, and blonde tresses of the tiger clan, this silver mane was undeniably captivating, appearing almost luminous in the sunlight, with each strand meticulously groomed, unlike Hu Zhao's perpetually tousled locks. While there was a certain rugged allure to Hu Zhao's appearance, it paled in comparison to the neatness of this silver-haired figure. Next, Zhang Mengmeng's gaze was drawn to his dark silver eyes, which seemed to overflow with a rich silvery hue. These elongated, shimmering eyes exuded a gentle warmth, complemented by a soft smile that graced his lips, reminiscent of blooming spring flowers in a delicate pink. As their eyes met, he approached and gently supported her, his voice low and melodious. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mengmeng. I am Bai Ran. May I have the honor of escorting you?" Zhang Mengmeng, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment. The figure before her, Bai Ran, moved with an elegance that was nothing short of impeccable. Clad in animal hide, his bare torso was juxtaposed with a demeanor that exuded the grace of a gentleman, with chiseled features and a striking profile. He appeared as though he had stepped straight out of a fashion magazine, reminiscent of a Western male model, yet imbued with an elegance akin to that of a British gentleman, transporting one instantaneously back to the 21st century. Chapter 78. The Serpent Clan's threat. As Zhang Mengmeng regained her composure, the orc she had just encountered seemed to have vanished, leaving only the silver-eyed orc, who gazed down at her. Noticing her silence, he suddenly remarked, if Mengmeng wishes to return on her own strength, that is entirely feasible. Zhang Mengmeng raised her head once more to glance at Bai Ran, her eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Having spent considerable time in the company of Hu Shao, she understood that if he were to make such a statement, he would undoubtedly follow through with it. However, this individual appeared to be quite different. He seemed to sense her discomfort and immediately retracted his words, truly unexpected. Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to walk on my own. The injury is not severe. I can manage, Zhang Mengmeng replied with a smile. Then I shall accompany you from the side. Do call upon me should you require assistance. With that, Bai Ran obediently positioned himself nearby, gradually trailing behind Zhang Mengmeng. May I inquire how you came to be here so suddenly? Zhang Mengmeng took a few steps, contemplating before speaking. I am Hu Zhao's elder brother, returned alongside the high priestess. Bai Ran responded. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. She had previously heard from Hu Shao that he was the sole remaining member of the royal beast lineage of the Tiger clan. How could it be that another brother had suddenly emerged? Furthermore, was it not said that the eyes of the royal beasts in the Tiger clan were all golden? Why then did Bai Ran possess silver eyes, particularly a dark silver hue? Her mind was rife with questions. Yet Zhang Mengmeng felt it was inappropriate to bombard him with inquiries so soon after their initial meeting. Instead, she posed another question that puzzled her. Who is the high priestess? The high priestess is the spiritual leader of the Tiger clan, revered as the most esteemed elder. She is responsible for divination, and her every action profoundly impacts the future of the Tiger clan. As she spoke of the high priestess, Bai Ran's expression grew more solemn, indicating his deep respect for this esteemed figure. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Mengmeng felt even more astonished. Since her arrival at the Tiger clan, she had never encountered the so-called high priest, and her curiosity was piqued to an extraordinary degree. Today, with Bai Ran's remarks, the figure of the high priest took on an even greater air of mystery. How could one individual possess the power to influence the future of the Tiger clan? What manner of being was this? In the meantime, Zhang Mengmeng failed to notice that Bai Ran was quick to remind her, gently assisting her to take a seat. She then added, the other female beasts are in a different cave. If you find yourself bored, you may seek them out. Zhang Mengmeng nodded thoughtfully and then posed a question she had long wished to ask. Bai Ran, do you happen to know what Xiao has been up to lately? Bai Ran paused for a moment, as if contemplating her response, and then replied, he is likely discussing matters of relocation with the high priest. The emergence of the Serpent clan indicates that this area is no longer secure. With the onset of the rainy season, the Serpent clan will begin their search for hibernation grounds, and this place may well have already become their target. Zhang Mengmeng could not comprehend the fears surrounding the Serpent clan, especially since last time, Xiao had seemingly triumphed over the so-called Serpent King. It appeared that Bai Ran discerned Zhang Mengmeng's confusion and elucidated. Although the Serpent clan may lack the formidable offensive power of the Tiger clan, their reproductive capabilities are exceedingly potent, particularly during the rainy season when they proliferate with alarming fervor, rendering them quite troublesome. Zhang Mengmeng recalled that scene and was instantly filled with a profound sense of dread. Is there anything you would like to eat? Bai Ran suddenly inquired once more. Zhang Mengmeng glanced at Bai Ran, feeling somewhat dazed. Despite having just met this orc, he was already tending to her as if she were his partner. Wasn't that rather awkward? Bai Ran? Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's silence, Bai Ran gently inquired. As she met the kind and handsome visage of the orc, her embarrassment deepened. Although he was undeniably attractive, she couldn't help but miss her beloved Xiao. It's all right, Bai Ran. I've already eaten some fruit today. You may attend to your own affairs. There's no need to concern yourself with me, Zhang Mengmeng replied. Yet, Xiao had not visited her today. He was preoccupied with important matters, and she felt a wave of disarray wash over her thoughts. Suddenly, one idea crystallized in her mind, prompting her to ask, Bai Ran, did Xiao send you? Bai Ran nodded, observing the corners of Zhang Mengmeng's mouth droop and the hint of grievance in her eyes. He found himself involuntarily amused. It was clear that this little female was quite fond of Xiao, as she mentioned him incessantly. This reminded him of a previous conversation he had with Xiao. What kind of person could she be? At that time, Bai Ran had just learned of Zhang Mengmeng's existence and was curious about the female the high priest had frequently spoken of. Having roamed the snowy lands alone since childhood, he had endured considerable hardship and encountered many females, most of whom were beautiful yet delicate. If she were like them, he would likely find himself in a predicament. However, to his surprise, his younger brother, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, remembered that he had always been mature for his age and replied without hesitation. She is wonderful. As if that weren't enough, he added, she is the best. Bai Ran was taken aback. thinking that this must be an exceptionally beautiful female to elicit such praise from his typically composed brother. It wasn't until he witnessed her at the cave entrance, rejecting the assistance of a male orc and limping her way to the gathering site alone, that he began to grasp the essence of her character. Though small and delicate in appearance, she possessed a resilient spirit, and her eyes sparkled as if filled with starlight, as he watched her struggle to rise. It was the first time in his life that his heart softened, deeply imprinting the image of this female in his mind. He began to understand why Xiao held her in such high regard. Xiao has been rather busy lately, so he sent me to see if you needed any assistance. He should be free soon, Byran remarked, yet he omitted a crucial detail. Seeing the little female's eyes filled with thoughts of Xiao, he felt reluctant to disclose his true purpose for coming. If she were to discover it, he couldn't imagine the distress that would mar her lovely face. Then, if you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself and to take good care of himself. I will miss him, Zhang Mengmeng said. Her gaze cast downward as she fidgeted with her fingers. Very well, I shall convey your message. By the way, Xiao asked me to bring you some green fruit. Byran appeared to recall something, pulling out a small package from her bosom and handing it to Zhang Mengmeng. Is this from Xiao? Zhang Mengmeng took it, and her face immediately brightened with a radiant smile. Byran, momentarily dazzled by her joy, softened her tone, saying, Well, I shall take my leave now. I need to patrol the vicinity. As night fell, hushed conversations occasionally drifted from the cave. Byran entered briskly and, as expected, found Hu Xiao and the high priestess within. Upon seeing her, the high priestess inquired, How goes it? Byran bowed respectfully, her voice solemn, reporting to the high priestess. All is proceeding smoothly. She does not reject my presence. With her head bowed, Byran failed to notice the tension in Hu Xiao's posture, his expression growing more grave as his previously relaxed fists clenched tightly. Chapter 80. Deep affection for each other's smooth progress is reassuring, the high priestess sighed. Her voice laden with age yet imbued with a gravitas that commanded the solemn attention of both Hu Xiao and Byran. She continued, My time is short, and my sole hope now lies in offering my final strength to the Tiger clan during my remaining days. As she spoke, the high priestess, Chi Pa, coughed violently several times, bending forward and spitting out blood. Hu Xiao rushed to her side, his voice tinged with urgency, High priestess. Byran hurriedly followed suit, exclaiming, High priestess, are you all right? Wiping away the blood, Chi Pa regarded both Hu Xiao and Byran with a serious expression, imparting, You too are the hope of the Tiger clan. You must support each other and ensure the protection of the tribe. Hu Xiao gradually relaxed his clenched fists, though a whirlwind of conflicting emotions churned within him. The high priestess had dedicated her life to the clan, sacrificing immensely, even traveling to distant snowy realms to bring Byran here, all for the sake of the Tiger clan. Yet he, consumed by feelings of romantic entanglement, found himself deeply conflicted. Sighing internally, Hu Xiao turned to Byran and declared, I shall refrain from visiting for the next few days. Please look after her in my stead. Upon hearing this, Byran seemed on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated before turning to the high priestess, saying, High priestess, allow me to assist you to rest. The high priestess nodded, and with Byran's support, they slowly exited the cave. Once Byran had comfortably settled the high priestess, a contemplative Hu Xiao noticed Byran had returned after taking a detour. Curiosity piqued, he stepped forward, only to hear her softly say, She asked me to tell you not to overexert yourself and to take good care of yourself, and Byran paused, her voice dropping slightly. She said she would miss you. Every word spoken by Byran fell distinctly upon Hu Xiao's ears, allowing him to vividly envision the little one as she spoke, her eyes sparkling, her pink lips glistening with moisture, her voice soft and gentle. Suddenly, a pang of pain gripped his heart. Reason urged him to exercise restraint, yet emotion surged uncontrollably within him. He could not deceive himself. He did not wish to relinquish her to another, not even to Byran. If he truly missed her, he could seek her out. She would undoubtedly be overjoyed to see him. Observing Hu Xiao's ever-shifting expression, Byran discerned the shadows of discontent clouding his demeanor and could not help but speak up. Today, merely mentioning Hu Xiao's name had brightened her tone considerably. Surely, seeing him would elate her. But no. Hu Xiao's voice was subdued as he gazed ahead, his countenance gradually regaining its stoic composure, embodying the archetypal king of the Tiger clan. Yet, the emotions flickering in his eyes betrayed him. He stared into the distance for a moment before speaking. She enjoys roasted meat and fish. Her favorite is the meat from the waist of the horned beast. She dislikes eating fruits, is sensitive to heat while sleeping, values cleanliness, and adores beautiful beads. Ran watched Hu Zhao's silhouette. Perceiving not the composed leader of the tiger clan, but an ordinary beastman wholly preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved female. As he listened, a whirlwind of complex emotions stirred within him. He subtly understood that both harbored deep affections for one another, and his presence was undoubtedly a significant blow to them. However, this was the decree of the high priest. Neither possessed the right to refuse. It was she who bore the burden, contemplating the obedient and resilient female within the cave. Sorrow clouded Ran's eyes. This night would not bring solace to Hu Zhao, Ran, or Zhang Mengmeng. Chapter 81. Mengmeng's decision in the early morning, as was customary. Fierce winds and torrential rains persisted, and the temperature had noticeably dropped. Zhang Mengmeng awoke to the realization that she might be coming down with a cold. Prompting an internal monologue of frustration, she truly seemed to be encountering every misfortune imaginable, from jumping into rivers to injuring her leg. And now illness seemed to beckon her. It was nothing short of a tragic existence in the beastly realm. After wallowing in self-pity for a moment, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly redirected her thoughts to a pressing question. Could the vines in the river be the work of Mei? In this tribe, she believed that apart from Mei, she had no real enemies. However, she had heard that Mei had recently been rescued and appeared to have endured considerable fright. Rumor had it that she was being sheltered in a cave on the back mountain, accompanied solely by her mate, while others were barred from entry. Despite her conviction that Mei was behind it all, Zhang Mengmeng felt a tangle of emotions. She had initially thought their conflicts were mere trifles. But had Mei truly reached the point of wishing to eliminate her? It is evident that she has repeatedly reminded herself that the beastly realm she inhabits is an entirely different concept from the 21st century she once knew. Nevertheless, she cannot help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. From a young age, she was taught the virtues of kindness and compassion, never once considering the use of deceit or treachery to harm another. However, if she were to be subjected to such betrayal, would she truly remain silent and endure? Absolutely not. Though Zhang Mengmeng possesses a gentle temperament, must she offer the dagger to those who seek her demise? Should it be confirmed that Mei is behind this, she would ensure that Mei learns a valuable lesson, that Mengmeng is not to be trifled with. Yet, the notion of taking her life was never an option she entertained from the outset. As for Ivy, she laments her lack of superpowers that could resurrect Alan. The Serpent Clan is indeed despicable. She has resolved that, for now, there is little she can do. Armed only with theoretical knowledge and devoid of any martial prowess, she finds herself powerless. Thus, during this period, she resolves to focus on her recovery, avoiding any trouble for Tiger Xiao and the others. While diligently resting and recuperating, this is the extent of her capabilities. In the ensuing days, even Sherry and the others notice a marked change in Zhang Mengmeng. She has grown considerably quieter, venturing out of her lair only for essential matters. Her speech has diminished, and she often finds herself alone, engaged in various tasks, sewing, sorting fruits. When they glance up, they discover that she has quietly accomplished much, attributing her behavior to the shock she experienced, thus refraining from further inquiries. A month later, in the resting quarters of the High Priestess, what is the current status of Ran? The High Priestess, with her eyes closed, speaks slowly. Below her stands Ran. Bowing respectfully, after a brief pause, as though contemplating, he replies, High Priestess, there is something I do not understand. Speak, the High Priestess responds. Her voice as calm as still water. High Priestess, you once stated that such a bloodline, if not born of true feelings, cannot give rise to the mightiest Tiger King. Is that not so? Chipa ponders for a moment before nodding, affirming, indeed. Ran sighs. Then, it seems I may find it challenging to fulfill this important duty. At this, Chipa opens her eyes and gazes at Ran with curiosity. You are one of the finest sons of the Tiger Clan. Could it be that she would not see your worth? Ran shakes his head, his demeanor remaining gentle. The High Priestess may not be aware. Matters such as this are not so simple. I see. You may leave now. Chipa gestures for Ran to exit. As the light from the entrance streams in, it reveals a face, silver-haired yet still vibrant, with eyes that sparkle with vitality. Should Zhang Mengmeng happen to see her, she would surely exclaim, Isn't that the elderly lady I helped cross the street? Chapter 82. Unseen Encounters as dusk settled. Zhang Mengmeng diligently stitched a fur garment in preparation for the cold season at the cave entrance. She had kindled a fire, relying on its flickering light to discern the bone needle in her hand. At that moment, she suddenly discerned the faint sound of conversation wafting from the front of the cave. Ada, how could the white tiger have suddenly arrived in our tribe? Being close enough, Zhang Mengmeng caught this remark and instinctively leaned in, straining to listen to their dialogue. She could vaguely hear the sound of earth being disturbed. It seemed the two male beastmen were digging. One of them continued, I heard that the white tiger is supposedly the brother of our missing leader. I thought he had perished long ago, yet it appears he has been wandering in the snowy domain. The other beastman clicked his tongue in astonishment, his voice dropping to a whisper. I heard that. The remainder of his words faded into indistinctness. Zhang Mengmeng only caught snippets about the leader bearing offspring and some young female, causing her to furrow her delicate brows. Reflecting on the past month, she realized that her sustenance had been consistently provided by Byran, while Hu Xiao had not come to visit her at all. It had been a month. With her mobility impaired, she had refrained from seeking him out, yet he had not sought her either. Alas, she was indeed a lonely and unloved soul. However, despite being unable to discern their conversation, she took solace in the fact that her leg was nearly healed. She was fortunate it was merely a flesh wound. Had it been a broken leg, she would have truly become a burden. If the mountain would not come to her, she would venture forth to the mountain. Moreover, it was time to settle the accounts of the past month. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng resolved to rise early the following day to seek out Hu Xiao. At dawn the next morning, she unusually rose early. She washed her face with fresh water, braided her hair into a twist, and adorned it with a charming little flower before eagerly making her way to Hu Xiao's cave. As she walked briskly, her mind raced with thoughts. What should she say upon seeing him? Long time no see? No, that would come off as overly polite and awkward. Why haven't you come to find me? That would sound like a scorned lover. What have you been busy with lately? No. She knew he was occupied with relocating the tribe. After a flurry of disorganized thoughts, Zhang Mengmeng found herself standing before Hu Xiao's cave, her nerves intensifying. She steeled herself and quickened her pace to enter. The air was still cool, though the sky was overcast, making it difficult to discern the time. However, according to her internal clock, she believed it to be around 5 or 6 o'clock. To her surprise, Hu Xiao was not in the cave. Had he left for work so early? Zhang Mengmeng, feeling utterly dejected, sighed heavily like an elderly person, lost in her gloomy thoughts. Outside the cave, Hu Xiao was diligently clawing at the ground, his long, sharp claws digging relentlessly into the hard earth, which gradually yielded beneath his fierce grip. His expression was icy, as if the very patch of soil before him were an adversary, and he dug deeper with each stroke. Beside him, Byran, also engaged in the task of excavating, sighed for what felt like the umpteenth time. Xiao, if you miss her, why not go see her? She's nearly recovered now, though she hasn't voiced it. I can see her glancing towards your cave every day. She must be thinking of you constantly. Her younger brother was a good soul, yet somewhat lacking in insight. If it were up to him, he would advocate for a more carefree existence, embracing joy as it came. Over the past month, he had discerned that the little female, despite her outwardly gentle smile, was merely being polite. Having roamed the snowy realm since childhood, he was accustomed to a whimsical lifestyle. Yet again, he found himself advising his brother to follow his heart. One yearned for connection while the other remained repressed, which was truly exasperating. Upon hearing Byran's words, Hu Xiao's movement slowed, as if he were listening, yet simultaneously detached. Chapter 83, Mengmeng's Pretend Cry. To Byran's surprise, just as she finished speaking, Hu Xiao halted abruptly. Intrigued, she paused her own work to observe. To her astonishment, he had encountered a hard stone beneath the earth. His face darkened as he disregarded his broken nails and the blood trickling from his hands, resolutely intent on continuing. Stop, 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 Byran exclaimed, hurriedly grasping his arm. Xiao, you should tend to your wounds. I can handle this. Hu Xiao remained unresponsive. Byran had lost count of how many times she had sighed that day. Mengmeng said that if you're injured, you should wash the wounds with saline. Otherwise, it's detrimental to your health. Would Mengmeng be pleased to know you're neglecting this? At her words, Hu Xiao's grip relaxed slightly. He paused, nodded faintly, and finally made his way back to his cave. Byran watched his retreating figure, amused. Well, it seems my older brother's words have fallen on deaf ears. I must invoke Mengmeng's name once more. Hu Xiao swiftly returned to his cave, and as he entered, he was met with a familiar scent that took him aback. In the next moment, he spotted her, her smile as radiant as ever, her sparkling eyes twinkling like stars as she dashed towards him. Xiao. In that instant, Hu Xiao's mind went blank. He forgot how to speak. Instinctively reaching out to catch the approaching figure, longing to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words, as if his ability to communicate had vanished. Xiao, why are you out so early? I thought I had come here for nothing. Zhang Mengmeng looked up at him from his embrace, her small face adorably pouting. But just as I was about to leave, I ran into you. which means my luck is still holding. He turned back into a smiling face, and without realizing it, Hu Xiao lowered his head, responding to her earlier question by digging a hole. Zhang Mengmeng noticed that Hu Xiao was only holding her with his left hand, which struck her as peculiar. It was then that she realized his right hand hung limply by his side, while beneath them, the rocks were stained a vivid crimson. Blood was ceaselessly dripping from the palm of Hu Xiao. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback, and she hurriedly grasped Hu Xiao's hand. Although Hu Xiao initially wished to conceal his injury from her, he hesitated, fearing that pulling away might cause her harm. Consequently, he allowed Zhang Mengmeng to take hold of his wrist, revealing a bloodied palm. Her delicate face immediately contorted in displeasure. Hu Xiao, she began, her voice tinged with irritation. It's been a month since we last saw each other. Why must you greet me with wounds and blood? I had already expressed my concerns about hunting. Beyond that, you want to exercise more caution in your daily life and refrain from getting hurt so frequently. Zhang Mengmeng sighed, continuing. I understand that you no longer harbor affection for me, so what weight do my words carry now? Zhang Mengmeng began to feign tears, glancing upwards as if to wipe them away, while secretly observing Hu Xiao's reaction. Should he dare to affirm her plight, she would surely display her indecisiveness and duplicity before him. Hu Xiao, typically astute, found himself unexpectedly swayed by her pretended sorrow this time. He mistakenly believed that she was genuinely distressed, and upon reflecting on their month-long separation, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for having caused her tears. Flustered, he stammered. Do not cry, please do not cry. Zhang Mengmeng, upon hearing Hu Xiao's comforting words, surreptitiously glanced at the flustered Hu Xiao. Although she did not hear any overly sentimental declarations, she understood that this was a significant moment for the rather oblivious tiger. Thus, she sniffled, stifling her tears, and raised her head to continue her inquiry. So, does Hu Xiao like Mengmeng? Chapter 84. A long-awaited embrace. Hu Xiao's words seemed to lodge in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. By nature, he was taciturn and inept in matters of conversation, having never interacted with females before. This was the first time he felt so lost and helpless. And all of it was because of her. Did he truly like her? Lowering his gaze, he focused on the petite female before him. Her delicate figure and fair skin adorned in what appeared to be a simple beast-skin skirt, yet it fit her exquisitely. Her meticulously braided black hair cascaded down her chest, embellished with a charming yellow flower, adding a touch of elegance. Her deep black eyes glistened like morning dew, and her slightly parted pink lips were both innocent and striking. He liked her. This thought had crossed his mind countless times already. The tumultuous emotions within him were concealed beneath the stoic facade of the beastman. He coughed lightly a few times, attempting to mask his discomposure. What had caused this sudden shift? Was something amiss? Noticing Hu Xiao's reluctance to address her question, Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her delicate brows, her round grape-like eyes squinting in suspicion as she scrutinized him. Upon catching sight of the hint of red at his earlobe, a nearly mischievous smile graced her lips. Truly, what an unrefined old tiger. In the next moment, a new idea sparked in her mind, and she feigned annoyance, asking, Oh, I see. Is it that you cannot be approached if there's nothing wrong? Hu Shi was momentarily taken aback, hastily denying, No, Zhang Mengmeng noticed his hesitation and remarked, It seems I truly have no reason to seek you out. Well, perhaps it is best if I take my leave. With that, she lowered her head and let out a heavy sigh, then feigned nonchalance as she turned away. If this foolish tiger does not come after her, then she would. Zhang Mengmeng deliberately ambled a few steps, yet behind her, there was no sound at all. Finally, as she was about to hasten out of the cave, her irritation compelled her to quicken her pace. At that moment, however, a voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Zhang Mengmeng's face lit up with joy as she pretended to have paused inadvertently. Just as she attempted to turn away, she heard the orc behind her say, You've recovered, so walk slowly. To her dismay, it turned out he was not trying to keep her from leaving. His emotional intelligence was non-existent. Did he not realize that when a woman says she does not want to stay, she actually wishes to remain? Oh, how unfortunate it was for Mengmeng to encounter such a dim-witted companion with a negative emotional IQ. Hu Xiao watched Zhang Mengmeng's retreating figure, feeling a mix of bitterness and longing. They had only just met for a brief moment. Why was she in such haste to leave? He pondered silently. Could it be that he had inadvertently offended her? Unbeknownst to him, he let out a heavy sigh. To his surprise, the little female he thought would vanish before his eyes turned around and jogged back to him after he spoke, rushing into his embrace. Her small frame nestled against him, her soft arms wrapped tightly around his waist. The warmth of their skin seemed to ignite a fire deep within his heart. In the next moment, he heard her voice. tinged with a hint of complaint and playful affection. I missed you so much. But you never come to see me, so as soon as I recovered, I came by myself. Her voice trailed off, carrying a note of grievance. I know you are very busy. Just let me hold you for a while before I leave. I haven't seen you in so many days. Her gentle words and the long-awaited embrace shattered the thin string of rationality in Hu Zhao's mind. He found himself uncontrollably lifting his hand and embracing her back with a strength that far surpassed her own, his gaze gradually softening. However, this tender moment was abruptly interrupted by an incongruous voice. Chapter 85. Inquiring the Truth. Xiao, by Ran, who had been waiting, began to feel puzzled. What could have delayed Hu Zhao for so long? Curiosity piqued, he ventured into Hu Zhao's cave to investigate, only to find himself in an awkward situation. The moment he laid eyes on the two within, everything became clear. Unfortunately, the words he had already spoken could not be retracted. Bai Ran felt particularly embarrassed under the scrutinizing gaze of the pair who had turned to look at him, so he could only manage an awkward smile as he retreated, saying, "It's nothing, you two carry on." Seeing Bai Ran tactfully exit, Zhang Mengmeng let out a sigh of relief, and recalling a question she had wanted to ask. She lifted her gaze to Hu Zhao. Xiao, I have a question for you." Observing her, Hu Zhao gently lifted Zhang Mengmeng with his uninjured left arm, aligning her gaze with his, and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly recalled that in her previous conversation, she had neglected to attend to Hu Zhao's injury. Therefore, she hurriedly took his right hand in her own and exclaimed, "Your wound. It must be tended to first. It's just a minor injury, no need for concern." Hu Zhao replied, shaking his head. Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly replied, "We should cleanse the wound first and then rinse it with saline. I brought coarse salt. Do we have bamboo tubes here?" Seeing Zhang Mengmeng's insistence, Hu Zhao had no choice but to obediently comply with the wound treatment process. All the while gazing at her with affectionate eyes, his heart swelling with warmth and comfort, feelings he had not experienced in a long while. "All right. Now it's time for questions," Zhang Mengmeng said, lifting her gaze to scrutinize Hu Zhao earnestly. To attend to the wound, she had him sit beside her, which inexplicably made Hu Zhao slightly anxious. His eyes flickered momentarily, and he involuntarily furrowed his brow. The crease in his forehead diminished some of his youthful charm and added an air of solemnity. Zhang Mengmeng spoke deliberately. "Xiao, be honest with me. What is Bai Ran doing here?" Suddenly, the brother who had vanished since Hu Zhao's childhood reappeared, and she had privately heard the beastmen whisper that Bai Ran possessed the bloodline of the White Tiger, a lineage of the Tiger clan's royal beast. His father was the once mighty Dark Silver Tiger King, whose bloodline rivaled that of the most formidable Dark Gold Tiger King, even eclipsing Hu Zhao's own Lu Jin Tiger bloodline. Why would such an individual suddenly appear in the Tiger clan, and moreover, be assigned to care for her? Pondering this, she felt that the high priest must hold the key, as Bai Ran had returned alongside him. However, despite her efforts over the past month, she had not encountered the high priest even once, leaving her at a loss. Thus, she decided to confront Hu Zhao directly. After all, wasn't it Hu Zhao who had requested Bai Ran's presence to look after her? He must know. Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's inquiry, Hu Zhao's composure wavered. Though he was not well versed in matters of the heart, he understood that revealing the truth at this moment would lead to an undesirable outcome. It was likely that the person he had finally reunited with would be driven away in anger. Moreover, he was not adept at deceit, leading to an incredibly awkward silence as he hesitated for what felt like an eternity without uttering a word. Zhang Mengmeng had indeed surmised certain things, yet she remained uncertain. Moreover, observing that Bai Ran did not harbor any particular intentions towards her, she refrained from delving further into that line of thought. Her speculations hinted at the possibility that Hu Zhao might be concerned about potential external threats during his absence, thus entrusting his reliable brother with her safety. After all, were she in his position, she too would feel secure with Bai Ran, who, aside from his appearance, was the epitome of a true gentleman. However, given Hu Zhao's demeanor, it seemed that extracting the truth from him would not be an easy task. Chapter 86. No room for complacency. Zhang Mengmeng's emotions were tumultuous. She felt a sense of frustration at herself for developing feelings for such a stubborn orc, one who was incapable of uttering sweet nothings, offering comfort, or displaying emotional intelligence. The more she pondered, the more she felt that her journey to transform her companion would be an arduous and protracted one. Sighing, Zhang Mengmeng elongated her face, her tone turning somber. "Forget it. If you don't wish to speak, then I shall not press you. After all, I am of little significance, and there is nothing of importance that requires my knowledge." Hearing this, Hu Zhao became somewhat anxious, gently patting Zhang Mengmeng's back, his tongue seemingly tied. Meng, this matter is not to be disclosed as per the high priest's directive. Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Why must it be the high priest again? She mused, for this high priest seemed to embody a being from legends. She pondered that perhaps a meeting with the high priest might unravel many of her uncertainties. Xiao, may I meet the high priest? Zhang Mengmeng inquired. Hu Xiao hesitated. The high priest has not been well of late and does not receive visitors. Visitors? The petty-minded Zhang Mengmeng quickly seized upon this term, whispering resentfully, so in your heart. I am merely a visitor? Meng, that is not the case, Hu Xiao responded, his voice tinged with urgency. You are not a visitor. It is simply that the high priest has always been this way. Aside from me and Byran, she does not see anyone else. Hu Xiao, typically reticent, was uncharacteristically verbose, his tone markedly different from his usual demeanor. Witnessing this contrast filled Zhang Mengmeng with a mischievous delight. She lifted her gaze, leaning closer to Hu Xiao's face, her expression reminiscent of a child reveling in mischief. Upon seeing this, Hu Xiao understood her intent, and with a resigned sigh, he implored. Meng, please do not be troublesome. He continued, if you truly wish to meet, I will inquire with the high priest. All right, Zhang Mengmeng nodded, then playfully grasped Hu Xiao's other hand, feigning casualness as she asked, Xiao, after such a long time apart, have you missed me? Caught off guard by her unexpected question, Hu Xiao felt his words choke in his throat. His heart raced with the answer he longed to articulate, yet his lips remained sealed. Zhang Mengmeng had already anticipated his reaction and was not surprised. She lifted his hand to her face, her pink lips parting and closing as she confessed. But I miss you greatly. Every night, I wonder if you will come to find me. Oh, is it so pathetic? I ought to be thinking of other matters instead. Zhang Mengmeng sighed in distress, her words causing Hu Xiao's heart to race even faster. In truth, he thought of her daily, however, due to the events of the past. He feared that in a moment of impulsiveness, he might act irrationally. As the king of the tiger clan, he bore not only his own burdens but also the future of the entire tribe. He reminded himself that he could not afford to relax for even a moment. Yet, upon seeing her and feeling her presence, it seemed that reason slowly slipped away. Hu Xiao lowered his head in anguish. He could not allow a tragedy like the previous one to unfold again. Thus, he gently pushed Zhang Mengmeng away, suppressing the overwhelming desire to embrace her, to immerse himself in this feeling for eternity. His voice grew calm. Meng, you need not seek me out during this period. The relocation of the tiger clan is imminent, and with the serpent tribe lurking, I must remain vigilant. He averted his gaze, refusing to meet her eyes. Stay inside and do not come out. In an instant, the previously warm atmosphere dissipated. Chapter 87. A lack of romantic understanding. What? Zhang Mengmeng, who had been blissfully leaning into his embrace, suddenly found herself bewildered. She stepped back slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. Confusion etched across her face. Had she just heard him say, never come to find him again? To remain inside? Surely. Her ears must be deceiving her. After a month of absence, she had finally healed and mustered the courage to approach him, only to be met with a request to leave? A 0-star review. Could she return this situation? And now he had turned his back on her. Very well. Zhang Mengmeng smiled darkly. If he wished for her not to come, then she would oblige. What could he do? She had never been one to impose upon others. Even though her heart longed for him, she would heed his words. She would wait until she was fully healed and it was safe to approach him in the morning. Yet, he showed no desire to retain her when she prepared to leave and now bluntly told her to depart. Zhang Mengmeng was infuriated. She resolved to disregard the heartless old tiger entirely. Thus, she silently strode past Hu Xiao, who had turned slightly, obscuring his expression. Zhang Mengmeng found herself lacking the inclination to glance at him, her peripheral vision only capturing his towering silhouette, which appeared both frigid and unyielding. Most notably, as she approached his side, she deliberately paused for a moment, yet he remained utterly indifferent. Zhang Mengmeng brushed past Hu Xiao, the towering beastman gazing at her receding figure with an unprecedented sorrow etched upon his countenance. His claws instinctively sank into his flesh, as crimson droplets stained the yellow earth beneath him, yet his master appeared utterly indifferent. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng stormed back into the cavern, colliding with Shelley, who had come searching for her. Observing the fury on Mengmeng's face, Shelley couldn't help but inquire, what has happened to you, Mengmeng? Zhang Mengmeng, her anger still simmering, resembled an inflated balloon ready to burst. That insufferable old tiger, Hu Xiao, when I sought him out, had the audacity to dismiss me. It would have been one thing if he had chosen not to seek me out, after all the effort I put into my recovery. To be sent away was utterly unacceptable. Zhang Mengmeng grew increasingly agitated. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Cheryl's hands laden with various items, prompting her to inquire, "Cheryl, what are you doing?" Upon closer inspection, she discerned that Cheryl's right hand grasped a considerable bundle of sharp bamboo, while her left hand was filled with an unknown plant. Observing Cheryl's apparent struggle, Zhang Mengmeng promptly reached out to relieve her of the bamboo. It was then that Cheryl replied, "The leader is currently organizing everyone to dig tunnels and set traps, and some of the orcs are already transporting supplies. We should be relocating the day after tomorrow. We must hurry, or we will be too late," Cheryl urged. We are moving the day after tomorrow?" Zhang Mengmeng's expression reflected her bewilderment. She had only heard whispers of the tribe's intention to relocate, but was taken aback by the urgency of the preparations. Why did she feel so utterly uninformed? Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's confusion, Cheryl seemed to recall something and swiftly snatched the bamboo from her hands, a look of regret crossing her face. "Oh, Mengmeng, I must go." With that, Cheryl hurried away, leaving Zhang Mengmeng standing there, perplexed. Alongside her confusion lingered a sense of disappointment. Why did it seem as though everyone else was privy to this information? Was she intentionally being kept in the dark? Could it be that, as Hu Xiao had suggested, she was merely an outsider all along? Zhang Mengmeng's mind was in disarray. She believed she had seamlessly integrated into this tribe, yet it was merely her own perception. Now, however, she realized that she should take some action. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng pursued in the direction of Shelley. Chapter 88, Whether an Outsider. Zhang Mengmeng sprinted forward, only to be astounded by the scene before her. Before her lay a congregation of the entire tiger clan, comprising individuals of all ages and genders. As the tiger's roar suggested, some were digging, others were transporting goods, while yet others wove baskets to store their belongings. In essence, not a soul remained idle. Upon this realization, Zhang Mengmeng was once again struck by a bittersweet sensation, much like the sharp tang of a lemon, which, when bitten into, overwhelms the senses with its acidity. At this moment, she felt acutely aware of her status as an outsider. She did not belong to the tiger clan, nor did she truly belong to this world. Thus, she pondered, what was her purpose in being here? She was merely an ordinary high school student, limited in knowledge, lacking the skills to smelt iron or create pottery, let alone to forge advanced weapons that could elevate the productivity of this beastly realm. Moreover, should she leave the tiger clan, it was possible she would never again witness the dawn of a new day. Perhaps, in truth, she was destined to remain a mere outsider. Zhang Mengmeng was enveloped in sorrow when she was unexpectedly startled by a sudden tap on her back. Turning around in surprise, she was taken aback to find Bai Ran standing before her. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's stunned expression and melancholic demeanor, he couldn't help but inquire, "What has happened?" Zhang Mengmeng shook her head, remaining silent. "Come over and weave a basket. I don't have enough baskets for the soil," Bai Ran said. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's reluctance to speak but not pressing her further, to her surprise, Bai Ran suggested she assist, prompting an instinctive nod from Zhang Mengmeng. "All right." As she wove the basket, she continued to drift into her thoughts, unaware that Bai Ran, who was busy digging, had noticed her distraction. He chose not to address it directly, instead smiling and remarking, "Mengmeng, your pace is quite slow. The soil is nearly full, yet your basket is still not finished." Startled by Bai Ran's comment, Zhang Mengmeng felt a flush of embarrassment and promptly dismissed her wandering thoughts, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the task of weaving. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao had just completed his work and was inspecting the progress of the orcs when he inadvertently spotted Zhang Mengmeng quietly weaving baskets beside Bai Ran. He paused momentarily, pretending to be nonchalant as he stole a few glances before moving on to another area. Noticing that Zhang Mengmeng was oblivious to his presence and that a trap in front of her remained unfinished, he unexpectedly approached the orc working on it. The orc, startled by his sudden appearance, quickly inquired, "Leader? Here, let me handle this," Hu Xiao replied, gesturing for the orc to step back as he began to dig, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Zhang Mengmeng. Suddenly, Hu Xiao halted. In her eagerness, Zhang Mengmeng had woven too quickly, inadvertently slicing her finger on a sharp bamboo splinter. Blood gushed forth, catching her off guard. She stared blankly at the wound, the pain registering only moments later as her expression fell. Rubbing the injury with her right hand, she prepared to continue, forgetting that there was no one to smooth the bamboo for her, and she was left to weave baskets even in her unfortunate state of injury. Poor Mengmeng indeed. Just as Hu Xiao was about to intervene, Bai Ran acted first, stepping forward to grasp Zhang Mengmeng's hand. "You're hurt. You should stop for now." If Hu Xiao sees this, he might end up blaming me. In truth, Hu Xiao had not only seen the incident, but was already mentally chastising Bai Ran. It's just a little cut. I'll wash it and wrap it up, then I can continue. Zhang Mengmeng replied dismissively. Although she feared pain, she felt that if she allowed her apprehensions to hinder her, she would render herself utterly ineffective. As Zhang Mengmeng was speaking, she suddenly felt a colossal shadow cast before her. Upon raising her head, she was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, the towering orc bent down and unceremoniously grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand. Immediately, she felt her injured fingers enveloped by something warm and soft. As the creature proceeded to bring her hand to its mouth, audibly sucking the blood, leaving any onlookers to wonder what was transpiring. However, upon seeing that face, Zhang Mengmeng's irritation flared. She had only come to assist, not to be subjected to this. With a huff, she attempted to wrench her hand away. But as the saying goes, an arm cannot contend with a thigh. Her strength was but a mere trifle in comparison to the might of the beast. Akin to that of a helpless cub, perhaps even weaker. It was evident that her resistance was futile. The orc first tenderly drew out the blood with his mouth, savoring the faint metallic taste, which bore no resemblance to the robust flavor of wild beasts. Rather, it was an oddly unique essence, even possessing a hint of sweetness that made him momentarily reluctant to release her hand. When he finally did, he was met with Zhang Mengmeng's expression of both indignation and frustration, her head bowed low, typically a loquacious individual, yet now rendered speechless. The familiar pang of remorse surged within him, and he could only clumsily offer some words of comfort. The bamboo splinter is too sharp. You should take a moment to rest. With that, he picked up the bamboo shard beside her and began to sharpen it with his claws, his movement swift and forceful. In no time, he completed the task and magically produced 2 green fruits from his pocket, extending them towards Zhang Mengmeng. Eat. Zhang Mengmeng did not extend her hand to accept. Instead, she replied stiffly, You go ahead and be busy. No need to mind me. After all, she considered herself an inconsequential and pitiable being, unworthy even of being informed about significant matters such as the tribe's relocation. Hu Xiao seemed to wish to articulate something, yet ultimately remained silent, retreating quietly. It appeared he had once again provoked her ire. Bai Ran, witnessing this scene, felt a deep discomfort. He cast a glance at the polished bamboo pieces on the ground and couldn't help but reflect. Who would have thought that the seemingly stern and unyielding Hu Xiao possessed such a tender side? It was truly enlightening. He pondered the peculiarity of Hu Xiao, a figure who fearlessly confronted challenges, yet always carried healing fruits in his embrace. When he had inquired about this one day, Hu Xiao had merely brushed it off, suggesting it was of no significance. Evidently, it was all prepared for her sake. Mengmeng, please do not harbor resentment towards Hu Xiao. He has been affected by the recent invasion of the snake tribe, and has hardly found any rest, perpetually wearing a grim expression. It is only in your presence that he reveals a hint of warmth, Bai Ran ventured to say, noticing Zhang Mengmeng's bowed head as she continued weaving the basket in silence. I was the last to learn of such a monumental event as the tribe's relocation. Zhang Mengmeng replied disheartened. The last time I sought him out, he even forced me to leave. Bai Ran was taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. Your wounds have just healed. He must have wanted you to remain safe, which is why he refrained from informing you. I understand I may not be of much help, but at the very least, I can be by his side. This situation makes me feel like an outsider, Zhang Mengmeng expressed, her tone unintentionally laced with reproach. Bai Ran listened, contemplating to himself, if she were to accompany him, would any work indeed be accomplished? Never mind, I have finished my basket. What else can I do? Zhang Mengmeng sighed and inquired. Bai Ran found himself in a quandary as he glanced at the unshaped bamboo nearby, the considerable amount of earth that needed to be moved, and the unfinished holes. He felt that none of these tasks seemed suitable for Zhang Mengmeng, considering she was still a delicate young female. Chapter 90. Shifts in emotion. Zhang Mengmeng followed Bai Ran's gaze, looking left and right, only to sorrowfully realize that apart from weaving baskets, she appeared to possess no other skills. She lacked the dexterity to sharpen bamboo without claws and was too weak to lift heavy objects. She truly felt utterly useless. It was no wonder he did not permit her to assist. Zhang Mengmeng wallowed in self-pity when suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. Transporting objects need not rely solely on one's own strength. After all, there are means of conveyance available. Here, she noticed the presence of large trees that could be fashioned into rudimentary carts. This way, she could transport numerous items at once. Furthermore, the claws of the orcs were remarkably agile. She recalled the animal teeth polished into beads that she had seen previously in the Tiger Roar Cave. If teeth could be shaped into rounded forms, then crafting wood into wheels should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng shared her thoughts with Ran, who listened attentively and nodded in agreement. Mengmeng, it's worth a try? If it works, it would indeed be splendid. However, we lack the large trees necessary for this endeavor. Those can only be found deeper in the forest. Additionally, the crafting process is somewhat intricate, and given the time constraints, we may have to postpone it until we reach a new location, Ran pondered aloud. Though he did not wish to dampen Zhang Mengmeng's spirits, his forthright nature compelled him to speak candidly. Oh, fine, Zhang Mengmeng replied, somewhat dejected. She had finally conceived a method that could render her useful, only to discover that its implementation would not be immediate. Consequently, she felt as though she remained a nearly useless little Meng. However, perhaps she could inquire with Ran about the purpose of this task. She might just be able to contribute some ideas. Zhang Mengmeng inquired of Ran, who promptly elucidated the intricacies of the matter. It appeared that although the Serpent King had been vanquished by Hu Xiao, the latter had learned that the Serpent Clan was not limited to a single royal beast. The previous royal beast of the Serpent Clan had only just reached maturity, and Hu Xiao had encountered his father, the former Serpent King, during the Beast King contest many years ago. This lineage belonged to the esteemed bloodline of the Mo by Serpent, and he was formidable, rivaling Seri. The Serpent Clan harbored a deep-seated resentment, and Hu Xiao was apprehensive that the next incursion by the Serpent Clan would not be limited to Seri alone, but would also include his father, Shi Lin. If that were to transpire, the current Tiger Clan would likely find none capable of confronting Shi Lin. Thus, Hu Xiao resolved to relocate the tribe southward, particularly with the cold season approaching and the southern temperatures more temperate. He harbored no desire for the Serpent Clan to effortlessly seize the territory they had painstakingly established. Consequently, he decided to set a perimeter of traps around the tribe and seal the entrances with stones and earth, ensuring that even if the Serpent Clan approached, their efforts would yield naught. As Zhang Mengmeng listened, she envisioned the expression on Tiger's face while contemplating these matters. It seemed that even the seemingly composed and mature Xiao had a childlike side. However, on another note, the Serpent Clan was indeed despicable and deserved a thorough reprimand. Xiao had not slept well for 3 or 4 consecutive days. Although he was in good health, this was simply unsustainable. While Ran spoke, she couldn't help but express her sentiments. Zhang Mengmeng listened intently, her expression shifting as she pondered whether she had been somewhat self-absorbed. Had her concern been solely for her own well-being? While she had contemplated ways to contribute to the Tiger Clan, she had never truly regarded it as her own responsibility. In contrast, Hu Xiao viewed the Tiger Clan as his tribe, its orcs as his people, and their welfare as his duty. His insistence on distancing himself was rooted in his concern for her. Yet, Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her brow. Was it not true that she worried for him as well? He wished for her not to seek him out, but could she not merely steal a glance and then leave? Chapter 91. A reluctant heart resolute in her decision. Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of joy. As dusk approached, she assisted Sherry and the others in organizing the fruits before skipping joyfully to the nearby site, where Hu Xiao was laboring. Stealing a glance at him as he toiled in the earth, she noticed him drenched in sweat. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, as Hu Xiao prepared to emerge from the burrow, he stumbled, teetering dangerously on the brink of falling. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback and, unable to contain herself, rushed forward. Upon realizing it was Zhang Mengmeng, Hu Xiao quickly steadied himself, averting what could have been a tragic incident. As she drew closer, Zhang Mengmeng noticed that Hu Xiao's complexion was indeed far from robust. Typically a picture of strength, he now bore signs of fatigue on his face. The unsteadiness in his gait moments before could not have been mere coincidence. Xiao, Mengmeng is hurt and needs you to stay. Zhang Mengmeng refrained from mentioning that Hu Xiao should rest, instead using her own injury as a pretext. Her voice tinged with a touch of grievance as she pointed to the fresh wound on her wrist. I bled a lot just now, it hurts so much. Upon inspecting her arm, Hu Xiao noticed several scratches on her fair skin, eliciting a mix of anger and helplessness within him. How could you be so careless? I want you to stay with me, Zhang Mengmeng reiterated, playfully tugging at Hu Xiao's arm. The soft, cool touch momentarily disoriented him, and he found himself nodding absent-mindedly. Then he heard her say, Xiao, let us go to your cave. I want to talk to you, away from prying ears. Her gentle, soothing voice left Hu Xiao momentarily speechless, compelling him to follow Zhang Mengmeng as they moved forward. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Zhang Mengmeng scrutinized Hu Xiao before suggesting, Xiao, let us sit together. Lower your head. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Mengmeng pulled Hu Xiao's head into her embrace. The usually towering beastman found himself nestled against her, his expression innocent, reminiscent of a child. "What's wrong?" Seeing Hu Zhao's uncharacteristic demeanor, Zhang Mengmeng gazed intently at his face, which was glistening with beads of sweat against his bronzed skin. His eyebrows arched elegantly, and his striking eyes, shimmering with golden hues, reflected her image. Beneath his eyelids, dark circles hinted at fatigue, and his gaze, filled with curiosity, bore an almost naive innocence as he looked at Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng's mischievous spirit was once again ignited. Feeling discontent, she expressed her need for a comforting embrace. Just moments ago, Hu Xiao believed the little one was upset with him. However, her current gentle demeanor and amiable conversation led him to wonder if her anger had dissipated. "All right, I am quite weary. Hu, would you mind keeping me company for a short nap?" Zhang Mengmeng said, softly stroking Hu Xiao's hair. Zhang Mengmeng leaned back, slowly closing her eyes, murmuring, "With you here, I feel at ease." Hu Xiao seemed to comprehend her sentiment, gazing deeply at Zhang Mengmeng for a moment before shutting his own eyes. In no time, he drifted into slumber, his expression serene, resembling a contented child in restful repose. Hearing the rhythm of his steady breathing, Zhang Mengmeng finally opened her eyes and gently caressed the corners of the beastman's eyes and the various wounds adorning his upper body. She gazed at him intently, her heart awash with complex emotions. She was uncertain if her actions were right, yet she felt compelled to act. Witnessing his struggles pained her deeply. Despite her own busyness, she questioned why he would still feel the need to fetch her green fruits. Was she truly so delicate? However, seeing him in good health uplifted her spirits. Though he had uttered such ungracious words in the morning, upon seeing him in the afternoon, her heart softened, and any lingering resentment vanished. Thus, she realized that her anger was directed at herself, frustrated by her own helplessness and lack of resolve. Yet, at that moment, gazing at the beastman peacefully asleep in her embrace, Zhang Mengmeng thought, "Never mind." Chapter 92. A shocking revelation that night. Zhang Mengmeng struggled to find rest, as her usual sleeping position eluded her. In the depths of the night, she abruptly awoke, only to discover that her lap was empty. However, the lingering warmth on her skin suggested that the beastman had not departed long ago. Zhang Mengmeng had initially intended to venture out of the cave in search of him. However, upon reaching the entrance, she was confronted by an enormous boulder that towered over her. In that instant, she comprehended its significance. It was a clear indication for her to remain inside. Consequently, she obediently retreated, only to discover that a nearby open space had been transformed into a resting area, meticulously adorned with straw and animal hides. Scattered straw lay along the cave's entrance, and the animal hide appeared remarkably new, suggesting it had been recently laid down. Additionally, 2 green fruits were placed nearby. Zhang Mengmeng's heart swelled inexplicably, leaving her uncertain whether she felt joy or sorrow. Despite his imposing physique and stern demeanor, he often managed to strike a chord within her, rendering her heart utterly vulnerable. He had insisted she refrain from seeking him out, yet with a mere display of affection, all his reservations seemed to dissolve. Thus, with these conflicting emotions swirling within her, Zhang Mengmeng drifted off to a blissful slumber. The following morning, as sunlight gently caressed her face, she drowsily opened her eyes. Her internal clock informed her it was still early, yet she typically rose with the sun's warm embrace. After tidying herself up, she noticed that the stones at the cave's entrance had been mysteriously cleared away, creating just enough space for her to slip through sideways. As she ventured outside, she discovered the sun had only just begun to rise. It dawned on her that her cave was situated deeper within, and by the time sunlight reached her, it was already around 7 or 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, Tiger Roar's cave was positioned on the outermost perimeter, allowing him to bask in the sun's rays as soon as it appeared. She couldn't help but reflect on the challenges of being the Tiger King, a role that was undoubtedly fraught with difficulty. Zhang Mengmeng made her way to the gathering place from yesterday, only to discover that several beastmen were already engaged in various tasks, yet there was no sign of Hu Xiao. This piqued her curiosity. Nearby, a beastman who was digging a hole remarked, "The chief is with the high priest." The mention of the high priest instantly ignited Zhang Mengmeng's interest. After inquiring about the location of the high priest's cave, she hurriedly made her way there, but upon reaching the entrance, she recalled Hu Zhao's words about the high priest rarely meeting others. Acting so rashly seemed inappropriate, so she paused a short distance from the cave's mouth to contemplate. Suddenly, she heard footsteps emanating from within the cave, causing her to feel a surge of nervousness as she concealed herself in a nearby thicket. She then overheard a voice emerging from the cave, stating, "Hu Xiao, Your recent conduct has greatly disappointed me. The speaker was discernibly an elderly woman, yet the authority in her voice instilled a sense of unease. Strangely, Zhang Mengmeng found the voice oddly familiar, leading her to conclude that this must be the so-called high priest. Zhang Mengmeng longed for a response from Hu Xiao, yet he remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering, "High priest, she harbors no romantic feelings towards Bai Ran." His tone was remarkably calm, even tinged with an irritating objectivity. Zhang Mengmeng felt a twinge of anxiety within her. She seemed to grasp the essence of their conversation, yet there remained an air of uncertainty. She could only hear the high priest continuing, "Hu Xiao, I am aware of your profound feelings for her, but you must recognize what holds greater significance." The voice hesitated for a moment before responding, "Indeed, high priest, I shall find a way." Zhang Mengmeng remained perplexed by the implications of the high priest's words. Bai Ran is of the bloodline of the dark silver tiger king. Should she be able to bear a cub, there lies the potential for her to become the mightiest ruler of the tiger clan in a century. What? Zhang Mengmeng's mind felt as though it might explode. Chapter 93. At a loss, a multitude of thoughts intertwined in Zhang Mengmeng's mind, forming an intricate web of understanding. The questions that had previously eluded her suddenly found clarity. When she inquired about Bai Ran's purpose for coming, his evasive demeanor spoke volumes. "Oh, I am here simply accompanying the high priest." When she questioned Bai Ran about his intentions during the tiger roar, his silence was telling. The strongest descendant, the dark golden tiger king, the dark silver tiger king, the she referenced by the high priest, aside from herself, could scarcely be anyone else. Even as the two departed, Zhang Mengmeng remained rooted in place, her expression one of shock. She should have anticipated this. Should have grasped the reasons behind Tiger Roar's prolonged absence and Bai Ran's role as her caretaker. She was acutely aware of how much the beastmen valued progeny, how vital bloodlines were to their kin. Thus, it was to mate Bai Ran with her. The night breeze continued to howl, chilling her cheeks, as droplets of morning dew lingered in the underbrush, drenching her completely. Yet, she remained oblivious to her condition, slowly rising and making her way back to her cave. In her distracted state, she stumbled over a small stone at the roadside, falling flat, her hand grazing the ground, drawing blood. Unfazed, she swiftly picked herself up. Unexpectedly, a warm hand grasped her wrist, accompanied by a gentle voice. "Mengmeng, what happened? Can't you be more careful while walking?" Zhang Mengmeng remained in a daze. Mengmeng? The person who entered was Bai Ran, who had brought Zhang Mengmeng's dinner as usual and had dropped by to check on her needs. To his surprise, he stumbled upon such a scene at the entrance. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng finally reacted. Her vacant gaze began to focus, recognizing the dark silver eyes that regarded her with concern. The orc's hair remained impeccably neat, a mystery how he maintained such order, and his lips were a soft pink, giving his entire visage an endearing quality. For Zhang Mengmeng, encountering Bai Ran at this juncture was profoundly awkward. She could hardly fathom what expression to wear in his presence. Previously, she had naively believed Bai Ran was simply Bai Ran, but now, understanding the purpose of his visit, her heart was in turmoil. "What's wrong, Mengmeng?" Bai Ran observed her lack of the usual cheerful demeanor. She seemed lost, which puzzled him further. From his observations, Zhang Mengmeng was typically a jovial person, always smiling and exceedingly likable. Aside from matters related to Hu Xiao, he had rarely seen her frown. Today, however, her spirit appeared utterly shattered, indicating that something significant had transpired. No, nothing at all," Zhang Mengmeng replied quickly, unaware that her denial only served to heighten Bai Ran's suspicions. "Mengmeng, is there anything you cannot share with me?" "You know I won't tell anyone else," Bai Ran reassured her. In truth, he felt conflicted. He undoubtedly liked Zhang Mengmeng. She was charming and obedient, qualities that any male would admire. Yet on the other hand, she was deeply in love with Hu Xiao, who was his younger brother. And Hu Xiao, in turn, harbored feelings solely for her. With the high priestess's orders looming, he sometimes felt utterly lost. Chapter 94. Her decision in the following period. Zhang Mengmeng scarcely remembered how she passed the time. She stubbornly insisted to Bai Ran that she was fine and resolutely declined his offer to accompany her home, ignoring his concerned gaze altogether. Thus, she returned to her small cave alone, continuing to sit in solitude, lost in thought. Propping her head up with one hand and tilting it to the side, her thoughts drifted far beyond her immediate surroundings. Gradually, she began to comprehend the hierarchy of bloodlines in this beastly realm. Orcs faced threats from predators and the formidable Tata beasts outside, as well as vicious tribes like the Snake Clan. Internally, they grappled with food shortages and the harsh, prolonged winters. Merely because a more powerful and older orc from the Snake clan emerged, the Tiger clan was forced to relocate, abandoning the home they had painstakingly established. Hu Shao must be suffering immensely as well. Upon understanding the implications of his statement about finding a solution, it was disingenuous to claim that she felt no sorrow. In that moment, she was overtaken by a surge of anger, at Hu Shao, at herself, and at the world. Why couldn't Hu Shao be the dark golden tiger king? Why does this world seem to be governed entirely by bloodlines? Yet, what can she truly do? Time and again, she sorrowfully realizes that she is utterly powerless. Though she remains unable to accept this harsh truth, Bai Ran is undoubtedly an admirable gentleman, yet her heart has long been given to that orc who, despite his lack of understanding of romance, clumsily comforts her. The orc who, though stern and rigid, is perpetually exasperated by her. The orc who imposes myriad restrictions upon himself, yet succumbs whenever she feigns vulnerability. In such circumstances, she cannot bring herself to embrace another. No matter how wonderful he may be, it simply cannot be. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng made a bold decision. It was this choice that altered the trajectory of many events to come, and whenever she reflects upon it, she can only think of 4 words: never regretted. 2 days later, the Tiger clan officially relocated. On this day, there were both joys and sorrows. Yet the overwhelming majority of the Tiger clan felt sorrowful, for they were leaving the tribe they had called home for so long. Zhang Mengmeng was one among the many who felt this profound sadness, compounded by the unfortunate arrival of her menstrual cycle. The first day of her period was a veritable nightmare for her. Upon waking, she sensed the impending storm, her mind racing with complaints. When it was time to depart, she felt the familiar pangs of discomfort, but she had to maintain a facade of calmness, lest others perceive her distress and slow their progress. Unbeknownst to her, this only rendered her complexion more pallid. Moreover, as it was the rainy season, she awoke to a tempest. Although she sheltered under an umbrella, she could not escape the slanting rain, icy droplets cascading down her wrists. The discomfort in her abdomen intensified, and her vision blurred, as if the raindrops had obscured her sight. Shaking her head in an attempt to regain clarity, she pressed on, only to suddenly feel herself topple backward. In her dazed state, she faintly heard someone cry out her name, Mengmeng. Before losing consciousness, Zhang Mengmeng awakened in a state of half-slumber, sensing a warmth pressed against her previously cold abdomen. This comforting sensation enveloped her in a cozy embrace, as if the temperature could seep into her very soul. As she opened her eyes, she was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 95, The Feeling of Warmth. It was none other than the warm and powerful hand of the beastman resting upon her belly. His body temperature, significantly higher than hers, enveloped her in his arms, while his other hand lay on her abdomen, the intimate contact generating a heat that was almost overwhelming. Zhang Mengmeng had just awakened, still somewhat disoriented. As she focused on the face of the orc before her, his golden pupils gazed intently at her. His handsome visage drew nearer, and his voice, soft as a whisper, carried a tenderness that resonated. Meng, are you feeling better? In an instant, Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of tears welling up within her. Throughout that day, she refrained from seeking him out, despite her heart's incessant yearning for him, especially during moments of distress. She wished to spare him from the burden of worry, to avoid any discomfort on his part. However, upon seeing him now, a wave of grievance washed over her, and her voice quivered as she murmured, "Shout, Shao. My stomach hurts, it really hurts." Noticing her distress, Hu Shao gently shook his head, seemingly resigned, and let out a soft sigh. He then placed his warm palm on Zhang Mengmeng's abdomen, his tone transforming from one of irritation to an authoritative gentleness. "You must not expose yourself to the cold these past few days." Before Zhang Mengmeng could respond, Hu Shao continued, "Why did you not inform me?" When she had come to find him that day, he had assumed her anger towards him had dissipated, and his heart had swelled with joy. Yet, upon hearing that Shirley had come looking for him, only to reveal that Mengmeng had fainted, his heart had plummeted into chaos. He hardly knew how he had reached her side, cradling her in his arms and bringing her back, seeing her pale face, devoid of color. He felt as if his very soul had been shaken. She appeared so fragile, her expression marred by pain, as if her life was hanging by a thread. He carried her all the way to their resting place for the night, watching over her for quite some time before realizing how frightfully cold her small belly was. He instinctively sought to warm her with his hands, and sure enough, she soon awakened. "I was afraid Shao would worry. I thought I could manage." It was all the rain's fault. Zhang Mengmeng was reluctant to admit her fault. Although the outcome was unfortunate, her intentions had been noble. Where exactly are we now? Sitting up from Hu Zhao's embrace, she realized she seemed to be inside a cave, with a vibrant orange fire crackling nearby. One of her hands rested upon Hu Zhao's leg, and she heard him reply, "It's dangerous at night. We should rest here." "Oh," Zhang Mengmeng nodded, noticing that as she sat up, Hu Zhao's hand had shifted away from her, and the comforting warmth had receded. Instinctively, she drew her small belly closer. An unconscious act of seeking warmth. Still groggy from sleep, she pressed her hand against Hu Zhao's, murmuring softly, warm and comfortable, feeling her delicate hand against his. Hu Zhao did not realize his touch had softened, his gaze becoming more tender. With his other hand, he gently stroked Zhang Mengmeng's back, saying, "Meng, you're not cold anymore. Good girl." After confirming the warmth in her belly, Zhang Mengmeng rubbed her eyes and yawned, slowly beginning to feel more awake. As time passed, she became fully alert and noticed just how close she was to Hu Zhao, their bodies nearly touching, and it seemed she had leaned in of her own accord. She was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how their situation had evolved to this point. Chapter 96. Moving to a new abode. Meng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Tiger Xiao observed Zhang Mengmeng, who appeared somewhat dazed, her delicate, fair visage adorned with a pair of strikingly distinct black and white eyes. The expression within those eyes exuded both innocence and an endearing quality that evoked a sense of protectiveness, reminiscent of cubs whose eyes radiate clarity. In the past, he had never felt such sentiments, but upon seeing her now, his heart transformed into a puddle of warmth, with an overwhelming desire to embrace her even tighter. No. I'm not uncomfortable. It just feels like we are a bit too close, Zhang Mengmeng responded earnestly. Compared to before, she felt not only comfortable but also enveloped in warmth. However, being so near to Tiger Xiao, where she could almost feel his breath upon her, rendered her somewhat uneasy and embarrassed. "Please rest well. I shall not intrude," Tiger Xiao remarked, mistakenly believing that Zhang Mengmeng was reminded of past unpleasant memories, feeling a twinge of regret for his previous brusque demeanor. She was, after all, a tender creature deserving of affection, and it pained him to think of the grievances she had endured due to his thoughtlessness. "No, that's not it. I enjoy being with you. I just worry that I might be a nuisance," Zhang Mengmeng confessed, her thoughts clouded with negativity, her spirits dampened. Unexpectedly, Tiger Xiao interjected with a hint of urgency in his voice. "Meng, you're not a bother." He added, "Meng, you are wonderful. The best." The honest beastman was clearly not versed in sweet nothings, and his compliments were few and repetitive, yet each time Zhang Mengmeng heard them, her heart swelled with delight, as if it were drenched in honey. Consequently, she nestled deeper into Tiger Xiao's embrace, whispering, "Xiao is wonderful too." As they held each other, warmth enveloped them. The orange glow of the fire casting shadows upon the cave walls, one tall and the other petite, ultimately merging into a harmonious unity. For the next 2 days, Tiger Xiao took care of Zhang Mengmeng during the day, while she rested with Sherry and the others at night. Their journey saw them meandering along, hastening and pausing, until on the 7th day, they finally reached the site designated for the tribe's relocation. This place was elevated, significantly distant from the forest, and notably, it was inhabited by the Eagle clan, the natural enemies of the serpents, ensuring that the snake tribe would not dare venture here. By the 7th day, Zhang Mengmeng had fully recovered, being among the second group to arrive at their destination. She gazed upon the land before her, marked by cliffs and expansive views. Surrounded by abundant thickets, a truly splendid choice for a tribal settlement. Even more importantly, it had not rained here. Zhang Mengmeng initially found the situation rather peculiar. However, after conversing with the beastmen, she learned that the rainy season diminishes as one travels further south, thus gaining a newfound understanding of this enchanting world of beast kind. After surveying her surroundings, her gaze fell upon the figure of Hu Zhao, prompting her to approach him with a light trot. She observed Hu Zhao diligently assigning tasks to the various beastmen and decided to step back a few paces, patiently waiting while occasionally stealing glances at the industrious Hu Zhao. Once Hu Zhao had completed his assignments, he finally noticed the obediently standing Zhang Mengmeng beside him. A smile instinctively graced his face as he approached and gently patted her head, inquiring, "Meng, what is the matter?" Zhang Mengmeng, in truth, harbored a dislike for having her head patted. Yet, when Hu Zhao engaged in such an act, it seemed to convey an entirely different sentiment. With a matter of urgency weighing on her heart, she leaned closer and whispered, "Xiao, tonight Mengmeng wishes to share a bed with you." Having uttered these words, she swiftly darted away, leaving Hu Zhao momentarily stunned in place. Chapter 97. Mutual exchange in the following period. The members of the Tiger clan observed a peculiar transformation in their leader. He often seemed to drift into a reverie mid-conversation, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. It was an occurrence that piqued their curiosity. Accustomed to his stern and serious demeanor, they were taken aback by what appeared to be a lapse in focus. Whispers erupted among them. What has come over the leader? I swear I saw him smile. Could I have been mistaken? Another beastman quickly interjected. You were not mistaken. The leader truly smiled. Just moments ago, he was gazing off with a look of delight. What nonsense. Do you think the leader behaves like you, perpetually in heat? Do not dismiss my words. I witnessed that little female visiting the leader this afternoon. It was after that encounter that he changed. Unbeknownst to them, a figure stealthily emerged from the thicket, absorbing their murmured speculations. As night fell, the beastmen had nearly completed their preparations. The caves here were naturally formed, requiring little effort to tidy up. They cleared the interiors and positioned large stones at the entrance, moving their belongings inside. Hu Xiao stood at the threshold of the central cave, hesitating to step inside. The words she had heard earlier echoed in her mind. Xiao Mengmeng wishes to share a bed tonight. This phrase had replayed countless times throughout the afternoon, and with each recollection, it brought forth an added sweetness. A female in estrus, boldly inviting her mate to share her slumber. Such intentions were unmistakable. Mengmeng, with her soft form, gentle voice, and those sparkling, translucent eyes, evoked a tender softness within him. As Hu Xiao prepared to enter the cave, he suddenly froze, halted by a voice he was most reluctant to hear. Ah Xiao. The voice, aged yet commanding, rendered him utterly rigid, his expression momentarily frozen. The voice continued. Ah Xiao. This evening, summoned by Ran. Hu Xiao hesitated, for the first time contemplating a refusal to the words of the elder before him. Conflicting thoughts raced through his mind, yet in an instant, he found his voice, albeit tinged with stiffness. High priest. Yet he could not complete his sentence, for the elder's voice grew more severe. Ah Xiao. Do you truly believe that the survival of the Tiger clan pales in comparison to her? Hu Xiao did not respond immediately. He was acutely aware that if he acquiesced to this exchange, he would never again behold her radiant smile. Not only that, she would come to despise him, perhaps even harbor hatred towards him. Observing Hu Xiao's hesitance, Chi Pa, the orc who had devoted her life to the Tiger clan, revealed a smile that could only be described as chilling. Ah Xiao, do you no longer heed my words? Noticing the severity in Chi Po's tone, Hu Xiao replied, No, that is not the case. It's just enough. I do not wish to hear your reasoning. If you do not agree today, Chi Po's voice turned even more ruthless. As she pointed towards the massive stone at the cave's entrance, I shall throw myself against that stone and thus fulfill your wish. With that, she prepared to hurl herself towards the impenetrable boulder. Given Chi Po's frail physique, such an act would surely result in either death or grievous injury. Hu Xiao quickly grasped her arm, but Chi Po, undeterred, exerted an unexpected force, resolutely continuing her advance towards the stone as if she would not relent until her goal was achieved. In that moment, Hu Xiao closed his eyes, uncertain of what words escaped his lips, yet his deep voice resonated clearly in the stillness of the air. Very well. Chapter 98. Incredulity after the allocation of the cave. Zhang Mengmeng meticulously cleaned the interior, washing her face until it appeared fair and bright. She then donned her favorite animal skin dress, crafted from the purple hide that Hu Xiao had gifted her. Sherry remarked that she looked particularly lovely in that attire. Subsequently, she brought in an abundance of fresh straw from outside the cave and layered several skins to create a soft bed for herself. Zhang Mengmeng picked up a fragrant herb beside her and inhaled its delightful scent, satisfied as she placed it next to her bed. This herb, which she had discovered on her journey, was pleasantly aromatic without being overwhelming. Sherry had previously informed her that they used this very herb for hand washing, which reassured her further. Once everything was tidily arranged, she sat quietly, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her beloved. At last, footsteps echoed from the entrance, and just as Zhang Mengmeng prepared to rise, she froze upon recognizing the face of the beastman before her. After a night of anticipation, the figure that stood before her was not the one she had longed for, but rather a silver-haired Bairan. He remained silent for a moment, and Zhang Mengmeng thought perhaps he was merely delivering a message. Cautiously, she inquired, Bairan, are you here too? Bairan paused, his response lingering in the air, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion that was entirely unlike his usual demeanor. Noticing his silence, Zhang Mengmeng felt a pang of confusion. Where is Xiao? She wondered. Surely he would not be absent. Bairan seemed to exhale a sigh, his tone heavy with unspoken weight as he replied, he will not be coming. What does that mean? She pondered, a flicker of concern igniting within her. Had she not articulated her feelings clearly enough earlier? Was he preoccupied? If so, I shall go find him. Zhang Mengmeng paused for a moment before promptly speaking. Sighing, she indeed heard Bai Ran exhale deeply, and her eyes seemed to reflect a sense of compassion, mingled with resignation. He stepped closer to Zhang Mengmeng, his tone taking on a peculiar quality. Mengmeng, do you not wish for my presence? Yet, she had clearly arranged to meet with Hu Shao. What could this possibly mean? Zhang Mengmeng shook her head, instinctively reluctant to ponder the significance of the scene before her. She could not comprehend. Did Shao not, in fact, harbor feelings for her? Was it not Shao who had sent her here? Mengmeng heard herself pose the question. Bai Ran offered no response. He merely sighed once more, yet that tone conveyed everything. Zhang Mengmeng's expression gradually transformed from one of bewilderment to disbelief. It was clearly agreed upon. Why then has he chosen to cast himself aside for another? Is it merely for the sake of progeny? Yet, he had never confided his thoughts to her. Although she had come to understand the reason for Bai Ran's presence here, she had still made that decision. She could see that Hu Shao harbored feelings for her. She wished to believe in him, to draw near to him, and for that, she was willing to disregard all else. But why had everything taken such a turn? Zhang Mengmeng's ire erupted suddenly. She could not comprehend why human hearts, made of flesh, could be so unyielding. He spoke little, yet that was inconsequential. She would engage in conversation more. He struggled to articulate his emotions, but that mattered not. Even if she felt shy within, she would surely express her feelings to him. He harbored numerous concerns, yet that was of no significance. She would feign ignorance. Yet still, it seemed, this was insufficient. Zhang Mengmeng reflected with a touch of melancholy. His intentions were unmistakably clear. It is often said that women are creatures of emotion while men are beings of reason, and perhaps there is truth in this assertion. Chapter 99. The heartache of distance. The night wind howled, and the flickering flames cast shadows upon their faces, yet they failed to warm their hearts. The two individuals within the cave found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Ran observed Zhang Mengmeng for a while, noting her instinctive retreat from his proximity, which filled him with an inexplicable sense of loss. After all, he had once been the object of affection for many females. Yet his masculine allure seemed utterly ineffective with Zhang Mengmeng, leading one to question the nature of existence itself. Zhang Mengmeng remained silent, an unusual state for someone who was typically so loquacious, as though she had fallen under a spell. Yet, beneath her tranquil facade lay a tumult of emotions. After the anger subsided, a profound sorrow enveloped her. Perhaps she should never have entered this world, for it had led her into such an embarrassing predicament. Mengmeng? Bai Ran suddenly spoke, his heart heavy at the sight of her distress. He was reluctant to cause her any further discomfort, knowing that her heart belonged solely to a Shao. However, this was the command of the high priest, a decree he could not defy. As Bai Ran approached, Zhang Mengmeng instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, startled back to awareness. What do you intend to do? Though he was a strikingly handsome man, her heart was resolutely tethered to the memory of that insufferable tiger. She truly did not want to engage with him. I mean you no harm, Bai Ran sighed, sensing her wariness and feeling increasingly helpless. You should rest. I will stand guard ahead. Upon speaking, Bai Ran graciously withdrew, turning to walk away. Zhang Mengmeng exhaled a sigh of relief, only to find herself subconsciously burying her head into her body, her mind swirling with complex thoughts. Why was he behaving this way? She had boldly invited him, yet it had devolved into this chaos. Why was it Bai Ran who had come? Where had a Shao gone? Countless questions tangled in her mind, rendering her thoughts a chaotic mass, impossible to unravel. If Tiger Shao could so callously cast her aside, then very well. Zhang Mengmeng would not remain a mere pawn. If he could so easily push her on to another, why should she cling stubbornly to this place? Yet, if she were to leave, where could she possibly go? Moreover, if Xue Li and the others discovered her absence, they would undoubtedly be distraught. Wandering aimlessly could lead her straight into the clutches of fearsome beasts lurking outside. Zhang Mengmeng found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Meanwhile, beneath the moonlight, the tiger, with its bloodied claws, came to an abrupt halt, staring blankly at its own hands. What were they doing now? A multitude of voices suddenly echoed within her mind. I only need one. How I adore the howl. The howl is the finest. Tonight, Mengmeng longed to sleep alongside the howl. At that moment, the towering beastman, usually stoic in his emotions, revealed a visage that seemed on the verge of tears. His eyes were dim, his expression inscrutable, yet it emanated a profound sorrow. What did it matter if he was wounded? No one would care for him anymore, no matter how much it hurt. Thus, the beastman quickened his pace under the moonlight, desperately clawing at the hard earth beneath him as if his life depended on it. This was the waterway they intended to breach. The rocks were inherently tough, yet with each drop of the beastman's blood, the passage began to take shape. On this very night, which should have been filled with warmth, the two hearts that held each other dear found themselves separated, consumed by despair. Chapter 100. A sudden turn of events. It is often said that fate plays tricks on us, for one can never predict what the next moment holds. In the dead of night, as Zhang Mengmeng lingered between dreams and wakefulness, she was abruptly roused from her slumber. Mengmeng. Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng awakened abruptly, upon glancing over. She was astonished to find Bai Ran, whose voice was now imbued with an urgency that Zhang Mengmeng had never witnessed before. Hurry. Come with me. Zhang Mengmeng, perplexed, inquired. What is the matter? I spoke to you on the way. Now, come with me at once. Bai Ran appeared genuinely anxious. In an instant, he transformed into his beastly form, signaling for Zhang Mengmeng to hurry and climb aboard. She complied, but to her surprise, he merely uttered, Mengmeng, hold on tight. We must depart. And then he began to sprint wildly, as if he could not afford to pause for even a moment. Zhang Mengmeng observed Bai Ran sprinting frantically in the direction from which they had come, her mind swirling with confusion. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, the moonlight scattering across the ground like fragments of silver. She inquired, Bai Ran, what has transpired? Bai Ran's demeanor suggested she was being pursued by a relentless horde. Yet, no response came from her, as if the urgency of the situation rendered conversation an impossibility. What on earth was unfolding? Zhang Mengmeng found herself beset by numerous questions, however. She did not anticipate that Bai Ran would run increasingly faster. Eventually, Zhang Mengmeng could only clutch Bai Ran's neck tightly, the sound of the wind rushing past her ears drowning out all other noises. Zhang Mengmeng never anticipated that this journey would be unexpectedly lengthy. She felt as though they had traversed the previous tribe and continued on for an extensive distance. The scenery before her transformed several times, ultimately revealing a vast expanse of pristine snow. At that moment, Bai Ran finally ceased her frenzied pace. Zhang Mengmeng's face had turned a rosy hue from the biting wind. She surveyed her surroundings, only to find a boundless sea of white, with snow blanketing the earth and the trees burdened with a heavy layer of snowflakes. The snowy landscape appeared infinite, stretching endlessly before her. The scene before her was starkly contrasted with what Zhang Mengmeng had witnessed earlier, and this snowy realm seemed to beckon, distinctly identifying the location as the snow domain. Zhang Mengmeng had heard from the orcs that in the realm of the beasts, there exists but one place perpetually blanketed in snow, a place known as the snow domain. This is the very land where Bai Ran once resided. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng exhibited a calmness that was somewhat unsettling. After surveying her surroundings, she turned to Bai Ran and inquired, Bai Ran, could you now enlighten me about what transpired? Due to the prolonged exertion, Bai Ran's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. He wiped his brow before responding, the matter is as follows. As Bai Ran elaborated, the astonishment in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes deepened. It was the first time she had heard from another about her unique identity. According to Bai Ran, it was the high priest who had instructed him to act, and the entire situation stemmed from the peculiarities of Zhang Mengmeng's identity. The incident began when a Tiger Clan beastman ventured out at night and overheard two Eagle Clan beastmen discussing their plans to infiltrate the Tiger Clan tribe and abduct a special female. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Beastman immediately informed the high priest, who promptly commanded Bai Ran to escort Zhang Mengmeng away under the cover of night. It was well known that the Eagle Clan favored warmth. Although their flying abilities were exceptional, there was one domain they would never enter, the perpetually frozen snowlands. Why do the Eagle Clan know about me? Haven't we just arrived? Zhang Mengmeng asked, glancing at Bai Ran as they walked. Bai Ran shook his head. I too am unaware. It appears the Eagle Clan has long harbored ambitions to contend for the Beast King. What does the struggle for the Beast King have to do with me? Zhang Mengmeng was even more bewildered. She was merely an ordinary high school student from another world. How could she possibly be entangled in a contest for the Beast King? Bai Ran had merely mentioned her unique identity. Yet she was oblivious to what made her identity so special. Mengmeng, Bai Ran glanced at her, seemingly hesitating. Unable to contain her frustration, Zhang Mengmeng urged, Bai Ran, please just tell me directly. At this point, your reluctance is quite distressing. After a moment of silence, Bai Ran contemplated the high priest's expression when he had conveyed this information. The high priest had seemingly never prohibited him from revealing Mengmeng's identity. However, he had always assumed that Mengmeng was aware of her own uniqueness. Mengmeng, You will come to know in due time. I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share this with you now. Bai Ran sighed, his dark silver eyes filled with anguish, implying that he would refrain from disclosing Zhang Mengmeng's identity at this moment. Zhang Mengmeng felt increasingly perplexed. According to Bai Ran, it seemed that her identity held considerable significance. Yet it appeared that he would not disclose any further information. Mengmeng, let us first pay a visit to the current lord of the snow domain. He is a remarkably kind individual, Bai Ran remarked. The lord of the snow domain? The present ruler is Xueqing, the king of the snow domain. He possesses the esteemed bloodline of the dark silver snow leopard and wields formidable power. Anyone who arrives in the snow domain typically pays their respects to him. Bai Ran elucidated. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng followed Bai Ran to what was said to be the dwelling of the snow leopard tribe, seemingly situated at the very heart of the snow domain. Their cave was nestled amidst snow-covered slopes. Bai Ran guided Zhang Mengmeng directly through the center, ultimately leading her into one of the largest caverns. Zhang Mengmeng was astonished to discover that upon entering, there lay an enchanting world within. The cave ceiling was adorned with snow and ice, reflecting light and illuminating the interior with a bright radiance. She followed Bai Ran, taking small, tentative steps, until they reached the end of the passage, a space that expanded into a broader area, flanked by colossal stone pillars, seemingly formed naturally within the cave. Surrounding these pillars were meticulously arranged rows of elongated stone blocks, presumably crafted for seating purposes. This deduction was confirmed as she noticed several orcs seated upon these stone chairs. As her gaze shifted forward, she beheld the most distinguished orc among them. At that moment, he noticed their presence as well. His silver hair shimmered even more brilliantly than Bai Ran's, and his dark silver eyes sparkled with an inner light. With a straight nose and skin that appeared luminous, perhaps a result of his prolonged residence in the snowy realm, he was strikingly different from the orcs of the tiger tribe. Just then, he raised his head, his voice resonating with the calmness of a mature man. Bai Ran, what brings you here? It was evident that he recognized Bai Ran and was quite familiar with him. He then turned his attention to Zhang Mengmeng, inquiring, and who might this be? Bai Ran stepped forward, responding, Brother Xueqing, this is my partner. After much contemplation, I realized that the snowy domain suits me far better. Look, he smiled and continued. I am about to bring her back to enjoy a life of freedom. Upon hearing this, Xueqing's dark silver, elongated eyes revealed a hint of amusement. Indeed, Ran. This time do not depart again. I had thought you were leaving for good. Thus, I have gained another friend with whom I can converse. Xueqing glanced at Bai Ran, seemingly conveying a deeper meaning. That is only natural, Bai Ran replied with a smile, nodding in agreement, as if they were sharing an unspoken riddle. Zhang Mengmeng remained silent throughout, contemplating all that had transpired that day. Bai Ran's designation of her as his partner had been previously communicated to her, for if he had referred to her as Hu Xiao's companion, Xueqing would undoubtedly have found it peculiar and might have pursued the matter further, an outcome neither Bai Ran nor Zhang Mengmeng wished to encounter. After a tiring day of travel, they were ready to depart, assuming Xueqing had no further matters to address. After exchanging a few words, Bai Ran rose to take his leave. Once Bai Ran and Zhang Mengmeng's figures had completely vanished, Xueqing's gaze flickered, and he beckoned to one of the orcs below. The orc approached with an expression of calm. Yet his words were anything but ordinary. Investigate the origin of Bai Ran. At that moment, another orc entered from a different direction, revealing that the Snow Leopard King's lair was centrally located, with other caves leading directly to it. Upon reaching Xueqing, this orc respectfully bowed and reported, Your Majesty, how should we handle the individuals sent there some time ago? Without even lifting his eyelids, Xueqing's voice lowered slightly. Proceed as usual. Understood, the orc replied, bowing his head before retreating, and everything seemed to revert to normal. Meanwhile, at the tiger tribe's stronghold, the high priestess Chipa was being assisted by Hu Xiao, whose expression bore an unprecedented worry. High priestess, they should have arrived by now. Chipa coughed lightly before responding. Given Ran's pace, they must have already reached. That is good, Hu Xiao said before falling silent. Chipa glanced at him casually, noting the anxiety and deeply concealed sorrow etched on his face. She chose not to dwell on it and coughed heavily once more before saying, A Xiao, they will be fine. Indeed, Hu Xiao replied softly, offering no further words. On the other side, shortly after Zhang Mengmeng and Bai Ran had paid their respects to Xueqing, an orc from the Snow Leopard tribe delivered an abundance of game and a unique type of snow fruit native to the snowy region. Bai Ran initially intended to decline the offering. However, the orc set the items down and departed, leaving no room for rejection. Observing Zhang Mengmeng, who must also be hungry after their long journey. He resolved to accept the gift, planning to reciprocate by bringing game back to Xueqing next time. Zhang Mengmeng, however, was captivated by the translucent fruit presented by the snow leopard orc and inquired, "What is this?" Having lived in the snowy region for many years, Bai Ran recognized the fruit immediately and replied, this is snow fruit. Typically, fruits of this color have orange leaves, and they can only be found here. Female orcs love to eat this, and it is said to enhance fertility." Bai Ran spoke nonchalantly, yet upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng's body stiffened in shock. What? There exists a fruit that aids in conception? This is utterly astonishing. It seems that Bai Ran has not noticed her expression. Zhang Mengmeng quickly composed herself, wiping away her astonishment before picking one up. These snow fruits are typically gathered in clusters of 3 or 4, their colors translucent and sparkling. However, intriguingly, the accompanying small leaves are crimson, and each fruit is roughly the size of a half fist. Zhang Mengmeng took one, biting into it, and a rush of sweet fragrance instantly filled her mouth. The flesh was crisp, and with a single bite, sweet juice flooded her palate, leaving her pleasantly surprised. Little did she realize, this snow fruit was merely the prologue to an elaborate spectacle. Chapter 103, Perpetual Worries Deep Within the Profound and Lengthy Cavern. A tall stone platform stood resolutely. The darkness here was impenetrable, had one not ventured deeper. They would never have guessed that such a shadowy place existed within the brightly lit snow domain cave. Beside the stone platform stood a stooped figure, murmuring incessantly. His eyes were tightly shut when suddenly his hands paused, as if something had fallen onto the platform with a dull thud. At that moment, he opened his eyes, revealing dark silver orbs that glimmered in the gloom. Is it her? At that instant, a figure emerged from the shadows behind him, its presence unknown until now. The emotionless voice betrayed no feelings, yet the figure towered significantly over the one at the stone platform. Indeed, it was unmistakably a descendant of that lineage. The stooped figure spoke again, though his voice belied his appearance, sounding more akin to that of a middle-aged man. As he spoke, he slowly lifted something from the platform, revealing a strand of pure black hair upon closer inspection. Just then, the individual who had previously inquired stepped into the light. With silver hair and elongated dark silver eyes, he was none other than Xueqing, the lord of the snow domain. Yet, it was peculiar. His complexion was ashen, and a closer look would render any onlooker aghast. Behind him, a snowy tail flickered in and out of view. Typically, beastmen would conceal their animalistic traits when in human form, as it exhibited weakness. The esteemed king of the snow domain would certainly not act in such a manner, indicating one possibility. This was beyond his control. At that moment, the once towering beastman suddenly curled upon the ground, emitting pained groans, while the stooped figure merely stood by, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding scene. In the next moment, he exited the cave, sealing it with a massive stone. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would believe that such a frail beastman possessed such strength. Consequently, darkness enveloped everything once more. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng finds herself in solitude. With Bai Ran venturing out for a hunt, she remains confined within the cave, dutifully tending to a fire while idly roasting meat. Her mind wanders restlessly, contemplating the recent events that have unfolded. How is it that the Eagle clan has come to learn of her so-called identity? What indeed is her true identity? Could it be that her seemingly ordinary mother harbors an extraordinary past? And why did Hu Shao insist that Bai Ran take his place that day? Had he not already given her his word? Now, stranded in the snowy expanse, she ponders how long it will be until she can return home. Everything appears to be an intricate web of confusion, leaving her utterly exasperated. Zhang Mengmeng shook her head and sighed. At this moment, she genuinely wished for some extraordinary identity or remarkable ability that would allow her to navigate the beastly world unimpeded. Yet, the stark reality remained. She was still a feeble creature with a combat prowess of 0. As she pondered these thoughts, she unconsciously reached for a snow fruit to eat, only to be startled by a sudden rush of wind that whisked past her ear. In the next instant, she felt something flicker in her hand, and the snow fruit tumbled to the ground. Alarmed, she turned to see a small, jet-black snake raising its head, its pure black eyes gleaming with an inquisitive glint, as if it recognized her. Chapter 104, Vanished Without a Trace. Recognize her? The notion struck Zhang Mengmeng as somewhat amusing. After all, she was a stranger in this unfamiliar land. Whom could she possibly know? Yet, curiously, despite her usual aversion to snakes, she felt no trepidation upon encountering this inquisitive little creature. In fact, she found its naive demeanor rather endearing. Still, why had the little snake knocked the fruit from her grasp? observing the diminutive serpent. Barely half a meter in length, she knew it was impossible to engage in conversation with it. However, an alternate idea occurred to her. Little snake. Though I am unaware of your origins, you seem to harbor no ill intentions towards me, correct? After a moment of contemplation, she continued, if you do, please wag your tail once. If not, wag it twice. Does that sound agreeable? To her amusement, the small black snake promptly flicked its tail once, its antics rather comical. Reminiscent of her family's husky that always wagged its tail to charm. Did you knock away this fruit because it is poisonous? Zhang Mengmeng inquired. This time, the little black snake remained still, gazing at her with a puzzled expression. Zhang Mengmeng then recalled that during their last encounter, Hu Shao had failed to comprehend the meaning of her words regarding toxicity, let alone the seemingly innocent little black snake. Consequently, she promptly rephrased her statement. In other words, this fruit is undesirable, correct? The little black snake swiftly flicked its tail in response. Zhang Mengmeng was now utterly convinced that this little black snake not only comprehended human language but was also remarkably intelligent. However, she pondered, where had it emerged from? Are you here to seek me? She inquired further. The little black snake responded by flicking its tail once more. Do you know me? At this, the little black snake swiftly flicked its tail twice. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhang Mengmeng could not help but begin to ridicule herself. Just look at the absurdity of the questions she posed. This little black serpent appeared to be seeing her for the first time. How could it possibly recognize her? However, what could be amiss with the fruit before her? Moreover, this fruit had been sent by Xueqing. If there were issues with the fruit, could it be that Xueqing also harbored ulterior motives? Alarmed by this thought, Zhang Mengmeng immediately rose to her feet. Could it be that Bai Ran was also in peril? Yet, what could Xueqing possibly desire from her? What could she possess that would intrigue the king of the snow domain? Zhang Mengmeng did not dwell on her thoughts for long and hurriedly pursued the direction in which Bai Ran had just departed. The small snake trailing behind her quickly followed suit. In her frantic state, she seemed to unleash all the potential she had ever possessed, the wind whistling past her. As she ran, she suddenly sensed a fleeting movement behind her. In the next moment, she felt a heavy blow to her head, and all she could see was the silvery hair of her assailant before darkness engulfed her. It turned out that the figure was none other than the hunched orc from the cave. After incapacitating Zhang Mengmeng, he hoisted her over his shoulder and vanished into the snow, moving with remarkable swiftness. His speed was impressive, and as he focused ahead, he remained oblivious to the unassuming black snake that had also darted forward, its form surprisingly comparable to his own. Meanwhile, Bai Ran, engaged in hunting, was entirely unaware of the events that had transpired. After successfully capturing a long-eared beast and preparing his catch, he made his way back, only to discover upon entering the cave that Zhang Mengmeng had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Chapter 105. Entrapped in peril in the depths of her slumber. Zhang Mengmeng awoke with a throbbing headache. Upon opening her eyes, she was immediately struck with astonishment. Before her lay a long, dark cavern, leading to a massive stone platform. There stood a hunched orc, his back turned to her, murmuring incantations that might lead an unsuspecting observer to believe they had stumbled into the set of a grand horror film. In the next moment, the orc turned to face her, but the dim light rendered his features indistinct. However, one aspect was undeniably striking, the orc's dark silver eyes, so dazzling that it was nearly impossible to divert her gaze. The intensity of those eyes surpassed even that of the snow domain's ruler, Xueqing, whom she had encountered previously. Zhang Mengmeng recalled what Sherry and the others had said. The orc's lineage could only be inherited through blood. For instance, the royal lineage of the tiger clan possessed golden pupils, and those with such eyes were indisputably of royal descent, leaving no room for doubt. The orc before her, with his dark silver eyes, could be immediately ruled out as a dark silver tiger king like Bai Ran, for the previous king, Bai Ran's father, had passed away, leaving Bai Ran as the sole dark silver tiger king in existence. The other possibility was that this orc belonged to the royal bloodline of the snow leopard clan. Yet, he bore no resemblance to Xueqing. Could he possibly be Xueqing's father? However, she had heard from Bai Ran that the previous snow leopard king had been missing for many years, with everyone assuming he had perished in the wild. Thus, emboldened by her lack of skill, Zhang Mengmeng inquired, "Are you Xueqing's father?" The orc offered no response, but his gaze seemed to hold something more profound. The subsequent events filled Zhang Mengmeng with dread each time she recalled them. Before her eyes, the orc suddenly extended a sharp claw and grasped her wrist with a fierce grip. She felt a sharp pain, and in the next instant, she observed a glaring crimson line appearing on her previously fair skin, from which blood began to drip incessantly. As she glanced down, she noticed the blood falling onto a flower that seemed to have been prepared below. This individual bore a striking resemblance to Xueqing. And considering she had only just arrived in this place, she could not fathom having any enemies. Could it be that her unique identity was the cause of this? She lamented that Bai Ran had not disclosed her true identity to her earlier. Zhang Mengmeng's mind raced rapidly as she lifted her head to scrutinize the silver-eyed beastman who was pressing her hand to draw blood. The darkness enveloping the surroundings made it difficult for her to discern his features, yet she sensed an aura of coldness emanating from him. His grip on her hand was remarkably smooth, save for one notable exception. Zhang Mengmeng keenly observed calluses at the base of his thumb, a testament to years of rubbing against some object. Neither spoke, and the only sound echoing in the cavern was the rhythmic drip of blood. After a considerable pause, feeling a slight dizziness clouding her thoughts, Zhang Mengmeng hastily broke the silence. "Excuse me, my good sir? Surely you must find me of some value, do you not?" Zhang Mengmeng perceived that the grip on her hand had somewhat loosened. Thus, she pressed on. "If this continues indefinitely, my health is rather fragile. I fear I may succumb." Zhang Mengmeng could only feel the grip on her hand loosen. She stole a glance at the large flower on the ground, which appeared to be as large as two of her palms, now fully bloomed. How much blood had she lost? Zhang Mengmeng, enveloped in sorrowful thoughts, wished fervently that at this moment, Xia could miraculously appear like a superhero to rescue her. Unfortunately, her clumsy tiger was not by her side, leaving her, a petite and fragile figure, to confront the malevolent forces alone. Chapter 106. A peculiar relationship yet. The gaze of the silver-eyed beastman before her remained fixed upon her like a spotlight, ignoring the pain and blood trickling from her wrist. Zhang Mengmeng forced a feigned smile and inquired, "May I ask your name, esteemed sir?" To her surprise, the beastman responded, his voice a raspy echo reminiscent of a worn-out blower. "Xiefeng." "Xiefeng?" Zhang Mengmeng struggled to maintain her composure, incredulous at the absurdity of the name. However, one thing she was certain of was the undeniable connection this individual had with Xueqing. In every tribe, the lineage of the beast kings may change, but their surnames remain constant. "You seem unafraid?" Xiefeng observed Zhang Mengmeng's expression in the dim light. There was no trace of fear. Rather an inexplicable peculiarity. She bit her lip, her demeanor enigmatic, lost in her own thoughts. Fear? Or lack thereof? That was the question. How should she respond? Thus, Zhang Mengmeng resolved to remain silent. Uncertain of the beastman's intentions, she hastily redirected the conversation. "I am curious as to why you summoned me. You still seem to possess the strength to bleed?" The beastman remarked. Alarmed, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly retorted, "You see, this blood requires time to replenish. If you still need my blood, I shall require a moment to recover. That way, the quality will be far superior." Then, she was startled to hear the beastman emit a strange sound, his already hoarse voice resembling a noise that seemed to emerge from the depths of his throat, akin to the wheezing of a bellows. Zhang Mengmeng instinctively recoiled, her pure black eyes warily fixed on Xiefeng. Could this terrifying beastman possibly desire to drain her blood? Suddenly, a bright light materialized behind the beastman, and upon seeing the figure that wielded the torch, Zhang Mengmeng's heart sank. She no longer pondered how this beastman had mastered the use of fire. The dark silver hue of his eyes unmistakably revealed his identity, Xueqing, the snow leopard king. Yet, his demeanor was menacing, a stark contrast to the amiable and graceful Xueqing she had previously encountered. He cast a glance at Xiefeng before turning his attention to Zhang Mengmeng. His expression laced with intrigue as he addressed Xiefeng. "What is the meaning of this? Why treat our esteemed guest in such a manner?" The emphasis he placed on the words esteemed guest was unmistakable. Zhang Mengmeng felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, as though a dark and dreadful future beckoned ominously towards her. To her astonishment, after Xueqing uttered these words, he forcefully kicked a nearby snowdrift, his tone suddenly rising. "What? Did you not hear what I said?" Xueqing's kick caused the orc before them to tumble down, allowing Zhang Mengmeng to finally discern his visage, a remarkably youthful face, bearing strikingly similar dark silver eyes to those of Xueqing. The depths of his gaze seemed to encompass an inexhaustible array of emotions, even while sprawled on the ground. His expression remained largely unchanged, and he respectfully responded, "It is my failure." Zhang Mengmeng found herself puzzled. Previously, upon hearing the voice, she had assumed that this orc might be Xueqing's father. However, setting aside the improbability of an orc behaving in such a manner towards his own father, the visage of Xuefeng clearly resembled that of a youthful man in his 20s, bearing a striking resemblance to Xueqing. Yet, why did their relationship appear so peculiar at this moment? Chapter 107. The Identity of Feng. There was no place to sit here. What could be done? As Zhang Mengmeng cautiously observed the intricate dynamics between the two, Xueqing suddenly spoke again, leading to an astonishing turn of events. Xueqing's gaze shifted towards Feng, her eyes revealing a blend of what seemed to be both anger and disdain. "Let this be your seat," she declared, to Zhang Mengmeng's astonishment. Xueqing then sat upon the back of Feng, who was sprawled on the ground. Perhaps due to Xueqing's towering stature, Feng's arm bent under her weight, rendering him almost prostrate on the earth. For a normal individual, such a situation would be profoundly humiliating. However, strangely enough, Zhang Mengmeng did not observe any significant change in Feng's facial expression. It was as if the person being used as a chair was not him at all. Zhang Mengmeng could not help but glance at those deep silver eyes, seemingly devoid of emotion, lacking any spark of life. The orc's dark silver gaze appeared more intense than that of Xueqing, unmistakably indicating a formidable presence. Yet why would he willingly choose to reside beneath others? What on earth was transpiring? It was only then that Xueqing seemed to notice Zhang Mengmeng, who had long been overlooked on the ground. Observing her anxious demeanor, he revealed a hint of a disdainful smile, before casually directing his attention to the blood-soaked white flower at his feet, his eyes clouded with inscrutability. Suddenly, Zhang Mengmeng witnessed him rising abruptly, grasping the blood-filled flower and, in a single motion, consuming it. The sound of liquid being swallowed echoed. And while Zhang Mengmeng endeavored to appear composed, panic surged within her. Did he think himself a vampire? Residing in such a shadowy place was one thing. But to drink another's blood? Was this truly the behavior of a sane individual? Nevertheless, despite her internal objections, she remained silent. Her expression impassive as she watched Xueqing finish the blood, wipe his mouth, and cast what seemed to be a final glance at her before turning to leave. Wait, it was Zhang Mengmeng's voice that broke the silence. The silver-haired orc paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Could it be that this seemingly fragile female had some trick up her sleeve? Zhang Mengmeng quickly spoke up. It's too dark here. Could you please leave the torch?" The only response was a scoff from the orc across from her. In the next instant, a flash of silver light illuminated the cave, revealing that the ceiling was also covered in a layer of ice, previously concealed by some unknown entity. Now exposed, it transformed the entire space. But Xueqing had vanished without a trace. Only Zhang Mengmeng and Feng remained in the cave. Feng remained kneeling on the ground, and Zhang Mengmeng patted his hand, urging, "Why are you still on the floor when everyone has left?" Was he truly daft? Finally, the orc on the ground stood up, and Zhang Mengmeng realized that he was quite tall, though he perpetually hunched over, giving him a somewhat stooped appearance. Perhaps he had frequently endured such treatment from Xueqing. The orc's features were strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and deep, dark silver eyes, a straight nose, and pale lips. His complexion was notably fair, even to the point of appearing sickly, yet this peculiarity lent an unusual harmony to his visage. Despite Zhang Mengmeng's familiarity with the generally attractive appearances of male orcs in this world, she found herself captivated by Xuefeng's looks, apart from his expressionless demeanor. His face was truly delightful. However, what bewildered her was how such a formidable king beast could be here seemingly as a servant to Xueqing. Chapter 108. Silent and still when Zhang Mengmeng touched Feng, he appeared taken aback, quickly recoiling as if he had encountered something filthy, leaving Zhang Mengmeng standing there in confusion. Could it be that the hand that had bled her earlier belonged to another orc? Yet, Zhang Mengmeng was not inclined to dwell on this matter. Her curiosity lay elsewhere. "Feng, what is your relationship with Xueqing?" There was no response. "Are you his brother?" This was a possibility that crossed her mind. "With your dark silver eyes, you must also be a powerful orc, and given your lineage, you appear quite young." Still, no one answered. A moment of silence enveloped them. "Alas, poor Mengmeng," she lamented. "Xueqing appears to be a decent person, yet he is a villain. And you are his accomplice." Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed bitterly. Still, no one replied. Zhang Mengmeng felt as if she were conversing with the very air itself. After the orc patted her shoulder, he stood up, his gaze wandering aimlessly, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Mengmeng, feeling a sense of futility, chose to disregard the peculiar orc before her. Though he appeared to be in a pitiable state, firmly suppressed by Xueqing, she was not a saint. Moreover, this individual had previously inflicted considerable harm upon her, with the wounds on her hands still unhealed. To extend sympathy towards him, regrettably, that was beyond her capabilities. Zhang Mengmeng cautiously dabbed at the wound on her hand, her thoughts inevitably drifting to her clumsy tiger at home. She wondered if her foolish companion was even aware of her current injury. However, that troublesome creature had pushed her towards Byran. And now he was likely preoccupied with tribal construction matters, leaving no room in his mind for her plight. Yet, this was not a time for melancholy reflection. She ought to devise a means of escape or find a way to alert Byran, for that was the path she must pursue. Zhang Mengmeng remained oblivious to the small black snake, which she had encountered before, lying in wait in the shadows beside the cave, its gaze fixed intently upon her. Meanwhile, in the newly established tiger clan, Hu Zhao's mood was far from what Zhang Mengmeng had imagined. As dusk settled, he returned from a hunting expedition with the male orcs. Preoccupied with processing their catch while his thoughts wandered, he could not help but wonder how Meng was faring. The frigid expanse of the snowy realm was grueling. And given Meng's frail constitution, he questioned her ability to endure it. Once the prey was properly handled, Hu Zhao cautiously retrieved a string of white objects from within his garments. In the palm of his broad hand lay a radiant string of beads, contrasting beautifully with his bronzed skin. Each bead was meticulously crafted, uniform in size, indicative of the considerable effort the artisan had invested. Hu Zhao reached out to touch the beads, his expression a blend of joy and uncertainty. Suddenly, a voice called out, snapping his attention back, "Chief, the high priest requests your presence immediately." Furrowing his brow in confusion, Hu Zhao wondered why the high priest, who typically retired early, would seek him out at such an hour. Meanwhile, what of Byran's situation? He searched the entire cave, but found no trace of Zhang Mengmeng, and panic began to set in as he pondered his next course of action. He resolved to inform Xueqing and enlist her help in locating Meng. However, upon arriving outside Xueqing's cave, he was informed that she had gone out and would not be returning for the time being. Despite feeling disappointed, he decided to continue his search alone. After another fruitless round, Byran's anxiety escalated. Just as he prepared to return to the cave, he suddenly caught sight of a shadowy figure before him. Chapter 109, The Black Snake's Message. 15 minutes earlier, deep within the dim and cavernous depths, two figures stood still, one large and one small. Among them was naturally Zhang Mengmeng, who sat with her chin resting on her hand, feigning calmness in an attempt to mask her inner turmoil. Moments ago, she had felt something squirming behind her heel, sending a jolt of alarm through her. Even more unsettling was the sudden emergence of a voice in her mind. "My lady, it is I, the little black snake from today." Zhang Mengmeng's face almost betrayed her composure. She bit her lip, unable to suppress her urge to scoff. Has the world transformed into a realm of fantasy, or is she merely experiencing an illusion? "Dear one, you may communicate within your thoughts. Such musings can be conveyed directly to me." At that moment, the little black serpent spoke once more. It became evident that this was not an illusion. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. She attempted to convey her thoughts to the other party within her mind. "Can you hear this?" "Yes, as long as I can make contact with your body." What struck Zhang Mengmeng as peculiar was that the voice of the little black snake seemed to resonate with that of an adult male, leaving her momentarily unable to reconcile its voice with its diminutive form. "In that case, go find Byran now and have him inform Hu Zhao of my situation. Tell him emphatically not to come alone." Aside from Xueqing, there is another dark silver snow leopard named Xue Feng in the snow leopard clan. "Oh, by the way, do you know Byran? He is the beastman from the tiger clan who is with me." "At your command, my lord." Zhang Mengmeng exhaled a breath of relief. Yet her heart was still brimming with countless questions, such as why this little black snake referred to her as my lord. Could it possibly be aware of her true identity? Furthermore, why was it that the little black snake seemed capable of forging a telepathic connection with her? Was there some underlying premise of which she remained oblivious? "My lord, before we proceed, I must attend to one more matter. Would you kindly dismiss this beastman before us?" The little black snake suddenly articulated. Zhang Mengmeng responded affirmatively, then rolled her eyes and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I feel sleepy. Can you leave? I won't run away, and I can't escape anyway." She lowered her head, appearing despondent. Xiefeng, who had been half kneeling on the ground, stood up after hearing her words. His dark silver eyes held a mysterious expression as he glanced at Zhang Mengmeng, just a fleeting glance, before he slowly turned and walked away. Was it that simple? Zhang Mengmeng had anticipated needing to plead further, but to her surprise, she had succeeded so easily. As the figure of the beastman vanished from sight, the next moment, she noticed a small black snake slowly slithering out from behind her. What transpired next left Zhang Mengmeng wide-eyed in astonishment. The little black snake crawled to the white flower that had once been stained with blood. How it managed to do so was a mystery. It merely circled around, and astonishingly, the blood had completely vanished. Zhang Mengmeng watched in disbelief as the little black snake slowly slithered back, disappearing from her view in the blink of an eye. In the tiger clan, Hu Shao was busy packing his belongings. He swiftly gathered some food, wrapped it in animal skin, and tucked it away. In the next moment, he transformed into his beast form and raced forward, heading towards the northern snowy regions. Why was Hu Shao setting off for the snowfields? This referred back to a matter that had transpired moments ago when the high priest summoned him. As he sprinted ahead, Hu Shao recalled the high priest's words, "A Shao." According to the divination, she is currently facing a blood calamity, and it seems difficult for A Ran to cope alone. It appears you need to go in person. Chapter 110, Strange Behavior. Meanwhile, Bai Ran witnessed a startling scene. The black figure before him turned out to be a small black snake, which astonished him. The Black Snake clan seemed to have long withdrawn from the world. How could it be seen here? However, given the urgency of the situation, he intended to bypass it and continue searching for Zhang Mengmeng. Suddenly, a flash of light occurred, and the black snake transformed into a young man with black hair and ebony eyes, who immediately called out Bai Ran's name. "Bai Ran. Lady Mengmeng sent me to find you." "What? Where is Mengmeng now?" "Lady Mengmeng is currently imprisoned in the dark chamber behind the central cave of Xueqing, guarded by another dark silver snow leopard. She asked me to tell you not to go alone, to inform Hu Shao, and then to rescue her," the youth explained. "What? Xueqing?" Bai Ran was momentarily struck with alarm. Xueqing? How could it be Xueqing? He had known Xueqing for many years and had always regarded him as a trustworthy elder brother. Yet now such a situation had arisen. Had he unwittingly brought harm to Mengmeng by sending her to the snowfields? And why did Bai Ran so readily believe everything the stranger had said? In the hands of the dark-haired youth lay a string of crystalline bracelets, which had once adorned Zhang Mengmeng's wrist but now rested in his palm. Bai Ran couldn't help but recall a jest made by Zhang Mengmeng, who had whimsically remarked that the bracelet could serve as her token. She had said, "If I were ever captured by nefarious individuals, I could ask someone else to relay a message, and this token would serve as proof." Bai Ran's expression darkened, and in the next moment, he bent down, transforming into his beastly form, and dashed away in the opposite direction. Fortunately, there was but a single route leading to the snowy realm, and thus, the roaring tiger and the fleeing Bai Ran unexpectedly crossed paths. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng, having witnessed the vanishing of the little black snake, suddenly realized she had forgotten to inquire about its name. As she pondered this, a series of thundering footsteps echoed ahead. It was Skiffing returning, but this time, he appeared to be carrying something in his hands. Zhang Mengmeng's heart sank as she recognized it to be a piece of raw meat. Bloodied and fresh, the sight rekindled a long-buried fear of being dominated by raw flesh in her mind. Unconsciously, she clenched her small fists. Bracing herself for the moment, she thought this deranged beastman would force her to consume the raw meat. To her astonishment, he then miraculously produced an object from his bosom and presented it before Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng focused her gaze and discovered that it was indeed Xueqing who had sent her the snow fruit via the orc. However, there was something peculiar about this particular fruit. Upon closer inspection, she noted that while the fruits appeared equally translucent and of similar size, the leaves... Oh, the leaves. A sudden realization struck her. The leaves were orange, whereas the ones from the fruit she had previously consumed were red. Bai Ran had mentioned something about this. Zhang Mengmeng diligently recalled that Bai Ran had mentioned this fruit was called snow fruit, favored by females, with orange leaves. Previously, when Xiaohe saw her eating the red-leaf snow fruit, he had knocked it away, indicating that the snow fruit she now beheld was indeed the authentic variety. As Zhang Mengmeng fixated on the snow fruit, her small face displayed an array of expressions, frowning, sighing, and then suddenly enlightened, her eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of emotions. Snow Summit, who had long been solitary in his cave, observed her intently, intrigued. Had he been away for too long? Were all females now like this? Chapter 111, The Horse-Voiced Snow Summit. I have a question for you. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly looked up, her gaze meeting that of Snow Summit, who was watching her intently. She noted that the beastman possessed strikingly beautiful eyes, with an alluring slant and deep-set gaze, though regrettably, he was hunchbacked, resembling a frigid mountain. It would indeed be peculiar for such a beastman to attract female affection. Noticing the odd expression on Snow Summit's face, which betrayed his silence, Zhang Mengmeng shook her head and continued, "How long have you been here?" Initially, she intended to ask whether there existed a variety of snow fruit with red leaves. However, reconsidering, she realized that despite the apparent discord between Snow Summit and Xueqing, it did not negate the fact that they were allies. Who could say whether he would divulge the information she sought? Thus, she opted for a more casual inquiry. hoping to glean some useful information while Xiaohe was occupied searching for Bai Ran. The response from the beastman was a brief silence. I cannot recall. Then, with a spark of realization, he added, No, I do remember. It truly is remarkable. Zhang Mengmeng could not help but cast another peculiar glance at Xie Feng, pondering how he did not appear to be a fool. Could it be that he had simply lingered here for too long? Then what are you doing here? She inquired once more. Divination, Xie Feng replied promptly this time. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. Divination? Does this imply that he holds a status within the Snow Leopard clan akin to that of the High Priest in the Tiger clan? Yet, the disparity in their positions is quite significant. She recalled inquiring with Shirley about the emergence of the High Priest, to which Shirley had informed her that the selection process is exceedingly rigorous, typically conducted by the preceding High Priest. However, the criteria for such selection remained shrouded in mystery. One aspect that Zhang Mengmeng was aware of is that, regardless of the context, the practice of divination is often suspected of revealing secrets of destiny prematurely. Hence, those who pursue this profession tend to suffer from either shortened lifespans or poor health. Zhang Mengmeng was contemplating what to say next when unexpectedly, Xie Feng spoke first. His raspy voice seemed to suddenly carry a hint of warmth. If you are hungry, you should eat some fruit first. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly recalled that since her desire for the red-leaved snow fruit had begun, she had not consumed a single drop of nourishment. Upon hearing those words, she felt a pang of hunger, yet she remained uncertain about the reliability of the orange-leaved snow fruit. She replied, It's all right, I'm not hungry, truly. However, the next moment, her stomach audibly protested, the sound echoing sharply in the confined space of the cave. In an instant, Zhang Mengmeng felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing she could bury herself alive. She had thought such scenarios only existed in television dramas, but today, she found herself caught in a similar predicament. Her petite face flushed with discomfort. First, she bit her lip. Then her expression turned to one of gritted teeth. Xie Feng, unable to contain himself, emitted a sound reminiscent of an old-fashioned blower, a deep, hoarse resonance that lingered in the air. When Zhang Mengmeng looked up, she was taken aback to see a slight smirk playing at the corners of Xie Feng's mouth. It dawned on her that the peculiar sound he had made earlier was, in fact, his laughter. This revelation was rather startling. Zhang Mengmeng cast a complex glance at Xie Feng, pondering the peculiar nature of this individual. Despite his formidable appearance, he bore the posture of a hunchback and spoke with a raspy voice. Were one to glimpse merely his shadow, they might easily mistake him for an elderly man, who would have anticipated that he was, in fact, a vibrant youth. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, sensing that this fellow seemed to possess a wealth of experiences. Upon hearing her words, Xie Feng's smile promptly faded. He cast another look at Zhang Mengmeng before retreating into the shadows. Chapter 112. Mengmeng's small scheme. Meanwhile, in a frenetic dash, Hu Shao suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead of him. His eyes brightened with recognition as he slowed his pace, ultimately halting in front of the other person simultaneously. The golden hue of his eyes met the dark silver of Bai Ran's, who was the first to speak. It is entirely my fault for being too complacent. Now, Mengmeng has been captured by Xueqing. Subsequently, Bai Ran recounted the entire situation to Hu Shao. His expression, initially serious, grew even more solemn, with his brows knitting tighter. As Bai Ran finished her account, he transformed into his tiger form, and although his movements were urgent, his words remained composed. Ran, let us proceed to the central cave together. While Xueqing is still unaware, we should be able to rescue Mengmeng. Though Hu Shao maintained a stoic demeanor. Thoughts of Zhang Mengmeng flashed through his mind, prompting him to quicken his pace. As dust rose along the path, the duo, one clad in yellow and the other in white, moved swiftly, the wind whistling past them, seemingly unable to catch up with their racing figures. Within the dark chamber of the Snow Leopard clan's central cave, the atmosphere was tense. Zhang Mengmeng felt the familiar sensation on her leg, a sly smile gracing her lips. However, despite the absence of Xie Feng, she knew she could not afford to let her guard down. In her heart, she inquired, How is everything progressing? Everything is proceeding smoothly. Lady Mengmeng. Bai Ran has already departed for the Tiger clan, responded a respectful voice from a young man. Splendid. Zhang Mengmeng could not help but break into a broad grin. Then, her thoughts turned to her own sustenance, prompting her to ask, Xiaohe, are the fruits on the ground edible? Lady Mengmeng, I am called He-Eyes, though you may refer to me as Xiaohe. The fruits on the ground are indeed edible, replied the small black snake on the ground. How awkward. Zhang Mengmeng silently critiqued herself, realizing she should have inquired about the creature's name earlier instead of imposing a nickname like Xiaohe. Nevertheless, she said, "Thank you, He-Eyes. By the way, are you swift enough? Comparable to Shueqing?" Zhang Mengmeng nodded, uncertain of when Xiao and the others would arrive. When they did, she planned to feign the presence of a snake and scream, seizing the opportunity to strike when Xiefeng approached. With Xiao and Bai Ran by her side, they should be able to successfully escape this place. Heis initially wished to inquire about the nature of her planned attack, but upon noticing that Zhang Mengmeng was lost in her own thoughts, he refrained from further conversation. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Xiefeng sat motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Mengmeng, observing her every movement. The night passed in silence. Zhang Mengmeng awoke early in the morning, not by the gentle embrace of natural slumber, but rather by the insistent voice resonating in her heart. "Lady Mengmeng, Bai Ran, and the others are approaching." Instantly, she was fully alert. Does this imply that Xiao has also arrived? He-Eyes, can you sense how far they are? They will reach here within 3 breaths. Excellent. Zhang Mengmeng clenched her small fists and silently communicated with He-Eyes. Commence. Then, with a sudden exclamation, she cried out, "There's a snake." 1 breath later, as anticipated, familiar footsteps echoed nearby. He-Eyes remained close behind her, and upon hearing the commotion, Xiefeng hurried over. Zhang Mengmeng promptly pointed to her leg and exclaimed, "Xiefeng, there's a snake." Zhang Mengmeng truly showcased her acting prowess, her voice imbued with a pitiful timbre, almost to the point of becoming overly sentimental. As anticipated, Xiefeng stepped forward within mere 2 breaths. Zhang Mengmeng seized the opportunity, lifting her leg and delivering a precise kick to the man's lower body. Snow Peak, caught off guard and distracted by his scrutiny of her calves, was struck squarely. Chapter 113, Rescuing Mengmeng. Beside him, He-Eyes was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Zhang Mengmeng would resort to such a form of attack. Snow Peak, too, was momentarily dazed, the sudden pain in his lower body rendering him somewhat disoriented. In the span of 3 breaths, He-Eyes' keen perception simplified the situation. The next moment, Zhang Mengmeng beheld a pair of long-lost golden eyes, seemingly within arm's reach. She deftly maneuvered past the still-dazed Snow Peak, leaving behind an apologetic remark, "My apologies." Before swiftly returning to the long-awaited embrace, her voice quickened. "Hurry, let us go." Tiger Roar did not linger. He swiftly lifted Zhang Mengmeng into his arms, with Bai Ran bringing up the rear. The trio moved as quickly as they had arrived, and within merely 3 breaths, the once bustling secret chamber was left with only a bewildered Snow Peak standing alone. Reflecting on the recent events, an unusual expression crossed Snow Peak's face. He had always believed this petite female to be the demure and submissive type, yet she had exhibited such fierce behavior. The memory of the mischievous glint in Zhang Mengmeng's final glance, a smile that hinted at a successful prank, starkly contrasted with the gentle demeanor he had previously observed, leaving him with a profound sense of upheaval. Something long dormant within him stirred restlessly. Meanwhile, Tiger Roar, cradling Zhang Mengmeng, transformed into his beast form as they exited the central cavern, lowering himself and saying, "Meng, hop on." Zhang Mengmeng obediently climbed onto the back of the golden tiger, wrapping her arms tightly around its soft neck as she savored the velvety sensation beneath her. The long-forgotten golden hue seemed to dazzle her eyes. She lowered her head and peacefully closed her eyes. There was a roar, a sense of security. In truth, she had been terrified when she was captured, enduring fainting and bloodletting. However, upon seeing him, it felt as if the entire world had brightened. Soon after, Bai Ran transformed into her beast form, while He-Eyes had already coiled around Zhang Mengmeng's feet. The 2 tigers galloped for quite some distance until night fell, ensuring they were far from the snowy domain. Only then did the group seek refuge in a cave for the night. As evening descended, the matter of how to sleep became a dilemma. Observing the awkward stance of Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao, Bai Ran tactfully suggested, "You 2 discuss it. I shall rest over there." Thus, only Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao remained. It was Zhang Mengmeng who broke the silence first, her delicate lips forming seemingly fierce words. "Speak up. What happened last time? If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, do not expect my forgiveness." Finally, she shot a piercing glare at Hu Xiao with her striking black and white eyes, adding, "No matter the reason, I cannot forgive you. We had agreed to sleep together with Mengmeng." Zhang Mengmeng, feeling a twinge of grievance, was observed intently by Hu Xiao, who fixated on her fair complexion, glistening black eyes, and rosy lips. Unconsciously, his heart softened at the sight of her after such a long absence. He had missed her dearly and prepared a gift for her. Yet, when he sought to express his feelings, he found himself at a loss for words. It was all his fault for being so inept at articulating himself. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. Meng, I am sorry. If apologies could resolve issues, there would be no problems in this world, thought Zhang Mengmeng, who had suffered for so long, believing he had turned his affections elsewhere. Now, he wished to rectify everything with a mere apology? Chapter 114, the so-called compensation Hu Xiao. Initially hesitant, Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of indignation at Hu Xiao's demeanor, which dispelled her sadness. She leaned closer, her eyes wide and her small face flushed with anger. You, now, immediately, tell me the reason. She drew nearer, gazing directly into his golden eyes, her pink lips unleashing a barrage of furious inquiries. Have you fallen for someone else? Do you no longer care for Mengmeng? Is that why you want to push me onto someone else? Unable to restrain herself, she demanded answers. If he dared to affirm her suspicions, she would weep before him without hesitation. Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiao, noticing her imminent tears, felt his heart melt. He could not muster any harsh words. Instead, he awkwardly reached out to caress her small face, hastily assuring her, Meng, no, not at all. Then why can't you simply tell me? She retorted, turning away defiantly. Otherwise, I shall assume you no longer care for Mengmeng. It is, indeed, the command of the high priest, Hu Xiao sighed in response, his hand still gently stroking her face as he pulled her into his embrace. Remembering the scent he had caught earlier, he inquired softly, Meng, are you hurt? Zhang Mengmeng had not yet recovered from the command of the high priest when she was suddenly jolted by a question. Instinctively, she replied, yes. That peculiar shoe etching had another dark silver snow leopard beastman draw my blood, and then shoe etching consumed it. She gestured to her scar, recounting how much blood she had lost. The mere thought of it filled her with an overwhelming sense of grievance, and standing before Hu Xiao, her feelings of distress intensified as she yearned to vent her sorrows. Hu Xiao gently lifted Zhang Mengmeng's wrist and discovered a glaring scar on her snow-white arm, with traces of dried blood still visible. Yet, all he could muster was a comforting, Meng, it's all right. He sighed, dismissing the significance of the wound, pondering instead, why did you acquiesce to the high priest's summons? It appears that Mengmeng is merely a pitiable soul, easily cast aside. Zhang Mengmeng spoke in a deliberately sobbing manner, cautiously observing Hu Xiao's expression while internally lamenting, this foolish tiger. How could he so blindly follow the high priest's direction? Did he truly believe he would share a life with the high priest? Humph. If he fails to provide her with a reasonable explanation, let us see if she will still regard him. The high priest, with a threat to his life, cast a profound gaze upon Hu Xiao, recalling the scene from that time, and couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Did he not wish for something different? What? She would actually go to such lengths? This was utterly shocking. Zhang Mengmeng, taken aback, shook her head in disbelief, then murmured softly, it is truly suffocating. What? Cute? Hu Xiao had been attentively listening to Zhang Mengmeng, but now his expression turned puzzled as he failed to comprehend her last statement. If that is the case, Zhang Mengmeng sighed in resignation, furrowing her brows in contemplation. The high priest held significant authority within the Tiger clan. Yet why did she always feel inclined to matchmake her with Byran? However, Mengmeng felt disheartened and sought compensation. After pondering for a moment, she looked up at Hu Xiao's serious demeanor, her mind racing with countless mischievous ideas, ultimately culminating in, Xiao, you tell me, how will you compensate me? She was quite eager. The air hung heavy for a moment. Chapter 115. The solution. What am I to do? Although He eyes remained remarkably composed and calm, this did not reflect Hu Xiao's state, as his tone clearly betrayed his emotions. Upon hearing this, He eyes paused momentarily, his pitch-black eyes resembling a still ancient well. Yet his words were undeniably provocative. Perhaps you are powerless as well. When will Mengmeng awaken? Hu Xiao, feeling increasingly anxious at his own helplessness, immediately inquired further. To his surprise, He eyes provided a rather unexpected response. I do not know either. You, Hu Xiao, in a state of urgency, was about to press forward with more questions when he noticed Zhang Mengmeng restlessly shifting on the bed, her complexion flushed. He quickly felt her forehead, burning hot. Overuse of witchcraft often leads to such a state. Suddenly, He eyes interjected coldly with this remark. I am quite curious as to how she managed to bring herself to this condition. He then approached the bedside, looking down at Zhang Mengmeng from above, his tone carrying an air of indifference. It is because of me. Upon hearing He eyes' comment, Hu Xiao succinctly recounted the events. He eyes listened quietly, his expression unchanged. And upon finishing, he simply remarked, I see. Then, he turned his inscrutable gaze towards Hu Xiao. The orc's anxious expression was unmistakably genuine, and in that moment, it evoked memories of the past. Hu Xiao felt as if Hei's penetrating eyes lingered on him for a brief moment, before a flicker of what appeared to be sadness crossed the previously emotionless black depths. It seemed as though he was reflecting, either to Hu Xiao or to someone else, saying, "She is indeed devoted to you." Hu Xiao was perplexed as to why the conversation had shifted so abruptly to this topic, and he was uncertain whether the she referred to Zhang Mengmeng. Lacking any clear answers, his heart was restless. Thus, with utmost sincerity, Hu Xiao inquired once more, "What exactly is wrong with Meng? I beseech you to inform me. There is nothing to worry about." Upon hearing Hu Xiao's question, Hei's turned his gaze, affirming with certainty, "Stay by her side, apply cool water to her forehead, changing it every hour, and simply await her awakening." With that, Hei's turned and departed from the bamboo house. Finally hearing a remedy, Hu Xiao was overjoyed and immediately dashed towards the entrance. At that moment, Yu, who had been dutifully following Hei's, was about to look up when he was suddenly splattered with dirt kicked up by Hu Xiao's hurried passage, causing his face to contort in displeasure. This wretched tiger did that on purpose. "Brother, why don't you teach this foul tiger a lesson? Look at my face." Yu exclaimed, feeling aggrieved, as he attempted to capture Hei's attention to seek retribution. Meanwhile, Hei's gazed contemplatively in the direction Hu Xiao had departed, lost in his own thoughts. "Brother." Seeing that Hei's was unresponsive, Yu called out with increasing urgency until he finally earned a fleeting glance from Hei's. "Yu, did you not already reprimand him at the door?" Upon hearing this, Yu shrank back, as if caught in the act of wrongdoing. "What? So you knew all along? In the future, avoid antagonizing them." Hei's brow furrowed as he glanced at the sky, and Yu realized that he was about to deliver his usual admonition. He quickly nodded. "I understand, brother. They are crucial to the future of the beast realm. I have already committed that to memory." Indeed, he found himself preferring the brother he once knew. Chapter 116. The rescue of Hu Xiao. Only after hearing the familiar voice did Zhang Mengmeng take note of the cacophony surrounding her. In addition to the deep timbre of her partner's voice, there seemed to be a clearer sound intermingled with the cries of animals. Zhang Mengmeng contemplated for a moment before addressing Ersha. "Ersha, could you create a small fissure? Then we may ascend," as she gestured towards the ground above her. Ersha nodded in agreement. In the next instant, Zhang Mengmeng witnessed a small opening slowly forming overhead. She felt as if some branch-like entity was lifting her, and her body began to rise. It was only then that she comprehended the scene unfolding around her. However, she was taken aback. For instead of the familiar figures she had anticipated, there was merely a pack of feral beasts. Not far from her, a group of fierce creatures appeared to be assaulting the central beast. The creature, which she recognized all too well, the majestic tiger that always bore her on its back, was now in a pitiful state, surrounded by 5 or 6 ferocious beasts. It was being relentlessly attacked, its body already marred with injuries. Even its beloved ears were stained with blood, presenting a gruesome sight. While the onslaught from the surrounding predators intensified, Zhang Mengmeng had never witnessed such a scene before. Her partner was being bullied, and she could not stand idly by. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed forward, her eyes fixed on the formidable beast behind Hu Xiao, whose claw was poised to strike at his vulnerable neck. Zhang Mengmeng swiftly darted to the side of the ferocious beast, raising her fist and delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at its eye, fueled by rage. Her strength was formidable, causing the creature to stagger in confusion. Witnessing this, Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of exhilaration as she targeted the vulnerable areas of the other beasts. Landing one punch after another, if one was insufficient, she would strike twice. In mere moments, the area surrounding the golden tiger was devoid of any beasts. As Hu Xiao observed Zhang Mengmeng delivering her second strike against a beast, he felt an urgent need to call out her name. However, due to the pressing circumstances, he could only contain it within his heart. When Zhang Mengmeng finally reached his side, he recalled the presence of Huji beside him, prompting his words to shift to, "Meng, save Huji." Upon hearing Hu Xiao's voice, Zhang Mengmeng realized that his earlier warning about watching her back was intended for Huji. Turning around, she indeed spotted Huji, who was similarly besieged by the beasts. At that moment, Huji had transformed into her beast form, yet appeared even more disheveled. Her snow-white fur stained with blood, painting a terrifying picture. Without hesitation, Zhang Mengmeng stepped forward with determination, swiftly dispatching the ferocious beast beside Huji. Having accomplished this, she quickly returned to the side of Hu Xiao, who had now transformed into his human form. Zhang Mengmeng eagerly prepared to rush into his embrace. only to find herself halted by his hand when she was merely a fist's distance away. Hu Zhao's golden eyes locked onto hers, imbued with a hint of warmth. Yet his words conveyed disapproval. "Meng, it's dirty." Zhang Mengmeng glanced indifferently at Hu Zhao's so-called filthy physique, merely marred by a few additional scars and traces of blood. Under normal circumstances, she might have seized the opportunity to reprimand him, yet given the urgency of the moment, she refrained from further comment and stated, "Enough. This is not the place for conversation. Let us find somewhere safe to talk." In the next moment, an unexpected event unfolded before Zhang Mengmeng. "Here, this is for you. You can touch it." The once imposing and austere Tiger King now willingly presented his ears, referred to as the fatal sensitive zone of beastmen. His bronze skin paired with golden eyes embodied the essence of a monarch, yet the peach-colored ears nestled among his golden hair diminished his regal aura, adding an inexplicable charm that was both endearing and enigmatic. Zhang Mengmeng was initially infuriated, even deciding to ignore the detestable orc. However, upon witnessing the once solemn orc display such an unexpected demeanor, even relinquishing the dignity of the Tiger King to proactively caress her beloved beast ears, she turned slightly to observe Hu Xiao. His golden short hair, though dazzling, was understated, and the slight awkwardness reflected in his brilliant golden eyes evoked a sense of amusement within Zhang Mengmeng. How rare it was to see Hu Xiao exhibit such a flustered expression. The sensation was utterly delightful. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's silence, Hu Xiao's expression became even more captivating. Although his face was tinged with a hint of crimson against his bronze skin, he bowed his head, bringing his plush orange beast ears closer to Zhang Mengmeng. The implication unmistakable. Zhang Mengmeng cast a furtive glance at him. HMPF. This foolish tiger. Does he think that merely scratching her ears would suffice to appease her? Is she so easily swayed? The reality has proven otherwise. Zhang Mengmeng possessed no resistance against the allure of beast ears, particularly those belonging to Hu Xiao, who had willingly allowed her to caress them. Hence, her hand moved faster than her mind, and before she could fully contemplate her actions, her fingers were already pressed against those ears, so tantalizingly close. She immediately felt the warm, soft sensation beneath her touch, plush and inviting. It is often said that the ears of beastmen are the most sensitive, as they are not only the softest part of the body, but also the least exposed. Unable to contain herself, Zhang Mengmeng instinctively squeezed and kneaded the ears a few times, feeling the distinct veins and the fine fur upon them. In that moment, the irritable little beast within her seemed to be instantly soothed. However, Hu Xiao was not as composed. His beloved partner nestled in his embrace, playfully stroking his sensitive ears while wearing an innocent, charming smile, completely unguarded. Each curious touch from her restless hand sent waves of sensation coursing through him, causing him to take a few shallow breaths. His gaze darkened slightly, yet he steeled himself. Determined to maintain his composure, he could not allow her to detect his flustered state. After all, she had already managed to rattle him. Zhang Mengmeng indulged in the delightful sensation of caressing the beastly ears of Hu Xiao, fulfilling her fervent desire as a plush enthusiast. Before swiftly withdrawing her hand, she had not forgotten that this was a sensitive area for the orc. Once she retracted her touch, Zhang Mengmeng discreetly glanced at Hu Xiao, observing that he had lowered his head. Although there seemed to be a faint and dubious flush upon his cheeks, he still appeared relatively composed. She silently exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, it seemed she had not crossed any lines. Noticing that Zhang Mengmeng had finally ceased her actions, Hu Xiao too felt a sense of relief, for he was on the brink of losing control. Thankfully, it had not come to that. Zhang Mengmeng's mood improved. Yet Hu Xiao's focus shifted back to the wound on her hand. He lifted her hand and scrutinized it. The long scar, spanning over 10 centimeters, was painfully conspicuous. He silently clenched his fists, vowing that should he ever encounter the one who had harmed her again, he would not let them escape easily. Noticing Hu Xiao fixated on her injury without uttering a word, his expression grave, Zhang Mengmeng smiled, thinking he might be concerned about her pain. It doesn't hurt anymore. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine now. She swayed her arm playfully and then wrapped her arms around Hu Xiao's waist, feeling that all her troubles vanished in his presence. Chapter 118. Who was the boss? Hu Xiao's heart melted further at her words, yet he struggled with articulation. He yearned to utter sweet sentiments, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, what escaped his lips was, "Meng, are you hungry?" Thus, the delightful atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by the mundane topic of food. Zhang Mengmeng had encountered this side of Hu Xiao numerous times, evolving from initial confusion to anger, and now to amusement. "Xiao, I have come to realize that you truly lack eloquence," Mengmeng remarked. Hu Xiao, feeling somewhat exposed, appeared a bit uncomfortable. His bronzed skin concealed the flush that crept up to his earlobes. He spoke hurriedly, "Meng, please, do not be mischievous. Zhang Mengmeng has become even more amusing." "She is certainly not being mischievous." "Ah, Mengmeng is not laughing at you." However, Zhang Mengmeng, with an air of utmost seriousness, remarked that if Xiao were ever to master the art of sweet talk, she would likely find herself quite unaccustomed to it. "What do you think?" As she lifted her gaze, her eyes met Hu Xiao's golden ones, and in that fleeting moment, she was ensnared by the helplessness and affection they held. This emboldened her even further. Her dark, glistening eyes darted around, and a mischievous idea surged forth. Xiao Mengmeng had been quite frightened when she was previously captured. That orc named Xiefeng was indeed terrifying, his demeanor perpetually grim. Thus, she made a face and continued, "He stared at me like a ghost. And the cave was so dark that I could hardly see my own fingers." Suddenly, in an unexpected move, Zhang Mengmeng reached out, intending to catch Hu Xiao off guard and push him to the ground. However, to her astonishment, even in her moment of stealth, Hu Xiao stood as immovable as a mountain, his expression morphing into one of bewilderment. As expected, the very next moment, he spoke, a look of confusion adorning his face. "Meng, what are you doing?" Zhang Mengmeng was amused. This is what one might call a situation where the one who should cooperate with me remains utterly oblivious. It is indeed a rather sorrowful tale. Nevertheless, it matters not. Zhang Mengmeng has already devised a plan. What of the generational gap? She possesses ample time at her disposal. During this period, even the Mariana Trench shall be leveled for her. "Listen closely. I shall topple you," Zhang Mengmeng boldly declared, only to realize that Hu Xiao's gaze upon her was even more bewildered, as if he were looking at a child lacking understanding. Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily filled with helplessness. "Xiao, do you understand? The moment I extend my hand, you should lie down." This time, Hu Xiao nodded promptly. Thus, in the next moment, as Zhang Mengmeng's hand reached out, Hu Xiao fell straight down, resembling a lifeless body. Just as Zhang Mengmeng was about to take action, she realized her mistake. The Mariana Trench could not be filled in a day. Nevertheless, each time she beheld Hu Xiao's comical expression, it brought her a sense of amusement. Zhang Mengmeng bent down, her hands resting on the ground, gazing down at the orc with brilliant golden eyes fixed upon her. Though he seemed utterly devoid of romantic sensibility, she could not fathom why she felt such an undeniable affection for him. Zhang Mengmeng, feeling somewhat perplexed, extended one of her delicate hands to gently caress the rugged contours of Hu Xiao's face, a mischievous grin that had long been absent from his features gracing her lips. Tonight, Mengmeng was determined to take charge. Hu Xiao, revealing a long-forgotten smile, comprehended her words but chose to remain silent, merely reaching out to affectionately ruffle Zhang Mengmeng's hair, uttering a simple mm. In truth, she had already captured his heart long ago. However, the gentle touch irked Zhang Mengmeng slightly. She often felt it rendered her akin to a mere child. Thus, she asserted with resolve, "I am quite serious, you know." Hu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Thus commenced an evening where Zhang Mengmeng would reign supreme. The boundless hues of spring were shrouded by the night, and though the night breeze howled, it could not dispel the enchanting atmosphere within the room. Chapter 119. No compromise. Awakening early, Zhang Mengmeng was immediately beset by aches and pains, feeling as if her body were on the verge of disintegration. Recalling the tumultuous events of the previous night, she couldn't help but grumble. Indeed, she had overestimated her own capabilities. The old tiger, it seemed, had thrived on something that bestowed him with extraordinary stamina. In such a state, she was left feeling utterly victimized. Zhang Mengmeng pondered anxiously, realizing that the adjacent seat had long been vacated. The clumsy tiger had left at some point, presumably off hunting. She had just begun to tidy herself up, preparing to steal a glance outside, when unexpectedly, at the cave entrance, the imposing figure of an orc materialized before her, holding a freshly caught prey and a handful of fruits. Upon seeing Zhang Mengmeng, his eyes sparkled momentarily, and he set the game aside, extending the fruits towards her. "Meng, eat this first." The orc's gaze shone like the sun, imbued with warmth. Zhang Mengmeng hesitated, as if ensnared by his presence. As Hu Xiao reached out, she hurriedly stepped forward, ready to receive the fruits, only to lose her balance and stumble. Just as she was about to fall, Hu Xiao, with swift grace, extended his long arm and caught her, his searing warmth enveloping her. What truly set her heart racing, however, were his words. "Meng, you are too fragile. This won't do." She thought bitterly. "I am not the one who is formidable. You certainly are." Zhang Mengmeng lamented internally, feeling that she was merely a delicate girl, not a towering warrior like him. I must eat more and gain some weight. In a rare moment, Hu Shao poked her cheek with his finger, the rough texture of his skin eliciting a slight tickle. She instinctively moved her neck. Feeling an overwhelming urge to sigh deeply, she certainly did not wish to transform into a chubby little version of herself. Memories of her childhood, when her face had swollen to a round shape, flashed through her mind. Back then, it could be deemed cute. Now, she feared it would only earn her the title of pancake face. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Mengmeng, you shouldn't get chubby. Being slimmer looks better, she protested, puffing out her cheeks. Do you really wish to see my face become? She gestured exaggeratedly, forming a large circle, this big? Hu Shao shook his head, his tone turning grave. Being too thin makes childbirth arduous. Furthermore, excessively slender females face risks of complications during delivery. Such complications could signify death looming near. The chilling notion sent a tremor through Hu Shao. He desired her well-being, always and forever, to accompany him for the long haul, fearing that his words might frighten her. He refrained from expressing his concerns too heavily, merely hinting at potential implications for childbirth. Yet this led Zhang Mengmeng to another troubling thought. She recalled the purpose of Bai Ran's visit to the tiger tribe. Strangely, aside from her routine care and providing her with food, Bai Ran had not exhibited any excessive actions. Zhang Mengmeng felt a mix of relief and suspicion. If he were acting on the orders of the high priest, he might have already. Yet, he had not done so. Moreover, Zhang Mengmeng looked up once more at the orc before her. Could it be that he truly could accept the trio? Otherwise, it would not make sense. However, even if he were to accept, she would certainly not acquiesce. This matter was one that she could not compromise on under any circumstances. Chapter 120, The Black Snake Tribe. Zhang Mengmeng wished to convey something to Hu Shao when suddenly a shout echoed from outside a Shao. It sounded like Bai Ran's voice. Naturally, Hu Shao heard it too. He gently assisted Zhang Mengmeng in sitting down and said, Meng, I shall step out for a moment. Please enjoy the fruit. Zhang Mengmeng obediently nodded. As Hu Shao's figure vanished at the cave entrance, she lowered her head to nibble on the fruit. The next moment, upon lifting her gaze, she was astonished to find a young man in black attire with long hair cascading down to his waist standing before her. He had appeared silently, towering at approximately 6 feet tall, his dark hair flowing freely, and his gentle, clear black eyes complemented by pale lips devoid of color. His features were unremarkable, yet when viewed as a whole, they formed an unexpectedly harmonious visage. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng looking at him, he offered a warm smile. The next instant, the words that escaped his lips left Zhang Mengmeng utterly astonished. Lady Mengmeng. This voice was one she recognized well. It belonged to the little black snake with whom she had been spiritually connected over the past few days. Zhang Mengmeng quickly rose to her feet. He-eyes? Ever since arriving here the previous day, He-eyes had been absent, leaving Zhang Mengmeng at a loss as to whom she could inquire for information. She believed He-eyes must be aware of her unique identity, and to her surprise, he now appeared before her. I had some matters to attend to yesterday, He-eyes explained, seemingly understanding Zhang Mengmeng's confusion. He-eyes, do you know my identity? Why do you address me as lady? Zhang Mengmeng voiced the question that had lingered in her heart for so long. Is it possible that the lady is unaware? He-eyes responded, visibly taken aback. He was sent to seek out this esteemed individual, assuming she would be well-versed in her lineage, but now his expectations were completely contradicted. Observing the curiosity and yearning in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes, He-eyes contemplated. Perhaps there was a way. In the next moment, he respectfully replied, all the lady needs to know is that your identity is noble. Please ensure you protect yourself. What? How could she be unaware of her noble status? She was unable to carry burdens or shoulder responsibilities. Her survival thus far was solely reliant on others. At times, she felt quite disheartened, wishing she could be stronger to assist Shao and the others more effectively, at least to avoid being a burden to them. Could you tell me why you have suddenly come to find me? Is there something you need? Zhang Mengmeng noted He-eyes' reluctance to discuss her identity and changed the subject. He-eyes has been sent to protect the lady. If the lady wishes to learn about her lineage, He-eyes suddenly paused, prompting Zhang Mengmeng to anxiously inquire. Then how should I proceed? The lady need only accompany me back to the tribe, and all shall be revealed. What? Zhang Mengmeng was even more bewildered. So, is He-eyes also from a certain black snake tribe? Which tribe do you belong to? Zhang Mengmeng inquired cautiously. He-eyes hailed from the black snake tribe by the shores of the Praying Water. The shores of Praying Water? The black snake tribe? Zhang Mengmeng felt that she had once again encountered a blind spot in her knowledge. Why had she never heard of this before? Dear sir, It seems that Heisei may not be able to remain by your side for the time being. Please take care of yourself. I shall return to visit you in due course. Heisei bowed deeply to Zhang Mengmeng and then added, "This is for you. It is quite sharp, and you may use it to protect yourself if necessary." Zhang Mengmeng glanced down and discovered that it was a hairpin crafted from wood, exquisitely designed, with the tail adorned by a shimmering black scale that sparkled with a luminous white light, giving it an appearance of sharpness. She took it with great delight, exclaiming to herself that such a hairpin was indeed an essential accessory for both home and travel, serving not only as a decoration but also as a potential weapon. However, when she looked up again, she found herself alone in the empty space. Chapter 121. The whereabouts of Mengmeng as they journeyed halfway. Hu Xiao and his companions encountered a dilemma. According to Bai Ran, while hunting that day, he had spotted an Eagle Clan beastman, though it might have been mere coincidence. The hidden peril behind it compelled them to remain vigilant. They found it peculiar that the Eagle Clan, known for their pride and residing atop the southern mountain, had historically refrained from engaging in terrestrial conflicts, even abstaining from the Beast King competition for 3 consecutive rounds. It was indeed surprising that they would send an Eagle Clan beastman to contest for a female. Ah Xiao, in my opinion, it is unwise for us to return to the Tiger Clan for the time being. That Eagle Clan beastman might have already reported back, Bai Ran remarked, casting a glance towards the west as he spoke to Hu Xiao, who followed his gaze. To the west lay the Western Sea, domain of the sea beasts, where the Eagle Clan held a profound fear of a certain entity, the Tianqing grass. Legend has it that this rare herb grows on an island in the sea, and possessing it would render them unafraid of an Eagle Clan assault. As Bai Ran and Hu Xiao continued their discussion, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly interjected, "Xiao, Bai Ran, you need not worry about me any longer. I know precisely where I must go now." As soon as Zhang Mengmeng finished speaking, both Bai Ran and Hu Xiao turned their gazes towards her. She, however, directed her attention to Bai Ran and asked, "Bai Ran, do you remember the black serpent that informed you that day?" Bai Ran nodded. "His name is Heis, hailing from the black serpent tribe by the shores of Chishui." Zhang Mengmeng elucidated. Both Hu Xiao and Bai Ran simultaneously inquired, "The shores of Chishui?" Upon observing their reactions, Zhang Mengmeng discerned that they were likely familiar with this location, which evidently holds considerable renown within the realm of the orcs. He mentioned that if she accompanied him back to the tribe, she would uncover the truth of her lineage. Zhang Mengmeng further remarked, "Since that is the case," Hu Xiao displayed an expression of hesitation, acknowledging that returning there would indeed be far safer. To Zhang's surprise, Bai Ran also nodded in agreement. Zhang Mengmeng was utterly perplexed. She assumed that Bai Ran and Hu Xiao would surely be concerned about the inherent dangers. Yet to her astonishment, they readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Xiao, what exactly is the place known as the shores of Chishui?" After Zhang Mengmeng posed her question, to her surprise, it was Bai Ran who responded, "The shore of prayer is a sacred place longed for by every beastman. I cannot provide many details, but once you arrive at the Heis tribe, everything will become clear." "Can we see Heis now?" Hu Xiao inquired, his expression grave. Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment before retrieving the scale hairpin that Heis had gifted her, carefully slicing her finger with its edge. Blood immediately welled up, prompting Hu Xiao to step forward anxiously. "Mengmeng, I am fine." Heis will come swiftly upon hearing this. Indeed, within moments, a young man with inky black hair stood before them. Hu Xiao's eyes darkened. This person had appeared without a sound, exhibiting astonishing speed. "Lady Mengmeng," Heis maintained a respectful demeanor, displaying no signs of surprise upon seeing Bai Ran and Hu Xiao. "How may I assist you?" "I have made my decision. I will return with you to the Black Snake tribe. You mentioned that I would learn everything there, correct?" "Indeed, the place is inherently your home." Unexpectedly, Heis uttered a statement that left Zhang Mengmeng astounded. She distinctly remembered her home residing in another dimension. Why would Heis claim that the shore of prayer was his home? Both Hu Xiao and Bai Ran remained cryptic about their identities, further fueling her curiosity. It seemed that perhaps journeying to the Black Snake tribe was indeed a wise choice. Chapter 122. Parting approaches. "You are the current high priest of the Heis clan?" It was Bai Ran who spoke up at this moment. "Indeed," came Heis' response, neither distant nor overly familiar. Upon hearing this, Bai Ran and Hu Xiao exchanged glances, with Hu Xiao stepping forward to say, "In that case, I shall take my leave. It is my duty to protect Lady Mengmeng." Zhang Mengmeng observed with a sense of perplexity. If her memory served her correctly, this marked merely the second encounter between Bai Ran and Heisei, while Hu Xiao was meeting Heisei for the first time. How did they appear so familiar with one another? Although this was a decision made by Zhang Mengmeng herself, a nagging sense of unease lingered, as if events were unfolding too smoothly. Glancing at the three individuals present, she suddenly spoke up. Byran, Heezy, I wish to have a few words alone with Xiao. Upon hearing this, Byran smiled and gracefully stepped aside. Followed suit by Heezy, who also understood the subtlety of the moment. Now gazing at the cherished figure before her, Zhang Mengmeng felt a tumult of emotions. Realizing that although she had just reunited with Xiao, they were once again faced with parting. Zhang Mengmeng was deep in thought when unexpectedly, Hu Xiao spoke first. Meng, you must take good care of yourself. The expression on Hu Xiao's face was inscrutable as he approached Zhang Mengmeng, gently stroking her head. Suddenly, he produced an object from his bosom, grasping Zhang Mengmeng's hand and placing it in her palm. To her astonishment, it was a string of uniformly polished beads, each a pristine ivory white, with a faint golden luminescence shimmering in between. She had an inkling of its significance, yet instinctively lifted her gaze to meet his profound golden eyes. Xiao, what is this? For Ming, Hu Xiao replied succinctly, I have prepared it for a long time. Yet, when the words reached his lips, only that simple statement remained. Did you make this by hand? Yes, Hu Xiao affirmed, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Mengmeng, his light golden brows furrowing slightly. Observing this, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though she was also touched by the earnestness of the beastman. Xiao, bow down. In an instant, his tall figure bent, allowing her to draw closer to his ear. Her voice, laced with mirth, whispered, Xiao, thank you. I really like it. And, of course, I like you. Unable to suppress her feelings, she added. Hu Xiao's earlobes turned a subtle shade of crimson. Yet, the thought of parting brought a pang of sorrow, akin to having a piece of her heart wrenched away. Despite their time together being merely a day, they now faced the inevitability of separation. By the way, Xiao, I also have something for you. Contemplating for a moment, Zhang Mengmeng retrieved a small parcel from her bosom and handed it to Hu Xiao, her voice tinged with melancholy. After I leave, you must take good care of yourself. Remember to floss after meals. This is a special set of bone needles I made. Leaving food residue in your mouth is unhealthy. Also, don't overexert yourself when hunting. Be cautious. She hesitated to voice the final thought, but Hu Xiao, who was earnestly observing her, cast a curious glance. Meng, what else is there? You must remember to think of me and not get too close to other females, understand? Zhang Mengmeng said somewhat sternly. Meng, Hu Xiao shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he nodded resignedly. I will heed your words. Zhang Mengmeng embraced Hu Xiao tightly, feeling the warmth radiating from the beast man and his obedient demeanor, making it all the more difficult for her to part with him. She was quite exasperated. It was truly her own fault for being so weak, resulting in their infrequent meetings despite him being her own tiger. Chapter 123, A Burden? Rest assured, Xiao, I shall take good care of myself and strive to grow stronger. I hope that when I return, I will no longer be a burden to you. Zhang Mengmeng lifted her gaze, her eyes, clear as black and white, filled with determination. Parting is trivial. The current separation is merely a prelude to a more joyous reunion in the future, since He Eyes claimed that her identity was of great significance. Perhaps understanding her true nature would equip her with newfound means of self-preservation. Meng is not a burden. Just as Zhang Mengmeng was expressing this, Hu Xiao suddenly lifted her chin, his eyes brimming with reproach as he reiterated, Meng is not a burden. The beastman's heated breath was mere inches away, and his expression was so earnest that Zhang Mengmeng sighed, only to feel him lean down, resting his forehead against hers. His warm breath brushed against her delicate face as he spoke. Meng is wonderful. Truly. Zhang Mengmeng chuckled, amused by the orc's clumsy speech and his innocent simplicity. He was always so earnest. I understand now, Xiao. I shall refrain from such remarks in the future. The thought of not seeing you for an extended period began to sadden her. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Xiao, close your eyes. Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiao obediently shut his eyes. Zhang Mengmeng produced a hairpin adorned with scales, first severing a lock of her own hair, and then urging Hu Xiao to lower his head so she could cut a strand of his golden locks. With these two pieces, she intertwined them, creating a beautiful union of black and gold. Once this ritual was complete, she announced, Xiao, you may now open your eyes. As Hu Xiao opened his eyes, he beheld Zhang Mengmeng holding a lock of black hair alongside a strand of golden hair. She continued, in our culture, there is a saying, to bind one's hair signifies a union in marriage, a love free from doubt. Although Xiao and I are not officially wed, this act carries a sense of ceremony. Hu Xiao found himself somewhat perplexed by Zhang Mengmeng's words. Sensing his confusion, she elaborated, "Shao, this is a ritual among lovers in our land, and henceforth it shall serve as a token between us." Upon hearing this, a smile unconsciously graced Hu Zhao's lips as he reached for the lock of black hair belonging to Zhang Mengmeng. A single strand of light gold intertwined with it, reminiscent of lovers bound together in a tender embrace. He gingerly placed the black hair close to his heart, his gaze filled with warmth. "If ever I yearn for you, I can look upon it. It shall be a source of comfort," Zhang Mengmeng remarked with a subtle pout. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them. It was He Eyes, who said, "Lady Mengmeng, the hour grows late. We must set forth soon, otherwise we may not return to the tribe in time." Zhang Mengmeng, startled, withdrew from the embrace of the beastly figure, who gazed at her with an intensity that suggested he wished to etch her likeness into his very soul. Then, "My esteemed companions, we shall part ways here." Haikes nodded to Bai Ran and the beast, then swiftly lifted Zhang Mengmeng into his arms, disappearing in a flurry of movement. Left behind were the bewildered figures of the beast and the inscrutable Bai Ran. "Come, Shao, we must return. It is a time rife with uncertainties. And the Tiger clan cannot afford to be without you," Bai Ran sighed. Tiger Shao nodded in agreement, transforming alongside Bai Ran into their beast forms, heading in the opposite direction. As they ventured further south, the rain dwindled, and at last, the familiar entrance to their cave appeared before them. "Chief, you have returned," exclaimed a Tiger clan beastman, rushing forward with palpable excitement. After exchanging pleasantries, the duo learned that the Tiger clan had been safe of late, easing their worries. Tiger Shao began to organize the reconstruction of the tribe, while Bai Ran was summoned by the high priest. Chapter 124. The Peculiar Haikes. Meanwhile, Haikes and Zhang Mengmeng were also en route. Unexpectedly, halfway through their journey, Haikes came to an abrupt halt, his expression grave. He set Zhang Mengmeng down gently. "Lady Mengmeng, please wait here for a moment." As soon as he spoke, he vanished from sight. "Oh," Zhang Mengmeng nodded, somewhat perplexed yet obediently stepped aside to await his return. After a short while, Haikes reappeared, and her eyes brightened at the sight of him. Yet, she found it odd, although it was undoubtedly Haikes before her. His demeanor seemed somewhat unfamiliar. However, her doubts dissipated the moment he spoke. "Lady Mengmeng, thank you for your patience." His voice remained unchanged, and the tone too was consistent, leading her to conclude that fatigue must have clouded her perception. In the next heartbeat, Haikes reached out and lifted Zhang Mengmeng once more. The rush of wind filled her ears, and she understood they were to continue their journey. She closed her eyes to shield them from the swirling dust. Unbeknownst to her, in the shadows, Haikes wore a dangerously alluring smile. As twilight deepened into night, Zhang Mengmeng assumed they were nearing their destination. However, Haikes informed her that they ought to find a place to rest and resume their travels the following day. "Wait, Haikes, did you not say that if we did not arrive before nightfall, we would be unable to enter the banks of the prayer water?" she inquired, puzzled. Haikes chuckled softly upon hearing her question, then replied, Lady Mengmeng, this is all for your well-being. Your health is delicate, and hastening the journey might prove too taxing for you." "I see," Zhang Mengmeng nodded thoughtfully. "But truly, there is no need to worry. I can endure." The mere thought of soon discovering her origins filled Zhang Mengmeng with an exhilarating excitement. Oh, how brave Lady Mengmeng truly is. What Zhang Mengmeng did not anticipate was that upon hearing her words, Yizhe revealed a somewhat peculiar smile. Although their acquaintance was brief, Zhang Mengmeng had never witnessed Yizhe smile in such a manner, causing an unsettling sensation to stir within her. Why did she find Yizhe to be so oddly enigmatic? Were it not for his unchanged appearance and voice, she might have suspected that he had been substituted. As night fell, the two sought refuge in a sheltered cave to rest. They gathered some firewood and entered the cave, while Yizhe stood nearby, keenly observing Zhang Mengmeng as she produced 2 bamboo pieces from her attire and began to rub them together. In no time, sparks truly emerged from the small bamboo, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in Yizhe's eyes. The next moment, Zhang Mengmeng placed the bamboo beneath the arranged wood, and soon a vibrant fire blazed to life. This was the meat prepared by Shao, and given the limited supply of salt, it seemed prudent to consume it sooner rather than later. Zhang Mengmeng retrieved a package wrapped in animal hide that Hu Shao had given her before his departure. She extracted skewered pieces of meat, rinsed them briefly in the water from her bamboo tube, and then began to roast the meat with earnest dedication. Before long, the sizzling sound of the cooking meat filled the air, its color shifting from red to a delicate golden hue. Zhang Mengmeng sprinkled a bit of salt on one side, flipped it over, and all the while, Yizhe remained as steadfast as a mountain. Once Zhang Mengmeng had finished roasting the other side, He slowly remarked, "Lady Mengmeng, you possess remarkable culinary skills." Zhang Mengmeng did not contemplate too much and directly handed over the roasted meat to He. "Here you go. Thank you for your previous assistance." Upon hearing this, He's gaze dimmed momentarily, revealing a peculiar smile. Chapter 125. The journey. He's accepted the meat roasted by Zhang Mengmeng and began to eat it naturally. As he savored the meat, he occasionally cast glances at her, noticing that she had ceased roasting more. She carefully wrapped the remaining pieces and stowed away the bamboo tube and strips into her small leather bag. Although it appeared diminutive, it seemed to contain an array of items. He had just witnessed her retrieve meat, bamboo strips, a tube, and even fruits from within. Then, Zhang Mengmeng picked up one of the fruits, wiped it with her hand, and took small bites, cradling the little bundle protectively in her arms, as if it were of great importance to her. He's gaze shifted downward, and he was intrigued by what he saw next, a delicate string of beads adorning her fair wrist. One strand was crystal clear while another shimmered with a golden hue against her pale skin, creating a striking visual appeal. If he was not mistaken, one strand appeared to be crafted from the horns of sea beasts, while the other was made from the hard teeth of forest creatures, both likely requiring considerable effort to create. "Lady Mengmeng, it is time for you to rest. I will guard the entrance," He stated after observing her for a moment. He then stood up and walked outside, leaving Zhang Mengmeng gazing at his retreating figure. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Zhang Mengmeng muttered to herself and leaned against her leather bag, using it as a pillow, soon drifting into a peaceful slumber. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Zhang Mengmeng instinctively attempted to turn over, only to find herself bound by something. The sensation beneath her was peculiar. Rubbing her eyes, she opened them in confusion, only to discover she was not in the cave from the previous day. A black line was wrapped around her waist, and the end of the line was. Zhang Mengmeng cast her gaze forward, and to her astonishment, the end of the line was none other than a thick, dark tail. She realized she was bound to the tail of a serpent. Overwhelmed by this revelation, she felt a sudden jolt beneath her, and in an instant, the serpent twisted its body, its blood-red pupils locking onto her. Hesitating for a moment, she tentatively inquired, "He's? My dear Mengmeng, this mode of travel is far swifter." "I beg your pardon," the great black serpent articulated, its mouth forming human words, a fleeting glimmer of something mysterious flashing in its jewel-like eyes. Zhang Mengmeng attempted to discern more, but the moment was gone, leaving her with the question of whether her current predicament was indeed for the sake of haste. No sooner had she voiced her thoughts than the immense black serpent sprang into action, leaving Zhang Mengmeng no time to ponder the authenticity of this journey. She felt herself jostled up and down, as if her very innards were on the verge of displacement. And she couldn't help but wonder if this He was playing a trick on her. The wind howled past her ears, causing a stinging sensation, but fortunately, this torturous ride did not last long. As dawn broke, Zhang Mengmeng sensed the great serpent come to an abrupt halt beneath her. Zhang Mengmeng gazed ahead, momentarily captivated by the sight before her. Before her lay a river, shimmering like a silver ribbon, most astonishingly tapering from top to bottom as if meticulously sculpted into this form. At that moment, they stood at the very end of this ribbon. In the next instant, the great black serpent beneath them transformed back into human form, gazing at the river while still holding Zhang Mengmeng in hand. Chapter 126. Fragments in the Wind. Zhang Mengmeng had yet to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. She could only hear the orc who was holding her say, "Isn't it beautiful?" Zhang Mengmeng found the figure before her, He's, to be exceedingly peculiar. Rather than respond to the inquiry, she simply asked, "Could you please set me down?" To her astonishment, the orc exhaled softly, his tone suddenly turning chillingly harsh. "No, I cannot." "You're not He's, are you?" Zhang Mengmeng suddenly inquired. Although this individual bore a striking resemblance to He's, his temperament appeared to diverge far too drastically. "Ah, you've uncovered my ruse," he replied mockingly. "Yet, what can a feeble and incompetent creature like you possibly do?" The subsequent words from the orc left Zhang Mengmeng utterly astounded. "Cast aside your ludicrous foolishness and naivete." His voice was as frigid as ice, capable of freezing those who heard it, and the merciless tone sent shivers down her spine. Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her brow in distress. It was her oversight. Who could have anticipated such peculiar occurrences in the realm of orcs? Moreover, who was this orc, radiating such malevolence towards her? Upon closer inspection, she noticed he was brandishing a collection of ridiculous items. The orc lifted an object in his hand, and as Zhang Mengmeng focused intently, she realized it was her beloved satchel, which she never parted with. The orc then extended his slender fingers, extracting the contents of her bag. First, he seized the 2 bamboo strips intended for kindling, and without a moment's hesitation, he snapped them in half and carelessly tossed them into the water. Following that, he unceremoniously discarded the bamboo tube, bone needle, and a piece of pristine cloth into the watery depths without a trace of remorse. Zhang Mengmeng felt a pang of heartache and urgently cried out, "Don't throw it away." Her voice was a shout, yet the black serpent regarded her with utter disdain, casting a scornful glance her way before chuckling derisively. "Do you truly believe you can stop me? How laughable." With that, he discarded the contents of his grasp, which included the meat and fruits prepared for her by Hu Shao, and nonchalantly tossed the small package into the water. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng failed to notice that although the river appeared small, anything cast into its depths vanished without a trace, producing merely a sound. Not even the lightest of objects would resurface. Her attention was soon captured again by the creature's actions. Suddenly, he yanked away the white bracelet from her hand. Zhang Mengmeng's heart tightened. This beast was so vile, and clearly, any attempt to intervene would be futile. What could she possibly do? In an instant, the beast lowered its head, its blood-red eyes fixated on her, sending a chill down her spine. She fought to control her breath, remaining silent. Then, in the blink of an eye, the string of pearls that Hu Shao had gifted her disintegrated into dust within the beast's grasp, scattering into the wind. She silently bit her lip, refraining from uttering a sound. She understood there was nothing she could do. The white pearl dust vanished like chaff in the breeze, and the golden thread that held the pearls drifted away. She reached out, attempting to grasp something, but could only watch helplessly as it shattered into powder, becoming mere particles in the wind. Her treasured possession was so ruthlessly destroyed, and yet she felt utterly powerless. In that moment, Zhang Mengmeng experienced a sorrow she had never known before. Little did she realize that the cruelty of the beast before her extended far beyond this. Chapter 127. Agonizing Torment. Next, Zhang Mengmeng observed as the beast prepared to treat another string of pearls in the same manner, but unexpectedly, his movements halted. In the next moment, the translucent string of pearls remained intact in his hand, yet he seemed entirely unconcerned, casually tossing it into the water as well. Suddenly, Zhang Mengmeng felt a weight pulling her down, and she was thrown to the ground with a resounding thud. The impact left her aching. Yet with her beloved absent from sight and facing this capricious serpent, she realized that feeling wronged would change nothing. After discarding the items, the orc with blood-red eyes loomed over Zhang Mengmeng, releasing a disdainful snort. Subsequently, he slowly advanced, and a sense of foreboding enveloped her. She attempted to rise, but in an instant, she felt a sharp tug at her waist, followed by a heavy fall to the ground. Her wrist grazed against the rough surface, drawing blood. Yet, this was not the most harrowing moment. The orc suddenly lifted his foot and forcefully brought it down, precisely landing on the hand that Zhang Mengmeng had just attempted to raise. With a brutal pressure, the air stilled, and in that moment, she seemed to hear the sickening crack of her bone fracturing. Her delicate fingers were mercilessly crushed beneath the orc's foot, and her mind momentarily blanked. Pain surged from her wrist, coursing through her like an electric current. She, who typically could not bear even the slightest discomfort, felt as if her bone had been shattered without compassion. It seemed she might faint from the agony at any moment, and tears of pain lingered in her eyes. Yet they remained unfallen. The pain was unbearable. Zhang Mengmeng felt as though an iron plate had shattered her hand, and though no blood flowed, the pain penetrated her very bones. Since her birth and arrival in this world of beastmen, she had never encountered such agony. Even when she had injured her leg on the rocky riverbed, she had been unconscious. This time, however, she was acutely aware. She could distinctly sense the malevolence of the beastman, as well as the oppressive arc of his foot pressing down. The pain compelled her to emit a low, anguished groan. Could she not endure even this much? Upon hearing her muffled sound, the beastman intensified his pressure, pushing down with greater force. Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her brow tighter, biting her lip to suppress any plea for mercy. The beastman continued taunting her, his voice dripping with malice. "Why aren't you crying? Perhaps if you kneel and beg for mercy, I might let you go." She would not cry, no matter how intense the pain. She refused to grant this despicable beastman the satisfaction of her defeat. Zhang Mengmeng, in a state of confusion, pondered deeply. Just before she closed her eyes, the fleeting shadow of a howl crossed her mind, a moment where she seemed to feel no pain. How she longed for Shao. As Zhang Mengmeng succumbed to unconsciousness, the orc before her revealed a disdainful smile, truly uninteresting. Subsequently, he carelessly lifted Zhang Mengmeng, discarding her into the river as one would toss away refuse. Zhang Mengmeng's form swiftly sank into the river's depths, and none could have anticipated that such a seemingly inconspicuous area held profound mysteries. After completing his task, the orc strode upstream, traversing the river's course until he suddenly transformed into a great black serpent, vanishing into the waters in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 128. Descent into the desert. Zhang Mengmeng was abruptly awakened from a nightmarish slumber. In her recollection, she had been ensnared in a grotesque dream, where an indistinct figure loomed before her. Suddenly, the visage transformed into that of a serpent, its gaping maw lunging towards her with an insatiable hunger, jolting her awake in terror. As she opened her eyes, they widened in shock, not merely from the pain, but from sheer fright. Before her lay a landscape shrouded in swirling yellow sands, the sensation beneath her a relentless stretch of undulating dunes, all signifying one undeniable truth: she was in a desert. An expanse that appeared boundless. Beneath the oppressive sun and surrounded by golden grains, Zhang Mengmeng nearly believed she had traversed time and space once more. What had transpired? She recalled the chilling voice of the beastman and the excruciating pain of crushed bones beneath its heel. Raising her right hand, she discovered it was immobilized, her fingers hanging limply, incapable of even grasping at anything. It felt as though a myriad of needles had pierced her wrist, and as she clutched her hand, she found herself momentarily lost for expression, staring blankly. Perhaps the creature had been right. She was indeed naive and foolish. Yet, despite this, she refused to surrender. She still harbored the hope of one day reuniting with Xiao. That yearning momentarily overshadowed her agony. Now, she was utterly alone. The sun continued its relentless duty, casting its scorching rays upon her. Zhang Mengmeng rose to her feet, moving cautiously. First, she needed to comprehend her surroundings, and if fortune allowed, seek out sustenance and something to quench her thirst. Zhang Mengmeng walked with an expressionless face, surrounded only by endless yellow sand. The sunlight illuminated the vast expanse of sand, seemingly igniting it with an intense heat, and the temperature appeared to rise steadily. After walking for a while, Zhang Mengmeng found herself utterly devoid of any discoveries. There were no signs of life, not even a glimpse of any creature. Her countenance grew grave. Could it be that she had truly traversed dimensions once more? As the sun loomed larger in the sky, she recognized the urgency of seeking out a relatively cool refuge, while also hoping to uncover something useful to conserve her strength and prepare for the challenges of survival ahead. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope brightened her vision as she spotted a dash of green. A plant, roughly the height of a person, adorned with sharp, elongated spines, indeed, a cactus. Although Zhang Mengmeng had never ventured into the desert, she reasoned that if cacti could serve as ornamental houseplants, then their sap must be non-toxic. However, despite the cactus's imposing size, its spines were no trifling matter. After a moment's contemplation, she extracted the scale hairpin that He Eyes had gifted her from her hair. Recalling the incantation He Eyes had shared with her, she shook her head. She could not proceed in such a manner. Although she felt that the disagreeable character she later encountered was not He Eyes, there remained a possibility they were two souls intertwined. She dared not take that risk. Zhang Mengmeng aligned a scale with a section of the cactus, and as her hand descended, her eyes brightened. Indeed, the scale proved remarkably sharp. Instantly, several spines fell away, and she meticulously scraped off all the spines from that section. Subsequently, she carved a rectangular mark into it with the scale and prodded it with a hairpin. However, just as she intended to reach out for it, she was reminded of her immobilized right hand. Thus, the neatly cut cactus flesh tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud, mingling with the yellow sand, as if mocking Zhang Mengmeng's naivety. Chapter 129. Be stronger. The sun blazed overhead, and Zhang Mengmeng felt that if she continued to endure the heat, she would surely transform into overripe jerky. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her hand, she cautiously scraped off another piece of cactus flesh before slowly retreating to the shade of the cactus, where she plopped down. Although the area beneath the cactus was still warm, it was significantly more bearable. While expressionless, she gnawed on the cactus flesh, contemplating her current predicament, alone in what seemed to be a desolate desert, having failed to locate a water source. The only sustenance available was the cactus before her, and her sole weapon was the scale hairpin gifted by Haisa. Furthermore, Zhang Mengmeng gently raised her uninjured left hand and cautiously retrieved an item she had kept close to her heart, a single golden strand of hair, entwined with a pure black thread. The golden and black strands intertwined, mirroring the enduring affection within her heart. Zhang Mengmeng offered a faint smile. If Xiao were to discover her current predicament, he would undoubtedly be filled with concern. She must exhibit fortitude, refusing to succumb to tears. Here. No one would witness her plight, nor would anyone feel compassion for her suffering. Yet, on the other hand, she couldn't help but entertain a self-destructive thought. Perhaps it would be better to remain still, to perish from pain or hunger in this desolate place. However, Zhang Mengmeng's gaze was fixed upon the golden strands of hair resting in her palm, shimmering like sunlight, radiantly brilliant. This sight evoked memories of the orc with golden-hued eyes, whose gaze seemed to encompass only her. Despite his typically stoic demeanor, he would blush at the mere utterance of her words. She longed to see him again. Therefore, she must not, under any circumstances, relinquish her resolve. Zhang Mengmeng reassured herself. Bound by the vows of marriage, our love remains unshakable, though their time together was still fleeting, too brief to weave into lasting memories. She refused to surrender her life so easily in this place. Absolutely not. Zhang Mengmeng bit into the flesh of the cactus. And though it could hardly be deemed delectable compared to the roasted meats and fruits she had previously savored, it sufficed as a temporary sustenance. However, she cast a sorrowful glance at her right hand. It was imperative that she procure a small piece of wood to stabilize her fingers, lest her hand become permanently incapacitated. Such a fate would render her unable to embrace him again. At midday, when the sun blazed fiercest, Zhang Mengmeng first utilized a scale to slice off a small piece of beast hide from her body, hastily bandaging her hand. Then, with utmost care, she scraped away the thorns from the lower half of the cactus, seeking refuge against it. She closed her eyes, preparing to rest for a while to regain her strength. Upon awakening, she realized that twilight was upon her, the sun having just set, leaving only a faint glow in the sky. While resting, Zhang Mengmeng meticulously observed the nearby sand dunes and noted that they predominantly took the shape of crescents. Drawing from her geographical knowledge, she understood that crescent-shaped dunes are often shaped by external forces, specifically the wind. Where there is wind, there may be water, and given the contours of these dunes, the wind must be blowing from the southeast direction. Zhang Mengmeng rose to her feet and set off towards the southeast, perhaps in search of a glimmer of hope. Zhang Mengmeng had regained some strength, and with the temperature having dropped, she quickened her pace, cautiously observing her surroundings as she walked. Her mind wandered through the familiar forms of desert flora, cacti, poplars, aloe vera, red willows, and the fabled yimi flower. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with surprise as she beheld something unexpected. Chapter 130. The Green Desert. What she saw was not another cactus or a willow, but rather the small leather pouch that had been tossed into the river by the capricious he-eyes. Her versatile treasure pouch. The small leather bag lay forlornly upon the sand. Disheveled and forlorn, yet upon seeing it, Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of joy. While others were oblivious, she, as the creator and rightful owner of this pouch, was well aware of its hidden compartment, an additional layer that had been cleverly stitched. As someone who cherished preparedness, this extra layer contained essential items for her journey: fire-starting bamboo strips, salt, bone needles, and a piece of clean hide. Zhang Mengmeng was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost leaping into the air, yet she was soon struck by a rather grave consideration. If this small fur pouch had manifested here, did that imply the potential arrival of other items in the vicinity? Zhang Mengmeng swiftly surveyed her surroundings, yet regrettably found nothing else of interest. However, the mere sight of the small leather pouch brought her immense joy. She slung the pouch over her shoulder as she often did, and began to ponder another question. Why had this little bag appeared here? She distinctly recalled that the face-changing he-eyes had thrown her pouch into the river. Could it be that the waters below led to the desert? Yet, that seemed far-fetched. Beneath the river lay layers of bedrock, not a passage to the desert. Unable to resolve this conundrum, Zhang Mengmeng chose to dismiss it. Instead, she felt a surge of happiness. For now, she was almost certain that she remained in the original orc world and had not traversed into another realm, which meant she still had a chance to see Xiao. Although her current circumstances were perilous, with the ever-present risk of losing her life, she felt as exuberant as a child. Clutching her leather pouch tightly, Zhang Mengmeng hesitated not a moment longer before continuing her journey. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. Her face adorned with a look of astonishment. The scene before her had transformed. No longer did she find herself enveloped in swirling yellow sands, but rather had stepped into a verdant realm. Towering trees encircled her, their straight trunks blocking every beam of light from above, leaving no crevice unshaded. Just moments ago, it had been daylight, and now it felt as though she had plunged into a darkened domain. What astonished her further was the sensation beneath her feet, unchanged. She glanced down, confirming her suspicion. Indeed, she was still treading upon distinct grains of yellow sand. Green desert. This term flashed through Zhang Mengmeng's mind. She recalled encountering this phenomenon during her 5 years of rigorous study for college entrance exams, referring to a peculiar geographical occurrence known as a green desert. This phenomenon described vast expanses of green woodlands where the trees were of a single species, uniform in age and height, densely packed together. The thick, homogeneous canopy completely obstructed sunlight, preventing the growth of lower vegetation, resulting in a lack of an intermediate shrub layer and ground-level flora. Thus, it was labeled a green desert. To her astonishment, she had now witnessed a real-life green desert. Zhang Mengmeng, lost in thought, surveyed the trees surrounding her. What struck her as peculiar was the remarkable uniformity of the trees, as if they had been meticulously arranged by human hands, which left her utterly perplexed. While she pondered this, a sudden voice broke through her contemplation. "Are you a newly arrived beast servant?" A voice emerged from behind her, startling Zhang Mengmeng as she turned to observe the individual who had appeared so unexpectedly. His hair was a disheveled mess, strands haphazardly sticking out in various directions. And the colors were quite unusual, black interspersed with white, and vice versa, making him conspicuously visible even in the dim light. His face bore the pallor of someone who had dwelled in darkness for far too long, lacking any luster. Yet the sincerity in his eyes momentarily captured Zhang Mengmeng's attention. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something that alarmed him. In a swift motion, he grasped Zhang Mengmeng's arm and urged, "We must leave at once. If they see us, we will be captured." Judging by his voice, he appeared to be a young man. Zhang Mengmeng felt a mix of confusion and urgency, but before she could fully comprehend the situation, she witnessed him kneeling down and tapping the ground lightly while murmuring something inaudibly. In an instant, she felt herself descend, her heart racing as darkness enveloped her. She glanced around, only to be met with an abyss of blackness. The young man, adeptly maneuvering, raised a cover, revealing that they had indeed transitioned from the surface to beneath the ground, with the lifted lid serving as the entrance to this hidden passage. Suddenly, a cacophony of heavy footsteps echoed in her ears, prompting her to realize that individuals were traversing the ground above them. Alongside the thundering footsteps, she discerned other unsettling sounds. A sharp voice exclaimed, "Hurry up! Do you wish to die?" This command was accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a whip striking flesh, suggesting that someone was being driven forward. Zhang Mengmeng then heard faint, agonized groans that pierced the air, followed by the unsettling sounds of flesh scraping against the ground. A sudden sensation of warmth and stickiness graced her face, leading her to instinctively touch it and inhale deeply. An unmistakable metallic scent filled her nostrils. Blood had begun to seep through from the surface above. Zhang Mengmeng cast a discreet glance at the thick cover above, noting the substantial layer of blood seeping downwards, suggesting a considerable loss of life. What on earth had transpired? If this continued, we would surely perish. At that moment, she heard a voice raised in indignation, indicating that someone had dared to resist. That individual was doomed. Beside her, a young man sighed, beginning to grind something in his hands with considerable force. Was it over? Initially perplexed by his words, Zhang Mengmeng soon grasped their meaning, for a piercing scream echoed from the ground below. The sound was so harrowing that she involuntarily shuddered. Following that, only muffled groans and the crack of a whip filled the air. After a lengthy pause, the footsteps gradually receded, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. Finally, they had departed. The young man beside her shook his head, then grasped Zhang Mengmeng's arm, urging her to follow. "Come, we must leave." Still bewildered, Zhang Mengmeng queried, "What just happened? Where are we?" So you are indeed a female?" The young man opposite her looked up in surprise upon hearing her voice, muttering, "Fortunately, they did not discover you. Let us proceed to my dwelling. I shall explain everything there." As he led Zhang Mengmeng forward, despite the pervasive darkness, he navigated with ease, turning left and right until at last, his steps came to a halt. Chapter 132, Division of the Three Realms. At last, they had arrived. The young man appeared to relax, as if he had returned to familiar territory, although the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. It seemed to Zhang Mengmeng that this place was not as oppressive as the previous one. "Oh, I nearly forgot, it is rather dim." Still preoccupied with the earlier events, she barely noticed as the young man suddenly reached up and knocked a few times, dislodging a stone overhead to reveal a breathtaking expanse of starlit sky. Countless stars twinkled above, and Zhang Mengmeng gazed upward, momentarily entranced by the enchanting sight. It was undeniably a beautiful sky, profound and mysterious. Yet her heart was heavy with sorrow. Bathed in moonlight, the young man across from her, named Yiz, took in the visage of the female before him, a delicate face, a pair of pure black eyes, and eyelashes that fluttered like butterfly wings. The only discordant element was the faint crimson hue marring her otherwise fair complexion, lending her countenance an eerie quality. He could scarcely fathom that the small female he had inadvertently rescued possessed such exquisite beauty. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the starry sky for a while before lowering her head to observe the unfamiliar orc before her. The orc's hair was a striking blend of black and white, and his skin was remarkably pale, almost excessively so. His slightly murky, dark eyes held an air of surprise as they met hers. "I am Zhang Mengmeng. May I ask your name?" she inquired first. I am Yiz." The orc replied somewhat shyly. "Could you please enlighten me as to where we are? What transpired just moments ago?" Zhang Mengmeng inquired further. Upon hearing this, Yiz displayed a look of mild astonishment. Where could this little female have come from, not even knowing where she was? "This is the Sand Realm. The place you were before was the Blood Forest. Just now, that was the Serpent Lord of the Blood Forest driving away the beast servants." At this point, Yiz let out a sudden sigh, glanced at Zhang Mengmeng, and continued, "Fortunately, you encountered me, otherwise. Is this really the Sand Realm? The Blood Forest?" Zhang Mengmeng felt even more bewildered and pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know about the Black Snake tribe?" Upon hearing this question, Yiz looked at Zhang Mengmeng again, his expression growing even more peculiar. "You don't know? Zhang Mengmeng was at a loss regarding what he meant. This is indeed the Black Snake tribe. As soon as these words left his lips, Zhang Mengmeng felt a slight headache. What? So she was currently in the Black Snake tribe? Wasn't it said that the Black Snake tribe was the sacred land of the beastmen? The very place that all beastmen yearned for? Then what was the vast desert surrounding her? Seeing the confusion on Zhang Mengmeng's face, Yiz explained. "This is indeed the Black Snake tribe. Currently, the Black Snake tribe is divided into the Sand Realm, the Stone Realm, and the Water Realm. This place is the outermost Sand Realm. What do each of these three realms entail? The Sand Realm is inhabited by serpent tribes like myself." Yiz's tone suddenly became somewhat grave, mixed-blood serpents of different lineages. The Stone Realm, on the other hand, consists of pure-blood black snakes. They are numerous, but unfortunately, they are all of ordinary bloodlines and cannot amount to much. At this point, Yiz abruptly fell silent. "And what about the Water Realm?" Zhang Mengmeng hastily inquired once more. Chapter 133, Deliberation. In an unexpected display, Yiz revealed a somewhat enigmatic smile, one that resonated with the most unsavory aspects of the Black Snake tribe. "Unsavory?" Zhang Mengmeng noted that you seemed to emphasize this particular term, prompting her to consider that, as Yiz suggested. The Water Realm was likely inhabited by the royal beast clan within the Black Snake tribe, the very clan to which he eyes belonged. Setting aside such thoughts, Yiz asked, "Little female, how is it that you find yourself alone in the Blood Forest?" He scrutinized Zhang Mengmeng once more before posing the question. I accidentally fell into the river, and when I awoke, I found myself here," Zhang Mengmeng replied, her words a blend of truth and pretense. "You fell from the river to here?" After posing the question, Zhang Mengmeng cautiously observed Yiz's reaction, finding his expression rather peculiar. It appeared he was unaware of this incident. Yiz's demeanor shifted to one of confusion, and suddenly, he seemed to recall something, directing his gaze towards Zhang Mengmeng. "However, I once heard my father mention that long ago. The Black Snake tribe was not divided into three realms, and all the black snakes resided on the island in the river by the praying water. Yet, I have never seen it." "Island in the river?" Zhang Mengmeng echoed this phrase, sensing a revelation on the verge of surfacing in her mind, only to have it dissolve into chaos the next moment. She recalled Hei's mentioning earlier that one must arrive at the Black Snake tribe before sunset to enter the praying water, while that capricious black snake had waited until the following day to set forth. The capricious black snake, Hei's. In Zhang Mengmeng's mind, the faces of the two individuals flickered back and forth. Suddenly, a light sparkled in her eyes. She realized how foolish she had been. The stark contrast between Hei's and the other was so evident. One possessed pitch-black eyes, while the other had eyes that shimmered like precious rubies. How had she managed to overlook this distinction for so long? When, she pondered, had his gaze transformed into that captivating crimson hue? Zhang Mengmeng continuously reflected on everything that had transpired earlier. Indeed, when he had warned that hurrying might lead to self-injury. A fleeting glimmer of crimson had flashed in his eyes. Regrettably, she had been too engulfed in her sorrow over parting with Hu Xiao to ponder it further. In hindsight, perhaps when Heisei mentioned needing to temporarily leave her, something unknown had already occurred. The term little female left Zhang Mengmeng in contemplative silence, prompting Yiz to call her name once more. You can simply call me Mengmeng." I must thank you for saving me earlier and for sharing so much information. Zhang Mengmeng smiled amicably, realizing her earlier oversight. Whether she was naive or foolish, she found it impossible to harbor malice towards this unfamiliar beastman before her. However, it was evident that he's harbored a profound animosity towards the central Black Serpent King beast. Thus, it would be prudent for her to refrain from mentioning her connection with Heisei for the time being. As her stomach began to signal its hunger, Zhang Mengmeng felt a twinge of helplessness. Fortunately, before her departure, she had sliced several pieces of cactus fruit as provisions. Extending her left hand, she retrieved 2 pieces and offered one to Yiz. Here, would you like to eat this? Initially perplexed by Zhang Mengmeng's intentions, Yiz soon felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, hastily declining her offer. Oh, I must apologize. I have nothing appetizing here. Would you care for some of this? He gestured towards a cluster of green plants in the corner. I call it green tip. It has a pleasantly cool taste. Zhang Mengmeng glanced over. And what met her eyes was a familiar plant. Chapter 134, The Uses of Aloe Vera. Before her lay a neatly arranged row of aloe vera, its long stems adorned with leaves that encircled them, the edges of which bristled with tiny serrations. Then, she heard Yeatsi continue, in the realm of sand. There is no water, yet the sap of this green tip is abundant. A gentle squeeze will yield a considerable amount of juice, quite useful indeed. This is my unique discovery, Yeatsi proclaimed with a hint of pride. Zhang Mengmeng smiled gently, finding the orc before her rather endearing, as she nibbled delicately on a cactus. She remarked, indeed, this plant is quite effective. Those people believed I wouldn't survive in the desert realm. Little did they anticipate that after all this time, I am still thriving. Yiz, seemingly reminded of something, spoke with a countenance filled with indignation. Zhang Mengmeng glanced thoughtfully at Yeatsi and inquired, who do you mean by they? Yeatsi did not respond, her gaze becoming somewhat distant. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Mengmeng refrained from further inquiries. After consuming the flesh of the cactus fruit, she continued, Yeatsi, how long have you been here? Do you know the way to the stone realm? Are you planning to go there? To her surprise, Yeatsi promptly responded, that place is far from favorable. You mustn't go. Ah, no, I was merely asking. Yeatsi, have you ever been there? Zhang Mengmeng inquired. I have explored every corner of the Black Snake tribe. The inhabitants there are quite conventional. Indeed, it is not a pleasant place, Yeatsi replied. A hint of disdain creeping into her tone. Zhang Mengmeng attentively listened to his words, analyzing the information embedded within. From Yeatsi's statements, it was evident that he had not only ventured into the stone realm, but also into the water realm. As for how he managed to do so, it seemed he would not divulge that information anytime soon. By the way, do you not have any green shoots? Yeatsi abruptly shifted the topic, slicing off a piece of aloe and handing it to Zhang Mengmeng. After a moment's contemplation, she accepted it, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. Clearly, indulging in barbecue delights was not an option at this juncture. Given the circumstances, one could only eat what was available. At this critical moment, satiating one's hunger was paramount. After gnawing on the aloe for a while, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly pondered a rather serious question. Yeatsi, is this what you typically eat? Caught off guard by her inquiry, Yeatsi appeared somewhat flustered. After a brief pause, he replied, pretty much, though I do consume other things from time to time. Oh, Zhang Mengmeng nodded, choosing not to challenge his statement. Ah, it's time. Yeatsi suddenly sprang to his feet, leaving Zhang Mengmeng bewildered. To her astonishment, he transformed into his beast form and swiftly climbed out. The last thing she heard him say was, you rest for now. I have some matters to attend to. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng began to tend to the wound on her right hand. Unaccustomed to using her left hand, she clumsily secured the bamboo pieces step by step. Then, she utilized a scale pin to slice the animal hide into a narrow strip, affixing the bamboo to her hand. She wrapped the small strips of hide around it, tying a knot, and finally, with a tug of her mouth, she completed a makeshift brace. After attending to her injury, Zhang Mengmeng let out a sigh. The pain persisted. Her hand still throbbed. Yet, perhaps human endurance is forged through experience, as gradually, with the pain lingering, it seemed to diminish. Before, her nerves had been taut, reluctant to relax. Surely, now was the time to allow herself a brief reprieve. Zhang Mengmeng, in a state of drowsiness, gazed at the starry sky above, gradually succumbing to slumber. Chapter 135, Heisei Heiyu. Meanwhile, in the water realm of the Black Snake tribe, a peculiar place unfolded, where flowing waters encircled a central circular island, reminiscent of stars orbiting the moon. Yet, the entire island was shrouded in an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The shimmering surface of the water sparkled mysteriously and strangely, despite it being daytime. Not a single ray of light graced the tranquil waves. The world seemed to be frozen in that singular moment. Suddenly, a light chuckle shattered the stillness. "Dear brother, cease your struggles. Look at your state. You still worry about that useless fellow." At the heart of the island stood a towering tree, 3 zhang high. 2 dark-haired men faced each other. One had his hands bound behind him, while the other bent slightly forward, gazing at a face strikingly similar to his own. "Brother, how long do you think that fellow can survive in the Sand Realm? How could you cast Lady Mengmeng into that place?" The bound man, filled with indignation, clenched his teeth in fury. It was Heisei, his brows furrowed in wrath as he glared at his twin brother. "Heiyu, do you not understand that Lady Mengmeng is now the last hope of our Black Snake clan? Brother, do not jest with me. Let me speak plainly," Heiyu retorted nonchalantly. "Since you left the tribe, I have followed you, yet I fail to see any worth in such a woman." Heiyu scoffed. "That woman merely relies on her looks, clinging to others like a parasite." "Heiyu, you must not speak of Lady Mengmeng in such a manner," Heisei exclaimed in alarm, his words carrying weight. "You shall incur a curse. Brother, I grow weary of your antiquated beliefs. In these times, you still cling to such notions?" Heiyu shook his head. "By the way, brother, I could not bear her nauseating smile, so I took the liberty of breaking her hand bones as well. TSK, she was already so useless, without her right hand. She will likely perish without my intervention." As Heiyu spoke, he began to admire his long, fair fingers, turning them over repeatedly, oblivious to Heisei, whose face shifted through a spectrum of emotions, finally seeming to resolve into a determined expression. "Brother, her blood could free us from the curse," Heisei bellowed, prompting Heiyu to freeze in surprise, his gaze lifting to meet Heisei's. "Free us from the curse?" Indeed, the words of Heiai seemed to liberate him from some constraints. A realization I encountered during my visit with her that day. Initially, I intended to return to the banks of the Qi River that evening, but inadvertently consumed her blood, which restored my human form. Beside me, Heiyu listened in astonishment, his countenance shifting to an expression of peculiar discontent. The next moment, he voiced his grievance. "Brother, why did you not mention this sooner? That fellow is likely on the brink of death." Heiyu's crimson eyes were filled with agitation. Observing this, Hei's promptly instructed, "You must set off immediately to the desert realm to seek Lord Mengmeng. If you can find her, that would be splendid. If not, then bringing back her blood would suffice." Upon hearing Hei's words, Heiyu swiftly severed the cords binding Hei's and vanished in an instant. Hei's, watching his retreating figure, was engulfed by a tide of concern. Chapter 136, The Quest for Action. The following day, Zhang Mengmeng awoke early, rubbing her eyes as she cast a sorrowful glance at her right hand. A wave of melancholy surged within her. It still ached, and perhaps she would become a crippled version of herself. Sighing heavily, reminiscent of an old woman, Zhang Mengmeng pondered whether her thoughts from the previous day had been misguided. She had yet to ascertain if Hei's and the shape-shifting Hei's were indeed the same individual. To venture directly to the water realm seemed overly perilous. Thus, she ought to contemplate an alternative approach, namely, how to exit the stone realm. Regardless of her so-called origins, her sole desire now was to reunite with her Xiao. How she wished to see him right now. Yet, she admonished herself against such fanciful longing. Zhang Mengmeng, in a moment of frustration, lightly struck her forehead, only to be immediately distracted by the pain in her hand. Taking several deep breaths, she endeavored to redirect her focus onto her thoughts. After all, it seemed that Yuz had been absent the entire night, leaving her to ponder the reason behind his absence, just as she was lost in contemplation. The sound of footsteps echoed from above. Suddenly, a pair of feet leapt into the room, followed by his face, which radiated excitement. "Look, we have water," he exclaimed. Zhang Mengmeng turned to see that the object in Yizi's hands was, astonishingly, the bamboo tube she had used to fetch water. "Yizi, did you go to find water?" Zhang Mengmeng refrained from inquiring about the bamboo tube, believing that Yizi would divulge the information she sought. As expected, Yizi promptly replied, "Indeed. I painstakingly collected this water for you." With that, he extended the bamboo tube toward Zhang Mengmeng, saying, "You are injured. Drink some water to recover quickly." The visage of the orc was not conventionally handsome, yet it radiated warmth and enthusiasm. "Thank you," Zhang Mengmeng smiled, momentarily at a loss for words in the presence of the orc. "Wait for me. I will go find something to eat." Upon seeing Zhang Mengmeng smile, Yizi shyly returned the gesture, realizing that this little female appeared even more enchanting when she smiled. Zhang Mengmeng had yet to respond when the orc before her transformed and swiftly crawled out, carefully closing the lid behind him. In the blink of an eye, the light before Zhang Mengmeng dimmed. He emerged from the cave, glancing left and right, proceeding with caution. After traversing a fair distance, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Just as he contemplated retreating, the approaching figures seemed to have spotted him. "You there, come over." Yis had no choice but to advance, a conciliatory smile adorning his face. "What brings you here today, my lord?" "Enough chatter. Isn't it obvious that there's a task from above? They're looking for a certain female with a severed hand." The one summoning Yis was a towering figure, robust in stature, his expression unmistakably irritable. Upon hearing the mention of the severed hand, his eyes darkened momentarily. Yet he maintained his composure and inquired, "My lord, why is there a need for such a female?" "Who knows? It's sweltering today. But it seems this female is desired by those in power. If you see her, report it to me immediately," the newcomer declared. Delivering a kick to Yiz before striding away. Toppled to the ground, Yiz exclaimed in protest, then turned to depart in another direction. As night fell, Yiz's silhouette finally emerged. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng had just started a fire. Upon seeing Yitzi smile, she was taken aback when his first words caused her expression to change dramatically. "Mengmeng, who exactly are you?" Chapter 137, The Method of Passage. Zhang Mengmeng felt a sudden tension in her mind, and her first thought was, could it be that the capricious Hiais has come looking for me? Calm down, calm down. Her luck couldn't possibly be that unfortunate. Yet, why had Yitzi suddenly posed such a question to her? Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment and replied, "I have offended a dignitary from the realm of water, which is why I have been cast here." Her ambiguous statement, half-truth and half-lie, felt prudent as she remained uncertain about her safety. Upon hearing her words, Yiz did not express any doubt. This aligned with the information he had received, and he nodded in understanding. "Mengmeng, you must refrain from venturing outside for the time being. Many have been sent to seek you, and the outside world is fraught with danger," Yiz advised thoughtfully. At this, Zhang Mengmeng struggled to maintain her composure. She surmised that the individual in question was likely intent on confirming her demise. How could there exist such a malicious person in the world? For the next few days, Zhang Mengmeng refrained from stepping outside, remaining in the underground refuge. One day, Yiz returned with a jubilant announcement, "Mengmeng, wonderful news. They are no longer searching for you." His face was alight with joy, yet Zhang Mengmeng dared not relax. Over the past few days, she had gleaned from Yiz that to escape the realm of stone, there was but one pathway, to reach the island in the river of the realm of water. Beyond that point, Yiz was uncertain. But this undoubtedly conveyed to Zhang Mengmeng a crucial piece of information. To exit the realm of stone, one must first arrive at the realm of water. Furthermore, entering the realm of water, as per Yiz's account, required the guidance of someone from that realm. This was hardly encouraging news, and thus Zhang Mengmeng wore a frown. For she could not conceive of an alternative solution. While she was delicately slicing aloe with a scale hairpin, Yiz unexpectedly appeared before her. His expression turned to one of astonishment upon seeing the object in her hand. It was the first time he had encountered Zhang Mengmeng's scale hairpin. Recognizing its hue, he instantly discerned that it belonged to the Serpent Clan's royal beast. He approached her with urgency. "Mengmeng, where did you acquire this?" "It was given to me by another black serpent beastman." "Is there a problem?" Zhang Mengmeng replied. Yiz scrutinized the scale hairpin for a moment, then suddenly declared, "Mengmeng, possessing the scale allows you to enter the realm of water." "What?" Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that the dilemma which had troubled her for so long could be resolved so effortlessly? "This is the scale of the royal serpent beast. With it, you can indeed enter the realm of water, for it carries the essence of the royal beast," Yiz elaborated. "Very well. We shall depart at nightfall." Zhang Mengmeng decided after a moment's contemplation, reasoning that the daytime would draw too much attention, while nighttime would facilitate their movements. "Mengmeng, do you truly wish to go to the realm of water?" Yiz asked gravely, taken aback by her determination. "There are important individuals awaiting me outside. I must go." Though Zhang Mengmeng's tone was gentle, her voice resonated with unwavering determination. While she remained perplexed about her origins, it became evident that some truths are perhaps best left undiscovered, and some desires may forever elude one's grasp. Yet, she harbored an inexplicable intuition that upon entering the realm of water, she would uncover the answers she sought. Regardless of whether the revelations were favorable or unfavorable, she was prepared to accept them. "Thus, we shall embark tonight," she declared. Yiz cast a glance at Zhang Mengmeng, lowering her head to conceal the complexity swirling in her eyes. Chapter 138, The Emergence of Darkness with all preparations complete. Zhang Mengmeng and Yiz set forth as night enveloped the desert. The temperature at night was considerably cooler than during the day, and Zhang Mengmeng endeavored to muster her spirits as she journeyed forward beneath the starlit sky. Before her lay the vast expanse of the desert, with yellow sands beneath her feet. Despite the dire circumstances she faced, an unprecedented tranquility enveloped her heart. She recalled her past musings, believing that only the brave are tested by hardship, while those like her, who feared pain and wept easily, were overlooked by fate. Perhaps the divine had heard her grievances. For as one storm subsided, another arose, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Yet, the path lay before her, demanding progression. She had no alternative. Her expression grew serene as the twinkling stars above flickered, yet the brilliance in her eyes remained constant. Even as her feet throbbed with pain from the harsh terrain, she uttered not a word of complaint. Aware that walking barefoot would surely result in numerous blisters, she silently reassured herself. Let it hurt. Pain, in time, becomes a familiar companion. Hastening her pace, they finally arrived at dawn at the passage between the realm of sand and the realm of stone, as Yiz had described. Contrary to Zhang Mengmeng's expectations, the entrance was rather informal. A solitary stone tablet stood at the edge of the desert, bearing 3 blood-red characters, Realm of Stone. Mengmeng, beyond this point lies the Realm of Stone. I cannot accompany you. Please exercise caution, Yiz instructed, gesturing towards the stone tablet. Zhang Mengmeng intended to proceed further. But to her astonishment, after merely a few steps, she found her feet suddenly burdened as though they were encumbered by lead. She stood immobile before the stone tablet. Could this be the fabled barrier? Zhang Mengmeng found herself at a loss for what expression to wear. The world around her had suddenly taken on an air of the fantastical. Observing her reaction, Yiz displayed a somewhat awkward demeanor, saying, Mengmeng, it seems you must use your scales to break the skin. This will intensify the aura of the royal beast within you. What? Upon hearing Yiz's words, Zhang Mengmeng wore an expression that was difficult to articulate. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Yiz, is there no alternative? This might attract the attention of the formidable boss. Who knows, it could spell doom for both of us. Before Yiz could respond, a chilling voice echoed ominously from behind them. I'm afraid neither of you will be leaving today. Zhang Mengmeng felt as though her very blood had turned to ice in an instant. The voice she heard was the same one that had cruelly compelled her to plead for mercy not long ago, the very voice that had addressed her as Lady Mengmeng. Yet, this situation was utterly perplexing. She had not even shed a drop of blood, so how could this malevolent serpent have been summoned? Are you so terrified that you dare not even glance in my direction? The insufferable voice continued its taunts. She endured. She persevered. Zhang Mengmeng turned around and, as expected, beheld a pair of blood-red eyes. Tall and graceful, the figure before her exuded an air of poised elegance. Perhaps it was the hue of blood that cast a pallor upon the face, rendered ghostly pale under the cold light of the moon, resembling a vampire from the Middle Ages. Beside her, Yiz was equally taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. The unmistakable aura of a royal beast, and this striking appearance left no doubt about the identity of the individual before them. He was the royal beast of the Black Serpent tribe. Oh my, I thought you were long gone, he sneered. Yet here you are, not only alive but also ensnaring a new male. Truly, it seems you cannot survive without one. How utterly revolting. Each word of his contemptuous tirade fell upon Zhang Mengmeng's ears like daggers. Chapter 139. The death of Yiz. I wonder how your tiger tribe partner would react upon discovering that you have so swiftly entangled yourself with another male. Zhang Mengmeng remained silent, enduring her thoughts. Oh, how mistaken I am. The beast, devoid of insight, likely never had the chance to witness any of this, meeting a tragic end beneath the claws of a wild animal. Zhang Mengmeng took a step forward, unable to contain herself any longer. She could endure what he said about her. That was manageable. However, his curse was simply intolerable. Clutching something in her hand, she faced the orc who continued to utter vile words, his eyes dismissively averted from her. A cold smile graced her lips, and in an instant, she surged forward. Her leg aimed directly at the orc's lower body while her hand was not idle either. With a swift upward slash, she directed the shard of scale in her grasp towards the orc's excessively pale face. Clearly unprepared for such an onslaught, the orc had not anticipated her courage to resist until the sharp pain struck him, and he felt the sting on his face, accompanied by her chilling voice. Repulsive, sordid, neurotic snake. Do you think you are something special? You are ugly, neurotic, and narcissistic. You look like a harbinger of doom. I see that it is you who shall perish. In the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng's hairpin swiftly traversed the orc's neck, piercing flesh in an instant. Her demeanor as frigid as never before. Beside her, Yiz was rendered speechless by the scene. Was this really the gentle female who spoke to him every day? For the first time, the dark-hued orc regarded Zhang Mengmeng with seriousness, and despite the pin at his throat, he remained unperturbed. An amused glint in his eyes, this was beginning to grow rather interesting. In an effortless motion, he seized the hairpin from Zhang Mengmeng's grasp, examining it with keen interest before turning his gaze back to her. Noticing her lack of panic and the mocking glimmer in her eyes only prompted his amusement further. Very well. Female, if this is your method of capturing my attention, then you have succeeded. Zhang Mengmeng. Is this person truly incapable of understanding human speech? Does he believe he is amidst a scene from a cliché CEO romance novel? Zhang Mengmeng turned her head away, unwilling to cast even a glance at the orc before her. Behind her, however, her left hand discreetly signaled to Yiz, urging him to walk faster. Nonetheless, she needed to deal with this little wretch first. Suddenly, the imposing figure of He Yu rose to his feet, and upon witnessing this, Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of panic. She grasped Hei's leg tightly, exclaiming, Yiz, run. Though she was not a paragon of virtue, she could not bear the thought of allowing someone who had shown her kindness to perish in vain. He Yu's expression shifted momentarily when his leg was seized. But in the next instant, it transformed into a mask of coldness as he forcefully shook off Zhang Mengmeng and lunged for Yiz. Zhang Mengmeng's gaze momentarily froze, for she watched in horror as He Yu seized Yiz's neck. In an instant, with a chilling crack, Yiz's eyes rolled back, and the next moment, a dull thud echoed, the sound of a mind severed from life. He Yu had brutally snapped his neck. Blood swiftly soaked the earth, and Zhang Mengmeng felt as if the entire world had transformed into a crimson abyss, engulfed in an eerie silence. Yiz's eyes remained grotesquely turned, those murky, dark orbs etched into Zhang Mengmeng's memory for eternity. Chapter 140. The transformation of He Yu. What transpired next was a blur in Zhang Mengmeng's recollection. She vaguely remembered being bound once more to the tail of the black serpent, before succumbing to a deep slumber. In a daze, she sensed a damp sensation at her neck, a slight itch, and as she opened her eyes, the reality of her situation became apparent. She lay supine, with a figure pressing down upon her, lips brushing against her neck. Just as she attempted to speak, a sharp pain pierced her neck, as though a cruel edge had sunk into her flesh. She furrowed her brow, feeling her lifeblood ebbing away. There was no struggle. Instead, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. It appeared to be a bamboo dwelling, with a bed crafted from the same delicate material, exuding an air of elegance. Who would suspect that this serene abode harbored the treacherous black serpent? The room boasted a window, through which Zhang Mengmeng caught a glimpse of the towering trees and the shimmering surface of the water beyond. Recognizing these sights, the location became clear. It was the realm of water. Yiz had mentioned that only in the realm of water could one behold the flowing rivers of the Black Serpent tribe. A pang of sorrow flickered in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes at the thought of Yiz. Now, pondering was futile. Her immediate priorities were to ascertain her identity and, should that prove impossible, to devise a means of escape. The beast's sharp fangs sank into her flesh, accompanied by the sound of a slurping suckle, leaving her with no other noise to grasp. He Yu's eyes gleamed with surprise. This small female was undeniably awake, yet she neither screamed nor panicked, instead calmly observing her surroundings. Appearing more composed than he, for reasons unknown, He Yu found her calmness a mere fade, igniting a desire within him to unravel her pretense. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, Do you not wish to know your true origins, Lady Mengmeng? His words struck true. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes narrowed momentarily, only to be followed by a dismissive laugh. Are you truly so benevolent? He Yu ceased his words, retracting his sharp fangs, and wiped the crimson stain from the corner of his mouth, smiling with an enchanting allure. Indeed, for those of exceptional stature, special treatment is only natural, for reasons unknown. This beastman before her, bearing the same visage as He Zhe, with the sole distinction of his blood-red eyes, radiated a temperament that was utterly divergent when he smiled, one exuding warmth and courtesy, while the other was seductively captivating to the core. However, Zhang Mengmeng was far too preoccupied to notice such subtleties. Her mind was occupied with reflecting on her current predicament as she meticulously observed the expressions of her counterpart. Her words, however, were composed to an almost uncharacteristic degree. Oh, I see. She understood the necessity for calm at this juncture. Uttering more words would be less beneficial than saying fewer. She had nearly forgotten to introduce herself. I am He Yu, the most devoted follower of Lady Mengmeng. He interjected smoothly as soon as she began to speak. Zhang Mengmeng restrained her impulse to roll her eyes. And yet, you claim to be my most devoted follower? Are you not afraid of twisting your own tongue with such words? She could not help but retort. Heiyu's expression tightened momentarily, only to break into a smile the next instant. Lady Mengmeng, you continue to astonish me time and again. I hope it dazzles your eyes, Zhang Mengmeng scoffed. Though Heiyu did not fully comprehend her words, he sensed they were not flattering. Nevertheless, he appeared unconcerned as he continued, Lady Mengmeng, please do not doubt my sincerity. Then can you tell me my identity right now? Zhang Mengmeng huffed. Of course, he replied eagerly. Chapter 141, The Navi Her. Lady Mengmeng is none other than the esteemed high priestess. Unexpectedly, the very next moment, Heiyu uttered a phrase that made Zhang Mengmeng's gaze sharpen. He had so easily revealed his own identity. But what is a priestess? What does this identity truly signify? Zhang Mengmeng's thoughts were shrouded in mystery. Her words felt as though they were never spoken. With a tone laced with disdain, she addressed the individual before her, feeling no obligation to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Oh, Lady Mengmeng is unaware of what a shrine maiden is? How utterly intriguing, he mused, taken aback by her reaction. In his mind, he pondered that each shrine maiden possessed inherited memories, especially under the guidance of that esteemed figure. Observing Zhang Mengmeng's unfriendly expression, he noted her genuine ignorance. After remarking on the intrigue, he fell silent, and Zhang Mengmeng too refrained from speaking. Yet, her agitation grew, for she was acutely aware that he awaited her inquiry. Though their acquaintance spanned merely a few days, Zhang Mengmeng had begun to discern his capricious temperament, relishing in the torment of others. At times, he exhibited a gentleness surpassing that of Hei's, only to transform into a ruthless harbinger of violence moments later. Did he believe himself to be invincible, able to act as he pleased? In this moment, her only recourse seemed to be scornful remarks, for she felt powerless to act otherwise. What would Xiao do in this situation? The thought of him momentarily distracted her, as her original intention was quite simple, to adapt to this world and live a modest life with those she cherished. Alas, even this humble wish eluded her grasp. During her time in the tribe, with Meiyin lurking in the shadows, she recalled the incident when she was ensnared and fell into the river, only for Xiao to rush to her aid, inadvertently allowing the serpent clan to invade, resulting in the demise of Ivy's brother, her partner, and many others who suffered as a consequence. Upon returning to the tiger tribe, she found herself targeted by the eagle clan, ultimately leading to her capture, imprisonment, and suffering. Now, after enduring such trials, she sought to uncover her lineage, yet her fate seemed irreversibly bleak. All of this stemmed from her own weakness. Hei's had uttered a poignant truth. Lacking strength in this world, where the mighty reign supreme, one could only become a parasite dependent on others or a mere victim awaiting slaughter. She had once naively believed in harmonious coexistence, that everyone was inherently good. Any glimmer of kindness would lead her to regard that individual as benevolent. How foolish she had been. Even in a new world, she remained ensnared by the illusions of her previous life. Zhang Mengmeng's gaze gradually transformed from confusion to determination, and then, almost involuntarily, she let out a soft laugh. Before her stood a girl with an identical visage, her innocent, watery eyes gazing back at her, radiating naivete, occasionally breaking into an endearing smile. Yet, Zhang Mengmeng reached out and pierced the illusion that lay before her. She then lifted her head, locking her eyes with the dark, brooding crimson orbs, dark brood. If you still desire my blood, then enlighten me. What is a priestess? Why do all the beast kings covet me? Zhang Mengmeng maintained a calm demeanor. Her voice remained distinctly unchanged, yet there seemed to be an added layer to it. As she gazed into the abyss, Heiyu grasped a handful of her hair, his eyes glinting with newfound intrigue. In truth, uncovering the answer was a simple endeavor. One merely had to step into the forest realm, and the desired revelations would unfold. However, whether one could emerge unscathed from such an undertaking was an entirely different matter. Chapter 142. Her decision: the forest realm? Zhang Mengmeng was perplexed. She was only aware that the Black Snake tribe was divided into the Sands realm, the Stones realm, and the Waters realm. When had a new forest realm emerged? Meanwhile, the enigmatic Heiyu wore a half-smile, clearly unwilling to divulge further information. Just as Zhang Mengmeng pondered this, a sudden flurry of footsteps interrupted her thoughts, followed by a familiar voice exclaiming, "My Lady Mengmeng, do not." Zhang Mengmeng lifted her gaze, only to find that it was Hei's who had entered. He forcefully pulled aside Heiyu, his expression seemingly filled with disappointment. "Heiyu, how could you act so recklessly?" "Hei's, what exactly is the lineage?" Zhang Mengmeng chose not to address the conflict between the two, instead asking in a calm tone, "My Lady Mengmeng, that place is the resting place of the previous Serpent King, imbued with potent vengeful energies. It is far too perilous. You must not go there. What else is there?" Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment before inquiring again. Upon hearing her question, his eyes appeared hesitant, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. "There are also the sacred relics of the witch clan," Heiyu interjected, with an expression that suggested a penchant for chaos. Zhang Mengmeng's heart tightened, and she narrowed her eyes. Inquiring further, his eyes, "Do you know the purpose of this sacred artifact?" "It is said that the sacred relic of the priestess clan serves as the source of all their power and is the most revered possession of the clan." His eyes glanced at Zhang Mengmeng and replied, "However, the forest realm has now become a desolate wasteland, fraught with dangers at every turn. It is indeed perilous." Zhang Mengmeng inquired once more, "Have you ever ventured inside?" Koizumi shook his head, replying, "I have attempted to enter, but to no avail. In that case, I shall go." Zhang Mengmeng raised her head and smiled in response to Hei's astonished gaze. His, upon hearing her, quickly interjected, "Lady Mengmeng, it would be unwise for us to accompany you inside. It is far too perilous for you to venture alone. Is it certain that one would perish upon entering the forest realm?" Zhang Mengmeng inquired. "There may be a slight chance of survival," His replied, remaining silent. However, it was the nearby Heiyu who continued, "Yet, the likelihood of death is significantly higher. In my childhood, I inadvertently wandered in once. Oh, it was teeming with serpents and insects, shrouded in darkness. For someone like you to enter, you would likely be drained of all your blood by a swarm of snakes in no time." "Heiyu, you actually entered the forest realm? Why have you never mentioned this to me before?" His exclaimed in shock at Heiyu's revelation, while Zhang Mengmeng continued to ponder the information she had received. His had mentioned the presence of formidable malevolent spirits within, unseen and intangible, leaving her to rely on her wits in a moment of crisis. Meanwhile, Heiyu's description of the realm crawling with serpents and insects conjured a chilling image in her mind. Nevertheless, the forest realm housed the sacred relics of the priestess clan, which His claimed were the source of the priestess's power. If she were to acquire it, not only could she unravel the mystery of her own identity, but she could also gain strength. Currently, she yearned for power. It was precisely her weakness, her lack of strength, that had repeatedly thrust her into such precarious situations, endangering those around her. She refused to endure this any longer, even if this were an exceedingly dangerous gamble, and even if her chances of success were slim. She was determined to take the risk. Zhang Mengmeng was deep in thought when she suddenly noticed a moment of silence enveloping her surroundings. She had been observantly regarding the two individuals before her and perceived that Heiyu seemed inclined to respond to her previous remark, yet was restrained by Zhe standing beside him. "Since Lady Mengmeng has already made her decision, you should take this time to rest," Zhe interjected. In the next instant, he took Heiyu by the arm, preparing to depart. No sooner had they taken their leave than Zhang Mengmeng discreetly followed in their wake. Chapter 143. 1 month later, upon reaching a secluded corner, Zhe came to a halt. Zhang Mengmeng lingered in the small corner of the bamboo house, the voices of the two men reaching her ears just perfectly. "Brother, why won't you let me speak? You are fully aware of how significant that thing is to you." This was the voice of Heisei, laced with confusion and anger. "It's far too perilous. This is exceedingly challenging for Lady Mengmeng," came the heavy response from Heisei. "I believe she is capable of attempting it," unexpectedly declared Heiyu. "If she could enter the realm of the forest and obtain it, then, brother, you would be completely liberated from the curse." "No, it is far too dangerous, shrouded in mystery. If Lady Mengmeng were to venture there, she might never return." "Brother, I think, why not let her try?" After Heiyu spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at the place where Zhang Mengmeng was hiding. He had anticipated that upon eavesdropping, she would quietly slip away, but to his astonishment, her next action was utterly unpredictable. Zhang Mengmeng strode directly before them, her clear voice resonating with conviction. "I shall endeavor to acquire what you speak of, provided that you also exert your utmost efforts to teach me how to contend with the serpents and creatures of Linjiqie." Heiyu observed the woman before him with growing intrigue, increasingly perplexed by her demeanor. Upon their initial encounter, he perceived her merely as a delicate creature ensnared by love, relying on her modest beauty to cling to the strength of a male. Subsequently, her foolishness had irked him, prompting a desire to torment her and shatter her naivete. Yet now, he sensed something within her slowly awakening. What should he call this transformation? It resembled the fierce bloodlust revered by beasts, as well as an unwavering determination that would not relent until its goals were achieved. The enigmatic Lady Mengmeng captured Heiyu's complex gaze. He approached her and gently patted her palm, sealing their agreement, his expression a blend of mirth and intrigue. A month later, from this vantage point, yes, from afar, one could see a sharp bamboo dart swiftly soaring with the wind, unerringly striking the third of a series of slender objects nestled among the trees. As one drew closer, a tall figure alongside a shorter one came into view. Both were fixated on the horizon, their movements nearly synchronized. A sudden deviation occurred, followed by the sharp crack of a whip. The smaller figure hesitated momentarily before nonchalantly launching another bamboo dart. These two were none other than Zhang Mengmeng and He Yu. Time was fleeting, thus she had to resort to rapid training methods, much like the bamboo darts she was currently experimenting with, alongside common combat techniques, particularly concerning the vulnerabilities of the Serpent clan. Over the past month, Zhang Mengmeng had accumulated numerous scars, yet she remained silent about her pain. Her left hand had developed calluses, while her right remained in a state of near numbness. Fortunately, she had managed to treat it in time, ensuring it would not be rendered useless. Today marked the final day. He Yu's tone bore an unusual quality as he scrutinized Zhang Mengmeng, unwaveringly attentive to the shifts in her expression. "I have one more request," he stated, a long-lost smile gracing his features. "Are you perhaps experiencing a twinge of regret?" Zhang Mengmeng's expression turned icy as she cast a sidelong glance at He Yu. "Do you believe everyone is as capricious as you?" The atmosphere instantly grew frigid. Chapter 144. Encountering Xiao He Little Mengmeng seems to be upset noticing the change in Zhang Mengmeng's demeanor. He Yu felt an inexplicable sense of joy. However, Zhang Mengmeng refrained from idle chatter. With a cautious hand resting over her heart, precisely where her golden locks fell, she spoke with measured calmness. "I am aware of your ability to traverse swiftly. I wish to meet Xiao." Zhang Mengmeng gazed into the distance, her left hand resting gently upon her heart, a genuine smile gracing her lips for the first time. Beside her, He Yu scrutinized her expression, his countenance a tapestry of complex emotions that shifted before ultimately revealing a hint of disdain. Indeed, despite the transformation, she remained a frivolous creature, consumed by matters of the heart. "Then I shall escort Lady Mengmeng home," He Yu mused, momentarily lost in thought, when He approached and interjected, "Thank you." "He?" Zhang Mengmeng smiled briefly, avoiding Black Yu's gaze, which only deepened his discontent. He stomped his foot in frustration and departed hastily. He swiftly lifted Zhang Mengmeng into his arms, and with a flash, they vanished from sight. In the Tiger clan's territory, the chief observed the day's hunt, which had yielded an abundance of game: 2 horned beasts, a shaggy creature, and a winged beast. "Proceed as usual," he commanded. "Chief, what about this horned beast?" Darson, who had been listening attentively, cautiously inquired, aware that the chief had a particular fondness for the meat of this creature. It was indeed strange that he had not reserved any for himself recently. The horned beast, in a moment of contemplation, seemed momentarily lost in thought before responding, "Handle it, as we did a few days ago." Chief, they've returned. They've returned." Just as Darson finished reporting, an orc rushed into the cave entrance, shouting excitedly. Darson immediately silenced him. "What are you shouting for? How can you make such a commotion with the chief present? Who has returned?" "It is the chief's companion, accompanied by a black serpent orc." Before the reporting orc could finish, Darson glanced up only to find that the chief had already vanished from where he once stood. Such speed. Zhang Mengmeng had always found the swift movement techniques of the Black Snake clan to be quite extraordinary. Experiencing it once more, she was filled with profound emotions. It had only been a mere quarter of an hour, yet they had already arrived at the entrance of the Tiger clan's territory. She could see a figure howling in the distance. Something stirred within her, as the mere thought of a certain name seemed to unleash a torrent of long-suppressed grievances, sorrow, and anguish. Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, she noticed an orc rushing towards her, seemingly eager to deliver news. Zhang Mengmeng quickened her pace, as if her beloved awaited her not far off. In truth, this was indeed the case. As Zhang Mengmeng stepped into the tribe, she collided with a pair of familiar golden eyes. The towering figure of the orc exuded an aura of safety, his bronze skin appearing both healthy and handsome. Upon seeing her, the previously stern expression on his face seemed to soften considerably. The mere sound of her name, Meng, evoked a profound emotional response in Zhang Mengmeng. As if she were on the verge of tears, Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly advanced in swift strides, instinctively embracing the warm arms of the orc. Her voice transformed into that of a child, pleading, "Carry me into the cave." The orc obediently extended his hand, and the embrace enveloped her as promised, radiating the warmth she had long envisioned in her dreams. Zhang Mengmeng gently encircled his shoulder with her left arm, and the orc effortlessly lifted her with one hand, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Chapter 145. What does it mean to care? Hu Zhao's eyes, radiant like starlight, remained fixed on Zhang Mengmeng's visage. As they had not met for several months, their encounters fleeting and filled with imminent goodbyes. He gazed quietly at his partner in his embrace, and the hidden turmoil and anxiety within him seemed to dissipate in an instant. Xiao, how wonderful it is to see you again. Zhang Mengmeng reached out, caressing the orc's bronzed face. For reasons unknown, the sight of him transformed her back into that naive girl who wished to whine and seek affection after feeling wronged. Yet, despite the multitude of words teetering on the tip of her tongue, only a single phrase tumbled forth. It is truly delightful to see you. At times, she longed for time to slow, to grant her more moments to forge additional memories with him. Ming, your hand. What is wrong with your hand? Hu Xiao, initially focused on Zhang Mengmeng, noticed her right hand ensnared by a bamboo splint, the leather bandage stained with crimson. The sight was alarming, rendering him momentarily speechless as he hurriedly lifted her hand to inspect the injury. It's nothing, Xiao. Just a minor wound. It will heal soon. Zhang Mengmeng pondered, her onyx eyes glimmering with mirth. The orc's visage, his warm skin, and this comforting embrace would be etched deeply into her memory. Unbeknownst to her, Hu Xiao had inadvertently lifted her right hand with too much force, jostling the injury and eliciting a pained gasp from her, which drew a reproachful look from him. Ming, how can you call this a minor injury? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Mengmeng lowered her gaze, but in the next moment, Hu Xiao raised her left hand, discovering not only calluses but also numerous overlapping scars, some seemingly recent, others long-standing. Moreover, he noted that both her left and right hands bore marks of injury, including the wounds sustained in the snowy terrain. The stark contrast of bloodstains against her fair skin only heightened his distress. Ming, how have you sustained so many injuries? Inside, it felt as though a tiny figure was rhythmically striking her heart with a hammer, causing a dull ache. She had been perfectly fine the last time they met. Yet upon her return, she bore so many wounds. Has someone been bullying you? Tiger Xiaojia raised his head, locking eyes with Zhang Mengmeng. In that moment, she perceived a fire within his gaze, one she had never witnessed before. His furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips conveyed his evident distress. At that instant, a wave of emotion surged within Zhang Mengmeng, urging her to weep. She longed to share the experiences she had endured during their time apart, to confide every lingering sorrow and grievance, and to collapse into his embrace, crying freely. Yet, she refrained from acting on these impulses. Though her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, she managed to summon a radiant smile, forcing back the droplets that threatened to spill. The clarity of his visage sharpened before her, and her voice rang out like the delicate chime of jade. Xiao, do not worry. I have been honing my skills during my absence. I returned simply to assure you that seeing you well brings me peace. The words she had wished to express remained unvoiced, swallowed alongside her confession. She recognized that if she were to disclose the truth, this earnest and sincere beastman would never allow her to face such peril alone. Yet, she now understood that many paths must be traversed alone. Chapter 146. An agreement between two. Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's words, Tiger Xiaojia felt a twinge of unease, the pain within him becoming more pronounced. He gazed at her for a moment, then suddenly proposed, Ming, would you consider not leaving? What seemed a casual remark was, in truth, the culmination of his deep contemplation over the past few months. He resolved that if he could not protect his own partner, how could he safeguard the entire tiger tribe? Should the eagle tribe truly invade, the tiger tribe might yet possess the strength to resist. As he looked upon this innocent and endearing beastman, a warm smile blossomed on Zhang Mengmeng's face, yet the weight of his words shattered her resolve, causing her to forget the carefully crafted responses she had prepared. Stumbling over her thoughts, she could only utter his name, Xiao. However, in the next moment, her gaze hardened with determination. If he wished to protect her, how could she not desire to protect him in return? Xiao was the Tiger King, burdened with the sacred duty of safeguarding the entire tiger tribe. Typically composed and judicious, his reaction to her childish remark was both amusing and heartbreaking. She spoke softly, Xiao, I am truly touched by your concern. I understand the weight of your responsibilities as the Tiger King, and I, lacking the strength to protect myself, would only bring disaster and danger to the tribe by remaining. Zhang Mengmeng paused suddenly, shaking her finger at Hu Xiao. You mustn't say such things, she admonished. Hu Xiao lowered his head and embraced Zhang Mengmeng tightly, aware of her feelings, understanding her turmoil. However, I have done something quite regrettable, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly confessed. I was foolish and lost the gift you gave me. She raised her delicate wrist, pointing to her empty hand. Yet her mind was filled with memories of the fragments scattering in the wind, a shadow of sorrow flickering in her eyes. At this moment, she felt powerless against him. If she could return, the first thing she would do is smash his head. Hu Xiao, oblivious to the violent thoughts brewing within the seemingly gentle Zhang Mengmeng, sensed a peculiar shift in her gaze, an expression that seemed to blend sadness and anger, leaving him perplexed. Was she angry with herself? Meng, it's all right. When you come back, I will make you another one, Hu Xiao reassured her, gripping her small hand firmly. Then it's settled, let us make a promise. Zhang Mengmeng extended her tender pinky towards Hu Xiao. Observing his confusion, she took his left hand with her left and intertwined their pinkies, sealing their promise. This is how it's done. A pinky swear means it's a commitment, and we cannot go back on it. If anyone reneges, they will be a little dog. With a playful smile, Zhang Mengmeng teased as she curled her pinky around Hu Xiao's. A little dog? Hu Xiao queried, somewhat bewildered. Are you referring to the hyena clan? Don't worry, that's not what I meant. It simply means that the one who goes back on their word is a fool. Zhang Mengmeng clarified. Very well, Hu Xiao replied earnestly, nodding as he committed this promise to memory. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the orc before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. In truth, she harbored no certainty of emerging alive from the realm of the forest. Nevertheless, this was her sole opportunity to gain strength. Bidding him farewell could, perhaps, fulfill a lingering wish. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Hu Xiao performed an action that took Zhang Mengmeng completely by surprise. The typically stern, composed orc lowered his head and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. His voice, deep and tender, seemed to transform him entirely. Meng, you must take good care of yourself. The warmth of the orc's lips surpassed even the heat of his palms, capable of igniting the very chambers of her heart. What should have been an ordinary kiss rendered Zhang Mengmeng momentarily speechless. I will be here waiting for your return. Before she could grasp the weight of his words, he uttered another phrase that nearly unraveled her composure. This was sheer audacity. Cradled delicately in his hands, Zhang Mengmeng felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. She truly was a tragically unfortunate soul. How could her partner, so dependable and endearing, leave her to face the daunting challenge of a perilous, high-risk secret realm all alone? No, all of this was for the sake of becoming stronger, to be able to be with Xiao in a better way. At that moment, another voice within her chimed in. Zhang Mengmeng's emotions gradually settled. Indeed, she desired to alleviate Zhao's concerns for her safety, ensuring that their love remained unburdened. With this thought, she clenched her small fist resolutely, vowing to exert every effort for Zhao's sake. Time was of the essence. She had to depart. Glancing at the sky, she noted it was the twilight hour, and she needed to return to the shores of Qishui before darkness fell. There was little time left. Furthermore, she wished to visit Sherry and the others. Xiao, please take me to see Sherry. Zhang Mengmeng tugged at Hu Xiao's arm. All right, Hu Xiao replied, lifting Zhang Mengmeng into his arms and swiftly making his way to Sherry's cave. Before long, they arrived at Sherry's dwelling. Fortunately, upon their arrival, Zhang Mengmeng spotted Sherry at the entrance, seemingly busy gathering fruit. Sherry, she called out. Immediately, Sherry turned her gaze towards her, and with a joyful expression, Zhang Mengmeng hurried over. Mei, you're back. Are you staying this time? I was so bored without you. You finally returned. As soon as Zhang Mengmeng stepped inside, Sherry enveloped her in a warm embrace, and Zhang Mengmeng could even feel the warmth radiating from her chest. A flurry of words spilled forth from Sherry like a rapid succession of firecrackers. Sherry, I will be heading out again soon. I missed you dearly. How have you been lately? Zhang Mengmeng stepped back from Sherry's embrace and observed her closely, noticing a hint of fatigue in her expression, which piqued her curiosity. Sherry, have you not been resting well lately? Upon hearing this, Sherry's face flushed, as if she had stumbled upon a delicate topic. After a brief pause, she replied, It's just those little ones at home. I'm expecting some cubs, and they're all so well behaved. Sherry did not finish her sentence, but Zhang Mengmeng understood her implication and couldn't help but chuckle. Sherry, have you given birth to cubs? Where are they? I want to see. Seeing Zhang Mengmeng's excitement, Sherry's expression softened considerably. She pointed towards the interior of the cave, explaining, They were playing earlier, but are now fast asleep. Zhang Mengmeng and Sherry entered the cave, where they beheld two adorably slumbering tiger cubs, their bodies plump and soft, exuding an aura of innocence in their peaceful repose. Zhang Mengmeng's heart melted at the sight, and as she gently caressed their tiny forms, a wave of joy surged within her for Sherry. How delightful it is. Sherry, I am about to depart, and seeing you brings me such happiness. I wonder how Ivy and Bebe are faring? Bebe has also found 2 male companions. Ivy remains her usual self. But Mengmeng, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chapter 148. The possibility of returning and the destination. Zhang Mengmeng paused briefly before responding. I must go to a place I have to visit. Naturally, Shirley could not comprehend Zhang Mengmeng's words. As the sun gradually dimmed, Zhang Mengmeng sighed inwardly and said, Shirley, I fear I must take my leave. Are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay a few more days? Not this time, Zhang Mengmeng replied with a smile, waving her hand to Shirley. Goodbye, Shirley. I hope we shall meet again. With that, Zhang Mengmeng hurried towards Hu Xiao, who was waiting ahead. A wave of reluctance washed over her, almost engulfing her, but in the next moment, she composed herself and took out the model bamboo arrows and darts from her pocket, presenting them to Hu Xiao. These are weapons crafted from bamboo. One can be set in traps or fashioned into long-range projectiles to strike from afar, while the other is intended for females for distant throwing. Look, there are several different styles. Hu Xiao accepted the items, yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Mengmeng. Filled with emotion she could not decipher, perhaps concern or fear. Ultimately, he merely nodded and said, However, his next question tightened her heart. Meng, when will you return? This was a question Zhang Mengmeng could not answer, for even she lacked clarity on the matter. Yet she could not allow this uncertainty to show, thus. She steadied herself and feigned calmness. She uttered a single word, but the rest caught in her throat, refusing to emerge. In truth, she was torn. She had contemplated the possibility of perishing in the forest realm and never returning. Should she leave Hu Xiao to wait for her indefinitely? Yet, how could she tell him that she might never come back, that he should seek another female? The mere thought of this possibility sent a pang of anguish through her heart. Hu Xiao continued to gaze at Zhang Mengmeng, silently awaiting her response. At last, after what felt like an eternity, she spoke again. Xiao, the one person I least wish to deceive is you. The journey I undertake is fraught with peril, and I am uncertain whether I will return. Hu Xiao remained silent. After hearing her words, he suddenly inquired in a low voice, Meng, is it absolutely necessary for you to go? If it were possible, he wished for her to stay. The thought of never seeing her again left an emptiness within him. Yes, Zhang Mengmeng did not look at Hu Xiao. Instead, she fixed her gaze ahead, her tone laced with an indescribable complexity. It is imperative that I go. Then she added, Xiao, if I do not return. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the beastman before her. You will return, Meng. You will. The beastman murmured as if reassuring himself, you will certainly come back. Zhang Mengmeng, accustomed to the steadfast and robust demeanor of beastmen, had never witnessed such a countenance, golden eyes with downturned corners and brows furrowed, revealing an unexpected hint of fragility. She then inquired, as if seeking confirmation, Meng, is it not? Zhang Mengmeng could no longer bear to continue speaking. The words that lingered unspoken, if I do not return, you need not wait for me any longer, were replaced with a gentle, yes, I will. She tenderly caressed the back of the beastman, her soothing voice seemingly imbued with a calming essence. The anxious beastman responded with a tight embrace, enveloping his partner in silence. My dear, it is time to depart. At that moment, the long-awaited he eyes stepped forward. Chapter 149. Return to the prayer waters. Zhang Mengmeng raised her gaze to the sky, where the sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving only a lingering twilight. A bird soared across the expanse, much like her, seemingly destined for an unknown faraway place. Let us go, she murmured, turning away without a backward glance. Were she to look back, she would catch sight of the once formidable and brave king of the tiger clan, now bowed, staring vacantly at her receding figure. Meng, I shall wait for you always. A familiar and resolute voice of the beastman suddenly echoed behind her. With her back turned to him, Zhang Mengmeng felt her eyes welling up. He was assuring himself that as long as she did not return, he would remain steadfast in his vigil. What a foolish old tiger, a naive old tiger. However, in the next moment, he eyes had already pulled Zhang Mengmeng along, and the beastman's voice shattered in the wind. The scenery behind them rapidly receded and transformed, until everything was supplanted by a shimmering silver river before them. Once again, Zhang Mengmeng bore witness to a spectacle that made her question her own eyesight. Under the twilight, a familiar island emerged from the water at the forefront of the silver river. Upon seeing this, he eyes immediately seized her and leapt onto the island. In the next instant, Zhang Mengmeng felt herself sinking downwards. The river swiftly retreated above her head, and when she looked up again, what had been a river at her feet moments ago had now become a blue sky floating above her. Having just experienced a farewell, Zhang Mengmeng reflected briefly before falling silent. As she withdrew into silence, he eyes too fell quiet, stealing glances at her as she gazed into the sky, lost in thought. Recently, her moments of silence had grown more frequent. Once, she had been a vivacious conversationalist, but now her words were scarce. Her eyes serene to the point of concealing her thoughts. It seemed she only spoke more freely in the presence of that one person. Recalling the scene he had witnessed in the Tiger Clan's tribe, Hei's gaze dimmed. In truth, he too was selfish. The dangers of the forest of spirits were formidable. Even a male might struggle to withstand them, and she was but a frail female. A heavy silence enveloped them. Hei's quietly withdrew, leaving Zhang Mengmeng alone in the bamboo house. He moved to the edge of the island, gazing blankly at the sky. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Hei's turned to find, unexpectedly, the disheveled figure of Heiyu before him. Bloodstains, rare on his serpentine skin, marred his appearance, along with grains of sand. Bowing his head, his expression was obscured, yet in the next moment, he stepped directly in front of Hei's, reaching into his bosom to retrieve something. Here, as Hei's accepted the item, he felt a sense of foreboding. It was a plant with darkened leaves yet adorned with blood-red flowers, their broad petals stained as if with blood. He glanced at Heiyu and inquired, "Did you venture into the blood forest?" The plant with dark leaves and crimson flowers is none other than the extraordinary bloodbone flower, a miraculous crop that thrives deep within the blood forest. It flourishes solely in the forest's inner depths, exhibiting a lifelike quality that allows it to consume nearby creatures. However, one fateful day, an orc inadvertently plucked a bloodbone flower, and its sap came into contact with his severed arm. The orc paid little heed to this occurrence, only to discover, astonishingly, that his long-injured arm had miraculously healed by the following day. The renown of the bloodbone flower soon spread, prompting countless orcs to seek it out. Yet it seemed to vanish as if it had become extinct. Hei's had only heard whispers of this flower from the orcs below, and today, to his surprise, he beheld the tangible specimen. "For you," said Heiyu, uttering this brief phrase before turning away. Chapter 150, Entering the Realm of the Forest in Hei's hand. The bloodbone flower rested, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Although he had merely heard tales of it, he could envision the arduous quest it would entail to acquire such a treasure. Yet, Heiyu had silently reclaimed it, and Hei's understood his intentions all too well. He rose to his feet and stepped into the bamboo hut. The following dawn awaited. Zhang Mengmeng awoke early in the morning, initially believing that she might struggle to find sleep throughout the night. Surprisingly, after a late night, she fell into slumber the moment she touched her bed. Today marked her entrance into the realm of the forest. Gazing towards the horizon, the morning sun poured its gentle rays over the river, casting a soft glow on the trees of the island within. The sunlight, filtering through the river's surface, was remarkably tender, as if a gentle hand were caressing her body. Carefully, Zhang Mengmeng retrieved a strand of golden hair that rested against her heart. Illuminated by the sun, the golden locks shimmered even more brilliantly. She tenderly stroked this golden strand, which was entwined with a dark tress, resembling a vine embracing the gold, much like a pair of inseparable lovers. Her gaze softened, and a faint smile instinctively grazed her lips. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside, "Lady Mengmeng, are you awake?" Zhang Mengmeng's expression tightened as she swiftly tucked the golden strand back into her embrace, replying, "I shall return shortly." She stepped outside, where Hei's awaited her. As she raised her hand, she suddenly recalled the injury on her right hand. She was momentarily astonished to discover that it seemed to be devoid of pain. With her left hand, she removed the makeshift bamboo splint that had been applied earlier, and her astonishment grew even more profound. When Hei's had gifted her the flower the previous day, he mentioned its remarkable efficacy in healing bone injuries. She had paid little mind at the time and had merely applied it before retiring for the night. To her utter disbelief, upon awakening, the wound had remarkably healed. It was a fractured bone, and it had mended overnight. What kind of miraculous remedy was this? Zhang Mengmeng endeavored to suppress the astonishment swelling within her, and then reflected that, in this manner, she seemed to possess an additional measure of certainty. Her right hand, naturally more adept and powerful than her left, would enable her to exert greater force while wielding the bamboo dart. "Lady Mengmeng, please follow me," Black Zay unexpectedly urged, pulling Zhang Mengmeng along as they ventured forth. To her surprise, the direction they were heading was one she knew all too well. It was towards the realm of sand. "Where exactly is the realm of wood?" Zhang Mengmeng could not help but inquire. "The realm of wood lies deep within the blood forest," came the reply. Before long, Zhang Mengmeng and Black Zay stood at the familiar entrance of the blood forest. Towering trees, entwined and obscuring the sky, cast a pall over the daylight. rendering it as dark as night. As Zhang Mengmeng lowered her gaze, she finally discerned the color of the soil beneath her feet, an ominous reddish-brown. It was somber, tinged with a hint of bloodiness, and recalling the scene she had previously witnessed, her eyes dimmed. Subsequently, Black Zay continued to lead Zhang Mengmeng forward, and in the blink of an eye, they reached their destination. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes widened in astonishment, for the surroundings were shrouded in a profound darkness, an impenetrable blackness that rendered her efforts to discern anything futile. "My lord, this weapon is crafted from serpent scales. Please carry it for your protection." At that moment, she felt something being pressed into her hand from behind by He Eyes. Grasping the object, she instinctively reached to touch its tip, only to be halted by He Eyes' warning. "My lord, do not touch the front. It is excessively sharp. Just hold it by the rear." Zhang Mengmeng nodded. Continuing straight ahead leads to the Lingji realm, a place inaccessible to He Eyes. "Be cautious, my lady," echoed He Eyes' final admonition in her ears. Chapter 151. Where am I? Zhang Mengmeng felt as if she were enveloped by an infinite darkness. In truth, one's senses become acutely heightened in the absence of light. It seemed as though an invisible wall stood between her and the radiance ahead. She moved forward step by step, sensing the mist thickening before her. Cautiously, she cradled the small parcel in her hands, with only the sound of her footsteps echoing in the dark. Tap, tap, tap. The darkness was her sole companion. Step by step, at last, Zhang Mengmeng caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a faint glimmer of light ahead. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes, prompting her to quicken her pace. Finally, after a few more steps, the black mist seemed to dissipate in an instant. She halted, observing that the sky above was shrouded in a gray haze. Her gaze fell to the ground, where she discovered the soil bore an odd hue, a deep reddish-brown reminiscent of blood. It appeared as though it were stained, complemented by a couple of black shrubs nearby, evoking an indescribable sense of eeriness. To her astonishment, there were no signs of life in sight. Having mentally prepared herself to encounter a plethora of snakes and insects, Zhang Mengmeng was rather perplexed. Previously, the ominous figure had warned her that upon entering the realm of the forest, she would be met with countless serpents and insects. Yet now, before her, there was naught. Could it be that the forest realm had undergone some unknown transformation during this time? This was not a favorable omen. Silence, at times, heralds even greater peril. Zhang Mengmeng harbored a subtle sense of vigilance within her heart. Everything in the Lin Jijia was, at present, shrouded in uncertainty. She could not afford to be complacent. Zhang Mengmeng continued her forward journey when, suddenly, a swirling mass of black mist rushed toward her like a tempest. Zhang Mengmeng initially regarded it with indifference, yet in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a shroud of darkness, collapsing suddenly to the ground. Her eyes were tightly shut, and it appeared that she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Mengmeng found herself enveloped in a thick fog, unable to awaken from her stupor. She struggled relentlessly until, at last, her eyes fluttered open. Before her lay the brown ceiling of a cavern. Instantly, she scrambled to her feet. Her mind was a chaotic abyss. Fragments of recollection danced just out of reach. It felt as though a colossal lock had imprisoned her memories. She endeavored to remember who she was and why she found herself in this place, yet her efforts were in vain. As she gazed around in bewilderment, immobilized by confusion, the sound of footsteps approached from ahead. Two identical dark-haired youths emerged, swiftly making their way towards her. One of them bent down to assist her. Concern etched upon his features. "Are you all right?" The other spoke with a hint of cold reproach. "I warned you to stay in the tribe, but you refused to listen. Now look at you, injured." Zhang Mengmeng felt increasingly bewildered. "I am He Eyes. Has something happened to my mind?" replied the gentle orc. "Hey you," came the response from another orc, whose demeanor was rather gloomy. "Very well, I suggest we head to the hot springs on the back mountain. It might help clear our minds." Another orc interjected. "What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once." Zhang Mengmeng had not yet responded when she was pulled forward by another orc. Before long, a steaming hot spring appeared before her. She watched as two dark-haired men leapt into the pool, swiftly shedding their mysterious garments. By the time she turned around, two bare-chested men stood before her. Chapter 152. The allure of beautiful men. The men's features were rather ordinary when viewed individually, yet collectively, they exuded an inexplicable harmony. One wore a gentle smile, while the other displayed a seductive grin. If one resembled the gentle caress of a spring breeze, the other mirrored the serene beauty of an autumn moon. Startled, Zhang Mengmeng quickly turned away. One must not gaze upon the indecent. One must not listen to the profane. A pair of phrases flashed through her mind for reasons unknown. "My lord, come now. We shall attend to you splendidly." A voice called from behind, seemingly another dark-haired figure. "My lord, you seem unwell. Allow us to serve you properly." Zhang Mengmeng remained with her back turned to them, not turning around. Unexpectedly, something suddenly tugged at her from behind, and she was abruptly pulled around, the face of the man with dark hair magnifying before her. In his pitch-black eyes, it seemed as if starlight flickered. "Sir, did you not declare that you favored us the most?" "Indeed. You even mentioned that having the two of us serve you is the most pleasurable. What nonsensical remarks are these?" Zhang Mengmeng felt a sense of bewilderment. Yet she found herself utterly at odds with the words of the person before her. Did he truly believe her to be a fool? How utterly strange. How profoundly peculiar. "My lord, please proceed," she thought. Subsequently, the man intensified his actions, seemingly intent on dragging her directly into the water. Zhang Mengmeng could no longer endure it. "Stop." Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her delicate brows and instinctively made a gesture for a pause. Then, unexpectedly, she raised her voice and exclaimed, "Gentleman in black, could you not behave so inappropriately? This is my first encounter with you, and here you are, openly grappling in broad daylight." Upon finishing her words, the individuals opposite her, still entangled in their clothing, were momentarily taken aback. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if even the air had grown quiet. Zhang Mengmeng finally felt a significant sense of tranquility. "All right, I need to wash up. Please do not disturb me. I wish to be alone in silence." Zhang Mengmeng left behind a remark and hastily departed. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, she wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Her previous reactions had been entirely instinctive. Even the words she uttered seemed to have sprung forth spontaneously from her mind. Upon uttering them, she herself was taken aback, not to mention the astonishment of the two individuals before her. So what exactly was the situation? Why was she here? Mengmeng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Just as Zhang Mengmeng strode forward, a man suddenly approached her. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback, as if she had heard the man refer to her as Mengmeng. The name struck a chord of familiarity within her. The man was tall and robust, his upper body bare, adorned only with a white fur skirt that accentuated his powerful physique. His meticulously groomed silver hair framed a face with deep, striking features, and his dark silver eyes reflected genuine concern as they gazed at her. "Since Mengmeng seems unhappy, would you like to touch my beast ears?" he proposed. As he spoke, the figure before her transformed, revealing a pair of pink-skinned, lightly silver-furred beast ears. He thoughtfully bent down, allowing Zhang Mengmeng to easily reach and caress his soft, plush beast ears. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sparkled, and in the next moment, she was about to stretch out her hand to touch. Suddenly, her movement halted. No. She did not recognize the person before her. Yet, those beast-like ears appeared quite inviting to the touch. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at her hands with a hint of hesitation. "Mengmeng, feel free to touch. You may linger as long as you wish, until your spirits are lifted." To her surprise, Zhang Mengmeng continued to waver, prompting the silver-haired beastman to speak once more. Chapter 153, The Sudden Appearance of the Youth. "What? Such a fortunate occurrence exists?" As Zhang Mengmeng's hand seemed poised to extend outward, suddenly, an individual approached from the side. Zhang Mengmeng hastily withdrew her hand and turned to the newcomer, who seemed to have sought her out. Clad in a brown animal skin skirt, the individual called out, "Mengmeng." Upon witnessing the scene before her, the beastman appeared to comprehend the situation. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Mengmeng retracted her hand, but to her surprise, the beastman squatted down in a similar manner, revealing his tawny animal ears, while adding, "Mengmeng can also touch mine." This newly arrived beastman had thick eyebrows and large, honest eyes, and Zhang Mengmeng had no recollection of his face. As she observed the two beastmen eagerly requesting to be touched, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. This must be a dream. Such delightful occurrences had never happened before. Zhang Mengmeng found herself pondering whether, since it was merely a dream, she might as well indulge in the experience. After all, opportunities like this might not present themselves again. Her internal deliberations swayed rapidly, leading her to extend her hand once more. However, the question remained, which one should she touch? She glanced to the left and then to the right, momentarily at a loss for a decision. It appeared that the silver one was larger, yet the brown one seemed softer. Zhang Mengmeng had yet to gather her thoughts when, unexpectedly, a stone came rolling towards her from behind, its origin unknown. In an instant, it reached her feet with a swiftness that took her by surprise. Unprepared for such a turn of events, she stumbled and fell, her body meeting the ground in a most ungraceful manner. Stars danced around her head as she registered the impact. Her knee made a close acquaintance with the earth, and soon she felt the warmth of blood. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Ouch! It truly hurts." A moment of realization struck her. Pain? Zhang Mengmeng's mind instantly awakened. Could it be that she was not merely dreaming? She cast another glance at the orc before her, promptly retracting her earlier indecent thoughts. If this were not a dream, then it would be utterly inappropriate to engage in such disrespectful conduct towards a stranger. Zhang Mengmeng remained prostrate on the ground, her form resembling one of utter submission. Observing this, the two nearby orcs rushed forward to assist her. However, just then, an unexpected creature leapt forth from the thicket. Zhang Mengmeng focused her gaze and was astonished to discover that the fluffy tail and the adorable, glistening brown eyes belonged to a charming little squirrel. The small creature hopped towards her, its tiny feet making soft pattering sounds, and its earnest brown eyes seemed to inquire whether she needed assistance. Yet, the ensuing scene left Zhang Mengmeng questioning her own reality. The little squirrel suddenly transformed with a puff, morphing into a boy with chestnut hair, a fair complexion, and large, expressive eyes. He appeared no older than 16 or 17, and, looking directly at Zhang Mengmeng, spoke with surprising clarity. "Sister, are you injured? Here, I have plenty of green fruits. Just eat a few, and you will feel better." He then remarkably produced a handful of verdant fruits from his robe, presenting them to Zhang Mengmeng with an air of delight, while calling out, "Sister Zhang Mengmeng is uncertain about many things. Yet one truth resonates within her with unwavering certainty. She is undoubtedly a person. The reasons elude her comprehension, but instinctively, she feels this conviction deep in her heart. Therefore, she is resolute that there is no familial connection between herself and the squirrel boy before her. Could it be that the term sister is merely a nickname? Sister, please eat the green fruit. It will ease your pain." Seeing Zhang Mengmeng remain still, the young boy appears increasingly anxious. "Sister, why aren't you eating? Do you not trust me?" As Zhang Mengmeng continues to hesitate, the adorable youth seems on the verge of tears. Zhang Mengmeng had no choice but to compliantly pick up a cerulean fruit. She had succumbed to this bizarre notion. What kind of place was this? Everything and everyone seemed utterly peculiar. After taking a bite, then another, her expression grew increasingly strange. Surprisingly, her feet no longer ached as much. Could it be a mere illusion? She inwardly scoffed at the absurdity. "Well, sister has consumed my azure fruit, so from now on, I shall belong to her." Upon witnessing Zhang Mengmeng eat the fruit, the young boy before her lifted his head, proudly proclaiming his declaration. Meanwhile, as Zhang Mengmeng nearly choked on the fruit, she glanced at the two beastmen beside her, who still displayed their fluffy animal ears. Upon hearing the boy's words, both of them revealed expressions of utter grievance. Zhang Mengmeng stared in astonishment. "My sister has eaten my fruit, and tonight she will sleep with me." Zhang Mengmeng remained bewildered, as the youth before her continued to elaborate. What is the reasoning behind this? Consuming the fruit and then being bound for life? May I ask if I can restart? Glancing at the two beastmen beside her, they appeared to wear expressions of despondency, as if the youth's words had already solidified into reality. The youth seemed to be sketching a vivid blueprint of a blissful future. "You useless beings will only be sidelined. It is I who shall accompany my sister henceforth." Zhang Mengmeng timidly interjected, but it seemed no one heard her. The youth's melodious voice echoed in the air, "And then, my sister and I shall live together in happiness. And we shall have many little ones." I said. Zhang Mengmeng attempted to interject again, but her quiet voice was evidently drowned out by another more boisterous declaration, "And you lot will all be sent out to quarry stones. Ha ha ha." Noticing that the youth continued unabated, seemingly oblivious to her presence, Zhang Mengmeng abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "Are you all deaf? Have I consented? I have yet to say anything." "And you?" Zhang Mengmeng pointed her finger at the boy who had been momentarily stunned by her outburst. "Aren't you a bit too young? Have you graduated from high school? How are your grades? Are you a top student? Can you guarantee that you will be admitted to a good university and secure a promising job? Engaging in early romance here? Such nonsense." The boy stood before her, bewildered by Zhang Mengmeng's tirade. As she spoke, a multitude of memories flashed through her mind: the school rooftop, the fiery red hues of the evening sky, the familiar expanse of sky, the blue and white school uniform, the faces of friends she knew so well, and the crowded classroom where they prepared for the arduous 5-year college entrance examination and 3 years of mock tests. After she finished speaking, Zhang Mengmeng herself was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on her that she was not of this world. No wonder everything felt so peculiar. "Sister, what are you talking about?" It was evident that Zhang Mengmeng, after her outburst, felt a sudden urge to laugh. The familiar phrases she had just uttered were those her Chinese teacher had repeated daily. And now, reflecting on them brought an inexplicable warmth. Yet, she still sensed something was amiss in her mind, as though she had forgotten something of great importance. What could it be? She instinctively touched her chest, only to find it empty, leaving her with a profound sense of loss, as if something crucial should have been there. Chapter 155. Harmonious Trio. Sister, please don't be angry. You're talking nonsense because you're upset. The brown-haired Tata gazed at Zhang Mengmeng with innocent black-brown eyes. Mengmeng, don't be mad. Just touch my beast ears, and you'll feel better. The beastman with silvery eyes leaned closer to Zhang Mengmeng, presenting his adorable beast ears. Mengmeng, touch mine. Another beastman, unwilling to be outdone, quickly approached. Why not stroke my tail instead? It's very pleasant to touch. Upon seeing this, Tata hurriedly stepped forward, fluffing up his own bushy tail, which swayed enticingly. All right. Very well. Zhang Mengmeng smiled slyly. Very well. You all close your eyes. I shall indulge you. Several orcs obediently shut their eyes. What Zhang Mengmeng failed to notice was that, just as her words fell, a colossal boulder, larger than the one that had previously tripped her, began to tremble ominously behind her. It appeared poised to tumble in her direction. Observing the several orcs before her, their eyes closed in serene repose. Zhang Mengmeng took hold of the silver-haired orc's hand with one hand and the brown-haired orc's hand with the other. She placed the silver-haired orc's hand upon the plush expanse of a large tail and settled the brown-haired orc's hand atop the silver-haired orc's pointed ear, subsequently positioning the young man's hand on the brown-haired orc's ear. Strangely, the individuals in between complied with her actions without the slightest resistance, although somewhat perplexed. Once her task was completed and she beheld the harmonious scene of the three orcs affectionately exploring each other, a satisfied smile graced Zhang Mengmeng's lips. Indeed, how delightful. Do they not all yearn for such gentle touches? Thus, a mutual joy was achieved. What Zhang Mengmeng failed to notice was that a massive stone, which had been rolling away from her, suddenly came to an abrupt halt, as if halted by an unseen force right behind her. You all stay here. I require a moment of solitude, she declared, turning around only to discover a boulder, standing half her height, which had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Slightly taken aback, she swiftly maneuvered around the stone and continued on her path. After walking for a while and observing the layout around her, it became apparent that this area served as a gathering place. Not far ahead, she could see a bamboo hut, adjacent to which lay a cave and a small grove. Directly in her right front was the very bamboo hut she had noted. Though a bit distant, she could not discern whether anyone resided within. She could only make out that it appeared to be a modest bamboo structure. As she contemplated whether to investigate the hut for any signs of life, unexpectedly, an individual emerged from within. Unable to clearly see the person's face, she caught a glimpse of their hair, golden locks shimmering under the sunlight. In that fleeting moment, it was as if her vision had been momentarily dazzled, compelling her to hasten forward to discern the stranger's features. However, to her astonishment, as she took merely a few hurried steps, the figure had vanished without a trace. Zhang Mengmeng felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment wash over her. At that moment, she was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. There seemed to be more than one person. Zhang Mengmeng turned around and, as expected, beheld four orc figures of similar stature striding towards her with purposeful steps. What captured her attention even more was the synchronized rhythm of their movements, as they collectively bore a chair upon which sat an exceptionally handsome man, with strikingly refined features and dark silver eyes that seemed to harbor the very essence of stars. He fixed his gaze upon Zhang Mengmeng. His lips parted slightly, releasing a voice imbued with magnetic charm. Mengmeng, have you made up your mind? Will you return with me to become my queen? Chapter 156. An unusual situation. What is happening here? Zhang Mengmeng was once again rendered speechless. What queen? Did she truly recognize the individual before her? Surely this must be a jest. She did not even know this fellow's name. How could there possibly be any special connection? Your Excellency, I do not know you. Zhang Mengmeng finally spoke. It matters not, dear lady. The mere fact that I know you suffices. You see, once you become my queen, the entire palace shall belong to you. As he spoke, the orc playfully winked, adding, of course, I too am yours. Can one envision a towering, muscular orc winking with an endearing charm upon a visage imbued with potent masculinity? Zhang Mengmeng expressed that this scene could easily provoke a profound sense of discomfort. Behold, the vast expanse of caverns behind me belongs entirely to me. As long as you accompany me back, I shall procure whatever you desire. Zhang Mengmeng's expression turned quite peculiar. Why is it that everyone she encounters today seems increasingly prone to self-indulgent monologues? Zhang Mengmeng called out. The orc seemed oblivious to her summons. Come look. This is what I have prepared for you. No sooner had the words left his lips than 4 other orcs emerged in unison, meticulously carrying another chair. And the orc with the dark silver eyes gestured towards the seat. Being paraded around in such an ostentatious manner? Apologies, but she had no interest whatsoever. Please. Continue your performance. I shall take my leave, Zhang Mengmeng said, nodding slightly before turning to depart. Everything felt exceedingly strange. Had she somehow traversed into another realm? Yet, a voice within her insisted, this should not be the case. Zhang Mengmeng was walking when she suddenly felt a collision. A sharp pain shot through her, prompting her to instinctively look down. There, on the ground, sat a person, motionless, as if they were a stone, steadfastly positioned by the roadside. Upon lowering her head, Zhang Mengmeng discovered that the orc before her had his eyes tightly shut. He bore a resemblance to the peculiar orc she had encountered earlier. As a result of her sudden collision, he opened his eyes, and instantly, his face, pale as snow, gained a touch of liveliness. His eyes shimmered in a dark silver hue, appearing even more profound. The owner of those eyes, upon awakening, fixated his gaze upon her in silence. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at him in silence. So, how many peculiar occurrences might transpire today? You have collided with me, and thus you must take me away. Zhang Mengmeng heard the orc's cold voice utter these words. Could it be that her ears had malfunctioned once more? It must be an illusion. Surely. It is but a mere figment of her imagination. Zhang Mengmeng chose to ignore him, intending to turn and flee. However, her attempt was in vain. The individual seated below grasped her ankle, his lips moved, and Zhang Mengmeng initially presumed he would utter something new. To her surprise, he merely reiterated. You have collided with me, thus you must take me away, his tone unchanged in volume. Zhang Mengmeng reiterated, I do not know you. To which the other party remained unfazed, steadfast in their stance. You have collided with me, therefore you must accompany me. Are you not capable of walking on your own? Good sir? Zhang Mengmeng inwardly scoffed. To her astonishment, the orc continued with a remark that was anything but ordinary. I can be small. Be small? What do you mean by that? Do you think this is a matter of size? Zhang Mengmeng cast a glance at the individual with an expression reminiscent of pity, as if observing someone with a diminished intellect. This person possessed an appealing appearance. Alas, he was rather foolish. Zhang Mengmeng was lost in thought when, quite suddenly, she noticed that the sky, which had just been illuminated, had abruptly darkened. Chapter 157. The Mysterious Man. Just moments ago, the heavens were aglow. How could they have turned so dark in an instant? Zhang Mengmeng stood still, her mind swirling with the events of the day, utterly bewildered. What peculiar individuals and extraordinary occurrences had she encountered? How fortuitously had she stumbled upon them all? At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps of varying sizes reached her ears from behind. A sense of foreboding washed over her. As if on cue, she then heard those familiar voices. Sister Lady Mengmeng, we have been searching for you for so long. Whom do you wish to sleep with tonight? Zhang Mengmeng did not look back. Instead, she turned and fled. If she could not confront her, could she not at least evade her? She ran and ran, feeling as though she had covered a considerable distance before the sounds behind her finally subsided. Before her stood another bamboo house. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng noticed a tall figure ahead, facing away from her. The individual did not turn around, seemingly gazing into the distance. It was a man with a mane of golden hair, whose brilliant radiance could still be discerned even in the darkness of night. Zhang Mengmeng felt an immense relief at having encountered a seemingly normal person. Upon hearing her voice, the stranger finally turned to face her. Bathed in the moonlight, she discerned the features of the man. His eyes, a dazzling shade of gold, seemed to contain a multitude of shimmering lights. His light golden eyebrows were slightly furrowed, indicating a hint of perplexity. Strands of golden hair danced upon his bronze skin, and his sensuous lips were now directed towards her, reflecting a sense of curiosity. What is the matter? Zhang Mengmeng felt a peculiar sense of familiarity towards the orc before her, though he seemed completely unaware of her. As the evening had drawn to a close, she inquired, might I find shelter here for the night? Zhang Mengmeng softly spoke. However, she only heard the orc in front of her utter such words before turning away, choosing silence. This left Zhang Mengmeng, who had intended to say more, in an exceedingly awkward position, compelling her to suppress her urge to inquire further and slowly retreat into the bamboo hut. The interior of the hut was quite austere, furnished with nothing but a single bed, rendering it almost bare. Zhang Mengmeng felt no particular sentiment regarding its simplicity and prepared to retire for the night. Yet, another thought crossed her mind. What would happen to the orc outside if she fell asleep here? Prompted by this concern, she hurriedly dashed outside, only to find the orc still standing in the same spot, his posture unchanged. Sensing her approach, he took a step back but did not turn away, merely asking, "What is it? If I sleep inside, where will you sleep?" The orc paused for a moment before responding, "It matters not." Zhang Mengmeng wished to articulate her thoughts further, yet found herself momentarily at a loss for words. With a sense of melancholy, she retreated to her room, lay upon her bed, and closed her eyes. Zhang Mengmeng's breathing gradually steadied, and it appeared she had fallen asleep. Just then, a surge of dark mist enveloped her bedside, from which emerged a man clad entirely in black with long hair. He approached Zhang Mengmeng's bed, gazing at her face, and let out a soft chuckle. "You seem somewhat different from her. Thus, this shall be your gift." The man, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, whispered a phrase before suddenly extending his finger. From the pallid hue of his fingertips, a drop of blood materialized and fell directly into Zhang Mengmeng's mouth, vanishing without a trace. "Will you survive?" he murmured to himself, glancing at his finger with intrigue. "I await the outcome with great anticipation." Chapter 158. The Pursuit of Serpents. Zhang Mengmeng felt as though she had experienced an interminable dream, yet the specifics of that dream eluded her memory entirely. She only sensed a peculiar sensation, as if something were crawling upon her, causing an overwhelming discomfort throughout her body. This entity felt chillingly cold against her skin. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, and upon discerning what was slithering upon her, she let out a piercing scream, her senses sharpening instantaneously. It was a snake. A serpent as thick as her arm, its body enveloped in a shade of pale black, was currently coiling around her thigh. Zhang Mengmeng hastily swung her arm with all her might, attempting to dislodge the terrifying creature, only to find that her efforts were in vain. It appeared to tighten its grip even further. Zhang Mengmeng's face turned pale with fright. She had always harbored a deep-seated fear of such soft-bodied creatures. Despite her previous resolve to grow stronger and learn to protect herself, there exists a chasm between intention and action. Trembling with trepidation, she steadied herself and, with quaking hands, extracted a large bamboo arrow from her package. Aiming for the serpent's vital point, she thrust it forcefully into the creature's body. The heart of a 7-inch snake lay at this precise location. Once struck, even the mightiest of serpents would succumb to death. As the arrow penetrated the snake's flesh, Zhang Mengmeng felt the coils around her legs tighten further. In a moment of desperation, she pushed the arrow deeper with all her might. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the snake's body slackened, and the constricting force around her seemed to vanish. Yet, it still clung to her. With a grimace, she used the bamboo arrow to pry it off, before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Soft-bodied creatures, snakes, were indeed terrifying. Yet today, she had managed to slay one herself. Zhang Mengmeng patted her chest, recalling what Heiyu had mentioned about the myriad serpents and insects that infested the forest of Lin. Indeed, it was no jest. Yet, how did she find herself awakening upon the ground? She distinctly remembered just having entered the forest of Lin. Her memory seemed somewhat obscured. But Zhang Mengmeng did not dwell on it. She merely attributed it to the peculiarities of this forest. After all, she had only encountered a single snake moments ago. As Zhang Mengmeng pondered, her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. She had just heard a faint rustling sound behind her, prompting her to instinctively turn around. To her horror, she beheld dozens of serpents, as large as the one she had encountered earlier, slithering towards her. The multitude of black snakes densely covered the reddish-brown earth, transforming it into a shadowy expanse. With no time to hesitate, she summoned all her strength and fled with great urgency. This was no trifling matter. If those serpents were to catch up with her, she would undoubtedly be rendered into mere fragments. Zhang Mengmeng felt as though she was running at the swiftest pace of her life, her arms flailing as she took long strides, not daring to glance back. However, a sense of despair engulfed her as the incessant hissing behind her remained ever present, showing no signs of abating. It appeared that with each surge in her speed, the serpents too quickened their pursuit. Zhang Mengmeng was utterly despondent, overwhelmed by a horde. With only 2 hands at her disposal, she could launch a maximum of 2 bamboo darts at any given moment. If she were to confront them head-on, the outcome was inevitable. She, Zhang Mengmeng, would become a sumptuous feast for those monstrous black serpents. The thought of serpents ensnaring their prey, methodically constricting it until life ebbed away while savoring the struggle, made her skin crawl. She simply could not bear it. Chapter 159. The river blocks the way behind her. The colossal black serpent seemed to have heeded Zhang Mengmeng's silent plea. suddenly slowing its pursuit. She continued her frantic dash, but soon the sinister rustle of the serpent's movements faded into an eerie silence, replaced by an oppressive stillness that enveloped her. Zhang Mengmeng cautiously turned her head and, to her surprise, found that the terrifying black serpents had vanished from behind her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized that the scene before her had transformed. No longer was she on flat ground, but rather in the midst of a series of undulating caverns. Strangely, these caves were obstructed by a great river that curved in a semicircular arc, with Zhang Mengmeng standing upon its banks. There was no alternative route ahead except to cross the river. The thought of retreating, haunted by the relentless pursuit of the monstrous black serpents, quickly dissipated from her mind. Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head, her gaze fixed intently upon the river. The color of the water was exceedingly peculiar, a strange blend of crimson and black, the surface shimmering with a subtle darkness beneath the vivid red. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over her. Could this river be toxic? Yet, if she did not cross it, she would never reach her destination. However, she decided to pause and test the waters first. Zhang Mengmeng cautiously retrieved a bamboo dart from her bosom and delicately tossed it into the river. In an instant, the dart sank beneath the surface, yet something fleetingly glimmered in the water, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Perhaps disturbed by the dart, the creature in the river momentarily surfaced, and since Zhang Mengmeng had been intently gazing at the water, she discerned its true nature, a black snake. However, what was most striking were the vivid crimson patterns adorning its body, glaringly reminiscent of blood. It was all too clear, this snake was venomous, exceedingly so. Zhang Mengmeng bent down cautiously to observe the river. To her relief, the water was not deep. She could see the bottom at a glance. However, as she gazed longer, her expression grew increasingly grave. The riverbed was a chaotic tapestry of intertwining black and red, layers upon layers, densely packed. Anyone suffering from a fear of clusters would surely feel a surge of dread upon witnessing such a sight. The more she stared, the tighter her lips pressed together. She harbored no doubt that should she step into the water, her legs would be gnawed down to mere bones. Though the water reached only halfway up her torso, its width exceeded 2 meters, rendering any attempt to leap across futile. Thus, the pressing question arose. How was she to traverse this river filled with venomous snakes? Construct a bridge? All around her lay only earth, with no other materials in sight. Even the cave she needed to enter required crossing the river first. Jumping was out of the question. Swimming was impossible, and flying was not an option either. Zhang Mengmeng's mind raced through potential solutions, yet she found herself utterly at a loss. Perhaps she could emulate Jingwei and fill the sea by excavating the riverbed? A sudden thought emerged in Zhang Mengmeng's mind. It appeared that this was the only feasible solution available at the moment. However, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, she resolved to give it a try. With this determination, Zhang Mengmeng retrieved the self-defense weapon that Heisa had given her before her departure and began to excavate the soil. She scooped up a substantial amount of earth from the riverbank and, wielding her serpent-scaled dagger, swiftly swept it into the river. In the next moment, an unusual sound emanated from the water, prompting her to glance down. To her astonishment, amidst the floating reddish-brown soil on the vividly crimson river surface, several dark, blood-red entities began to encircle. Undoubtedly, these were the venomous snakes that had been lurking at the river's bottom. Chapter 160. Escaping the venomous snakes. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What could this signify? The black and red venomous snakes coiled around, slithering beneath the murky waters of the riverbank. Does this imply that these serpents are fond of this particular soil? Zhang Mengmeng's expression was peculiar. Yet a question arose. What peculiar allure did this strange soil hold for these venomous serpents? Regardless, she chose not to dwell on the reasons behind the snake's attraction to this earth. Fortunately, this enigmatic substance offered her a spark of inspiration. If she could disperse the soil across various sections of the river's surface, she might draw the poisonous snakes up to the water's edge, thereby facilitating her passage across the river. Excellent. Time to set to work. Zhang Mengmeng had made up her mind, and thus began to excavate the soil with a scaled dagger. She meticulously dug a series of mounds at various points along the riverbank, until the entire arc of the shoreline was adorned with these earthworks. Satisfied, Zhang Mengmeng nodded in approval, then bent down, preparing to commence her grand endeavor. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Zhang Mengmeng repeatedly swept the small mounds of earth into the river, unaware that as the soil fell into the water, it instantly stained a small patch of it crimson. The black and red venomous snakes, attracted by that vivid hue, began to converge upon it. As she continued to push different piles of dirt into the river, More and more serpents emerged from the depths below, gradually revealing the riverbed. A multitude of snakes surged to the surface, a dense mass of writhing bodies, sending a chill down Zhang Mengmeng's spine. Yet, she fought to suppress her fear, cautiously observing a vacant spot on the right bank of the river, an area she had deliberately avoided sweeping dirt into, choosing instead to sweep alongside it. Seeing the snakes swarm the river's surface, she felt a quiet relief knowing that the area beneath was now safe. However, she was aware that a daunting battle still lay ahead. Apart from the river's edge she was currently navigating, there remained another stretch of the bank that she could not approach. All the compartments of her small bundle were filled with the reddish-brown earth she had gathered, prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Noticing that the nearby gap was devoid of serpents, Zhang Mengmeng encouraged herself, took several deep breaths, and prepared to step into the water. Her first step was met with solid ground. The sensation of the hard stones underfoot urged her to maintain her speed. So she quickly lifted her foot and waded further in. Second step, third step, fourth step. Zhang Mengmeng soon reached the far bank of the river. As she moved swiftly, she carefully scattered dirt to ensure the ground beneath her was free of snakes before advancing further. Everything was proceeding smoothly, yet Zhang Mengmeng remained on high alert, watching her surroundings with bated breath. Just as she was about to reach the opposite bank, a surge of excitement washed over her. Unexpectedly, a slender black and red venomous snake darted towards her from behind, moving with the swiftness of lightning, though it appeared smaller than the other snakes in the river. Its striking coloration made it impossible to overlook. Lost in her anticipation of reaching the shore, Zhang Mengmeng was caught off guard when, in the next instant, as her right foot touched the bank, she felt a sudden chill envelop her left leg. It seemed something slippery had coiled around her, tightening her heart in alarm as she urgently sought to escape. Yet the creature ensnaring her was equally determined, swiftly sinking its fangs into her delicate calf. In that moment, Zhang Mengmeng could hardly afford to ponder over anything. Instinctively, she lowered her head and swiftly hurled a bamboo dart with her right hand. The dart pierced flesh with a soft thud, and she felt the soft-bodied creature entwining her slack in its grip. With a determined flick, she cast the creature off her leg and, without daring to glance back, she sprinted forward. Chapter 161. The sudden appearance of a coffin. Had she turned around, she would have witnessed the crimson droplets of her blood staining the surface of the river. In the next instant, the venomous snakes, previously lured by the reddish-brown earth, erupted into a frenzy, converging upon the area. Meanwhile, the small black and red snake, injured by Zhang Mengmeng, was swiftly devoured by the swarm of approaching serpents. Zhang Mengmeng was acutely aware that the little snake that had bitten her must be venomous, for with each stride she took, her consciousness grew increasingly hazy, as if some malevolent force was surging within her head. After running a considerable distance, she halted, sinking to the ground to examine her wound. On her fair calf lay two neatly aligned puncture marks, unmistakably the work of a serpent. She could no longer afford to flee. To do so would only expedite the spread of the toxin. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved the scale hairpin that Haisa had gifted her from her bag. With a steely resolve, she pressed the pin to the wound and made a decisive incision. The sharpness of the scale revealed a new line of blood, oozing forth from the flesh around the injury. Zhang Mengmeng, filled with trepidation, could no longer afford to hesitate. She shifted her direction and made a decisive stroke. Thus, a cross-shaped incision emerged, centered around the wound. Zhang Mengmeng, enduring the pain, reached down to press on the wound on her foot, hoping to expel some of the toxins. What puzzled her was that, aside from a slight confusion in her consciousness and a sense of fatigue, she did not exhibit any other symptoms. However, she dared not let her guard down nor slow her pace. Koizumi had warned that the forest realm was a closed space, lacking food and essential water sources. If she did not escape within 3 days, she might never emerge. Yet, she was determined to find a way out. Someone was waiting for her on the outside. Zhang Mengmeng instinctively brushed her fingers against the strand of golden hair at her heart, and an immediate surge of courage filled her spirit, regardless of the circumstances. While she still possessed consciousness, she resolutely resolved to forge ahead. Thus, she rose to her feet and continued her journey, step by step, with unwavering determination and tenacity. Zhang Mengmeng was uncertain of how long she had been walking. It seemed that there was no distinction between day and night in this place. However, in the next moment, she halted in her tracks, her gaze fixated ahead. Were it not for the fear that a scream might attract the creature lurking nearby, she would have likely cried out. Not far from her stood a coffin, and what was most astonishing was that its exterior was transparent. Through this cover, Zhang Mengmeng could distinctly see the visage of the occupant, a woman. Though her eyes were tightly closed, it was evident that she must have been a beauty. With an oval face, slender eyebrows, and a figure that was delicately proportioned, her crimson lips appeared naturally flushed. Dressed in white, she seemed remarkably out of place in this savage world, exuding an otherworldly grace. Zhang Mengmeng's gaze descended, resting upon the object held in the woman's hand. In her grasp was something resembling a scroll, and upon witnessing the radiant glow emanating from it, Zhang Mengmeng's heart skipped a beat. She feared that it might indeed be the very item she had been seeking. Zhang Mengmeng believed that locating this object would require considerable effort. However, to her astonishment, it appeared before her in a rather jarring manner. Yet, the scene surrounding the coffin sent chills down her spine. A mere glance at the sides of the coffin revealed the presence of countless black serpents. They intertwined and coiled around one another, resembling a colossal black mass. Each one closely arranged like scales on a fish, endlessly entangled and inseparable. Chapter 162. A decision is made. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly recalled a question she had previously posed to He Eyes. He Eyes, you mentioned that the resentment in the linshaji is formidable. Whose resentment is it? You also stated that linshaji is the resting place of the previous Snake King's coffin. Could this resentment belong to him? Indeed, Lady Mengmeng, He Eyes replied. Who did he harbor resentment against? If so, why would the sacred relic of the priestess clan be sealed there? He Eyes, though uncertain, recalled hearing from an elder that the previous Snake King appeared to have fallen in love with the priestess. Is there a prohibition against love between a priestess and a Snake King? Indeed, the Black Snake clan serves as guardians of the priestess, while the Snake King historically assumes the role of the high priest. Guardians are merely guardians. He Eyes' words were gentle. Yet Zhang Mengmeng remained perplexed until she later overheard a conversation between He Eyes and Heyu. Brother, do you believe the former Snake King was foolish? He forsook the esteemed position of high priest to become a secret beast husband. Heyu, words possess spirits. One must not speak so. He Eyes' voice resonated with resignation. In my view, he is indeed foolish. His folly is one matter, but he has also implicated you. Heiyu's tone carried an unmistakable indignation, quite unlike his usual demeanor. Thus, the Snake King was perhaps overly kind-hearted. Frankly, females are often consumed by love, mere fools. The former priestess, HM, if I were to encounter her, I would not hesitate to break one of her legs, so she could not seduce other beastmen. Heyu, refrain from such speech. Following this, Heyu fell silent, and Zhang Mengmeng could glean no further insights. Reflecting upon it now, she seemed to grasp that the woman within the coffin was indeed the former priestess they spoke of, and her demise here must be connected to the previous Snake King. However, the pressing issue remained. How could she acquire the scroll from her grasp? The multitude of black snakes surrounding the coffin were no trifling matter. The sheer number aside, their coloration, a deep, pure black akin to He Eyes and Heiyu's eyes, suggested they would pose a greater challenge than the black-red venomous snakes she had previously encountered in the river. Since entering linshaji, it had taken her approximately a day to evade those large black snakes, and more than a day had passed since she evaded the venomous snakes to arrive here. Now, she estimated that she had less than half a day remaining. There was no room for hesitation. Yet, the key lay in those densely packed black snakes. She needed to devise a strategy to divert some of them. Otherwise, a single misstep near the coffin would likely result in her being reduced to mere bones. Ah, she still possessed the bamboo darts. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she swiftly retrieved a bamboo dart from her small package. She aimed it at one of the black snakes, and with a vigorous flick, the dart struck its mark, causing the snake to plummet to the ground. However, in the next moment, another black snake coiled itself around her, rendering Zhang Mengmeng's action utterly ineffective against them. Zhang Mengmeng felt an overwhelming sense of despair, tears welling in her eyes as she watched the seconds slip away. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Of course, she had a solution. She recalled how Xueqing had previously dragged her away to drink her blood, and how Heyu had mentioned that her blood seemed to possess some miraculous properties. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng made a resolute decision. Chapter 163, Acquiring the Scroll. She resolved to use her blood to lure the small black snakes. Although she was uncertain whether this approach would be effective, time was of the essence, and she had no choice but to take the risk. Zhang Mengmeng cautiously approached, then bent down to dig a small trench in the earth. Afterward, she retreated a short distance, simultaneously carving a narrow channel in the ground with her dagger. She retrieved a bamboo tube from her small leather pouch and, with a steely resolve, made a cut on her wrist using a scale pen. Blood gushed forth immediately, and she hurriedly positioned the bamboo tube beneath her wrist to collect the crimson liquid. Once the tube was filled to about 2/3, she halted the flow. covering the wound with a clean piece of animal hide. She then angled the bamboo tube over the trench she had previously excavated, allowing the blood to flow slowly into the channel, deepening the dark hue of the reddish-brown soil. At that moment, as the blood from the bamboo tube gradually approached the lair of the small black snakes, Zhang Mengmeng sprinted to the side, aiming to reach the coffin's flank while observing the efficacy of her method. After a brief wait, she noticed that the small black snakes, which had been coiling around the coffin, began to stir. The sight was utterly chilling. The serpents, entwined with one another, moved in a procession, dozens of them advancing in unison towards the bamboo tube that was still oozing blood. A surge of elation filled Zhang Mengmeng's heart as she witnessed the snakes converging towards the blood-filled bamboo tube, revealing the coffin's true form, a colossal rectangular crystal sarcophagus, starkly contrasting with the ominous and eerie surroundings. Zhang Mengmeng held her breath, cautiously advancing with quickened steps toward the coffin. The object of her desire lay just ahead. Closer and closer she drew. At last, she reached the coffin, and at that moment, the small black serpents flanking it had nearly slithered to the bamboo tube she had set. Zhang Mengmeng could no longer afford to hesitate. She promptly extended her hand to touch the coffin before her. However, her initial attempt was thwarted. The sensation beneath her fingers felt like some form of unyielding stone. Moreover, she had observed that the coffin was tightly sealed on all sides, leaving no excess space. What was she to do? Behind her lurked the menacing black serpents, and time was of the essence. She was but a step away from her goal, yet suddenly found herself at a loss. In her moment of panic, Zhang Mengmeng's gaze fell upon an inscription at the very bottom of the coffin. By the power of bloodline, embrace the glory of the priestess clan. Zhang Mengmeng did not fully comprehend the significance of these words. What precisely does the so-called bloodline power refer to? Could it possibly be related to her own blood? Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment. Realizing there were no alternatives available, she could only gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Thus, she used a scale to slice her pinky finger, pressing the bleeding digit onto the coffin lid. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted, and Zhang Mengmeng felt the obstruction beneath her vanish without a trace. The golden scroll in her hand was now within arm's reach. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback by the unexpected success of her endeavor. She quickly reached out to grasp the scroll-like object held by the woman, only to find that as it was placed in her hands, it unfurled slowly. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng felt an overwhelming influx of memories that did not belong to her. Chapter 164. Former memories. Among these memories, the most striking figure was a woman, a celestial beauty named Su Ruoren, who captured the attention of all upon her arrival. Upon entering this otherworldly realm, she fortuitously found herself within the Black Serpent tribe, unaware of her identity as a priestess. The sacred artifact of the priestess, known as the priestess frame, was safeguarded by the elders of the tribe. The high priest of the Black Serpent tribe, Pei Lai, a proud and domineering man, fell deeply in love with her. To pursue his affections, he audaciously defied the tribe's taboo against loving the priestess, which ultimately led to his expulsion from the Black Serpent tribe. As they wandered in exile, Pei Lai had hoped they would find happiness together, yet reality proved otherwise. Su Ruoren encountered a succession of handsome males from various tribes, lions, tigers, leopards, and even merfolk. Though she professed her loyalty to Pei Lai alone, she repeatedly accepted the advances of other beastmen. Pei Lai, who had always been resolute in his decisions, silently endured these betrayals until one fateful day when he overheard a conversation. Showerwater, do you not realize that the Black Serpent tribe loses its divination powers once it departs from the shores of Chishui? I have heard that the tribe guards the treasures of the priestess, and only the high priest may approach them. At that time, Su Ruoren, having already borne the strongest royal beast bloodlines for several beastmen, began to sense the uniqueness of her own identity. This revelation stirred her ambition to grow stronger. However, Pei Lai, now banished from the Black Serpent tribe, faced the daunting prospect of never returning. Showerwan, it is simple, the voice continued. As long as you drink his heart's blood, you will awaken the aura of the royal beast and naturally gain access to the shores of Chishui. Upon hearing this, the woman Pei Lai adored responded, let me think about it. Hai Lai retreated silently from the shadows, his expression foreboding. It was apparent that he was merely a pawn, ready to be cast aside at any moment. Yet, he feigned ignorance of the events that transpired, casually mentioning the following day that the elder had declared the position of the high priest vacant, summoning him back to the Black Snake tribe. Observing the concealed delight in Su Ruoren's eyes, he smiled inwardly. Unbeknownst to her, he had meticulously orchestrated this plan, intending for her to remain by his side eternally. When the day arrived, Haiklai informed Su Ruren that he would be inspecting the sacred relic guarded by the high priest, and she followed him without hesitation. He pretended to exit the secret chamber nonchalantly, allowing her to approach the sacred object alone, only to discover her true intention of stealing it. In that instant, his heart turned to ash. The inheritance of the relic required trials within the secret realm. If she were to take it directly, he would face severe repercussions. She was aware of this, yet she chose to proceed nonetheless. What she did not realize was that waiting for her at the cave's entrance were countless venomous snakes. A contingency Haiklai had set in place. The serpent surged forth, and the beautiful woman, like a flower, withered in an instant. Yet, in her final moments, she beheld his figure. Her visage, contorted in agony, was unexpected to him. She invoked the curse from the witch's frame, condemning him to remain by the banks of the prayer water for eternity, to endure the heart-wrenching pain day after day. With the witch's demise, chaos ensued within the Black Snake tribe. The elders, either in seclusion or retreat, left him, a shattered being, to uphold the stability of the prayer water. However, the prayer water soon manifested anomalies. The once ceaseless flow diminished to the point of transforming into an island within the river. With the elders absent, the stability of the secret realm faltered, encroaching upon the prayer water, merging the two into one. Chapter 165. The Art of Inheritance. All of this culminated in Haiklai's demise. As the secret realm destabilized, he used his own blood as a conduit, performing a sacrificial rite that solidified the prayer water at the cost of his own life. This explained the reddish-brown hue of the soil at the prayer water. It was stained with Haiklai's blood. Everything that transpired thereafter was chronicled by the witch's frame. As a sacred artifact of the witch clan, the witch's frame not only recorded the supreme sorcery of the clan, but also documented all events that unfolded upon it. However, Zhang Mengmeng found it peculiar that the witch's frame revealed only a portion of its contents before her. When she attempted to delve further, she found herself unable to move an inch. A vague suspicion arose within her that she must fulfill certain conditions to access the subsequent pages of the witch's frame. Zhang Mengmeng perused the first page of the frame of the priestess, which bore only a peculiar pattern, reminiscent of a beast's head, though its exact species eluded her recognition. Following this initial page, the manuscript detailed various common spells of the priestess clan, such as divination, wind manipulation, fire conjuration, and curses, among others. Zhang Mengmeng found it curious that these records were haphazardly arranged, and the handwriting varied. Some passages were comprehensible to her, while others were not, suggesting the involvement of multiple authors. As she continued to read, she discerned that indeed, the entries were penned by different individuals, each segment revealing a small name inscribed beneath it. The first name she encountered was Su Ruren, leading her to realize that the initial memories belonged to her. Intriguingly, only one spell was associated with Su Ruren cursing, while the subsequent names were linked to multiple spells. Notably, the type of sorcery recorded at the top of each page was inscribed in crimson letters, identical in hue to that of fresh blood. Zhang Mengmeng continued to turn the pages, only to find that she could no longer proceed. At that moment, a line of small text on the last visible page of the book captured her attention. Each generation of witches can inherit a certain sorcery through bloodline perception. Below it were inscribed 4 succinct characters. Sincerity begets spirit. Bloodline perception? Sincerity begets spirit? Zhang Mengmeng recalled the inscription on the coffin, which spoke of the power of bloodline, inheriting the glory of the shaman clan. Could it be yet another matter of blood? Zhang Mengmeng let out a sigh, resignedly pricking her finger with a bone needle. A flurry of images flashed through her mind: the annoying youth with inky hair, the straightforward man with silver eyes, and finally, her gaze settled upon the resplendent golden eyes of the golden-haired beastman. She harbored countless wishes, yet at this moment, the one she yearned to fulfill most was to become stronger. Only by gaining strength could she avoid being a burden to him and have the power to crush that dark and gloomy head. No, rather, that serpentine head. As blood dripped onto the witch's frame, a brilliant light enveloped her. In the next instant, she felt an influx of new knowledge. She had anticipated acquiring some grand and sophisticated sorcery, or at the very least, a technique to summon winds and rains. Yet that was not the case. Staring at the red inscription that appeared on her page of the witch's frame, denoting fist technique, Zhang Mengmeng was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Subsequently, an explanation regarding the use of the fist technique materialized upon the witch's frame. Fist technique, created by the 7th-generation witch, Chiba. It comprises 9 levels. Upon mastering the highest level, one gains immense strength capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Splitting mountains and shattering stones? Zhang Mengmeng recalled an image from her biology textbook of a muscular weightlifter and felt a surge of despair. Would she, too, end up resembling that? Chapter 166. The Laws of Nature. In the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng sensed an even greater influx of information about this fist technique in her mind. Fist technique. Level 1. Concentrate which power in the palm of the hand, form a fist, and unleash it using a special technique, which can also induce paralysis. The question arose, what exactly was witch power? She realized she lacked any knowledge on the subject. As if in response to her confusion, new text emerged on the witch's frame. Witch power is the force of nature. It must be comprehended through the study of the chapter on the laws of nature. Zhang Mengmeng contemplated for a moment and turned back to the page she had previously found incomprehensible. Delving once more into the text of natural law, the shamaness exists between heaven and earth. Her power permeates the cosmos. Mountains, rivers, winds, rains, and thunders all adhere to her principles. The shamanic force arises from the natural world, while the laws exist beyond it. The law is often formless, yet all things are manifest. Thus, it is through the tangible that one perceives the intangible laws, ultimately leading to the attainment of the Great Way. Zhang Mengmeng glanced once more, seemingly comprehending yet simultaneously bewildered. Did this imply that she was to fend for herself in the wild? In her engrossment with the shaman's frame, she had entirely forgotten to observe the scene beyond the coffin. Upon doing so, she was left astounded. A multitude of diminutive black serpents encircled her in a vast ring, each lifting its head and arching its back, leading an uninformed observer to mistakenly believe they were paying homage. Moreover, they were arranged with meticulous precision, neither too close nor too far apart, as if they were obeying the command of an unseen master. Zhang Mengmeng, clutching the frame of the priestess, endeavored to emerge from the coffin. To her astonishment, as she stepped out, the menacing little black snakes, which had been watching her intently, remained utterly motionless, preserving their original postures. Zhang Mengmeng tentatively took a step forward, only to find the small black snakes remaining unperturbed. Could it be that her acquisition of the shaman's frame had rendered her impervious? With her prize in hand, she realized it was imperative to hasten her return. As Zhang Mengmeng pondered, she took a step forward, and then another, until she found herself standing before the small black snakes. To her surprise, they remained unyielding. A sense of unease gripped her heart. What was happening? Suddenly, the frame of the shaman flickered, and in the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng witnessed the circle of black snakes retreat like a receding tide. It was then that she noticed among the retreating serpents, one stood out distinctly. Unlike the others that had withdrawn, this particular snake slithered directly toward her. Smaller in size than its companions, its eyes appeared remarkably intelligent, leading Zhang Mengmeng to suspect that it could comprehend her words. Then, the small black snake approached her and cast a seemingly human-like glance in her direction before turning to crawl ahead. Zhang Mengmeng was still uncertain of its intentions when it paused, glancing back at her as if urging her to follow. It was at that moment that she realized this little black snake was indeed beckoning her to accompany it. A voice within Zhang Mengmeng urged her to follow the little black snake, yet her rational mind cautioned her of the inherent dangers. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to take a risk. Following the tiny serpent into another direction, she walked for a considerable distance, only to find her surroundings suddenly transforming. Her field of vision expanded, and the air before her seemed to have become significantly more refreshing. As she raised her gaze, she was momentarily stunned. Before her lay a magnificent and resplendent silver waterfall, its cascading waters crashing against the rocks, producing a symphony of sound. Flanking the waterfall stood two towering trees, one adorned with crimson leaves and the other with emerald foliage. At that moment, leaves began to cascade down, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As the leaves rustled to the ground, and the water continued to flow, cleansing the debris between the stones, Zhang Mengmeng felt a stirring within her. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively reached out to catch the falling leaves, only to realize that, in the next instant, they had already surrendered to the river below. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the scene before her, lost in contemplation. The falling leaves withered and flourished, and the water flowed eastward. Could this not be the way of nature? The transformations of life are, indeed, the very essence of natural law, immutable by any mortal hand. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt the frame of the priestess suddenly levitate into the air. Chapter 167. The legacy of the priestess. Golden characters shimmered upon the frame of the priestess, revealing a message. Congratulations, you have acquired the natural law. Elementary sensation. As this golden light flashed, Zhang Mengmeng sensed that the surroundings had seemingly transformed. The scenery, while unchanged, now revealed golden specks of light adorning the waterfall and the trees, with an increasing density of these luminous points near the base. Could this be the mystical power spoken of on the frame of the priestess? Zhang Mengmeng contemplated for a moment before stepping forward, attempting to grasp those shimmering golden specks. Then, a wondrous phenomenon occurred. She beheld as the tiny luminescent points seemed to be drawn towards her hand, subsequently coalescing into a golden thread. In a manner akin to swimming fish, they glided into her palm. Zhang Mengmeng, seizing the opportunity, clenched her fist. Recalling the inscription on the frame of the sorceress' fist technique, first level, condense magical power upon the palm, form a fist, and release it using a unique technique, which may induce paralysis. Now, she had successfully accomplished the first two steps. Yet what precisely did this so-called unique technique entail? Zhang Mengmeng was in a state of perplexity when she suddenly noticed something new appearing on the frame of the priestess. Martial arts, level 1, technique. Motion arises from the heart. Stillness brings repose. Expansive and contracted, effortlessly controlled. Is it truly this simple? Expecting to encounter a detailed guide, Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. Could this be yet another invitation for her to comprehend it on her own? She attempted to concentrate the small light points, yet after numerous attempts, she met with failure. Motion arises from the heart. Stillness brings repose. Zhang Mengmeng softly recited the phrase, and a sudden thought emerged in her mind. Could it be that this operates according to one's intentions? Thus, she silently envisioned that detestable black serpent, grasping the shimmering points of light in the air and forming a fist. With a swift motion, she unleashed it. A resounding thud echoed as the tree beside her trembled from the force of her strike. Wow! Zhang Mengmeng displayed a look of astonishment. This was merely a preliminary test, yet it wielded such power. If she were to practice and master this technique to its utmost level, the ability to split mountains and shatter stones would be within her reach. Furthermore, the text on the shaman's artifact indicated that it possessed a paralyzing effect, presumably applicable to living beings. Although Zhang Mengmeng was still contemplating the opportunity to swiftly enhance her abilities, she realized that if she remained here for 3 more days, she might never find her way out. At present, her most pressing concern was to exit the realm of the forest as quickly as possible. However, when Zhang Mengmeng turned around, she discovered that the path behind her had vanished. What? Zhang Mengmeng still recalls that she had just traversed the path directly behind her. Now, astonishingly, it has transformed into a sheer cliff, with a seemingly bottomless abyss beneath. Zhang Mengmeng turned once more to gaze upon the waterfall before her, realizing that, aside from this cascade, no other path lay ahead. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a line of text appearing on the frame of the priestess. The secret realm of the priestess, the realm of strength, is officially opened. Could it be that she had already departed from the forest realm? What then? Was this realm of strength? A torrent of questions flooded Zhang Mengmeng's mind, yet in the next instant, she steadied herself. Regardless of the circumstances, fear would no longer hold sway over her. Where there is a will, there is a way. Though she was no longer the timid girl who had just entered the beast world, her innate optimism remained undiminished. More importantly, she knew that a foolish beastman awaited her outside. Thus, she had no reason to abandon hope. Chapter 168. The Waterfall of Strength with Unwavering Resolve. Zhang Mengmeng stepped into the waterfall. As her heart stirred, she moved. When her heart stilled, she halted. However, the instant she entered the cascade, she felt as though some force had rooted her to the spot. The torrent continued its relentless assault on the rocks below, and upon encountering Zhang Mengmeng, it transformed into a forceful wave directed at her. Thus, she became a drenched figure, buffeted by the cascading waters. Strangely, she sensed that the water above possessed a life of its own, targeting her clenched fists with unyielding determination. It struck her hand repeatedly, as if wielding a hammer. And upon contact, the water morphed into a stream that flowed down her body to her feet. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng recalled a line from Tagore. It is not the hammer's blow that perfects the pebble, but the water's gentle dance. As Zhang Mengmeng pondered these thoughts, she was suddenly aware of her newfound ability to move. Taking a step forward, she unexpectedly discovered a hidden paradise within the waterfall. At that moment, new characters appeared on the frame of the shaman. Congratulations, you have attained the realm of strength, beginner's insight. The second level of martial arts is now unlocked. Zhang Mengmeng was somewhat astonished. The witch's frame was indeed remarkably intelligent, capable of comprehending her innermost thoughts. However, she felt immensely fortunate that she had taken the time to memorize several famous quotes, which, unexpectedly, were of no use during the examination but had proven invaluable in this moment. She then lowered her gaze to continue reading the text that appeared on the witch's frame. Martial arts, second level. Strength within gentleness, transforming hardness into softness. The martial arts technique could carry a softening effect. This Zhang Mengmeng perused the words that appeared before her several times. Yet she remained perplexed about her course of action. She understood the principle of overcoming rigidity with gentleness, akin to the Tai Chi philosophy of using a mere 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. However, she was left wondering how one could embody softness within strength and transform hardness into softness. Zhang Mengmeng reflected once more on her recent entrance, where the cascading waters of the waterfall transformed into a gentle stream upon encountering her hand. Could it be a metaphor for leveraging strength through the use of one's own? Zhang Mengmeng felt a sense of bewilderment. As she attempted to move forward, she discovered yet another waterfall ahead. Contemplating whether to traverse this cascade, she was met with a familiar sensation of obstruction. This waterfall was indeed impassable. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng noticed new words appearing on the frame of the priestess. First layer of the realm of power, waterfall of strength. Beneath it, a smaller line read, the priestess must master the art of boxing and reach the second layer to proceed. A blend of gentleness and strength, transforming hardness into softness. Zhang Mengmeng contemplated these 8 characters, her fist poised to seize the opportunity to practice the first level of her martial arts. She struck again and again. Yet her efforts proved futile against the relentless flow of water before her. It continued to cascade downward, her strikes merely causing a few droplets to scatter. Suddenly, she recalled a phrase that accompanied the inception of her martial arts. Where the mind resides, there lies the power. She remembered how, during her practice of the first level, her thoughts were consumed by thoughts of avenging the despicable Hiyu, while the essence of the second level was, in stark contrast, tenderness. A thought suddenly flickered in Zhang Mengmeng's mind as she contemplated the tenderest corners of her heart, the resplendent golden eyes of the beastman, her mother's caring gaze, and the companionship and concern of her friends. With this in mind, she slowly raised her fist. Chapter 169. The stone of strength before her, the waterfall, which had remained unyielding despite her countless attempts to strike it, gradually revealed an opening. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed her efforts bore fruit. She continued to swing her fists, and indeed, through her determination, a water gate slowly manifested before her from the cascading waterfall. Swiftly, Zhang Mengmeng passed through this portal, only to find herself in an entirely transformed scene, one that could only be described as desolate. Scattered rocks and barren earth surrounded her, and as a gust of wind swept by, she felt as though she had swallowed a mouthful of dust. Simultaneously, the inscription on the frame of the witch changed. The second layer of the realm of strength, the mountain of stones. Now unlocking the martial arts, third layer. Zhang Mengmeng reflected on the challenges she had faced, each closely linked to her thoughts and intentions. Thus, it was likely that this round would be no different. She glanced down at the description of the third level of martial arts. Martial arts, third level, the power of stone, which arises from cohesion and dissipates through dispersion. Thus, gathering generates strength, while division leads to scattering. This seemed to speak of the power of concentration. Zhang Mengmeng comprehended this passage. The reason stones are hard is that they coalesce countless small particles, while sand lacks strength due to its dispersed and formless nature. But how could she concentrate the strength of her fists? Observing a pile of large stones before her, she felt inspired to conduct an experiment. She attempted to utilize the first level of martial arts, striking her fist against the large stone. With a resounding thud, she stumbled back a significant distance, realizing that not only had she failed to move the stone, but she had also injured her hand. It appeared that her current strength was insufficient. How could she enhance her power? Zhang Mengmeng pondered deeply. It is often said that unity is strength, yet at this moment, she found herself alone, relying solely on her own capabilities. However, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly realized that, in addition to using her hands to throw punches, she could also employ her feet to kick. By harnessing the full strength of her body, wouldn't that amplify her power? Resolute in her decision, Zhang Mengmeng, despite her injuries, remained undeterred in spirit. For she understood that this was the path to her own empowerment. It was, in fact, the first time she genuinely felt her strength augmenting since her arrival. She was quite elated. This time, Zhang Mengmeng engaged both her hands and feet, simultaneously throwing punches and kicks. However, after toiling for quite some time, the massive stone beneath her remained utterly unmoved. Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. Had she perhaps erred in one of the steps? Does the term concentration refer solely to the power of a single fist, rather than the amalgamation of various forces? As Zhang Mengmeng advanced, she surveyed her surroundings, where yellow sand and stones prevailed, with nothing else in sight. While walking, she occasionally crouched down to strike the large boulders beneath her. It was only when she lifted her gaze that she was startled to find a door suddenly materializing before her. This portal seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Yet Zhang Mengmeng instinctively sensed that this stone door might be the key to passing through the second level. The door, composed of stone, possessed a peculiar circular latch, which appeared to control its opening and closing. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that the latch was merely decorative, crafted in the shape of a lock. Was it possible that she would need to break through this door to progress? Zhang Mengmeng scrutinized the stone door once more. It stood approximately 3 meters tall, resembling a colossal natural rock, with its center shaped like a zipper, as if formed by nature itself. Chapter 170. The Cliff of Strength. After inspecting the surroundings, Zhang Mengmeng observed that the area around the zipper was thinner compared to other sections, yet it bore no additional distinctive features. Zhang Mengmeng cast another glance at the frame of the priestess, yet it revealed no new instructions. She returned to her practice, bending low to repeatedly refine the first and second layers of the frame. It was at that moment she stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. She gazed at the large stone beneath her, which she had whimsically envisioned as the head of a serpent beast. After several rounds of striking and pounding, the stone bore the marks of her efforts. It was pockmarked, with the most conspicuous feature being a fist-sized indentation on its far right side. Zhang Mengmeng stared intently at the depression, contemplating what might transpire if she redirected all her force towards that specific point on the stone. Undoubtedly, the indentation would only deepen. Concentrate 1's strength. Concentrate 1's strength. Unity fosters power. Division leads to dispersal. As these phrases echoed in her mind, an epiphany struck her. Until now, she had approached the problem solely from her own perspective, never considering whether this so-called concentration of power was, in fact, aimed not at herself, but rather at the target she intended to strike. With this thought flashing through her mind, Zhang Mengmeng eagerly approached the stone door once more. Zhang Mengmeng raised her fist, channeling her strength into it, and began to strike the zipper with relentless ferocity. Initially, the zipper remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Gradually, after what felt like an eternity of ceaseless blows, she began to sense a faint shift in that stubborn spot, just as her hands started to ache. Suddenly, she heard a sound akin to something being released, and in an instant, she witnessed the zipper pull shift downwards. She instinctively withdrew her hand, and in the next moment, the pull fell before her, while the stone door had vanished entirely. The inscription on the frame of the witch also finally transformed. The third layer of the realm of strength, the Cliff of Power. Yet, curiously, the information regarding the martial arts had not been updated. Zhang Mengmeng had no time to ponder this dilemma, for she found herself standing precariously atop a sheer cliff. To her astonishment, behind her loomed the familiar stone door, while before her lay an abyss that seemed to plunge into endless depths. What was the meaning of this situation? Zhang Mengmeng found herself at a loss for words when suddenly, new text appeared on the witch's frame. Cliff of Strength. It is said to be the training ground of the 7th generation witch, Chiba. The cliff signifies a place where one must face death only to be reborn. Zhang Mengmeng reread the phrase, to place oneself in a situation of peril in order to be reborn. Could it be that she was being urged to leap into the abyss? If, by any chance, the depths below were indeed an unfathomable chasm, would she not be reduced to mere fragments? At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she pinched herself, striving to maintain her clarity of mind. Memories of the words once spoken to her by Kurosawa resurfaced. My dear, if you sense discomfort in your body, it signifies that the time has come for you to emerge. Remember, do not linger, for it may prove detrimental to your well-being. Indeed, it could lead to a state from which you may never escape. Zhang Mengmeng still vividly recalls how he eyes maliciously added, there can be no further hesitation. The stone door behind had already closed, leaving only the precipice before her. Thus, she resolved to embrace this perilous moment, opting to risk everything for the chance of survival. Zhang Mengmeng closed her eyes, mustered her courage, and then leaped down. Chapter 171. The Art of Curses. Zhang Mengmeng felt as though her body was in a continuous descent, and when she finally opened her eyes, she discovered herself immersed in a body of water. This aquatic expanse was as familiar to her as her own reflection. The tranquil surface of the river was devoid of sunlight, eerily still like a stagnant pool. Only the occasional fall of a leaf would disturb the serenity, creating a faint ripple. At the center floated a small island, upon which stood a bamboo cottage and a magnificent banyan tree. This was the island in the river by the shores of Chishui. She could hardly believe that she had returned to this place. Zhang Mengmeng could only feel grateful for her swimming lessons, as she swiftly propelled herself towards the island in the river. Strangely, an eerie silence enveloped the area, creating an illusion as if no one were present. Zhang Mengmeng stepped ashore, only to realize that a faint moan was emanating from the bamboo hut. A sound so subdued that it escaped her notice until she approached. As she entered the hut, she was taken aback to find a person lying on the floor. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was Hei's, curled up on the ground with a contorted expression on his face. One hand pressed against his chest as if enduring immense pain. Hei's, what has happened to you? Zhang Mengmeng inquired, moving closer to assist him. However, before she could fully lift Hei's, another figure suddenly appeared before her, demanding, "Get away." This shadow seemed to have slipped in through the doorway just moments before. Urgency palpable in their voice. Brother, what has happened to you?" Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback by the sudden remark. The person who rushed over in such a fluster was, of course, Heiyu. He had originally been stationed at the entrance of the Linji realm, awaiting Zhang Mengmeng's arrival. However, upon realizing that it was the time for the resurgence of Heisei's curse, he could not help but return hastily, only to stumble upon the scene of Zhang Mengmeng supporting Heisei. "I am fine. Are you?" Heisei managed to utter through the excruciating pain. As soon as he heard Heiyu's voice, a flicker of dark light flashed in Heiyu's eyes as he cautiously helped Heisei to his feet. However, his gaze upon Zhang Mengmeng darkened instantaneously. "Indeed, you have not perished there." Zhang Mengmeng's wrath surged forth suddenly. She had long harbored disdain for the unrefined Heiyu, and now, finding herself provoked, she disregarded any notion of restraint. With a swift motion, she unleashed a punch aimed directly at Heiyu's head. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as Heiyu, who had been leaning close to Hei's, was sent flying, landing on the ground with a look of disbelief etched upon his face. How could this be possible? Not only Heiyu but even Zhang Mengmeng, after witnessing Heiyu propelled nearly 2 meters by her punch, stared in astonishment at her own fist. She had merely employed the first layer of her martial arts, intending only to push this individual away, yet was astounded that such force could emanate from the initial level. The surprise was but fleeting. Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly approached and grasped Hei's, pondering his condition. The sight of Hei's in such agony reminded her of the accounts from the frame of the witch, how Su Ruren had cursed Hei Lai to endure daily torment of the heart. Hei's current state bore a striking resemblance to one suffering from that very curse. Previously, while listening to the conversation between Hei's and Heiyu, she had been oblivious to the true meaning of their discourse regarding the curse. Only after entering the forest realm did she realize it was the handiwork of the previous generation's witch, Su Ruren. She had initially believed the curse was directed solely at Hei Lai, but it now appeared to be far more complex. Chapter 172. The question of healing. Hei's groans of anguish deepened, and beads of sweat formed densely upon his brow. Zhang Mengmeng contemplated potential remedies, just as Heiyu, now standing once again, wore an accusatory expression, demanding, "What are you going to do to my brother?" Zhang Mengmeng wore an expression of utter disbelief. If she were to take action, Blackyu would likely find himself flung away, much like he had been before, leaving no chance for him to remain peacefully reclined here. As Blackyu prepared to advance once more, Zhang Mengmeng retaliated with a swift punch. This time, Blackyu was somewhat prepared, yet he still found himself struck. It was as if her fist possessed a mind of its own, landing squarely on Blackyu's head. With that blow, his complexion worsened, accompanied by Zhang Mengmeng's furious admonition, "If you wish to spare your brother further pain, remain still." Blackyu, indeed, ceased all movement. This was not out of willingness, but rather, it felt as if an unseen force accompanied Zhang Mengmeng's fist, immobilizing him entirely. His body seemed to betray him in that moment. Damn it! His expression darkened ominously. Although he was unable to move, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Zhang Mengmeng. Should she dare to harm his brother, he swore he would not let her off easily. Then, Blackyu felt as though his very being was on the brink of shattering as he witnessed the scene unfold before him. Zhang Mengmeng slowly extended her fist once more, aimed directly at the helpless Black Zhe beneath her. Having experienced the potency of Zhang Mengmeng's strike firsthand, Blackyu could only assume she intended to unleash a similar assault upon Black Zhe as retribution for her prior treatment of him. His mind was in turmoil, consumed with frustration at his own helplessness, yet his blood-red gaze remained unwavering, locked onto Zhang Mengmeng's every movement. Zhang Mengmeng's fist descended slowly, while He Yu desperately attempted to break free from the grip of the peculiar force that bound him. At the very moment Zhang Mengmeng's fist was about to make contact with He Zhe, He Yu felt his body regain its mobility. He immediately sprang into action, intending to rush forward and seize He Zhe for himself, yet he was thwarted in his endeavor. Zhang Mengmeng had long been wary of the potential retaliation from the dark and brooding He Yu. Therefore, her right hand remained unoccupied as she unleashed several punches upon his face. This time, she employed the third tier of her martial arts, convinced that such an assault would render He Yu incapable of rising again. Indeed, as she advanced, a stark crimson mark abruptly appeared on his otherwise pallid visage, and the metallic tang of blood filled the air. His previously symmetrical face now bore an unsettling distortion, as though one side had caved in from the force of her blows. "I have told you, I am rescuing him," Zhang Mengmeng added impatiently, before extending her left hand to execute the second tier of her martial arts upon He Yu, a task she had yet to complete. The frame of the priestess had mentioned that the second tier of martial arts possessed a softening effect. Upon further investigation into the subsequent explanations, she discovered that this softening referred to the alleviation of injuries and the healing of the body, proving effective against all ailments. Therefore, perhaps this approach would also alleviate He Yu's suffering. Zhang Mengmeng's fist descended, and at first, there was no significant change in He Yu's expression. However, gradually, his countenance began to calm, and he even opened his eyes to gaze at the enigmatic Zhang Mengmeng before him. Yet, in the next moment, his attention shifted to the side, landing on He Yu, and he finally stood up. "Thank you, Lord Mengmeng," He Yu said with a respectful demeanor, devoid of any rudeness. He then moved to stand beside He Yu. Chapter 173. A web of confusion as He Yu approached He Yu, the latter, upon seeing that He Yu was indeed unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. "Brother, how do you feel now?" Although relieved to see He Yu safe and sound, he couldn't help but voice his concern. "I am well. You. Henceforth, you must not disrespect Lord Mengmeng again," He Yu admonished as he helped He Yu to his feet, a stern expression adorning his face. He Yu, still feeling a lingering ache, feigned indifference and cast a fleeting glance at the standing Zhang Mengmeng behind He Yu, responding, "Yes, brother." What thoughts lingered in his heart, however, remained a mystery. Zhang Mengmeng, witnessing the efficacy of this method in treating He Yu, could not help but feel a profound sense of joy. In her perspective, He Yu was He Yu and He Yu was He Yu. Regardless of her disdain for He Yu, the fact remained that He Yu had once offered her assistance. It appeared that Lady Mengmeng had successfully acquired the sacred artifact. He Yu cast a glance at Zhang Mengmeng, his expression imbued with a sense of solace. Just as He Yu was poised to utter a scornful remark, He Yu silenced him with a firm grip, and he reluctantly turned his head away, choosing to remain silent. He Yu, "If possible, I would like to speak with He Yu privately." Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Mengmeng quietly addressed He Yu. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on He Yu, imbued with an inscrutable meaning. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards your precious younger brother." Noticing He Yu's apparent discomfort, all of Zhang Mengmeng's previously gentle words were suddenly swallowed back. She realized that the two of them were indeed a close pair. He Yu cast another glance at He Yu before gradually rising to his feet. Before departing, he glanced back at He Yu once more, shaking his finger in a gesture of admonition. With He Yu's exit from the bamboo cottage, only Zhang Mengmeng and He Yu remained. He Yu sat silently on the ground, offering no words. Zhang Mengmeng was the first to speak. "He Yu, I am well aware that your disdain for my success runs deep, but allow me to remind you, should you dare to incite chaos once more, you ought to be wary of your own fate." With that, Zhang Mengmeng bent down and grasped He Yu's neck. "You fractured my bones and took the life of Yitzi. I can hardly contain my desire to end you right here and now." At last, He Yu met Zhang Mengmeng's gaze, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Ah, Lady Mengmeng, your foolishness is as evident as ever." Zhang Mengmeng nearly lost her breath, yet she managed to smile and inquired, "What? Do you wish to provoke me once more?" To her surprise, He Yu chuckled softly, casting a cryptic glance in her direction. "I am unaware of what that lowly orc named Yiz has relayed to you, but you must be oblivious to a certain detail. Before he met his demise, he uttered a phrase laden with your blood's essence." At this revelation, Zhang Mengmeng was genuinely taken aback. What is he insinuating? The taste of my blood lingered on Yiz's lips? What could that possibly signify? Suddenly, a small detail from her previous encounters with Yiz resurfaced in her mind, when she had been extracting aloe vera and inadvertently wounded herself, causing her blood to stain the plant. To her astonishment, when she returned to inspect it later, the blood had vanished. At that moment, She had attributed it to a mere lapse in memory, but now, upon reflection, she pondered the implications. Prolonged consumption of a priestess's blood can purify the bloodline of ordinary orcs. You are perhaps unaware of this fact. Heiyu remarked with a smile, his expression one of nonchalance. Chapter 174. The power of faith. Zhang Mengmeng could discern that Heiyu was not lying. There was no necessity for him to do so. The thought of Ez's murky, darkened gaze stirred a sense of melancholy within her. She cast one last glance at Heiyu before stepping out of the bamboo hut. Beneath the sprawling banyan tree stood Heizei, who, upon seeing Zhang Mengmeng emerge, felt an involuntary sense of relief wash over him. Was your earlier pain a result of the curse? Zhang Mengmeng inquired first. Indeed, Lady Mengmeng, Heizei replied. I examined the frame of the priestess, and the remedy for the curse lies in the opposing art of blessings. However, the specifics depend on the level of the curse. Do you have any knowledge of which tier of the curse you are afflicted with? Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's words, Heizei appeared troubled. He struggled to recall, but found his mind devoid of any pertinent memories. Zhang Mengmeng's knowledge of the blessing technique stemmed from the moment she returned and beheld Hei's, when a desire to assist him blossomed within her heart. At that instant, the witch's frame responded, yet she was too preoccupied with reprimanding Heiyu for healing Hei's to notice. Later, as she ventured outside, she took a moment to examine it, only to discover the emergence of a new technique, the blessing technique. The blessing technique is a form of magic that harnesses the power of faith to dispel all forms of negative mental states, including curses and resentful energies. Hei's, do you understand the nature of this power of faith? Upon hearing the term, Hei seemed momentarily lost in thought. Before elucidating, the power of faith arises when one aids other beastmen, leading them to instinctively believe in and revere you, thereby generating a unique strength. Oh, now it makes sense. Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment, then reached out to touch the small luminous orbs that adorned Hei's. As her hand made contact, the tiny lights vanished, and simultaneously, she felt a surge of strength within herself. It appears this may not suffice. It seems I must venture out. She feigned calmness while her heart brimmed with joy. She would finally reunite with her beloved foolish tiger. I wonder if that fellow has taken good care of himself during this time. By the way, Hei's, how long has it been since I last entered? Reporting to Lady Mengmeng, it has been 6 months. Zhang Mengmeng, had she not spent nearly 7 or 8 days in the secret realm? Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed? Little did Mengmeng know, the realm of the forest is a self-contained secret domain, where the flow of time diverges from that of the outside world. So that is the case. Zhang Mengmeng nodded in understanding. In that event, let us hasten our departure. This way, your curse can be lifted sooner. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Mengmeng spoke, yet her heart brimmed with excitement at the thought of reuniting with Xiao. 6 months indeed. That is half a year. Xiao must be exceedingly worried. She must return swiftly to inform him that Mengmeng has not only succeeded in returning, but is now also capable of protecting herself. From now on, it shall not solely be Xiao who guards her. She too can shield him. The notion of guardianship is truly a stirring concept. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhang Mengmeng sensed a stirring in the witch's frame. She retrieved the frame and observed that the page concerning martial arts had been updated with new text, martial arts. Level 4, true strength does not merely signify power, it encompasses the profound responsibility of safeguarding the weak. Zhang Mengmeng chuckled softly, and she finally comprehended that the hints from the witch's frame were entirely responsive to one's thoughts, as if it possessed the ability to read minds. Chapter 175, Sherry of the Tiger Tribe. The Tiger Tribe, having migrated to this location from its origins, has now developed into a notable settlement. Nestled within a cave in a valley, its geographical position is advantageous, making it easy to defend and difficult to assault. Furthermore, the entrance has been fortified with numerous traps and obstacles, rendering any invasion by outsiders a formidable challenge. Chief, what do you think of these newly crafted bamboo arrows? At that moment, a voice emerged from the cave entrance. It was Dason, brandishing a fresh batch of arrows. Tiger Howl bent down to inspect the sharpness of the arrows. Nodding in approval, they are satisfactory. Suddenly, someone approached from the side, boldly walking up to Dason and seizing one of the arrows. This one is quite good. I like it. Dason recognized Sherry, who wore an expression of excitement. Why haven't we been allowed to use these? The bamboo darts are far too light for me. Just as Dason was about to protest, he heard Tiger Howl affirm, she may take it. Sherry's excitement was palpable as she flashed a victorious gesture at Dason before turning to Tiger Howl with a routine question. Chief, when will Mengmeng return? Initially serious, Tiger Howl paused at Sherry's inquiry, his gaze dimming slightly as his thoughts drifted away. Nevertheless, he responded, Meng will return. Chief, you say that every day? What I am asking is when. It has been so long. I miss her dearly. Sherry expressed her frustration. She understood that Mengmeng would eventually come back. And she also recognized that the chief's response would remain the same, yet she persisted in her questioning. Upon hearing her longing, Tiger Howl unconsciously clenched his fist, a twinge of sadness rising within him. He vividly recalled the last day the little one had left, her expression a mixture of fear and forced calmness. A smile that was both strained and full of unspoken grievances. He would never forget it. He knew what she had left unsaid. Yet, he never dared to dwell on such thoughts, nor did he wish to ponder them deeply. She had promised to return. Observing Tiger Howl's serious demeanor, unyielding as a mountain, Sherry sighed in disappointment and retreated to her own cave. Remaining in place, Tiger Howl cautiously took out a strand of black hair from his pocket, gently caressing the soft strands. Lost in thought, a faint smile unexpectedly graced his lips. At Sherry's dwelling. Upon returning, Sherry immediately recognized a familiar figure. Ah, I must say, if you keep coming here every day, my household will surely be in chaos. She promptly pulled the individual aside, a look of helplessness on her face. As the chief remained oblivious to when Mengmeng would return. What? The orc, with thick brows and large eyes, was pulled away from the cave entrance by Sherry. His features were well-defined, yet upon hearing her words, a look of dejection crossed his face. Did Mengmeng encounter some unforeseen mishap? Why was the chief not concerned? Do not speak carelessly. If anything were to happen to Mengmeng, the chief would undoubtedly be quite anxious, he retorted. I suspect something must indeed be troubling Mengmeng, Sherry continued, her expression one of exasperation. I say, weren't you once Meng's partner? What is the meaning of your daily inquiries about Mengmeng? At that moment, the one who had arrived was Sente. He had seen Hu Xiao return, but without Mengmeng, which struck him as peculiar. As the days passed without a word, his anxiety grew, prompting him to seek out Sherry, disregarding the implications of his visit. Sherry, with whom are you conversing? Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the cave. Startled, Sherry hastily pushed Sente away. Quickly, go. If my family sees you, there will be trouble. With that, Sherry also entered the cave. Meanwhile, on Mengmeng's side, upon discovering new text appearing on the witch's frame, she was filled with excitement for a moment. It was only then that she remembered Black Zay was beside her. Having witnessed her previous state, she anticipated he would inquire about the witch's frame, but to her surprise, he merely asked, Lady Mengmeng, what are you doing? Upon hearing the question, Zhang Mengmeng initially felt a sense of bewilderment, followed by the emergence of a conjecture. She waved the shaman's frame in her hand and inquired, Can you see this? What object? At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng was nearly certain of her earlier speculation. Evidently, Heisei was unable to perceive the shaman's frame. Thus, there was no need for her to provide an explanation. Zhang Mengmeng, with a hint of cunning in her thoughts, shook her head and said, It's nothing. We must hasten our journey. Merely lingering here will not suffice if we wish to gather the power of faith. Understood, Lady Mengmeng. Black Zay responded respectfully. Where are you headed? At that moment, the dark and brooding Heiyu, having heard the footsteps, swiftly emerged. Brother, how are you? He inquired immediately. Approaching Black Zay with concern, Zhang Mengmeng cast a sidelong glance at him, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, yet she remained silent. To her surprise, she had not realized that this fellow was, in fact, rather devoted to his brother. I shall accompany Lady Mengmeng on an outing. You must keep a vigilant watch here, Haikais declared, giving Heiyu's shoulder a reassuring pat. What? Brother, you cannot remain away from the shores of Chishui for too long. Only by gathering the power of belief can you break the curse that afflicts you, Zhang Mengmeng interjected coolly from the side. At that, Heiyu turned his gaze towards Zhang Mengmeng, a faint ache still lingering on his face, and he dared not draw too close to her. Although his expression remained far from amiable. Do you truly possess such benevolence? He queried. Zhang Mengmeng perceived every utterance from Heiyu as a test of her endurance. Yet she managed to smile. Was this not the agreement we forged? What? Have you truly succeeded in gaining recognition from the sacred artifact? No wonder Heiyu cast a peculiar glance at Zhang Mengmeng, contemplating that his brother might finally be liberated from that accursed curse. Brother, you must take good care of yourself. Heiyu turned his gaze towards Hei's, and his expression softened considerably. Such a demeanor upon him was indeed worthy of contemplation. Hei's also glanced at Heiyu, as if they were exchanging some unspoken understanding. Then let us embark. Zhang Mengmeng, filled with impatience, feigned calmness as she spoke. I see you are eager to return to your males, rather than to rescue my brother. Heiyu looked at Zhang Mengmeng, mercilessly exposing her pretense. Zhang Mengmeng nodded with a smile, quite delightful indeed. In the next moment, the dark figure before her soared into the air, followed by a resounding splash as the shadow was sent flying by Zhang Mengmeng, plunging into the river. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at her clenched fist, an uncontainable thrill illuminating her face. She was no longer a soft target. In the past, she endured countless hardships, not because of any fault of her own, but due to her inherent weakness. The world of the beastmen revered strength above all else, although her sorcery lacked the grandeur of summoning storms or commanding flames. It was undeniably practical. With a single punch, she felt an exhilarating rush. Don't hold it against him. He's just a child, murmured Hei's, his voice low and soothing beside her. Zhang Mengmeng, in a fit of rage yet with an ironic smile, cast a curious glance at Hei's and remarked, Hei's, being indiscreet and lacking understanding are not synonymous. Chapter 177. The history of the priestess. Hei's gazed at Zhang Mengmeng, rendered momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Heiyu, who was beside them, appeared restless and on the verge of making a move, but Hei's piercing gaze immediately quelled his intentions. However, Hei's, why are you also afflicted by a curse? Wasn't that curse intended for the previous Snake King? Zhang Mengmeng inquired with a hint of intrigue. Upon hearing her words, Hei's seemed somewhat troubled, yet after a brief pause, he replied, Lady Mengmeng, you may be unaware. In truth, the previous Snake King, Lord Hei Lai, is not dead. What? Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in astonishment. What did Hei's mean by that? Currently, half of his soul is trapped in the forest realm, while the other half slumbers within my body. Thus Hei's refrained from elaborating further. Nevertheless, Zhang Mengmeng grasped the implication. Reflecting on the tale of the previous priestess and the Snake King, Zhang Mengmeng felt a wave of emotions. She had always assumed that priestesses enjoyed a life of prosperity, as the examples depicted in the lineage of priestesses suggested, such as the founder of her martial arts, the seventh-generation priestess, Chiba. According to the records inscribed in the lineage, she not only had 11 beastly husbands, but also collaborated with them to establish a flourishing kingdom for beastmen. Embracing both power and charm, she commanded respect, with many beastmen willingly following her, captivated by her formidable presence. Her unparalleled martial prowess rendered her invincible, making her a truly remarkable priestess. Particularly envious to Zhang Mengmeng was the healing spell, conceived by the third-generation priestess, Qingling. The scant records conveyed her exceptional prowess. Qingling, known for her tranquil disposition and affinity for solitude, had perfected the healing arts to an extraordinary level. It was said she could restore life to the deceased and mend shattered bones, drawing the admiration of all beastmen around her, thereby ushering in an era of peace and safety. A fleeting memory of the fragments she had seen in the lineage of priestesses flashed through her mind, leading Zhang Mengmeng to ponder that the term priestess signifies not only an enhancement of power but perhaps also a greater weight of responsibility. The capable bear more burdens. And in this untamed world of beasts, this principle appears equally applicable. My lady? Noticing Zhang Mengmeng lost in thought, Hei's called out to her. Zhang Mengmeng finally regained her senses, only to hear Hei's say, My lord, we must set off. If we delay any longer, we may have to wait until tomorrow. All right. Zhang Mengmeng nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, the immediate priority was to gather the power of belief to aid Hei's in breaking the curse. Everything else could follow in due course. Hei's grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand firmly and, before departing, cast a warning glance at Heiyu. Crossing the island in the river to reach the outskirts of the water prairie shore, Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the river before her, which resembled a silvery ribbon, and felt as though she were in a different realm. She had finally succeeded in escaping. Lady Mengmeng, hold on tight. We are about to depart. Hei's voice resonated softly beside her. Zhang Mengmeng nodded. Watching the scenery was past her. She was finally going to meet him. Reflecting on her earlier self, she once doubted her chances of ever emerging alive, yet her fortune had proven reasonably favorable, allowing her to escape and even gain the strength to protect herself. As she ventured forth, she was no longer afraid, regardless of what lay ahead. However, as she observed the passing landscape, a vast expanse of white, an essential question suddenly dawned on her. 6 months had passed, which meant the rainy season was over and winter had arrived. Chapter 178. The long-awaited reunion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, at the entrance of the Tiger Clan's tribe, thick snow blanketed the fence at the valley's entrance, casting a scene of pure whiteness. Snowflakes landed upon her face, delivering a chilling sensation. Zhang Mengmeng stood at the entrance of the Tiger Clan's stronghold, gazing at the myriad obstacles arranged at the valley's mouth, yet a gentle smile graced her lips. At long last, she was to meet him. She remained motionless. But the orc tasked with guarding the entrance had already spotted her and hurried off to inform the chief. Zhang Mengmeng gazed with a sense of novelty. For the orc stationed at the entrance appeared somewhat unfamiliar. He was not one of the familiar faces she had encountered in the Tiger Clan. Rather, he resembled a newcomer. Chief, the chief has returned. Your partner has come back. As the tiger roar was counting his spoils, his catch fell to the ground, and with a gust of wind, the orc delivering the message found that the chief had vanished from sight. Zhang Mengmeng awaited patiently, her gaze fixed upon the entrance where a lengthy trench lay before her. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice call out, "Lower it." At that moment, a wooden barrier was lowered from above. She remained transfixed, her eyes riveted on the approaching figure. The upper body was partially exposed, adorned only with a brown hide, while the lower half was similarly draped in a piece of brown leather. Golden locks danced in the breeze, and deep, shimmering golden eyes met hers unexpectedly. Zhang Mengmeng smiled softly, and in the next moment, she felt a lightness in her body as the towering orc approached her, effortlessly lifting her with one hand and raising her to meet his gaze. With his other hand, he gently caressed her face, as if confirming her presence before him. For a prolonged silence, he uttered not a word. Eventually, it was Zhang Mengmeng who playfully tapped the orc's handsome bronze visage and teased, "What is this? After such a long time, has Xiao forgotten me?" Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiao found himself at a loss for words, contemplating for what felt like an eternity before finally replying, "Meng, it's not that I don't remember. How could he possibly forget her? Yet, why the prolonged silence? I thought perhaps you had grown distant from me." Zhang Mengmeng feigned a semblance of sorrow as she spoke. "Meng, it is not that. It is merely that a phrase from Hu Xiao seems to be lodged in my throat." "But how so?" Zhang Mengmeng gazed with amusement at the flustered expression of Hu Xiao, feeling as though the little devil within her had awakened once more. "You have returned. It is good that you are back." Hu Xiao slightly turned his face away, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. "Ah Xiao, did you miss me?" Zhang Mengmeng has brought up an old topic once more. "Ah?" Hu Xiao paused for a moment, a faint blush appearing on his earlobes. Considering that Zhang Mengmeng was still awaiting his response, he replied, "Yes, there is. But is it truly so? Is it the kind of thing one has yearned to experience for a long time?" Zhang Mengmeng was resolute, refusing to yield even a fraction. As she spoke, she lifted a slender finger and gently tapped the forehead of Hu Xiao, expressing, "If it were to be this way, I would truly be heartbroken." Her delicate finger, carrying a touch of coolness, brushed against Hu Xiao's brow, igniting a sensation within him akin to a kitten playfully scratching with a feather, both tantalizing and bewildering. Ultimately, he could only bow his head and envelop her deeply in his embrace. His broad palm caressed her back, and from a distance, the towering figure of the beastman appeared to cradle the one in his arms, a striking contrast of size, yet surprisingly harmonious. Nestled against the heart of the beastman, Zhang Mengmeng could distinctly hear the rhythmic thumping of his heart, the familiar scent of sweat, the masculine essence, the fragrance of someone beloved. All these sensations mingled together, overwhelming her to the point of near dizziness. Chapter 179. What does it matter if it's awkward? The beastman's whispered words, accompanied by the warmth of his breath, were almost within reach. "Ming, you have returned. I knew you would never deceive me." His voice was deep and magnetic, suffused with sincerity and earnestness. Zhang Mengmeng lowered her gaze, her expression imbued with a hint of shyness. How scandalous. She was acutely aware that she could hardly tolerate him behaving in such a manner. At that moment, a faint sound of inhalation suddenly reached her ears. Despite its subtlety, the keen senses of Hu Xiao discerned it immediately. Noticing Hu Xiao's brow furrow in suspicion as he scanned their surroundings, she was reminded that they were brazenly standing at the entrance of the Tiger Clan's tribe. The earlier scene had likely been witnessed by countless observers. Had it been before, Zhang Mengmeng would undoubtedly have felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Even now, she felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet, alongside that, a surge of audacity washed over her. Let them look. It wouldn't cost her a thing. However, in the next moment, a flicker of apprehension crept in, leaving her astonished at her own audacious thoughts. Such musings hardly seemed befitting of a young maiden. Thus, it was Hu Xiao who took the initiative, tightening his embrace around Zhang Mengmeng before surveying their surroundings, his tone imbued with authority. "Everyone, tend to your own affairs." At his command, a single glance was enough to disperse the surrounding orcs in an instant. Even He Eyes, who had been standing behind Zhang Mengmeng, quietly vanished from sight. The chill outside was biting. "Let us go into the cave," Hu Xiao suggested, noting the rosy hue of Zhang Mengmeng's cheeks, kissed by the wind. The once serious expression he wore in front of the crowd softened as he turned to her, his warm hand brushing against her slightly cold face, as if to warm her with his touch. With the crowd gone, Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of courage. She lifted her head, leaning closer to Hu Xiao's face, finding his features even more captivating up close. The next moment, she heard the orc softly say, "Meng, hold me tightly." Zhang Mengmeng instinctively raised her hands, enveloping them within the warm embrace of the orc's body. Before long, the familiar entrance appeared before her. Hu Xiao, holding Zhang Mengmeng, stepped into the cave and took a seat, lowering his head to scrutinize her closely. The little one seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight. "Meng, you must eat more. You've grown thinner again," Hu Xiao remarked, gently pinching Zhang Mengmeng's small face and shaking his head. "How's your hand? Is it completely healed?" Hu Xiao had not forgotten the injury she had sustained and promptly lifted her hand for a careful examination. Aside from some faint scars, there were no other injuries, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him. Whenever the topic of weight arose, Zhang Mengmeng always felt helpless. He preferred the plump Mengmeng, while she favored her slimmer self. Surely this was a generational gap. No rebuttals accepted. "Xiao, my hand is completely better now. Look, I can move it freely," Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed with excitement, waving her hands about like a child. Hu Xiao shook his head in resignation, gently ruffling her hair, momentarily at a loss for words. He could never bring himself to scold her. He always felt a sense of helplessness. For months, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of her well-being, wondering if she was taking care of herself or if she had encountered any dangers. Each thought brought a wave of melancholy, as if he were no longer himself. In such moments, he wished fervently for her return. Even if it meant enduring embarrassment 1,000 times, it would be worth it. Chapter 180. The Matter of Meng, You're Back. Hu Xiao touched Zhang Mengmeng's small face again, and even his typically stern demeanor softened with a hint of a smile. However, having rarely expressed any emotion other than seriousness lately, the smile appeared somewhat awkward. This was the only phrase he could utter, for it had been on his mind for months, and before him stood the person he had longed for day and night. Even the most eloquent orc would likely be rendered speechless at this moment, let alone someone like Hu Xiao, who was not known for his verbal prowess, leaving him merely gazing at Zhang Mengmeng in a daze. "Ah, the promise. This is for you, Meng." Hu Xiao seemed to suddenly recall something and extended his empty hand, retrieving an object from within his embrace. Upon seeing it, Zhang Mengmeng found herself at a loss for words. In Hu Xiao's bronzed palm lay a string of translucent beads, each one exquisitely crafted and uniform in size, the material resembling crystal in its clarity. Zhang Mengmeng, slightly taken aback, picked up the string of beads. The next moment, she pouted and pinched the somewhat rigid face of Hu Xiao, exclaiming, "Where did you get this? We don't have beads in this color around here, do we?" In exchange for salt crystals, Hu Xiao succinctly explained, enduring Zhang Mengmeng's playful pinching of his face. Was it possible that Mengmeng was reciprocating because he had just pinched her cheek? This thought crossed Hu Xiao's mind. "They're beautiful. I really like them," Zhang Mengmeng said, gazing into Hu Xiao's brilliant golden eyes, enunciating each word. It seemed the foolish tiger remained unchanged. Clearly, Xiao had always remembered their pact. Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but reflect on the myriad events of the past days, her thoughts swirling until they coalesced into a single sentiment. At last, she had reunited with Xiao. This phrase escaped Zhang Mengmeng's lips lightly, yet who could fathom the depth of emotion it concealed? It was her first experience of affection, and she finally understood that liking someone inherently meant a fear of loss. Not to mention, their encounters were so infrequent. "Meng," Hu Xiao responded, deeply touched by her words. "As long as you are well. By the way, how has the Tiger clan been lately? I noticed a large trench at the entrance. Is it meant for defense against outsiders?" Zhang Mengmeng inquired casually, twisting Hu Xiao's fingers absent-mindedly. Hu Xiao allowed her to toy with his fingers, his expression growing more serious as he spoke. "Yes, even if the Eagle clan remains quiet, we must remain vigilant. Speaking of which, Xiao," Zhang Mengmeng, having finished manipulating the left hand of Hu Xiao, proceeded to engage with the right hand. While continuing her discourse, "Do you recall that incident when I fell into the river?" At the mention of this, Hu Xiao's brow furrowed once again, and he succinctly replied, "I won't forget. I've been contemplating this matter ever since, suspecting it might have been the doing of Mei, yet lacking any evidence. I find myself at a loss regarding how to proceed." Zhang Mengmeng expressed with a hint of distress, unconsciously tracing circles in the palm of Hu Zhao's hand. After some reflection, she decided it was best to consult Yu Meng. A fleeting expression of what appeared to be embarrassment crossed Hu Zhao's face. Meng has already been expelled from the tribe. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback, as she had been contemplating how to address this situation. However, her companions were concerned that the tiger tribe, already sparse in numbers, would dwindle further if more individuals chose to depart. Chapter 181. The two young tiger cubs. Those who wished to stay could remain. Tiger Roar seemed to recall something, and a flicker of anger crossed his countenance. Heaven knows how furious he had been when the similar vine was discovered in Meng's dwelling. He had nearly cast aside his masculine pride to reprimand her. It was only through the counsel of Byran that he reconsidered his actions. Initially, he had no intention of expelling Meng, until that subsequent revelation came to light. Meng had been found to be pregnant with the offspring of a serpent beast. It was not until she was on the verge of giving birth that the truth was exposed. Prior to that, she had feigned ignorance of her condition. Now the entire tribe was aware, and Tiger Roar was consumed by a mix of old grievances and new animosities, incensed beyond measure. He immediately issued a decree to banish Meng from the tiger tribe. In making this decision, his foremost thought was not the repercussions of such an act, but rather the visage of Zhang Mengmeng. The safety of the tiger tribe and the well-being of Zhang Mengmeng were both his Achilles' heels, and she had managed to touch upon both. How could he possibly tolerate her presence? Zhang Mengmeng found herself momentarily speechless, gazing intently at the orc's face. So near that she was at a loss for words. Could she claim that she had forgiven Meng? Impossible. After all, her life had been endangered. How could she easily grant forgiveness? To assert that she had let go of her grievances would be even more absurd. She was a person who held grudges, incapable of forgetting such enmity. It was then that Hu Xiu spoke again. Meng is with child, carrying a serpent's offspring. This revelation startled Zhang Mengmeng. So that was the case. It truly vexed her. In the end, she decided it would be best to stop pondering altogether. The news of Zhang Mengmeng's return to the tiger clan swiftly spread throughout the entire tribe, reaching both Sherry and Sinte. Sherry was filled with excitement, without a moment's hesitation. She prepared to rush off to find Zhang Mengmeng. However, she was halted by a comment from one of her companions, which allowed her to regain her composure. Realizing that Zhang was likely with the chief. As night fell, Sherry pondered that by now, there must be much to discuss, and with renewed enthusiasm, she set off to seek out Zhang Mengmeng. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she unexpectedly collided with Zhang Mengmeng, who was just about to step outside. Zhang Mengmeng was equally astonished upon seeing Sherry. Sherry, I was just about to look for you. As Sherry approached, she enveloped Zhang Mengmeng in a warm embrace. Sherry, taller and more robust than Zhang Mengmeng, possessed a strikingly tanned visage, her bold brows lending her an air of authority. Her words, however, revealed her unrefined nature. Mengmeng, life has been utterly disheartening without you. My wild beasts at home are in a constant state of frenzy. It's sheer chaos. Come, let us retreat to my den. It's rather chilly here. Grasping Zhang Mengmeng's hand, Sherry led her towards her lair. Once inside the den, Zhang Mengmeng settled beside Sherry. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from behind Sherry, cautiously assessing Zhang Mengmeng before darting back in fright. Soon, another little head emerged, its brown eyes fixed intently on Zhang Mengmeng, as if inquiring who she was. You see, my two little cubs are quite troublesome, shy and timid. Sometimes I truly wonder if they are my offspring. Sherry scooped up the two tiger cubs and gave their tiny backs a playful pat, allowing them to flail about in midair, all the while chiding them. Look at this. Just by grabbing them, they become this timid. Truly disappointing. Zhang Mengmeng gazed over, witnessing two tiny tiger cubs being lifted into the air. Their round, shimmering eyes were filled with panic as they flailed helplessly with their little paws, emitting a cacophony of squeaks. Chapter 182. Are you their biological mother? Surely. Is that any way to speak of your own children? Zhang Mengmeng chuckled helplessly, scooping up one of the cubs and gently placing it on the ground. She then took the other one and set it down as well, tenderly patting their heads. The cubs, still quite young, sported fluffy animal ears and chubby faces. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Mengmeng indulged in a few affectionate strokes before inquiring, Surely, what are the names of these two little ones? They haven't yet transformed. So we'll name them once they do, Shirley replied, gesturing towards the cubs, who were engrossed in playing with a small ball at Zhang Mengmeng's feet. She shook her head, remarking, with such silly antics, who knows when they will transform. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng glanced at the two little ones engrossed in their playful antics. observing their innocent expressions, reminiscent of beings untouched by the world's complexities. She gently poked their tiny tails and softly sang, two tigers, running swiftly, running swiftly. Intrigued by Zhang Mengmeng's melodic rendition, Shirley approached, joining in the song. After a while, she inquired, Mengmeng, is this a nursery rhyme? Are there only these two lines? Zhang Mengmeng smiled apologetically, feeling reluctant to reveal to Shirley that the last two lines described a creature without eyes and another without a tail, which seemed rather inauspicious. Zhang Mengmeng chuckled and remarked, Indeed, this song is meant to celebrate the swift nature of tigers. It sounds quite melodious, Mengmeng, replied Sherry, who then cast a disdainful glance at the two little ones. However, these two only manage to run fast when I scold them. At other times, their pace resembles that of a creature with stunted legs and broken limbs. Sherry pointed at the two small beings and mercilessly pressed down on their tails. Instantly, the previously joyful duo sprang up, and at that moment, Sherry remarked, Yet. In this instance, they certainly leap quite high. Zhang Mengmeng, did she not witness a spectacular display of child torment? Is this truly the essence of maternal affection? By the way, Mengmeng, it is thanks to you that our leader learned to wield fire and instructed everyone on the creation of salt crystals. Consequently, even with the onset of the cold season, our tribe has not suffered any losses. Cheryl gazed at the snowflakes drifting before the cave entrance and broached the subject of the frigid season. How delightful! Zhang Mengmeng smiled joyfully, feeling immense satisfaction in being able to assist everyone. At that moment, she suddenly noticed something extraordinary. Cheryl was also adorned with numerous tiny specks of light. As she drew closer, those luminous particles swiftly entered her own body. Zhang Mengmeng had a vague understanding of what it was. It was likely the power of faith that he eyes had spoken of. By the way, Mengmeng, you won't be leaving again, will you? How long will you stay this time? Sherry recalled that the last time Zhang Mengmeng returned, she hurried off again in the blink of an eye, leaving for over half a year. During that time, Sherry had to endure the chief's sullen demeanor, which had almost numbed her senses. Fortunately, Mengmeng had finally returned. Hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng smiled, her eyes filled with determination. Sherry, this time I have come back to stay. This was Zhang Mengmeng's conviction, yet unbeknownst to her. In the beast world, her hopes seemed far from smoothly realized. Nevertheless, at this moment, she had no desire to leave the tiger clan once more. Chapter 183. The art of tracking. After visiting Sherry, Zhang Mengmeng returned to her cave, which was centrally located and had originally belonged to Hu Shao. Upon her arrival, Hu Shao had graciously vacated it for her, retreating to an unknown smaller cave. How could this be acceptable? She certainly did not wish to spend the long, dreary night alone in misery. At this moment, it must be said that the frame of the priestess proved invaluable once again. Within its confines were not only the inherited spells she had initially acquired, such as the art of blessings, but also some minor spells that, while seemingly trivial, were exceedingly practical for Zhang Mengmeng, like the tracking spell she was currently employing. With an item bearing the essence of the person she sought, she could sense their position within 100 meters. Although the range was limited, it sufficed for her purposes. Carefully, she took out a strand of golden hair from her pocket, closed her eyes, and silently recited the incantation required to cast the tracking spell. 1, 2, 3. Soon, Zhang Mengmeng sensed the individual's location, surprisingly close by in a small cave. Unfortunately, the spell had its limitations. While it could sense the position, it did not allow her to see the circumstances there. Nevertheless, Zhang Mengmeng eagerly prepared to run over to find Hu Shao. Zhang Mengmeng was running when she suddenly noticed a vast shadow looming before her. Raising her head, she glimpsed several fleeting silhouettes in the sky, which appeared to belong to some avian species. Though those figures vanished in an instant, they left an indelible impression in Zhang Mengmeng's heart. Could they possibly belong to the Eagle clan? Zhang Mengmeng pondered heavily as she continued her hurried strides toward her destination. Soon, she arrived at the designated spot, only to realize that the cave was indeed modest in size, resembling a mere auxiliary chamber. As she walked, her mind grappled with a question that had long plagued her. Why did Shao always retreat to this small cave each time he returned? The cave, though not expansive, was certainly not deep. By this time, the evening had grown quite late, and Zhang Mengmeng presumed that Hu Shao might have already succumbed to slumber. She merely intended to check on him, thinking it would be pleasant to linger a while. To her surprise, however, a vibrant fire blazed ahead, casting a tall silhouette that was turned away from her. Standing still, she discerned the motions of his hands. He appeared to be manipulating some quarry, meticulously dismembering it with his sharp claws. His expression was one of intense focus and earnestness, An onlooker might mistakenly believe he was examining some rare treasure. In truth, it was nothing more than a bloodied catch. Zhang Mengmeng tilted her head slightly, feeling a sense of curiosity. She quieted her footsteps, held her breath, and cautiously approached behind Hu Xiao. With a playful spirit, she extended her small hands and unexpectedly covered his eyes, lowering her voice to a whisper. Guess who I am? Sensing the warm touch over his eyes, Hu Xiao paused his actions, shaking his head in resignation before responding. It's Meng. Taken aback by how quickly he guessed, Zhang Mengmeng lowered her hands, hastily stepping around to sit in front of him. Resuming her normal tone, she said, How, next time you should play along, otherwise it loses its charm. Play along? Hu Xiao inquired with a puzzled expression. When I ask, you should say you don't know, and I will reveal the answer, Zhang Mengmeng laughed. Hu Xiao paused for a moment, then seemed to grasp her intent. He took her hand and placed it over his eyes before continuing. Shall we try again? Chapter 184. A flicker of doubt hearing the seriousness in Hu Xiao's voice, Zhang Mengmeng found it amusing. She realized that she could not joke with this stubborn beast man without facing consequences. All right, no more. What are you doing? I'm processing the prey, Hu Xiao replied, hesitating momentarily before answering. How? I've had a question I've wanted to ask for a long time. Zhang Mengmeng leaned in closer, looking up at him. Meng? Hu Xiao set aside the prey, retracting his claws and awkwardly wiping his hands on the animal hide beneath him, appearing as if he wished to touch Zhang Mengmeng but felt shy about it. Zhang Mengmeng found the situation amusing, so she leaned closer and playfully poked Hu Xiao's face, inquiring why he always chose to sleep alone in the small cave. Am I truly a fearsome monster? She asked, gesturing towards herself. Is it not a grave injustice to have the illustrious king of the tiger clan slumber in such a desolate place? Ming, you know that is not my intention. Hu Xiao replied, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness as he gently lowered her hand. Oh, then please enlighten me. What do you mean? Zhang Mengmeng rested her chin on her hand, her expression earnest. She was genuinely curious about his response. Hu Xiao felt a rare flush of embarrassment cross his face. He began, hesitating slightly, unable to suppress his emotions. Just? Zhang Mengmeng pressed on, her demeanor demanding clarity as she continued to question him relentlessly. Zhang Mengmeng initially struggled to comprehend what he was implying. Once she grasped the meaning, her entire face flushed crimson, utterly astonished that the serious-looking orc was uttering such words. Her petite visage turned beet red, and she was taken aback to find that the orc opposite her seemed completely oblivious, continuing his discourse. Meng, you do not like that. That? What kind of that? Zhang Mengmeng's mind, momentarily befuddled, finally registered what the orc was alluding to. She failed to recognize that, after a considerable time apart, this clumsy tiger had become quite adept at such conversations. Furthermore, how could he ascertain what she disliked? Yet, how could she articulate such matters? After all, she was still a shy, adolescent girl. Ahem, Zhang Mengmeng pretended to cough to mask her discomfort, then nonchalantly replied, I quite like it. Heaven knows the psychological struggle she endured to utter that single phrase. While too much of that sort of thing could indeed be detrimental when it involved someone she cherished, it was an entirely different matter. Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's words, Hu Xiao suddenly lowered his head, his golden eyes brimming with excitement. Then, Meng, I shall hold you while we sleep tonight. Wah, what? Zhang Mengmeng's smile faltered, becoming somewhat stiff. Was he implying that he would embrace her while sleeping? What had she been grappling with just moments ago? Reflecting on her internal turmoil and the myriad thoughts she had entertained, Zhang Mengmeng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Humph. She resolved to act as if nothing had occurred. Ahem. Zhang Mengmeng coughed once more, regaining her composure and stating, I will come find Xiao tonight. There is another matter. Meng. What is it? I observed something flying across the sky earlier. It might have been the eagle tribe. Zhang Mengmeng recalled the scene from earlier, pondering, however. I am uncertain if they spotted me. Chapter 185. The matter of the eagle tribe. Hu Xiao pondered for a moment before continuing. Then, Meng, you should stay tonight. This way, I will feel more at ease. After contemplating for a while, he added, the eagle tribe possesses remarkable eyesight. They must have seen you. I agree. Their sense of smell is astoundingly acute. I just returned today, and already, orcs are coming around. With their persistent intentions, how annoying. Zhang Mengmeng recalled her terrifying experience of being captured by the snow leopard tribe and couldn't help but express her frustration. Moreover, given how cold it is, how are they not frozen solid like ice eagles? Zhang Mengmeng illustrated a downward motion, envisioning a scene of frozen eagles plummeting, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The eagle tribe dwells atop high mountains, impervious to both the bitter cold and scorching heat, Hu Xiao explained, then pulled Zhang Mengmeng closer into his embrace, his warm body drawing nearer to her. Meng, are you feeling cold? If so, lean against me. Hu Xiao placed one hand on Zhang Mengmeng's back, while the other held her hand, speaking softly. Recently, Meng has been following me. It's safe. Zhang Mengmeng lifted her gaze, and the visage of the orc, replete with a distinctly masculine aura, loomed before her. She reached out to caress the orc's face, a countenance that invariably instilled in her an overwhelming sense of security. His light golden brows and the amber depths of his eyes were filled with reflections of her essence. Half a year had elapsed, and though this face seemed to have transformed, it also retained its familiar charm. Zhang Mengmeng called out, Xiao. Actually, I am capable of protecting myself now. Initially, she had intended to adopt a more sentimental tone, but upon broaching the subject, a tiny voice within her flitted about, compelling her excitement to seep into her words. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Hu Xiao, he misinterpreted her statement as an attempt to spare him from worry. Thus, he deftly steered the conversation in a different direction. Meng. That's wonderful. Zhang Mengmeng mistakenly believed that Hu Xiao was expressing approval of the matter at hand, and thus nodded in agreement. What a delightful misunderstanding it was. By the way, Xiao, why don't you accompany me back to my original place to sleep tomorrow? It's so cold for me alone, and it's quite dark there, she said while gazing at Hu Xiao, her fingers playfully toying with his golden hair. The silky texture captivated her for a moment, but she resumed her playful antics as if nothing were amiss. All right, Hu Xiao replied with a nod, though his thoughts lingered on how she was indeed still a little one. Meng, you should lie on this side. It's softer, he said, gently pulling her towards the crook of his arm, indicating the front of his sleeve. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the orc before her, a sensation of excitement stirring within her. The orc's handsome visage appeared to bear an added maturity since their last encounter. Observing his orange-red, full lips parting and closing, her emotions became a tumultuous blend of desire and trepidation. Recalling the dismal aftermath of their previous kiss, she couldn't help but shed a tear of self-pity. Perhaps it was wiser to err on the side of caution. With this thought, Zhang Mengmeng lifted her chin and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Hu Xiao's cheek. Xiao, I'm off to sleep. Good night. Quite nice, she murmured, nodding before closing her eyes. Hu Xiao touched the area she had kissed, a faint blush creeping onto his face. He said nothing, merely adjusted his posture to ensure Zhang Mengmeng was more comfortable. With his eyes still open, Hu Xiao reflected on their earlier conversation and then inquired, Meng, you've been coughing today. Are you unwell? Believing she had successfully diverted the topic, Zhang Mengmeng's eyelashes fluttered as she replied with a cheerful tone, I'm fine. I'm in good health. Then I can rest easy, Hu Xiao chuckled. Suddenly, Zhang Mengmeng felt his handsome face loom closer, a warm sensation enveloping her lips, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Her mind momentarily blanked, consumed solely by the presence of this orc. Just as she anticipated further developments, the warmth receded, and the orc merely held her a little tighter, his low voice lulling her gently, Meng, sleep now. Chapter 186, A Hasty Retreat the following morning. Zhang Mengmeng awoke from a familiar embrace, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the rare sight of Hu Xiao's sleeping visage. Typically, by the time she roused, he would either be up or already awake. The beastman's tightly shut eyelids lent his face a gentler air, diminishing the usual severity. His light golden lashes cast soft shadows at the corners of his eyes. And even in slumber, his lips remained pressed together, suggesting he was burdened with concerns even in dreams, perhaps a reflection of the adage that with great power comes great responsibility. However, Zhang Mengmeng did not linger in admiration for long. The moment Hu Xiao's golden lashes fluttered, he opened his eyes, meeting her gaze, fixed and unmoving upon him. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes, and then he reached out to gently pat Zhang Mengmeng's head, inquiring, Are you hungry? In an instant, all whimsical thoughts vanished from Zhang Mengmeng's mind. Pray tell, what keyword led you to this topic? She pondered. It seemed that in Hu Xiao's mind, she was either hungry or perilously close to hunger. What had she done to cultivate such a misguided impression? Noticing her silence and the peculiar expression on her face, Hu Xiao furrowed his brow and suggested, Then, Meng, shall I prepare some roasted meat for you? Zhang Mengmeng could not suppress her laughter. Xiao, how on earth did you discern that I was hungry? She inquired, eager to hear a potentially amusing response. However, it soon became apparent that Zhang Mengmeng had overthought the matter, as the truth left her silently shedding tears for herself. After a brief moment of silence, Hu Xiao finally spoke. I didn't know what to say. Was this truly the best topic he could muster? Realizing the truth, Zhang Mengmeng felt tears welling up in her eyes. His conversational skills were utterly abysmal. Yet, as he was her own tiger, Zhang Mengmeng had no choice but to forgive him. In fact, Xiao, you could have inquired about other matters. Zhang Mengmeng spoke softly, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. She cleared her throat, lowered her tone, and straightened her posture, mimicking the manner of a tiger's roar. Did you sleep well last night? What do you wish to do today? Do you like me more today? Upon hearing the first two questions, Tiger Roar maintained a semblance of normalcy, but the latter inquiries left him utterly flabbergasted. Such words were simply unimaginable for him, let alone uttering them aloud. Ming truly overestimated him. So, what do you wish to do today? Tiger Roar asked, attempting to follow her lead. Zhang Mengmeng retorted confidently. I wish to remain with you today. Hu Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Mengmeng observed Hu Xiao with a look of bewilderment and could not help but grasp his hand, gently patting it as she expressed, Xiao, I wish to remain with you today. Hu Xiao, noticing the eager anticipation in Zhang Mengmeng's gaze, hesitated momentarily before finally uttering, Today, I also want to. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden voice echoed from the cave entrance, calling, Leader, the time has come. Recognizing the voice as that of Dason, Hu Xiao inexplicably exhaled in relief. Then, I shall take my leave first, he stated, promptly rising to his feet. To Zhang Mengmeng, his retreating silhouette seemed to carry a sense of hasty escape. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the retreating figure of Hu Xiao, her face adorned with curiosity. Indeed, it was a delight to be in the company of her clumsy old tiger. Chapter 187. The Eagle Tribe. At this moment, within the Eagle Tribe, atop its highest peak where the king of the eagles resided, the elders seemed to be concocting a plan to infiltrate the tiger tribe and abduct a certain unique female. An orc, bowing respectfully, spoke from below. The orc, with a broad back and slender waist, possessed a tall and athletic physique, his dark hair tinged with hints of gold, exuding both wildness and defiance. Forget them. I have no interest, he declared dismissively. After a while, the orc finally turned, revealing sharp, sword-like brows and eyes that glinted with a piercing intensity, his pitch-black gaze indifferent. Just don't disturb me. Your Majesty, if those elders manage to return with that female, she will certainly end up here, the orc below replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. If they dare to throw her at me, I shall cast her down the mountain, the king retorted, a glimmer of ferocity igniting in his eyes. Females are the most troublesome, Your Majesty. The orc below felt a surge of despair upon hearing this. You absolutely cannot do that. If you do, the elders will come after you with a vengeance. Upon hearing this, the king remained unfazed, his expression still indifferent. Those old bones of theirs? What can they do? They cannot possibly defeat me. Your Majesty, you must not speak so. If the elders hear you, there will be consequences. I say, Xiao Huang, why don't you just keep your mouth shut? The king replied dismissively. Now, be off. I have cultivation to attend to. With a wave of his hand, the orc below reluctantly retreated. As the king walked, he transformed into his beast form, soaring to the opposite mountain in an instant before coming to a halt. However, as soon as he landed, a throng of orcs rushed toward him, some sporting long white beards braided intricately, others with white hair exuding vitality, and a few with black hair and beards. All in unison inquiring, what did the king say? What else could he say? The newly arrived orc sighed in resignation. I suppose it was another I don't want her. I don't like her, he mused. An elder with a full head of white hair, pitching his voice in a mocking tone, lamented, who do we do this for? Day in and day out, he thinks he can cultivate into a deity. The elder continued, a look of disdain crossing his face, and still no female in sight. Do they wish for our eagle tribe to become extinct? Don't be upset, great elder. The eagle tribe has always been this way. In due time, we shall provide him with some incentive. Then we shall see who holds the reins. Amidst the laughter echoing across the mountaintop, an elder with a beard intricately braided remarked with a smile, by the way, Xiao Huang, have you introduced that female yet? I caught a glimpse of her last time, and oh, that delicate creature with her tender skin truly evokes a sense of tenderness. At this moment, an aged man with dark hair interjected, Elder Wu, you should not have overlooked this. That is indeed your fault. Xiao Huang, I must tell you, was soon engulfed in a cacophony of chattering and laughter that resonated throughout the mountain, lingering in the air. Unbeknownst to Jian, who was diligently cultivating alone at the peak of the eagle tribe, his most trusted subordinate had colluded with the elder he despised, plotting to thrust him into an endeavor he loathed. Chapter 188. The Art of Barbecue. Meanwhile, in the distant snowy realm of the snow leopard tribe, a dimly lit cavern lay at the heart of the snow leopard king's abode. No one would suspect that merely a wall apart existed two worlds, one cloaked in profound darkness, the other ablaze with light. Suddenly, from the shadows emerged a beastman, his dark silver eyes glistening in the gloom, his voice devoid of any emotion. The divination indicates that she should be in this direction, another beastman stated. This beastman, hunched over with a hoarse voice, seemed to merge with the darkness, rendering him nearly invisible. A towering figure glanced in the direction indicated, a low voice betraying a hint of danger, the eagle tribe. It appears a journey is necessary. In the tiger tribe, as the snow season progressed for over 3 months, Hu Shao instructed a group of beastmen to scout the area early in the morning while he led another contingent to reinforce the tribe's defenses. Over here, and here. Hu Shao directed the beastmen to clear the snow accumulated around the palisade, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Just then, a small head popped up behind him as Zhang Mengmeng, clutching Hu Zhao's hand, followed closely in his footsteps. Her cheeks were flushed from the biting wind. Fortunately, the elevation of the valley tempered the wind's ferocity. Yet Mengmeng still felt somewhat unsteady. Mengmeng, are you cold? After organizing the tasks for the beastmen, Hu Shao noticed her hands were icy. He turned, lowered his gaze, and gently patted her head, saying, "Would you like me to carry you?" As he spoke, he reached out as if to lift her into his arms. Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly shook her head, saying, "No, Shao, it's enough for me to hold your hand." Under the bright daylight, with so many eyes upon them, she found it impossible to act otherwise. "Chief!" At that moment, someone suddenly shouted. Hu Shao immediately looked up to find Darson and others, whom he had sent to scout near the eagle tribe, approaching. He quickly walked over. "What is the situation?" "Chief, we have surveyed the area around the eagle tribe. And indeed, some members of the tribe have been entering and exiting frequently. Moreover, the perimeter defenses have become considerably more stringent." Hu Shao pondered for a moment. "You and a few others should take turns keeping watch. If anything arises, inform me immediately." "Understood, Chief. I will make the arrangements right away." With that, Darson took his leave. "Meng, let us go back and roast some meat." This time, Hu Shao did not inquire further of Zhang Mengmeng. As soon as Darson and the others turned away, he swiftly swept Zhang Mengmeng into a princess carry. Caught off guard, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Hu Zhao's neck. Seeing this, Hu Zhao's expression softened even more as he carried her toward the cave. Before long, they arrived at the cave. Hu Shao, still holding Zhang Mengmeng, gently caressed her face. The warmth of the beastman's touch against her cool skin sent a shiver through her heart. In the next moment, she felt the comforting warmth of his hand and instinctively remarked, "Shao, your hands are really warm." Upon hearing her words, Hu Shao moved his hand closer, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. "Meng, please sit down. I'll roast the meat." He carefully placed Zhang Mengmeng on a nearby animal hide and quickly kindled a fire, pulling out the skewers he had prepared just the day before and began to roast them. Chapter 189. Rapid progress. Zhang Mengmeng gazed intently at the grilling Hu Shao, the flames casting a warm glow upon the orc's bronze skin, accentuating the striking features of his face. With deft movements, Hu Shao skillfully turned the skewers, occasionally sprinkling a pinch of salt from a nearby bamboo tube. Once both sides of the meat had transformed into a golden hue, sizzling with delight, Hu Shao nodded in satisfaction and handed the delectable offering to Zhang Mengmeng, urging her to indulge. Zhang Mengmeng's gaze first swept across Hu Zhao's face, then landed on the skewers of grilled meat in his hands. It seemed that his culinary skills had improved significantly since the last time they met. The golden hue and the evenly distributed salt made it appear superior to her own grilling efforts. She gently blew on it, carefully took a bite, and found the meat to be perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within, with just the right amount of salt. Surprised, she looked up at Hu Shao and exclaimed, "Shao, this is delicious. What has happened these past 6 months?" She recalled how Hu Zhao's cooking had once been rather dismal, yet now his skills could easily be deemed masterful. Noticing the radiant expression on Zhang Mengmeng's face, Hu Zhao's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and a hint of amusement sparkled in his golden eyes. She truly enjoyed it. He reminisced about his lamentable grilling skills just a few months prior, which had prompted him to discreetly inquire about grilling techniques from Dawson, followed by diligent practice that led to his current prowess. "Are you going to eat too?" Zhang Mengmeng asked, watching Hu Shao as he continued to grill. She tugged at his hand, her anticipation evident. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes made Hu Zhao's heart melt. He nodded, his golden gaze fixed on her. "Yes, Mengmeng, you should eat your fill first. I need to step out for a bit." Zhang Mengmeng had just finished devouring 2 skewers of grilled meat when Hu Shao noticed a bit of grease lingering on her lips. Habitually, he reached out and wiped it away with his fingers. Embarrassed, she quickly cleaned her mouth and turned to Hu Xiao, asking, "Xiao, where are you going?" "I want to go too." "Meng, be good. It's dangerous outside. It's safe in here." Upon mentioning this matter, Hu Xiao's expression instinctively hardened, taking on a more serious demeanor. He gently patted Zhang Mengmeng's head, but upon seeing her expression darken, he felt a pang of awkwardness. "Meng, would it please you if I brought back some red fruit?" Zhang Mengmeng leaned closer to Hu Xiao, pondering for a moment before replying. "Then I want to go. I'll listen to you." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao's stern expression softened, and he gazed at Zhang Mengmeng with affection before preparing to rise. Just then, she added, "By the way, Xiao, don't bring me any red fruit." Hu Xiao paused, looking down at her diminutive face from his elevated position, which accentuated her petite features. He then heard her continue. "When you finish your tasks, come back. I'll wait for you." Seeing the little one's radiant smile, as bright as the sun, Hu Xiao momentarily lost his train of thought. He nodded, glanced back at Zhang Mengmeng, and then turned to leave. As he walked away, she smiled at his retreating figure. Sometimes, waiting can be an ordeal, yet she now realized that it could also be a profoundly sweet experience. However, with Xiao absent, she needed to find something to occupy her time. Zhang Mengmeng summoned the frame of the witch and began to study the various sorceries inscribed upon it. Chapter 190, The Eagle Tribe Orcs. Unbeknownst to Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao, atop the mountain just outside Zhang's cave, two hawks were observing Hu Xiao's diminishing figure, engaging in hushed whispers. "Look, the leader of the tiger clan has departed. The second elder is indeed astute, instructing us to remain here, now that female cannot escape. However, do take note, there are orcs stationed not far from the cave, so we must exercise caution in our actions." While the two orc sentinels were murmuring, they suddenly spotted a dark figure re-entering the cave. Moments later, one of the hawk orc's eyes brightened as he nudged his companion. Behold, the other orc peered down. Realizing that the one who emerged was indeed the young female they were instructed to watch over, accompanied by another dark-haired orc. "Our opportunity has arrived. As soon as she is alone, we shall strike." Agreed. The two figures below were none other than Zhang Mengmeng and Hei's. Hei's had come to discuss matters with Zhang, quietly cautioning her, "Lady Mengmeng, be wary. There are two hawk orcs above." Zhang Mengmeng smiled to herself, pondering how the eagle tribe was often deemed an arrogant race. Yet they resorted to such underhanded tactics. The two orcs above, oblivious to their discovery, were scheming to abduct her while she contemplated a fitting retribution for these two members of the eagle tribe. She twirled her fingers, recalling a new sorcery she had glimpsed in the shaman's frame, an art known as insect sorcery. This particular technique, she had heard, was most prevalent in the Miao region. The reason it was documented in the shaman's frame was that the 8th-generation shaman, Lan Xin, was indeed a Miao shaman who had mastered the art of insect sorcery to an extraordinary degree. However, due to the lack of traditional inheritance, Zhang Mengmeng could only access limited information, merely scratching the surface of the fundamental aspects of this sorcery. Despite this, she felt a thrill of excitement. While engaging in direct confrontation had its own satisfaction, she found the prospect of employing cunning tactics equally appealing. Yet, lacking the appropriate tools at hand, she had to set that notion aside for the moment. She whispered to Hei's, "When we reach the valley ahead, you should conceal yourself in the cave beside it, and I will deal with these two orcs." Hei's nodded obediently. As they advanced, they soon arrived at the narrowest part of the valley. Zhang Mengmeng exchanged a knowing glance with Hei's, prompting him to deliberately step away, leaving her alone in the open. The two orc members of the eagle tribe, seeing her isolated, were visibly exhilarated. They cautiously alighted on the summit directly in front of the valley, waiting for Zhang Mengmeng to come to a halt before swooping down together, seemingly intent on completely blocking her escape route. Zhang Mengmeng squinted her eyes, revealing a faint smile. Suddenly, she mumbled something under her breath and leapt into action. As the two eagle tribe orcs were still a couple of meters above the ground, she soared into the air, raising her fists to strike at the orcs' heads. From above, she delivered two powerful blows, producing two resounding thuds. The once self-satisfied eagle tribe orcs plummeted downwards, their faces etched with astonishment and confusion, their minds echoing a singular thought. Is such strength truly possessed by a female? Meanwhile, Hei's had already prepared a rope, swiftly binding the two orcs. The expressions on the faces of the eagle tribe orcs remained blank, as if they could not comprehend what had just transpired. Chapter 191, Disposing of the Eagle Tribe. Zhang Mengmeng regarded the two avian orcs before her with a hint of amusement. From her observations, it appeared that members of the eagle tribe were generally slender. Their facial contours pronounced, with the most distinctive feature being their sharply hooked and prominent noses. Their eyes, though not entirely black, revealed that these two avian orcs possessed considerable strength. Haisa, standing nearby, regarded the orcs thoughtfully and inquired, "Lady Mengmeng, how shall we deal with them?" "Let us bind them once more," she replied, her gaze returning to the orcs. "The rest can wait until Xiao returns." With that, she took hold of the rope and urged them onward. By midday, Hu Xiao had returned. He first assessed the defenses surrounding their position before making his way to the cave where Zhang Mengmeng was. Upon stepping inside, he was taken aback by the sounds of laughter and conversation, punctuated occasionally by shouts of indignation. To his dismay, the voices belonged to unfamiliar males. The realization that strange males were present in the company of the little one unsettled him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon entering the cave, what he beheld left him momentarily speechless. There, on a raised stone platform, lay two unfamiliar orcs side by side, their hands bound behind them. The laughter he had heard emanating from their lips. Ah-ha-ha. No, ha-ha. Their laughter was unrelenting. Hu Xiao glanced behind them and saw Haish, the dark serpent who had accompanied the little one to the tribe, squatting nearby, holding two white feathers. With a flick of his wrist, the feathers trembled, evidently the source of the orc's uncontrollable laughter. After scrutinizing the unfamiliar orc's features, Hu Xiao surmised they were indeed members of the eagle tribe. At that moment, a familiar voice cut through the air. "If they cannot provide more useful information, do not cease your efforts." It was Zhang Mengmeng's voice. Hu Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The distance prevented him from discerning her expression, yet the tone struck him as distinctly unfamiliar. It lacked the usual softness or playful lilt, instead resonating with a chilling calmness, even tinged with a hint of ruthlessness. Zhang Mengmeng was seated on a fur cushion nearby. Observing with keen interest the two individuals who had been speaking for quite some time, it had revealed nothing more than that they were sent by the second elder. As they contemplated how to address the matter concerning the Eagle clan, a sudden, elongated shadow fell before her. Startled, she looked up and was greeted by a pair of dazzling golden eyes, which instantly brightened her small face. She leaped to her feet and embraced Hu Xiao's waist, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. "Xiao, you're back." This exclamation transformed her into the familiar Zhang Mengmeng once more. Hu Xiao felt a momentary daze but instinctively wrapped his arms around her to prevent her from falling, simultaneously inquiring, "Meng, what has happened?" "It's not the Eagle Clan's people. These two fellows have been lurking at the peak of our cave. Now they've landed themselves in trouble," she replied, clinging tightly to his waist. Hu Xiao instinctively lowered his gaze to her, listening as she continued. "They claim they were sent by the second elder of the Eagle clan, but they refused to elaborate. It seems they intended to capture me, though I cannot fathom their motives." Chapter 192. Reluctance to part. Initially, Hu Xiao listened quietly, but upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng mention the word capture, his composure shattered. He tightened his grip around her, turning her body to shield her behind him. Zhang Mengmeng adjusted herself against his waist, and Hu Xiao then faced the two Eagle clan beastmen with a serious expression. "Why have you come to apprehend my companion?" A raucous laughter erupted from the two beastmen, their lack of decorum rendering Hu Xiao's inquiry somewhat awkward. Unbeknownst to them, Hei's was diligently fulfilling his task, and upon noticing this, Zhang Mengmeng peered out from behind Hu Xiao, signaling Hei's to halt. Hei's promptly ceased his actions, and the laughter of the two beastmen subsided. Seeing the two oblivious beastmen remain silent, Zhang Mengmeng produced a spare feather from behind Hu Xiao and waved it gently, saying with a soft tone, "Gentlemen, Xiao is inquiring of you." The Eagle clan beastmen exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads, responding, "We are merely following the orders of the second elder. It truly has nothing to do with us." As they spoke, they exchanged wary looks, realizing that this female was indeed formidable. The thought of noncompliance sent cold sweat cascading down their brows. In response, Hu Xiao took a step forward and unexpectedly untied the ropes binding the two men. He spoke deliberately. "The Tiger clan and the Eagle clan have coexisted peacefully. I shall allow you to return. But please convey to your elders and leaders that should they entertain further designs upon my companion, the Tiger clan will not stand idly by." The two Eagle clan beastmen exchanged bewildered glances, then glanced at Zhang Mengmeng behind Hu Xiao. She smiled reassuringly, saying, "If Xiao permits you to leave, then you may go." Two Eagle tribe orcs exchanged glances once more. Are we truly allowing them to depart? Surely there can be no trap in this? Yet, recalling the terror instilled by the feathers moments prior, their feet began to stir restlessly. Observing the hesitation of the two Eagle tribe orcs, Zhang Mengmeng deliberately waved the feathers in her hand as they turned their gaze upon her, softly uttering, "Could it be that you wish for me to personally see you off?" Zhang Mengmeng deliberately emphasized the words in person. "There's no need, no need." The two disheveled orc members of the Eagle clan quickly shook their heads, supporting each other as they made their way out, and soon vanished from sight. At that moment, Hu Shao turned around, first glancing in the direction the Eagle clan orcs had departed, and then, seemingly in contemplation, remarked, "Meng, something was different just now." Zhang Mengmeng coughed nervously, attempting to shift the focus of attention by grasping Hu Zhao's hand and gently stroking it. "It's all their fault for being so malicious. I merely intended to teach them a lesson." To her surprise, Hu Shao revealed a rare smile and soothingly caressed Zhang Mengmeng's delicate face, affirming her actions. In truth, he was merely taken aback, or perhaps intrigued, to discover this facet of her personality. He had assumed she was only mischievous in his presence. Moreover, considering that the mischief had been directed at her, he felt that her retribution was, in fact, rather lenient. Zhang Mengmeng playfully stuck out her tongue, her tone taking on a more affectionate air. "Shao's the best. They wanted to take me away to separate me from you, but that's out of the question." In a seemingly insatiable manner, she added, "No, it's as if there isn't even a window for that." Hu Shao chuckled. Although he could not comprehend what Meng was saying, her joy brought him happiness. He too wished never to part from her, desiring to remain together forever. Chapter 193, The Eagle Tribe's Strategist. Eagle Tribe Settlement. Residence of the Elders. Ada, Ayer? As the two figures approached, a throng of individuals immediately emerged, one of whom was an elder with his beard braided, who called out, and then pushed the two individuals apart, glancing around them to see who was following. To his surprise, he found no one. Ada, where is the little female?" The individual referred to as Ada was one of the two Eagle Tribe beastmen sent to the Tiger Tribe. The two beastmen bore a striking resemblance, with sharp eyes, prominent brows, and hooked noses, but Ada appeared taller. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face, and after a moment's hesitation, he quietly replied, "Second elder, we failed." Despite their age, the elders of the Eagle Tribe remained sharp-witted, save for the third elder, who had suffered ear damage previously and could not clearly hear Ada's words. After pondering what he had heard, he exclaimed in shock, "Ada, are you saying the little female is dead?" At this moment, Aer, who had been silent, responded loudly, "Third elder, the little female is not dead. She is alive and well." "Then why did you not bring her back?" the great elder inquired, stroking his long white beard. Though his hair was completely white, his spirit was vigorous, and he spoke with great authority. Ada and Aer exchanged glances, silently communicating. "Aer, what should we do? How do we explain this?" "Ada, this Aer, perhaps we should just tell the truth." "Ada, it's a bit embarrassing." "Aer, no worries, brother. If you want to say it, I will." Thus, Aer turned to the great elder and said, "Elder, actually, we initially captured the little female, but unexpectedly, the Tiger King returned midway, accompanied by many others, and he took the little female back." Listening quietly, Ada thought, "Is this the truth? How outrageous." The great elder was extremely angered, and just when Aer assumed he would scold the Tiger Tribe, the great elder delivered a sharp rebuke. "What is wrong with you two? Are you ashamed to admit you were defeated?" But Aer, in his excitement, began to defend himself, but Ada quickly covered Aer's mouth, shaking his head vigorously. Ada, being the more composed of the two, understood the great elder's vanity and his aversion to being contradicted. If Aer had just argued back, it would have violated two of the great elder's taboos, and he would likely be punished by being sent to the mountaintop to gnaw on stones. At that moment, the second elder, stroking his braided beard, spoke up. "Ada, Aer, what on earth has transpired? Were you not instructed to stand guard there?" Ada cast a glance at the first elder beside him, prompting a knowing smile from the second elder, who then remarked, "Eldest, you may return. I shall handle this matter." The first elder, without even glancing at Ada and Aer, stroked his beard and turned away, leading the other elders back. "Now, Ada, please enlighten me about what has occurred." The second elder inquired as the first elders gradually receded from sight. Thus, Ada recounted the entire sequence of events to the second elder in meticulous detail. After listening, the second elder pondered for a moment and said, "I understand." He gazed in the direction of the Tiger Clan, his face reflecting a thoughtful expression, which soon transformed into a faint smile. "If subtlety fails, then let us proceed openly. It is essential to acknowledge that his reputation as the strategist of the Eagle Clan is not without merit." Chapter 194, The Art of Perception. The following morning, At the Tiger Clan, Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Shao were roasting meat in the cave when, unexpectedly, an orc burst in and approached Hu Shao, exclaiming, "Chief, the elder of the Eagle Clan has come to visit. He wishes to speak with you." While savoring her roasted meat, Zhang Mengmeng's expression turned skeptical. Only yesterday, the second elder of the Eagle Clan had sent someone to capture her, and now the elder himself sought her out. Was this a coordinated scheme? At that moment, Hu Shao pondered for a moment before responding, "Please, let him in." "Very well, Meng, I shall go. You continue to eat," Hu Shao said, handing his piece of roasted meat to Zhang Mengmeng, then casting another glance at her. "Wait for my return." Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. In truth, she harbored a desire to go, yet since Shao had requested her to stay, she obediently complied. However, just as Hu Shao departed, Zhang Mengmeng began to mutter softly to herself, seemingly reciting some incantation. In the next instant, a small moth before her suddenly altered its course, heading directly in the direction from which Hu Shao had just vanished. This was yet another spell she had recently mastered from the frame of the witch, the art of object vision, utilizing an object as her eye. Its range was limited to approximately 100 meters. Zhang Mengmeng had experimented with it multiple times, discovering that this spell appeared to yield better results on flying creatures. While she sensed Hu Zhao's position, she guided the moth onward. Before long, she felt the moth come to an abrupt halt. Through its perspective, she beheld before her Hu Shao and an orc, who was reputed to be the elder of the Eagle Clan. He sported a long beard, and his eyebrows were also white. Amusingly, he had woven his beard into long braids. Were it not for his distinctly hooked nose, characteristic of the Eagle Clan, Zhang Mengmeng would hardly have recognized him as an orc of that lineage. It is indeed an honor to witness the renowned might of the Tiger King today. The elder spoke first, his tone remarkably gentle and courteous. Zhang Mengmeng mused to herself, "At least you are perceptive. Her character is naturally admirable." However, Hu Shao seemed rather indifferent, approaching the matter with directness and devoid of any pleasantries. "The Eagle Clan is eyeing my companion. Do you not owe an explanation?" Upon hearing Hu Zhao's statement, the braided elder of the Eagle Clan chuckled, his demeanor becoming more amicable. "Tiger King, do not take offense. It is merely the folly of those two ruffians. What you may not know is that we wish to invite you and your companion as our esteemed guests in the Eagle Clan. With the Tiger Clan recently relocated here, it is only fitting that we extend our hospitality." He continued with a jovial tone, "As a token of our goodwill, I have brought a gift today, behold. This is the treasured snow lotus of our Eagle Clan. I have heard that the esteemed high priest of your noble lineage is in ill health. Consider this a humble gesture of our introduction." Without further ado, the elder cheerfully pressed the precious offering into Hu Zhao's hands. As Zhang Mengmeng observed, she pondered the intentions of the elder of the Eagle Clan. Such a cordial demeanor and the presentation of such an extravagant gift. Who would believe there were no ulterior motives? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated, proclaiming, "Should the Eagle Clan harbor even a hint of desire towards my companion, the Tiger Clan and the Eagle Clan shall be irreconcilable." It was Shao. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Mengmeng felt as though she were floating, wishing fervently to embrace him. Yet, how could that be possible? It was all a misunderstanding. The elder promptly interjected. However, just as Zhang Mengmeng sought to observe Hu Zhao's reaction once more, the scene was abruptly interrupted. The moment of the eye of reality technique had come to an end. Zhang Mengmeng's face had grown dark, all due to that brazen old man who had wasted her time with a plethora of nonsensical chatter. Chapter 195, In the Name of the Beast God. When Hu Shao returned to the cave and informed Zhang Mengmeng that they would be visiting the Eagle Clan the next day, she finally comprehended Hu Zhao's earlier response. Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head and rested on Hu Zhao's lap, then lifted her gaze to meet his, playfully toying with his hand. "Who? Shall it be just the two of us?" she inquired. "The Eagle Clan members. I can't shake the feeling that they are untrustworthy. Rest assured, Meng, I shall protect you." Zhang Mengmeng continued to play with Hu Zhao's hand. Upon hearing his words, she set her hand down and intertwined it with Hu Zhao's large hand, realizing that his hand was nearly twice the size of hers. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Shao, what do we have to worry about? I just feel that the Eagle Clan's invitation to us is not as simple as it seems. The great elder of the Eagle Clan summoned us in the name of the Beast God, and it is an invitation we cannot refuse." Hearing this from Zhang Mengmeng, Hu Shao sighed. Zhang Mengmeng curiously lifted her head to look at Hu Shao. "Shao, why can we not refuse an invitation made in the name of the Beast God? Is there a tradition behind this?" The Beast God is the supreme deity of the beast realm, said to have founded the realm of the beastmen. This tradition has existed since ancient times. To refuse it would be to show disrespect to the beast god. As Hu Shao spoke of the beast god, his expression turned serious, and his tone revealed a deep reverence. Is it really that grave? Zhang Mengmeng once again found herself struggling to comprehend the values of the beast realm, just as she could not understand how a mere jest could, in Hu Zhao's eyes, transform into an ominous matter. All right then, if that is the case, let us go together and see what they intend. If the Eagle clan harbors ill intentions, my fists are not to be underestimated. The following morning, Meng, it's time to rise. Hu Shao, somewhat helpless, gently stroked Zhang Mengmeng's face, attributing his inability to resist the previous night's enthusiasm to the little one's exuberance. Zhang Mengmeng childishly swatted Hu Zhao's hand away, unwilling to open her eyes, instinctively murmuring, just a little longer. Her voice, still imbued with the haze of slumber, sounded like that of an innocent child unacquainted with the world. Hu Shao shook his head in resignation, choosing not to rouse her further. Instead, he bent down and picked up Zhang Mengmeng, adjusting his hold to ensure she could sleep more comfortably. Upon feeling the familiar scent and warmth, Zhang Mengmeng instinctively wrapped her arms around Hu Zhao's neck. Hu Shao initially worried that his movement had disturbed her, leaning in to inspect her face, only to burst into laughter upon realizing she was not awake, but merely mumbling in her sleep. Carrying Zhang Mengmeng to the entrance of the cave, the beastman on guard glanced up momentarily before immediately lowering his head. Throughout the journey, Hu Shao could only hear the alternating sounds of inhalation from those beside him. Once they had left the territory of the Tiger clan, Zhang Mengmeng finally opened her eyes. Rubbing them, she noticed that it was already dawn. As she lifted her gaze, she found herself staring at the chin of the beastman above her, and only then did it dawn on her that she seemed to be nestled in Hu Zhao's embrace. Zhang Mengmeng had just awakened, still somewhat dazed. However, the sight of the orc before her brought a sense of reassurance, causing her to momentarily set aside her thoughts. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her as she remembered the events of the day ahead and her current situation, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. Who was she? Where was she? Where was she headed now? Chapter 196, An Appointment with the Eagle Tribe. Meng, are you awake? Hu Shao leaned down, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Mengmeng. Are you feeling better? At the sound of Hu Zhao's inquiry, memories of the previous night's wildness flooded back, and her face flushed crimson. She could only respond awkwardly. I feel somewhat better. We are now heading to the Eagle tribe. If you are tired, you may rest a while longer. Tired? Tired? Zhang Mengmeng pondered silently. Who could she blame? Last night, she had been quite taken by her clumsy tiger's performance, and in a moment of weakness, she had initiated a series of events, only to find herself the helpless prey on the chopping block, at the mercy of Hu Shao. It was truly tragic, a veritable human drama of epic proportions. Zhang Mengmeng recalled everything that transpired last night, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over her. She squeezed Hu Zhao's wrist, exclaiming, "It's all your fault." Noticing Hu Zhao's silence, Zhang Mengmeng continued to lament. Who am I supposed to blame for my current predicament? Observing the distress etched across her delicate face, Hu Shao realized she was genuinely upset and quickly replied, "Blame me. It is my fault." Zhang Mengmeng's demeanor in the presence of Hu Shao clearly indicated that no matter what she uttered, Hu Shao would likely respond affirmatively. "No, Shao, please set me down." Hu Shao cautiously released Zhang Mengmeng, but she nearly lost her balance and faltered. Alarmed, Hu Shao quickly reached out to steady her, expressing his concern. "Meng, would it be better if I carried you?" "Absolutely not." Zhang Mengmeng promptly shook her head. She was acutely aware that many of the Tiger clan's beastmen had witnessed her earlier predicament, and with their imminent departure to the Eagle clan, she could not bear the thought of maintaining such an embarrassing appearance. Let us go. Let us go. I'm perfectly fine." With a determined wave of her hand, she took the lead and walked forward. Observing this, Hu Shao hurried to follow her, and soon a vast expanse of towering peaks came into view. The defining characteristic of these mountains was their steep and straight ascents. As Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the lofty summits that pierced the clouds, her understanding of the Eagle clan's beastmen's flying prowess deepened. "Welcome, Tiger King." While Zhang Mengmeng was still reflecting on the scene, a chorus of welcoming voices suddenly erupted from behind her. Turning around, she saw two unfamiliar Eagle clan beastmen, both kneeling on one knee and fervently uttering words of welcome. Come, please, this way." At that moment, an elderly man with a full head of white hair emerged from behind the two beastmen. Zhang Mengmeng recognized him from his braided beard. He was likely the esteemed elder of the Eagle clan whom she had visited when accompanying Hu Shao previously. With a warm smile, he bent slightly and gestured for Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Shao to ascend the mountain path. Zhang Mengmeng instinctively cast her gaze towards Hu Xiao, only to find that he too was directing his attention towards her. In that singular exchange of glances, she seemed to discern the unspoken message he wished to convey: do not fret, for all shall be well with him by her side. His gaze was imbued with trust and acceptance, a warmth that enveloped her heart. Despite her awareness that their return to the Eagle clan was akin to entering a den of danger, the mere presence of Hu Xiao rendered every fear trivial. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng followed Hu Xiao to the venue of the banquet as indicated by the clan's elder. Along the way, she remained quietly tethered to his hand, observing the surroundings in contemplative silence. It was only when they came to a halt that she took in the expansive area before them. Before her lay a vast, level expanse adorned with 3 rows of stone tables, and already, clusters of Eagle Clan beastmen had begun to gather. Chapter 197. A visit to the Eagle Clan. It appeared that preparations were underway for a grand feast. As the stone tables were meticulously arranged with an assortment of fruits and meats, at a glance, it was evident that a considerable number of Eagle Clan beastmen had assembled. However, Zhang Mengmeng observed that the central position remained unoccupied. This prime spot was typically reserved for the highest-ranking individual of the clan, much like she had witnessed with the Snow Leopard King at the center of their gathering. Thus, she surmised that the Eagle Clan's king would take his place there. Moreover, she noted with curiosity that another position to the left of the center was also vacant. Zhang Mengmeng initially believed that the seat designated for the Grand Elder was intended for him, yet the Grand Elder, upon their arrival, bypassed it and took a seat nearby. Could it be that this Eagle King possesses a companion? Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao occupied the central position at the lower left side, with the Grand Elder who accompanied them sitting beside them. Zhang Mengmeng discreetly nudged Hu Xiao's foot beneath the stone table and leaned in to whisper, "Does the king of the Eagle tribe have a partner?" Hu Xiao pondered for a moment before responding, "I have not heard of such a thing." "Why do you ask?" Meng? Noticing the contemplative expression on Zhang Mengmeng's face, Hu Xiao inquired further, "Don't you find it peculiar, Xiao? Why are there 2 empty seats in the center?" Hu Xiao reflected briefly before suggesting, perhaps those were the seats of the previous Eagle King and his companion. "Oh." Zhang Mengmeng nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. It is indeed a great honor for us to have the Tiger King grace us with his presence." The first to speak was the Grand Elder Braid who had guided Zhang Mengmeng and her companions into the Eagle tribe. Despite his white hair, he exuded vitality and spoke with a remarkable eloquence. "May I inquire about the whereabouts of the esteemed Second Elder?" "I have not forgotten that he sent someone to capture my partner," Hu Xiao stated, his demeanor serious, his tone icy, starkly contrasting with the Grand Elder's welcoming smile. "That is simply unfounded. Tiger King, you must understand, it was merely the Second Elder's curiosity. He could not fathom the beauty of a female whom the Tiger King treasures so dearly. In a moment of folly, he wished to invite your partner to the Eagle tribe for a discussion. Alas, it is quite embarrassing, for he is not present today. We have spoken well of him." The Grand Elder Braid who continued, "Upon seeing your partner today, it is clear she is truly endearing. No wonder you keep her hidden away from us, so that we may not even catch a glimpse." Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback by the Grand Elder's audacity in expressing such sentiments. Hu Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a slight flush creep across his cheeks and, after much contemplation, could only muster a simple reply. "She does not enjoy going out." It was an exceedingly honest response. Zhang Mengmeng was initially infuriated by the shameless elder, only to be amused by a single remark from Hu Xiao. It was truly remarkable. This elder was clearly rambling nonsensically. Yet Xiao responded with utmost seriousness. "Meng, have this." As Zhang Mengmeng turned to glance at Hu Xiao, she was taken aback to see him sincerely offering her a fruit from beside him, as if the fierce beastman from moments ago had been a mere figment of her imagination. Zhang Mengmeng chuckled softly, taking the fruit with her small hand. Seizing the moment, she gently touched Hu Xiao's hand and whispered, "Xiao, the Eagle clan is truly impolite. Even now, their king has yet to arrive." Chapter 198. The willing ones are hooked. As Zhang Mengmeng finished speaking, she suddenly felt a flicker in front of her. In an instant, a figure had taken a seat at the center. She glanced over to find a man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his tall stature accentuated by a characteristic hawk-like aquiline nose. His piercing, jet-black eyes resembled arrows, while his brows arched like majestic peaks. As Zhang Mengmeng looked at him, he too turned in her direction, only to fix his gaze not on her, but on Hu Xiao beside her. Hu Xiao's golden eyes met the hawk's sharp gaze, yet his expression remained unchanged. He even returned a more piercing glare, causing the atmosphere to become somewhat tense. It was the elder's light laughter that shattered the awkwardness. "Ah, our king has arrived. Allow me to introduce the two of you." Your Majesty, this is the king of the Tiger clan. And Tiger King, this is our king of the Hawk clan, who has long expressed his desire to invite you both. Elder Braid, with a beaming smile, appeared both amiable and approachable. Zhang Mengmeng scrutinized the face of the Eagle King, which was even more repugnant than that of the Tiger Howl, and concluded that the words of the Grand Elder held no persuasive power whatsoever. She was certain that this fellow would not welcome them. Zhang Mengmeng was convinced that her suspicion was highly probable, for since his arrival, he had not uttered a single word, let alone displayed a friendly smile. Moreover, he occasionally gazed into the distance, as if eager to rush forward. Come, everyone. This is a special fruit wine crafted by our Eagle clan, sweet and fragrant. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate our gathering today. At that moment, the esteemed elder seated beside Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao spoke, prompting her to notice a cup before her, seemingly carved from stone, filled with a vibrant orange-red liquid she had never encountered before. Zhang Mengmeng exchanged a glance with Hu Xiao, and upon seeing him nod in her direction, she felt reassured and lifted her cup to take a sip. What Zhang Mengmeng failed to notice was that while she was drinking, the elder beside her discreetly cast a glance in her direction. Even the hawk-eyed figure seated above, who had not once looked at her, briefly regarded her with a contemplative expression. Soon after, a flicker of irritation crossed his face as if a thought had suddenly struck him. The orange-red liquid slid down her throat, and to her surprise, it was rather delightful. She even sensed a hint of alcohol within its taste. Observing her flushed cheeks after finishing a cup, Hu Xiao, beside her, turned with a hint of concern and said, Meng, if you're feeling unwell, you needn't drink any more. Instinctively, Zhang Mengmeng grasped Hu Xiao's hand, finding comfort in the familiar warmth of the beastman's touch. Although she felt somewhat heated, she attributed it to her own constitution. After all, she had only ever tasted fruit wine before, and perhaps her long absence from alcohol rendered her less tolerant. Incidentally, this fruit wine had been left behind by a priestess long ago, though regrettably, that priestess had since departed. Just as she was speaking, the elder suddenly interjected with a remark that captured Zhang Mengmeng's full attention. The key words he mentioned were simply too striking. Once again, it was about the priestess and her return. Instantly, Zhang Mengmeng turned to the long-braided elder and inquired, Elder, are you referring to the priestess? Has a priestess ever visited the Eagle tribe? The elderly man with braids beside Zhang Mengmeng chuckled softly, then sighed. Indeed, that esteemed sorceress left behind a tome inscribed with written words, yet regrettably, even after all this time, no one has managed to decipher it. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes brightened, and she noticed the second elder beside her, who was now masquerading as the Grand Elder, with a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. Indeed, it seemed that this fish had taken the bait. Chapter 199, The Supreme Cliff. Indeed, it is said that the tome contains the secrets of the witch clan, and it continues to be venerated among the Eagle tribe. Regrettably, despite the passage of years, no one has yet deciphered its contents. The second elder sighed dramatically, and Zhang Mengmeng, piqued by curiosity, pondered the Grand Elder's implication that a witch once resided among the Eagle tribe before returning, leaving behind a journal. Yet, a question arose. Where exactly did she return to? This was a mystery Zhang Mengmeng could not unravel. The witches mentioned in the Frame of Witches appeared to originate from both the indigenous beast realm and otherworldly visitors. However, since the notion of returning had been introduced, it was highly probable that she was a time-traveling woman. Another point of concern for Zhang Mengmeng was his claim that the journal contained the secrets of the witch clan. To this day, she remained somewhat bewildered by the Frame of Witches, aware only that it seemed capable of sensing its owner's intentions. The reasons behind certain witchcraft being revealed while others remained obscured, even beyond her sight, continued to elude her understanding. Perhaps the journal could provide the clarity she sought. However, Zhang Mengmeng cast another glance at the Grand Elder who was speaking. The words uttered by this individual appeared quite dubious. Were his statements made with intention or merely by chance? What prompted him to bring these matters to light so abruptly? Are you not just a shaman? Why not seek the truth? Just as Zhang Mengmeng pondered the Grand Elder's motives, a sudden voice resonated, robust and resonant, as if whispering directly into her ear. She turned to see that it was the Eagle King, who had only just spoken for the first time. His words immediately illuminated the situation for Zhang Mengmeng, revealing that not only he but likely the other elders of the Eagle clan had long been cognizant of her true identity. Zhang Mengmeng's confusion seemed to dissipate in an instant, yet the very next moment, she felt an oddity after the Eagle King uttered those words. The atmosphere in the venue abruptly grew heavy. The entire assembly was suddenly enveloped in a profound silence. Even the usually jovial Grand Elder's expression shifted subtly. A moment later, it transformed into one of delight as he turned to Hu Xiao and inquired, "Could it be that the Tiger King's companion is indeed the esteemed witch mistress?" Zhang Mengmeng looked at the old man with braids, amused by his sudden change of expression. Upon hearing his inquiry, Hu Xiao turned his gaze towards her, choosing not to respond. Instead, he grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand with his large palm, seemingly seeking her counsel. Zhang Mengmeng felt a mix of warmth and guilt. She had merely glossed over her identity upon her return, failing to provide any detailed account. Since she chose not to elaborate, Hu Xiao naturally did not inquire further, leaving him seemingly unaware of Zhang Mengmeng's true identity. Zhang Mengmeng reflected inwardly. Although she was unaware of how the Eagle King had learned of her identity, she nonetheless addressed the Grand Elder. "I wish to behold the relic left by the priestess. Might I have permission?" Holding onto Hu Xiao's hand, she neither confirmed nor denied her identity, merely expressing her desire. Given the current predicament, where retreat seemed futile, she opted for a strategic withdrawal. Upon hearing her request, the Grand Elder displayed a momentary look of difficulty before replying, "Of course, you may. However, the artifact is enshrined at the supreme cliff of my Eagle clan, a place accessible solely to the Eagle King." Chapter 200. Danger awaits. Zhang Mengmeng's expression turned peculiar. She instantly regretted voicing such a request, realizing it indirectly acknowledged her identity. Nonetheless, it was prudent for both to enjoy the banquet before the matter at hand. As the Grand Elder continued his discourse, a sudden voice interrupted, brimming with impatience. "If you wish to go, do so now. I shall be indisposed later." The voice belonged to the Eagle King, who had maintained a sour demeanor since his arrival, speaking with a crisp and decisive tone that mirrored his character. "It seems inappropriate, Your Majesty," the Grand Elder hesitantly interjected. "Inappropriate? I said now is the time," the Eagle King replied, his impatience palpable, before he swiftly appeared before Zhang Mengmeng, looking down at her with an imposing presence. "Hey, female, if you wish to leave, do so quickly." With that, he crossed his arms and stood firm. Initially taken aback, Zhang Mengmeng glanced at Hu Xiao, who offered her a reassuring look and softly encouraged, "Meng, if you wish to go, then go." The words of the beastmen were always succinct yet resonated deeply within her heart. Regret washed over her for not disclosing her identity to Hu Xiao sooner. The prospect of others revealing her truth was unsettling. However, observing Hu Xiao's expression, though tinged with confusion, was predominantly filled with trust and support, suggesting that he would unconditionally stand by her side, regardless of her choices. Indeed, her beloved silly tiger was endearing. Zhang Mengmeng pondered with a heavy heart, then stood up and addressed the orc before her, saying, "I shall rely on your esteemed assistance." Her acquiescence stemmed from the realization that this Eagle King did not seem to possess a profoundly intricate nature. The true source of her trepidation lay with the ever-smiling Grand Elder beside them. A person who perpetually wears a smile is often the most perilous. The smile conceals an array of emotions, and because his lips are forever curved in a perfectly measured grin, one can never discern his genuine feelings. In contrast, although the Eagle King appeared less congenial than the Grand Elder, every gesture and action he displayed emanated from his true self. Though impulsive, this authenticity fostered greater trust. "Very well. I shall return shortly," Zhang Mengmeng declared as she rose. However, her concern compelled her to glance back at Hu Xiao, who, unexpectedly, wore a faint smile and nodded in her direction. Subsequently, Zhang Mengmeng followed the orc ahead of her, stepping cautiously as they advanced. After a while, the orc abruptly turned, his keen gaze appraising Zhang Mengmeng with scrutiny, even sizing her up from head to toe. Something flickered in his eyes before he proclaimed, "Above lies the supreme cliff." Zhang Mengmeng lifted her gaze and beheld a towering cliff that soared into the clouds. Faintly, she discerned a small cave nestled at its summit, where the object spoken of by the elder was likely concealed. However, how was she to ascend such heights? Suddenly, she observed the orc before her crouching down, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a majestic eagle, soaring into the air with powerful, robust wings that beat rhythmically, seemingly altering the very currents of air nearby. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come." Zhang Mengmeng, upon encountering the fierce eagle before her, was taken aback as it spoke in human tongue. "Hurry up. I have little time to spare," the eagle urged as it noticed her hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly complied and climbed onto its back. As they soared through the skies, it seemed that the eagle tribe harbored no intention of causing her harm. This Eagle King appeared devoid of cunning, leading her to believe he would not cast her down mid-flight. Zhang Mengmeng clutched the eagle's back, feeling only the rushing wind beside her. It was early morning, and the snow had yet to fall. As the wings beat, producing a sound that split the air, Zhang Mengmeng felt her body soar suddenly upward. The next moment, regaining her focus, she realized she had reached the edge of a cliff. In the blink of an eye, the majestic eagle transformed back into human form, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Mengmeng before speaking. I see those elders have praised you as if you were a celestial being. What a farce. You are nothing extraordinary. Zhang Mengmeng replied with a smile. How I am does not concern you. Humph. Does this eagle king think himself a delicacy? She mused. Her own prowess suffices. Enough. If you intend to enter, do so swiftly. Spare me your prattle. In response, the eagle, clearly impatient, waved his hand dismissively towards a small cave ahead. Suppressing her urge to retort, Zhang Mengmeng thought. So who is being loquacious now? Never mind, the matter at hand is of greater importance. Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment before hastening towards the small cave ahead. Surprisingly, although the cave appeared diminutive, it was remarkably elongated. Initially shrouded in darkness, as she ventured deeper, a wondrous scene unfolded before her, illuminating her surroundings with unexpected brilliance. Zhang Mengmeng also came to a halt. She was almost certain that this so-called priestess of the eagle tribe was, more likely than not, a woman who had traversed realms. The end of the stone cave was evidently arranged as a room, furnished with a chair, a table, and even a rather decent bed. Moreover, these pieces of furniture were crafted in a modern style. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly noticed a square box atop the table. She promptly approached and opened it. To her astonishment, she found a paper notebook inside. Eagerly, she flipped through its pages, and the familiar Chinese characters instantly transported her back to the 21st century. There were no dates inscribed, but upon inspection, she realized it was likely a diary, detailing the first day of her arrival here. I am filled with trepidation. This place is so vastly different from my world, and I am utterly bewildered as to why I have come here. Yet, the people seem quite kind. On the second day of her stay, the third day, the name that appeared most frequently was one belonging to a man named Ingtan, who, by common understanding, must be the king of the eagle tribe. Ingtan has treated me well, and I have gradually developed feelings for him. Today, Ingtan lost his temper again. His moods are rather unpredictable. I learned today that my presence here is due to my priestess lineage. I wish to journey to the Black Snake tribe, but Ingtan forbids it. Finally, Ingtan consented to my visit to the Black Snake tribe, but upon arrival, I discovered that things were not as straightforward as I had anticipated. The subsequent entries abruptly ceased, with no further mention of the Black Snake tribe to be found, until Zhang Mengmeng turned to the final page, where it appeared to be the last entry. The words inscribed read, I wish to return. Everything here is unsuitable for me. Ingtan is splendid, yet he has truly gone too far. I still love him. I merely wish to avoid further strife and bloodshed. Chapter 202, Caught in the Eagle Stream. After perusing this diary, Zhang Mengmeng concluded that there was, in fact, no valuable information contained within. Zhang Mengmeng carefully examined the text once more and, at last, made a new discovery on the final page, a small inscription in the lower right corner, Shui Luo. It appears that this must be the name of the sorceress. Zhang Mengmeng was deep in thought when she suddenly perceived the sound of footsteps approaching from behind her. Raising her gaze, she was taken aback to find that it was none other than the Eagle King, who had escorted her earlier. His skin, once a warm wheat hue, now bore an unexpected flush of crimson. As he drew nearer, she discerned an unusual expression on his face, one that seemed to oscillate between impatience and irritation. Moreover, he was muttering incessantly, damn it, damn it. It was only when he firmly grasped her shoulder and leaned in with an assertive demeanor that Zhang Mengmeng comprehended the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, a mere second prior, she had been poised defensively, ready to retaliate with a powerful strike at the slightest hint of aggression. To her astonishment, he did not launch an attack but appeared to be moving in for a kiss. What an extraordinary turn of events this was. Zhang Mengmeng was perplexed. She could discern that the Eagle King held no affection for her, his expression clearly conveying the sentiment of a lofty ruler regarding a mere mortal female. How could such an arrogant individual possibly contemplate drawing near? It seemed implausible. Yet, the reality was that this seemingly haughty Eagle King was indeed advancing towards Zhang Mengmeng. The scene unfolded as follows. A tall, handsome male beastman was inching closer to a petite, fair-skinned female, his face flushed and breath quickened, while she appeared utterly speechless with fear. In truth, Zhang Mengmeng's expression remained impassive as she observed the face before her growing larger, her heart betraying no tumult. Rather, she felt an oddish to see what this individual intended to do. To her astonishment, within the Eagle King's perception, she was merely a fragile female devoid of any means to defend herself. He anticipated watching her weep and plead for his mercy. Despite his indifference towards females, the pressing circumstances compelled him to set aside his preferences. Upon closer inspection, he found her appearance acceptable, if not ideal, and resigned to making do with the situation. Just as the Eagle King drew perilously close, mere centimeters from her face, and believed victory was at hand, a fist suddenly emerged before him. In the next moment, it made intimate contact with his visage. Though small, the blow was forceful. Zhang Mengmeng had struck the Eagle King squarely in the face, producing a resounding thud as he crumpled to the ground in disbelief. Lying there, he incredulously touched his face, gazing at Zhang Mengmeng with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. What had just transpired? Why was he on the ground? Your disdain for me is of little consequence, for I harbor no affection for you either. However, should you perceive me as an easy target, you are in for a disappointment. Stepping forward, Zhang Mengmeng experienced the exhilarating sensation of looking down upon another, particularly one whom she did not favor. Lowering herself to glance at the Eagle King, she noted his face was even more flushed, seemingly dazed by her words, leaving her slightly puzzled. Logically, the Eagle clan should have posed a threat to her. Yet, here she stood unscathed, while the Eagle King appeared as if he had been struck. Chapter 203, Making a Deal. As Zhang Mengmeng continued her approach, it was the Eagle King who first changed his demeanor. What are you intending to do? He stammered. Oh, me? Zhang Mengmeng leaned in to inspect the bewildered Eagle King. Noticing he seemed poised to rise and instigate trouble once more, she chuckled softly. I suggest you refrain from making any impulsive moves. However, the orc before her appeared to be under some form of control, his complexion flushed, seemingly unable to comprehend Zhang Mengmeng's words, and was even poised to rise and attempt his previous actions anew. Yet, Zhang Mengmeng would not permit him to succeed. After a moment of contemplation, she silently recited an incantation, and in the next instant, the orc before her froze in place. Even the astonished and incredulous expression etched upon his face was captured in that fleeting moment. Zhang Mengmeng felt a sense of relief. Having cast the immobilization spell, the orc was rendered incapable of any mischief, leaving everything under her control. Yet, she pondered how to descend from her elevated position. The memory of the sheer cliff she had traversed earlier sent a shiver down her spine. Aware that the effects of the immobilization spell were limited, she contemplated for a moment before proposing, let us strike a bargain. You shall escort me down, and in return, I will assist you with your current predicament. Upon hearing this, the orc, who had been bowing his head, finally responded. Though his body remained still, he was still able to speak. I agree. Please, release me. His finely arched brows were knitted in a display of urgency and frustration. Zhang Mengmeng could hardly suppress her laughter. Witnessing the once arrogant orc now in such a pitiable state was indeed quite satisfying. Well, Zhang Mengmeng feigned a leisurely pace in her actions, believing that as the king of the Eagle tribe, he would still possess a degree of integrity. Hurry up, the Eagle Gorge growled, his expression growing ever more menacing at Zhang Mengmeng's sluggish movements. Zhang Mengmeng shook her head, pondering whether this was the right attitude for soliciting assistance. If it weren't for her eagerness to reunite with Xiao, she would have genuinely considered teaching this fellow a more severe lesson. Zhang Mengmeng directed a spell towards the Eagle Gorge, and instantly, the peculiar sensation that enveloped him began to dissipate. However, his body remained rigid. He was still unable to move. Zhang Mengmeng observed the orc's expression of discomfort, and an amused smile crept upon her lips. She softly recited the incantation to dispel the binding spell. And in the next moment, Ingjian abruptly stood up, striding purposefully towards her. Yet, Zhang Mengmeng remained unperturbed, chuckling lightly. Come along, esteemed sir. The elders are likely awaiting us below. As Ingjian approached, he regarded the delicate female before him for the first time, his gaze fixating on her pitch-black eyes, akin to the crystals of sea beasts shimmering with an inner light. Her petite, fair face appeared to be that of an ordinary, fragile female. Yet he realized he had underestimated her. A priestess, indeed, a being of such essence. He recalled the elders' praises of priestesses, which he had previously dismissed. Now, his perspective was shifting. If he could acquire such extraordinary power. Hurry up. Is the great king of the Eagle tribe having second thoughts? Zhang Mengmeng quipped, casting a playful glance at Ingjian. In her mind, she mused that she had no means to dispel such an aphrodisiac. She had merely employed the art of restraint from the priestess's repertoire. Once the time was right, he would surely feel its effects. Let us go then. Why the urgency? Ingjian retorted, transforming into his beast form. Zhang Mengmeng swiftly climbed onto his back, and in the next moment, the wind rushed past her. Suddenly, she felt a jolt. Her eyes widening in alarm as a hint of panic crossed her face, she nearly thought she was about to tumble off. Chapter 204. Preparing to return. Sensing Zhang Mengmeng's startled tremor, a smirk of triumph flickered across Jian's face. Humph. Allowing her to toy with me earlier. It is time she sees my true colors. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes darkened as she murmured something under her breath. That insufferable eagle clan would soon learn the consequences of provoking her. At last, the eagles descended, and Zhang Mengmeng once again beheld the familiar mountains ahead. Dismissing the eagle gorge behind her, she resolutely made her way along the path she had taken earlier. She had been away for quite some time. Xiao ought to be worried by now. Zhang Mengmeng strode forward with purpose, and soon the familiar stone table and stone chairs came into view. She quickly trotted towards the spot where Hu Xiao was located. Just as she approached, Hu Xiao stood up and embraced her as she ran towards him, gently pressing her head down and lowering himself to wipe the sweat from her brow. "You're back," he remarked. Zhang Mengmeng looked up into the golden eyes of the beastman, which softened considerably upon seeing her, revealing a more tender aspect of his handsome visage. With a hint of restlessness, her small hand brushed against Hu Xiao's chest as she expressed, "Xiao, I feel unwell. I wish to return." Zhang Mengmeng wore an expression of grievance, her delicate face wrinkled in distress, easily prompting Hu Xia to ponder whether someone had been unkind to her. He grasped her small hand tightly, his tone abruptly turning grave as he glanced over his shoulder towards the looming figure of Jiang. With Jiang's arrival, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What had previously been a casual conversation between Hu Xia and the elder beside him was now interrupted, the elder's gaze diverted to Jiang. Noticing his composed demeanor and the slight upward curve of his lips, the elder mused inwardly that it seemed his plan had succeeded. "Xiao, let us return." Zhang Mengmeng gently prodded Hu Xia's hand, her voice softening to a tender whisper, a stark contrast to her earlier teasing of Jiang. Hu Xia could hardly withstand her demeanor. There was no room for refusal as he nodded obediently, taking her hand. "Very well, let us depart. My companion is unwell, and I must take my leave," he stated, nodding towards the elder and Jiang. Upon hearing the words unwell, a flicker of golden light passed through the elder's eyes, and he consented. "Very well, I shall see you off, King Hu." Jiang cast another glance at Zhang Mengmeng, yet remained silent, his expression inscrutable. "Meng, let us go," Hu Xia declared, bending down to scoop up Zhang Mengmeng in his arms, disregarding the many pairs of eyes upon them. Zhang Mengmeng felt her face flush crimson. But upon meeting Hu Xia's earnest gaze, which held a tenderness akin to soothing a young creature, she found herself unable to voice any objections. "Very well, let it be," she resigned, having long since lost any sense of shame. After all, it was not her first experience of such embarrassment, and she would not admit that she secretly relished it. As Hu Xia carried Zhang Mengmeng further away, the elder and the second elder exchanged knowing smiles. The latter turning to Jiang, "My king, it seems our plan has come to fruition, does it not? In a secluded place where even birds dare not venture. With the two of them alone, surely this time it must succeed." However, the second elder did not receive the anticipated response. Jiang remained silent, and the elder's smile faded as he noticed Jiang's face suddenly flush bright red before he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 205. Who was bullying whom on their way back? Hu Xia remained silent, cradling Zhang Mengmeng without uttering a word. Zhang Mengmeng cautiously lifted her gaze. Catching a glimpse of the hardened lines of the beastman's jaw, Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment, observing Zhao's demeanor. Could it be that he was upset? Zhang Mengmeng reflected upon the events that had just transpired, from their entrance into the Eagle clan to her return. Had something unknown occurred? "Xiao, are you upset?" she inquired cautiously, gently shaking Hu Xiao's wrist. Hu Xiao averted his gaze from Zhang Mengmeng, grappling with turbulent emotions, feelings he had never experienced before, as he found himself deeply invested in her well-being. Her return filled him with joy, for he wished for her to remain by his side. Yet, she seemed to have changed significantly, while he remained stagnant. Would she still harbor affection for him? After witnessing the vastness of the outside world, would she willingly choose to stay within the Tiger clan? Noticing Hu Xiao's silence, Zhang Mengmeng's heart became increasingly conflicted. Was his expression growing darker? Was he angry over her concealment of her true identity? "Xiao, I didn't intentionally hide my identity from you. I simply believed you had enough on your plate already. I didn't want you to worry about my matters. Moreover, after such a long separation, it was only natural to indulge in a joyous reunion. I had no intention of discussing anything trivial." Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiao finally looked down at her, realizing that her concerns were indeed his own. This was the answer he could offer. The voice of the beastman resonated with conviction, firm and powerful. His words were typically concise yet imbued with a comforting essence. Zhang Mengmeng felt a sense of bewilderment that was suddenly soothed, as if the warmth enveloping her was even more intense than the grip of the beastman holding her. Her heart settled in an instant. "Shall, if you wish to know, I will return and disclose everything to you," Zhang Mengmeng declared, tightening her embrace around Hu Xiao's neck. Her head bowing closer to him. This phrase was all too familiar to Hu Xiao. He was acutely aware of what was about to transpire. Submissively, he lowered his head, allowing Zhang Mengmeng to make better contact with him. As Zhang Mengmeng gently pressed a kiss upon the countenance of Hu Xiao, her delicate pink lips met his bronze skin, creating a striking contrast of colors that seemed to convey a deeper message. Though Hu Xiao maintained an impassive exterior, the myriad of worries that plagued his heart dissipated in an instant. "Hu Xiao, it is truly wonderful to have you," Zhang Mengmeng remarked with a hint of wistfulness. Caressing the slightly rugged contours of his beastly visage, her thoughts drifting to the vexatious so-called king of the eagles. "You cannot imagine how insufferable that eagle king is. He even attempted to kiss me." Humph. Upon hearing the word kiss, Hu Xiao's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he tightened his embrace around Zhang Mengmeng, resolving to confront this eagle king the next time they crossed paths. "Did he bully you?" Hu Xiao inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. "Not exactly. But he certainly seemed possessed by some strange force, appearing to loathe me yet unable to restrain himself from wanting to kiss me," Zhang Mengmeng recounted, finding the memory peculiar. Could it be that this beastly world had its own version of an aphrodisiac? "Ligua," Hu Xiao uttered, his expression darkening further at the mention of the fruit. "Is this ligua effective only for males?" Zhang Mengmeng asked, puzzled. "Indeed, ligua grows high upon cliffs and is exceedingly rare. Only the eagle tribe can procure it," Hu Xiao responded, unconsciously clenching his fists. "Enough about them for now, Hu Xiao. Let us return," Zhang Mengmeng suggested with a smile. That fellow should be experiencing the consequences of his actions by now. As night fell, Zhang Mengmeng shared a brief account of her experiences in the Black Snake tribe during dinner. Hu Xiao listened intently, his heart aching for her. He absent-mindedly stroked her head, murmuring, "Ming," but found himself at a loss for words. It seemed she had changed considerably, yet remained the same in some respects. He imagined she must have endured numerous trials during her time away, not realizing she had been teetering on the brink of life and death. Curiously, she merely glossed over these matters, as though they were not worth mentioning. Yet, from her few words, he could envision the perilous situation she had faced. "Meng, is that Heiyu the one who injured you last time?" Hu Xiao's expression turned serious as he recalled the figure who had accompanied Zhang Mengmeng to the tiger tribe. "You need not intervene next time. Allow me to handle it." "Yes, that Heiyu is indeed infuriating. By the way, Hu Xiao, did you know something about my identity beforehand? I overheard you discussing me with the high priest." As Zhang Mengmeng savored the barbecued meat recently prepared by Hu Xiao, she inquired curiously. Upon hearing her, Hu Xiao cast a glance at Zhang Mengmeng, his expression suddenly turning somewhat awkward. "Ming, did you hear about that last time? No wonder the little one was so upset." "Indeed," she replied, her voice tinged with frustration. "I initially intended to seek your company for the night, but to my astonishment, you invited Byran instead." The mere recollection of the incident caused her to lose her appetite, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. "You have no idea how heartbroken I was. I thought you no longer cherished me and intended to cast me aside for someone else." Hu Xiao felt even more embarrassed, momentarily at a loss for words. He could only stammer, "Meng, it was my fault. Please don't be upset. It's not good for your health." It was rare for him to utter words of comfort. His limited eloquence made even those few sentences feel like a monumental effort. However, Zhang Mengmeng was not inclined to let him off the hook so easily. Setting aside her skewer, she lifted her gaze to meet Hu Xiao's eyes directly. "Xiao, perhaps I have not made myself sufficiently clear in the past, so listen closely now. I, Zhang Mengmeng, have chosen you, Hu Xiao, as my only partner for this lifetime. There shall be no second." Zhang Mengmeng's voice was no longer the delicate and gentle tone she usually possessed. Instead, it resonated with the calm assurance he had heard during the last roar of the tiger, each word a gem, striking with profound resonance. Hu Xiao gazed at Zhang Mengmeng, the partner he had unequivocally chosen, his expression a blend of helplessness and affection. He could not restrain himself from embracing her, and the words he had harbored in his heart for so long finally escaped his lips. "Ming, you are the only companion I have recognized in this lifetime. My heart has long ceased to harbor anyone else but you." Chapter 207. The vow. The silhouettes of the large and the small embraced each other, enveloped in an atmosphere of warmth. Until, "Who?" I must warn you, if you dare to create such a situation again, I shall immediately leave home and seek affection elsewhere. Zhang Mengmeng withdrew from Hu Xiao's embrace, speaking with a fierce tone. Hu Xiao chuckled softly, envisioning how she would reprimand that little rascal named Heyu, who, despite his small stature, could resemble a feisty little beast when provoked. However, referring to her as a little rascal would surely incite her ire. Meng, no more. Never again. Hu Xiao murmured. Yet, he pondered, should that high priest threaten her life once more, what would she do? Zhang Mengmeng had not forgotten the last encounter, where that detestable high priest, in an inexplicable fit of madness, resorted to such melodramatic tactics. If it were her, she would scoff and say, go ahead and try. According to the usual narrative, those truly wishing for death would not provide others the opportunity to intervene. Surely, one could discreetly find a secluded corner to resolve such matters. Life is singular. Why endure such torment? The high priest, too, was not exempt from this reasoning. Hu Xiao gently caressed Zhang Mengmeng's face, the soft touch captivating him. He lowered his gaze, admiring the myriad expressions dancing across her delicate features, and in that fleeting moment, his heart felt as though it were overflowing with something profound. Xiao speaks the truth, Zhang Mengmeng said, lifting her gaze to meet Hu Xiao's countenance, suddenly engulfed in sorrow. She truly wished to never again experience the feeling of being cast aside. Heaven knows the despair that washed over her when she saw Bai Ran at the cave entrance. Otherwise, I would be heartbroken, she confessed. Zhang Mengmeng was not typically one given to such sentimentality, yet when it came to him, she found herself unable to remain composed. As her face transformed from anger to a crumpled expression of sadness, her brows furrowed, and her pristine teeth bit down on her pink lip. She appeared both innocent and endearing. Hu Xiao's heart was suddenly in disarray. He could only hold her tightly, soothing her like a young cub, whispering softly, Meng, be true to your word. Do not be sad. Do not be sad. Zhang Mengmeng was on the verge of laughter. Her clumsy tiger was just like that. It was one thing for him to be inept with words, but he even mirrored her attempts at consolation without a hint of originality. Yet, she found herself amused by his awkward reactions time and again. Let us make a pact, Zhang Mengmeng declared, extending her hand to intertwine her pinky with that of Hu Xiao, whose hand was significantly larger than hers. Even their pinkies seemed nearly twice the size apart. Yet Zhang Mengmeng felt an extraordinary harmony in their connection. As she hooked her pinky with Hu Xiao's, she proclaimed, pinky swear, 100 years without change. It was undeniably a childish vow, but as she uttered it with such seriousness, it took on a more solemn air. Hu Xiao silently complied with all of Zhang Mengmeng's actions, and once she finished speaking, his voice followed suit. I, Hu Xiao, swear by the name of the beast god, to devote my entire life to cherish and protect Zhang Mengmeng, never to relinquish her to another. Each word he spoke was imbued with a sense of gravity, his demeanor reflecting both reverence and solemnity. Zhang Mengmeng gazed blankly at Hu Xiao, her heart seemingly exploding with a sudden realization. She understood how profoundly Hu Xiao valued the essence of words and held an exalted reverence for the beast god. Yet, he had sworn such an oath for her sake. Indeed, he remained the same genuine and somewhat clumsy tiger she cherished. Chapter 208. An audience with the High Priestess Meng. The High Priestess wishes to see you. 2 days later, early in the morning, Hu Xiao conveyed this news to Zhang Mengmeng. Upon hearing the title of the High Priestess, her brows instinctively knitted together, recalling the deeds of the High Priestess, which left her devoid of any fondness for her. Previously, she had been curious to meet this High Priestess, yet had found it impossible. Now, however, she had no desire to see her, and was taken aback that the High Priestess had requested an audience. Meng. Hu Xiao noticed the troubled expression on Zhang Mengmeng's face. Her small features were contorted with unease. He nervously rubbed his hands together, fully aware that since the last incident, she had developed a strong aversion to the High Priestess. That event was a painful memory for him as well, leaving him at a loss for how to console her. The High Priestess had toiled tirelessly for the prosperity of the Tiger clan, earning her place through hardship and merit. He could not blame her, though perhaps resentment lingered. It appeared that the High Priestess had heard about Mengmeng's involvement with the Eagle clan and had requested to meet her. This struck even Hu Xiao as peculiar, as the High Priestess had previously only met with him and Bai Ran, seemingly avoiding the young girl. Who? Do you know why the High Priestess wishes to see me? Zhang Mengmeng inquired, her expression one of confusion. Since the meeting was to occur, she figured it might be beneficial to attend, despite her newfound understanding of her identity. There remained numerous uncertainties regarding the priestess and the nature of her lineage. Perhaps the High Priestess would possess valuable insights about the Priestess clan. The High Priestess seems to want to inquire about the Eagle clan. Hu Xiao recalled the conversation he had with her. briefly summarizing the recent actions of the Eagle clan and the events that transpired after he accompanied Mengmeng there. When he recounted how Zhang Mengmeng had faced the Eagle River alone, the high priestess had interjected, expressing her desire to meet her, which led to Hu Zhao's speculation. "Very well, I shall go now," Zhang Mengmeng nodded, maintaining a semblance of calm on her face, though had she known the true identity of the high priestess, she might have struggled to preserve such composure. Yet, it seemed reality would not afford her that opportunity. Zhang Mengmeng swiftly approached the vicinity of the high priest's cave when she heard an aged voice emanating from within. "Enter." It sounded remarkably like the voice of the high priest. As Zhang Mengmeng had taken but a few steps, a frail voice suddenly commanded, "Halt, just remain where you are." Despite her disdain for the high priest, Zhang Mengmeng obediently ceased her movement. She cast a puzzled glance around, only to find an elderly woman with silver hair facing away from her. The figure inexplicably struck a chord of familiarity within her. Yet she shook her head in disbelief. This was indeed her first encounter with the high priest, so what could possibly evoke such familiarity? "You have been bestowed with the sacred relic of the priestess clan?" the elderly woman inquired, her tone seemingly lowered, transforming what was once a robust voice into something more subdued. Zhang Mengmeng pondered the purpose of the high priest's summons. The mere sight of the high priest reminded her of past events, causing her blood to surge with indignation. She fought against her rising anger, reminding herself to show respect for the elderly, lest she be held accountable for any harm inflicted. Yet, the subsequent words of the woman ignited her fury anew in that case. "You must hasten to mate with Aaron." Chapter 209. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. Hearing the high priest's declaration, Zhang Mengmeng was engulfed by a wave of anger. Regarding the previous incident, she had reluctantly refrained from retaliation out of respect for the elder, but this time, was she summoned merely for this absurdity? Surely, she had overestimated the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly approached the elderly priestess, taking 2 steps at a time. Just as she was about to assert her case, the sight of the priestess's face rendered her speechless. The priestess, equally taken aback, had not anticipated that Zhang Mengmeng would boldly stride forward without heeding her command. In her shock, she collided directly with Zhang Mengmeng, and upon seeing the expression on her face, she realized that the situation was dire. "Is it you?" Zhang Mengmeng murmured. Recognizing that the so-called high priestess, this elderly woman with silver hair, was none other than the grandmother she had once helped cross the street. Zhang Mengmeng was so taken aback that she momentarily lost her ability to articulate thoughts. Could it be that her journey through time was not merely a chance occurrence but rather a manipulation by unseen hands? Did this also imply that she might have the opportunity to return to the modern era? A myriad of questions swarmed her mind, nearly causing her mental faculties to implode. If it were indeed possible to return, what would she do? Her parents, both significant figures in her life, weighed heavily on her heart. How could she possibly choose? "You dare approach without my command?" At that moment, Chipa regained her composure. After all, it had been a long time since those events transpired, and she assumed that the memories had faded. However, the next words from Zhang Mengmeng shattered her illusions. "High priestess, are you that old woman from back then? Were you the one who brought me into the beast world?" The high priestess remained silent, fully aware that allowing this female to see her could lead to dire consequences. Yet, she also knew that the person in question was not her, and there was no need for her to confess. "What are you saying? Who permitted you to be so disrespectful to me?" Chipa steadied herself, her tone turning decidedly stern. "High priestess, do not attempt to evade the truth." "I remember your face," Zhang Mengmeng stated calmly, her gaze fixed on Chipo's visage. That face was indelibly etched in her memory, and she was certain she would not mistake it. "You wretched old crone," Zhang Mengmeng suddenly exclaimed in a loud voice. Chipa, incensed by the insult, retorted, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Zhang Mengmeng felt a chill in her heart. The term dead old woman is a modern expression. Such a phrase simply does not exist in the beastly realm. This suggests that the high priestess is indeed that very individual from the past, or at the very least, she must have some connection to the modern world. Otherwise, she would not comprehend that the words were meant as an insult. "High priestess, you claim that there is no link between our worlds, yet how is it that you understand the terminology of my realm?" Zhang Mengmeng gazed intently at the priestess Qi, articulating her inquiry with deliberate precision. Anger flickered within Qi's heart, but upon hearing Zhang's words, her fury dissipated, replaced by trepidation. Her hazel eyes darted, silently cursing her misfortune. Yet she maintained the serene composure befitting her station as high priestess. "There are matters that are not meant for your inquiry, and thus should remain unasked." Zhang Mengmeng persistently gazed at the high priestess and implored, "Great priestess, pray tell, why have I been brought into this world?" Just when she believed she had forgotten her loved ones and friends from her former life and had seamlessly integrated into the beastly realm. Why was she suddenly struck by such a thunderclap of revelation? If it were indeed possible for her to return, what course of action should she take? This time, the high priestess, who had resolved not to respond, finally spoke. "This is the destiny of the priestess lineage." With those words, she averted her gaze from Zhang Mengmeng, turning her back and stating, "I am weary. You may leave." Chapter 210, The So-Called Destiny. Zhang Mengmeng could not recall how she had exited the high priestess's cave. She felt lost and disoriented, her thoughts drifting between her family in the 21st century and her companions here. It was as if her heart had been split into two. One part belonging to the 21st century and the other to the beast realm. The high priestess had stated that coming here was the destiny of the priestess clan. But what, one might wonder, constitutes destiny? Is it merely a jest played by the creator? The term destiny often seems inexorably linked to irreparable tragedy, much like Prometheus, who bestowed fire upon humanity and was thereafter bound to the Alps, suffering the relentless torment of an eagle. Is this not his destiny? Or like the Little Mermaid, who ultimately dissolved into foam, and Hamlet, who met his end by his own hand. These narratives are all cloaked in the guise of destiny. So what, then, is her destiny? At noon, Hu Xiao, who had gone out with the intent of waiting for Zhang Mengmeng to join him for a barbecue, unexpectedly discovered her sitting alone at the cave's entrance, her expression vacant and unaware of her surroundings. The chill of the wind had reddened her cheeks, and a delicate layer of snow dusted her dark hair, yet she seemed oblivious to it all. What had transpired? Hu Xiao hurried over, bending down to brush the snow from her head. To his bewilderment, Zhang Mengmeng remained in a daze, seemingly unaware of his presence. His concern deepened. Had the high priestess done something to her? Why did she appear so lost? Worrying, Hu Xiao reached out to touch her icy cheek, inquiring, "What has happened?" At last, Zhang Mengmeng responded, her unfocused gaze sharpening as she met the eyes of the orc before her. Upon encountering the worry reflected in his golden eyes, she finally regained her senses, realizing that she was not in the 21st century, but in the beast realm, with Hu Xiao by her side. Yet, there were no familiar faces of her loved ones. "Xiao," she called softly, uncertain of what she was affirming, only aware of her confusion. She yearned for the truth but was also fearful of it, for knowing would necessitate relinquishing one side of her existence. Once, she had heard someone say that making a choice inherently meant forsaking another path. At that moment, she had not comprehended, but now it began to resonate within her. "Meng, I am here." Unable to restrain himself, Hu Xiao bent down and enveloped Zhang Mengmeng in his arms, gently caressing her flushed face while asking, "But what did the high priestess say?" Recalling the high priestess's earlier words deepened Hu Xiao's sorrow, and in an instant, he found himself at a loss for words. "Meng, do not fear. What the high priestess said does not count. The promise is made with your binding." Zhang Mengmeng listened to Hu Xiao's clumsy attempts at consolation, momentarily at a loss for how to communicate her origins from another world and the possibility of returning one day. The mere thought of departing filled her with an unbearable sorrow, for it meant she would never again see this orc before her, never again feel the warmth of his body, nor gaze into his resplendent golden eyes. Her heart ached as if it were being torn asunder. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to escape her eyes, cascading down like a string of broken pearls. Hu Xiao, having never witnessed such profound sadness in Zhang Mengmeng, felt an overwhelming panic and was at a loss for words. He could only reach out, cautiously wiping away her tears while ineptly attempting to comfort her, saying, "Meng, don't cry. Please don't cry. I am here." Chapter 211, Emotional Intelligence Below Zero. As Zhang Mengmeng wept, it was as if a faucet had been turned on, releasing a deluge of emotions, her past grievances and sorrows, her longing for family and friends, and the uncertainty of the future all surged forth, threatening to engulf her entirely. Hu Xiao was unaware of the cause of her distress, and witnessing her profound sadness, his mind instinctively wandered to the worst possible scenarios. Could it be that the high priest had harmed the little one? Had Zhang Mengmeng been privy to Hu Xiao's thoughts, she might have burst into laughter, for she had not been struck. Rather, she had rebuked the high priest, causing her considerable ire. In retrospect, it was the high priest who bore the brunt of the emotional turmoil. Contemplating this theory, Hu Xiao gently patted Zhang Mengmeng's back in a soothing manner, while pondering how he would react if that were indeed the case. If it were anyone else, he would undoubtedly retaliate with double the force. However, if the perpetrator were the high priest, a blow could lead to dire consequences. Should he perhaps encourage the little one to strike the high priest as well? The very notion startled him, though he secretly entertained the idea. Reason cautioned against showing disrespect to the high priest. Yet, seeing the beloved female in such profound sorrow, surely as her partner he ought to take some action? He had never witnessed her in such a state. In fact, this marked the third occasion she had shed tears in his presence. The little one, with her inherently stubborn and mischievous nature, had been provoked to weep so deeply. This must indeed signify a momentous affair. Zhang Mengmeng wept for quite some time before gradually regaining her composure. As she wiped away her tears, she stammered, "The high priestess did not harm me. She merely suggested that I engage in that act with Byran." This reminded me of the previous incident, and it filled my heart with profound sorrow. As Zhang Mengmeng pondered, she spoke, realizing that she could not reveal the truth to Xiao. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be troubled, and given her uncertainty, it was unwise to speak indiscriminately. Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was he who had caused her such distress. Perhaps he could ease her heartache by inflicting a bit of pain upon himself. The thought sprang to his mind and seemed quite plausible. He stood up, prompting a look of confusion from Zhang Mengmeng. "What are you planning to do?" she inquired. "Meng, if you're saddened, would it be all right for you to take your frustrations out on me?" Hu Xiao replied with a grave expression, extending his limbs as if ready to endure a beating. Tears still glistening in her eyes, Zhang Mengmeng felt that this time she was not only on the verge of tears but also suffering an emotional wound. Who could possibly teach her this partner with a negative emotional quotient? Shouldn't a girl in sorrow receive tender embraces, gentle kisses, or be lifted high? At the very least, wouldn't it be reasonable to stroke some beastly ears? How had this situation with Hu Xiao devolved into a notion of physical punishment? What sort of absurdity was this? Zhang Mengmeng was rendered speechless by her frustration, leaving little room for further sorrow. With a partner possessing such low emotional intelligence, she felt utterly despondent, contemplating her limited options. Thus, she resolved to provide guidance online. "Xiao sit." Observing the serious demeanor of Hu Xiao, Zhang Mengmeng adopted a similarly earnest tone. Upon hearing her command, Hu Xiao promptly sat down, resembling a well-behaved large dog. For his obedience, Zhang Mengmeng awarded him full marks. Now, the next task was Xiao. "Could you perhaps show me your beast tail?" Chapter 212. The result of tail. Touching upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's request, Hu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Beast tail? As the king of the tiger tribe, he held a serious and dignified manner, and his tribe members treated him with utmost respect. They would never dare to speak out of turn in his presence, let alone be impertinent. However, now, after allowing his beloved partner to touch his beast ears, she was now asking for more. Hu Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling troubled. That particular area was simply too sensitive. He was genuinely concerned. Yet, witnessing the sorrow on his beloved partner's face, he found himself unable to remain indifferent. What was he to do? As Zhang Mengmeng observed Hu Xiao remaining motionless for an extended period, she furrowed her brow and sighed, her heart a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Logically speaking, if the sensitive beast ears were readily offered for her touch, the beast tail should pose no challenge either. Could it be that there existed some secret she was unaware of? If it's not permissible, then let me continue to feel sorrow, Zhang Mengmeng lamented, feigning a dramatic gesture as she wiped away non-existent tears with her petite hand. Through the gaps between her fingers, she keenly observed the changes in Hu Xiao's expression, noting his initial turmoil gradually transform into resignation, indicating that her plan was nearing fruition. However, to her surprise, even as he acquiesced, Hu Xiao posed a rather peculiar question. "Meng, if I seem to hesitate later, you may bite or strike me." Zhang Mengmeng, perplexed yet sensing an underlying meaning, wondered what exactly he was implying. Zhang Mengmeng had not yet had the opportunity to ponder deeply when a golden beast tail suddenly appeared before her, capturing her full attention. The elongated tail, almost anthropomorphically reaching towards her hand, seemed to beckon for her caress. Its fur, a rich golden hue, was remarkably dense yet impeccably arranged, presenting a fluffy appearance. Unable to resist her affinity for soft textures, Zhang Mengmeng immediately reached out, her fingers gliding over the tail. The sensation was strikingly different from that of the beast's ears, smoother, softer, and more refined. What Zhang Mengmeng failed to notice was that with her every movement, the typically restrained orc before her seemed unable to suppress a muffled groan. Yet, she continued to revel in the delight of stroking the beast's tail, utterly enraptured. This was indeed a paradise for one who adored soft fur. Zhang Mengmeng found herself unable to rein in her actions, her hands moving with a mind of their own, gliding along the beast's tail again and again. It was only when she was suddenly pushed to the ground, lost in the ecstasy of her tail-stroking endeavor, that she came to a startling realization. While the beast's ears were permissible to touch, the tale was strictly off-limits. Thus, another sleepless night was destined to unfold. The following morning, Hu Shao awakened at the crack of dawn. Gazing intently at the still-sleeping Zhang Mengmeng for a moment before stepping out of the cave with a buoyant spirit, he mused to himself that when she was angry, one should stroke her ears, and when she was saddened, she should be allowed to stroke his tail. This was a lesson he vowed to remember for the future. By noon, when Zhang Mengmeng finally roused from her slumber, she reflected on the events of the previous night, feeling utterly immobilized, and internally cried out she would never touch the beast's tail again. Chapter 213. Mengmeng's joy a few days later. Zhang Mengmeng had scarcely recovered from the shock of the astonishing news that she might return to the 21st century when she was presented with another explosive revelation. She was pregnant. The unfolding of events was as follows. That morning, while savoring roasted meat, she was suddenly overcome by a wave of nausea. The aroma of the meat, which usually delighted her senses, now induced a feeling of revulsion. To her astonishment, she initially attributed her discomfort to a lack of appetite early in the day and intended to continue feasting, only to be violently ill moments later. In a state of alarm, Hu Shao hurriedly summoned the high priest. With a grave demeanor, the high priest conducted an examination and subsequently delivered the momentous news to the pair. After the inspection, the high priest hastily departed, as if something were pursuing her from behind. Meanwhile, both Hu Shao and Zhang Mengmeng found themselves in a state of shock. Zhang Mengmeng, who had spent considerable time in the beast world, had engaged in all the expected activities, yet had never conceived. Initially, she had assumed it was due to reproductive isolation and had ceased to ponder the matter. However, the revelation of her pregnancy was utterly unexpected. Zhang Mengmeng unconsciously caressed her abdomen, astonished to discover that she was now harboring a tiny baby within her. Could it be that she was on the brink of motherhood? The sensation felt surreal. Beside her, Hu Shao was utterly stunned. His little companion was expecting. Soon, she would have her own cubs. It was as if a parched traveler had suddenly encountered a refreshing rain after a long drought. A long-held hope that seemed lost was now manifesting into reality. Overwhelmed with joy, Hu Shao swept Zhang Mengmeng off her feet, lifting her high above his head, allowing her to gaze down at her partner, who towered over her by several heads. For the first time, she experienced the exhilaration of breathing the rarefied air reserved for the tall. However, this bliss was short-lived as a critical thought flickered through Hu Xiao's excited mind. Females must be cherished and protected, especially when pregnant. They should not run, move, or be startled. He had overheard this during a conversation between two males in the tribe, something he had never paid attention to before. Yet, ever since the little one came into the picture, he found himself instinctively attentive. After all, he had often vexed her in the past. Realizing this, Hu Shao froze in place, pondering whether his exuberant actions might frighten the little one. Regaining his composure, he glanced at Zhang Mengmeng's expression. It seemed unchanged, much like usual, indicating she was not frightened. Thus, he feigned nonchalance as he gently lowered her, adopting a serious tone. "Meng, from today onwards, you must be obedient. No running, no moving." As he spoke, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes widened, and she listened intently as Hu Shao continued to fuss over her like a concerned mother. No jumping, no anger, no sadness, no going out, and no staying up too late. After a brief pause, as if contemplating, he added, "That should suffice for now, Meng. Do you remember?" Zhang Mengmeng's smile waned. "That's all? No running, no jumping is one thing, but no moving at all? No anger, no sadness. Does that mean I am to maintain a perpetual smile?" Her expression turned troubled, and Hu Shao, seeing her pitiful demeanor, surely could not be so heartless as to impose such restrictions upon her. If she were unable to move or go outside for months, she would surely wither away. Wouldn't she? In Chapter 214, Mengmeng's tiger cub, faced with Zhang Mengmeng's sorrowful visage, Hu Shao finally uttered words of refusal. "Meng, that is not acceptable. You must listen. Hu, I understand your concern for me, but think about it. If I cannot run, cannot move, and cannot go out, I will undoubtedly become incredibly bored. And boredom leads to sadness. This is not good for the baby either." Zhang Mengmeng extended her finger, enumerating her thoughts. In the face of Hu Shao, it was evident that a gentle approach was preferable to a confrontational one. As she contemplated this, she found her reasoning entirely justifiable. However, upon observing Hu Xiao's reaction, his brows furrowed deeply. A fleeting look of distress crossed his face upon hearing her words, only to be replaced by a resolute expression. He said, "Meng, dear, if you are feeling bored, I shall keep you company." Seeing the little one in sorrow, he felt a pang of compassion, Yet he remained unwavering on one point. The risks associated with a female bearing offspring were immense, even life-threatening. He could not afford to take such a chance. A partner is singular, and there will only ever be one. Meng, you should lie down and rest. I will take care of the rest. With that, Hu Shao gently pulled Zhang Mengmeng down to lie beside him. Although he had never cared for a pregnant female, he reasoned that lying down obediently was certainly the right course of action. Zhang Mengmeng felt utterly despondent, as if she were on the verge of tears. Was this a game of 1, 2, 3, wooden man? If she were to lie still like a mummy for 10 months, she would surely succumb to decay and rot. Zhang Mengmeng, frozen in astonishment, hesitantly inquired, Shao, must it truly be 10 months like this? She accompanied her words with a pitiful expression. 10 months is an eternity. After such a lengthy span, a fresh and fragrant Mengmeng will inevitably transform into a spoiled and foul version of herself. Just the thought of it brings tears to my eyes. Shao, 10 months seems rather excessive. Could we possibly extend a little leniency? As she sat up, she grasped Hu Zhao's hand and gently shook it, hoping her partner's heart might soften and he would acquiesce to her plea. 10 months? Hu Zhao listened intently to Zhang Mengmeng's words, a hint of amusement tugging at his lips as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Where did you hear such a thing? The Hu tribe's gestation period is merely 3 months. Zhang Mengmeng was profoundly shaken by the mere mention of the 3-month time frame. Momentarily oblivious to the fact that Hu Shao had called upon her the unpleasant little creature she despised, she hurriedly inquired, so it means just 3 months? 3 months. The sudden revelation that her long-term confinement had been reduced to a mere third of its original duration filled her with elation. Yet, in the next breath, a thought struck her. Did that imply she would become a mother in just 3 months? How startling. Each day, she playfully feigned innocence and acted coy with Shao. And now she was to transform into the mother of another little life? Zhang Mengmeng felt a twinge of anxiety and uncertainty within her. However, her adaptability shone through as she swiftly persuaded herself to embrace this reality. She began to contemplate the necessity of preparing clothing and toys for the little one. Additionally, she thought to seek advice from Shirley regarding the essential considerations in raising a cub. In this light, 3 months appeared to be rather brief. Zhang Mengmeng nodded earnestly, realizing that it was time to commence preparations. The thought of the 2 adorable, fluffy little tiger cubs at Sherry's home made her heart melt. She couldn't help but wonder what her and Zhao's offspring would look like. Perhaps they would have golden fur, short limbs, plump beastly ears, a soft beastly tail, and moist, golden eyes. Zhang Mengmeng envisioned the image of a little tiger cub, and the more she contemplated, the more her heart fluttered with tenderness, completely overlooking Hu Shao who stood beside her. Chapter 215. An unusual expression. Hu Shao gazed at Zhang Mengmeng, initially taken aback, followed by a pensive look. And then a smile graced his face, as if he were oblivious to his presence. A subtle discomfort stirred within him. Yet Hu Shao managed to maintain his composure and inquired, Meng, what are you thinking about? Zhang Mengmeng remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Mo, however, began to feel a sense of impatience. He was right in front of her. Was she preoccupied with someone else? Unable to contain himself, Mo grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand. At last, she came to her senses, her gaze meeting that of the beastman before her. Noticing an unusual expression on his face, which bore a hint of displeasure, she felt a flicker of confusion. She was all too familiar with her partner's demeanor, a quintessential stoic, rarely revealing his emotions. Had she perhaps uttered something amiss moments ago? Zhang Mengmeng reflected for a moment, finding herself at a loss for ideas, and thus resolved to inquire directly, Shao, you appear somewhat discontented. Is something troubling you? As she spoke, she gently caressed Hu Zhao's large hand. Hu Shao, taken aback by her words, felt a tinge of embarrassment. He composed his expression before asking, Meng, what were you contemplating just now? Zhang Mengmeng, upon hearing his question, couldn't help but smile. Unaware of any peculiarity in her reaction, she candidly replied, I was thinking about our little baby. If he were to be born in 3 months, we would need to prepare clothes, toys, and a cradle right now. Zhang Mengmeng counted on her fingers one by one, and upon hearing this response, Hu Shao found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Observing the little one so wholeheartedly preoccupied with their offspring brought him joy, yet an indescribable discomfort lingered. What could this possibly mean? Oh, right, Shao? I must seek out Shirley to inquire about any precautions, Zhang Mengmeng said, hastily preparing to rise. Hu Shao, startled, swiftly pulled her back, insisting she remain in place. Meng, do not move recklessly. Seeing the grave expression on Hu Zhao's face, Zhang Mengmeng dared not stir. Her heart already flooded with tears. She seemed to foresee the grim fate awaiting her in the coming months. Xiao, it is indeed possible to engage in moderate exercise during pregnancy. A simple walk can be beneficial. If one remains inactive, it could lead to poor health, making childbirth exceedingly arduous. I've even heard of cases where inactivity during pregnancy resulted in complications leading to fatality. Determined to advocate for herself, she unveiled her trump card, Hu Xiao's insistence was merely rooted in concern for her. If he were aware that inactivity could harm the baby, he would likely relent. However, Hu Xiao, who had been attentively listening and even nodding thoughtfully, suddenly became utterly consumed by the word fatality, causing him to forget everything else he had heard. His expression grew grave. Do not speak such things. Meng, death. He could not fathom, nor would he permit, such a calamity to occur. The mere thought of her disappearance had already shattered his heart. To imagine such an event would be akin to tearing out his very soul. No, it must not happen. Hu Xiao embraced Zhang Mengmeng, seeking reassurance that she was still there before him. Initially, she felt nothing amiss. But as she sensed the tremor in the arms of the beastman holding her, words suddenly eluded her. Chapter 216. Thus it is he was a leader. The king of the tiger clan, yet here he was, gripped by fear. She had never witnessed him in such a state. Meng, you will be all right, won't you? Zhang Mengmeng heard the beastman whisper softly in her ear, a tone of uncertainty she had never encountered before. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly regretted the words she had just spoken. She was accustomed to speaking without a filter, and her companion often took her jokes seriously. Moreover, what she had uttered was indeed a truth, which only prompted him to overthink the matter. She felt remorseful. Such words should not have been spoken to frighten this clumsy tiger. Zhang Mengmeng sighed softly to herself, stepping back a little, and gently caressed the rugged, solid features of the orc's face. With a tender yet resolute tone, she said, Xiao, I will be fine. Look at me. I am in good health. What I mentioned pertains to others. Do not worry. I shall be all right. Despite her reassurance, Hu Xiao's expression remained largely unchanged. He wore a troubled face, filled with both helplessness and resignation, only to shift into a serious demeanor moments later. Meng, from now on, do not speak like that again. Indeed, I shall heed your words and refrain from such talk. Zhang Mengmeng obediently nodded, realizing she dared not voice any dissent. She had lost this round. She could not bear to see her beloved orc in such a sorrowful state. Ultimately, it was better to remain in the cave, letting time pass in quietude rather than distressing the simple-hearted tiger. Then Xiao, could you please call for Shirley? I wish to ask her something, she added, lowering her hand from Hu Xiao's face. Understood, Hu Xiao nodded, preparing to turn away, but suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he spun around again. Meng, wait for my return, and if you find yourself bored, I shall take you out. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at Hu Xiao with a hint of surprise, soon followed by a look of gratification. She had always known that Xiao would never allow her to languish in idleness. With a cheerful nod, she expressed her delight. However, unbeknownst to her, the notion of being taken out actually implied being carried, and she wondered if she would still feel this excitement upon discovering that grim reality. For the moment, Zhang Mengmeng remained blissfully unaware of this unfortunate truth, patiently awaiting Hu Xiao's arrival with Shelley, while contemplating what preparations she should make. Before long, a familiar figure appeared before her. Shelley was always full of energy. Upon hearing the news of Zhang Mengmeng's pregnancy, she had immediately abandoned her current tasks and rushed over. As soon as she arrived, she exclaimed, Mengmeng, you're expecting? How wonderful. By the time Shelley reached Zhang Mengmeng, her face was alight with joy, seemingly more thrilled than if she herself were expecting. Just as she was about to embrace Zhang Mengmeng, Hu Xiao swiftly interjected, cautioning her against any vigorous movements. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Mengmeng instinctively glanced over, only to find Hu Xiao's stern countenance, which evoked both amusement and exasperation within her. To her astonishment, Shelley, upon hearing his warning, boldly retorted, Chief, that is not acceptable. Mengmeng is delicate and should indeed be encouraged to move around. A sister of mine once failed to endure her pregnancy simply because she was too inactive. Later, I heard the high priest say that it was due to her lack of movement. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at Shelley in astonishment. She had initially believed that Shelley would share the same sentiment as Xiao, advocating for a passive stance. To her surprise, Shelley's perspective was remarkably progressive. Evidently, she was not alone in her thoughts. Oddly enough, upon hearing this, Hu Xiao fell silent. Only after a prolonged pause did he respond, I see. Chapter 217. Shelley's advice indeed. Leader, rest assured, Mengmeng will be entrusted to my care. I shall look after her diligently. Shelley declared confidently, thumping her chest. However, Zhang Mengmeng wore a complex expression, having just heard Shelley mention the term high priest. It was only natural for her to ponder, given the modernity of such a notion. If the high priest referred to the elderly woman from before, she would undoubtedly be well aware of this. Hu Xiao regarded Zhang Mengmeng intently for a moment before stating, "But Meng, it is essential to refrain from excessive movement. No running, no jumping." Noting Hu Xiao's grave demeanor, Zhang Mengmeng nodded earnestly. "Understood. I will heed your words." Hu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at Shelley, who, understanding his cue, promptly assured, "Leader, you need not worry. I will take excellent care of Mengmeng." Seeing this, Hu Xiao shared a brief look with Zhang Mengmeng before turning to exit. At noon, as Hu Xiao approached the cave entrance, he could still faintly hear the voices of the two within. A fleeting sense of displeasure crossed his mind, however. He could not overtly expel them. Upon entering the cave, he found Shelley leaning in close to Zhang Mengmeng, seemingly about to share a little secret. "Mengmeng, let me tell you, when it comes to pregnancy," her voice suddenly dropped, "it is forbidden to engage in." "What?" Zhang Mengmeng looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Shelley's words. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's confusion, Shelley grew anxious, raising her voice to repeat, "When pregnant, one cannot mate." Zhang Mengmeng's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She initially thought Sherry was about to say something significant, but to her surprise, it was this. Even more astonishing was Sherry's subsequent remark, "It's one thing for the leader to overlook it, but Mengmeng, you must be particularly cautious." Zhang Mengmeng could only feebly deny, "Surely. That's not true." "Not true?" "Mengmeng, I can clearly see the mark on your neck." Shirley promptly retorted, "The leader must be quite desperate. He appears so respectable. Yet how could he not notice such an obvious mark on your neck? It clearly signifies a union." Upon entering the cave, Tiger Roar's expression darkened considerably. He had been oblivious, unaware that Shirley had been speaking so freely to the young one in such a manner. These were merely a few words he had overheard upon his arrival. What other statements had been made in his absence that he was completely unaware of? Tiger Roar's countenance grew increasingly grim. Just as Shirley remarked on the leader's evident desperation, she happened to look up and met the dark gaze of Tiger Roar. The smile on Shirley's face gradually faded. It was entirely her fault for becoming so engrossed in her words that she failed to notice the leader had entered. "Oh, the leader has arrived. I should take my leave now, haha," Shirley said, forcing a smile despite Tiger Roar's ominous expression. Zhang Mengmeng, witnessing this, could hardly contain her laughter. Initially shy, she found herself amused by the scene. As Shirley, flustered, tugged at her own arm, Zhang Mengmeng quickly added, "Yes, Shirley, your little one must be fed. You should hurry back." With that, Shirley hastily made her exit, practically running out of the cave as if a dog were chasing her. Zhang Mengmeng observed Sherry as she dashed away, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Turning her head, she unexpectedly met the stern gaze of Hu Xiao. Chapter 218. Diverting attention. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's glance in his direction, Hu Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort. His previously stern expression had not yet been smoothed away when he heard Zhang Mengmeng, with a playful tone, remark, "Xiao, you frightened Sherry away." Hu Xiao had intended to temper his seriousness to avoid alarming the little one further. However, upon hearing her mention Sherry again, his brows knitted even more tightly, and his voice took on a grave tone as he asked, "Meng, does Sherry often speak to you in such a manner?" Zhang Mengmeng seemed to sense something amiss. Reflecting on what Sherry had just told her, that Xiao appeared serious but was, in truth, quite eager, she cleared her throat and said earnestly, "Xiao, there's nothing to it. Sherry only said that for the first time, perhaps because I'm expecting a child, and she is genuinely happy for me. Let us shift our focus." Zhang Mengmeng thought to herself. Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiao's expression softened somewhat. Clearly, he had to ensure that Sherry and the little one did not spend too much time alone together, as Sherry had a tendency to speak frivolously. "Xiao, come sit closer." Seeing Hu Xiao's mood improve, Zhang Mengmeng was eager to press on. Hu Xiao instinctively moved closer and swept Zhang Mengmeng into his embrace, settling her on his lap. Although Zhang Mengmeng had intended for him to sit beside her, she found herself taken aback by this turn of events, yet felt it inappropriate to voice her surprise. She continued with her previous intention, saying, "Xiao, let me help you brush the snow off your head. Otherwise, it might melt and become uncomfortable." Hu Xiao lowered his head, allowing Zhang Mengmeng to reach him. She gently began to brush away the snowflakes that clung to his golden hair. Unexpectedly, Hu Xiao broke the silence, asking, "Meng, are you feeling unwell?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Zhang Mengmeng was perplexed. "Unwell? What do you mean?" she thought. Why does Xiao always pose such nonsensical inquiries? How should I respond? Is he asking because I'm expecting? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Xiao, I'm not unwell at all. I feel perfectly fine. That won't change in the future. Upon hearing her response, Hu Xiao added another remark. Zhang Mengmeng initially felt somewhat perplexed. However, upon discovering where Hu Xiao's gaze was fixed, she suddenly understood everything. Hu Xiao was staring intently at the mark he had left on her neck the previous night. His grip had been rather firm, and given her delicate skin, each intimate encounter invariably left its trace, lingering for an extended period. While such marks might be concealed elsewhere, in this conspicuous location, they were utterly impossible to hide. Consequently, she had become the subject of playful teasing by Shirley today, much to her surprise. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly felt her face flush with embarrassment, as she had thought she had successfully changed the subject, only to realize that Xiao had not forgotten at all. Observing the troubled expression on Hu Xiao's face, she sensed a deepening sorrow within him, and inwardly lamented her predicament. In truth, she bore him no ill will. Such matters were mutually consensual, and he had no way of knowing she would find herself with child at this moment. Although she contemplated directly addressing this with Xiao, she hesitated, fearing it might render her overly bold and lacking in modesty. Yet, witnessing the guilt etched on Hu Xiao's face stirred her compassion. After a moment's reflection, she spoke gently, Xiao, how could we have anticipated such things? You know I cherish our closeness, so please do not be disheartened. I still wish to savor the roasted meat you prepare. If you furrow your brow and wear a gloomy countenance, it will cast a shadow over my spirits as well. Which is not beneficial for the baby, is it? Noticing a flicker of improvement in Hu Xiao's demeanor, she pressed on. Hu Xiao seemed poised to utter more, but ultimately sighed. As he relaxed his furrowed brow, a sense of relief washed over Zhang Mengmeng. That's more like it. Let us feast on roasted meat, Xiao. Chapter 219. A sense of tightness in recent days. Hu Xiao found himself inexplicably beset by a sensation of tightness and discomfort in his heart. Yet he could not articulate the cause. For instance, at this very moment, Zhang Mengmeng sat beside him, diligently crafting a small garment from fine animal hides. Her face aglow with dreams as she mused, I wonder if this baby will be a boy or a girl. It seems I must prepare clothing for both genders. After Zhang Mengmeng's enlightening remarks, Hu Xiao became acquainted with contemporary terms regarding the genders of infants. He chose not to dwell on the peculiar feelings stirring within him, and simply responded earnestly, Meng, the Hu clan typically welcomes at least 2 offspring per birth. What? Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, finally lifting her gaze from the garment to meet Hu Xiao's reassuring nod. Instantly, she returned to her work, murmuring, Then I shall need to gather more supplies, garments, and little toys. Counting mentally, she looked up once more at Hu Xiao, who assumed she had finally noticed the new wound adorning his body. Instead, she requested, Xiao, if you find any more of that pristine animal hide, please bring some back for me. And also, a few bamboo strips. For now, that will suffice. Upon finishing her words, Zhang Mengmeng waved her hand dismissively without raising her head, signaling Hu Xiao to leave swiftly. Hu Xiao slowly rose to his feet and cast one last glance at Zhang Mengmeng, only to catch sight of the dark crown of her head. The feeling of bittersweet longing within him intensified, yet he remained composed as ever, unsure of how to convey his sentiments. Thus, he could only remain silent. Unconsciously, he lifted his hand, wishing to articulate something, but ultimately, he let it fall in silence and turned away, departing quietly. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Mengmeng, engrossed in the creation of her garments, remained oblivious to his turmoil. What Hu Xiao did not anticipate was that this was not yet the worst of times. A month later, in the early morning at the Tiger Clan tribe, the wind and snow had remarkably abated for the day. To his surprise, no snow had fallen that morning. At that moment, the Tiger Clan tribe was graced by an unexpected visitor. Early in the day, the orc stationed at the entrance spotted 3 figures approaching and hurriedly turned to deliver the news. Before long, the lengthy barrier was lowered, allowing several orcs to enter the Tiger Clan. They were promptly escorted to the central cave, where one youth with raven hair and dark eyes swiftly made his way inside. Tiger King. The orc called out to Hu Xiao, and then cheerfully continued, Mengmeng, it has been a while. How have you been? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Mengmeng lifted her gaze, her elegant brows arching gracefully, and her striking eyes accentuated by finely shaped brows. When she smiled, her 2 small canine teeth peeking from the corners of her mouth radiated an undeniable warmth and charm. It was none other than the long-absent Shirlang. Shirlang, what brings you here? Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, a wave of surprise washing over her as she hastily rose to her feet. However, she felt a sudden weight. realizing she had been held back by Hu Xiao beside her, who whispered softly, "Meng, you mustn't." Turning to Shi Lang, he initially intended to say, "Do not approach," but restrained himself and instead advised, "Please, do not move around carelessly." To everyone's astonishment, upon hearing Hu Xiao's words, Shi Lang did not exhibit any anger. Rather, his face lit up with delight, and he exclaimed, "Wonderful! Mengmeng is expecting." His expression was such that it seemed as if the child she bore was his own. Zhang Mengmeng wore a perplexed expression, while Hu Xiao furrowed his brows, seemingly grasping the situation. Chapter 220, The Lions Wound. Unexpectedly, Shi Lang's next words left Zhang Mengmeng astounded, nearly compelling her to step forward and confront him directly, for he proclaimed, "Once Mengmeng gives birth to this cub, it will be my turn next." Upon uttering those words, Zhang Mengmeng's countenance paled, and Hu Xiao's expression darkened. It was Hu Xiao who first took action. Noticing Zhang Mengmeng's distressed demeanor, he hastily rose and seized Shi Lang, dragging him away. He even covered Shi Lang's mouth while pulling him outside. At the cave's entrance, Shi Lang felt a chill run down his spine under Hu Xiao's intense gaze, stammering, "Tiger King, wasn't this what we agreed upon last time?" As Shi Lang continued hesitantly, "Did we not agree that once Mengmeng gives birth to the tiger cub, she would come back with me?" Before he could finish the phrase lion clan, Hu Xiao abruptly interrupted him sternly. "I said, this must be asked of Mengmeng herself." Assuming Hu Xiao was having second thoughts, Shi Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him and confidently added, "Mengmeng will surely agree. She praised my looks and said my name is delightful." As he spoke, Shi Lang's face radiated pride, unwittingly breaking into a smile. Over the past 6 months, aside from learning to manage the lion clan under his father's guidance, he often reminisced about Mengmeng's words, which he would never forget. Upon hearing Shi Lang's remarks, Hu Xiao was suddenly flooded with a mix of jealousy and frustration. Yet, in the next moment, Shi Lang appeared to lose his inhibitions, recklessly exacerbating the situation. "Is the Tiger King unhappy because Mengmeng has never praised you like this? Is that it?" Hu Xiao found Shi Lang's face increasingly irksome. His features becoming less tolerable, and narrowing his eyes dangerously, he restrained himself from delivering a forceful blow to the lion's head. Feeling he possessed an advantageous card, Shi Lang grew increasingly brazen, even exulting. "I just know Mengmeng likes me the most." Hu Xiao's fist acted before his mind could intervene, landing squarely on Shi Lang's handsome face. The next instant, a resounding thud echoed as Shi Lang's previously smug expression froze, propelling him in an arc through the air, landing with a thud in the snow, creating a sizable crater. As the saying goes, heaven's mischief may be forgiven, but one's own folly is inexcusable. This was perhaps the most accurate portrayal of Shi Lang's current predicament. Witnessing the entire scene unfold, Hu Xiao regained his composure, realizing he bore no regrets. His only lament was that his strike might have been too gentle. How could he have merely sent Shi Lang flying instead of dispatching him directly back to the lion clan? Oh dear. Shi Lang was utterly blindsided by this turn of events, his entire being in disbelief, as if questioning why such a calamity had befallen him. "Tiger King, how could you do this? Did you truly believe that by marring my face, Mengmeng would cease to harbor affection for me? I must admit, I had not perceived you in such a light." Tiger King. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng, having overheard the remark, approached just as Tiger Xiao began to comprehend the situation. She first cast a glance at Lion Lang. Noticing the bruises adorning his visage and recalling his words, she couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Then, turning her gaze towards Tiger Xiao, she observed his serious demeanor. Indeed, it bore an air of discomfort, and in that instant, she grasped the entirety of the matter. Chapter 221, A Blend of Laughter and Tears. Yet, what truly astonished Zhang Mengmeng was the realization that, to be honest, her clumsy old tiger hardly seemed the type to engage in such antics. Zhang Mengmeng cast a curious glance at Hu Xiao and inquired, "What were you just discussing? What transpired?" Upon hearing her question, Hu Xiao discreetly fixed his gaze on Shi Lang, the implication of his expression unmistakable. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all," Shi Lang replied, sensing the weight of Hu Xiao's gaze, his heart racing. Only those who met Hu Xiao's eyes could comprehend the gravity of his experiences. The abrupt change in Shi Lang's response revealed that the glance was far from trivial. Rising to his feet, he pondered how best to articulate his thoughts, continuing, "We were merely talking about you, Mengmeng." Although Shi Lang had redirected the conversation, the topic remained centered around Zhang Mengmeng. While he refrained from revealing any secrets, he relished the opportunity to vex the insufferable Tiger King. What are you saying about me?" Zhang Mengmeng's curiosity was piqued. Initially, she had rushed out, thinking something was amiss after hearing a loud thud, only to find herself witnessing this scene. Mengmeng, you shouldn't have come out, Hu Xiao remarked, stepping in front of her to shield her from the biting cold wind. Though the morning had yet to see snow, the air still carried a chill. Hu Xiao, with his towering stature, effectively sheltered Zhang Mengmeng from the frigid gusts. Once you give birth to the tiger cubs, you can return to the lion clan with me. At that moment, Shi Lang stood up, seizing the chance to interject as Hu Xiao's attention was diverted. Ha ha ha, he is truly clever, Shi Lang thought to himself. Filled with quiet pride, Zhang Mengmeng had been quite attentive when she heard Shi Lang say, "It's my turn." Now, upon hearing Shi Lang's words, she pondered whether he merely intended to invite her to play with the lion clan. Surely, it could not be as she previously speculated. Subsequently, Zhang Mengmeng noticed Hu Xiao frowning at her, and her heart sank with uncertainty. She understood that her companion only furrowed his brow in two situations, either when he was anxious or when he was serious. Given the tautness of his lips, it was evident that he was, without a doubt, feeling anxious. Then she heard Shi Lang exclaim, "Our offspring with Mengmeng will undoubtedly be the most adorable." Unfortunately, it seemed that reality aligned with her earlier thoughts. Zhang Mengmeng is currently at a loss as to which expression to wear, caught between a state of wanting to cry yet unable to shed tears, and an absurdity that leaves her both amused and bewildered. What on earth are the circumstances she finds herself entangled in? And as for Xiao, does he still harbor doubts about her fidelity? Why doesn't he simply clarify matters directly with Shi Lang? Does he truly believe she would acquiesce to such bizarre propositions? It seems she is still in need of some lessons in discernment. Zhang Mengmeng, with a fierce expression, reached out and grasped Hu Xiao's hand, her voice tinged with irritation as she commanded, "Come with me." Although Hu Xiao possessed greater strength than Zhang Mengmeng, he, seeing her unwavering determination to pull him along, obediently followed her onward. Left behind, Lion Lang, who had once envisioned a bright future, looked up only to find himself utterly alone in the cave. Zhang Mengmeng tugged at Hu Xiao and led him into the cave. After a moment of silence, she meticulously revisited the events that had just transpired, confirming her understanding was not flawed, only to feel her blood pressure surging once more. Taking deep breaths, Zhang Mengmeng silently urged herself, striving to regulate her breathing. Unexpectedly, Hu Xiao beside her broke the silence with a sudden inquiry. "Meng, what is troubling you?" What indeed was amiss with her? Zhang Mengmeng cast a fierce glance at Hu Xiao, exuding an air of formidable intensity. Should there come a day when she faints from anger, it would undoubtedly be due to this foolish tiger. Chapter 222. Unabated sorrow. Zhang Mengmeng gazed intently at the handsome visage before her, letting out a deep sigh before speaking. "Xiao, did we not agree that in this lifetime you would be my sole companion?" Hu Xiao nodded, yet his expression darkened as he looked at Zhang Mengmeng. "So, what were you discussing just now? You wish for me to join the Lion Clan? Do you concur?" Zhang Mengmeng, upon hearing this, felt an intense surge of frustration. It would have been more acceptable had they merely suggested a trip to the Lion tribe. But to imply that Lion Lang wished for her to return to the Lion tribe and bear cubs? Meng was undeniably irate. If Hu Xiao could not perceive her anger at this moment, he would truly be a fool. Yet what could he do? He rummaged through his mind, searching for a solution, and finally devised a plan. When Meng was sorrowful, he would caress her beastly tail. When she was angry, he would gently stroke her beastly ears. Yes, that was the key. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Hu Xiao swiftly manifested beastly ears, lowered his body, and said, "Meng, do not be angry, let me touch them." Zhang Mengmeng observed him, seemingly making progress, yet the source of her ire was utterly lost on him. Gazing at the Tiger King before her, who now displayed his beastly ears in a submissive manner, she found no joy in the moment. It appeared she needed to unveil her trump card. Were they not discussing sending her to the Lion Clan? Surely, the Lion Clan must have an abundance of beastly ears for her to caress. With a smile gracing her lips, she remarked, her hands unconsciously rubbing together. Fearful that a moment of carelessness might send this foolish tiger flying, far too lenient of fate for him. Upon hearing her words, a sharp pang of jealousy surged within Tiger Xiao, filling his heart with an overwhelming sensation. Without a moment's thought, he exclaimed, "No way." "Oh, what do you mean by no way? Is it that I cannot go to the Lion Clan, or that I cannot touch other people's beastly ears?" Zhang Mengmeng was determined to awaken this emotionally inept tiger. If he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation today, then he could forget about ever gracing her bed again. "Touching beastly ears is a signal of consent for courtship," Tiger Xiao said, his voice weighed down with gravity. He opened his mouth, intending to say more, but ultimately remained silent. Zhang Mengmeng yearned to sigh for the 101st time. She was well aware of that. What she longed to hear was not this. Silly old tiger, stinky old tiger. Zhang Mengmeng resolved to tackle the issue on her own. Enough is enough. You stay here. I shall seek out Shilang. No sooner had she uttered these words than she turned on her heel and departed, leaving Huxiao standing in a daze, gazing at her retreating figure. Was Mengmeng truly headed to the Lion clan? As Huxiao pondered this, unexpectedly, Zhang Mengmeng pivoted once more and sharply commanded, "Do not follow me." Huxiao remained motionless. Yet a pang of bittersweet emotion surged within him, expanding like a tide, intensifying and proving inescapable. Outside the cave, upon spotting Zhang Mengmeng's emergence, Shilang's face illuminated with joy. However, Mengmeng wore a serious expression devoid of mirth. "Shilang, why did you assert that I would accompany you back to the Lion clan? I distinctly recall only suggesting I might visit you should I find the time." "Mengmeng, it was agreed upon by the Tiger King and myself that once you give birth to tiger cubs, you would return with me to the Lion clan," Shilang replied earnestly. Zhang Mengmeng clenched her fists upon hearing Shilang's words. This foolish tiger. She understood now. It must have been a promise made long ago, back when she had just arrived in this world and her bond with Huxiao was still shallow. Yet, why did the sorrow in her heart remain unchanged despite her newfound awareness? Chapter 223, The Battle for the Beast King Since the Invasion of the Serpent Clan. Zhang Mengmeng had come to realize the paramount importance of supreme bloodlines to a tribe's survival in the beast realm. At critical junctures, such lineage could determine the fate of a clan. For the beastmen, who cherished their offspring, procreation was of utmost significance. She could empathize with such feelings. However, when faced with this reality herself, she found it utterly unacceptable. Indeed, she harbored affection for Shilang, but it was merely the fondness one holds for a friend. And after such a long separation, that faint affection had long since faded. Thus, she resolved to clarify her stance today. "Shilang, I appreciate your feelings for me, but I have already decided that I shall not take another partner in this lifetime. Therefore, I cannot become your mate. Nor will I return to the Lion clan with you." As Shilang listened, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression seemingly questioning. "Mengmeng, what are you saying? The authority to decide this still lies with me, does it not?" Noticing Shilang's dazed demeanor, Zhang Mengmeng inquired further. "Yes, of course," he instinctively nodded, taking a moment to comprehend her words before exclaiming, "Mengmeng, when did you make this decision? I was only a moment behind the Tiger King. Just grant me one more chance." As he spoke, Shilang began to shake Zhang Mengmeng's hand, resembling a large feline seeking affection. Zhang Mengmeng chuckled, "Lion, your behavior is clearly that of a child. When it comes to companionship, it is merely a matter of suitability, devoid of any sequence. You are still young and will undoubtedly encounter someone who is right for you in the future." After saying this, she gently patted Lion's shoulder. In truth, she could discern that Lion's feelings for her were akin to that of a friend. Moreover, he had yet to experience true love, making it challenging for him to differentiate between affection and love. One might find themselves fond of many, but the heart can truly love only one. "Mengmeng, you actually rejected me like this? I feel so sad." Lion's pure black eyes shimmered with a starlit glow, and he blinked before adding, "Even so, Mengmeng, you can still come and play with me." Zhang Mengmeng nodded thoughtfully, expressing her desire to visit the Lion tribe with Xiao if the opportunity arose. That would indeed be splendid. However, just as Lion Lang was filled with exuberance, Zhang Mengmeng unexpectedly interjected, "But that will likely have to wait until Xiao finds some free time, as he is exceptionally busy every day. Perhaps we shall discuss it later. It is uncertain, and we must certainly wait for this snow season to pass. By the way, Lion Lang, what brings you to the tiger tribe so suddenly?" Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's inquiry, Lion Lang blinked, responding with an air of mystery. "It is the battle for the Beast King." The battle for the Beast King. Zhang Mengmeng's heart raced. She was not unfamiliar with this term, yet it had been quite some time since she last heard it. When she first arrived in the beast realm, she had heard Sherry mention it. The Beast King contest seemed to occur once every 5 years, held among the king beasts of various tribes. The victorious tribe would gain the right to the most desirable living area and even receive a female from each participating clan. This contest was of paramount importance to the orcs, especially for the leaders of each tribe. However, it was the midst of the snowy season. Why would Lion Lang choose this time to visit the tiger tribe? Zhang Mengmeng intended to inquire further from Shilang, but to her astonishment, he suddenly covered his mouth, his expression one of regret and dismay. "Oh no, father warned me not to speak of this." Chapter 224, Underlying Currents. Zhang Mengmeng observed that Lang covered his mouth with one hand, his expression one of profound regret, rendering her both amused and exasperated. Given Lang's demeanor, it was evident that further inquiry would likely cause his mind to unravel. Zhang Mengmeng sighed inwardly and then said, "It's fine. I didn't hear anything just now." Mengmeng. Lang called out with a hint of amusement, only to hear Zhang Mengmeng add, "You can go in now. And tell that foolish tiger that I want to be returning to sleep tonight. He can manage on his own." As soon as she finished speaking, Lang looked up, and Zhang Mengmeng's figure had already receded into the distance, leaving him momentarily stunned. That foolish tiger refers to. Clearly, it must be the Tiger King. Lang felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. So this is how Mengmeng privately referred to the Tiger King. What a strong bond they shared. If Zhang Mengmeng were aware of his current thoughts, she would likely scoff. "You must have a misunderstanding of the phrase strong bond." Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Eagle tribe's territory, a magnificent eagle with a wingspan of approximately 2 meters soared through the azure sky, rising and falling gracefully. Suddenly, it ascended to its zenith and plummeted straight down, transforming into a tall, striking man with sword-like brows, piercing eyes, an aquiline nose, and sun-kissed skin just before reaching the ground. At that moment, he paused and gazed into the distance, toward the direction of the tiger tribe. Recalling the female he had encountered days prior, this man, the Eagle King Jian, felt a fleeting, inexplicable emotion, perhaps with the offspring of that bloodline. He could indeed reach a pinnacle never before attained by predecessors. Simultaneously, at the dwelling of the Eagle tribe elders, the eldest elder spoke with a grave expression. His voice laced with evident reproach. "Second, you still insist that your plan would surely succeed. What now?" A circle of 5 chairs was arranged atop the expansive cliff, and the eldest elder sat at the center. Eldest, who could have anticipated that this witch would be so formidable? However, after this encounter, she likely wouldn't be so easily deceived again, mused the second elder, stroking his braided beard, lost in thought. "If you ask me, we should simply retrieve it under the cover of night." At this moment, the elder with black hair and a black beard, known as the fifth elder, spoke up. Being the youngest and least experienced among them, his words fell into an awkward silence, leaving him feeling particularly embarrassed. Eventually, it was the fourth elder, known for his role as a peacemaker, who took over the conversation, thus sparing the fifth elder from complete humiliation. With no one responding, the fifth elder's face flushed crimson, and he ceased to speak, merely gazing in the direction of the Tiger clan, lost in thoughts unknown to anyone. Meanwhile, within the Tiger clan's territory, night had fallen. After a discussion concerning the contest for the Beast King, Lang was about to rise and depart when he suddenly recalled a message from Zhang Mengmeng. Hesitating, he turned back and said, "There is one more thing regarding the Tiger King." Tiger Xiao, feeling somewhat unsettled and distracted, had initially missed Lang's quiet call. It was only when Lang called out again that he was brought back to attention. Assuming it was still about the Beast King's competition, he maintained a serious demeanor, his expression stern. However, Lang's next words shifted the atmosphere entirely. "It's Mengmeng." Instantly, Tiger Xiao's expression transformed. The rigidity melted away, replaced by a complex tapestry of emotions as he attentively absorbed every word Lang uttered. Chapter 225. The dilemma of Lang. Mengmeng asked me to convey that she won to be returning tonight and suggested that you handle things on your own, Lang said, his face reflecting his discomfort. He pondered whether to refer to the foolish tiger, knowing that Mengmeng's mention of it indicated a good relationship. Yet, he feared that voicing it might lead to a repeat of the morning's altercation. He was apprehensive, especially since he currently could not contend with Tiger Xiao. The pain from being struck by him was all too real. Noticing a sudden change in Tiger Xiao's demeanor upon hearing this news, Lang quickly understood what he needed to do. He must retreat, and swiftly. If the Tiger King's expression worsened, it was likely that he would lose sight of whom he was addressing, unless Mengmeng arrived, but she had explicitly stated she would not return. Surely, he could not remain to comfort an angered Tiger King, could he? If father were to know, he would undoubtedly disapprove. Lion Lang cautiously cast a glance at Hu Xiao, noticing that his expression was darkening by the moment. Hastily retracting his limbs, he scurried out of the cave with remarkable agility. Soon, the cave was left with only the solitary tiger, lost in contemplation. After a brief period, Hu Xiao suddenly sprang into action, dashing outside. Just as Lion Lang, having exhaled a sigh of relief upon exiting the cave, prepared to return leisurely, he felt a sudden gust of wind behind him. In the next instant, a shadow flitted past, and snowflakes splattered across his face. Just as Lion Lang was about to curse the inconsiderate passerby, He caught sight of the retreating figure of the beastman with golden hair, silencing him instantly. Well, he couldn't possibly stand a chance against the Tiger King now. With a slight grimace, Lion Lang ambled back to his resting place. Meanwhile, Hu Shao realized that the little one was upset with him. Finally, he had a rare moment of clarity and decided to seek her out, making his way to the small cave where he had previously dwelled alone. For some reason, a voice within him insisted that she must be there. Standing before the cave, Hu Shao felt a wave of unease wash over him. He was never eloquent and lacked the ability to soothe others. This time, however, the little one seemed genuinely angry. His previous attempt to comfort her by touching her beast ears had failed. What was he to do now? Without having fully contemplated the situation, he had rushed over. What if he made matters worse? Yet, the thought of the tiger cubs nestled within her made it impossible for Hu Shao to calm his racing heart. In the snowy season, giving birth was fraught with dangers, particularly the risk of exposure to the cold. The nights were bitterly frigid, and although there was a fire now, he fretted over the consequences if she were to catch a chill before giving birth. With this thought, Hu Shao burst into the cave, and sure enough, there was the familiar silhouette he had been longing for. Her petite form appeared even more delicate under the glow of the fire, her frail figure evoking a desire to cradle her in his arms. At that moment, she was rubbing her hands together while stifling yawns. Curiously, despite her evident exhaustion, she propped her head up, seemingly determined to stay awake. Hu Shao watched as she appeared on the verge of dozing off, prompting him to rush forward and envelop her in his embrace. The familiar warmth of her body enveloped him like a cozy furnace, radiating heat that made Zhang Mengmeng feel as if she were wrapped in comfort. She couldn't help but feel drowsy, her eyes nearly closing, as she reveled in the soothing warmth he provided. Previously, she had been caught in a cycle of wanting to sleep yet feeling too cold, ultimately leading her to sit alone, forlornly roasting by the fire. After what felt like an eternity, the bumbling tiger had finally arrived, and before she could scold him, she found herself drifting off to sleep. "You've finally come," Zhang Mengmeng managed to utter, straining to keep her eyes wide open against the overwhelming wave of drowsiness. Hu Shao smiled helplessly, lowered his head, and gently covered her eyes with his warm palm, whispering softly, "Meng, sleep now. I am here." Hearing the familiar voice of the orc, Zhang Mengmeng murmured something softly, then could no longer resist the urge to close her eyes. Chapter 226, completely flustered in her dreams. Zhang Mengmeng felt as though she was encircled by a large, warm pillow. Initially, she leaned into the cushion, but as the warmth intensified, she wished to push it away. To her surprise, the pillow seemed to possess hands, wrapping around her tightly, making her feel increasingly overheated. Thus, she could not help but open her eyes. "Go away, pillow." Zhang Mengmeng mumbled absently, her gaze fluttering open, only to collide with a pair of familiar golden eyes. Awakened by the sight, she realized that what she had thought was a pillow was, in fact, a large tiger. No wonder it felt as if it had hands. However, recalling everything that had transpired the previous night, Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of anger, both towards the foolish tiger and herself. Who else but her had to confront a rival for her partner? The thought left her feeling despondent, and memories of her family and the modern world deepened her sorrow. Glancing at Hu Shao, who appeared dazed and silly, she found herself at a loss for words. Hu Shao observed as Zhang Mengmeng alternated between lowering her head and glancing at him, until she suddenly spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of tears. "Foolish tiger. Silly tiger, Lion Lang said you made a pact to leave with him once I give birth to the tiger cubs. You might as well live alone from now on." As Zhang Mengmeng spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks, and this time, she truly wept. "Then do not seek me out. In your heart, I am insignificant. Overshadowed by the safety of the tiger clan, the high priest, and even the mighty Lion Lang, I yearn to return home, where I can see my mother and Yuan." Without hesitation, she poured forth a torrent of her innermost thoughts, wiping away her tears. Oblivious to the growing distress on Hu Zhao's face, he gazed intently at her, and only after she finished did he finally speak, his voice gravelly and haunting. "Meng, it is all my fault, my fault, my fault." At that moment, Hu Shao unexpectedly produced a large bone needle from his embrace and thrust it towards Zhang Mengmeng's chest. "If you are saddened, then use this to pierce me, if you will." He grasped her hand, attempting to press it against his own heart. Startled, she looked up at Hu Shao and noticed that the usually imposing and resolute Tiger King now bore an expression of anxiety and fear. He continued, "As long as you do not leave, anything is permissible, as long as you do not depart." Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the orc's visage, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. She withdrew her hand from his grasp and stammered, I am going to find the high priest." With that, She pivoted and dashed towards the cave's entrance. She found herself unable to confront such a fierce roar. Behind her, the orc stood still, his gaze fixed on her retreating figure, his palm tightening around the bone needle until warm, crimson droplets began to fall, yet he remained oblivious to the increasing pressure. This was the first time he had heard the word home escape Zhang Mengmeng's lips. Previously, he had assumed that she belonged to him entirely, never once considering that she might wish to return home. He had taken for granted that she had severed ties with her original tribe. And upon hearing her utter those words, he was seized by a profound panic. Chapter 227, the crucial moment as Zhang Mengmeng fled the cave. Her heart was a tumult of anxiety, and with her pregnancy weighing on her mind, her thoughts spiraled even further. She made her way towards the high priest's cavern in small, hurried steps, reflecting on her predicament and recalling her last conversation with the high priest. Yet she felt utterly unmoored. As Zhang Mengmeng approached the entrance of the high priest's dwelling, she was taken aback by the unexpected sight of an individual emerging from within. With a head of neatly styled silver hair, dark silver eyes, and a tall stature, it was none other than Bai Ran, whom Zhang Mengmeng had not seen for quite some time. Upon meeting Zhang Mengmeng's gaze, Bai Ran's eyes remained pure and clear, as if they had merely been apart for a few days. "Mengmeng," he remarked, "I heard you are expecting a child. Why are you out here all alone?" Zhang Mengmeng's mind was swirling with myriad thoughts when a sudden realization struck her. She seemed to have overlooked a significant detail. The high priest's hair was silver. Previously, she had subconsciously accepted that the elderly man's silver hair was unremarkable, yet she had forgotten that in the beast realm, an individual's hair and eye color could convey profound meanings. Strangely, however, the high priest's eyes were a warm hazel, reminiscent of an ordinary grandmother from the 21st century, which is why she had found nothing amiss at the time. "Bai Ran, what is your relationship with the high priest?" Zhang Mengmeng unexpectedly inquired, disregarding Bai Ran's previous question. Bai Ran was taken aback, uncertain why Zhang Mengmeng had suddenly broached this topic, yet she replied earnestly, "I have heard that my father was raised by the high priest. But beyond that, I am not very informed. Does the high priest have any other relatives?" Bai Ran pondered for a moment before answering. "I have heard that the high priest once had a biological sister who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, but she is said to have gone missing during her childhood." Zhang Mengmeng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the high priestess has a twin sister, one who vanished in her youth? Observing the high priestess's demeanor, it appeared she was fully aware of her presence in this realm, yet she staunchly denied being the elderly woman from before, her expression seemingly devoid of deceit. Could it be that another individual was responsible for bringing her to the beast realm? Might that person be the high priestess's long-lost twin sister? Zhang Mengmeng's thoughts became increasingly chaotic, and in the next moment, she contemplated rushing into the cave. However, she was unexpectedly obstructed by the person before her. "Mengmeng, you must not. Without the high priest's permission, entry is forbidden." Zhang Mengmeng smiled softly, refraining from barging in, as she still wished to preserve Bai Ran's dignity. However, she boldly called out, "Great priest, I have not come here with any ulterior motives today. I merely seek an answer. I wish to know if you are aware of how I arrived here." After a prolonged silence within the cave, just as Zhang Mengmeng was about to call out again, a voice emerged, aged yet resonant, responding, "You may enter." Zhang Mengmeng swiftly darted inside. An hour later, she finally emerged from the cave. Upon seeing the expression on Zhang Mengmeng's face, Bai Ran was instantly perplexed. Zhang Mengmeng's expression was a perplexing blend of joy and melancholy, a smile that seemed both genuine and elusive. It was a sentiment so intricate that Bai Ran had never witnessed it on Zhang Mengmeng's face before. In the next moment, she completely disregarded Bai Ran's presence and strode out with purpose. By the time Bai Ran realized what had transpired, she had already traversed a considerable distance. The petite figure appeared remarkably fragile, yet her steps were imbued with unwavering determination. The path she chose led directly to the cave she shared with Hu Xiao. Chapter 228, an unexpected turn of events. Zhang Mengmeng trotted swiftly to the cave she shared with Hu Xiao, although she had approached with exuberance. Hesitation washed over her as she reached the entrance. It dawned on her that she could no longer return home. A profound sorrow enveloped her heart. Yet she was at a loss for how to alleviate it. The first impulse that struck her was to rush into Hu Xiao's embrace and weep freely, indulging in a moment of vulnerability. However, the reality of their current Cold War, compounded by her awareness of his prior commitments to Shi Lang, deepened her distress. Consequently, she pivoted and dashed off in the opposite direction. An hour earlier, Hu Xiao pursued her shortly after she had run out, inadvertently colliding with Bai Ran, who was stationed at the cave entrance. Without delay, he grasped Bai Ran and inquired, Where's the little one? Bai Ran, somewhat bewildered, replied, Ah, Mengmeng just went inside. Noticing the peculiar expression on Hu Zhao's face, a blend of anxiety and trepidation, Bai Ran was taken aback, for he had never witnessed his typically composed brother in such a state. Ah Xiao, what has happened? To Bai Ran's astonishment, Hu Zhao's countenance darkened even further. Bai Ran had never seen him look so grave. His expression taut as if on the verge of bursting with tension, evoking a sense of unease. As Hu Zhao's demeanor grew increasingly dire, Bai Ran feared he might charge into the cave, but before he could react, a figure suddenly sprinted towards them, shouting, Chief, trouble, serpents. A swarm of serpent beasts has appeared at the cave entrance. At that moment, another beastman, responsible for guarding the rear of the tribe, rushed over in a panic. Chief, there are also many serpents at the back mountain. Hu Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately commanded with poise, instruct Dason to open the water gate. The tribesmen at the back mountain should employ bamboo darts to assist with the fire attack. Bai Ran, equally tense, prepared to move forward when Hu Zhao turned to him and said, Ran, accompany me to the tribe's entrance. The group hastened away, their urgency palpable as they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng had intended to seek out Xue Li, but upon arriving at Xue Li's cave, she found it devoid of any presence. Puzzled, she utilized her tracking skills to sense Xue Li's location, only to discover that she was at the back mountain. The back mountain? Zhang Mengmeng pondered. It seemed to lie behind the tribe, typically guarded by 1 or 2 beastmen. The tribe's people rarely ventured there. Why would Xue Li be in that location? Furthermore, Zhang Mengmeng sensed a multitude of beings gathered there, including several whose auras made her deeply uncomfortable. Zhang Mengmeng, feeling perplexed, quickly composed herself and dashed toward the rear mountain of the Tiger clan. As she approached, she beheld an overwhelming multitude of serpent wasps rising in unison. Resembling a vast tangle of colorful threads from afar, yet upon closer inspection, they appeared as a massive, sinewy mass. They advanced relentlessly, some plummeting into traps, while others faced a wall of crimson flames, heedlessly pressing onward. One after another, they followed suit, as if in an endless procession. Amidst this chaos stood Xue Li, brandishing a long, sharp stone spear, valiantly fighting on the front line. Nearby, several male orcs were also engaged in a fierce battle against the encroaching flower serpents. Damn it! There are far too many of these serpents. One Tiger clan orc growled, dispatching a few with swift claws. Fortunately, they are merely untransformed flower serpents, not to be feared. Another orc retorted. Just then, to their astonishment, the serpents on the ground abruptly ceased their movements, parting to create a clear path. Their synchronized actions seemed to herald the arrival of a sovereign. Chapter 229. Maine returned Xue Li, and all the orcs present widened their eyes in disbelief, silently cursing their misfortune. As a line of figures emerged in their view, at the forefront stood a figure that sent chills down their spines. With eyes of deep green bordering on black, a mocking expression, and a smile that suggested inevitable triumph, it was none other than the king of the serpent clan, Shui. However, the shock for Xue Li and her companions was far from over. In the next moment, a familiar silhouette emerged from behind Shui. A tall figure with alluring phoenix eyes and a straight nose that exuded exotic charm. Yet, her expression was so malicious that it diminished her striking beauty to a mere fraction of its potential. This female, stepping forth from behind Shi, was none other than Mei, who had once been exiled from the Tiger clan. Upon seeing her face, Xue Li could not contain her outburst. Mei, why are you everywhere? Did you bring these serpents to the rear mountain? Mei, covering her mouth with a delicate laugh, replied, Surely. Did you ever imagine I would return here? You ungrateful wretch! Xue Li shouted as she fought off the venomous serpents surrounding her. Have you forgotten who saved you back then? At this, Main's expression shifted momentarily, only to turn into a cold smirk. What does it matter? When I was cast out from the clan, who came to my rescue? She took a step closer to Xue Li, a triumphant smile adorning her face. This slap is for the disrespect you just showed me. As Main approached Sherry, she seized the opportunity while Sherry's hands were occupied, delivering a resounding slap across Sherry's face. The force was considerable, leaving a distinct imprint of her fingers on Sherry's cheek. Sherry staggered back, scoffing, You are nothing but an ungrateful and heartless wretch. I shall not only insult you once, but countless times. Upon hearing this, Mei-Yin's already striking features contorted further in rage. She lifted her leg, aiming a direct kick at Sherry's body. However, Sherry was prepared, brandishing her sharp stone spear. She met Mei-Yin's aggressive kick. Consequently, Mei-Yin was forced to retreat several steps from the impact. Just as Mei-Yin contemplated imparting another lesson to Sherry, a cold voice emerged from behind. The matter at hand is urgent. Sherry shivered at the sound, a fleeting expression of reluctance crossing her face, which she quickly suppressed as she meekly responded, yes. Satisfied, she nodded, casting a casual glance at the few males present, just as he anticipated. They were all mere lowly-blooded beastmen, hardly worth his consideration. As she strolled forward, the countless serpents on the ground parted respectfully for him. The few Tiger Clan warriors still engaged in battle retreated cautiously, shielding one of their own as he dashed to the tribe's entrance to relay the news. With each step Shi took, the tiger males could no longer restrain themselves and transformed into their beast forms. Shi unleashed the oppressive aura of a kingly beast. Ordinary beastmen could not withstand it. Yet, they persisted in their struggle, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, until a clear voice shattered the stillness. The Snake King graces us with his presence, yet chooses to enter through the back door. Does the Snake King feel himself unworthy of a grand entrance? Chapter 230. Mocking Shi at this proclamation, everyone turned to the speaker. Mengmeng, what brings you here? Sherry exclaimed, her initial surprise morphing into concern. Mengmeng, stay back. It's too dangerous. Mei, noticing Zhang Mengmeng as well, beamed with delight. Mengmeng, I didn't expect you to come to us so willingly. Hearing this, Shi in the center also directed his gaze towards the approaching female, who was petite, barely reaching his chest. Her delicate, fair face framed a pair of eyes as dark as polished stone, and intriguingly, she bore an enigmatic smile. As Shi regarded her, Zhang Mengmeng caught his gaze. Pondering silently, this was the very person who had not only killed Ivy's brother, but had also taken several lives from the Tiger Clan. Now, he was resorting to a cunning ruse. Truly, he was pushing his luck. However, for the time being, let them bask in their fleeting triumph. With this thought, a shadow of darkness flickered across Zhang Mengmeng's eyes. Little female, return to the Serpent Clan with me, and I shall make you the Serpent Queen. At this moment, the imposing Shai stepped forward, eyes glimmering with determination. Beside him, Mane clenched her fists, casting a resentful glare at Zhang Mengmeng upon hearing these words. Oh, the Serpent Queen? Zhang Mengmeng chuckled lightly, pausing in her tracks to appraise Shi, slowly remarking, have you yet to awaken from your slumber? She gazed at Zhang Mengmeng, a look of confusion crossing his face. Noticing this, Zhang Mengmeng smiled again and continued, it seems you are still lost in your grand delusions. She finally understood. His eyes transforming into menacing slits, and in a flash, he prepared to seize Zhang Mengmeng. Mane, who had been observing Shi's movements, secretly reveled in the thought of the little wretch being captured, eager to witness her torment. Shi moved swiftly. The onlookers saw only a blur, and in the next moment, he was upon her. But just as the smile on Shi's face was about to fully bloom, it abruptly froze. His outstretched hand had been thwarted by what appeared to be a delicate little hand. All eyes were drawn to this confrontation, as the towering figure of the Serpent King faced off against the petite form of Zhang Mengmeng. The overwhelming power of the Serpent King met what seemed to be the fragile essence of a female, and it was clear to all what the outcome would likely be. Yet, when the beastmen witnessed Shi's hand being blocked by Zhang Mengmeng's fist, they assumed he intended to toy with her, anticipating that she would soon become his captive. To their astonishment, however, Shi made no further advance. It was as though an invisible wall stood between them, separating him from Zhang Mengmeng. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Clearly, the Serpent King was not only unaccustomed to being bested, but his strength was also not as formidable as it appeared. Zhang Mengmeng, subtly employing her first level of martial arts, wore a somewhat disdainful smile, not so impressive after all. She, upon closer inspection, had initially thought this little female, while not as beautiful as Mane, was charming in her petite, fair appearance, and a precious member of her lineage. He had intended to treat her with kindness. But her insolent words incited his wrath, prompting him to prepare for another assault. Chapter 231. The roaring tiger approaches as Shi gathered his energy for the next attack. He muttered lewd remarks. Little female, prepare to beg for mercy beneath me. Zhang Mengmeng initially wore a smile, but upon hearing those words, her expression swiftly transformed into one of resolve. She narrowed her eyes at the seemingly fearless orc before her, observing the repugnant expression on his face as she gently raised her fist. In an instant, she struck. His movements were swift. However, he was unprepared for the swiftness of Zhang Mengmeng's response. As he raised his hand, her fist had already collided with his face. With a resounding thud, Shi felt a searing pain radiate through his face, and before he could react, another punch descended upon him. The orcs present watched in astonishment as the seemingly frail female appeared to lose her sanity, leaping an impressive 3 meters into the air. As she landed, Her fist rained down upon Xi's face, one after another, like a torrential downpour, accompanied by the echoes of heavy impacts. The arena fell into a stunned silence. Save for the relentless sound of fists striking flesh. Was this truly a female? A delicate female? This was undoubtedly the shared sentiment of all the male orcs present. Even Sherry, who witnessed the unfolding spectacle, wore a look of sheer disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. Beside her, Maine was not only astonished but also seething with resentment. Gritting her teeth in frustration, why? Why had she suddenly become so formidable? If only she could possess such strength, she would not have found herself in her current predicament. Zhang Mengmeng delivered a fierce beating to Xi, her spirits soaring to unparalleled heights, just as she prepared to cast a spell of immobilization on Xi. A familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind her, Meng. In the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng felt herself being lifted off the ground. Her gaze meeting the resplendent golden eyes of the orc, who was filled with concern. What brings you here? His unruly golden hair danced in the wind, framing a handsome bronze visage adorned with light golden brows. It was Hu Shao, who had hurriedly arrived from the entrance after receiving reports. He had initially intended to escort Bai Ran to the main gate while sending a few orcs to the back mountain, believing that the Serpent clan would be unfamiliar with the paths there and thus would inevitably enter through the front. However, to his astonishment, they had taken the opposite route. Upon hearing the news, he rushed over, only to discover that his little one was also present. It truly startled him. Is everything all right? Hu Shao anxiously caressed Zhang Mengmeng's face and ruffled her hair, admonishing her gently, do not wander off. I worry. Zhang Mengmeng felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. It was her first experience hearing an orc express concern so candidly. Her voice dropped to a soft murmur. Shao, I'm fine. The male orcs of the Tiger clan present couldn't help but think to themselves, Leader, perhaps your worries should be for others instead. Zhang Mengmeng was abruptly lifted by Hu Shao. The dazed Xi, who had just been thoroughly beaten by Zhang Mengmeng, finally regained his senses. With a swift glance, he said nothing further and promptly retreated in the direction from whence he came. The serpents on the ground swiftly withdrew like a receding tide. By the time Zhang Mengmeng came to her senses, Xi's figure had vanished, leaving behind only a few scattered shadows of snakes. Zhang Mengmeng could not help but let out a sigh. Why did her clumsy tiger have to arrive at such an inopportune moment? Specifically, while she was busy tidying up the serpent. Now that the serpent had escaped, hadn't her efforts been in vain? Look, all the serpents have fled. With a hint of resignation, Zhang Mengmeng poked Tiger Zhao's chest, her tone tinged with regret. Mengmeng, safety is of utmost importance, was the unexpected response from Tiger Zhao. Chapter 232. Tiger Zhao's unusual affection. The visage of the beastman was remarkably sincere, imbued with fervor and an undeniable sense of tenderness. Despite his evident struggle with self-expression, he uttered such heartfelt words for her sake. Zhang Mengmeng stood there, momentarily speechless, captivated by the face before her. Subsequently, Tiger Zhao cast a reassuring glance at her, gently tousling her soft hair. He surveyed the surroundings and then commanded the nearby male beastmen, York, have your men take turns guarding this area. Sherry, go and instruct everyone to craft more bamboo darts. Yes, Chief. Following this, the Tiger clan's beastmen dispersed in small groups, while Sherry, before departing, shot a playful glance at Zhang Mengmeng, accompanied by her partner. Throughout this entire process, Tiger Zhao had kept his embrace around Zhang Mengmeng. Initially, Zhang Mengmeng believed that he would prioritize his tasks and consequently distance himself from her. However, to her surprise, he only embraced her more tightly, showing no inclination to let go. At one point, Zhang Mengmeng attempted to shift away from Hu Zhao's embrace, but he, without even glancing at her, merely intensified his hold, pressing her face closer to his chest. Now, Zhang Mengmeng found her entire head buried in Hu Zhao's chest, feeling as though she was on the verge of suffocation. Hu Zhao, could you loosen your grip just a bit? After a painstaking wait for everyone to depart, leaving only herself and Hu Zhao, Zhang Mengmeng finally gathered the courage to speak, fearing that if this continued, she might actually choke. To her dismay, it seemed Hu Zhao had not heard her plea. He simply continued to hold her tightly as he strode forward. Hu Zhao, I can hardly breathe. Zhang Mengmeng strained to call out. Perhaps her voice was too faint. Or perhaps Hu Zhao was simply too engrossed in his thoughts. Her cries were once again ruthlessly disregarded. Zhang Mengmeng found herself in a situation that was both tragic and absurd. She was truly a pitiable girl. If things continued in this manner, she might very well become the first individual in history to be suffocated by her own partner. The thought crossed her mind that perhaps the chronicles of the seer would record her fate thus. Zhang Mengmeng, the 77th seer, female, aged 17, perished from asphyxiation. She resolutely vowed never to become such a cautionary tale. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng sprang into action. Initially, she contemplated striking Hu Xiao, but fearing she might misjudge her strength, she opted instead to bite his chest. At last, Hu Xiao reacted. The tingling sensation coursing through his chest jolted him back to reality. He halted, casting his gaze downwards at Zhang Mengmeng. Meng? His eyes were filled with perplexity, unsure of the little creature's intentions. Upon realizing that Hu Xiao had finally acknowledged her presence, Zhang Mengmeng exhaled in relief and exclaimed, "Xiao, you're holding me too tightly. I can hardly breathe." Hearing her words clearly, Hu Xiao eased his grip somewhat. Upon noticing Zhang Mengmeng's flushed cheeks, he became even more flustered. "Meng, it's my fault. Is this better?" He adjusted his position, placing his hand gently on her waist. His gaze still tinged with unease. Zhang Mengmeng noticed a peculiar expression on Hu Xiao's face, one that was entirely unlike his usual demeanor. Upon closer inspection, she detected a subtle hint of vulnerability. "Hu Xiao, what troubles you? You appear utterly distracted," she inquired, gently pinching his cheek in confusion. Hu Xiao hesitated for a moment before responding, "I must return home." Chapter 233. The source of anomaly. The gravity of Hu Xiao's words was underscored by a rare fragility in his demeanor, yet his heart was in turmoil. After Zhang Mengmeng expressed her intention to seek the high priest, he had initially planned to accompany her. However, the sudden onset of a crisis involving the serpent tribe forced him to suppress his growing anxiety and redirect his focus to the unfolding situation. Upon arriving at the tribe's entrance, he discovered that the leader was not the Serpent King, which sent a wave of panic coursing through him, a sensation he could scarcely contain. He was uncertain whether the intruders were targeting the little one, but if they were, he could not allow any harm to befall her. When the reporting beastman mentioned that the Serpent King had appeared on the back mountain, a mix of anticipation and dread gripped him. He hurriedly followed the beastman to the back mountain, battling his fears for her safety, and hoping to resolve the serpent issue swiftly so he could seek her out. At the same time, he feared she might be consulting the high priest about a means of departure. After all, it was the high priest who had brought her here, and he presumed the high priest must know how she could return home. His mind raced with countless thoughts, and the mere notion of that terrifying possibility urged him to move faster. Little did he expect that the first figure he would encounter upon reaching the back mountain would be her. Acting on instinct, he embraced her tightly, needing to confirm her presence before him. The emotions he felt were too profound for words. "As long as Meng is here, everything is well," he murmured to himself. Lost in his thoughts, Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the roaring tiger, her heart aching slightly. Her declaration to return home had been uttered in a moment of irritation. Her intention to seek the high priestess was born of a flicker of hope. The high priestess revealed truths that, though shrouded in mystery, resonated with authenticity. Every word she spoke elucidated the perplexities of Zhang Mengmeng's previous experiences. The high priestess informed her that her presence here was due to her lineage of priestess blood. Furthermore, it was revealed that the individual Zhang Mengmeng encountered that fateful day was none other than the high priestess's twin sister, Qinian. The high priestess's familiarity with modern vernacular stemmed from her extraordinary ability to communicate with Qinian across different dimensions of time, although the duration of their connection was exceedingly brief. When Qinian became aware of the peril facing the Tiger clan, she sought out Zhang Mengmeng, who possessed the sacred bloodline, at the cost of her own life. Qinian opened a rift between the 21st century and the beast realm, which ultimately explained Zhang Mengmeng's arrival in this realm. More crucially, the high priestess conveyed that, irrespective of Qinian's sacrifice, once Zhang Mengmeng reached the age of 18, she would inevitably be summoned back to the beast realm, for it was the destiny of the priestess lineage. However, when Zhang Mengmeng inquired about the reason behind Qinian's self-sacrifice, the high priestess fell silent, her expression tinged with sorrow, offering no further explanation. Recognizing the weight of the moment, Zhang Mengmeng tactfully shifted to another topic, regarding her potential return and the manner in which it could be achieved. She hesitated to voice her questions after hearing how she had come to this place. Unexpectedly, it was the high priestess who broached the subject before Zhang Mengmeng departed. "Mengmeng, I understand your desire to return. If you can assist the Tiger clan in securing victory in the forthcoming Beast King contest, I, the High Priestess, will spare no effort to fulfill your wish." The High Priestess did not elaborate further, and Zhang Mengmeng understood the implication that the price she referred to was her own life. One life had already been sacrificed for her arrival. Would another life need to be surrendered for her return? This was a choice she found impossible to make. "What are you saying? I am still with child. Where would I go? Zhang Mengmeng jested, avoiding the topic of her earlier visit to the high priestess. Nothing. Just Mengmeng saying she wants to go home. The tiger roared, continuing his stride, his demeanor betraying an unusual unease, a stark contrast to the typically resolute Tiger King. Wasn't he that merely a statement of frustration? Why did you take it so seriously? Zhang Mengmeng feigned annoyance, squeezing the Tiger King's hand, only to discover its formidable strength. As unyielding as iron. Afraid that Meng might vanish? The tiger paused momentarily, then spoke in accordance with his inner feelings, sometimes, even when she is right before him. An overwhelming sense of unreality envelopes him. The high priestess had previously informed him that the young girl possesses an extraordinary origin, and her home is a remarkable place, of which he knows nothing and has never heard her mention. Thus, when she expressed her desire to return home, the unease in his heart surged violently. My home is the Black Serpent tribe, he thought. What was he contemplating? He would not simply vanish. Zhang Mengmeng, unable to bear the sight of the tiger's visible distress, swallowed the truth she had intended to voice, opting instead to respond with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing her words, the tiger instinctively pressed his lips together, his expression growing more somber. The little one is lying. The Black Serpent tribe is clearly not her home. The high priestess had stated that she hails from a unique world. Why would she deceive him? Did she truly intend to abandon him and return? The mere thought of this possibility filled the tiger's heart with bitterness, yet he dared not voice his concerns. Since she was unwilling to share, he would not press her. Instead, he feigned ignorance. Thus, the tiger merely offered a low response. Zhang Mengmeng had initially believed that her words would improve Hu Zhao's demeanor, but to her dismay, he merely responded with a nonchalant and thereafter remained silent, his expression vacant and devoid of any indication of improvement. Upon reaching the cave, he unceremoniously set her down and walked away, not even casting a glance in her direction, as if she were some fearsome beast, sitting upon the animal hide. Zhang Mengmeng was utterly perplexed. She reflected on the events that had just transpired and suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Could it be that Xiao had witnessed her violently confronting the snake and deemed her excessively aggressive? Or perhaps he felt overshadowed by her prowess, his masculinity undermined? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a chill enveloped her heart. Yet, something was amiss. Zhang Mengmeng shook her head, asserting that Xiao was not a petty individual. So where had the error occurred? At this moment, outside the tiger tribe, a stern voice echoed from the shadows, commanding, "Kneel." As the words fell, a figure that had been standing upright bent at the waist. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the formidable Serpent King, Shi, who had been so arrogant just moments before within the tiger tribe. In this thicket, there were only two figures, Shi and a man with his back turned to him. As the king beast of the serpent tribe, who possessed the audacity to demand his submission, who informed you that the tiger tribe is currently vulnerable. Do you not realize that not only is there a dark silver tiger king present, but also that lion from the lion tribe? Then, the figure turned slowly, revealing the face of a man in his 30s, with deep green eyes that unmistakably signified his identity as a king beast of the serpent tribe. He was Shi's father, the former serpent king, Shilin. Chastised by Shilin, Shi bowed his head in silence, appearing obedient. Yet his lowered gaze was filled with resentment and indignation. How dare that female deceive him? He would ensure she understood the consequences of her betrayal. Chapter 235. Inquiry with Ryan within the tiger tribe. A male beastman reported, "Leader, the orcs at the entrance in the back mountain have returned," stating that the serpent tribe has completely retreated. "We have dispatched individuals to investigate further." Tiger Hell nodded, maintaining a serious demeanor. The beastman below discreetly glanced up, nearly startled. Goodness, what was wrong with the leader today? He appeared utterly dissatisfied. The beastman silently congratulated himself. Thankfully, the news he brought was at least somewhat positive. Otherwise, he feared the leader's gaze could have been lethal. "Leader, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Ryan thought never had he felt such a strong will to survive. He had never witnessed such a grim expression on the leader's face. It was best he returned home to rest. Besides, his beloved Shelley was waiting for him to come back and sleep. Came Tiger Howl's emotionally void response. Upon hearing that single syllable, Ryan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and promptly prepared to make his escape. Just as he was about to step out of the cave, he heard, "Ryan, wait a moment." In that instant, the beastman Ryan thought he must have misheard. The leader, who typically only issued commands, was asking him to wait. "Ryan, I have a question for you," the leader continued. And this time Ryan was certain he had not misunderstood. Hesitantly, he slowly turned to face Tiger Howl, who had transformed from a serious visage to one of confusion. Ryan's heart settled momentarily. Could it be that the leader was facing some trouble? Who would have thought that one day? Ryan could be the one providing clarity to the leader. However, on the surface, Ryan maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. "Chief, what seems to be the matter? Do you have any concerns?" As he inquired. He struggled to contain the excitement that tinged his voice. His instincts hinted that he might soon uncover a sensational piece of gossip regarding the chief. With a playful smirk, Ryan feigned humility while discreetly observing the expressions of Tiger Howl. He noted the chief's face shift through a myriad of emotions, sadness, bewilderment, an array he had never witnessed before. Tiger Howl then posed a question. "Ryan, would your partner deceive you?" At this inquiry, Ryan discreetly scrutinized Tiger Howl and instantly grasped the implication. Good heavens. Was the chief being deceived by his own partner? Noticing that the chief awaited his response, Ryan cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "Well, naturally, such things do happen. Last time, Shelley tricked me terribly. I cannot express how furious I was." As he spoke, Tiger Howl's deep voice interjected, "And then? How did you handle it?" Ryan chuckled and replied, "What else could I do? We simply had an honest conversation. Once that was done, everything fell into place." He added with heartfelt sincerity, "In a partnership, honesty is of the utmost importance. Guessing and second-guessing only leads to distress and heartache. If there are matters at hand, clarity will resolve everything. Thus, Chief, do not let matters linger too long. Clarify, converse." Tiger Howl murmured, repeating those two phrases, his expression shifting dramatically until, surprisingly, a nearly benevolent look graced his features. "Thank you, Ryan." Ryan was taken aback. Was the chief expressing gratitude to him? In truth, he had not done much beyond uttering a few words. Nevertheless, this was certainly a moment worthy of pride. Striving to maintain his composed facade, Ryan attempted to lift his gaze to discern if the chief had further inquiries, only to find that Tiger Howl had vanished from sight. It seemed that the chief had embarked on an endeavor of his own. Chapter 236. The adorable speculation. Zhang Mengmeng found herself in a state of perplexity. As dusk began to envelop the sky, the clumsy tiger had yet to return. How could he be so inconsiderate as to leave her in such worry? It was utterly disappointing. However, reality is what it is. This is not a transaction on Taobao where dissatisfaction can simply lead to a return. Zhang Mengmeng was filled with profound discontent. What could possibly be amiss with the foolish tiger today? The moment the serpent clan departed, he had unceremoniously abandoned her without a second thought, neglecting to inquire about her well-being. Could it be that her demeanor had appeared too assertive, leading him to believe she was capable of fending for herself? Surely not. In his presence, she had no semblance of assertiveness. Instead, she was overwhelmed with grievances and sorrow, yearning to indulge in a playful display of affection. Was it possible that matters concerning the serpent clan had become too convoluted? Rumor had it that even the father of Shi-Yi had arrived, and he was reputed to be a formidable figure. She recalled hearing tales within the tribe. Shi-Lin, the father of Shi-Yi, had once emerged victorious in a fierce contest for the title of Beast King. The intensity of such a competition was beyond imagination, and for Shi-Lin to have triumphed, he surely was not to be trifled with. However, Zhang Mengmeng quickly reminded herself that Bai Ran had returned, and Lian Lang was also present. Both were top-tier beasts of royal blood and would not easily allow Shi-Lin to gain the upper hand. Yet, what could possibly be delaying Xiao? Zhang Mengmeng rested her chin in contemplation, pondering various hypothetical scenarios, only to dismiss them one by one. As the sky gradually darkened, her agitation intensified. Should he not return soon, she would be compelled to venture out in search of him. "Oh, my dear little ones, look at your father, leaving your mother here all alone in solitude. You must never emulate his actions in the future." Zhang Mengmeng wore a distressed expression, gently caressing her belly. In a tender tone, she continued, "My dear little ones, once you are born, you shall play with mommy. Let your father attend to his important matters." Zhang Mengmeng kindled a fire, yet the flames could not dispel the chill within her heart. Accustomed as she was to the warm embrace of the beastman, she feared she would find herself alone and restless through the night. Would she truly have to wait until the witching hour for that foolish tiger to return? Such a fate seemed rather cruel. Where on earth is that dim-witted tiger? She murmured to herself, rubbing her hands by the fire. "I have made up my mind. If he were to appear before me this very moment, I would forgive him. Otherwise." Zhang Mengmeng closed her eyes and reopened them. In the span of merely 3 breaths, the snow-laden figure of Tiger Howl appeared before her. Upon noticing that Zhang Mengmeng had just opened her eyes, Tiger Howl lowered his body, a hint of confusion evident. Meng, you have returned. Zhang Mengmeng, filled with excitement, leaped up in joy, causing Tiger Hal to instinctively embrace her tightly. Meng, please refrain from jumping. Zhang Mengmeng embraced Hu Xiao's neck, her expression one of heartfelt grievance. Why did you take so long to return? I've been waiting so long that I might as well be growing grass. Hu Xiao raised his other hand, the one not holding Zhang Mengmeng, and said, Mengmeng, would you like me to prepare some fish soup for you? Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the hand of Hu Xiao, which held a large, well-prepared fish, emanating an unmistakable signal of devour me. So Hu Xiao returned so late because he had gone fishing? She reached out and gently brushed the snowflakes from his forehead. The touch was icy, yet her heart felt warm. The waters had frozen over. But where had he procured this? Just yesterday, she had casually remarked that meat was somewhat unappetizing, suggesting that fish might be a better alternative. She had merely spoken in jest, never anticipating that this foolish tiger would take her words to heart. Well, not only had he forgiven her previous comments, but she also felt compelled to commend the silly tiger. There was still some ice beneath, so she suggested he sit down first. It might take a little while. Hu Xiao obediently allowed Zhang Mengmeng to tend to him, then carefully placed her on the animal hide and began to prepare the fish soup himself. Chapter 237. How to eat fish in no time. The broth transformed into an enticing milky white hue, with transparent bubbles occasionally rising to the surface, accompanied by an alluring aroma of fish. The scent was a delightful blend of the fish's freshness and the crispness of the wintry air. Zhang Mengmeng gazed affectionately at Hu Xiao, who was stirring the fish soup and gently sprinkling in salt. The more she watched, the more she found herself enamored. Though he lacked the gift of sweet words, his actions spoke volumes. Indeed, a single deed could surpass 1,000 words. Moreover, his culinary skills had reached an exquisite level. He had successfully conquered her palate. Is it ready to drink? She inquired, observing the large fish that had transformed into soup. Yet Hu Xiao showed no signs of serving it. Growing impatient, she pressed on. In response, Hu Xiao shook his head but, in the next moment, ladled a portion of the soup into a bamboo tube. After testing the temperature, he handed it to her, cautioning, be careful, Meng. It's hot. Zhang Mengmeng eagerly took a sip. Oh, it's truly delicious. The fresh flavor of the fish combined with the natural saltiness is both simple and exquisite. So delightful. She continued to sip, unabashedly showering him with praise. Xiao, your culinary skills have truly improved. I adore it. As Hu Xiao watched her with affection, he heard her exclaim something about adoring and shook his head disapprovingly. Meng, one must not utter the word die. It is inauspicious. Zhang Mengmeng was sipping her soup when she caught the words uttered by Hu Xiao, and without a moment's hesitation, she raised her head and pressed her lips against his, silencing his unfinished thoughts while sharing the delightful taste of the exquisite fish soup. Hu Xiao was utterly taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events. The mere brush of Zhang Mengmeng rendered him rigid. Yet, she continued as if nothing had happened, sipping her soup while cheerfully remarking, all right, I won't mention it again. Xiao, isn't the fish soup absolutely delicious? Indeed, it is quite delightful. Hu Xiao's earlobes flushed crimson, though his complexion was naturally bronze. The sudden blush on his relatively fair earlobes was strikingly conspicuous. Typically tongue-tied, he found himself stammering more than usual due to his nervousness. In truth, he had scarcely registered the flavor of the fish soup. However, after a moment of savoring the soup, Zhang Mengmeng picked up her bamboo chopsticks, joyfully preparing to indulge in the fish meat. Observing this, Hu Xiao immediately grew anxious and exclaimed, Meng, let me do it. There are bones. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Mengmeng immediately lifted her gaze towards Hu Xiao, finding her companion exceedingly charming this evening. Without hesitation, she obediently handed over the fish to him. As Hu Xiao leaned down, meticulously extracting the fish bones, she mischievously placed her icy little hands against his face, playfully rubbing left and right under the pretense of seeking warmth. Hu Xiao, though exasperated, did not deter her antics. Instead, he hastened his movements, carefully removing each spine from the tender flesh of the fish. All right, Meng, you may eat now, he said. In no time, he completed the task and presented the fish to Zhang Mengmeng. Observing her delight as she devoured the meal filled him with joy, and he pondered how best to broach a certain topic. On their way back, he contemplated numerous thoughts. The little one had indeed deceived him. Yet she had also placed unwavering trust in him, loving him wholeheartedly and consistently affirming that he would be her sole partner. Ryan was correct. Honesty was paramount between partners. Whatever the matter, it was better to voice it openly, and perhaps the little one had her own reasons. With this in mind, Hu Xiao finally spoke up. Meng, I know you come from a special place. Chapter 238, A Candid Confession. Zhang Mengmeng, happily indulging in the fish, suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Who? You actually know about this? Zhang Mengmeng can only feel fortunate that Hu Xiao had just removed the fish bones for her. Otherwise, she would have become the first priestess in history to be choked to death by a fish bone. Wouldn't that render her deceit of the day utterly self-defeating? Zhang Mengmeng widened her eyes, reflecting on all that had transpired that day, suddenly experiencing a moment of clarity. So that was why Zhao's expression had turned so grim. He had already learned of her origins. He must have felt immense discomfort knowing that she had deceived him, yet he had restrained himself from confronting her until now. If it were her, she would have been unable to endure even a moment, demanding the truth immediately. With this thought, Zhang Mengmeng lost her appetite for the fish and broth. As all her mental faculties began to concentrate on a single question, how could she possibly explain this matter to the foolish tiger? If she revealed the truth, would he be even more unsettled? More sorrowful? Yet, remaining silent would resolve nothing in the present moment. Meng, I do not wish for you to return home. As Zhang Mengmeng pondered, the beastman spoke again, his voice muffled and devoid of his usual demeanor. He said little else, but that one sentence was enough for Zhang Mengmeng to grasp his unease. Zhang Mengmeng released her tightly clasped hands, a resolution forming within her heart. The situation regarding Xiao is indeed as such. Consequently, Zhang Mengmeng candidly recounted to Hu Xiao the circumstances that led her to this place. How the high priest had communicated with her, and the deep longing she felt for her loved ones. Having spent a considerable time in the beast realm, she had gradually grasped some of its fundamental principles. For instance, although the beastmen may not possess extensive knowledge, they hold promises in high regard and harbor a profound disdain for deception. They value honorable confrontations over cunning schemes. A single lie had already caused her foolish tiger immense distress. Should her current words prove insincere and be discovered again in the future, the repercussions were too dire for her to contemplate. Thus, the matter concerning Xiao unfolded in this manner. Once Zhang Mengmeng finished speaking, she immediately scrutinized Hu Xiao's expression, only to find her apprehension deepening, as his countenance appeared even more troubled than before. As Mengmeng gazed at him, unexpectedly, he called her name, prompting her to quickly lean closer. Xiao, what is it? Hu Xiao's demeanor shifted repeatedly, and ultimately, he seemed to arrive at a resolute conclusion. Meng, is that world truly wonderful? Zhang Mengmeng did not anticipate that he would pose such a question after she had finished speaking. After a moment of contemplation, she candidly replied, Indeed, it is quite pleasant, very peaceful, and remarkably stable, and moreover, my mother also. Zhang Mengmeng had yet to finish her words when she abruptly halted. Gazing at Hu Xiao, whose expression was inscrutable, she immediately fell silent. Was she foolish to bring this up again? Unexpectedly, Hu Xiao continued her train of thought, asking if Meng's relatives were also present over there, correct? Zhang Mengmeng nodded cautiously, sensing the implication behind the words of Xiao. However, Hu Xiao chose not to elaborate further, instead shifting the conversation entirely. Meng, it is best not to venture outside these days. It is perilous out there. Understanding the awkwardness of the topic, Zhang Mengmeng followed Hu Xiao's lead and inquired, Xiao, didn't the Serpent clan leave? Could they possibly return? Hu Xiao's expression grew grave as he nodded, Indeed. And there are also reports of the Eagle clan prowling beyond the mountains. This revelation perplexed Zhang Mengmeng even more. Wasn't it said that the Eagle clan and the Serpent clan were sworn enemies? Why, then, did the eagles not swiftly drive out or incapacitate these bothersome serpents? Perhaps the Serpent clan has acquired the celestial stargrass, Hu Xiao explained, seemingly aware of the confusion swirling in Zhang Mengmeng's mind. Celestial stargrass? She pondered. Though it was deemed the nemesis of the Eagle clan, it thrived in the territory of the sea beasts. Had the Serpent clan ventured so far west in pursuit of her? Their determination was indeed remarkable. Meng, are you tired? Hu Xiao's voice broke her reverie as he finished arranging the fur bed, gesturing for her to come over and rest. Zhang Mengmeng responded, feeling the weight of fatigue settle upon her. She decided to leave her worries for another day. Sleep was of utmost importance now. Hu Xiao then gently cradled Zhang Mengmeng in his arms, tenderly stroking her back as if soothing a drowsy cub. His touch was exceedingly gentle, yet his expression betrayed an inner turmoil, with the threat of foreign invasion and the revelations of the day weighing heavily on his heart. He found himself in a state of disarray, unable to find clarity. Zhang Mengmeng, resting against the familiar warmth of the beastman's chest, closed her eyes and soon succumbed to slumber. However, the beastman beneath her remained wide awake, his mind swirling with thoughts, hardly finding rest throughout the night. As dawn broke, Zhang Mengmeng had a rather pleasant slumber, yet upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the warm source beneath her had vanished. Instead, she found herself draped in a thick layer of animal skin, which provided her with ample warmth, thus sparing her from feeling cold. Rubbing her eyes, she murmured, still tinged with the remnants of sleepiness, "Where is Xiao gone? Could it be that he has urgent matters to attend to so early in the morning?" Sigh. Zhang Mengmeng sighed heavily, only to notice several purple fruits arranged by her bedside, shaped somewhat like bells. They appeared vaguely familiar, and upon reflection, she realized they were the very sweet fruits she had previously praised for their delectable taste. Zhang Mengmeng was uncertain of its name. According to the customs of the beast world, it should be called the purple fruit. In any case, it was far more delectable than any fruit she had ever tasted. Sweet and succulent, she had only encountered it once and had not seen it since, yet the flavor remained etched in her memory. Zhang Mengmeng, still groggy from her slumber, hastily seized one of the delicacies and took a bite. Indeed, it was the familiar flavor from her memories, perhaps even more delectable due to the passage of time. She found herself increasingly fond of her beloved tiger. At midday, outside the cave where Zhang Mengmeng resided in the tiger clan, there was a sense of urgency. "There are developments from the eagle clan," Dawson whispered to Tiger Howl, his expression grave. With a serious demeanor, Tiger Howl gestured for Dawson to elaborate. The Snow Leopard King had arrived at the eagle clan that morning and had yet to emerge. Tiger Howl's brow furrowed deeply. Why would the Snow Leopard clan arrive at such a time? The uncertainty of whether the Serpent clan had fully retreated lingered. And now the Snow Leopard clan's presence added to his unease, especially considering the Eagle clan's ill intentions. Thoughts of his cherished companion tightened his brow further. The possibility of her returning home or vanishing altogether troubled him, and now, numerous schemers sought to take her from him. If she desired to return home, would he acquiesce? He did not know the answer and was reluctant to ponder it. However, should any unrelated individuals attempt to seize her, the answer was unequivocal: absolutely not. Perhaps he could not provide her with family, but he would ensure her safety. Chapter 240. Hypocritical formalities at this moment in the Eagle clan. The arrival of the Snow Leopard King from afar was deemed an extraordinary honor. The voice of the second elder, filled with courteous flattery, echoed through the air. Yet, inwardly, he harbored different thoughts. What could have prompted this bothersome fellow to arrive so boldly at the Eagle clan? Did he harbor some ulterior motive? From a distance, the venue where the Eagle clan traditionally hosted banquets was already bustling with people, with even the two central seats occupied. The second elder, overly polite, remarked on how the years had only enhanced his presence. Sitting in one of the side seats, Xueqing wore a smile, conversing with the second elder like old friends reunited after many years. Yet, in her heart, she schemed to extract more information from the second elder. The compliments continued to flow. "The Leopard King is truly a paragon of youth and talent, surpassing even your father." The second elder beamed, seemingly engaged in mere pleasantries. Upon mention of her father, Xueqing's eyes flickered momentarily before she maintained her facade, responding, "Oh, it is merely your kind flattery." Yet internally, she cursed, pondering how this old fool could so thoughtlessly bring up such a sensitive topic. The two masters of insincerity exchanged pleasantries, both engaged in a subtle battle of wits, their outward camaraderie masking the underlying tension. Meanwhile, the individual seated at the highest position grew increasingly impatient, as Ying Jian endured the tedious banter between the two. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he interjected, "Are you two finished? Can't you just state your purpose directly?" Upon witnessing the sudden change in expression on Xueqing's face, it was unclear whether he was startled by his own reaction. In contrast, Ying Jian couldn't help but feel a sense of delight and continued, "Why not just say it quickly and be done with it? You're acting like a nagging matron." Xueqing, who had initially maintained a calm and smiling demeanor, felt a crack form in his composure. He had long heard tales of the current Eagle King being a crude and disrespectful individual, yet upon meeting him, he feared those rumors might be misleading. This was not merely rudeness, it was a blatant lack of decorum. Were it not for his intentions in visiting the Eagle clan today, he would have relished the opportunity to engage in a brawl with this insufferable fellow. Ah ha ha. I must be overly excited to see the Leopard King. Look, I'm rambling nonsense. As Ying Jian began to dismantle the conversation without hesitation, the second elder, his heart racing with tumultuous thoughts, maintained an impassive faade while uttering absurdities. "Leopard King, do not take offense, ah ha ha." Xueqing listened earnestly to the second elder's distortion of truth, refraining from exposing him. He pondered, did the second elder truly consider him a fool? It was evident that the one speaking nonsense was the second elder himself. Nevertheless, recalling his purpose for visiting the Eagle clan, Xueqing merely lowered his gaze, concealing the myriad of emotions within, and remarked, "Second elder, the Eagle King is candid and forthright, a young talent. With such a leader, the Eagle clan surely has my congratulations." The underlying message was unmistakable. I truly offer my congratulations. This new Eagle King is remarkably dim-witted. Upon hearing himself harshly criticized by Xueqing yet still being praised, Yingjian instantly questioned the state of Xueqing's mind, casting a peculiar glance at Xueqing. He was taken aback when the latter returned a smile, sending a chill down his spine. Ugh. He decided it was best to leave, lest he be infected by foolishness. I shall go practice. Farewell. With that, the elder transformed into a magnificent eagle, soaring into the sky with a swift whoosh. The second elder, infuriated and with a flushed face, could only sigh helplessly as he gazed at the now vacant space. Observing this, Xueqing smiled subtly, then casually remarked, "Second elder, there are matters that you would undoubtedly find most intriguing." After some time, as Xueqing exited the Eagle clan's territory, a mysterious smile graced his face. Chapter 241. Contemplating Revenge in the Tiger clan's territory. Ayo. As the figure approached the cave entrance, another petite silhouette had already dashed to meet him. Though her presence was yet unseen, her voice conveyed profound joy. "Ming, do not run." The orc, enveloping the newcomer in his embrace, spoke with a tone laden with exasperation. Shaking his head habitually, the newcomer was none other than Zhang Mengmeng, who had been waiting for Hu Xiaoqiao all morning. Hu Xiaoqiao had hastily departed, leaving her alone. And though he had advised against wandering outside, she patiently awaited his return. Yet now that he was back, it was a litany of restrictions. She felt utterly aggrieved. "I did not run, you see. I merely walked a tad faster." However, upon witnessing Hu Zhao's stern demeanor, Zhang Mengmeng ultimately faltered. She lacked the courage to deliver a resounding slap while he dictated what was permissible or not, and then dramatically declare, "I shall do as I please. And it is none of your concern." Thus, her choice was to take a more circuitous route to salvation, otherwise known as distorting the truth. Hu Xiao instinctively tightened his embrace around Zhang Mengmeng's waist, his handsome visage marred by worry. She naturally sensed the shift. His expression was not the usual stern one, but rather one tinged with an uncommon melancholy. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Xiao, what troubles you? Why the furrowed brow? Has something distressing occurred?" In response, Hu Xiao merely pressed his lips together in silence, continuing to guide Zhang Mengmeng into the cave. After a brief pause, he said, "Meng, it's cold outside. Let us enter." "All right," she nodded, and as was her custom, she gently brushed the snow from his hair with her small hand. Observing his troubled expression, a thought flickered in her mind, and she suddenly leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek, withdrawing just as swiftly. "Xiao, do not worry, no matter what happens. Mengmeng will always be by your side." Hu Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the kiss, but the next moment, a resigned smile graced his lips. "Yes, I know." She appeared so fragile, yet she had become his wellspring of strength. He understood she spoke the truth. Yet, the mere thought of the impending Beast King contest, the unknown world that lay ahead, and the shadowy figures lurking in the dark, filled him with unrest. He yearned for a lasting companionship with her, wishing for her perpetual presence at his side, a vow he had sworn before the beast god. Once inside the cave, Zhang Mengmeng obediently settled on Hu Zhao's lap. She restrained the urge to playfully grasp his hand, instead puffing her cheeks as she asked, "Xiao, has something unpleasant occurred today?" "The Snow Leopard King has arrived at the Eagle tribe," Hu Xiao revealed, delivering this weighty news. "What?" Zhang Mengmeng gasped, her mind racing back to her harrowing experience of being captured, imprisoned, and bled dry in the snow domain. Anger and anxiety surged within her. Was it that duplicitous Snow Qing, the repugnant scoundrel? He actually pursued her here. When she encountered him, she would not hesitate to smash his leopard head. Before Bai ran, he put on one facade, but with her, he wore another. At that time, she had been powerless, unable to contend with him. But now she was no longer the same as before. Zhang Mengmeng secretly devised a myriad of revenge plans. Unaware that Hu Xiao had decisively obstructed all her avenues of escape by declaring, "Meng, during this period, you are not permitted to go outside. I shall ensure your safety," Hu Xiao silently vowed within himself. Chapter 242. The arrival of Bei Bei on that crisp morning. As Hu Xiao emerged from the cave, an unexpected figure appeared before Zhang Mengmeng. "Bei Bei?" she exclaimed, her heart fluttering with excitement as she spotted the newcomer adjusting some tiny garments. "It has been so long since I last saw you. I heard you were expecting." This marked the first occasion since her return that she encountered Bei. Upon her arrival, she had heard that Bei was pregnant, and now, gazing upon the noticeable swell of her belly, she was reminded of her initial visit to the Tiger clan, when Bei had seemed merely a child herself. Now, she was on the brink of motherhood, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Bei smiled shyly, instinctively tightening her grip on her hands as she lowered her gaze. "Mengmeng, how have you been? Where have you been all this time? Everyone has been quite worried about you." "I'm well, merely attending to some matters," Zhang Mengmeng replied. "It has been ages since we last met, and Bei, you have grown even more beautiful." Noticing Bei's enduring shyness, she could not help but tease her gently. Bei remained silent, offering only a smile in response. Zhang Mengmeng noticed that Bei's complexion appeared somewhat off and attributed it to the hardships of pregnancy. She continued, "Bei, previously when I inquired about your preferred male, you remained silent. Might you now share your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Bei's eyes flickered and she murmured, "Mengmeng, why do you ask such questions? It's rather embarrassing." All right, I shan't press further. However, Bei, considering you are still with child, how could your partner allow you to venture out? My own companion would never permit me to leave without his company. Moreover, what Zhang Mengmeng refrained from mentioning was that during their last outing, her clumsy partner had claimed he would accompany her out of boredom. But the reality was that she was carried out instead. After just a few steps, they were encircled by onlookers, and she felt as though her dignity had been irrevocably tarnished. Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's words, Bei's hands instinctively clenched tighter, and she softly replied, "Mengmeng, the leader truly treats you well. I haven't been so fortunate." Zhang Mengmeng, slightly taken aback by the first statement, felt a sense of unease upon hearing the latter. "Bei, what do you mean you haven't had such luck? Is your partner unkind to you? If he were, you wouldn't express such sentiments, would you? Are there still males foolish enough to act recklessly? Have they not realized the current disparity in gender ratios? Humph. It seems they are in dire need of a lesson. Bei, if that is indeed the case, do not hesitate to inform me. Even if I cannot teach him a lesson myself, I will certainly ensure that Xiao gives him a proper thrashing," Zhang Mengmeng declared, shaking her seemingly feeble fist with fervor. "Forget it, Mengmeng. Seeing you well puts my mind at ease. I have been quite worried about you," Bei replied, lifting her gaze, her large eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture as she gazed innocently at Zhang Mengmeng. "Rest assured, what could possibly be amiss? But Bei, you must take care of yourself. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight, and by the way, have you been sleeping poorly? There are dark circles beneath your large eyes." Zhang Mengmeng teased, playfully tracing Bei's dark circles with her finger. After a moment, Bei stepped out of the cave, a mysterious smile lingering on her lips. She wandered for a while, turning several corners, until she seemingly arrived at an isolated spot. Cautiously glancing over her shoulder to ensure no one was in sight, she softly whistled. Soon after, a figure appeared before her without a sound, quietly asking, "Is everything taken care of?" Bei nodded, and in the next instant, the figure had vanished completely. Chapter 243, Sudden Turn of Events the following day in the Tiger tribe. As dusk descended, the heavy snow had just begun to relent, leaving the air imbued with a chilling stillness. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the relentless whispers of the wind. The fierce warrior, Tiger Roar, led a contingent of orcs on a patrol around the tribe's perimeter when, suddenly, the distant sound of footsteps reached his ears, causing his expression to grow increasingly grave. As the figures drew nearer, Tiger Roar was astonished to discern that this group was composed of orcs from various tribes. At that moment, he heard a voice cry out, "Surrender the priestess. The priestess belongs to us all." Indeed, why should the Tiger clan monopolize the priestess? Tiger Roar's gaze darkened, and his fist clenched involuntarily. Unbeknownst to him, a parallel drama was unfolding within the Tiger clan's stronghold. A throng of orcs had gathered around a particular cave entrance, and soon a woman's voice rang out. "It is she who has brought calamity and misfortune upon the Tiger clan. Had it not been for her, would the Serpent clan have invaded so suddenly? Would we have lost our homeland? Had it not been for her, Alan would not have perished, nor would Akin have met his end. Now, the Eagle clan and the Snow Leopard clan lurk menacingly outside. If we hand her over, wouldn't all our troubles be resolved?" Concealed in the shadows, Zhang Mengmeng recognized the voice. It was unmistakably feminine. Who would believe that the once gentle and timid individual could display such audacity? It was Bei. This familiar voice belonged to one whom Zhang Mengmeng had once considered a friend, now publicly denouncing her before the entire tribe, presenting her transgressions as if condemning her to the depths of hell. Following this, a cacophony of various voices emerged, some seemingly in agreement, while others appeared to engage in heated disputes. Zhang Mengmeng let out a wry smile, contemplating that some of Beibei's assertions held a semblance of truth. However, if Beibei believed she could place the entirety of the blame upon her, she was sorely mistaken. Yet, how could it be that they had been on amicable terms just the day before? With this thought, Zhang Mengmeng stepped cautiously out from the shadows. Upon hearing her footsteps, the attention of those present suddenly converged upon her. Even Beibei, who had been visibly furious moments ago, turned her gaze toward Zhang Mengmeng. Seeing the person involved standing before her, Beibei maintained an air of righteous indignation. Zhang Mengmeng, it is precisely because of you that our tiger clan has suffered such misfortune. Do you dare to deny it? At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng noticed that many of the beastmen present were casting reproachful and even resentful glances in her direction. These once warm and trusting gazes now felt foreign and cold. In a soft yet resolute tone, Zhang Mengmeng replied, "The truth you speak of seems to be but a fragment of the whole story. Firstly, the Serpent Clan's invasion was prompted by their knowledge of the Tiger King's absence, a revelation that originated from Maine. The chief ventured forth not for naught, but to seek you." Predictably, Beibei interjected, yet Zhang Mengmeng continued, "It was Maine who laid the treacherous vines upon the river, intending to bring about my demise. But if blame must be assigned, it lies with you." Zhang Mengmeng had thought that this time Beibei would be at a loss for words, yet she was surprised when Beibei shouted once more, "Blame herself?" Zhang Mengmeng sighed bitterly, gazing at this unfamiliar version of Beibei, her heart heavy with the realization that everything had changed. When the chief is absent, how can you engage in slander within the clan? Just as Zhang Mengmeng and Beibei faced off, a figure hastily approached them. Chapter 244. A clash of perspectives. Zhang Mengmeng turned her gaze towards the sound, her eyes widening at the sight of the orc, whose prominent brows and large eyes bore the marks of maturity and hardship. It was Sente. Yet, she remained immersed in the profound transformation of Beibei. Just yesterday, Beibei had come to play with her, still radiating the same shy and introverted demeanor that she had always known. How could it be that today she had morphed into a fierce adversary? The very thought of the events that had transpired eluded her understanding. She fixed her gaze on Beibei, who seemed oblivious to her presence. Those once innocent eyes now appeared rather sharp. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng noticed a detail. Beibei was clenching her hands tightly. Whether out of anxiety or unease was uncertain. Could it be that Beibei was under duress? This notion flitted through her mind only to be swiftly dismissed. Beibei's earlier demeanor seemed less like reluctant compliance and more akin to a release, a pent-up expression of frustration. When had Beibei amassed such grievances against her? "Beibei, our tribe is facing a crisis. We should unite against external threats rather than cast blame amongst ourselves." At that juncture, Sente spoke up, casting a glance at Zhang Mengmeng before addressing Beibei. Amidst the murmurs of the orcs, Zhang Mengmeng gradually pieced together the unfolding events during the evening patrol, as was customary. Tiger Howl had unexpectedly encountered a large gathering at the entrance of the tribe. Most crucially, these individuals hailed from various orc clans. Their collective chant echoed ominously, "Surrender the shaman." Zhang Mengmeng comprehended the unfolding events, unconsciously rubbing her fingers together, her eyes shimmering with a flickering light. In the next moment, when the orcs present looked up again, they found that Zhang Mengmeng had vanished from her original position. At the entrance of the Tiger clan, the previously smooth expanse of snow had transformed into a pockmarked landscape, with the most striking feature being a splash of crimson amidst the white, a pool of blood. It resembled a red plum blossom suddenly blooming in the snow, both glaring and vibrant. At that moment, kneeling behind this bloodstain was an orc. His golden short hair fluttered in the wind, and his bronze, resolute visage was adorned with a pair of brilliant golden eyes. A trace of blood lingered on his orange-red lips. It was Hu Shao. He nonchalantly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his gaze towards the adversary ahead. It turned out that the Tiger King was nothing more than this. How disappointing. Before Hu Shao stood a silver-haired orc, whose dark silver eyes were filled with disdain. "With you alone, you are unworthy of possessing a priestess." At this time, the battle nearby had just reached a pause. Bai Ran, whose hair was typically arranged with precision, now appeared somewhat disheveled. He took a step back, adopting a defensive stance against the black-haired Eagle clan member before him, who looked equally eager for a challenge. This broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted black-haired orc was none other than the Eagle clan king, Ing Jian. Hey, come on. Seeing Bai Ran cautiously scrutinizing him, appearing deep in thought, Ing Jian impatiently beckoned. He had agreed to come at the elder's request merely for training. However, the Eagle clan lacked suitable opponents. Hearing that he could spar with the two formidable tigers of the Tiger clan, he readily accepted without hesitation. Today, he intended to revel in the thrill of battle. Noticing Bai Ran glance at Hu Xiao and observing his injury, seemingly hesitant, Ing Jian grew even more impatient and advanced directly. Let the fight begin. When Zhang Mengmeng arrived at the entrance of the clan, the scene before her was striking. Her beloved partner was half kneeling in the snow, blood at the corner of his mouth. While the detestable and loathsome orc, Xue Qing, stood before him, accompanied by his sycophant, Xue Feng. How dare they bully her partner? This was intolerable. In the blink of an eye, as Zhang Mengmeng prepared to rush forward, she watched helplessly as Xue Feng suddenly thrust his fist toward Hu Xiao's body unexpectedly. Within the next moment, Hu Xiao was sent staggering back several steps, while Xue Qing seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. How dare you? Just because I don't assert my dominance. Do you think I'm a sickly cat? Zhang Mengmeng witnessed the unfolding events before her, a surge of indignation igniting within her. Her voice resonated with authority, leaving the surrounding beastmen astounded, particularly Xue Qing, who had previously regarded Zhang Mengmeng as a feeble female, easily subdued. To his astonishment, the aura she exuded now was starkly different from before, akin to a slumbering beast awakening from its dreams, revealing its formidable claws. Yet, despite her newfound presence, she remained a female, and could she truly triumph over the esteemed snow leopard king with nothing but her bare hands? Such a notion seemed implausible. However, in the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng demonstrated a lesson to Xue Qing through her actions. Among those present, he was the one she found most contemptible. Not only had he imprisoned her previously, but he was now scheming against her as well. Ridiculous. Did he believe she was still the naive girl he once knew? With that thought, she unleashed her first level of martial arts, Heavy Strike. With a sudden thought, Zhang Mengmeng's fist flew directly towards Xue Qing's face. Initially, Xue Qing had dismissed Zhang Mengmeng's punch, but upon feeling the force behind it, his expression changed instantly. Xiao, you handle this guy. I'll take care of Xue Feng. Zhang Mengmeng exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Xiao before turning back to the astonished Xue Qing. Zhang Mengmeng did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. She swiftly executed the third level of her martial arts, targeting a specific point on Xue Qing's face with a rapid succession of punches. Her fists fell like raindrops upon Xue Qing's visage, leaving it swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig. You! Xue Qing seethed, gritting his teeth, his dark silver eyes glaring fiercely at Zhang Mengmeng, though his words dripped with insolence. How dare you treat me this way? I will ensure you regret this. Trapped between the desire for survival and the inevitability of death. Hey, Xue Qing, a voice interjected from the sidelines, catching the attention of Ing Jian. The old man said she cannot die. She still holds significant value. It seemed that Xue Qing's outburst had drawn the attention of those nearby, leading to an unexpected interjection amidst the fray. Zhang Mengmeng naturally heard the commotion and was consumed by fury. What did this group of people take her for? A mere object for trade? Or a puppet at their whim? If so, they were gravely mistaken. She was neither. Moreover, the elder had instructed that she must be returned unscathed. Meanwhile, Ing Jian remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, merely adding to the ruckus. Very well. Excellent. Seizing the moment while Xue Qing was momentarily distracted, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly closed the distance to Ing Jian, and without further ado, unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving yet another bruised figure on the scene. Just as she prepared to continue her lesson for the two, she suddenly felt her vision blur. Consciousness slipping away, before succumbing to darkness, she caught a whiff of an oddly familiar scent, reminiscent of Bei. Chapter 246, The Glory of a Warrior in a Haze. Zhang Mengmeng discerned a voice calling her name, yet curiously, the individual did not refer to her as Mengmeng. Instead, they persisted in calling her Meng. Did they think they were summoning a door? Nonetheless, this voice struck her as oddly familiar, as if it were a lifeline guiding her through the fog. Suddenly, a series of fragmented images flashed before her, finally crystallizing upon a vivid splash of blood. There, a familiar orc bore a crimson streak at the corner of his mouth, startling her awake. Xiao. The term of endearment slipped from Zhang Mengmeng's lips instinctively. As soon as the words left her mouth, the orc before her stepped forward, visibly anxious. Meng, you're awake. The stoic figure of your now radiated pure joy. Zhang Mengmeng's initial unease was soothed by the orc's gentle demeanor, softening her heart. Yes. Xiao, I am fine. I believe I lost consciousness. She shook her head, feeling somewhat dazed. She recalled that prior to her fainting, she had been engaged in some activity. Meng, there is no need for concern. They have been driven away. Hu Xiao gently caressed Zhang Mengmeng's small face. His rough fingers imbued with a tender warmth that brought her comfort. Instinctively, she leaned into his touch. Recalling that she had seemingly cast a binding spell on the Eagle clan before losing consciousness. Thank goodness. She had nearly been terrified, fearing she would meet her end right then and there. But why had she suddenly fainted? Never mind that for now. She had ample time to ponder later. The most pressing matter at hand was, Xiao, how's your injury? That scoundrel Xueqing, truly shameless, resorting to 2 against 1. What a despicable wretch. As Zhang Mengmeng reflected on the situation, she couldn't help but voice her grievances, yet her gestures towards Hu Xiao remained gentle, while her hand caressed his chest. She searched for the wound. True to her expectations, she discovered a scar on his chest that appeared to have been inflicted by a claw, still stained with blood. It seemed that his master had hastily treated it, and then neglected it entirely. Xiao, did you not say that wounds should be treated properly? What are you thinking? If you do not take care of yourself, I will be genuinely upset. Zhang Mengmeng, witnessing Hu Xiao's careless handling of his injury, felt a mix of urgency and frustration. The sight of such a wound was painful enough, and if it were to become inflamed or infected, it would be a serious matter. Yet, her foolish tiger seemed to treat it as if she were overreacting. Meng, it is of no consequence. Hu Xiao allowed Zhang Mengmeng to attend to him without resistance, though he shook his head with a hint of helplessness and added, I worry for you. I wish to protect you. Upon hearing the previous remark, Zhang Mengmeng initially wished to retort. However, upon encountering the latter statement, she found herself utterly speechless. The anger etched on her face softened in an instant, leaving her at a loss for words. What could she possibly say to this clumsy old tiger? Furthermore, to be injured is a warrior's honor. Hu Xiao truly could not comprehend why Zhang Mengmeng was so concerned about his wounds. Did she not believe that a male's repeated injuries were a testament to his bravery? He had previously eavesdropped on the conversations of the orcs within the tribe, observing how they would compare their injuries in private. Naturally, he harbored a similar perspective. In the jungle, injuries were an everyday occurrence, and he had long since grown accustomed to them. Zhang Mengmeng, upon hearing this, found herself both amused and at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, while injury is indeed a mark of honor for a warrior, one must still exercise caution. Otherwise, her tone shifted, beware, as your partner, I may just refuse you access to my bed. Humph. Mengmeng's playful demeanor elicited a chuckle from Hu Xiao, who ultimately nodded in resignation. I shall heed your words. Now, that is more like it. Zhang Mengmeng nodded in satisfaction. However, a thought crossed her mind. Before I lost consciousness, I seemed to have caught a whiff of Beibei's scent. Was she here as well? Chapter 247. The Emergence of the Fox Clan. Yes, Meng. It was Beibei who brought along other beastmen. Hu Xiao replied after a moment's reflection, we owe her our gratitude. Zhang Mengmeng felt a peculiar sense of unease. Her fainting seemed to be no mere coincidence. At that moment, she was enveloped by a fragrant aroma, and the next instant, her consciousness began to fade. Strikingly, this fragrance bore a resemblance to that of Beibei. What troubled her further was that this scent felt oddly familiar. Just yesterday, when Beibei had visited her, she had detected the same alluring scent. However, what perplexed her was that at that time, she had thought nothing of it. No, wait. Zhang Mengmeng recalled that after inhaling that fragrance, an overwhelming drowsiness had washed over her. As darkness descended, she had dismissed it as mere exhaustion from her pregnancy. Had Beibei been plotting against her since then? Should she confide in Xiao? Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her delicate brows, her expression tinged with distress. However, Hu Xiao mistakenly believed her worries stemmed from the events of the day. He tenderly embraced her, gently patting her back, his voice imbued with a soothing tone. Meng, do not fear, I shall protect you. Although Meng had indeed grown remarkably strong, when he realized that her assertion of being able to safeguard herself was not mere bravado, his emotions became somewhat intricate. Yet, upon reflection, this also implied her enhanced safety, a notion warranting his joy. Regardless of Meng's evolution, his desire to shield her remained unwavering. Xiao, I understand, but you must also ensure your own safety. Those with nefarious intentions, we shall confront them together. However, it is quite absurd. Our little one is soon to arrive, and yet they persist in causing turmoil, which is detrimental to the baby's prenatal education. As Hu Xiao listened, he too furrowed his brow. Prenatal education? What is Meng referring to? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, the little one often uttered words he could not comprehend, and over time, he had learned to habitually overlook them. Ultimately, her happiness was paramount. As long as she was well, everything else paled in significance. As Zhang Mengmeng fiddled with Hu Xiao's fingers, her brows furrowed in contemplation, she continued to lament. The next time we encounter them, they must understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Hu Xiao comprehended this remark. Hesitant, he responded, it is currently the season of snow. Flowers do not blossom. Once again confronted with a generational gap, Zhang Mengmeng pondered how to elucidate this perplexing conundrum. Would the use of internet slang complicate matters further? Perhaps it would. Thus, after a moment's reflection, she clarified, Hu Xiao, this statement is actually about shuetching and xiefeng. They are simply insufferable. Hu Xiao appeared to grasp her meaning, and noticing the weariness on Zhang Mengmeng's face, he gently assisted her in reclining. Meng, you should rest early. Hu Xiao, you should rest too. Habitually, Zhang Mengmeng pressed a kiss to Hu Xiao's cheek, whispering, good night, Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao unconsciously touched his seemingly ever-warming face, a faint smile grazing his lips. Meng, good night. Good night. It is said that this utterance is a spell that brings greater happiness to those in love. At this moment, within a cave of the tiger clan, low murmurs echoed. A melodious female voice stated, this is quite a treasure. Consider it a gift, but do not let me down. Another softer female voice replied, I understand. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and a figure gradually emerged from the cave's entrance. Bathed in moonlight, only her eyes were visible, while the rest of her face was concealed by a fur skirt. Yet, the alluring shape of her upturned peach blossom eyes revealed that she was undoubtedly a beauty. With a flick of her hair, she transformed into a snow-white fox under the moon's glow, and in the next instant, she vanished into the underbrush, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 248. Beibei's miscarriage. Before Zhang Mengmeng could ascertain whether Beibei was the instigator of this incident, another significant event unfolded within the tribe. Beibei had lost her child. When Zhang Mengmeng heard this news, she was completely taken aback. She had not forgotten how Beibei had spoken about her that day, yet upon hearing of such an incident, a tinge of sorrow welled up within her heart, though more so was her bewilderment. How could Beibei's child have been lost? I must go see Beibei, Zhang Mengmeng resolved. Lifting her gaze towards Hu Xiao with a pleading expression, Hu Xiao found her demeanor amusing and affectionately ruffled her soft hair. After a moment of silence, he softly remarked, Meng, I have heard about what transpired that day. Locking eyes with him, she was drawn into his golden gaze filled with concern, and she managed to smile. Yet before she could speak, Hu Xiao continued, I shall go. You should rest well. At this, Zhang Mengmeng smiled again. This time with a sense of helplessness. Why was she laughing, you ask? Because it was early morning, and she had just awakened. Yet this foolish tiger was telling her to rest. If she continued to sleep like this, she would surely transform into some kind of pig-like creature. Oh, I must go. I want to understand why Beibei has changed so drastically. She tugged at Hu Xiao's arm, unable to resist her playful charm. I know you are the best, Xiao. If I don't find out, I'll be so troubled that I won't be able to sleep. Seeing Hu Xiao hesitate in silence, Zhang Mengmeng leaned in closer, puffing her cheeks with a pitiful expression. Hu Xiao sighed, gently guiding her to sit down. His usually stern face now filled with resignation. I am genuinely concerned for you. Zhang Mengmeng was even more perplexed. Why was Xiao worried about her? She was perfectly fine. Beibei has lost her child, Hu Xiao continued, noticing her confusion. It is related to the Fox clan. Upon mentioning the Fox clan, Hu Xiao's expression darkened considerably. He harbored no fondness for them whatsoever. What? The Fox clan? The legendary clan famed for their beauty? The victors of the last Beast King contest? This was the second time Zhang Mengmeng had heard of this clan, yet her curiosity only deepened. Beibei's miscarriage was somehow linked to the Fox clan? Could the fragrance she had sensed also originate from them? Now that you've mentioned it, I am even more curious. How did Beibei suddenly become entangled with the Fox clan? Moreover, there are matters I wish to discuss with Beibei in person. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao seemed to deliberate for a moment before continuing, Meng, you truly must not go. Because when Beibei was found, she carried a unique fruit associated with the Fox clan. Upon hearing the term emotion fruit, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it truly exist? She had always believed it to be a mere figment of tales, rumored to enhance the allure of females and potentially accelerate their estrous cycle, almost akin to a subtle aphrodisiac for the feminine essence. However, what connection did this have with Beibei's miscarriage? Did the emotion fruit possess other properties as well? With a hint of hesitation, Zhang Mengmeng inquired further. The scent of the emotion fruit is said to soothe expectant mothers, yet excessive inhalation could lead to dire consequences. Though Hu Shao refrained from elaborating, Zhang Mengmeng grasped the implication overindulgence could result in a miscarriage. The more she pondered, the more her expression darkened. It seemed imperative to disclose the previously concealed matter. Chapter 249, The Fox King and Fox Mushroom. Last time Bei visited me, I detected a peculiar fragrance on her. It made me somewhat drowsy. Just yesterday, while I was in a stupor, I sensed that same aroma again. I suspect it must have been the sin of the emotion fruit. Zhang Mengmeng's demeanor remained composed, yet her heart felt a chilling desolation. She reflected upon her actions. She had not wronged Bei in any way, so why did she harbor such animosity towards herself? Furthermore, if she were to become a victim of this entangled fate, could it be that she had been deceived? After all, the fox tribe was indeed cunning, and such a possibility could not be dismissed. Zhang Mengmeng was deep in thought when she suddenly found herself embraced by a warm figure. The strong arms of the beastman enveloped her tightly. "Meng, wait for me. I will seek the high priest." Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Hu Shao was concerned for her well-being. She quickly replied, "Don't worry, Shao. I am fine, just a bit drowsy. Didn't we agree that only excessive fatigue would pose a problem? Besides, I am quite robust." Hu Shao couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Mengmeng's demeanor and the subtle expressions she made while speaking. What was indeed a serious situation seemed to transform into a trivial matter in her presence. Was this a good thing, or not? Moreover, glancing at the petite figure before him, her small arms and legs, her delicate face, he found it hard to comprehend how she had arrived at the conclusion of being robust. Ultimately, Zhang Mengmeng's desire to visit Bei ended in failure. According to the high priest's examination, Bei had ingested an excessive amount of love fruit, which was the true cause of her miscarriage. The fragrance of the love fruit would merely cause instability in pregnancy. But direct consumption was a misguided path. This was also why Hu Shao forbade Zhang Mengmeng from visiting Bei. The lingering sin of the love fruit still clung to her. At that moment, hundreds of miles away in the Fox tribe settlement, the heart of the beastman realm, where winters were mild and summers refreshing and resources abounded, even the snowy season was less harsh than elsewhere. Deep in the shadowy depths of the forest, upon the throne of the Fox King, a melodious male voice spoke leisurely. "I have heard that the tiger tribe has also produced a shaman?" "Indeed, my lord. According to our reports, that shaman seems to have visited the black snake tribe and has likely acquired the sacred artifact of the shaman clan. This cannot be allowed. There can only be one shaman." Upon hearing the words of the attendant, the figure seated above, while idly inspecting his fingers, slowly raised his head. His long, snow-white hair flowed like the finest silk, and his noble, striking dark purple eyes were adorned with elegantly curled, white eyelashes, with naturally rosy lips and a straight nose. His smile, though subtle, was breathtakingly beautiful, evoking thoughts of how few could withstand such charm should he truly smile. In the Fox tribe, beauty was held in the highest regard, and this man, Hu Shi, the king of the Fox tribe, was a rare gem of male beauty. Just as his words fell, a female voice resonated from in front of him. "Xiao Shi, are you there? Please, you may leave." Fox Ji waved his hand, and in an instant, his expression transformed into one of delicate vulnerability, as if he could not survive without the support of another. The inscrutable countenance he once bore softened, revealing a touch of warmth, as if descending from a pedestal, no longer the untouchable Fox King, but rather a kind and approachable elder brother. Chapter 250. Yuan appears, Xiaoji. "So this is where you are," a youthful voice called out, imbued with a hint of innocence. Moments after the words were spoken, a lively young girl bounced into view before Fox Ji. Dressed in a gown of pristine white, her round face, coupled with her slightly plump arms and legs, made her resemble a delightful little snowman in motion. Yuan, what is the matter? Are you hungry?" Fox Ji rose to his feet. Though he did not possess the towering stature of the lion or tiger clans, he instinctively bent down to meet her gaze, his gentle phoenix-like eyes revealing a flicker of concern. "Yes, Xiaoji, let us have a meal together." The girl, affectionately called Yuan, nodded bashfully. Thanks to Xiaoji, she felt less lost in this overwhelming new reality. Ever since her 18th birthday, when she awoke to find herself in a completely unfamiliar world, not the 21st century she knew, but a realm of deep jungles and a man of stunning beauty, her life had irrevocably changed. This man, who had rescued her, turned out to be the king of the Fox clan. Not only was he handsome and eloquent, but he also treated her with remarkable patience, alleviating her inner turmoil and fears. It was then that she realized she had entered the world of beastmen, a wondrous place where beasts could transform into humans. Upon realizing that she might never return home, Gu Yuan wept for several days, mourning the loss of her best friend, Mengmeng, and now, even her family felt distant. When she learned of Mengmeng's disappearance, she cried for days, yet clung to the hope of one day being reunited. Now, not only could she not see her family, but if Mengmeng were to return, she would be unable to meet her as well. Following closely behind Fox Ji, Gu Yuan was lost in thought, her face a portrait of sorrow. This distraction led her to collide with Fox Ji's back upon reaching their destination, resulting in a soft thud. Startled, she gasped in pain, her fair forehead flushing crimson. Ouch! Gu Yuan touched her forehead, and at the sound, Fox Ji immediately turned around, his violet eyes brimming with concern. Yuan, my dear, how could you be so careless? Gu Yuan, somewhat slow to react, naturally did not pay attention to the endearing term used. She merely touched her forehead again and, upon looking up, found the handsome man gazing at her with a look of concern. She felt a twinge of embarrassment. Xiaoji, I'm so sorry. I was careless while walking. Did I bump into you? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Hu Zhi's enchanting violet eyes flickered with an inscrutable expression, but the next moment, a gentle smile graced his lips. Yuan, I am fine. However, look at you. Your forehead is already red from the bump. As he spoke, Hu Zhi leaned closer, his captivating sweet fragrance enveloping Gu Yuan, making her momentarily feel unsteady. As she took a closer look at the handsome man's features, she found him increasingly charming, especially given his tender demeanor towards her. Yuan, allow me to soothe it for you. Such a lovely face should not be harmed. With that, Hu Zhi cautiously extended his hand, gently and tenderly beginning to caress Gu Yuan's round face, his butterfly-like silver lashes fluttering like two enticing little hooks. Gu Yuan's heart raced wildly, his gentle gaze locked onto her, his hands softly caressing her face, and the fragrance from him continuously wafting into her senses. Oh dear. Her little heart could hardly take it. Who could come to her rescue? However, once he turned away, in a corner where Gu Yuan could not see, Hu Zhi's gaze was even deeper than the forest itself, filled with thoughts and feelings that remained known to no one. Chapter 251. The Bug Incident. Tiger Clan Tribe. Evening. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Hearing the sound while on patrol nearby, Hu Xiao furrowed his brow and immediately dashed towards the source. Is that the voice of the little one? Hu Xiao raced into the cave at lightning speed, only to discover that it was just Zhang Mengmeng inside. Confusion washed over him. What could have happened? Zhang Mengmeng lowered his head, his gaze fixated on a particular corner of the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something seemingly wriggling on the floor. Bending down, he observed a piece of dried meat from which emerged one white worm after another, each no longer than a fingernail, writhing with a peculiar motion. Turning around, he spotted Hu Xiao and immediately dashed into his embrace, exclaiming, Xiao, there are worms. Upon seeing this, Hu Xiao instinctively moved forward. But upon realizing that these were the very crawling creatures his female companion despised, he prepared to drive them away. Zhang Mengmeng, keeping a watchful eye on the worms, remarked, how terrifying. Just as Hu Xiao was about to take action against the worms, Zhang Mengmeng acted first, stepping forward while fiercely declaring, dare to consume my meat and frighten me? I shall annihilate you. Hu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He initially thought the worms had frightened her, but it seemed that, in fact, the worms should be the ones concerned about their fate. Upon stepping forward, Zhang Mengmeng belatedly realized that she had inadvertently revealed a fierce side of herself. Let us simply pretend that this incident never occurred. Furthermore, all blame rests squarely on the wretched insects, bearing no connection to her whatsoever. Alas, it appears that this meat is now inedible, all due to those despicable creatures. How fortunate they are. Zhang Mengmeng has little regard for her image at this point. After all, Hu Xiao will eventually come to understand the true essence of her character. Zhang Mengmeng discreetly observed Hu Xiao's reaction, noting that he exhibited no signs of abnormality, merely listening attentively as she spoke. Once she finished, he replied, Meng, allow me to handle it. There is no need for concern. Although she felt a hint of nausea, Zhang Mengmeng stubbornly insisted, but I am not afraid. Hu Xiao did not expose her bravado. Instead, he gently guided her to the side, indicating that she should sit comfortably. He then retrieved a fruit from his pocket and turned to address the creeping insects on the ground, first employing fire to combat them. followed by encircling the area with ash from the burnt remnants, which ultimately led to his success. After completing the task, Hu Xiao walked away, leaving Zhang Mengmeng in a state of bewilderment. After a brief interval, he returned and, upon seeing her still sitting obediently, expressed both surprise and confusion. He then pointed to his hand and explained, "Meng, my hands are dirty. I need to wash them." Zhang Mengmeng felt an immense sense of relief. Indeed, it must be her influence, right? Who would have thought that the once ferocious beast, known for its primal instincts, has now learned the importance of hygiene? Clearly, imparting knowledge about bacterial hygiene to one's partner proves to be beneficial. Meng, do not fret about Beibei any longer. The high priest has stated that Beibei has fallen victim to the Fox clan's enchanting sorcery. Hu Xiao took a seat and immediately broached the topic that had been weighing heavily on Zhang Mengmeng's mind. Enchanting sorcery? Zhang Mengmeng found herself intrigued by this new term. After Hu Xiao's explanation, her expression grew somber. She had always believed that only the priestess clan possessed such mystical powers in the realm of beastmen. Yet, this enchanting sorcery appeared to bear similarities to witchcraft. Could it be that the Fox clan shares some connection with the lineage of the priestesses? Chapter 252. Best friends at this moment. Within the Fox clan's tribe, Xiaoji, do you not enjoy roasted meat? Gu Yuanyuan inquired. Her head tilted in curiosity as she savored the roasted meat offered by Hu Ji. Hu Ji gently caressed Gu Yuanyuan's greasy little mouth, her exquisite face radiating warmth and affection. Yuanyuan, simply watching you eat brings me immense joy. Unable to contain her blush, Gu Yuanyuan felt her cheeks flush a deeper shade against her fair complexion. With such beauty and tenderness, it seemed almost unfair. But Xiaoji, do you think I am too plump? Is my face a tad large? Gu Yuanyu and felt a pang of insecurity at the thought. With her round face, though it had been deemed adorable in her childhood, it now seemed to signify obesity in her adulthood. Surely, boys would not find her appealing. She had encountered many beautiful fox maidens, each possessing slender waists and ample bosoms, moving with grace and charm, while she felt like a mere mobile chub. How could that be? Sensing the self-doubt in Gu Yuanyuan's eyes, Hu Ji lowered her head and gently stroked Gu Yuanyuan's cheek, her fingertips gliding like delicate feathers. Yuanyuan, you are the most adorable female in this world. Gazing into the soft violet eyes of the boy, Gu Yuanyuan felt as though she had been enveloped in a euphoric haze, wanting to immerse herself in this sea of tenderness. Shyly, she lowered her gaze. Is that so? Suddenly, she felt a delightful tremor coursing through her body, overwhelmed by happiness. No boy had ever complimented her as cute before. They would only mock her for having a round face and being chubby. In truth, she hadn't eaten excessively, yet she found herself gaining weight. Surrounded by pink bubbles of bliss, her heart swelled with happiness, enveloped by tenderness. Hu Ji, noticing the unreserved affection and evident fondness in Gu Yuanyuan's eyes, were a habitual smile indeed. He preferred those more easily swayed. By the way, Xiaoji, if only Mengmeng were here, I could introduce you to her. She would surely be delighted. Hu Ji was lost in thought when two words spoken by Gu Yuanyu and captured her complete attention. Mengmeng. My dear, is Mengmeng your sister? Hu Ji's expression softened further, her gaze fixed on Gu Yuanyuan's violet eyes, which seemed to glisten with emotion, a gentle smile enhancing her charm. Upon hearing the affectionate term, Gu Yuanyuan's face flushed again. She had mentioned that it was her mother who called her that in her childhood, and it felt rather embarrassing. No, Xiaoji. Mengmeng's surname is Zhang, and mine is Gu. Mengmeng is my best friend, not my sister. Besides, she's 2 months younger than me. Suppressing her shyness, Gu Yuanyuan earnestly explained, her almond-shaped eyes radiating seriousness, and when she mentioned her best friend, her eyes sparkled like stars. Oh, Hu Ji chuckled softly, discreetly appraising Gu Yuanyuan. Then, Yuanyuan, if you were to encounter danger, would she come to your aid? After all, she is your so-called best friend. Of course, Gu Yuanyuan replied proudly, puffing out her small chest. We made a pact to share both joy and hardship. Oh, is that so? How touching. Hu Ji's voice suddenly softened. With his approval, Yuanyuan felt even happier, but the next moment, her demeanor shifted to one of deep disappointment. It's a pity I can't see Mengmeng now. She is missing. Hearing the word missing, Hu Ji narrowed her eyes, recalling the report from her subordinate. My lord, according to our investigation, the shaman of the Tiger clan, named Zhang Mengmeng, is now pregnant with the Tiger King's offspring. It seemed she could almost confirm her suspicions. This development rendered the situation increasingly intriguing. My dear, do not be disheartened. I will help you find her, all right? Noticing the person below had reddened eyes at the mention of the disappearance, Hu Ji extended her slender fingers, gently caressing the corners of Gu Yuanyuan's eyes, her expression revealing palpable concern. As for the thoughts swirling in her mind, only she was privy to them. Really? Gu Yuanyuan cautiously lifted her head, gazing at Hu Ji's sincere and tender visage, and finally broke into a smile. Xiaoji, thank you. You have saved me so many times. And now you promise to help me find Mengmeng. You are truly wonderful. The girl's voice was soft and gentle, brimming with unreserved sincerity and gratitude. Hu Ji effortlessly understood every nuance of her demeanor. Yet, Gu Yuanyuan's next words momentarily amused her. Does that mean Mengmeng is also in this world? Hu Ji did not deny her. She smiled warmly and gently caressed Gu Yuanyuan's face, her tone imbued with comfort. How could that be? If I knew, I would be the first to inform my dear. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanyuan's spirit waned as she lowered her head, resembling an eggplant wilting from frost. Indeed, it seemed that traversing realms was not merely a matter of coincidence. Gu Yuanyuan murmured to herself once more. Hu Ji, with her violet eyes, momentarily displayed a hint of contemplation. My dear, what are you speaking of? Huh. Gu Yuanyuan had thought her soft mutterings were inaudible. She was taken aback that Hu Ji had heard her so clearly. Caught off guard, she recalled how she had previously evaded questions regarding her arrival. And now she pondered how to respond. Had he truly overheard her mention of crossing over? Uncertain of the beliefs in this world of beastmen, she worried that confessing to being from another realm might lead to her being branded a witch and burned at the stake. With this thought, Gu Yuanyuan's eyes darted around, and she hesitantly replied, I simply came from home. Oh, so your friend is also residing in the same place as you? Upon mentioning Zhang Mengmeng, Gu Yuanyuan's attention was swiftly diverted, her countenance clouding. If only Mengmeng could come too, how wonderful that would be. As she spoke, she anxiously bit her pink lip, leaving a faint mark upon the delicate flesh. Unexpectedly, Hu Ji interjected, when you speak of crossing over, do you mean your journey from another world to here? Hu Ji turned to face her fully, keen to observe the slightest shift in her expression. His voice was clear, and even the term crossing over, which he presumably heard for the first time, was articulated with precision. Huh? How does Xiaoxi know? Gu Yuanyuan, who was never adept at concealing her emotions, inadvertently revealed the truth. However, her focus diverged sharply from Hu Ji's inquiry. Wu, Xiaoxi, do you fear me for saying such things? Upon hearing her words, Hu Ji's gaze deepened further. Not at all, my dear. How could I possibly fear you? He lowered his head, his warm breath causing Gu Yuanyuan's cheeks to flush with a tingling warmth. You are a gift from the heavens to the fox tribe, the most precious treasure. You are also the true weapon that can elevate one to prominence in the realm of beastmen. Chapter 254, Rules Rendered Ineffective Tiger Tribe Settlement. Central Cave. Zhang Mengmeng gently caressed her abdomen, yet her thoughts lingered on the scene from a few days prior, the entrance of the tiger clan, where fierce orcs from other tribes had gathered. Their previous failure had not diminished their confidence. Rather, it intensified their determination to claim victory. The shaman should not belong solely to the tiger clan. They had shouted, surrender the shaman. At that moment, Hu Xiao, Bai Ran, and numerous other members of the tiger clan were present, witnessing the escalating tension as swords and crossbows were drawn, ready for battle. Just then, Zhang Mengmeng arrived in haste and, with her words, miraculously altered the course of events. Since you were so aggressive, why not settle this in the contest for the Beast King? Does the Beast King not have the right to claim a female from each tribe? I swear by the name of the shaman that if you continue to quarrel here, your tribe shall no longer receive the protection of the beast god. As her voice echoed, the previously chaotic scene fell into an astonishing silence, devoid of any sound. Any who dared to advance would face dire consequences. With that, the orcs witnessed the petite figure before them, her fair skin contrasting sharply, as she shattered a tree with a single punch. This act left the assembled orcs in profound shock, especially since it was done in the name of the beast god. The first to act was Ying Jian, who looked down at Zhang Mengmeng from his elevated position, a serious expression gracing his face for the first time. He then waved his hand, leading his Eagle Clan orcs away in flight. Meanwhile, Xue Qing cast an amused glance at Zhang Mengmeng before turning to Hu Xiao, saying with a smile, Tiger King, we shall meet again in the contest for the Beast King. Hidden in the shadows, Shi Lin regarded Zhang Mengmeng with his deep green eyes for a moment before transforming into his beast form and returning to his tribe. In an instant, the once crowded entrance of the Tiger Clan was left empty. Zhang Mengmeng reflected on everything that had transpired, unconsciously letting out a sigh. She was unaware that her partner had entered the room some time ago. Seeing her deep in thought, Hu Xiao initially hesitated to disturb her. However, upon noticing her furrowed brow and sighs, he could no longer restrain himself. He gently touched her tightly knotted brow, as if attempting to smooth it out. His deep voice imbued with comfort. "Do not worry, I shall take care of everything." He could discern her thoughts from her expression. It was undoubtedly concerning the Beast King competition. After all, he too was preoccupied with the matter. It was for this reason that he began to resent his own lineage for the first time. Why was he not of the prestigious dark golden tiger bloodline, but merely of the Lu Jin tiger bloodline? If he were of the former, how could he hope to triumph in the Beast King competition? Yet, could he truly relinquish his beloved partner? He could not. It was inconceivable. Thus, risking his life in the fray seemed a viable option. In the midst of these thoughts, his partner suddenly spoke. "Xiao, you mentioned that the victor of the Beast King competition could claim a female from each tribe. Does this rule apply to females who have partners?" At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng abruptly raised her head. "Is it possible that it is invalid?" Hu Xiao was taken aback. He had been so consumed by the thought of potentially losing his beloved that he had overlooked the flaw in the rules of the Beast King competition. In such circumstances, no one would have thought deeply. So, what was the little one implying? Hu Xiao nodded, and the next moment, he witnessed the rare smile on his beloved's face. A sight he had not seen in days. Chapter 255. Mine Xiao, that is simply wonderful, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she embraced Hu Xiao, nuzzling against him like a small creature. It seemed that Xueqing's intellect was not as formidable as it should be. Zhang Mengmeng's voice, imbued with a cheerful spirit, stirred Hu Xiao, dispelling the gloom that had lingered over him for days. He cradled her delicate face in his hands, revealing a rare smile. "Ming, you finally smiled." "Ah, really?" Zhang Mengmeng, feeling a touch of bashfulness, brushed her hair aside. For days, she had been troubled by this matter, ensnaring herself in a web of distress, unaware that Hu Xiao had noticed her turmoil. "It's my fault." Hu Xiao's smile faded almost instantly, replaced by a murmur that seemed to be a self-reflection. "I am not good enough." "Ah?" Zhang Mengmeng gazed at his handsome face, which was etched with self-reproach, and her heart ached in response. She shook her head vigorously. "Xiao, what are you saying? If blame is to be assigned, it should go to those greedy individuals. You are the best in my eyes. I won't allow you to say otherwise." Seeing her anxious expression, Hu Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. However, instead of nodding in agreement as he usually would, he continued, "It is wrong of me to cause Meng worry." With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "I am not strong enough. I cannot even protect my beloved partner, forcing her to confront everything alone. Heaven knows how desolate I felt watching her face so many beastmen by herself." Hearing Hu Xiao's continued lament, Zhang Mengmeng's expression grew even more sorrowful, and her urgency escalated. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Xiao, we are partners. We should face challenges together. I am not merely a delicate flower to be protected. I want to fight alongside you. I am so eager to convey this feeling to you, my dearest partner." The unspoken words lingered in her heart. Not only does Xiao wish to protect me, but I also share the same desire to safeguard him. Zhang Mengmeng lifted her gaze, caressing the corner of the beastman's eye, her own gaze reflecting only his imposing presence, just as his golden eyes contained only her essence. Ming, Hu Xiao lowered his head, wishing in that moment that he possessed the eloquence of the fox tribe, able to articulate countless sentiments in response. Yet, he could only stare intently at her, his mind racing, uncertain of what the best reply might be. "I like you, Ming." Thus, the words flowed forth naturally from his lips. His deep, masculine voice resonated in Zhang Mengmeng's mind, accompanied by the warmth of his proximity and the palpable heat of his body. This could be considered, in the strictest sense, the beastman's first confession of love, leaving the typically quick-witted Zhang Mengmeng momentarily speechless. However, it was only a brief pause before she rose, bent down, and gently pressed a soft kiss against the bronze-colored forehead of the beastman. "I like you the most, Xiao." Tiger's Roar felt a warmth spreading across his forehead, a sensation that seemed to seep into his chest, igniting his heart with fervor. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself in a state of bemusement. The woman's audacious yet endearing voice resonated clearly. "This is a mark. Once imprinted, you shall belong to me." Tiger nodded solemnly. "Indeed, that sounds delightful." This was his response. Chapter 256. Fox Chi Yuan, Fox Clan Tribe. "My lord, the situation is as follows." After the shaman made her proclamation, the beastmen surrounding the tiger tribe retreated. "Oh, A gentle yet slightly alluring male voice echoed from above, devoid of any emotional undertones, as if it were simply its natural state. The unfolding events grew increasingly intriguing. In that case, there is no need for haste. As he spoke, the figure at the dais lifted his gaze, his violet eyes shimmering like the most profound starry sky, seemingly lost in thought. Little G, little G. Suddenly, a lively female voice rang out. Fox G waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to withdraw, her expression transforming into one of harmless warmth. The newcomer was none other than Gu Yuan, who bounced over with evident excitement. As she approached Fox G, it became clear that she held a small purple flower in her hand. A flicker of an unidentifiable emotion crossed Fox G's mind, but she instinctively donned a smile, her exquisite features radiating an impeccable gentleness. Dear one, what treasure have you found? Gu Yuan beamed at the question, nodding enthusiastically. Little G, this is a flower I discovered outside today. Look, isn't it beautiful? Indeed, just like you, Fox G replied effortlessly, for such compliments flowed easily from the eloquent Fox clan. Gu Yuan, brimming with joy, remained oblivious to the fleeting impatience that danced in Fox G's smiling eyes, another trivial matter. He could not comprehend why she felt the need to share such a small detail. He had no interest in the wildflowers lining the roadside. No. Gu Yuan shook her head, her brown almond-shaped eyes sparkling as if they held their own luminescence. When I saw it, I thought of you, little G, so small, so delicate, yet gentle, just like your eyes. Gazing upon it feels as though I am looking at you. Initially, Fox G had been half-heartedly listening to her whimsical words. But upon hearing so delicate, his pupils constricted. Could it be that she had perceived something? Yet, upon lowering his gaze to scrutinize Gu Yuan's expression, Fox G realized it was merely his misapprehension. My dear, what are you saying? I cannot be delicate. I must always protect you. Gu Ji momentarily collected her thoughts and spoke again. The other party was merely a simple-minded female. Indeed, she had overthought the matter. Yet, at times, she noticed Xiao Ji displaying a profoundly sorrowful expression. Was there something troubling her? Although she may not be able to assist Xiao Ji, expressing one's grief often alleviates the burden significantly. Gu Yuan, with a blend of shyness and determination, remarked, although her strength was minimal, she possessed a sensitive heart, capable of perceiving the emotions of others. Was Xiao Ji genuinely facing some troubles? A flicker of unusual emotion suddenly crossed Gu Ji's face. You are overthinking. I am not sad, merely contemplating matters. Naturally, upon witnessing the sincerity in the other's expression, Gu Ji's thoughts inadvertently spilled forth for the first time. Only after speaking did he realize the gravity of his words, but it was too late to retract them. However, upon seeing the other's expression, he found himself momentarily taken aback, staring intently as if he were encountering this individual for the first time. Chapter 257. Yuan's confession. The other's demeanor was earnest, imbued with a seriousness Gu Ji had never witnessed before. At that moment, Gu Yuan sighed and spoke again, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Gu Ji. If you are unhappy, there is no need to force a smile for my sake. I wish for Xiao Ji's happiness, but it cannot be compelled. If you are sorrowful, even if it means shedding tears, I would never ridicule you. Who would cry? I am the Fox King. How could I indulge in such a pitiable act? To his surprise, upon hearing Gu Yuan's heartfelt words, Gu Ji's instinctive reaction was to rebut. Had he not long outgrown the helpless child he once was? How could he still shed tears? As he uttered these words, the gentle demeanor Gu Ji once possessed shattered. His eyes, resembling amethyst, no longer appeared shrouded in ambiguity, but instead radiated an undeniable fury. Gu Yuan was amused by Gu Ji's uncharacteristic proud demeanor. Despite being someone who usually appeared exceptionally good-natured, once his vulnerabilities were exposed, he transformed into an unexpectedly endearing figure. Witnessing this side of him was truly delightful. Gu Yuan genuinely revealed a satisfied smile, for the presence of Gu Ji made her feel remarkably real. Unable to resist, she rose to her tiptoes. Standing at a height of 1.60 meters, combined with Gu Ji's naturally bent posture, she effortlessly brushed against his astonished lips, bestowing upon him a gentle kiss. After the kiss, she flitted away like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, returning to her original position as if nothing had transpired. Yet, feeling the sweet fragrance lingering on her lips, Gu Ji froze entirely. The proximity was overwhelming, and the situation felt utterly strange. It was merely a commonplace interaction, and he was well aware that he did not harbor affection for her. She was simply a witch, possessing sufficient utility. Yet, why did his heart race incessantly? Surely, it must be due to the overwhelming events that had unfolded. In her mind, Hu Shi desperately sought excuses, oblivious to the fact that one who could not even acknowledge their own feelings had no right to claim happiness. In the next moment, the woman's gentle yet resolute voice detonated in his mind like a bomb. I like Xiao Ji. I cherish both the gentle Xiao Ji and this version of her. Hu Ji lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the woman's warm brown orbs, brimming with tenderness and affection. He had long been accustomed to schemes and flattery, easily discerning the authenticity of others' words. Yet, her sincere declaration, earnest gaze, and gentle demeanor were unmistakably genuine. However, in that instant, Hu Ji awkwardly turned to leave. That single sentence had made it abundantly clear to him. She had seen through his gentle facade. Today marked not only a confession, but also the moment of his exposure. Understanding this, he felt as if he had been stripped bare under the scorching sun, completely vulnerable. If she was aware, why had she not exposed him sooner? Was her compliance merely for the sake of witnessing his folly? Reflecting on this, he began to realize he might indeed be the greatest joke of all. Little did Hu Ji know, as he rushed out, the short-legged Gu Yuanyuan pursued him without hesitation, her back radiating an unwavering resolve, starkly contrasting with the demeanor she had previously displayed. Chapter 258. The birth of innocence. Over a month had passed since that day. Zhang Mengmeng finally arrived at the day of her delivery. It was a day of great significance. As dawn broke, the clouds dissipated, and the heavy snow seemed to retract its fierce claws, signifying their imminent farewell to the harsh winter and the welcoming of the gentle, temperate season. Early that morning, Zhang Mengmeng felt a sudden rupture in her lower abdomen, and intense contractions began to seize her entire belly. In that moment, she comprehended the reality. She was about to give birth. Beside her, Hu Xiao, witnessing Zhang Mengmeng's agony, momentarily lost his ability to articulate his thoughts. He merely stood there, dazed, supporting her, until, as if recollecting something crucial, he sprang into action, his speech fragmented. I will find the high priest. With that, the orc vanished into the distance. Zhang Mengmeng, feeling increasingly powerless against the torment in her abdomen, could only hope for Hu Xiao's swift return. Perhaps it was the pain that clouded her senses. She felt as though she were drifting in and out of consciousness, until at last, figures began to materialize before her. A venerable yet commanding voice pierced through the haze. Males, everyone out. She sensed a flurry of figures passing by, and when she opened her eyes again, she could only glimpse a familiar silhouette departing. The pain, the agony in her lower abdomen was beyond description, and without the solace of anesthesia or pain relief available, Zhang Mengmeng had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure, even to the point of drawing blood from her delicate pink lips, the torment still entwining her relentlessly. Zhang Mengmeng was in such excruciating pain that she felt on the verge of fainting. In the midst of the chaos, she could hear a voice persistently calling in her ear, "Push. It's almost there. Mengmeng, you can do it. Mengmeng." The overwhelming agony enveloped her, seemingly endless. Zhang Mengmeng wished to respond, but she discovered that her throat was parched and hoarse, rendering her utterly voiceless. Zhang Mengmeng clenched her palm tightly, where a strand of golden hair lay, soaked in sweat. She could not afford to give up. She simply could not. Later, Zhang Mengmeng could only recall that she seemed to have fainted from exhaustion. Outside the cave, Ran observed Hu Xiao, who was pacing back and forth, uncertain whether to sit or stand, his face a mask of distress. With a sigh of resignation, she remarked, "Xiao, your restless movements are making my head spin. Do not be so anxious. Mengmeng is remarkably resilient, and she will surely prevail." Noticing Hu Xiao's silence, Ran could not help but offer further words of comfort. Hu Xiao stood there, seemingly in a daze, and suddenly muttered, "There is no sound." Initially perplexed by his statement, Ran reflected and realized. Wasn't it said that the process of giving birth for females was fraught with excruciating pain, accompanied by cries for help? Why was there not a whisper of sound within the cave? A sudden apprehension washed over Ran as she contemplated the worst-case scenario. Simultaneously, Hu Xiao gazed into the cave, and without a word, prepared to rush inside. Ran swiftly stepped forward, catching hold of him. "Xiao, this is ill-omened." Once detained, Hu Xiao seemed to awaken from his stupor, pausing as he muttered, "Meng." He recognized her strength, although she appeared as delicate as a flower. Her tenacity surpassed that of anyone else. Beneath her playful exterior lay an unwavering heart. Once she resolved upon something, she would see it through to the end. Yet what if? The thought shattered Hu Xiao's heart, leaving his usually composed visage fraught with confusion and despair. until a voice from within the cave jolted him from his trepidation. Chapter 259. Desperation breeds action. Chief, she has given birth. She has given birth. The voice was unmistakably that of the high priest, yet today it was tinged with an unusual excitement. However, Hu Xiao had no time to ponder the change. Upon hearing those words, he dashed into the cave. Meng, how is she? He cast a fleeting glance at the high priest, who held 2 tiger cubs, before rushing to Zhang Mengmeng's side. Her small face was flushed, drenched in sweat, yet her eyes were tightly shut, breathing evenly. She appeared utterly exhausted and had succumbed to slumber. Ah Xiao, it is the dark gold tiger king. 2 of them. Truly, heaven has favored our tiger clan. The jubilant voice of the high priest rang in his ears. Hu Xiao listened, yet it seemed as though the words did not penetrate his mind. He merely nodded faintly, entirely captivated by the figure on the bed, gazing with affectionate eyes that did not waver. Observing this, the surrounding individuals gradually withdrew, even the notably agitated high priest, upon witnessing Hu Xiao's demeanor, merely shook his head and turned to exit the cave. In the blink of an eye, the cave was left with only Hu Xiao and the slumbering Zhang Mengmeng. Hu Xiao's gaze lingered on his companion, whose usual playful or endearing expressions were now replaced by an extraordinary tranquility, appearing exceedingly docile. The long, curled black eyelashes cast a delicate shadow upon the eyelids, adorned with a few glistening beads of sweat, rendering her both pitiable and adorable. Unable to restrain himself, Hu Xiao reached out, gently caressing her soft visage. Unexpectedly, he heard her murmur, "Water." However, due to the hoarseness of Zhang Mengmeng's voice, he could not discern her words clearly. "Meng, what do you need?" He instinctively leaned closer to her. Then, he saw her face contorted with discomfort as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing her familiar partner, she struggled to repeat, "Water." This time, Hu Xiao understood. He hurried to fetch some water, only to find that Zhang Mengmeng was too exhausted to sit up and drink. Frowning slightly, Hu Xiao, without further contemplation, lifted a bamboo tube and took a generous sip before leaning down to feed her. As he completed the task, he chuckled softly. Having initially intended to offer small sips to prevent her from choking, yet it seemed the result was quite the opposite. Zhang Mengmeng gradually closed her eyes as she drank, seemingly drifting into slumber once more. Upon witnessing this, Hu Xiao tenderly pressed a gentle kiss to Zhang Mengmeng's cheek, carefully wiping away the remnants at the corner of her mouth, before settling down quietly beside her, keeping a vigilant watch. As he waited outside, the feelings of unease and trepidation that had plagued him began to dissipate upon seeing her peaceful sleeping face. His father had once imparted wisdom to him. As a leader, one must remain unflappable in the face of adversity, maintaining a calm and collected mindset to devise strategies. Yet today, he found himself unable to uphold this principle. The mere thought of the risks associated with female childbirth, the possibility of her departing from his life, filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of chaos and dread. Even when the high priest excitedly informed him of the emergence of the dark golden tiger king, the future hope of the tiger clan, his thoughts instinctively returned to her, yearning to ascertain her safety at the earliest opportunity. Lowering his head, Hu Xiao pressed his face against the slumbering Zhang Mengmeng, feeling the warmth of her skin, and gradually, his heart began to settle. Chapter 260. The Great Tiger Duo. A month later, Hu Xiao found himself in a state of profound gloom. To say he was extremely dejected would be an understatement. With the arrival of warm seasons, his responsibilities had lessened, yet he stood there foolishly outside the cave. For he had been cast out. Reflecting on the events that had transpired moments earlier, Hu Xiao remained somewhat bewildered. "Xiao, I can play with the little ones. But could you help me pick those purple fruits? They seem to love them." His partner's gentle voice echoed in his ears. There was nothing inherently wrong with her request. However, the familiar pang of sourness surged in his heart once again. He glanced back into the cave, feeling an emptiness within. If Meng said to go pick, then he would go. She would surely be pleased. Thus, he forced himself to dismiss the discontent that lingered within. After a considerable period, Hu Xiao returned, having toiled to gather the rare fruit from a solitary location. Upon entering the cave, his first instinct was to call for Zhang Mengmeng. When she looked up at him, her delightful smile ignited a peculiar sweetness within his heart. "Xiao, wasn't that fruit far away? You took quite a while," she remarked with concern, suddenly noticing a faint scratch on his wrist, seemingly inflicted by a branch. She furrowed her delicate brow, pointing to his wound. "Xiao, you're hurt. How careless of you." With a sigh, she lifted his wrist and gently wiped it with a damp cloth, then applied some herbal remedy before tenderly caressing his face. "All done, Xiao. Please be more careful in the future. Yet, the tiger's roar was relishing a rare moment of warmth, when suddenly, the harmonious sounds of gentle chirping were abruptly interrupted. Zhang Mengmeng's words were abruptly interrupted as her attention was wholly captivated by the little tiger on the ground. One particularly large golden tiger had seized the tail of another, triumphantly roaring as if it were a conqueror, while the other let out a pitiful cry that resembled the brink of tears. Ah, great tiger! You must not bully the younger one. With that, Zhang Mengmeng hardly paid heed to her conversation with Hu Xiao. She rushed forward to separate the larger tiger, reproaching it with a gentle poke on its head, followed by a firm slap on its rear. Humph, great tiger. How many times must I tell you? You must not bully your younger sibling. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at her child with a sense of exasperation. This eldest cub, having arrived first, boasted a robust physique nurtured by ample nutrition and often seized the opportunity to bully his younger brother, Eru, whenever she was distracted. Such behavior was truly unacceptable. After receiving a firm reprimand from Zhang Mengmeng, the large cub, in a remarkably anthropomorphic manner, turned his head away with an air of disdain, his dark golden eyes brimming with pride. One could not fathom how such a diminutive creature could possess such understanding. Zhang Mengmeng sighed softly as she glanced at Eru, who was looking at her with a pitiful expression. The maternal instinct within her was awakened, and she bent down to take the opportunity to stroke Eru's plump, furry ears. Gazing into its moist, golden eyes that gazed at her innocently, she found herself unable to withdraw her hand, lingering on the velvety ears. Oh, how delightful to touch! How could something be so soft and so comforting? Zhang Mengmeng was deeply engrossed in her thoughts when, unexpectedly, the softness in her hands suddenly vanished. What had transpired? Zhang Mengmeng turned around, bewildered, only to see her big tiger grasping the necks of two small tigers, his expression darker than she had ever witnessed. However, upon noticing Zhang Mengmeng's gaze, he suddenly broke into a faint smile, saying, Meng, I'll step out for a moment. Oh, all right. Zhang Mengmeng felt a vague sense of foreboding about his intentions, yet her heart was filled with a mixture of emotions. Surely nothing too alarming would occur, right? When Hu Xiao returned to the den once more, Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback to find both small tigers listless, as if their vitality had been entirely drained. She couldn't help but feel astonished. These two little ones were typically brimming with an almost frightening energy. What could have transpired in such a brief span? However, in the days that followed, Zhang Mengmeng noticed that the elder had ceased to nip at the younger one. Elated by this revelation, she curiously inquired of Hu Xiao the next evening. Xiao, what did you do to the little ones last time? They've been so well-behaved lately. Hu Xiao's response was a humorless chuckle as he replied, Meng, I merely introduced them to the concept of masculinity. Intrigued by this seemingly magical explanation, Zhang Mengmeng wished to probe further, but her curiosity was swiftly silenced by a grilled fish that Hu Xiao presented to her. Meng, eat the fish. The tantalizing aroma of the grilled fish had already set her taste buds alight. The golden, crispy exterior and tender flesh, with a subtle hint of saltiness, was simply irresistible. Even more so than barbecued meat. Zhang Mengmeng could hardly contain her excitement as she took a bite, but soon her thoughts wandered to the two little ones. Xiao, why haven't the two little ones returned yet? Isn't the high priest usually an early riser? This afternoon, Hu Xiao took the two little ones to play with the high priest, and they ended up staying there, but they still haven't come back. Ever since the last incident where Hu Xiao dealt with the bullying of the two little ones, Zhang Mengmeng felt that Hu Xiao is quite adept with children, and she often brought the two little ones along with him or sometimes simply let them accompany him for a bit of fun. This afternoon was no exception. However, upon their return, she noticed that only Hu Xiao was present. Earlier, when she inquired, Hu Xiao had mentioned that they were retained by the high priest. Yet now that night had fallen, they should have returned, shouldn't they? Should we go fetch them? It could be quite dangerous for them to return alone, Zhang Mengmeng pondered, setting aside her half-eaten grilled fish as she prepared to leave the cave, only to be halted by her partner's firm grip on her hand. Moreover, the towering orc spoke in a manner quite different from his usual self. Meng, do not worry. The high priest wished to keep them for a few days. Huh? Zhang Mengmeng's eyes widened in confusion as she began counting on her fingers, pondering that their safety should not be a concern. But they would likely need to send some food over. At that moment, she looked up and, illuminated by the firelight, she suddenly discerned Hu Xiao's expression. His bronze visage remained resolute and steadfast, but at that moment, he was smiling. It was a faint smile, yet one that Zhang Mengmeng, having spent so much time with Hu Xiao, could tell revealed his happiness. Connecting this to Hu Xiao's earlier statement, Zhang Mengmeng felt as though she was nearing the truth. The absence of the two little ones seemed to bring Hu Xiao joy. What could this mean? Could it be? Xiao, are you perhaps feeling jealous of the two little ones? The moment she voiced this thought, she found it amusing herself. Hu Xiao had always been a person who prioritized the greater good. Surely she was overthinking it. Jealous? Hu Xiao slowly echoed the word, his face a picture of bewilderment. Chapter 262. What is jealousy? Zhang Mengmeng gazed at her bewildered partner, and after a moment's reflection, she began to understand. The Orcish world lacked even the concept of jealousy, so it was even less likely they would have a notion of feeling jealous. How then could she explain it? Well, it's sort of that sour, uncomfortable feeling in the heart, Zhang Mengmeng thought aloud, observing Hu Xiao intently. Yet inwardly, she mused, could it really be? It seemed her partner was indeed a person of great affection. Perhaps she was simply overthinking it. Zhang Mengmeng nodded thoughtfully. In the next moment, her partner spoke. I see. Then, with a deep and magnetic voice, he continued, Meng, that must be it. Huh? Gazing at the astonished expression on Hu Xiao's face, which seemed to convey the revelation of a long-hidden truth, Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. She never expected that he would be envious of those two little ones. Zhang Mengmeng quickly reflected on herself, realizing that she had indeed spent considerably less time with her partner lately. The two little ones were utterly dependent on her, and she unconsciously devoted all her energy to caring for them. As she reminisced about recent events, mornings, afternoons, and evenings, she was astonished to discover that they only conversed during dinner. At other times, she was either tending to the little ones or discussing their care. The moments spent alone with Hu Xiao were alarmingly few. Yet, upon reconsideration, she felt a surge of joy at the thought that such a composed individual as Hu Xiao would actually care about this. This clearly indicated his fondness for her. With this realization, a blush crept onto Zhang Mengmeng's cheeks as she stole a glance at the beastman's bronze-hued, resolute visage illuminated by the firelight. His golden eyes perpetually fixed upon her, flooding her heart with uncontainable delight. She too cherished this person before her immensely. Thus, she could not help but nestle into his warm embrace, feeling the heat of his skin pressed against hers and the rapid rhythm of his heart, which seemed to echo his affection. She instinctively closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his waist, and at that moment, words felt unnecessary. The memories of their past experiences, filled with anxiety and tension during her arrival in the beast world, the pain of his harsh words, the confusion and helplessness within the illusion, and the disappointment upon learning the truth, all those myriad emotions seemed to dissipate in an instant. No wonder she often heard people say that the most powerful emotion in the world is love, rather than hate. After a while, Zhang Mengmeng remained silent. Yet Hu Xiao spoke first, his hesitant tone catching her by surprise. Her partner, who usually expressed himself plainly, was showing uncertainty for the first time. What is it, Xiao? What do you want to say? She asked lightly, stroking his hair. To her astonishment, his next question left her dumbfounded. Do you think I'm good-looking? What? Startled, she abruptly raised her head, only to collide with Hu Xiao's firm chin, causing her to wince in pain. Hu Xiao quickly bent down to rub her chin, asking, Does it hurt? A bit, she replied, frowning, but the discomfort quickly faded. Remembering Hu Xiao's earlier question, the incident suddenly seemed trivial. Xiao, you just asked me if I think you're good-looking? Zhang Mengmeng hesitated slightly as she repeated her question. Wondering what was troubling her partner today, this seemed rather uncharacteristic of him. Chapter 263. Is it appealing? Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's inquiry, Hu Xiao did not hesitate this time. He promptly nodded, responding decisively, yes. Zhang Mengmeng found herself momentarily perplexed by the abrupt shift in the conversation. Rather than responding immediately, she tilted her head with a hint of curiosity and inquired, Xiao, you seem a bit strange today. Why do you pose such a question? Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao's face briefly displayed a flicker of discomfort, but he quickly regained his composure. Meng, he replied, it's nothing, just a passing thought. He could hardly admit that it stemmed from the fact that she had praised Shilang's appearance while never offering him a similar compliment. Such a confession would undoubtedly be too embarrassing. Perhaps it was inappropriate for him to have asked today. As he reflected on this, he realized it was in that moment that he first experienced a pang of bittersweet emotion. Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment before saying, Xiao, do you know that there's a saying in our region? It goes, in the eyes of a lover, there is the fairest beauty. It implies that regardless of whether a person possesses ordinary or striking looks, to their beloved, they are always the most enchanting. Hu Xiao listened attentively and replied, I understand now. He realized that he was, in fact, of ordinary appearance, otherwise Mengmeng would not have resorted to such indirect methods to console him. After all, she had been straightforward in complimenting Shilang's looks. Alas, Zhang Mengmeng felt quite pleased by this, as it indirectly suggested her affection for him. She was simply exceptional. Delighted, she raised her gaze to meet the knowing smile of her partner, only to find that the smile gradually faded. The expression on the beastman's face bore no trace of joy, instead reflecting a profound melancholy, although Hu Zhao's demeanor typically remained unchanged. Zhang Mengmeng could discern that he was not currently happy. Could it be that she had misinterpreted his feelings? Thus, she spoke again. "Xiao, when you said you understood, what exactly did you mean?" Hu Xiao hesitated once more, his voice low as he replied, "I know that Ming is trying to comfort me." Subsequently, he lowered his head, seemingly in an even worse mood. "Huh?" Zhang Mengmeng stared at him, perplexed, and eagerly inquired, "Comfort? Comfort about what?" "Meng, you need not say any more. I understand." Hu Xiao adopted a nonchalant demeanor, yet this only heightened Zhang Mengmeng's anxiety. What exactly did he comprehend? Usually so straightforward, why was he being so evasive today? "Xiao, what are you trying to say? What do you know? If you don't articulate it, I want to understand." Zhang Mengmeng's tone had begun to exhibit a hint of urgency. Wasn't it just a moment ago that everything was imbued with the fragrance of pink bubbles? How had it swiftly transformed into a guessing game of do you know, or do you not? Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's anxious voice, Hu Xiao let out a sigh. Yet instead of providing a direct explanation, he posed another question. "Ming, do you fancy the appearance of someone like Shilang?" Shilang. Zhang Mengmeng was perplexed as to why this person had suddenly resurfaced, yet the name served as a thread, intricately weaving together all the events. Shilang. "Your name is melodious, and you possess striking looks as well. With such a handsome visage, Shilang, do you truly fear the absence of suitable female companions? Those charming little tiger teeth of yours, revealed when you smile, are quite delightful." Reflecting on her past remarks, Zhang Mengmeng felt an overwhelming urge to retreat into solitude. Covering her face in despair, had she unwittingly dug herself a profound pit? Zhang Mengmeng looked at her partner, who was eagerly awaiting her response, with a wry smile. A strange emotion welled up within her. It seemed she needed to reassure the clumsy tiger before her. "Xiao, you know, Sir Lang is indeed quite handsome." But, in the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng leaned closer to Hu Xiao, speaking each word with utmost sincerity. "In my eyes, Xiao is the most handsome." As if feeling it was insufficient, she drew even nearer and whispered in his ear, "The phrase beauty in the eyes of the beholder here means that while Xiao is inherently charming, my fondness for you renders everyone else incomparable." A faint blush crept up Hu Zhao's earlobes. He remained silent. "I truly didn't expect you to remember what I said so long ago," Zhang Mengmeng teased, unable to resist. "So, Xiao, does this mean you liked me long before?" Hu Xiao said nothing. His eyes darkened as he lowered his head, sealing her words with his lips. He had an entire evening to prove this with actions. Chapter 264. Fox Ji and Fox Yi. "Xiao Ji, what are you thinking about? You seem quite troubled." The light voice of a woman instantly captured the attention of the man beside her. The strikingly beautiful man with purple eyes twirled a strand of hair, his gaze shimmering with an enigmatic hue, yet his tone was alarmingly gentle. "Darling, did you know your friend is about to arrive?" "What? You mean Mengmeng? She is really coming here?" Upon hearing this news, Gu Yuanyuan immediately dismissed the inexplicable emotion in Fox Ji's voice, her mind flooded with this incredible tidings. "When is she coming? Is she doing well?" Gu Yuanyuan impatiently pressed on with her questions. "She'll arrive, and you will naturally find out," Fox Ji replied cryptically. "But tell me, Yuanyuan, do you prefer her or me?" "Huh, I never expected you to ask such a question." The straightforward Gu Yuanyuan felt flustered, her face gradually reddening. "Xiao Ji, that's not a fair comparison. Mengmeng is my best friend, and you are my favorite person." "Oh, is that so?" Fox Ji chuckled softly, caressing Gu Yuanyuan's face. "If you adore her so much, does she also regard you as her best friend?" "Xiao Ji, what kind of question is that?" "Of course, Mengmeng considers me her best friend. We always share delicious food together." As if recalling a happy memory, Gu Yuanyuan broke into an adorable smile, though her face was round. The two dimples that appeared when she smiled made her exceedingly endearing. "If Yuanyuan were ever in danger, would she come to your rescue?" Fox Ji casually inquired while toying with her long, delicate fingers. Of course, Gu Yuanyuan felt no apprehension whatsoever and nodded straightforwardly. However, she soon added with a hint of puzzlement, "But Xiao Ji, do not utter such ominous words. With you by my side, I shall encounter no danger." At that moment, In the heart of the Fox tribe's territory, where the Beast King resided, the scenery was breathtaking and fragrant, the most central location within the entire region. Here dwelled the victor of the last Beast King contest, Fox Yi's father, Fox Yi. Above, one could hear the occasional lilting laughter of females, their gasps. The sounds of munching as they feasted, all blending into a symphony rife with desire. Beast King, I shall be with you tonight, called a female voice, laden with flirtation. Almost immediately, another female interjected. No, let me keep you company, my king. Very well, let it be that you both join me. A melodious male voice responded slowly. His tone, though imbued with authority, lacked an overwhelming force. The speaker was a man with vibrant orange-red hair, thick and with a few rebellious strands cascading onto his chest. His high cheekbones and wild, crimson eyes radiated both ferocity and allure. Each gesture commanded not only respect, but also exuded elegance. The only hint of his troubled nature was the faint darkness at the corners of his eyes, a testament to his restless spirit. This paradoxical figure was Fox Yi, currently engaging in playful banter with another woman when a hurried beastman suddenly entered the scene. Chapter 265, Mother of Fox Yi, my king, as per your command. Everything has been arranged, the beastman said as he knelt before Fox Yi, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Well done, Fox Yi replied, continuing to kiss one female, only to dismiss her to the ground moments later. Unfazed, he rose, his robust physique and exposed muscles surprising anyone encountering him for the first time. Never would one expect him to be a Fox tribe beastman. The Fox tribe, known for its enchanting allure, lacked the brute strength of other beast clans. After speaking, Fox Yi strode to the forefront of the open space. Noticing that the beastman had yet to depart, he frowned. What else is there? The bowed beastman hesitated, obscuring his face, only to speak. Beast King, I have relayed this matter to the Fox King, who stated that you shall have the final say in this affair. Furthermore, upon hearing the final say, Fox Yi impatiently cracked his knuckles, expressing his irritation at the beastman's hesitance. What else? The Fox King mentioned that he is unwell and will not attend. Everything is at your discretion, Beast King. Upon hearing the news of unprepared absence, Hi's countenance instantly darkened, his knuckles cracking ominously as he clenched his fists. It appeared that he had not faced my wrath in quite some time, emboldening him to utter such words. As Hi spoke, his expression grew increasingly somber, declaring that even if it meant succumbing to illness, he would command others to carry him forth. Consequently, the orc from the Fox tribe, upon hearing this, displayed a fleeting smirk of irony before bowing his head lower, obediently responding, As you wish, my king. Then, the reporting orc gradually made his way outside. Upon reaching the bamboo house nestled in the forest, he transformed into a silver-haired man with violet eyes. A faint smile graced his lips as he reminisced about the events that had just transpired, though a shadow of sorrow lingered upon his face. At that moment, a figure emerged from the bamboo house, spotting the dazed Hu Ji and exclaiming with delight, Ah, little Ji, didn't you say you were going to find the Beast King? Why have you returned so soon? Why not linger a while longer? Gu Yuanyuan grasped Hu Ji's hand, only to realize he had his head bowed. His expression bore no overt signs of distress, yet the perceptive Gu Yuanyuan sensed the sorrow concealed within his gaze, prompting her to curiously inquire, Little Ji, what troubles you? Hu Ji hesitated before responding. Yuanyuan, allow me to share a story. With his eyes cast downward, he suddenly began. A story? Gu Yuanyuan instinctively took Hu Ji's icy hand and endeavored to warm it with her own, leading him to a chair inside. At that moment, Gu Yuanyuan heard Hu Ji's distant voice whispering in her ear. Once upon a time, there was an extraordinarily beautiful fox woman. Acclaimed as a rare beauty among the Fox tribe, due to her stunning looks, she was forbidden from venturing outside. One day, driven by curiosity, she ventured out, only to encounter a fearsome beast. At that moment, a gallant male descended from the heavens to rescue her. She subsequently harbored a secret affection for him and became pregnant with his child. However, the bliss was short-lived, for this male, in his quest to become the Beast King, coerced the woman into seducing other kings. Ultimately, he achieved his ambition of becoming the Beast King, yet the woman perished. Her child was born, but deemed an impure creation. Facing contempt from his very father, enduring beatings that became a daily occurrence. Nevertheless, he survived. At this moment, though Hu Ji was physically close, he seemed distant. His eyes almost unfocused, as if adrift in a reverie. Chapter 266. Hu Ji endures beatings. Listening intently to Hu Ji's tale, Gu Yuanyuan gazed into his beautiful violet eyes. a torrent of empathy swelling within her heart, her voice turning cautious. Little Ji, is that male the current beast king? Everything was glaringly obvious. Gu Yuanyuan was no fool. Initially, she found it quite peculiar that the beast king, who was evidently Xiaoji's father, always referred to her as the beast king. Furthermore, despite having been here for several months, she had never once seen the beast king come to visit Xiaoji. Additionally, there were no attendants around Xiaoji, so at first, she had no inkling that the other party was the Fox King. It was simply unimaginable that Xiaoji harbored such a sorrowful past. At this moment, Huji finally met Gu Yuanyuan's gaze, and her violet eyes sparkled with newfound life. Yuanyuan, am I utterly incompetent? Xiaoji, of course not. You can craft chairs and beds, make combs for me, and even hunt wild beasts. You are truly remarkable. The true fault lay with the current beast king, not Xiaoji. Gu Yuanyuan expressed her indignation, stating that he had exploited Xiaoji's mother and indirectly caused her death. He was the most despicable of all. Yuan, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side, Huji remarked, gently caressing Gu Yuanyuan's round face. He found himself, for reasons unknown, compelled to confide in this person before him. Perhaps it was a habitual ploy to elicit sympathy, or perhaps he had simply bottled up his feelings for too long. Who could say? Even he felt somewhat lost at that moment. Gu Yuanyuan smiled shyly, a bashful expression gracing her features, unaware that Huji had observed the fleeting smile that crossed his face, a smile imbued with complexity. A few days later, on a certain night, Huji and Gu Yuanyuan were together in the bamboo hut. Huji was roasting meat when, unexpectedly, a group of individuals burst in. Their bodies were covered in orange-red fur, and they appeared menacing. Gu Yuanyuan, startled, immediately stood up and demanded, "Who are you? Get away from me." The leader of the beastmen, with emotionless pale red eyes, cast a glance at Gu Yuanyuan and before pointing at Huji. Instantly, the beastmen surged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Huji, who remained seated on the ground, barely reacting except for a few low groans when struck. Terrified, Gu Yuanyuan rushed forward. Although she knew she could do little, she could not bear to watch the one she cared for being bullied. Her mind raced with frantic thoughts, and panic began to set in as she noticed Huji's complexion deteriorating. Without further contemplation, she stepped forward, determined to shield him with her small frame. Just as the beastman's fist was about to land on Gu Yuanyuan's back, Huji suddenly shouted, "She is the shaman. You cannot harm her." At the shout, the beastmen abruptly halted their assault. They exchanged glances, seemingly in a state of hesitation. "Do you wish to bring catastrophe upon the Fox clan?" Huji added. And this statement caused the beastmen to retreat a few steps. "Humph. Today, consider yourself fortunate." The leading orc unceremoniously spat in Fox Ji's face before turning away with several other orcs. Fox Ji, left standing in place, gazed intently at their departing figures, her eyes profound. Chapter 267. What is a shamaness? Gu Yuanyuan, who was supporting Fox Ji, was momentarily stunned by the revelation. What had she just heard? Was she truly a shamaness? Could this be some extraordinary narrative twist? Yet, she herself possessed no sorcery. Before Gu Yuanyuan could voice her confusion, Fox Ji spoke first, turning to gently caress Gu Yuanyuan's soft hand, her voice dripping with tenderness. "My dear, are you hurt? They were targeting me. You mustn't put yourself in harm's way." Once again, Gu Yuanyuan was captivated by this gentle tone, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Fox Ji's gaze, and she resolutely declared, "They are exceedingly rude and utterly despicable. Even if I cannot fight back, I still wish to share some of the burden." However, she hesitated to articulate her remaining thoughts. But when Xiaoji said I was a shamaness, what does that mean? Gu Yuanyuan pondered, recalling Fox Ji's urgent exclamation earlier, her heart filled with perplexity. "My dear, I have long refrained from telling you this for fear of your safety." Fox Ji sighed, seemingly reminiscing. The shamaness is a revered figure throughout the orc realm. It is said that the shamaness clan was sent by the beast god to save the world of the orcs. Gu Yuanyuan, bewildered, realized she had not come to engage in a sweet romance, but rather to save the world. This was not the script she had envisioned. Noticing Gu Yuanyuan's apparent daze, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed Fox Ji's face, but he continued, "My dear, because of this, the emergence of a shamaness will incite the covetousness of various tribes. And I do not wish for you to encounter danger. But how did Xiaoji know I am a shamaness? Even I am unaware of it." "Your arrival is the finest proof," Fox Ji replied with a smile. "You are also a gift bestowed upon me by the heavens." "Do shamans possess superpowers or something of that nature?" Gu Yuanyuan mused aloud, But upon seeing Fox G's lack of immediate response, she continued to clarify. I mean some extraordinary power, yet I seem to have none. I am just an ordinary student. My dear, do not doubt yourself. All of this has been orchestrated by the heavens. Fox G gently teased, playfully pinching Gu Yuanyuan's nose, his tone tinged with exasperation. However, just as Gu Yuanyuan was about to voice another thought, Fox G's next revelation seized all her attention. Moreover, your friend Mengmeng is also a shamaness. Fox G spoke while fixating intently on Gu Yuanyuan, explaining that historically, the lineage of shamans typically had only one inheritor. Your friend was summoned by wicked sorcery, while you were called forth by the beast god. Yet she has usurped the shamanic legacy that rightfully belonged to you. The legacy of the priestess serves as the very source of her power. Devoid of this inheritance, she cannot wield strength. Listening to these words, Gu Yuanyuan felt an unsettling calm wash over her. She comprehended what the person before her was articulating, yet in the next moment, she gazed at Hu Ji, her eyes wide with astonishment, and asked, Little Ji, are you insinuating that Mengmeng might pose a threat to me? Upon uttering these words, she chuckled before Hu Ji could respond. You're overthinking it, Little Ji. Mengmeng and I have been inseparable since childhood. Such a scenario is simply implausible. Upon hearing Gu Yuanyuan's reply, Hu Ji's tone shifted to one tinged with melancholy. I was merely contemplating that if our dear treasure were to acquire the powers of the priestess. The remainder of his thought remained unspoken. Yet Gu Yuanyuan surmised it. Perhaps they would no longer face the trials of the present day. Perhaps Hu Ji would no longer endure suffering. Chapter 268. Uncovering secrets. Contemplating these possibilities, Gu Yuanyuan fell into silence for a moment, while Hu Ji patiently awaited her response, confident that a satisfactory answer would soon emerge. Unfortunately, Gu Yuanyuan, ever unpredictable, delivered a revelation that left him stunned. How about this? When Mengmeng arrives, I shall ask her. And if I learn from her for a while, it will suffice. Hu Ji's faint smile faltered. Just when he believed he had deciphered the enigma that was Gu Yuanyuan, she once again surprised him. Though perhaps surprise was too mild a term, shock would be more fitting. However, suppressing his amusement, he continued, Dearest, do you understand? Each generation of priestesses is singular. There can only be one. Indeed, this posed a conundrum. Gu Yuanyuan scratched her head, sighed, then suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes gleaming with inspiration. Hu Ji instantly experienced a sense of foreboding, and sure enough, she declared, Little Ji, then let us set a precedent. This generation shall have two. From Gu Yuanyuan's tone, it seemed she truly believed this to be an excellent idea. Yet Hu Ji felt otherwise. Did she think the beast realm was hers to command? That one could simply wish for two? Resisting the temptation to protest, Hu Ji inhaled deeply and remarked with a strained smile, Yuanyuan, the priestess's legacy can only be passed to one individual. It cannot be divided between two. Gu Yuanyuan, momentarily taken aback, responded, Little Ji, I am aware of that. Hence, I suggested that Mengmeng teach me. Hu Ji found himself at a loss for words. The concept of friendship had become exceedingly fragile in his eyes. Each time she mentioned the name Zhang Mengmeng with such unwavering trust, he felt compelled to enlighten her on the frailty of such bonds in the face of reality. I am weary. Yuanyuan, please rest well. I will step out for a while. As soon as the words left her lips, Hu Ji had already exited. As if the person who had just been groaning in pain was not him at all. Gu Yuanyuan pondered, shouldn't he be resting instead of going out? And then it struck her, with some delay, Xiao Ji was injured and had yet to receive treatment. How could she let him leave like that? However, upon reaching the entrance of the bamboo grove, Gu Yuanyuan hesitated. She had not forgotten her previous experience of getting lost in this labyrinthine bamboo forest, which had been quite terrifying. Moreover, Xiao Ji had repeatedly warned her not to enter the bamboo grove alone. Yet, her concern for Xiao Ji overwhelmed her. She resolved to enter, regardless. Just as she was about to rush in, she reconsidered and picked up a handful of small stones, tucking them into her pocket, and found a relatively sharp piece of thin stone before dashing inside. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Yuanyuan finally emerged from the bamboo grove. Her expression a tapestry of emotions, first troubled, then angry, and ultimately transforming into a nodding smile. She retraced her steps back to the bamboo hut, where she spotted Hu Ji conversing with several beastmen. Though she was too far away to hear their words, the respect they showed him filled her with joy. Despite her grievances for not being informed and wondering why he hadn't sent anyone to protect himself, the thought that he was not alone ultimately brought her happiness. If he chose not to share his burdens with her, perhaps he had his reasons. Since he wished for her ignorance, she would oblige. Chapter 269. Caught in the act. Meanwhile, in the tiger tribe. Xiao, you are not allowed to go alone. It's far too dangerous. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, puffing her cheeks. Her tone somewhat aggressive. Before her, Hu Xiao hung his head in silence, which only heightened her frustration. Meng, the kings of the other tribes will be there. Hu Xiao finally managed to say after a long pause. Xiao Zhang Mengmeng, seeing that firmness wouldn't work, prepared to resort to a more endearing approach. You mentioned the past grievances between the fox and tiger tribes. I believe the fox tribe must have some scheme this time. Having another person would provide additional support. Meng. No. It's too dangerous. Surprisingly, Hu Xiao remained resolute, his expression stern as he rejected her plea. Yet, Zhang Mengmeng internally scoffed. I think it's far more perilous for you to go alone. Especially after learning just how twisted the current beast king was, she could hardly feel at ease. She had heard Hu Xiao mention that the animosity between the tiger and fox tribes stemmed from a woman named Hu Qing, celebrated as the most beautiful among the fox tribe. She had been the former companion of the current beast king and had an ambiguous relationship with Hu Xiao's father. Though Hu Xiao spoke vaguely, Zhang Mengmeng was certain there was an affair between them. Moreover, the female of the fox clan has entangled herself with several formidable tribal beast kings, exuding an irresistible charm. While it is not uncommon in the beast realm for a female to have multiple males, each of whom she is captivated is a leader in their own right, thus complicating matters significantly. It is rumored that her allure has led to the demise and injury of several beast kings, including Tiger Howl's father, who suffered grave wounds due to her machinations. This is the reason why, in the prime of his youth, he ultimately succumbed to a sudden snowstorm during the snowy season, his injuries still unhealed. Since that fateful incident, animosity has brewed between the fox and tiger clans, with their warriors growing increasingly hostile toward one another as time has passed. Hence, Zhang Mengmeng believes that the current beast king will undoubtedly seek trouble with Tiger Howl. Since Howl does not permit her to follow him openly, she decides to clandestinely accompany him instead, employing a technique to mask her presence. Even Howl will be unable to detect her scent. In the afternoon, as Tiger Howl prepared to set off, he remained oblivious to the little tail trailing behind him. After walking a considerable distance and having only taken a few casual bites of food, he heard a faint sound behind him at a corner, prompting a fleeting suspicion. He then sat down to commence roasting meat. The meat soon sizzled, transforming into an enticing golden hue, while a subtle aroma of salt wafted through the air. Behind him, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes widened in longing. She yearned to join in the feast. However, emerging now would mean that all her efforts would be in vain. With a heavy heart, she swallowed hard, reminding herself to endure, to resist at all costs. As she watched the beastman in front of her leisurely picking up the roasted meat and indulging, tears welled in her eyes. After all, that was her meat. She felt utterly pathetic, forced to remain hidden and merely observe. She managed to hold back her emotions. Yet Tiger Howl could no longer contain himself. He ceased eating, sighed, and spoke with a tone of resignation. Meng, come out. Startled by being called out, Zhang Mengmeng stood up abruptly, meeting Tiger Howl's gaze, and awkwardly smiled, tugging at the corners of her mouth. Well, Howl, what a coincidence. How was she to explain herself? How could she have been caught so quickly? Should she claim she was merely wandering about? Come back, Meng. Tiger Howl had repeated this phrase more times than he could count. He understood her concern for him, but he too was worried about her. But Howl, I fear for your safety alone. Zhang Mengmeng stepped closer to him, her expression filled with deep concern, knowing the Fox clan was cunning and surely harbored ill intentions. Meng Huxiao looked at Zhang Mengmeng and shook his head. The two were locked in a standoff when, suddenly, a leisurely footstep echoed from ahead. Huxiao immediately became alert, positioning himself protectively behind Zhang Mengmeng. Although the sound of the footsteps was quite delicate and suggested the presence of a female, he did not let his guard down. Zhang Mengmeng also heard the sound, her expression tightening with concern. However, the newcomer had already approached them slowly. She peeked out from behind Hu Xiao and was utterly astonished to see the face of the visitor. It was a female. The same female fox who had previously come to deliver news to the Tiger clan, a rather striking woman of the fox tribe. But how could she possibly appear before the two of them now? Greetings, Tiger King. The fox woman slightly bowed, her demeanor exuding utmost respect. Rest assured, I bear no ill intentions. Zhang Mengmeng cast a discreet glance at the woman before her. There was no doubt that she was beautiful. Yet Zhang Mengmeng harbored no fondness for the fox tribe. Shouldn't you be on your way back to the fox tribe? How is it that we find ourselves in the same place? Zhang Mengmeng inquired with suspicion. Are you following us? Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's question, the woman before her smiled faintly and replied, Apologies, priestess, but I have merely returned from up ahead. I recall that the Fox King had a message for you, and I hastened back to convey it to both of you. How did you know I am a priestess? As she listened to the woman's words, Zhang Mengmeng became increasingly wary of her. The esteemed priestess is certainly different from us, and moreover, the Fox King has instructed me that the priestess is the companion of the Tiger King. Thus, I surmise that you must be the priestess. The woman responded with an air of composure. Is that so? That is quite impressive. Your knowledge is rather extensive. Zhang Mengmeng rolled her eyes, expecting the orcs of this world to be straightforward and unrefined. However, encountering such a suave and articulate orc was indeed a novelty for her. Seeing that the other party bore no ill intentions towards Zhang Mengmeng, Hu Shao discreetly took her hand, quietly listening to their exchange. The Fox tribe was truly deserving of its reputation. By the way, you mentioned that the Fox King asked you to convey a message to me. What is it? Zhang Mengmeng recalled the message she had overlooked earlier and inquired once more. The Fox King instructed me to inform you that your friend, Gu Yuan, is waiting for you there. What? Upon hearing the name Gu Yuan, Zhang Mengmeng's expression shifted dramatically. She had never disclosed her best friend's full name to anyone, not even when she mentioned her close companion, Yuan, to Hu Shao. To her astonishment, she found herself hearing her best friend's name from the lips of a woman from the Fox tribe. What do you mean by that? Concerning her dear friend. Zhang Mengmeng could no longer contain her composure. Have you captured Yuan and held her in the Fox tribe? Are you threatening me? Even Hu Shao, witnessing this turn of events, furrowed his brow, instinctively tightening his grip on Zhang Mengmeng's hand. The priestess chuckled lightly. Despite Zhang Mengmeng's strong reaction, the Fox woman maintained a calm and unhurried demeanor. Once you arrive at the Fox tribe, everything will become clear. After speaking, the woman turned and walked away, curiously. She had appeared to move slowly upon her arrival, yet she vanished from sight in mere moments. Zhang Mengmeng only felt a fleeting glimpse of a figure before her, gradually transforming into a mere speck. She couldn't shake the feeling that this silhouette seemed vaguely familiar, yet, at that moment, she couldn't recall where she had seen it before. Chapter 271. The Beast King's Edict. Is the Beast King's edict truly indispensable? Just as Hu Shao thought Zhang Mengmeng would bring up Yuan, she unexpectedly posed this question. The Fox Clan beastman who had appeared and vanished was indeed the one sent by the Fox Clan to deliver the Beast King's edict to the Tiger Clan. However, due to the long-standing enmity between the Fox and Tiger clans, this beastman was nearly expelled at first. Yet, the cunning nature of the Fox Clan lay in their strategy. They dispatched a female Fox beastman, the very one who had just spoken with Zhang Mengmeng. Thus, despite their disdain, the Tiger Clan beastmen at the entrance refrained from harming her. In the beast realm, males are not permitted to inflict harm upon females. Reluctantly bringing this fox into the Tiger Clan, she bore a sensational piece of news, the Beast King's edict. This is a privilege bestowed upon each reigning Beast King. The struggle for the Beast King occurs every 5 years, during which the king can issue the Beast King's edict to other clans. Consequently, the kings of various tribes must congregate in the central area for 3 days, during which all arrangements are said to be at the discretion of the Beast King. Hu Shao nodded gravely. He had anticipated this journey would be far from easy, and the recent appearance of the female fox only intensified his unease. The Fox Clan was undoubtedly plotting something. In the past, Beast Kings would only summon the kings of other tribes during times of significant crisis in the Beast realm. Now, in a period of peace and stability, the issuance of the Beast King's edict raises many questions. Moreover, the female fox had referred to the Fox King, not the Beast King. Hu Shao had limited knowledge of Fox Clan affairs, but he was aware that the current Beast King was the former Fox King, Hu Yi, and that the present Fox King was said to be the offspring of Hu Yi and Hu Qing. The words of this female fox indicated that her allegiance lay with the current Fox King, Hu Yi, while she was also the bearer of the Beast King's edict, which stemmed from Hu Yi's command. This signified her dual service to both individuals. It seems I must embark on this journey, Hu Shao pondered. While Zhang Mengmeng had already made up her mind, worrying for Hu Shao, and now fearing that Yuan might have been captured by the Fox Clan, her anxiety surged. Without thinking, she exclaimed, "The Fox Clan is so cunning. I wonder how Yuan is faring. Moreover, how did she end up in the Beast realm? Could it be that she was also brought here through sorcery? Ming, do not fret. In the Beast realm, no harm can befall females," Hu Shao reassured her, noticing her troubled expression. However, Yuan is no fool and would not easily fall for their tricks. It seems prudent for us to hasten to the Fox Clan's territory. Zhang Mengmeng spoke with a hint of concern. Meng, as she said this, Hu Xiao transformed into the familiar beast form that Zhang Mengmeng recognized, lowering himself. Naturally, she climbed onto the tiger's back, wrapping her arms around Hu Xiao's body. And the great tiger surged forward towards the central area. As night fell, while Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao were resting in a makeshift cave they had found, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared before them. Though unseen, the voice reached them first, a sound that had once sent shivers down Zhang Mengmeng's spine. Now, it still brought an uncomfortable sensation. Lady Shaman, how delightful to see you indulging in romance here, entirely oblivious to the lives of others. In the next moment, a figure clad in black stood before Zhang Mengmeng. With jet black hair and blood-red eyes, his expression was sinister, and there seemed to be veins of crimson in his gaze, indicative of someone who had not rested for days. Who are you? Before Zhang Mengmeng could utter a word, Hu Xiao had already risen, his demeanor alert and wary. Chapter 272, The Dark and Gloomy Dislocation. Haha, who am I? Upon hearing Hu Xiao's inquiry, the man with blood-red eyes let out a laugh that echoed to the heavens. His expression laced with an indescribable mockery. He then directed his malicious gaze at Zhang Mengmeng. Lady Shaman, you surely remember who I am, do you not? Zhang Mengmeng naturally recalled. She could never forget the face before her, the very one that had twisted off Yixi's neck and broken her hand. Hey you, why have you left your black snake tribe to come here? Zhang Mengmeng first cast a glance at Hu Xiao, reassuring him with a gesture, before stepping closer to He Yu, scrutinizing the man before her. He Yu returned her gaze, his expression tinged with resentment. What exactly have you done to my brother? Upon hearing him mention her brother, Zhang Mengmeng's expression became subtly complex. What could she possibly do for He Eyes? Had she not merely cured him and returned him in good health? What nonsense are you speaking? His curse has been lifted. He should be well now. Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's words, He Yu's gaze shifted momentarily, but recalling his brother's condition, his expression darkened once more. Yet ever since my brother returned from you, he has been sleeping increasingly longer each day. Could this not be related to you? Longer sleep? Zhang Mengmeng was equally perplexed by He Yu's statement. Could this be a side effect of the curse being lifted? Or perhaps the fabled condition of hypersomnia? Zhang Mengmeng sensed the tension in the muscles of the person beneath her, and thus gently caressed his hand, then turned to He Yu and inquired, aside from that, has your brother exhibited any other peculiarities? There's no abnormality per se, He Yu replied, but occasionally, my brother's gaze seems rather strange. At times as if he is transformed into another person. Recalling past instances, his tone grew somber. Yet, upon mentioning He Eyes, his expression softened, revealing an innocent demeanor. I have a hypothesis, Zhang Mengmeng said, rubbing her fingers together, casting a glance at He Yu without meeting his gaze again. Her tone took on a weighty quality as she continued. I remember you once told me that your brother harbors half of the soul of the former Black Serpent King. Hey Lai, which suggests that Zhang Mengmeng had yet to finish her words when she was abruptly interrupted by the anxious Black Yu. You must return to the Black Snake tribe with me immediately. Save my brother. Rather than that, she suggested, you would be better off bringing your brother here while he is still asleep and keeping a watchful eye on him. Zhang Mengmeng spoke with a calm demeanor, adding, otherwise, even if I return, it will not resolve the issue. Seeing the seriousness in her gaze, Black Yu narrowed his eyes. If anything happens to my brother, you will not fare well either. With that, he turned to leave, only to suddenly halt. A powerful hand had emerged behind him, halting his advance. In the next moment, the grip tightened, rendering him unable to escape, and his countenance twisted in agony as the sound of dislocated bones echoed through the air, a painful reminder of his predicament. Turning around, Black Yu met the steady gaze of the beast man, whose golden eyes were unmistakably filled with rage. Yet, he remained silent. While it was Zhang Mengmeng who spoke first, you should leave now. Do you wish to make things worse for yourself? He gazed at the blood-red eyes of He, which glared fiercely at Hu Xiao, as the latter's other hand appeared poised to strike, only to be halted by Zhang Mengmeng's words. Black Yu, your brother may not have much time left. As he turned away in frustration, Black Yu heard a deep masculine voice behind him. Return what is yours. It came from the Tiger Clan beastman, who had remained silent since their encounter. With a scoff, Black Yu cradled his dislocated arm and quickened his pace. Chapter 273, Retribution against Black Yu Meng. He is the one who harmed you, isn't he? Hu Xiao remarked solemnly, observing Black Yu's retreating figure. He could not bear to see his partner in pain. That day, her hand had been broken, and he had vowed in the name of the beast god that if he ever encountered that individual, he would ensure that they experienced the same suffering. Yet, time had been too short, and the opportunity had slipped away. Indeed, that detestable black snake. Just seeing him vexes me, Zhang Mengmeng expressed with disdain. Then she grasped Hu Xiao's hand, her tone shifting to one of lightheartedness. By the way, were you avenging me just now? At her inquiry, Hu Xiao cleared his throat softly and nodded slightly. It was indeed gratifying. Excitement sparkled in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes. But then she turned contemplative as she gently caressed Hu Xiao's handsome face. But do you know why I wanted him to bring his brother here? Hu Xiao pondered for a moment before carefully suggesting, Ming intends to teach him another lesson? Zhang Mengmeng smiled softly, gently patting Hu Xiao's hand. You are correct. But that is merely one aspect. There is also a second. The second? Hu Xiao looked at Zhang Mengmeng, perplexed. Observing his confusion, Zhang Mengmeng smiled again, seemingly delighted. The second is that this way, we have gained 2 additional allies. Allies? Hu Xiao was even more bewildered. After all, that black serpent beastman had clearly bullied Mengmeng. How could she refer to them as allies? Ah, Zhang Mengmeng's expression suddenly turned serious. Although this black figure has a grudge against me, as long as they belong to the black serpent tribe, they will be our allies. Hu Xiao seemed to grasp the essence of her words. Though uncertainty lingered in his mind, he merely nodded and suddenly declared, Meng, I will fight to the death for the position of Beast King. Upon hearing Hu Xiao's proclamation, should Zhang Mengmeng feel elated? No, she felt not an ounce of joy, even experiencing a flicker of anger. Who? After all this time, how could you arrive at such a conclusion? I do not want you to risk your life for the title of Beast King. That is of no importance. What use is the title of Beast King if one's life is forfeit? I only care about whether we can be together for eternity. Zhang Mengmeng squeezed Hu Xiao's hand in frustration. Hu, we have been companions for so long. Do you not understand my heart? Meng, I understand, Hu Xiao replied tenderly. Stroking Zhang Mengmeng's head. It is precisely because I understand that, as Beast King, you can be with me without reservations. The voice of the beastman was clear. Yet Zhang Mengmeng could only look at him with a sense of resignation. In truth, her clumsy tiger understood everything, didn't he? Otherwise, he would not have made such a statement. Previously, she had mentioned that the Beast King would take females from each tribe, excluding those with partners, merely to exploit a loophole. However, would the numerous Beast Kings allow her such a desire? Not to mention the straightforward eagle gorge and the self-serving smiling leopard, Shui Qing. They were not easily swayed. Moreover, she had previously made bold claims in the tiger tribe, intending to mislead them, yet now she found herself in a dire situation. Hu Xiao was right. If he failed to become the Beast King, their future would likely be fraught with turmoil. Meng, we promise to always be together. As Zhang Mengmeng's expression appeared on the verge of tears, Hu Xiao embraced her tightly, his tone softening. All right, I understand. Zhang Mengmeng lay upon the chest of Hu Xiao. Feeling overwhelmed by the emotion stirred within her, nearly brought to tears by the affectionate tiger. In the depths of night, 2 figures, one large and one small, embraced tightly. Yet, the long night still held countless possibilities. Chapter 274, The Art of Fox Charm. 2 days later, at the Fox Clan tribe. This is the central area. Indeed a splendid place. Zhang Mengmeng scrutinized the entrance, observing the verdant trees and flourishing flowers, with winding paths that exuded an exquisite charm. Behind her trailed 3 companions. 1. A tall beast man with golden hair, shadowed her closely, while the other 2 were equally tall men with dark hair. These 3 were none other than Hu Xiao, Zhe, and Yu. Be cautious, Meng, Hu Xiao urged as Zhang Mengmeng prepared to step forward alone, gripping her hand firmly. I shall lead the way. Upon the arrival of the Tiger King, the welcome was undoubtedly lacking in decorum. Just as these words were spoken, a familiar figure approached from ahead. Zhang Mengmeng squinted, recognizing the woman who had once mentioned that Yuan awaited her in the Fox clan. It's you, Zhang Mengmeng blinked, inquiring, where is Yuan? It has been ages since we last met, and I have missed her dearly. Rest assured, Lady Shaman, please follow me to your lodgings, and you shall soon see her. The fox woman replied, although her words remained somewhat vague. However, I wish to see her now. I doubt you alone could contend with us. Zhang Mengmeng smiled, her tone laced with an undercurrent of threat. To her surprise, the fox woman exhibited no fear. Instead, she cast a knowing glance at Zhe and responded, Lady Shaman, it is not that I am unwilling, but the Fox King dotes on Lady Yuan dearly. She resides within the Fox King's abode, and without his permission, no one may enter. Dote? Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, astonished by the implication that Yuan Yuan was now involved with the Fox King. This was unacceptable. She must see Yuan Yuan to uncover the truth. This woman was not to be trusted. Zhang Mengmeng was lost in thought when, unexpectedly, the woman before her was lifted into the air. Before her stood a pair of blood-red eyes belonging to Yu, who regarded the female with a somber expression and posed an utterly irrelevant question. What is your name? Captured, the Fox clan woman did not exhibit any sign of panic. Instead, her gaze fixed intently on Yu, her crimson eyes shimmering with an enchanting light. Put me down. In the next moment, astonishingly, Yu complied and set her down. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly vanished from sight. Was that sorcery? Zhang Mengmeng watched in astonishment as events unfolded. Recalling information about the Fox clan, and exchanged a glance with Hu Xiao, both murmuring simultaneously. Fox charm technique? Xiao, you mentioned before that Bei Bei was also influenced by the Fox charm technique. Could this be what we are witnessing today? Zhang Mengmeng could not help but inquire. It is quite possible. Hu Xiao had not witnessed how Bei Bei was affected, but her demeanor then closely resembled Yu's current state of control. As far as I know, the Fox charm technique is exclusively employed by the royal family of the Fox clan. At that moment, Zhe, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Previously, he had awakened after being brought by Yu and had decided to accompany Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao to the central district. Though he remained somewhat cautious of Zhe, Yu had adamantly declared that this individual was undoubtedly his brother. Hence, Zhang Mengmeng felt it inappropriate to voice her doubts. Merely sensing that Yu's words had indeed diminished, this was his first utterance since arriving. Yet, that single statement left both Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao utterly astonished. Chapter 275. The Enigma of Identity, however, her hair color was unmistakably black. At this moment, Yu appeared to regain her composure, and an aura emanating from her felt eerily familiar, as if the subsequent words faltered on Yu's lips. As if he realized he should not continue with that particular expression, Zhang Mengmeng, intrigued by the enigmatic reaction of Yu, found herself increasingly curious. The gaze of this Fox clan woman was undeniably a pale crimson. Initially, she had given little thought to the significance of her pale red eyes paired with her ebony hair. However, it now became evident that this Fox clan woman's identity was far from ordinary. In the fleeting moment when she had employed her enchanting fox charm, her pale crimson eyes transformed into a vivid scarlet. Yu, what do you believe her to be? Why does she seem familiar to you? Zhang Mengmeng pressed on, insisting. You cannot be unaware that this matter is of great importance to both of us. Her scent resembles that of my kin, Yu responded, a hint of frustration in his voice. Kith. Zhang Mengmeng's confusion deepened. How could a woman of the Fox clan emit the essence of kin? Could it be? Zhang Mengmeng was deep in thought when suddenly, the somber voice of Hei's echoed once more. The Fox clan does not possess the ability of swift movement. Swift movement? Zhang Mengmeng recalled that during their previous encounter, the Fox woman had spoken, and the next moment, she and Xiao had found her utterly vanished, an occurrence most peculiar. Was not this technique of swift movement a unique gift of the Black Serpent clan? A hypothesis formed in her mind, only to be validated by Hei's subsequent words. This female is the offspring of both the Fox clan and the Black Serpent. As he uttered this, Hei's gaze grew distant, as if he were reminiscing about events from a time long past. Zhang Mengmeng cast a peculiar glance at Hei's, and even she, who had not spent much time with him, could discern the strangeness in his demeanor. However, Yu insisted there was nothing amiss, yet today, it was evident that the issue was profound. Nevertheless, her mind was preoccupied with matters far more pressing. For instance, who was this woman from the Fox clan? Was she the daughter of the Beast King? What was her connection to the current Fox King? If she was indeed a descendant of both the Fox clan and the Black Serpent, who were her parents? Hei's had informed her that the technique of swift movement was an innate skill of the Black Serpent lineage. The purer the bloodline, the greater the swiftness. Yet, the power exhibited by that fox woman was undeniably beyond the capabilities of a typical fox or an ordinary descendant of the Black Serpent. At that moment, the fox female, who had been on Zhang Mengmeng's mind, darted through the bamboo grove at an astonishing speed, arriving at the small cottage she had never before entered. Anxiously, she called out, "King." Upon hearing that familiar voice, which ought not to be present, Hu Ji, who was roasting fruits inside, trembled slightly before regaining her composure. Turning to the side, she addressed Gu Yuan, saying, "Darling, I shall step out for a moment and return to roast more fruits for you." "All right," Gu Yuan replied obediently, though her ears were poised to stretch eavesdropper-like. Outside, Hu Ji frowned and admonished the female on the ground. Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me? Now, go back to the bamboo grove. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yuanyuan heard a rustling sound, followed by silence outside. She cautiously peeked out, recalling that the figure beside Xiaoji seemed familiar. Had she not seen her in the bamboo grove last time? Could it be Mengmeng had arrived in such haste? Gu Yuanyuan mused. Yet she was confined to her thoughts inside the cottage, having been scolded by Hu Ji for venturing into the bamboo grove and subsequently getting lost. Hu Ji had ignored her for several days, and she had no desire to repeat that ordeal, though curiosity gnawed at her. Gu Yuanyuan resisted the urge to investigate the bamboo grove. Fortunately, after a brief wait, the familiar figure appeared before her once more. Chapter 276. Hu Ji's Plan. Xiaoji. Why the urgency? Has something happened? Is Mengmeng here? Upon seeing Hu Ji's still gentle expression, Gu Yuanyuan rushed forward, her anxiety palpable. Hu Ji hesitated, her expression reluctant. Your friend just... What? Mengmeng has really arrived? That is splendid. Gu Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully, but as she observed Hu Ji's conflicted demeanor, her curiosity deepened. Xiaoji. What is wrong with Mengmeng? She almost seized my subordinate just now, Hu Ji replied, scrutinizing Gu Yuanyuan's face for any subtle shifts in expression. How could that be? Did she not come on her own accord? There must be some misunderstanding. Xiaoji, where is she now? I wish to meet her. Gu Yuanyuan scratched her face, her expression appearing somewhat adorably dazed. She had already been arranged to a residence outside the bamboo grove, and your friend brought several individuals along. Seemingly out of concern for my safety, Hu Ji explained. However, I had long instructed my subordinates to inform her that you were waiting for her here. I truly cannot fathom why she remains so guarded. Hu Ji sighed, a hint of confusion coloring his beautiful purple eyes, which reflected the surprise evident in Gu Yuanyuan's gaze. Yet, the focal point of Gu Yuanyuan's attention had always diverged from Hu Ji's. She seemingly paid no heed to words like guarded. Instead, an inexplicable smile graced her face. Several people? Could it be that Mengmeng has found several partners? Imagining Mengmeng's petite limbs, Gu Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. If that were the case, she would surely have to laugh at her mercilessly. As she envisioned their next meeting, an enigmatic smile appeared on Gu Yuanyuan's lips. Hu Ji had never seen this expression on her before, and an ominous premonition crept into his heart. He believed his words were merely to instill in Gu Yuanyuan the notion that Zhang Mengmeng's visit to the Fox tribe held ulterior motives, that she was not genuinely interested in seeing her, thus sowing seeds of discord for their future encounter. This, he thought, was his true objective. However, her reaction seemed to stray far from his expectations. At times, he found her remarkably easy to understand, yet at others, he felt utterly perplexed by her. Given this impasse, he had other methods at his disposal. Nevertheless, he had more to convey than just these words. My dear, are you aware of how formidable your friend is? Previously, several tribes besieged the tiger tribe, and she single-handedly resolved that crisis, Hu Ji remarked with a smile, his usual faint grin adorning his face. Though the mirth did not reach his eyes, the thought swirling within remained known only to him. Yet, he could never anticipate how this person would react. Unless, reflecting on the moments they had shared, Hu Ji inexplicably felt a chill wash over his heart, as if it were suddenly submerged beneath the icy grasp of winter. It seemed that only in matters concerning him did her reactions become readily comprehensible. Wow, Mengmeng is incredibly awesome. Once we meet, I must ask her to be my mentor. Gu Yuanyuan's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. This time, Hu Ji, caught off guard and unable to comprehend her words, nonetheless adhered to the principle of knowing oneself and one's adversary to achieve victory in every battle. He managed to smile and inquired, Yuanyuan, what does that mean? It means she's handsome, extraordinarily so. Gu Yuanyuan was lost in her thoughts, and the next moment, she grasped Hu Ji's hand and declared, Come on, Xiaoji. Take me to meet Mengmeng. Chapter 277. Meeting Yuanyuan a moment later, outside the bamboo grove. As Zhang Mengmeng found herself in a silent standoff with the dark, brooding eyes in the room, her irritation palpable, a warm touch suddenly redirected her focus. She turned her gaze and met the warm, radiant golden eyes of the beastman, and the tumultuous creature within her seemed to be instantly soothed. Never mind, considering they were, for the moment, on the same side. She would suppress the urge to send him flying. Just as she contemplated this, a familiar voice from outside jolted Zhang Mengmeng into action, causing her to leap to her feet and dash out as if possessed, neglecting the imposing presence of Hu Xiao behind her. Mengmeng, I'm here. Over here. As Zhang Mengmeng dashed outside, Her gaze wandered until a familiar voice instantly became her guiding light. She swiftly turned around, and the recognizable figure immediately came into view, causing her eyes to well with tears. Yuan Yuan, Yuan Yuan. Zhang Mengmeng sprinted towards Gu Yuan Yuan with unparalleled speed, disregarding everything else as she enveloped the taller girl in a warm embrace, closing her eyes. In that moment, all uncertainty and ephemeral feelings vanished upon sensing the tangible warmth in her grasp. A flood of memories rushed through her mind. Back when they were in kindergarten, they were not only neighbors, but also classmates, two innocent little girls, oblivious to the world, who attended school together, cherished their dolls, and played jump rope, thus solidifying their initial bond of friendship. Throughout elementary and middle school, they remained inseparable, continuing their companionship into high school. They would watch their favorite films together, share disdain for certain foods, shop, gossip, and confide in each other their little secrets. Yuan Yuan, I miss you so much, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, unable to contain her emotions, yet oblivious to the tears that had begun to flow down her cheeks, blurring her vision. Gu Yuan Yuan gently pulled Zhang Mengmeng away to face her. Noticing the tears that confirmed her friend's sorrow, a warm sensation welling in her own eyes. She first wiped away the tears on Zhang Mengmeng's face before mustering a brave smile and saying, Mengmeng, my dear, you mustn't cry. If you do, you won't be beautiful anymore. Zhang Mengmeng, teary-eyed yet smiling, pointed at Gu Yuan Yuan's reddened eyes and said, You dare to criticize me? Look at you, Yuan Yuan. You're about to cry too. Gu Yuan Yuan responded playfully, All right, let's not shed any tears. Our reunion is a joyous occasion. We ought to be overjoyed and filled with exuberance. Yuan Yuan, after such a long time apart, your command of the language has not diminished in the slightest. Zhang Mengmeng teased upon seeing Gu Yuan Yuan's smile. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao, who had hurriedly chased after Zhang Mengmeng, along with Hu Ji, who was being pulled by Gu Yuan Yuan, and He Zhe, who strolled out leisurely behind Hu Xiao, observed the two embracing with expressions of mixed emotions, exchanging glances among themselves. The atmosphere surrounding the two was such that it felt as though no one else could intrude. After watching Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuan Yuan for a while and confirming her complete safety, Hu Xiao shifted his gaze toward Hu Ji, who stood behind Gu Yuan Yuan, with silver hair cascading like the glistening snow of winter and deep purple eyes that signified his identity as a royal beast of the Snow Fox clan. He possessed an otherworldly beauty that made him appear almost celestial. At that moment, his enchanting purple gaze met Hu Xiao's golden eyes, igniting an unspoken rivalry. Chapter 278. Lifelong companions. Yuan Yuan, when did you arrive here? I thought I would be left all alone, Zhang Mengmeng inquired as she gradually composed herself, lifting her head. Mengmeng, your ability to play with idioms rivals my own. Gu Yuan Yuan replied, I arrived a few months ago, on the day of my 18th birthday. Reflecting on everything that had transpired, Gu Yuan Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia. They had once discussed how to celebrate their coming-of-age ceremony, only to be blindsided by the news of Mengmeng's disappearance before the time had even come. Thankfully, fate had not been entirely unkind, allowing them to reunite once more. Yuan Yuan. Mengmeng. Just as the two seemed poised to embrace again, Hu Ji interjected, Hey, no one else responding. Feeling a bit deflated, Hu Ji realized he could no longer muster a smile, perceiving that the stern-faced tiger opposite him was relishing his predicament. He resolved not to be outdone. With renewed determination, Hu Ji raised his voice slightly. Yuan Yuan. At that moment, Gu Yuan Yuan, who had been preparing for a heartfelt embrace with Zhang Mengmeng, paused upon hearing her name. It was as if she suddenly remembered the beastman who had come along with her, pulling Zhang Mengmeng's hand and gesturing toward Hu Ji with a softer expression. Mengmeng. This is Xiao Ji. He has taken great care of me since I arrived. He has been exceptionally kind. With that, she cast Zhang Mengmeng a knowing glance. Zhang Mengmeng wore a mischievous smile as she quickly winked at Gu Yuan Yuan. She understood. This fellow was eager to uphold a favorable image in front of the handsome man. Speaking of which, what was the persona she had crafted for herself? Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment, and the term gentle and kind-hearted white lotus emerged in her mind. As the saying goes, a true friend walks together for a lifetime. She would never sabotage her companion. However, she had just noticed the man standing behind Gu Yuan Yuan, and upon discerning his features, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Heavens! Could he possibly be a mesmerizing nine-tailed fox, straight out of a tale? Just look at those captivating purple eyes that shimmer with elegance and passion. Those delicate pink lips seem to beckon, almost enticingly. Perhaps he could even siphon one's vitality. Lost in her clandestine thoughts, Zhang Mengmeng failed to realize that her gaze remained fixed on the enchanting Huji across the way. Gu Yuan, locked in her own world, remained blissfully unaware, while Huji, with keen perception, took in the entire scene. Consequently, he revealed a subtle smile, imbuing his stunning visage with an added vibrancy. He was pleased. It seemed that this sorceress was merely a creature of lust. Such individuals are typically easy to handle. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao, standing behind Zhang Mengmeng, also noticed her lingering gaze upon Huji, his fists unconsciously tightening, as if he intended to crush the invisible stone in his grasp. Silence enveloped the air, thick as death. Then, Zhang Mengmeng inadvertently shattered the stillness with an exclamation, "Are you a nine-tailed fox demon?" Except for Gu Yuan, no one comprehended her words, sensing only an ominous undertone. Gu Yuan swiftly turned to cover Zhang Mengmeng's mouth, signaling her frantically with her eyes, "Not a fox demon. Do not inquire further." Zhang Mengmeng reciprocated with her own pleading gaze. "I was wrong. I won't speak carelessly." The others present merely witnessed the two exchanging furtive glances, and shortly thereafter, Gu Yuan released Zhang Mengmeng, only to suddenly pull her aside. Chapter 279. Gentle yet reserved. Once Gu Yuan had taken Zhang Mengmeng aside, her expression transformed into one of grave seriousness. In the next moment, she leaned closer to Zhang Mengmeng and whispered in her ear, "Mengbao, this secret must not be discovered." Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Zhang Mengmeng jolted, instantly comprehending and nodding vigorously. "Yes, Yuan-chan, I would have forgotten had you not reminded me." Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Mengmeng's expression shifted again, and she leaned in to whisper softly in Gu Yuan's ear, "But here, no one will know." Little did the two women know that their seemingly discreet conversation had already been overheard by the keen-eared orcs present. Yet, none could comprehend the words exchanged between them. However, upon hearing the term secret, Huji narrowed her beautiful eyes, her heart suddenly tumultuous with a storm of emotions. She possessed secrets that even he was unaware of. It appeared there was more than one, and moreover, this secret held great significance. Zhang Mengmeng is also aware of this secret. "Relax, Yuan-chan. By the way, that guy's looks are utterly your type." Zhang Mengmeng revealed a mischievous grin, playfully nudging Gu Yuan's hand. "Indeed, it is often said that the allure of a handsome man can be quite overwhelming. Such beauty is beyond my grasp." "Humph, Mengbao, how dare you speak to me like that? Those fellows behind you are all your conquests, aren't they? Can your petite frame handle them?" Gu Yuan retorted without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng's expression shifted, and she whispered, "My apologies, Yuan-chan. Only the one with golden hair is my partner." Super A. At this moment, Gu Yuan's attention turned to the orc standing directly behind Zhang Mengmeng. The figure towered like a small mountain, with bronze skin and a stern expression. It seemed he had noticed her gaze and shot her a rather intimidating look. How frightful. Consequently, Gu Yuan leaned closer to Zhang Mengmeng and whispered, "Isn't your companion a bit too terrifying? Your taste is truly peculiar." Indeed, it becomes evident here that despite having been inseparable since childhood, akin to sisters, these two possess entirely different aesthetic preferences. For instance, Zhang Mengmeng is drawn to mature, brooding types, while Gu Yuan favors those with striking appearances and gentle personalities. Although their tastes may clash, resulting in frequent playful disputes, it does not tarnish their bond. However, when Hu Ji and Hu Xiao witnessed the subsequent events, they were collectively struck by a question: what just transpired? They observed the once inseparable duo suddenly parting ways, both wearing expressions of indignation. Then, they heard the two exclaim, "Gu Yuan's gentle demeanor is simply delightful. Thoughtful and considerate, a lifetime of happiness awaits. Zhang Mengmeng's enigmatic allure is unparalleled, solely for your admiration." With all emotions conveyed in silence. However, the manner in which the two conversed was frantic and hurried, resembling not a dialogue but rather a quarrel. Subsequently, it seemed they embarked upon a second round, embracing a gentler tone. In moments of sorrow, they offered solace. In times of unease, encouragement, such men are rare to find. Exclaimed Gu Yuan with fervor. Indeed, the enigmatic allure is preferable. What use is there in verbosity devoid of substance? One action speaks louder than 1,000 words. Zhang Mengmeng retorted, her excitement palpable. In that moment, Hu Ji and Hu Xiao exchanged an unspoken glance, seemingly reaching a consensus. In the next instant, they moved forward, each taking their respective partner by the hand. Before departing, Hu Ji discreetly observed Zhang Mengmeng across from him, noting her gaze was fixed not on him, but rather on the orc beside her, her expression softening considerably. At that moment, an odd sensation stirred within him. This female, he found, was somewhat inscrutable. Meanwhile, after being brought forth by Hu Xiao, Zhang Mengmeng, upon noticing his worried gaze, quickly regained her composure, offering an apologetic smile. Don't worry, Xiao. Yuan and I often engage like this. You'll get used to it. She recalled a time when she and Yuan had argued passionately over a matter, leaving their classmates convinced they would sever their friendship, only to see them laughing together the very next day as they entered the classroom. From that point on, they were dubbed the Magnificent Duo, a moniker that nearly brought them to tears of laughter upon hearing it. Recalling the amusing incidents of their past, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Hearing her response, Hu Xiao's concern diminished slightly, yet his gaze shifted to Hu Ji and Gu Yuan. Memories of Hu Ji's earlier expression and dark violet eyes confirming his suspicions regarding the identity of this fox-type orc. My dear, what was that all about? Hu Ji inquired cautiously after pulling Gu Yuan aside, puzzled by her evident displeasure. Unable to suppress a laugh, Gu Yuan replied with a light-hearted tone, Don't worry. Xiaoji, Mengmeng and I are frequently like this. Hu Ji's eyes darkened momentarily as he contemplated his next words, only to be surprised when Gu Yuan spoke again. Xiaoji, I would like to sleep with Mengmeng tonight. May I invite her to the bamboo house? In Gu Yuan's tone, there was an unmistakable excitement that could not be concealed. Hu Ji had never witnessed her so jubilant before. Weighing the pros and cons in her mind, Hu Ji swiftly arrived at a conclusion. As Yuan's friend, it was only natural to agree. However, upon hearing that she could sleep alongside Zhang Mengmeng, Gu Yuan was overjoyed. Her mind already bustling with plans for the evening's itinerary, she instinctively inquired, but what? It seemed only she could partake, as her other companions would not be able to join. Of course, I would prefer it to be just the two of us. That would be splendid. Hu Ji replied softly, her striking violet eyes fixed on Gu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately dashed over to Zhang Mengmeng, exclaiming with excitement, Mengmeng, we can sleep together tonight. Come on, let's head inside. With that, she eagerly took Zhang Mengmeng's hand. Ready to go. Zhang Mengmeng chuckled softly, grasping Gu Yuan's hand. Yuan. Allow me to inform my family about this matter. Please wait a moment. Zhang Mengmeng turned to look at the somewhat innocent Hu Xiao. Before she could utter a word, Hu Xiao had already spoken. Meng, take good care of yourself. It seemed he had readily agreed without a second thought. Come on, Mengmeng. I have so much more to say to you. Let us go. I want to visit the place where you're currently residing. Thus, moments ago, the two who had been at odds suddenly held hands, chatting and laughing, leaving the onlooking beastmen in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, they had witnessed the fickleness of females today. Chapter 281. Evening conversations. As night fell, the bamboo hut, which had originally housed only Gu Yuan, now buzzed with life. Mengbao, I heard from Xiaoji that you were a priestess. Is that some kind of extraordinary concept? Gu Yuan said this with a smile. For even though she had traversed into another world, she remained a staunch materialist. A priestess? Surely, that's just a gimmick, right? It's truly hard to believe. Yuanjiang, you are mistaken. Priestesses genuinely exist. But to think you are also one, I had always believed there could only be a single priestess. Zhang Mengmeng interrupted Gu Yuan with a serious tone, suddenly speaking with an air of mystery. In that case, Yuanjiang, can you see this? As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng revealed the priestess frame from her possession. In the next moment, Gu Yuan's reaction confirmed Zhang Mengmeng's suspicion, as she curiously pointed at the priestess frame in Zhang Mengmeng's hand. Mengbao, could this be a priestess's tool? Pretty much, Yuanjiang. I never believed in such things before. But since arriving here, my worldview is being reshaped daily. I feel my capacity for acceptance is growing exponentially. Zhang Mengmeng reflected on everything that had transpired, feeling a wave of emotion. Suddenly recalling something, she grasped Gu Yuan's hand. By the way, you should give it a try too. With a puzzled expression, Gu Yuan listened as Zhang Mengmeng briefly recounted how she had obtained the priestess frame and activated its functions. Gu Yuan's excitement was palpable, her eagerness evident. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng produced a small bone needle she carried with her. Gu Yuan carefully took it, pricked her little finger, and directed the droplet of blood towards the priestess frame. In the next instant, the frame shone brilliantly. Both were captivated by its radiance, especially Zhang Mengmeng, who anticipated new priestly inheritances. However, to her dismay, after a burst of light, the priestess frame revealed no changes, displaying only the previously seen priestly spells. with nothing new to offer. Zhang Mengmeng scrutinized the pages multiple times. Yet the outcome remained unchanged, leaving her perplexed. Could it be that only one individual in each generation is capable of wielding the shaman's frame? However, what then accounts for the brilliance she had just witnessed? Zhang Mengmeng found herself perplexed, while Gu Yuanyuan beside her chuckled softly and nonchalantly replied, "Mengbao. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. From now on, you shall be the one to protect me." Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her brows in contemplation, turning to say, "Yuan Jiang, why don't you give it a try and see if you can decipher the words on this?" Gu Yuanyuan directed her gaze to the indicated spot, at times nodding in agreement and at others shaking her head. In that moment, Zhang Mengmeng grasped the situation, apart from her own inherited witchcraft. Gu Yuanyuan could perceive all other forms of magic. This realization sparked a thought. If she could see it, then it surely meant she could master this magic as well. Zhang Mengmeng eagerly grasped Gu Yuanyuan's hand, embarking on yet another round of experimentation. Until the stroke of midnight, the two of them joyfully engaged in a plethora of magical trials, resembling children who had just received delightful new toys. Mengbao, this object eye technique is akin to surveillance. Isn't it? How incredibly convenient. Gu Yuanyuan exclaimed, her mind racing with the possibilities of peeking into various places through the object eye. Indeed. And this tracking technique is also quite practical. Yuan Jiang, we can indulge in endless mischief from now on. Meow, she giggled. Oh, Mengbao, you truly understand me. This is nothing short of a golden key. It appears I shall no longer be troubled. Chapter 282, The Involuntary Troubled? Yuan Jiang, what weighs on your mind? Zhang Mengmeng inquired. It's about Xiaoji, the one you met earlier. I wish to help him. You have no idea of the tragic circumstances surrounding his life. Gu Yuanyuan then recounted the tale of Hu Zhi's unfortunate past in meticulous detail. Upon hearing it, Zhang Mengmeng felt a wave of sympathy wash over her. Though her knowledge was limited, she couldn't shake the feeling. Yuan Jiang, while he certainly deserves compassion, I can't help but sense a profound depth in that nine-tailed fox. You must exercise caution. Zhang Mengmeng recalled the enigmatic smile of Hu Zhi when she had gazed upon him, her concern evident. Mengbao, he is not actually a nine-tailed fox. Gu Yuanyuan first responded earnestly, only to then reflect somberly. I know that, but Xiaoji has endured a most unfortunate upbringing. I believe he did not choose to become who he is now, and besides, I feel he has a fondness for me. As she spoke, Gu Yuanyuan revealed a rare, bashful smile that was seldom seen before Zhang Mengmeng. Taken aback, Zhang Mengmeng remarked, is it about to rain, or are you about to get married? Yuan Jiang, you have truly become a woman ensnared by love. Not a poet, merely a fool, Zhang Mengmeng mused, pondering how her dear friend, once so aloof and detached from worldly affairs, had transformed into a love-stricken maiden, even expressing thoughts of remaining unmarried in the future. Who are you calling a fool? Gu Yuanyuan, though slightly befuddled, caught on to some key words and retorted, whoever responds to me shall be deemed one. At this, Gu Yuanyuan merely shot Zhang Mengmeng a glare, before suddenly recalling something. By the way, Mengbao, Xiaoji mentioned to me earlier that you were summoned by malevolent sorcery, while I was summoned by the beast god. What does that mean? Do you understand? Upon hearing Gu Yuanyuan's inquiry, Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback. However, she swiftly recounted everything the high priest had revealed to her. While an unsettling premonition suddenly crept into her mind. How could that fox, Xi, possibly know such things? And if he did, why would he divulge this information to Yuanyuan? Was it a deliberate act or an inadvertent slip of the tongue? She preferred to believe the former. Gu Yuanyuan, upon absorbing this information, appeared enlightened. In the next moment, she solemnly grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand and said, Mengbao, now it is just the two of us here. You must take care of yourself. Perhaps one day we will return to our own world. As they broached this topic, both felt a pang of melancholy. Yet, this somber atmosphere was soon shattered by Gu Yuanyuan's playful remark. By the way, Mengbao, is that tall fellow we met today your partner? This time, it was Zhang Mengmeng who felt a rush of embarrassment, though she maintained a greater composure than Gu Yuanyuan. With a gentle cough, she feigned calmness and replied, yes. His name is Hu Xiao, and he is my partner. We already have 2 children. Despite Zhang Mengmeng's serene demeanor, Gu Yuanyuan was far from composed upon hearing this news. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, and she raised her voice. What? You already have 2 children? Mengbao, you are quite speedy. Where are your little ones? Gu Yuanyuan couldn't help but tease. Wait a minute, didn't you say you just arrived less than a year ago? How can there be 2 children already? She exclaimed again, astonished. It only takes 3 months for the tiger clan to conceive, Zhang Mengmeng replied, her cheeks flushed. However, she quickly added, neither Xiaoji nor I have taken that step yet. Gu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of envy. Never mind, have you forgotten our motto? Gu Yuanyuan declared with a tone of determination. We women, whatever we desire, we shall obtain it. Chapter 283, The Thoughts of Fox Ji that night. Many remained sleepless. Some engaged in lengthy conversations, others wrestled with their thoughts, while yet others tossed and turned restlessly. Regardless of their willingness, the night would inevitably pass. And dawn was destined to arrive. Many people and many things might deceive you, but only the new day is undeniably real. The following morning, Fox Ji awoke early. He had hardly slept the previous night, feeling as if something was amiss. It dawned on him that every other night, she would stay and chat with him before leaving. She was different from anyone else. He was aware of this. Yet, he never dared to ponder whether this difference stemmed from her identity or from her as a person. He had been trodden upon for far too long and had endured too much. This time, fortune smiled upon him, delivering her into his presence. How could he let this opportunity slip away? However, at times, when the shrill laughter from the bamboo house across the way pierced the air, threatening to engulf him in its merriment, he found himself irresistibly drawn to listen intently to the sounds that resonated within. Such laughter was not meant to intrude upon his meticulously crafted plans. Yet, a voice within him whispered, let it be, let it be. For his scheme was on the verge of commencing. Despite his repeated assurances to himself that there was nothing amiss, slumber eluded him. And it was only when the sunlight streamed through the window that he realized an entire night had slipped away. Countless nights had passed in a similar fashion, and he had long grown accustomed to them. Thus, he proceeded, as he always did, to tidy up briefly before preparing a modest meal, readying himself to venture towards the bamboo house. Inside the bamboo dwelling, all was quiet, the previous night's joviality now a distant memory, leaving only two individuals peacefully slumbering in bed, their limbs intertwined in a tender embrace, exuding an intimacy that rendered them utterly defenseless, as if each were the sole support of the other. This scene was somewhat jarring. They remained ensconced in their dreams. Though he knew this was due to their late-night revelry, Huji could not help but feel a tinge of irritation. How could these two have so much to converse about? He suspected that his own insomnia was closely linked to the incessant clamor they had produced the previous night. To his surprise, it was not until noon that the two began to stir languidly from their slumber. Upon noticing the simple meal laid out before them, Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuanyuan's eyes brightened, and after a brief tidying up, they began to eat. Zhang Mengmeng indulged in her meal for quite some time before finally pausing. She nudged Gu Yuanyuan with her arm and inquired, is this from your significant other? It certainly seems rather thoughtful. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanyuan smiled softly and nodded slightly. Xiao Ji is a genuinely kind person, which is one of the reasons I hold affection for him. Are you certain it's not merely his appearance that captivates you? Zhang Mengmeng asked, her words slightly muddled as she continued to eat. Mengmeng, while looks do hold some significance, his personality truly ignites my protective instincts. Moreover, he can be adorably prideful at times, which is utterly charming. Zhang Mengmeng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but sarcastically remark, Yuan Yuan. Are you sure you're not describing a mischievous child? Shouldn't one seek a partner who can offer protection? In response, Gu Yuanyuan vehemently disagreed. Not necessarily. I don't wish to be perpetually safeguarded. I aspire to be the protector of others. All right then, I understand. Since this is what you desire, I shan't say more. Just call me if you need assistance, Zhang Mengmeng replied, her mouth full, thus averting a potential clash between the two. What went unnoticed by them was a fleeting shadow outside the room as they conversed. Chapter 284, The Enigmatic Peach Orchard. Did she truly say that? A low male voice echoed in the stillness of the room, followed by a respectful female voice promptly affirming. A palpable silence enveloped the air. And the man who had spoken earlier, with his silver hair and shimmering purple eyes reflecting contemplation, was none other than Hu Ji. He had commanded his subordinates to remain at the small cottage, eavesdropping on the two, but to his dismay, much of their conversation eluded his comprehension. Yet, one thing seemed certain, she harbored feelings for him. The question remained, when juxtaposed with Zhang Mengmeng, whom would she choose? A smile, so enchanting it seemed almost otherworldly, graced Hu Ji's lips. Little did anyone know, the more joy he appeared to express, the more emotionless his glimmering purple eyes became. Little Mengbao, Xiao Ji says he will take us to an exciting place. Upon her return from meeting Hu Ji, Gu Yuanyuan excitedly shared this news with Zhang Mengmeng. An exciting place? Zhang Mengmeng responded with a hint of skepticism, but quickly followed with, "Sure, let's go together." As they stepped out of the cottage, they found Hu Ji, who had been waiting patiently, leaning against the door like a picturesque painting. "Xiaoji, Miming and I have arrived. Where are we heading?" "Little ones. You will discover it upon arrival," Hu Ji replied with a gentle smile, pulling Gu Yuanyuan's wrist. Zhang Mengmeng, standing behind Gu Yuanyuan, couldn't resist and discreetly nudged her friend, winking mischievously. "Little one, huh?" Caught off guard by her friend's playful revelation, Gu Yuanyuan felt a flush of embarrassment but managed to maintain her composure, returning a knowing glance to Zhang Mengmeng. "You wouldn't understand." Zhang Mengmeng revealed a sly smile, shaking her head helplessly as she followed the two ahead. After walking for a while, the view before them opened up, revealing rows of peach trees, their pink petals drifting gracefully in the breeze. For a moment, one could easily mistake this scene for a painting. Both Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuanyuan halted in their tracks, staring in a daze at the enchanting peach orchard. "Isn't this simply breathtaking?" Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed first. "They say there are 10 miles of peach blossoms, but what lies before us stretches far beyond that." The pink petals carpeting the ground create a vast, dreamy tapestry. Gu Yuanyuan, equally mesmerized by the beauty surrounding her, thought of the fisherman from the tale of the peach blossom spring. Perhaps, upon entering this utopia, he beheld a scene just like this one. The beauty here was almost otherworldly. As they continued to marvel at the sight, both women suddenly realized that they were now alone. "Mimeng?" Gu Yuanyuan called out, glancing around to find not only Hu Ji absent, but also Zhang Mengmeng had vanished without a trace. Tentatively, she ventured to the sides, only to discover that the landscape was dominated solely by peach trees, with no sign of human presence. Perplexed, Gu Yuanyuan pressed onward, but the path appeared endless, and her sense of unease grew. Yet, she reassured herself that since it was Xiao Ji who had brought her here, there must be no cause for concern. After a moment of self-encouragement, she continued forward, when suddenly, a noise emanated from her right, a sound that suggested the presence of multiple people. Excitedly, Gu Yuanyuan rushed over. Chapter 285. Unbelievable, however, upon arriving, she was confronted with an unexpected scene. Before her stood familiar figures engaged in an unimaginable act. It was a glitch she had only ever read about in novels. Her best friend had become entangled with her most cherished crush. Indeed, the two before her were Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Ji, and the silver-haired, violet-eyed man was embracing her closest friend in an intimate manner, his long, jade-like hand wrapped around her. "Mengmeng." Gu Yuanyuan couldn't help but exclaim, convinced she must be dreaming to witness such a trite scenario unfold before her. Zhang Mengmeng appeared oblivious, as if she had not heard at all. Due to the angle, it was difficult to discern her expression. Yet the other party seemed utterly unresponsive to her calls. "Xiaoji?" Gu Yuanyuan took a tentative step forward and called out once more, but the gentle, smiling figure she had always known was now indifferent to her plea. What left her in disbelief was the very next moment, the man with shimmering violet eyes, who had always filled her heart with joy and showered her with tenderness, lowered his head and pressed his soft pink lips against her best friend's. A thunderous shock reverberated in Gu Yuanyuan's mind, rendering her momentarily incapable of thought. She had always scoffed at the tragic cliches portrayed in television dramas and novels, dismissing them as mere fabrications designed to capture attention. Yet, as this scene unfolded before her, she was engulfed by a sorrow that felt like a slow death to her heart. One was her dearest friend in this life, the other, the person she cherished most. It simply should not be this way. It was as though a dream, a happiness within reach, had abruptly transformed into a fragile bubble, an elusive mirage. By the time Gu Yuanyuan regained her senses, she had exited the peach grove. The grove behind her remained enchanting, dutifully exuding its charm, with falling cherry blossoms creating an endless spectacle. However, the beholder had long lost the desire to appreciate the beauty surrounding her. The most ironic aspect of existence is when one believes that happiness is within their grasp, only to be met with a cruel jest from the heavens, lightly whispering, "What happiness is but an illusion, all an illusion." Gu Yuanyuan left the grove in a daze, oblivious to the fact that as she turned away, another figure she had just seen, Zhang Mengmeng, equally incredulous, was also stepping out. Her expression mirrored Gu Yuanyuan's disbelief and despair, yet they were walking in completely opposite directions, thus missing the chance to see one another. This was a coincidence, yet was it not also a small jest of fate? Unbeknownst to them, a silver-haired man with violet eyes emerged from the peach grove, observing the direction in which the two departed, his expression complex, tinged with sadness and a hint of inscrutable amusement. From a young age, he had realized that friendship was one of the most laughable concepts in the world. People merely came together for temporary gains. And when one's interests clashed with another's presence, they would unhesitatingly choose themselves. He eagerly anticipated what would unfold next. Chapter 286. Childhood Memories. Gu Yuanyuan had scarcely any recollection of how she returned to the bamboo house. She did not even enter, but instead sat down heavily on the railing outside, her gaze vacantly fixed on the sky. Today, the sky was a brilliant blue. The kind that was captivating, with clusters of clouds that reminded her of a scene from long ago, when she was in elementary school. As a child, she had been a chubby girl, often teased by the boys in her class. During those days, she would enjoy standing quietly outside the classroom or wandering to the playground, staring blankly at the clouds drifting above. In her small heart, she would think, how delightful it must be to be a cloud, to float freely, to take any shape one wished, and to witness countless people and beautiful sights, unlike her, as she gazed at the clouds in silence. A cheerful child's voice interrupted her reverie. That cloud looks like an earthworm. She looked up in astonishment, only to find a small girl she recognized all too well, a cherubic face and large, innocent eyes, the epitome of the kind of child adored by adults. The reason for her familiarity was that she was her neighbor. At that time, they hadn't been very close, merely playing together on occasion. Following the direction in which the girl pointed, she gazed at the cloud, and indeed, it was unlike any other, twisted and winding, resembling a worm striving to crawl. Look, I have never seen such a peculiar cloud before. It looks so ugly as it crawls, the girl remarked, unable to contain herself. Gu Yuanyuan let out a soft laugh at the girl's words. Indeed, I've heard that if a worm is merely cut in half, it can still survive. Is that true? There's a field of rapeseed by my house. Let us catch one together next time. Zhang Mengmeng replied excitedly. From that moment onwards, they frequently watched clouds together and engaged in a plethora of delightful activities, catching tadpoles, collecting beetles, and even playing pranks. Though not sisters by blood, they were like another version of one another, so in harmony. They had once vowed to be lifelong friends. Yet, how had it come to this? Perhaps there were hidden struggles she was facing? Gu Yuanyuan mused internally, yet fear gripped her. She hesitated to ask, terrified that the answer might be her greatest dread. What would she do then? Mengmeng. Gu Yuanyuan instinctively covered her face with her hands, convincing herself that this was all a figment of her imagination. Just as she was engulfed in her own turmoil, someone approached slowly, but lost in her own world. Gu Yuanyuan failed to hear the footsteps. It was only when the figure stood before her that she sluggishly registered. Someone was there. Sweetheart, what's wrong? A familiar, gentle male voice reached her ears. But it felt as though it had penetrated her consciousness. Stunned, she merely shook her head, concealing her helplessness behind a smile. How was she to face this person now? Flee. She ought to flee. In the next instant, Gu Yuanyuan dashed into the bamboo cottage, instinctively shutting the door behind her. She had never been a strong individual. Oh heavens! Grant her just a moment to contemplate how she should confront the two people closest to her. Chapter 287. Entry prohibited. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng was equally distressed. She had witnessed a scene in the peach grove strikingly similar to that which Gu Yuanyuan had encountered. Her partner and her dearest friend were entwined in an embrace. She called out to them, yet they remained oblivious to her presence. A tumult of sorrow and anger surged within her, and when she finally regained her senses, she found herself outside the peach grove. Like Gu Yuanyuan, she left in a daze. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, she discovered Hu Xiao was waiting for her. Upon seeing her, his eyes lit up, and he promptly approached. Meng. Zhang Mengmeng, momentarily setting aside her sorrow, inquired with a hint of seriousness, Xiao, have you been here the entire time? Yes, Meng, I have been waiting for you, Hu Xiao replied with a nod, his honesty evident. What? Zhang Mengmeng suddenly regained her composure. She vividly recalled that she had entered the peach grove alongside Yuan Yuan and Hu Ji, while Hu Xiao had been absent. Moreover, Yuan Yuan had explicitly mentioned that the bamboo grove was the residence of the Fox King, and outsiders were forbidden from entering freely. Thus, Hu Xiao's presence in the bamboo grove was utterly illogical. Could it be that what she had witnessed was merely an illusion? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Mengmeng's expression darkened further. If that were the case, someone must have orchestrated it deliberately. What could their intentions be? Furthermore, since Yuan Yuan had accompanied her into the peach grove, had she also experienced the same illusion? Contemplating this possibility, Zhang Mengmeng's countenance shifted drastically, causing Hu Xiao, who stood nearby, to notice her distress. Concerned, he stepped closer and took her hand, asking earnestly, "Meng, what has happened?" Zhang Mengmeng was lost in her thoughts. Momentarily oblivious to Hu Zhao's inquiry, she continued to ponder, her anxiety mounting. If both of them had indeed witnessed a similar scene, then the architect of this illusion had truly sinister intentions. It was evident that this individual sought to sow discord between them, a rift that would be irreparable. Meng? Hu Zhao, observing that Zhang Mengmeng seemed unresponsive to his words, felt a surge of urgency. Unable to contain himself, he gently caressed her face. At last, Zhang Mengmeng snapped back to reality, her gaze meeting Hu Zhao's worried expression. She said, "Zhao, I fear something truly dreadful has transpired." Moreover, while she herself had been saddened upon witnessing the event, the moment she returned and saw Zhao, understanding dawned upon her. There was no logical reason for Hu Zhao to have been there. However, Gu Yuanyuan's situation was different. Hu Zhi had entered the peach forest alongside them. If Yuanyuan had also witnessed that scene, her naturally sensitive and delicate disposition would undoubtedly lead her to profound sorrow. A grave situation had arisen. What should she do now? She needed to venture into the bamboo grove and clarify matters with Yuanyuan. As Zhang Mengmeng contemplated her next move, she swiftly resolved to take action, turning to dash towards the bamboo grove. However, just as she reached the entrance, she was unexpectedly confronted by the Fox clan woman they had encountered several times before. Observing Zhang Mengmeng's intent to enter, the woman immediately declared, "Without the Fox King's permission, entry is forbidden." Zhang Mengmeng rushed here only to recall that Gu Yuanyuan had previously mentioned that this bamboo forest resembled a grand labyrinth. Without a guide, one would undoubtedly become lost within its depths. It seemed evident that she could not force her way through. "Then please inform the Fox King that I wish to see Yuanyuan." Since direct confrontation was unfeasible, Zhang Mengmeng resolved to adopt an alternative approach. However, she did not anticipate that this method would prove equally futile. Without the Fox King's permission, no one could enter. After uttering these words, the fox woman before her vanished once more. Chapter 288. The emergence of Fox Yi. 2 esteemed guests. The Beast King requests your presence. Just as Zhang Mengmeng was anxiously contemplating a way to breach the bamboo forest, a sudden unfamiliar voice, seemingly masculine, resonated from behind her. Indeed. Upon turning toward the source of the sound, she and Hu Zhao beheld a male fox of the Qihu lineage, characterized by his vibrant orange-red hair and crimson eyes. Zhang Mengmeng recalled Hu Zhao mentioning that this Beast King belonged to the Red Fox clan. Thus, this individual was likely one of his subordinates. "Please, this way." Noticing their silence, the newcomer respectfully gestured for them to proceed. Although it was an invitation, it carried an implicit sense of pressure. Upon reaching their destination, Zhang Mengmeng discovered numerous familiar faces among the assembly. The haughty Eagle King Ying Jian, accompanied by Elder Braid Hu, the seemingly virtuous Xue Qing, and the shadowy figure of Xue Feng trailing behind him. "Mengmeng, you truly have arrived." Just as Zhang Mengmeng caught sight of Shirlang, he dashed toward her with an exuberant expression, his smile revealing two adorable little tiger teeth, reminiscent of long-lost friends. Standing directly behind Shirlang was a more imposing figure, exuding a calm demeanor, with pure black eyes, presumably Shirlang's father, the current Lion King. Shirong cast a direct glance at Hu Zhao and nodded in acknowledgement, to which Hu Zhao responded with a smile, a rare display of friendliness from one typically so stoic. Yet, there remained one individual whose presence was anticipated but who had yet to arrive, the Beast King, Fox Yi. No one knew his intentions. After leading them here, the fox beast responsible for their guidance had vanished without a trace, leaving the assembled kings and beasts to scrutinize one another in silence, discreetly assessing each other's strengths. Zhang Mengmeng surveyed her surroundings and noticed that some individuals were discreetly observing her, particularly a gaze that sent an uncomfortable shiver down her spine. Pretending to be nonchalant, she stole a glance, and, upon catching sight of the emerald green eyes, her heart skipped a beat. It was Shi Lin from the Serpent Clan. Clearly, they would not let her departure from the Tiger Clan go unchallenged. As the crowd grew increasingly impatient, the one they had awaited finally made his tardy appearance. Strangely, this Beast King was being carried in. His towering form was awkwardly contorted upon a diminutive bamboo chair, with dense, vibrant orange fur and crimson eyes appearing somewhat dazed. With his arrival, the air became thick with a pungent scent. Many of the beastmen present were unfamiliar with the aroma, but Zhang Mengmeng recognized it with a start. It was the unmistakable scent of alcohol, a strong one at that. She had never anticipated encountering such a fragrance in the beast realm. Having been unwell lately, coupled with her physical limitations, she had kept everyone waiting. Subsequently, the fox named Hai was placed at the center, reclining in a manner that stripped him of any semblance of the Beast King's dignity, resembling instead a bewildered simpleton. The expressions of the beastmen varied, and as Zhang Mengmeng sat close to Hu Xiao, she leaned in and whispered, "Xiao, this feels quite strange." Hu Xiao nodded, reassuringly stroking her hand, his gaze imbued with a sense of comfort. No one could ascertain the intentions of the Beast King. However, with Hu Xiao by her side, Zhang Mengmeng felt an inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 289. The Beastmen's Contest. Yet, Hai's subsequent remarks caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. "Lately, I have not been well, and I find pleasure in watching the youthful and vigorous among you demonstrate your prowess. What say you all?" His meaning was abundantly clear. He wished for the beastmen present to compete. Oddly, though, Hai could have commanded the contest directly by virtue of his authority as Beast King. Yet he opted for an inquisitive tone. Upon hearing this, Xueqing subtly cast a glance at a leader from the hyena clan to her right, who promptly responded, "Since it is the Beast King's wish, we shall respectfully comply." Many leaders of smaller tribes echoed his agreement. However, the manner of the competition required the Beast King's determination. At that moment, with a smile upon his face, Xueqing spoke, gazing at Hai, his dark silver eyes inscrutable. Hai returned the smile, surveying the crowd before declaring, "Let this Beast King designate a challenger first. This individual may contest any present. Should they emerge victorious, they may continue to challenge. Should they falter, the defeated may then select the next contender. How does this proposition sit with you?" After speaking, Hai seemed to glance in a certain direction once more. "Since it was the Beast King's decree, it shall be so." To Zhang Mengmeng's astonishment, the one who responded was none other than the Silent Lion King, Shirong, the father of Shirlang. Zhang Mengmeng, feeling somewhat uneasy, gently nudged Hu Xiao, only to be met with a reassuring gaze from him. However, this felt rather dull. At that moment, with a beaming smile, Xueqing interjected, suggesting that since it was a competition, adding a touch of excitement would render it more intriguing. "In my opinion, the ultimate victor could take home a female companion from the event. Wouldn't that be rather delightful?" After uttering these words, Hu seemed to cast a lingering glance in Zhang Mengmeng's direction, whether intentionally or not. Upon hearing Xueqing's words, a surge of intense anger welled up within Zhang Mengmeng's chest. How audacious of Xueqing to utter such remarks, clearly aimed at her. It appears he has not yet relinquished his hopes. What a scheming individual he is. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the Snow Leopard King possesses a rather intriguing disposition. This request, I find, is not entirely unreasonable. However, the decision of whom to designate as the first among us is quite perplexing. With that, Hu earnestly surveyed the assembled beastmen, his fingers subtly twirling in the air before finally settling on a particular direction. Upon noticing where his finger pointed, Xueqing could not help but smile. Yet, unexpectedly, although Hu seemed to indicate that direction, his words hinted at further contemplation. "Oh, it would be rather unexciting for this Beast King to make the choice. How about this? Let the esteemed shamaness who has journeyed from the Tiger clan be the one to decide." In that moment, Hu unexpectedly cast the dilemma upon Zhang Mengmeng, causing Xueqing, who had initially believed victory was assured, to pale in countenance, his gaze now fixed intently upon Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng, upon hearing these words, Zhang Mengmeng was instantly struck by a sense of foreboding. This challenge, though seemingly equitable, bore an inherent unfairness. Whom should she choose to ensure the optimal outcome? Chapter 290. Strategies for Response. Zhang Mengmeng pondered swiftly within her heart. Was it Xueqing? If he were chosen, would he select Xiao as his opponent? Or perhaps it would be the one whose sole focus was brute force, Ingjian. Should he be chosen, he would undoubtedly opt for what he deemed the strongest contender. The Beast King displaying any sign of weakness today would likely fail to capture his attention, which might lead him to select Shirlang. She was aware that Shui harbored malice towards her. If he were chosen, he might very well choose Hu Xiao as his adversary first. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck Zhang Mengmeng. Did not the Beast King wish to see the youth in combat? Thus, allowing the youngest present to commence the challenges today would surely be a spectacle to behold. She was taking a gamble, for it was evident that it was a trap. No choice seemed appropriate, as there was a risk of exposing Hu Xiao, not to mention the potential to incite enemies. As for the females mentioned by the Snow Leopard King in this contest for the Beast King, there were plenty. Perhaps it would be better if the young man who ultimately lost could receive personal guidance from the Beast King, while the victor would be blessed by this priestess with the totem of their tribe's beast god. In this manner, Not only could the Beast King showcase his appreciation for talent, but it would also win the hearts of the people. Oh, upon hearing these words, Hai displayed keen interest. Directing his gaze toward the eloquent Zhang Mengmeng, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes before he smiled and remarked, "I shall grant the priestess her due respect. What does everyone think?" As anticipated, no objections arose from the crowd below. Even Xueqing cast a surprised glance at Zhang Mengmeng, deep in thought and remaining silent, seemingly acquiescent. The blessing of the beast god was something the beastmen had only heard of in legends, said to enhance the reproduction of a tribe, something the beastmen yearned for deeply. With that, let the proceedings commence. Finally, it was over. "Xiao, do you think my response this morning was satisfactory?" Zhang Mengmeng stretched, yawning as she held Hu Xiao's hand, her energy waning as she inquired. "Ming, you did wonderfully," Hu Xiu praised, affectionately ruffling Zhang Mengmeng's hair and tightening his embrace around her. Even though he recognized that his little one was growing increasingly adept, he could not help but feel a strong desire to protect her, to hold her close. This sentiment grew ever more urgent and increasingly difficult to endure. Zhang Mengmeng reminisced about the recent competition, and as anticipated, the martial prowess of the younger generation present remained within manageable limits. Although this round had concluded, a definitive victor had yet to emerge. Consequently, Hai instructed everyone to return for the time being, indicating that the contest would resume the following day. Upon receiving compliments from Hu Xiao and being affectionately ruffled on the head, Zhang Mengmeng, now a mother of two, felt her cheeks flush. She had intended to maintain a semblance of seriousness, yet her words emerged in a playful tone. "Xiao, please refrain from tousling my hair. I am a mother now." Hu Xiao chuckled softly, shaking his head in bemusement, and deftly shifted the conversation to another topic. "Meng, you must not stray from my side in the coming days." Zhang Mengmeng tilted her head in confusion, as Hu Xiao continued, "Fox Yi is not to be underestimated." "Do you know how he became the Beast King?" Hu Xiao unexpectedly posed this question. "I do. I've heard that it was merely through the influence of his woman that he ascended to power," she replied. "That is but one aspect." Hu Xiao's expression grew serious. He not only compelled several royal beasts to relinquish their claims to the title, but also, in the final contest, defeated the undefeated Lian Ong by his own strength. What? This revelation astonished Zhang Mengmeng. She had always believed that Fox Yi had risen through the favor of a woman. Yet it seemed his prowess was indeed formidable. Lian Ong, the father of Lian Lang, possessed a top-tier royal beast lineage. His strength comparable to that of the dark golden tiger king during his prime, and yet he was bested by Fox Yi. Clearly, this individual should not be underestimated. Chapter 291. Discovering the truth upon their return to the bamboo cottage. Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao were taken aback to find an unexpected visitor awaiting them, the enigmatic woman of the Fox clan. Even more surprising was her announcement. "Lord Yuan wishes to see you." With that, she promptly advanced into the bamboo grove. Zhang Mengmeng, without a moment to ponder, nodded at Hu Xiao and quickly followed suit. After navigating a convoluted path led by the Fox clan woman, they finally arrived at their destination, only to discover that it was not the familiar bamboo cottage, but rather an unfamiliar forest. A sense of unease crept into Zhang Mengmeng's heart as she contemplated inquiring about their location, only to realize that the Fox clan woman had vanished without a trace. Zhang Mengmeng was perplexed, meticulously observing the surrounding terrain, which appeared to be a small thicket, disordered and chaotic. As she scanned her surroundings, a sudden glimmer caught her eye. She spotted Gu Yuan. A petite figure emerged in her line of sight, familiar to both, leaving no doubt as to their identities. However, the distance obscured Zhang Mengmeng's view of Gu Yuan's expression, just as Gu Yuan could not discern hers. They merely gazed at each other from afar. "Mengmeng." It was Gu Yuan who called out first. Though separated by a significant distance, Zhang Mengmeng could still hear her desperate cry, a testament to the fervor with which she shouted. That single call nearly brought tears to Zhang Mengmeng's eyes. They had promised to be friends for a lifetime. Yuan, I'm here," Zhang Mengmeng replied with all her might. In the next moment, without any prior agreement, they both instinctively began to run towards each other, summoning every ounce of speed within them. The gap between them diminished 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, just as their hands were about to touch. Zhang Mengmeng's hand suddenly fell into emptiness. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld her friend, who was supposed to stand beside her, now appearing shorter than herself. In confusion, she looked down, only to discover that Gu Yuan's legs were ensnared in the mire beneath them. In their haste to reach one another, They had remained oblivious to the fact that the ground beneath their feet was a treacherous swamp, nearly indistinguishable from the earth itself. Zhang Mengmeng did not ponder for long. She simply took a step forward and firmly grasped Gu Yuanyuan's hand. Gu Yuanyuan's body continued to sink, slowly and gradually. Yet it was accompanied by a haunting sense of despair that seemed to devour the soul. No, she absolutely refused. Zhang Mengmeng instinctively clutched Gu Yuanyuan's hand tightly. Mengmeng, let go of me. If this continues, you will be ensnared as well. Gu Yuanyuan's almond-shaped eyes locked onto Zhang Mengmeng with unwavering determination as she forcefully attempted to shake off her grip. However, her single hand could not rival the strength of Zhang Mengmeng's two, and she stubbornly held on. Yuanyuan, listen to me. What we witnessed that day was not the truth. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanyuan's expression softened considerably. After contemplating throughout the night, she resolved to clarify things with Zhang Mengmeng. She could not believe that her friend would ever engage in such actions. They had promised to be lifelong friends. Seeing the blend of sorrow and tenderness on Gu Yuanyuan's face only deepened Zhang Mengmeng's distress. She clung to Gu Yuanyuan's hand, shouting, "It was all a deliberate illusion. It was designed to sow discord between us." Chapter 292. Lifelong Friends observing Zhang Mengmeng, who was desperately clinging to the truth even in such dire circumstances. Gu Yuanyuan could only extend her other hand and summon all her strength to resolutely pry Zhang Mengmeng's fingers apart. In the end, only her voice remained, soft yet astonishingly gentle. "Mengmeng, I am a flawed friend, but please, you must continue to live well." This was the extent of her capabilities, though she had long anticipated the truth. The revelation still struck her with an overwhelming sadness. She had almost completely misjudged her friend. She truly felt like an inadequate companion. Thus, Gu Yuanyuan released her hold on Zhang Mengmeng, allowing the mire to consume her slowly like a monstrous entity. She closed her eyes, let her hands fall, and felt her body sinking gradually. Yuanyuan. When Zhang Mengmeng was cast aside, witnessing Gu Yuanyuan's descent, her eyes had already turned red. In the next moment, she smiled and, without a second thought, leapt into the mire alongside her. In that instant, a similarly gentle yet youthful voice echoed within Zhang Mengmeng's heart. "Do not be lost. Once you have chosen the path you desire, walk it with unwavering resolve." It was during her moment of hesitation between choosing the humanities or the sciences that she spoke to herself. Each time she found herself lost, she would encourage herself, her voice imbued with a magical, calming power. In that instant, she could no longer afford to dwell on the complexities. She could not bear to witness the demise of what was before her. How cruel it was. When Gu Yuanyuan closed her eyes and felt the warmth radiating from an arm, she abruptly opened her eyes. Before her was Zhang Mengmeng, so close. In that fleeting moment, words escaped her. The two of them stared at each other in astonishment, until Zhang Mengmeng, her voice tinged with tears, broke the silence. "We promised." Without a moment's thought, Gu Yuanyu and instinctively replied, "To be lifelong friends." After uttering this, she found herself unable to articulate anything further. What do the words friends truly signify to the world? Are they the sisters who shop and roam together? The classmates who exchange gifts? Or the confidants who share heartfelt conversations? Gu Yuanyuan was uncertain of what friendship meant to others, but to her, Zhang Mengmeng was the most significant presence beyond family, like another version of herself. A person may harbor self-loathing, may argue with their inner self at times, yet there will always come a moment of reconciliation. After witnessing that scene that day, feelings of disappointment, sadness, and anger surged within her, unveiling a depth of emotion she had never realized she possessed. She knew there was something amiss. Yet she feared the truth and even contemplated, if such a thing were to occur, she would graciously let them be. She was not a person of great magnanimity. Yet such thoughts lingered in her heart, and she had never betrayed the trust placed in her. It had been so in the past, and it remained unchanged. "Mengbao," she pondered, almost in a whisper, "do you think if we were to die, we could return to the future?" Zhang Mengmeng grasped Gu Yuanyuan's hand tightly. Although her body trembled, she smiled at Gu Yuanyuan and said, "Yuanyuan, we shall be just fine." Zhang Mengmeng spoke with a carefree tone, for she wished to spare her friend any additional worries, yet deep within her heart, she harbored little hope. As she sank deeper into her predicament, her mind raced, contemplating possible solutions. Unbeknownst to her, a figure concealed in the shadows was observing this scene unfold from beginning to end. In Chapter 293, the plan fails. Not far from Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuanyuan, a silver-haired man with violet eyes stood motionless amidst the dark thicket. Gazing at this unexpected tableau, it was not how things were meant to transpire. It should not have been this way. His original scheme was to ensnare Gu Yuanyuan first, anticipating that Zhang Mengmeng would watch him passively, gripped by the instinct to survive. In turn, Gu Yuanyuan would come to realize that her so-called friend was nothing more than a cold-hearted creature, indifferent to her plight. The only ally she could rely upon was him. Moreover, after the events of that day, they had not crossed paths again, and surely their hearts had grown distant. Yet, here they were, one willing to sever ties and face death alone, while the other had recklessly leapt into the abyss. Enough, truly enough. A wave of inexplicable agitation surged within him. As Hu Ji became aware of the passage of time, a flicker of panic darted across his eyes, prompting him to hastily emerge from the woods, a long bamboo pole, which he had prepared in advance, clutched tightly in his hand. Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuanyuan felt that the speed of their descent seemed to accelerate with each passing moment. Although they remained perfectly still, they were helpless against the slowly encroaching mire that threatened to engulf them. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes as a long bamboo pole extended towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Gu Yuanyuan's hand, and together they clutched the pole. Gu Yuanyuan exclaimed in delight, "Xiaoji!" Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuanyuan supported each other, taking deliberate steps forward. Before them stood Hu Ji, her gaze gentle as she inquired, "My dear, how did you find yourselves in such a predicament? Let us not dwell on that for now. Help us ascend." Zhang Mengmeng brusquely interrupted Hu Ji's inquiry. Though the timing of Hu Ji's appearance was indeed suspicious, they could not afford to linger on such thoughts. Their escape was of paramount importance. Having been ensnared in the mire for but a fleeting moment, their emergence felt equally swift. Yet that interval spent trapped in the quagmire felt interminable. Once ashore, Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuanyuan exchanged smiles before embracing tightly. Hu Ji, standing nearby, suddenly felt like an outsider, despite her preference for solitude. As the saying goes, survival from great peril leads to future blessings. Gu Yuanyuan smiled at Zhang Mengmeng, exclaiming, "It seems fortune favors us." Indeed, Zhang Mengmeng nodded. Yet as Hu Ji stood behind Gu Yuanyuan, she unexpectedly noticed the intensity of Hu Ji's gaze upon her. What a gaze it was! It resembled that of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, fixated on its prey, poised to strike. Those exquisitely beautiful purple eyes somehow evoked a chilling sensation. Nonetheless, our salvation is owed to the timely arrival of the Fox King. Zhang Mengmeng quickly shifted the subject towards Hu Ji, who stood behind Gu Yuanyuan. Speaking of which, Gu Yuanyuan turned to face Hu Ji, her charming almond-shaped eyes sparkling. "Indeed, we are grateful to you, little Ji." At that moment, while Gu Yuanyuan and Hu Ji exchanged glances, Zhang Mengmeng observed a transformation in Hu Ji's expression. The menacing look that had once suggested predatory intent vanished, as if consumed by flames, replaced by a gentle warmth. "Yuanyuan, I'm relieved to see you unharmed. I was truly worried for you." Upon hearing the word worried, Gu Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively grasped Hu Ji's hand as if to affirm her presence. "Little Ji, rest assured, I'm perfectly fine." At her words, a shadow flickered across Hu Ji's eyes. No, it was anything but fine. Presently, his plan sounded like a mere jest. Chapter 294. A most fortuitous coincidence, however. As Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuanyuan stepped out of the forest together, Zhang Mengmeng noticed something rather peculiar. While Hu Ji and Yuanyuan conversed, she subtly glanced at their feet, a look of astonishment crossing her face. Just moments ago, they had been struggling in the mire. Yet now their feet appeared pristine, untouched by any filth. This was undeniably strange. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at Hu Ji's back with a hint of doubt, hesitating over whether to reveal this peculiarity to Yuanyuan. It appeared that Yuanyuan held a deep fondness for the Fox King named Hu Ji, and if she were to misjudge the situation, it would indeed be unfortunate. "Mengbao, you should return and rest well. Xiaoji has matters she wishes to discuss with me." Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Gu Yuanyuan, with a reluctant embrace, held Zhang Mengmeng tightly, her face adorned with a gentle and earnest smile. "I shall come to find you tomorrow." Mengmeng nodded, her thoughts lingering unspoken. Under usual circumstances, the perceptive Gu Yuanyuan would have undoubtedly sensed her unease. However, for reasons unknown, Yuanyuan seemed somewhat distracted as well. Thus, the two, each burdened with their own concerns, parted ways at the crossroads, where once they would have entrusted their very lives to one another. Now, they found themselves lost in thought, hesitant and bewildered, each worried for the other. Zhang Mengmeng discerned an anomaly, and Gu Yuanyuan too was not oblivious to the peculiarity, which was precisely the source of her heavy heart. The timing of Xiaoji's appearance was undeniably coincidental, prompting profound contemplation. The more Gu Yuanyuan reflected, the more her heart brimmed with trepidation. If her beloved encountered peril, would she not come to her rescue? Is that not what true friends are for? It was truly moving. The words once spoken by the man echoed in her mind like a chilling incantation, reverberating incessantly. Suddenly, Gu Yuanyuan felt a familiar sight before her, an elegant bamboo house. A voice in her mind urged her to halt, yet her body, propelled by inertia, continued forward. The dissonance within her caused her to lurch ahead. And just as she was about to tumble, a slender hand appeared in the nick of time to prevent this calamity. Accompanied by a voice as gentle as a whisper, "Beloved, what are you thinking?" This voice, once a source of fascination and joy, now seemed to bind her heart in an invisible grip. However, in the next moment, Gu Yuanyuan distinctly heard her own voice inquire, "Xiaozhi, was all of this orchestrated by you?" Her tone was remarkably calm. Yet she was acutely aware that her heart teetered on the brink of collapse, yet she would not betray this turmoil. It was her nature to present a facade of tranquility even in sorrow. "Beloved, what are you saying? I don't understand. Were you frightened today?" Hu Zhi's gaze shifted slightly, and then he tenderly caressed Gu Yuanyuan's soft cheek. As she gazed into his shimmering purple eyes, she undeniably felt affection for him. Yet now it only invoked a sense of melancholy. Did her feelings truly matter to him? Or could it be that he genuinely cared for her? Although she was uncertain how he had managed it last time, the only ones present had been him, Mengmeng, and herself. Reflecting on it now, his culpability seemed the most plausible. Chapter 295. A resolute decision. Beloved, what troubles you? Will you tell me? Hu Zhi's inquiry interrupted Gu Yuanyuan's reverie. Unbeknownst to her that her countenance bore an indescribable sorrow, stirring even the usually composed Hu Zhi to concern. Gu Yuanyuan lifted her gaze, meeting his violet eyes filled with worry, care, and tenderness. If all of this were a fabrication, she denied it within her heart. How could anyone exhibit such gentleness towards someone they despised? Yet, she found herself unable to confront him any longer. Such a convoluted sentiment, both loving and forbidden, yearning to understand his feelings while perpetually separated by a veil of tenderness. It was time to make a decision, otherwise it would be profoundly unfair to both of them. "Xiaozhi, listen to me. Xiaozhi, I am uncertain of your intentions, nor can I ascertain whether your affections for me are genuine. Yet, my fondness for you is profound. Alas, I find myself hesitant to nurture these feelings any longer. The events of the past and present, both intertwined with your essence, elude my comprehension. Perhaps a separation would serve us better." As she uttered her sentiments, Gu Yuanyuan's countenance betrayed an emotion akin to impending tears, yet her words were articulated with unwavering clarity, devoid of hesitation. In that moment, it felt as if the entirety of Hu Zhi's world plunged into darkness. Dislike, separation, alone once more. No, that is a fate he cannot accept. Yet, in an instant, Hu Zhi resolved within himself, "I understand. Before you depart, might you indulge me with one last glance?" The plea, tender and heart-wrenching, seemed almost a supplication. Gu Yuanyuan, as if enchanted, lifted her gaze to meet Hu Zhi's exquisite eyes. In that fleeting moment, she perceived a flicker of otherworldly brilliance within them, and suddenly, her mind blanked, leading her to collapse into Hu Zhi's embrace. "Rest well, my dear. Upon awakening, you shall remember only me." After gently placing Gu Yuanyuan upon the bed in the bamboo cottage, Hu Zhi pressed a soft kiss to her forehead before quietly closing the door behind him. In the bamboo grove, a voice inquired, "What is the current situation?" The speaker, Hu Zhi, was only visible from behind, his tone exuding calmness and composure, reminiscent of a monarch wielding the power of life and death. Yet, a frontal view would reveal the truth. This seemingly unflappable individual bore a pale visage and a dazed expression, akin to that of a forsaken child. The Beast King had intended for the various tribal kings to engage in conflict, yet the shamanist from the Tiger clan, using the Beast God's blessing as bait, turned the situation into a contest among the younger generations. Standing behind Hu Zhi was the elusive woman from the Fox clan, her dark hair cascading down, obscuring her visage. Upon hearing the term shamanist, Hu Zhi's body trembled slightly, and in the next instant, his unfocused gaze seemed to finally sharpen as he commanded, "Proceed as planned." "Understood," came the respectful voice in response. "Hucking, have you ever harbored feelings for a beastman?" Just as the Fox clan woman, Hucking, thought she might soon be free to depart, she was unexpectedly confronted with this inquiry. She shook her head. "No, my lord." Upon receiving this answer, the Fox King, who always exuded a chilling calmness, seemed to let out a faint sigh. "I understand. You may go. Fox Ching sensed that the other party seemed to want to inquire about something, yet the conversation ultimately fell into an unresolved silence. Chapter 296. Fox Ji out of control. After Fox Ching departed, only the solitary figure of Fox Ji remained, standing desolate. At that moment, he gazed at the bamboo house ahead, and a multitude of previously inconsequential memories surged through his mind. Xiao Ji, if you're unhappy, there's no need to keep smiling. Even if you cry, I will not mock you. Xiao Ji, I like you. Xiao Ji, do not fear. I will always be by your side. Ultimately, he returned to that haunting thought. But now, Xiao Ji, I dare not love you any longer. It is perhaps wiser for us to part ways. Liars, all of them liars. They had clearly promised to remain by his side. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Fox Ji hurriedly dashed forward. However, upon reaching the bamboo house, the wide-open door seemed to reflect his worst fears. No. In that instant, Fox Ji's usual gentle demeanor shattered, leaving only panic and dread in its wake. Upon entering the house, the furious shout of a woman by the bed failed to regain his attention. He merely stood there, dazed, as if his soul had momentarily vacated his body, transforming him into a soulless automaton. What have you done to Yuan Yuan? Before him stood Zhang Mengmeng, having sensed something amiss and returned anxiously. When she stealthily entered the bamboo house using her perceptive abilities, she was met with the sight of Gu Yuan Yuan lying on the bed. Instinctively sensing something was wrong, she rushed to awaken her, but upon finally rousing her, she was taken aback to find Yuan Yuan gazing at her with a look of bewilderment. Alarmed, she inquired, only to discover that Gu Yuan Yuan appeared to remember nothing at all, not even her own name. Fox Ji remained silent in response to Zhang Mengmeng's questions. As he stepped forward, he noticed Gu Yuan Yuan, with her innocent eyes reminiscent of a frightened creature, retreating timidly behind Zhang Mengmeng. Answer me, Fox Ji. Why can't Yuan Yuan remember even me? Zhang Mengmeng was on the verge of madness, glaring fiercely at Fox Ji as she demanded answers. Still, Fox Ji remained mute. He reached out his hand, fully aware that it was in vain, yet his lips betrayed him, uttering the words, "Come here, dear. I am Xiao Ji." Gu Yuan Yuan regarded the unfamiliar figure before her with confusion, shrinking further, unwilling to meet his violet gaze. Fox Ji felt as though his heart was slowly fracturing. He drew closer, and just as his hand was about to touch Gu Yuan Yuan, she unexpectedly recoiled, retreating entirely behind Zhang Mengmeng. Witnessing Gu Yuan Yuan's terror, akin to that of an animal facing execution, Zhang Mengmeng trembled with rage, positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Yuan Yuan, unable to contain her fury as she shouted, "What the hell have you done to Yuan Yuan? She loved you so much." As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng's fist could no longer restrain itself and struck Hu Ji squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, he was sent flying. His body collapsing in front of the door, sprawled out on the floor like a discarded rag. "Return her to me. She belongs to me." Hu Ji seemed impervious to pain, muttering incessantly, his demeanor bordering on madness. "She is mine. She can only accompany me." With that, he scrambled to his feet, intent on forcibly seizing Gu Yuan Yuan from behind Zhang Mengmeng. Chapter 297. A life and death moment. As the frenzied Hu Ji lunged toward Gu Yuan Yuan, who was paralyzed with fear. Tears cascaded down her frightened face. Her small frame trembled as her chubby hands desperately wiped away her tears, unable to bear the sight any longer. Zhang Mengmeng seized Hu Ji's collar as he charged forward, pointing at Gu Yuan Yuan with her other hand, and exclaimed in fury, "Look at how terrified she is. Do you want her to see you as a madman?" At that moment, Hu Ji abruptly halted, half leaning on the ground, silver strands of hair cascading down. He extended his hand, gazing at Gu Yuan Yuan, who was cowering behind Zhang Mengmeng, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with terror. His long, jade-like fingers rose high, as if yearning to touch the person before him, yet hesitating to do so due to an invisible barrier. Just when Zhang Mengmeng believed he had finally regained his composure, the figure on the ground suddenly sprang to his feet and dashed toward her with remarkable speed, his hand reaching directly for her slender neck, tightening around her throat. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my precious would never have left me." His voice, stripped of its usual calm and composure, was now filled with madness, his expression frenzied, and his gaze malevolent. "As long as you are dead, she will remain with me forever." Zhang Mengmeng found herself ensnared by Hu Ji, who grasped her throat with an iron grip, feeling the air in her lungs gradually being extinguished. The man before her seemed no longer human, but rather a specter of death. She bit her lip tightly, her fist poised to strike. Yet her attempt fell futile, his movements were surprisingly agile. Zhang Mengmeng sensed the oxygen in her brain dwindling, and just as she teetered on the brink of despair, a voice emerged, miraculously halting the chaos. No, it was Gu Yuanyuan's voice. She peered from behind Zhang Mengmeng, her fear of the man palpable. Yet an inner voice urged her fervently to intervene, to put an end to this madness. Upon uttering those words, Gu Yuanyu and stepped in front of Hu Xi, trembling yet resolutely repeating, "No." The moment her voice pierced the air, Hu Xi turned his violet gaze upon her, unwavering and silent. However, when Gu Yuanyu reiterated her plea, he relinquished his hold on Zhang Mengmeng's throat. Subsequently, he exited the bamboo hut. Zhang Mengmeng, having narrowly escaped death, gazed at his retreating figure with a complex expression, and then turned to face Gu Yuanyuan, who looked at her with a bewildered countenance, as if she were her sole anchor. "Yuanyuan, I am no longer afraid." Zhang Mengmeng understood that any further inquiry would likely yield no answers, so she gently comforted her, though an overwhelming urge to weep surged within her. She recalled how her friend had described Hu Xi. "Xiao Xi is the kindest person in the world. He treats me well. However, he is adept at concealing his true self, making it difficult to discern his happiness from his sorrow." She vividly remembered her friend's expression, filled with both nostalgia and affection. "Xiao Xi had a troubled childhood. My heart aches for him. Thus I shall do all I can to assist him. He is the best person in the world. He has never turned me away." Reflecting on her friend's words and the recent harrowing events, where she had hovered between life and death, it seemed Hu Xi had been driven to madness. Yet upon Gu Yuanyuan's plea, he truly let her go. As she regarded Gu Yuanyuan, who appeared as innocent as a newborn, a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. Hu Xi must harbor feelings for Yuanyuan. Yet, how could Yuanyuan be unaware of his affections? Why then did he resort to such a deplorable method? Chapter 298, A Transformation in Yuanyuan. And on this day, Gu Yuanyuan accompanied Zhang Mengmeng. The bamboo hut nestled within the forest lay desolate, as if it had never known the presence of life. The following dawn arrived. Zhang Mengmeng awoke early in the morning, a rarity for someone who typically falls asleep the moment she hits the bed. Last night, however, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Just as she finally drifted off, she was abruptly roused at dawn, courtesy of her companion, Gu Yuanyuan, with her large, eager eyes fixated on the prospect of grilled meat. Gu Yuanyuan's plea left Zhang Mengmeng in a state of amused exasperation. Nevertheless, she responded with patience, saying, "It will be ready shortly, my dear Yuanyuan." Yet, it appeared that Gu Yuanyuan did not quite comprehend Zhang Mengmeng's words, as she repeated her request in a whimper. "Meat, to eat?" Zhang Mengmeng patiently reiterated her previous words. Then, she hurriedly called out to the outside for help from Hu Xiao. Yuan wishes to indulge in some roasted meat. Please prepare some at once." After what seemed like an eternity without any meat, Gu Yuanyuan on the bed suddenly burst into tears, her voice escalating. "Meat. I want to eat meat. Zhang Mengmeng, where is Hu Xi? She intends to end his life. How has Yuan transformed into such a mentally challenged child? Is this truly what he desires?" After great difficulty, the meat was finally acquired, and Zhang Mengmeng exhaled in relief as she handed the roasted meat to Gu Yuanyuan. Just as she felt a moment of ease, she was startled nearly out of her wits by a loud cry. "Meat. Not meat." Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Gu Yuanyuan had merely taken a bite before spitting it out, discarding even the remaining piece onto the ground, and once again erupted into wails. Zhang Mengmeng silently reminded herself that she could not strike her dear friend. Thus, she patiently lowered her head and inquired, "Yuan, this is meat. Why aren't you eating it?" To her surprise, Gu Yuanyuan did not meet Zhang Mengmeng's gaze, but instead began to weep quietly. "Indeed, you heard correctly." Zhang Mengmeng felt overwhelmed, and as she bent closer to Gu Yuanyuan, she finally discerned her muffled words. "Whoa, the meat is unpalatable." After comprehending her friend's lament, she was convinced she had misheard. What? This was meat grilled by Hu Xiao himself. How could it be distasteful? Contemplating this, she seized a skewer nearby and took a bite. It was the same familiar flavor, delightfully charred on the outside and tender within. How could it possibly be associated with the term unpalatable? Despite Zhang Mengmeng's repeated coaxing, Gu Yuanyuan merely took a tiny bite before refusing to eat any further. Amused yet exasperated, Zhang Mengmeng wondered where Hu Xi might be. If she were to encounter him again, she would make sure he understood why the flowers bloomed so vibrantly. If she could not persuade her friend to eat the grilled meat, perhaps fruits would suffice? With no other option, Zhang Mengmeng resorted to offering Gu Yuanyuan some fruit. Although Gu Yuanyuan grimaced at the absence of delectable meat, she reluctantly consumed the fruit, allowing Zhang Mengmeng to breathe a sigh of relief. as the appointed time approached. The moment of gathering mentioned by the Beast King who you had arrived. Zhang Mengmeng, with no recourse, barricaded the entrance of their bamboo hut with stones and repeatedly cautioned Gu Yuan not to venture outside, before departing with who shouted the designated meeting place. As soon as Zhang Mengmeng departed, a familiar silhouette appeared by the windowsill of the bamboo cottage. He silently entered through the window, while Gu Yuan, lying on the bed, gazed intently at this newly emerged figure. She felt a sense of familiarity, though the source of it eluded her. Chapter 299. Tempting Yuan and the two exchanged silent glances. When suddenly, Gu Yuan's stomach emitted a loud growl. She sniffled and candidly confessed her feelings. "I'm hungry." Huji, who had been standing still, broke into a smile. His smile was truly enchanting, more beautiful than a blooming garden, yet he seldom displayed such warmth. Before him stood only the almost dazed Gu Yuan, who gazed blankly at this unexpectedly handsome individual, seemingly entranced by his smile. Huji slowly approached, and with a flick of his wrist, conjured a skewer of roasted meat. In an instant, Gu Yuan's previously vacant expression transformed. Her eyes sparkled with desire as her hand instinctively reached out, only to hesitate in fear and retract. Noticing the trepidation in Gu Yuan's eyes, Huji chuckled softly and brought the meat closer to her, his smile laced with temptation. "Yuan, don't you want it? It's your favorite roasted meat." The familiar aroma wafted tantalizingly close, and Gu Yuan inhaled deeply, her gaze drifting uncontrollably towards the skewer, then cautiously averting her eyes, only to glance back again in a repetitive cycle. The enticing scent of the meat was irresistible. Her longing demeanor amused Huji, who lowered his head and deftly extracted a piece of meat from the skewer, placing it delicately in her hand. "Go ahead, eat." Gu Yuan had no reason to refuse. Meat delivered straight to her. Delicious meat. Like a timid little rabbit, she took a cautious bite, then quickly glanced at Huji as if seeking assurance of safety before devouring the skewer in just a few bites. As she finished, a gentle hand appeared by her mouth. Huji leaned in closer, tenderly wiping her lips with a soft motion, his lowered gaze filled with the image of Gu Yuan. Yet, Gu Yuan's attention was fixated on the skewer in Huji's other hand. She craved the meat, the delectable meat. Her mind was consumed with this singular thought. "Want to eat?" However, Huji deliberately raised one hand, withholding immediate gratification of her desire. "You can have it, but only if you touch it with your lips." Suddenly, Huji's voice grew hoarse. He pointed to his cheek, and his words seemed to echo the temptation of Satan, coaxing Eve to pluck the forbidden fruit. At that moment, Gu Yuan was utterly oblivious to the meaning behind it. She furrowed her delicate brows and glanced at Ro. In the next instant, as if steeling herself, she lifted her head and lightly brushed her lips against Huji's exquisite cheek. His eyes darkened momentarily, and then, as if by instinct, he reached out to wipe her mouth. Gu Yuan, feeling a pang of unease, shifted her body slightly, yet this subtle movement did not escape Huji's keen observation. "Would you like more?" Seeing Gu Yuan finishing his skewer and gazing at his hand, Huji chuckled again. "Just a little touch here." He gestured to the other side of his cheek with his elegant fingers. Gu Yuan seemed to ponder for a moment before moving closer, gently pressing her lips against Huji's left cheek. Huji appeared to revel in this playful game, repeating the action until his hands were empty. "Yuan, there is something even more delectable than Ro. Would you care to try?" Huji, with a coaxing gaze fixed on Gu Yuan's eyes, subtly closed the distance between them. Gu Yuan seemed momentarily perplexed, repeating in confusion, "Delicious?" "Indeed," Huji said, drawing even closer without a hint of shame, pointing to his rosy lips, "right here." Just as it appeared Huji was about to succeed, a sudden crash interrupted the moment, a loud sound of a door being broken down. Chapter 300. A chaotic scene after the door burst open. Huji initially anticipated it would be Zhang Mengmeng entering. He had braced himself for a confrontation, yet to his surprise, it was a familiar face. Huiqing. "King, the plan has succeeded. The situation over there is now in disarray," Huiqing reported respectfully, lowering her head. On the surface, Huji remained composed, but internally, his heart raced. They had arrived here just in time. He had nearly jeopardized a significant matter. Yet, Huiqing was usually so composed. What could have prompted such a reckless act of bursting in? Had the situation changed? While gently stroking Gu Yuan's hair as a gesture of comfort, he calmly inquired, "What has happened?" Huiqing paused for a moment before responding, "The Beast King is dead." Upon hearing this long-anticipated news, Huji was momentarily taken aback, then a wild smile spread across his face. His demise was indeed a stroke of good fortune for him. That man, whom he called his biological father, had never acted like a father in any sense. The scene is currently chaotic. Perhaps this is the moment for you to take action, Your Majesty, Hu Qing suggested. At her words, Hu Ji lowered his gaze to Gu Yuanyuan, whose expression appeared bewildered. His eyes softened, yet he chose not to say anything further. Instead, he swiftly turned away, leaving behind a solitary command: take good care of her. A moment ago, in the presence of the beast King Foxy, the scene was chaotic. Some orcs exhibited crimson eyes, as if ensnared in a frenzied state. Others wore expressions of rapture, seemingly lost in a delightful dream, while still others engaged mercilessly in a gruesome slaughter with their fellow orcs. At the heart of this turmoil lay a towering orc. The beast King Foxy, whose once orderly orange-red hair was now disheveled, and whose tightly shut eyes appeared impossible to pry open. His exposed skin radiated strength and ferocity. Yet, the Foxy lying on the ground was strikingly different from his usual self. His face was drenched in cold sweat, seemingly tormented by a terrifying nightmare. His lips moving incessantly in a whisper, barely audible to those nearby, as he unconsciously called out a woman's name, Chinger, Chinger, in a nearby corner. Zhang Mengmeng anxiously observed the agonized and unconscious Hu Xiao before her, her mind racing with thoughts, yet she found herself utterly helpless. The blessing technique proved ineffective, and every method she had attempted yielded no results. Cautiously peering through the thicket, she was startled by the horrifying scene unfolding before her, much more dreadful than what she had witnessed moments earlier. Orcs were slaughtering one another, and some even turned their weapons upon themselves, blood and violence engulfing the surroundings. Desperately, she tried to recall how this chaos had come to be, and why some individuals remained unscathed. Earlier that day, upon their arrival, the Beast King had spoken a few words before engaging in a contest. Subsequently, he suggested that everyone partake in drinking, at which point some Fox Clan orcs had presented the wine. Zhang Mengmeng had the chance to ponder the source of the beverage before the orcs had already indulged themselves. Hu Xiao had even consumed 2 cups. She had overheard whispers among the orcs, remarking that this wine was a rare delicacy, something they had never encountered before and should be savored. Disliking the taste of alcohol, she had refrained from drinking, instead offering her portion to Xiao. It became clear that the wine was indeed problematic. Zhang Mengmeng was suddenly taken aback. Yet, even with the knowledge of where the problem lay, how was she to seek a resolution? Chapter 301. How to Induce Vomiting. Zhang Mengmeng was in a state of anxiety when, unexpectedly, Hu Xiao suddenly spoke up. Ming, please do not harm her. Zhang Mengmeng was just about to step forward to investigate when, unexpectedly, she was abruptly shoved aside by Hu Xiao, causing her to fall to the ground with a resounding thud, leaving her feeling as though her entire being was on the verge of disintegration. Zhang Mengmeng sat on the ground, wincing as she gingerly touched her aching posterior, feeling utterly despondent. No need to panic. There must be a solution. Zhang Mengmeng steeled herself, her mind racing with potential solutions. If it was indeed the matter of the wine, then as the time elapsed was still brief, it should suffice to expel it from the body. With this thought in mind, she focused on the immobilized Hu Xiao and began to recite an incantation. In an instant, Hu Xiao, who had been flailing about, became utterly still, even his raised eyebrows frozen in place. Zhang Mengmeng offered an innocent smile. Xiao, for your sake, I must apologize in advance. Thus, she retrieved a bamboo chopstick from her small package and pried open Hu Xiao's mouth, carefully inserting the chopstick into his throat to induce vomiting. She recalled a time in her childhood when she had accidentally swallowed something, and her mother had done the same. Surely, this would yield results? The next moment, Zhang Mengmeng witnessed the effectiveness of her method firsthand. Hu Xiao's mouth opened wide, seemingly on the verge of retching. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated and recited a spell to lift the immobilization. No sooner had she completed the incantation than Hu Xiao bent towards her, expelling the wine with precision onto her legs. Zhang Mengmeng, now in a state of despair, could wager that the heavens were playing tricks on her. Had anyone ever endured such a string of misfortunes? From being thrown to the ground to this humiliation, it seemed the control of the wine had dissipated. Before long, Hu Xiao, who had appeared to be in agony moments ago, gradually opened his eyes, only to find Zhang Mengmeng glaring at him with a mixture of resentment and exasperation. In a daze, Hu Xiao wondered what had transpired. Upon noticing his awakening, Zhang Mengmeng thought that her suffering had not been in vain. She leaped forward, indignantly pinching Hu Xiao's cheek. You, at last, have regained consciousness. If you hadn't tea, I might have gone mad. Yet, after only a few pinches, she found herself feeling aggrieved and released her vengeful grip. Hu Xiao's face was too firm. In punishing him, she was merely punishing herself. Just as Hu Xiao was about to inquire, Zhang Mengmeng quickly covered his mouth and leaned closer, whispering, "Xiao, look outside and you will understand." Following her pointed finger, Hu Xiao gazed through the gaps in the leaves, where he could clearly see the frenzied beastmen slaughtering one another. "We must leave this perilous place at once, or who knows what calamity may befall us next." Zhang Mengmeng grasped Hu Xiao's hand, ready to depart. To her surprise, her hand was firmly held back as Hu Xiao regarded her with grave seriousness. "Meng, let us stay." "What?" Zhang Mengmeng thought she had misheard. In such chaos, was he suggesting they linger and spectate? Yet, Hu Xiao's next words nearly caused her jaw to drop in disbelief. "Meng, I wish to save them." Zhang Mengmeng almost exclaimed in disbelief, but she quickly rephrased her words. "Xiao, look, that Xu Etching is the one who once kidnapped me and drained my blood. And that Ingjian is still someone who seeks to bully me. Do you truly wish to rescue them?" Chapter 302. Assisting the Beast King. Zhang Mengmeng gazed incredulously at her partner, observing the subtle change in his expression upon hearing her words, which soon transformed into a resolute determination. "Meng," he stated, "if the royal beasts of various clans perish, the world of beastmen will inevitably descend into chaos." At his words, Zhang Mengmeng turned her head away from Hu Xiao. Her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Yes, she acknowledged her selfishness, focusing solely on the safety of herself and her partner. Oblivious to the fate of the royal beasts or the peril facing the beastmen's realm, those considerations had never truly occupied her mind. In fact, she even harbored a fleeting thought that if those few detestable individuals were to perish amidst the turmoil, it would be a profound cause for celebration. However, Hu Xiao did not share her sentiments. When faced with personal grievances and the greater good of the beast world, he consistently chose the latter. It had always been this way, and it remained unchanged. Though she was keenly aware of this, why did her heart ache so profoundly? As Zhang Mengmeng turned to leave, Hu Xiao instinctively opened his mouth to speak, only to realize that the direction she was heading towards was precisely the chaotic scene unfolding before them. Zhang Mengmeng first explained to Hu Xiao the method she had just employed to rescue him, then, with an expressionless demeanor, began to execute the immobilization technique one by one. Hu Xiao was tasked with inducing vomiting. Just as the procedure was progressing smoothly, while Zhang Mengmeng was casting the immobilization spell on an orc before her, an orc unexpectedly lunged at her from behind. Hu Xiao, ever vigilant of Zhang Mengmeng's safety, was startled and immediately abandoned the orc he was handling. In a moment of urgency, he charged forward and collided with the orc that was about to pounce on Zhang Mengmeng, toppling it to the ground. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback, and upon noticing the concerned gaze of Hu Xiao, an indescribable discomfort welled up within her. As she recited the incantation, a growing dizziness enveloped her mind. Hu Xiao, observing the pallor of Zhang Mengmeng's face, immediately inquired, "Meng, what is wrong?" Zhang Mengmeng shook her head, unwilling to cause worry for Hu Xiao, and thus feigned strength, declaring, "I am fine, you should save them." After a while, she felt a sudden lightness in her body, and before she knew it, she was uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. Hu Xiao, alarmed, rushed forward to catch her. Fortunately, at that moment, several of the awakened beastmen had regained their senses and turned their gaze towards Hu Xiao at the center. As the awakening times varied, only a few of the earlier awakened beastmen were unaware of the circumstances. While the others who had been rescued later comprehended the situation, they understood that it was the Tiger King and his mate who had saved them. The beastmen, who valued cause and effect, cast grateful looks towards Hu Xiao, who was holding Zhang Mengmeng. Having witnessed how Hu Xiao rescued the other beastmen, they understood that it was the issue with the wine that had led to their indiscretion. However, upon glancing at the position of the Beast King, Hu Yi, they discovered him with his eyes tightly shut. A closer inspection revealed that he had already ceased to breathe. At that moment, the slowly awakening Xueqing gazed at Hu Xiao, who was cradling Zhang Mengmeng with a complex expression. He had been among the later ones to awaken and had heard about the recent events, naturally realizing that his survival was due to their efforts. "Thanks to the Tiger King, otherwise, we might have perished here today." Indeed, the Tiger King's great kindness shall be repaid in the future." At this moment, several beastmen rose, gradually expressing their gratitude to Hu Xiao. The inclination of their words was unmistakable. "As fellow beastmen, I understand the significance of each of you to the tribe," Hu Xiao said, his head bowed. With that single statement, he swiftly departed, holding the person in his arms. Chapter 303. The obstruction of dark gloom. Hu Xiao's words only served to enhance the goodwill of the beastmen present. The The so-called beastmen are not merely leaders of a tribe. They are the spiritual pillars of the beast people. Imagine, if a person lacks spiritual support, do they not become a mere shell of their former self? Meanwhile, Hu Xiao's mood was far from light. Zhang Mengmeng lay in a state of unconsciousness, her fate uncertain. Although he did not outwardly express his turmoil, his heart was almost drowning in self-reproach. If only he had recognized her distress sooner. If only he had taken her away in time. Yet, in this world, there are no ifs, nor is there a chance to turn back time. Thus, he could only confront the harsh reality. Hei's, Heiyu, are you there? Hu Xiao rushed toward the residence of Hei's and Heiyu. When it comes to understanding shamans and their craft, the Black Snake clan, which has served the priestess for generations, undoubtedly possesses the deepest knowledge in the entire beastman world. They must know what is happening. Upon hearing his call, the first to appear before Hu Xiao was the visibly bewildered Heiyu. Upon seeing the unconscious figure Hu Xiao cradled in his arms, he seemed to grasp the situation but offered no comforting words. Oh, is she beyond saving? I am not a healer. Why have you brought her here? She just used shamanic magic, and now she is like this, Hu Xiao replied, too pressed for time to engage in banter with the individual before him. In his current predicament, he could not afford to act as he usually would. Is this a plea for my assistance? Heiyu remarked with a hint of malicious glee upon observing Hu Xiao's sorrowful expression. The female and this beast man had already taken precautions against him and his brother. Now, in her time of need, she sought his help. Such a fortunate turn of events was hard to come by. Heiyu stepped closer, feigning seriousness as he scrutinized Zhang Mengmeng's pallor before continuing. Even if I knew how to resolve this, why would I share it with you? Are we particularly close? His tone dripped with schadenfreude. Hu Xiao, feeling an urgent sense of desperation and not knowing what to do, gritted his teeth and spoke without hesitation. If you save Meng, I will do anything you ask. Finally hearing the words he longed for, Heiyu smirked wickedly, gesturing dismissively at the towering Hu Xiao. Is this really how you plead for help? Understanding the implications behind Heiyu's words, Hu Xiao's expression darkened. In the next moment, he bent his knee, his imposing frame suddenly adopting a kneeling position, which appeared somewhat comical. Heiyu reveled in his mischievous triumph, finding amusement in the sight of the kneeling beastman. Just as he prepared to take further action, a familiar voice resonated from within. Heiyu, bring them in. Upon hearing this voice, Heiyu pouted in discontent, begrudgingly leading Hu Xiao, who still held Zhang Mengmeng, into the room. He intended to follow, but in the next instant, the door shut with a resounding thud. Hu Xiao moved swiftly, placing Zhang Mengmeng on a bamboo bed. At that moment, the room housed only one beastman standing by the window, his back turned to Hu Xiao. From his stature, it was clear that he was Heiyu's brother, Hei's. He gradually turned to face Hu Xiao, who reiterated, Meng just used shamanic magic, and now she is like this. What has happened to her? At this moment, there was an unmistakable urgency in his tone. Clutching Zhang Mengmeng tightly, he could clearly feel her body suddenly radiating an intense heat. Contemplating a possible conjecture, Hu Xiao instantly lost the courage to think any further. Meanwhile, Heisei merely glanced at Zhang Mengmeng on the bed and spoke softly yet with unwavering certainty. She is merely exhausted and unconscious. This is quite normal. After saying this, he turned away as if captivated by an exquisite sight outside the window. Chapter 304. The solution. What am I to do? Though Heisei remained remarkably composed, his calm demeanor did not reflect Hu Xiao's own tumultuous emotions, which were evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, Heisei paused momentarily, his pitch-black eyes resembling a still ancient well, yet the words that escaped his lips were rather infuriating. It seems there is not much to be done. When will Mengmeng awaken? Hu Xiao, feeling increasingly helpless, immediately inquired again. To his dismay, Heisei responded, I do not know. Hu Xiao, filled with anxiety, was about to press further when he noticed Zhang Mengmeng stirring restlessly, her complexion flushed. He immediately reached to touch her forehead. It was burning hot. Excessive use of sorcery can lead to this state, Heisei remarked unexpectedly. I am curious as to how she arrived at this condition. Heisei then approached the bedside, surveying Zhang Mengmeng from head to toe with an air of nonchalance. It is because of me, Hu Xiao explained succinctly, recounting the events that transpired. Heisei listened quietly, his expression unchanged, and after Hu Xiao finished, he simply stated, I see. Then, he turned his inscrutable gaze back to Hu Xiao, whose anxious demeanor seemed genuine. This scene momentarily evoked memories of the past for Heisei. Hu Xiao felt as if Heisei's gaze lingered on him for a while, then, as if recalling something, a fleeting hint of melancholy crossed his otherwise emotionless eyes. He then remarked, seemingly directed at Hu Xiao yet also at someone else. She is quite devoted to you. Hu Xiao was perplexed as to why the conversation had shifted so abruptly and was uncertain if Heisei was indeed referring to Zhang Mengmeng. However, without receiving any definitive answer, his heart remained restless. Thus, Hu Xiao earnestly inquired once more, "What exactly is wrong with Mengmeng? I implore you to enlighten me. She will be fine." In response to Hu Xiao's question, Heisei turned to him with conviction. "Stay by her side, apply cool water to her forehead, changing it every hour, and simply await her awakening." After speaking, He eyes turned and departed from the bamboo house. Finally, having heard a solution, Hu Xiao was elated and immediately dashed towards the entrance. Just as the ever-compliant He Yu was about to lift his head, he was met with a face full of dust kicked up by Hu Xiao's reckless sprint, causing his expression to sour instantly. This insufferable tiger must have done it on purpose. "Brother, why don't you reprimand this foul tiger? Look at my face." He eyes, feeling indignant, sought to capture He Ai's attention in hopes of avenging himself. Meanwhile, He Ai's gazed pensively in the direction Hu Xiao had gone, lost in his thoughts. "Brother." Seeing that He Ai's had disregarded him, He Yu called out more vigorously, finally earning a fleeting glance from He Ai's. "Ayu, didn't He Yu already reprimand him at the door?" Upon hearing this, He Yu shrank back, as if caught in the act of wrongdoing. "What? So you knew all along? In the future, avoid conflict with them," He Ai's advised, glancing at the sky with furrowed brows. He Yu understood that He Ai's was about to repeat his usual admonitions and quickly nodded. "I understand, brother. They are vital to the future of the beast realm. I have already taken note of that." Indeed, he found himself preferring the former version of his brother. Chapter 305. The command of the fox tribe. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the scene, Hu Ji was surprised to find it was not as chaotic as he had imagined. Therefore, he refrained from revealing himself immediately, choosing instead to observe quietly from the shadows. The more he listened to the words of the gathered beastmen, the darker his expression grew. Thank goodness for the Tiger King. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened today? Indeed, and the priestess played a crucial role too. Without her, we would likely have lost our lives here. Yes. Yet, looking around, Hu Ji could not see Hu Xiao or Zhang Mengmeng. Damn it. One had disrupted his plans and had now vanished, while the other sought to usurp him. Hu Ji unconsciously clenched his fists until his knuckles turned pale. Upon observing the center, which once belonged to the Beast King, he found it now vacant, with only a lifeless beastman lying on the ground, his so-called father. Gazing impassively at the figure below, Hu Ji was uncertain of his own feelings. Was he more relieved or more enraged? He could not fathom why his mother had fallen for such a beastman, whose mind was consumed with power and completely devoid of understanding love. "Enough," Hu Ji declared, rising. In the current situation, revealing himself would not only bring him no benefit, but could also render him a scapegoat. Upon returning to Zhang Mengmeng's bamboo house, Hu Ji was met with an even more absurd situation. "Your Majesty," she insists on seeing Zhang Mengmeng. There lay Gu Yuanyuan on the bed, her expression innocent yet petulant. Her lips pursed high as she incessantly chanted, "Mengmeng. I want to see Mengmeng." Contemplating the sequence of events, Hu Ji felt a throbbing headache as he rubbed his forehead. Upon reaching Gu Yuanyuan, she blinked her large eyes in confusion, scrutinizing him for a moment before suddenly exclaiming with excitement, "Meat." Hu Ji, increasingly exasperated, realized that in her eyes, he had become merely a walking piece of meat. He pondered the return of Hu Xiao and Zhang Mengmeng. But the immediate priority was to take Yuanyuan away. Just as he was preparing to act, he suddenly heard a synchronized and rapid sound of footsteps approaching from outside, causing him to become alert. Who could possibly be here at this moment? Moreover, the footsteps suggested a considerable number of individuals. Before he could contemplate further, the answer presented itself before his eyes. Several figures burst through the windows and the main door, their footsteps perfectly in sync, adorned with long orange-red hair and crimson eyes, encircling Hu Ji and Gu Yuanyuan completely. Hu Ji's heart tightened as he recognized who these individuals were. He had not anticipated that even in death, that person had left behind such a legacy. These were indeed the most formidable forces under Hu Yi, his personal guard. With the Beast King's decree, Hu Wang, "We have no choice but to offend you." The largest among the beastmen stepped forward without a bow, merely uttering those words before gesturing with his hand. "Attack." Instinctively, Hu Ji shielded the person behind him, believing he had steeled himself for anything. Yet, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, pain surged anew within him. His mother's words had indeed been true. Not only had she never come to see him since childhood, but now, even in death, she sought to drag him down with her. Was this why she had urged him to leave? but he was unwilling to accept this fate. Chapter 306. The appearance of He eyes. A total of 6 beastmen charged toward Hu Ji, just as Hu Qing, alerted by the commotion outside, burst in and immediately joined the fray. Even so, the two found themselves outnumbered, their bodies increasingly marred by wounds. Suddenly, as Hu Ji defended against one beastman's attack, another prepared to strike from behind. Immersed in the battle, Hu Ji remained oblivious, failing to notice that Gu Yuan, witnessing the imminent assault, instinctively sprung into action. She stood up and dashed to Hu Ji's rear, just as the beastman's claws pierced her shoulder. Blood splattered, and Yuan could not suppress her cry of pain. Hu Ji turned to see this heart-wrenching scene, his eyes reddening with fury as he swiftly lifted Yuan into his arms, sending the beastman who had harmed her flying. In that moment, Hu Qing seized the opportunity to shatter the nearby window, shouting, "Your Highness, this way." In a fit of frenzy, Fox Ji's combat prowess surged, and he no longer concerned himself with the notion of concealing his strengths. Seizing the moment, he delivered a swift kick to the lower half of a nearby orc, then, with a deft swipe of his claws, hurled another orc onto yet another. Embracing Gu Yuan, he leapt out of the side window. "Hold on to me," he urged. Once outside, Fox Qing disregarded all else. Upon hearing the command, Fox Ji did not hesitate, gripping the sleeve of Fox Qing. In but a short while, when the orcs within the room emerged again, they found the area devoid of any presence. The leading orc, exasperated, bellowed after them. Observing the hesitance amongst several orcs, seemingly weighed down by uncertainty, the leader's fury intensified. "Split up and search. If we cannot slay the Fox King, we shall all perish." Meanwhile, Fox Qing guided Fox Ji swiftly into the bamboo grove, where they retreated to a secluded spot. At that moment, Fox Ji's white garments were already stained with blood, yet he remained unfazed. Gently, he set Gu Yuan down, observing her tightly shut eyes and erratic breathing, and shook his head in despair. How could this be happening? Just as Fox Ji stood there, bewildered, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Her soul is unstable, and she has sustained grave injuries. Her life hangs by a thread." Fox Ji immediately looked up, alert, his voice laced with hostility. "Who are you?" From the depths of the bamboo grove emerged a man with raven-black hair, his fathomless ebony eyes scrutinizing Fox Ji. "Soul-capturing technique. I haven't witnessed it in ages," he remarked. Fox Ji, cradling Gu Yuan, took a step back, his body poised for an attack. "Who are you? How do you know this?" The man across from him chuckled lightly, then spoke with a casual air. "Are you certain you wish to continue down this path? If you do, the little female in your arms may soon lose her life." Indeed, Fox Ji sensed that the condition of the person he held was dire, and it appeared this stranger possessed a solution. "Are you the high priest of the Black Snake clan?" At that moment, it was Fox Qing who spoke, her voice tinged with recognition of the familiar aura emanating from him, the presence of the king beast of the Black Snake clan. As a hybrid of the Fox and Black Snake clans, while her sensitivity to the Black Snake's essence was not as acute, she could not be mistaken. Chapter 307. Soul-capturing technique. Upon hearing Fox Qing's inquiry, the black-haired man, who had approached out of curiosity regarding the Black Snake's aura, known as He, stepped forward, regarding Fox Qing with keen interest. "Ah, so it is you. How intriguing. Are you of the Black Snake clan? Do you know how to save her?" At this moment, Hu Ji, who was eavesdropping on the conversation between the two, felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and hurriedly inquired with urgency. In response, He, who was still scrutinizing Hu Qing, turned to cast a fleeting glance at Gu Yuan, a reminiscent expression crossing his face. Just as Hu Ji's anxiety reached its peak, He slowly articulated, "It is quite simple. If you were to withdraw the soul-capturing technique, her spirit would stabilize, and she would naturally regain her life." Upon hearing He's words, Hu Ji was momentarily taken aback. Then, in a tone tinged with despair, he replied, Yuan is currently in a coma and cannot have it undone. It is his fault." Unexpectedly, He, who had been standing nearby, remarked nonchalantly, "Since you are well versed in the soul-capturing technique, I presume that the art of illusion is also within your capabilities." At these words, Hu Ji's eyes lit up. Indeed, this method was worth a try. He then lifted Gu Yuan, preparing to head directly to the peach grove. Yet, at that moment, Hu Qing interjected, "My lord, this is far too perilous." Hu Ji heard her but could not afford to hesitate. If he were to lose her because of this, how would he bear the remainder of his days? With no other choice, Hu Qing resorted to the technique of swift movement. Taking Hu Ji and Gu Yuan into the peach grove, while He ambled beside them, his pace seemingly quicker than Hu Qing's. Upon arriving at the peach grove, Hu Ji gazed at the expanse of blossoms before him, then tenderly looked down at the person in his arms. He tore a strip from his clothing and fashioned a makeshift bandage before carrying Gu Yuanyuan into the grove. Zhe observed this scene quietly, his eyes flickering with a myriad of emotions, ultimately revealing a smile that was somewhat complex. Within the grove, Hu Ji carefully laid Gu Yuanyu and upon the pink petals, the blossoms contrasting sharply with her pallid complexion and the glaring crimson upon her shoulder. Though fully aware that the person before him could not respond, Hu Ji could not help but utter, "My dear, if I were to become less handsome, you would not disdain me, would you?" As he spoke, he gently caressed Gu Yuanyuan's soft face, her exquisite features seemingly lost in reminiscence, before a smile more beautiful than spring flowers graced her lips, as if she had recalled something profoundly delightful. "I know, my dear, that you have always cherished me sincerely. Thus, upon hearing your desire to leave me, I resorted to the soul-capturing technique. I am so sorry, so sorry." As he spoke, Hu Ji realized that his eyes had grown moist. "I cannot delay any longer. If I do not commence soon, it may become too late." Fox Ji gently took Gu Yuanyuan's hand, caressing her own face, her eyes filled with an unprecedented melancholy. In the next moment, as if resolved to make a decision, she lay beside Gu Yuanyuan, grasping her hand, and soon thereafter closed her eyes. Gu Yuanyuan felt her mind becoming hazy. Within her dreams lay a shroud of mist, until suddenly, a vast expanse of peach orchards appeared before her. She continued to walk forward in a daze, as if a voice within her whispered that someone was waiting for her ahead. As she walked a bit further, Gu Yuanyuan froze in astonishment, for she truly beheld a figure. His silver hair shone like the finest silk, and his violet eyes sparkled like exquisite amethyst. Tall and graceful, this figure struck her as oddly familiar, yet she could not recall his name. In Chapter 308, Fox Ji underwent a transformation. Before her stood a man of ethereal beauty, revealing a smile as gentle as flowing water. The light in his violet gaze seemed to shimmer, and then his soft pink lips uttered a single word, "Darling." Gu Yuanyuan felt an uncanny familiarity with this man, yet his name eluded her. Could it be that someone in her past had called her by that endearing term? Surely. For why else did her heart feel no rejection, only a sense of familiarity intertwined with an inexplicable sorrow? But who was he? "Look closely at me, darling. Do you remember me?" Seeing the confusion etched on Gu Yuanyuan's face, Fox Ji approached her, lowering her head and tenderly caressing her cheek, their faces nearly touching. As if in the next moment, a mere inch closer would allow them to feel each other's warmth. Gu Yuanyuan shook her head. In response, Fox Ji merely smiled again, her words laced with an enchanting allure. "Darling, look into my eyes and remember. I know you can recall." For reasons unknown, Gu Yuanyuan instinctively obeyed the figure before her. Meeting his gaze, her own lost in the depths of his crystalline violet eyes, it was as if her very soul was drawn into them. For a long while, she maintained that gaze, unblinking, until she noticed the man's complexion gradually pale. In her mind, something began to awaken, a multitude of silhouettes, becoming clearer, both male and female, with the most vivid of them being the man before her. However, just as Gu Yuanyuan began to recollect it all, she abruptly opened her eyes. What greeted her were intertwining branches adorned with pink blossoms. Despite the pain in her shoulder, she remained oblivious, her heart solely occupied with thoughts of the person she had encountered. Frantically, she glanced around, and indeed, beside her stood that person, little Ji. She hurriedly called out his name. Yet no matter how loudly she shouted, he remained lying there, his complexion remarkably poor, while Gu Yuanyuan anxiously contemplated whether to seek assistance outside. The man on the ground let out a soft groan, abruptly halting her in her tracks. She quickly bent down, noticing Hu Ji's eyelashes flutter slightly. The next moment, he seemed to struggle to open his eyes. Upon seeing Gu Yuanyuan, he managed to form a smile, his voice hoarse yet, to her ears, exceedingly gentle. "It's good to see you again." Such a simple statement nearly brought tears to Gu Yuanyuan's eyes. She carefully helped Hu Ji to sit up and, upon closer inspection, was struck by the transformation he had undergone. His once lustrous long hair now appeared dull and lifeless, and though his face resembled the one she remembered, it seemed to have lost its vitality in an instant. His complexion was an unhealthy pale yellow, and even his beautiful purple eyes had faded to a muted hue, making them appear somewhat alarming against the whiteness of his sclera. How could Hu Ji's face have changed so drastically? She pondered, noticing small white spots scattered across his skin, resembling symptoms of some ailment. Gu Yuanyuan shook her head, unwilling to trust her own eyes. Why did this situation seem far more dire than the last? A troubling thought crept into her mind, sending waves of panic through her heart. Chapter 309. Yuan Yuan's embarrassment indeed. Gu Yuanyuan was not unfamiliar with Hu Zhi's current appearance. She had witnessed it once before. Although he had made a great effort to conceal it then, she had still discerned the truth, yet she had not cared, resulting in her first blush in front of him. A month prior, Gu Yuanyuan had spent every day by Hu Zhi's side. Occasionally, he would mysteriously venture into the bamboo forest to attend to matters, but he would usually return shortly. Most of their time together was spent in joyful camaraderie, barbecuing, enjoying fruits, or devising modern furniture. However, one particular instance was distinctly unusual. She had not seen Hu Zhi for 7 consecutive days. Initially, the beastman Hu Qing, who followed Hu Zhi, assured her that he was occupied with important matters, and she believed him. As the days passed and her confusion grew, she chose not to inquire further, until finally, on the 7th day, she could no longer restrain herself. Stealthily, she trailed Hu Qing to the bamboo grove, where she uncovered Hu Zhi's hidden secret. She vividly recalled the expression in his eyes when she stumbled upon him. His usual composure and confidence had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of despair. She had not forgotten how he hurriedly concealed his face, evading her gaze as if he feared her disdain. Witnessing Hu Zhi's lack of confidence and his apprehension of her judgment, she felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. How could she ever find him repulsive? She was enamored not merely with his appearance, but rather with his character and the kindness he extended towards her. Although looks held significance, they were not paramount in her eyes. Thus, without even tending to her disheveled hair, she hastily pursued him, though it was evident that her speed could not match his. She failed to catch up. Yet, she possessed an abundance of patience and was willing to wait. She lingered at the entrance of the bamboo forest, enduring her hunger while Fox Qing brought her provisions, but she paid them no heed, for a simmering resentment fueled her resolve. If he chose to ignore her, she would remain steadfast. Surely, he could not bear to let her suffer in hunger. Just as Gu Yuanyuan felt her strength waning, he finally emerged from the depths of the bamboo grove, veiled and silent, seemingly ready to depart with something in hand. How could she allow him to slip away? Seizing the moment as he approached, she lunged forward, regrettably only managing to brush against the hem of his garment. Her sole intention was to compel him to stay. Yet when she opened her mouth, what escaped her lips was, "I want to eat the meat you grilled." In hindsight, Gu Yuanyuan wished to hide her face in despair. But at that moment, she was oblivious to her embarrassment, instead clinging tightly to Fox G's leg, her expression one of indignation. Now, the expression on Fox G's face was a blur to her, obscured by his veil, but she distinctly remembered the sound of his laughter, clear and melodic. As he halted his steps, revealing the contents of his grasp, a basket filled with the tantalizing grilled meat he had prepared. Gu Yuanyuan's eye sparkled, her mind racing. Wouldn't this give Fox G an excuse to depart again? No, she must concoct a reason to keep him here. Thus, without a second thought, she blurted out, "This isn't enough." Reflecting on her words later, she felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Chapter 310. Countenance and character. Fox G was momentarily taken aback by her remark. He had heard from Fox Qing that she had missed several meals, prompting him to prepare a generous feast, filling an entire basket. Is this still insufficient? On that day, Gu Yuanyuan indulged in the grilled meat until she was full, yet she had accomplished her goal. What does it matter if this is deemed ugly? Then what of those who were truly unattractive? I know, Yuanyuan, you were merely trying to comfort me. Despite Fox G's willingness to converse with her, his spirits remained low. Seeing his demeanor, Gu Yuanyuan felt a surge of frustration. What is there to comfort? I am speaking the truth. Forget it, Xiaoji. I understand. How can I make you believe me? At that time, Gu Yuanyuan engaged in an act that would later cause her to blush upon reflection. On that particular day, she performed a daring deed. You heard it correctly. Although Gu Yuanyuan typically exuded a reserved gentleness, she occasionally exhibited unexpected behavior during exceptional moments. Even the astute and mature Hu Zhi could not have anticipated her actions that day. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse her in that moment. Moreover, he was not entirely averse to the idea. However, upon later reflection, both harbored regrets, one lamenting not presenting her most radiant self to the person she cherished, and the other regretting his own reckless behavior. Returning to the present, Hu Zhi and Gu Yuanyuan gazed at each other, seemingly lost in memories of the past. Yet both appeared to hesitate, caught in an unspoken tension. Ultimately, it was Gu Yuanyuan who broke the silence. She did not inquire why Hu Zhi had changed, nor did she question his recent actions. The myriad experiences they shared had led her to believe she understood him well. Yet, since Mengmeng's arrival. His conduct had left her bewildered. Perhaps she did not know him as intimately as she had presumed. Perhaps Mengmeng was right. A woman in love is either a poet or a fool. She could not be the former, thus she must be the latter. Once, she had perceived him as pitiable and endearing, as gentle and considerate. Yet she had never realized he possessed such a side to him, capable of fabricating schemes to sow discord between her and her closest friend. This version of him was utterly foreign to her. Xiaoji, do you remember what I once told you? Yu Yuan asked, her tone simple yet laden with significance. Huji nodded, a hint of panic in his eyes. Why did she seem as if she might leave him? Was it because he had become less attractive? Nonetheless, he nodded again. How could he forget her words, especially those particular ones? I like you, Xiaoji, not for your appearance, but for who you are. Do you understand? For instance, if you were to become ugly, but remain the same person inside, I would still love you. Xiaoji, right now? I wish to convey the latter part of that statement. Yu Yuan suddenly turned her face away, avoiding Hu Ji's gaze, her expression drifting into distant contemplation. For instance, if your appearance remained unchanged, yet your essence transformed, perhaps I would no longer harbor affection for you. In that instant, it felt as though Hu Ji's heart had frozen, enveloped in a millennium of frost, to the point where it seemed his very heart might cease to beat. He sensed he could anticipate the words she was about to utter. Chapter 311. Yuan's departure. A multitude of thoughts flooded Hu Ji's mind, yet ultimately, only one notion remained. She intended to leave him. This was one eventuality he could not allow to come to pass, not for anything in the world. However, the subsequent action took him completely by surprise. He felt the softness on his face, a feminine touch. She actually kissed him. Fox Ji stood there momentarily stunned. And then he heard the familiar voice, tinged with sorrow, whispering in his ear. Fox Ji, tell me, everything we witnessed in the peach grove, the dangers we faced in the forest, was it all your design? The warmth of the previous moment seemed to dissipate in an instant. Her words felt like a death sentence. As Fox Ji pondered what to say, he heard her voice, now laced with tears. Fox Ji, please do not deceive me any longer. She recalled everything, including her own bewildered state after he had ensnared her soul. Had it not been for his secretive techniques, and her own lingering consciousness amidst her injuries, she might still be oblivious to the truth, unaware of the conversation between that mysterious figure and Fox Ji. After all, she had naively believed that Fox Ji, as a powerless fox king with such a tragic past, had grown into a gentle and remarkable man. And she had always felt a pang of sympathy for him. In hindsight, perhaps her feelings were merely misguided. Upon hearing Gu Yuanyu and call her by name, Fox Ji's heart raced. He sensed that if he continued to deceive her, he might never see her again. Yet, in his current state, what right did he have to keep her by his side? It seemed better to leave her with a beautiful memory of him. Resolute, Fox Ji forced a smile and said, My dear, what are you talking about? I do not quite understand. Thus, as long as he played the fool, Gu Yuanyu and had no evidence to confirm his guilt. Yet, how could Fox Ji have anticipated that? Although Gu Yuanyu lay unconscious, her mind was alert. In retrospect, she realized the extent of his actions behind her back. His motives were clear, to sow discord between them, ensuring that she would become the sole priestess. From Mengmeng, she learned of the priestess's true nature, finally grasping why Fox Ji had previously said such things. My dear, there is but one inheritance of the priestess. If we were to obtain that power, we would never. How absurd. He had already ensnared her in a web of deception, waiting for her to foolishly step into the trap, all while she deluded herself into thinking someone could genuinely care for her. Indeed, what was she still dreaming of? Fox Ji was a fox king, destined perhaps to become a beast king, capable of having many female companions, while she was merely an inconspicuous little chubby girl. I understand now. As she spoke, Gu Yuanyu rose, murmuring softly to herself. Upon finishing her incantation, she observed that the expression on Hu Ji's face had frozen. A look of profound sorrow washed over Gu Yuanyu, her smile morphing into a grimace that was more painful than tears. Then, amidst Hu Ji's incredulous gaze, she bent down, half dragging his rigid body to the base of a majestic peach tree. She laid him flat and prepared to depart. Meanwhile, Hu Ji, forced into a prone position, felt turmoil raging within him. As Gu Yuanyu was about to leave, he cried out, Yuan, where are you going? Please don't leave me. Gu Yuanyu paused, turning to glance at Hu Ji's somewhat distorted expression. With a heavy heart, she moved her lips, intending to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. It is often said that time heals all wounds. Perhaps in the distant future, she would forget him and continue to live her ordinary days. Chapter 312, Mid-Autumn Festival, Part 1. In the cosmic realm, it seemed as though an extraordinary sculptor was meticulously chiseling the moon in the sky, crafting it into a flawless silhouette. Upon completing this masterpiece, as the full moon ascended and cast its silvery glow upon the world, the artist withdrew, leaving humanity to gaze in awe at this chilling orb. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng found herself amidst this celestial beauty. Yet her thoughts were consumed by a vastly different concern: how to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival in the realm of beasts. However, the crux of the matter was that a true Mid-Autumn Festival necessitated mooncakes. Without them, how could the celebration be deemed complete? Without hesitation, Zhang Mengmeng summoned her companions, Hu Xiao, her partner, along with their elder brother and second brother. With a serious expression, she declared, "Xiao, Big Tiger, Second Tiger, I have made a decision. We shall celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival this year." The three bewildered figures exchanged confused glances, pondering what their mother was talking about. Finally, Hu Xiao hesitantly asked, "Meng, what exactly is this Mid-Autumn Festival?" Big Tiger discreetly tugged at his younger brother's sleeve, whispering, "Do you know what our mother means?" Second Tiger squinted, suggesting, "It must be some kind of river. Doesn't Team Mother always tell us not to cross the river and dismantle the bridge?" "You're really slow." Seeing the three of them looking utterly perplexed, Zhang Mengmeng cleared her throat and stated earnestly, "The Mid-Autumn Festival is a traditional holiday from my homeland, where we gather with family and friends to enjoy mooncakes, snails, osmanthus cakes, and drink osmanthus wine while admiring the moon." A look of nostalgia crossed her face. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao immediately inquired, "Meng, where shall we find these mooncakes, snails, and osmanthus?" At this point, Big Tiger quickly interjected, reminding him that it was osmanthus cake. Hu Xiao's expression turned somewhat awkward, yet his bronze skin concealed it well. After a moment's thought, Zhang Mengmeng responded, "We will need wheat, sugar, wine, and osmanthus." Now understanding what was required, the trio sprang into action, with the eldest declaring, "I will go to the cattle tribe to fetch the wheat. I shall venture to the fox clan to procure some wine. I shall gather flowers." In the blink of an eye, the presence of beasts has vanished before Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng let out a sigh, feeling a blend of helplessness and sweetness. She had not anticipated that as she waited, time slipped away until dusk, yet her partner and child had still not returned. Zhang Mengmeng sat alone in a state of ennui, gazing vacantly at the luminous moon suspended in the sky. At this moment, the moon appeared almost mockingly round. The moon, a symbol of reunion, served as a poignant reminder of her solitude. Why was she even celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival? The moon ascended gradually, its radiance shimmering. Yet Zhang Mengmeng's heart sank further. Why hadn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? As this thought crossed her mind, her heart tightened, and she regretted her decision to observe the festival at all. Suddenly, she felt a sharp slap on her back, startling her. She turned around to find her long-lost friend. "Gu Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, what brings you here?" Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival," Gu Yuan replied, her face beaming with joy, as she magically produced a plate from behind her. "Look, what is this?" In Gu Yuan's hands lay a collection of neatly arranged mooncakes. Although they lacked the exquisite craftsmanship of those in the modern world, they were charmingly petite. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes lit up momentarily, only for her spirits to plummet once more as a thought struck her. If only she and T yearned for mooncakes. Otherwise, they could have been together as a family, united in celebration. With this realization, she recognized that the true culprit was not merely the mooncakes, but herself as well. Tears of regret welled up in Zhang Mengmeng's heart. In Chapter 313, The Mid-Autumn Festival, Part 2, Gu Yuan suddenly inquired, "Can you guess who did all this?" Zhang Mengmeng replied, somewhat dispirited, "Was it you, Yuan?" "Not me." Gu Yuan responded, pointing behind her. Following her gesture, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes widened in astonishment, and in the next moment, she dashed forward. Under the moonlight stood three familiar figures. The towering orc in the center, with his bronze skin and radiant golden eyes, gazed at her with warmth, arms outstretched as if to embrace her. Beside him stood their two children, who were equally excitedly watching her. Zhang Mengmeng ran straight towards him, plunging into the solid embrace of the orc. He effortlessly lifted her up, allowing her gaze to meet his. In that instant, her cheeks flushed crimson. Despite the passage of years, he still regarded her as a child. "Why have you only just returned?" Yet, in the presence of this individual, she couldn't help but revert to her youthful demeanor. What Meng wanted, she would naturally pursue. Answering her was the orc's deep and gentle voice. Dehu, unfazed, swatted away his younger brother's hands that covered his eyes, expressing mild disdain. "What is this, brother? You're not a child anymore." "But Aunt Shueli said it's embarrassing and we shouldn't look," Erhu replied, puzzled. "You're still young, you wouldn't understand. Come on, I'll take you to play." "But brother, I still want to eat mooncakes," Erhu protested, but before he could finish, his elder brother dragged him away, playfully swatting his head. "All you think about is eating. Be careful your father doesn't spank you." Erhu winced, still unable to grasp the connection between mooncakes and a spanking, and he whimpered along the way until Dahu, out of exasperation, produced a hidden mooncake from his pocket, which made him beam with joy. Meanwhile, Dahu cast a furtive glance towards the direction of Hu Xiao and Zhang Mengmeng, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Yes, certainly more sensible this time. Father should commend him next time. On the other side, Zhang Mengmeng, upon realizing that only she and Hu Xiao remained, found herself momentarily lost, even as she felt an undeniable familiarity with him. She was at a loss for where to direct her gaze. "Meng, thank you." Unexpectedly, Hu Xiao looked at Zhang Mengmeng and uttered this heartfelt phrase. Before she could respond, he continued, "Thank you for your profound affection. It makes me feel like the happiest orc in the world." His tone was tinged with nostalgia, warming Zhang Mengmeng's heart. However, when she looked closely, she noticed a hint of red on Hu Xiao's bronze skin. Leaning closer to his lips, she caught a strong scent of liquor. Then, Zhang Mengmeng sprang into action. She climbed onto Hu Xiao's chest, gazing down at him. "Hu, have you been drinking?" "Yes, Meng and a few other royal beasts had a few drinks," Hu Xiao confessed, his usually composed and handsome face now slightly dazed. "Do you realize how poor your tolerance is?" Zhang Mengmeng's tone gradually turned perilous. "Huh? What are you saying, Meng?" Hu Xiao felt a fog in his mind, but he recognized that the person before him was his beloved partner. All he desired was to draw closer to her. In the next moment, the drunken Hu Xiao transformed into his true form, a tipsy, great tiger. Zhang Mengmeng, in a fit of anger, laughed bitterly. "Very well. It seems this foul tiger intends to sleep on the ground for the next month." The following day, the great tiger was astonished to find that, after a night spent in a world of two, not only had his father not rewarded him, but he had also maintained a sullen countenance for an entire month, dragging him into the punishment as well. What an inexplicable life for a tiger. Chapter 314. Thoughts of Yuan as the night deepened. The sky was gradually painted with shades of darkness, resembling an ink wash on a canvas. Gu Yuan deftly maneuvered a small moth ahead, employing her skills to navigate through the shadows. While contemplating how she might explain everything to Zhang Mengmeng if they were to meet, should she directly reveal that everything prior was orchestrated by Hu Ji? Was the intention merely to sow discord between the two of them? If she were to utter such truths, given Mengmeng's temperament, it was likely she would harbor an intense aversion towards Hu Ji from that moment forth. Gu Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that despite having just distanced herself from Hu Ji, she was nonetheless troubled by the thought of her friend possibly harboring deep-seated hatred for him. It appeared she too was a fool, ensnared by the complexities of emotions. Yet, if she remained silent, how would she account for everything to Mengmeng? Upon arriving at the bamboo cottage, Gu Yuan's eyes had turned a vivid red. Just as she was about to enter, a vigilant male voice rang out from within. "Who goes there?" Recognizing the voice as that of Zhang Mengmeng's partner, she responded, "It is Gu Yuan, here to see Mengmeng." "Is she inside?" Strangely, the individual within seemed to hesitate, and after a prolonged silence, the door swung open without a reply. Gu Yuan stepped inside, only to be met with a shocking sight. What had happened to Mengmeng? There lay Zhang Mengmeng, unconscious, her complexion pale. A white cloth draped over her head, ominous signs indeed. Hu Xiao, despite his own discontent, recognized the gravity of the situation as the friend of his partner, and explained, "Mengmeng has fainted due to excessive use of witchcraft." "What?" Gu Yuan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an explanation. Seeing her friend in such dire condition, compounded by her own distressing matters, her mood darkened further, and she spoke to Hu Xiao with a hint of reproach in her tone. "Have you not been by her side? How could you fail to protect her?" At her words, Hu Xiao felt an even deeper bitterness swell within him. He was not one for eloquence, and her accusation only served to amplify his feelings of inadequacy. He could only nod somberly, his voice heavy with remorse. "It is my fault." Gu Yuan chose not to linger on the matter. She inquired how to care for Zhang Mengmeng and prepared to take on the responsibility herself. To her surprise, Hu Xiao remained rooted by the bedside. She then suggested, "Allow me to care for Mengmeng. You should rest if you need to." Unexpectedly, Hu Xiao simply shook his head, resolutely declining her offer. "There is no need." Being abruptly rejected left Gu Yuan, and feeling somewhat disheartened, Yet she found herself powerless in the face of the imposing orc before her, with a stern countenance that exuded an air of ferocity. He was hardly the sort one could easily engage with. She could not fathom why Mengmeng would choose such a partner. This thought inevitably led her to recall Huji, and a pang of sorrow pierced her heart. Her judgment was hardly any better. That individual, seemingly gentle and amiable, was, in truth, a predatory beast, perhaps even more fearsome than the brutish orc before her. Yet, knowing that the other was such a person did not extinguish the fluttering of her heart. Such a thing was impossible. As Gu Yuanyuan stepped out of the house and settled upon the threshold, gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars, they reminded her of Huji's eyes. A self-deprecating smile crept across her lips. She had believed she would gradually forget him, convinced that her heart had ceased to harbor affection for him. Alas, this was merely a delusion. The truth was, every time she recalled him, the sorrow in her heart threatened to engulf her completely. Chapter 315. Mengmeng awakens Gu Yuanyu and was unaware of how long she had sat on the threshold. Eventually, lost in her thoughts, she dozed off for a brief spell. Upon awakening and lifting her gaze to the sky, she was suddenly startled by a cry from within the house. "Meng, you're awake?" Gu Yuanyuan sprang to her feet and hurried inside, and indeed, there lay Zhang Mengmeng, her eyes now wide open, offering a reassuring smile to the excited orc beside her. "Mengmeng," Gu Yuanyuan exclaimed, rushing over with glee. Upon seeing her, Zhang Mengmeng struggled to rise, ultimately aided by Hu Xiao, who half supported, half pulled her into a sitting position, revealing a radiant smile. "Yuan, you're back to normal? That is wonderful." "Yes, Mengmeng, I'm fine. I truly appreciate all you've done for me." The memories of her foolish actions during her dazed state flooded back, and Gu Yuanyuan wished she could hide that version of herself away. Fortunately, she had recovered, a stroke of luck amidst her misfortunes. As she recalled Zhang Mengmeng's care, her thoughts drifted back to being lured by Huji with roasted meat, causing her cheeks to flush. Yet, she quickly shook her head, admonishing herself. Those days were behind her. "Yes, Yuanyuan, you were quite the mischievous child. I almost felt compelled to give you a good thrashing." Zhang Mengmeng reminisced about her friend's previous antics, vividly recalling her impulsive desire to do just that. Indeed, Gu Yuanyuan chuckled shyly, the atmosphere light and joyful. However, Zhang Mengmeng's next question caused Gu Yuanyuan's expression to darken considerably. "By the way, Yuanyuan, why are you alone? Where's Huji?" Zhang Mengmeng initially asked the question casually, noting that the fox-like figure followed Gu Yuanyuan almost incessantly, shadowing her every move as if they were inseparable companions involved in some clandestine affair. There were moments when a mere exchange of words between her and Yuanyuan would provoke a profoundly unsettling glare from him. Yet today, he seemed unusually unconcerned about allowing Yuanyuan to visit her alone at such a late hour. Upon posing her question, she immediately noticed Gu Yuanyuan's complexion darken considerably, indicating that something was amiss. Hastily, she signaled to Hu Xiao, leaning in to whisper, "Xiao, could you step outside for a moment? I need to talk to Yuanyuan." However, this time Hu Xiao hesitated, uncertain as he regarded Zhang Mengmeng. Observing his reluctance, she swiftly raised her finger, assuring him with a serious demeanor, "It's only for a short while. I won't tire her out. There's no need to worry." As Hu Xiao's expression softened, Zhang Mengmeng seized the opportunity, adding, "And if I sense anything amiss, I will call for you immediately." Seeing her determination, Hu Xiu finally sighed, leaving her with a reminder to summon him if needed before stepping out of the bamboo hut. "All right. Yuan, now you can tell me what has transpired," Zhang Mengmeng said, extending her hands and guiding Gu Yuanyu into the edge of the bed. Gu Yuanyuan grasped her hands, revealing a profoundly sorrowful expression, as if on the verge of tears. "What has happened? Please share with me. We will find a solution together," Zhang Mengmeng urged, sensing Gu Yuanyuan's reluctance to speak, which heightened her anxiety. Finally, Gu Yuanyuan spoke. "Mengbao, he deceived me. He deceived me. What exactly happened? Tell me, and we shall resolve it together." Zhang Mengmeng reassured her, cupping Gu Yuanyuan's face with a comforting smile. Encouraged, Gu Yuanyuan began to recount the tale. By the time Gu Yuanyuan had finished, Zhang Mengmeng was aflame with indignation. It made sense now why that fox-like figure had appeared at such a fortuitous moment. It was evidently all orchestrated. She was taken aback to discover that even the events witnessed in the peach grove were part of his deliberate machinations. The cunning of that individual was utterly unfathomable. The depth of Gu Yuanyuan's feelings was truly alarming. How could he betray someone as devoted as you? Zhang Mengmeng thought to herself, her voice tinged with righteous fury. "Humph, You made the right choice in leaving him. From now on, the two of us shall move forward together, ignoring that oath. Let him regret his actions. Zhang Mengmeng spoke candidly, only to notice that Gu Yuanyuan remained silent. Her head bowed. This piqued her curiosity, prompting her to glance at Gu Yuanyuan. To her astonishment, she found Gu Yuanyuan's eyes glistening with tears, a deep shade of red, emanating an aura of profound sorrow. Perhaps sensing Zhang Mengmeng's gaze upon her, Gu Yuanyuan murmured, "Mengmeng, it is entirely my fault indeed." Upon witnessing the situation, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly grasped Gu Yuanyuan's arm and, with a hint of urgency in her voice, exclaimed, "What do you mean you are at fault? Do not speak such nonsense. The blame lies entirely with that loathsome fox. His intentions are truly insidious. He acts this way solely to make me the soul witch." Gu Yuanyuan, with a bittersweet smile, replied, "I simply had no idea that he had always sought to sow discord between us." Observing Gu Yuanyuan's demeanor, Zhang Mengmeng sensed an underlying emotion. Before she could respond, Gu Yuanyuan continued, "It is my fault. Had I not come here, perhaps none of this would have transpired." As she spoke, crystalline tears streamed down Gu Yuanyuan's cheeks. Zhang Mengmeng could no longer contain herself. She fervently shook her head and grasped Gu Yuanyuan's hand tightly. "Yuanyuan, you must be unaware of the myriad trials I endured upon my arrival in this beastly world. In those days, I often pondered, why was it I who had to endure this wretched fate? Why was it I who faced such tribulations? Had I not come here, I would have been happily engrossed in my studies." But Zhang Mengmeng's gaze suddenly became resolute, her tone slowing down. "The reality is that we find ourselves here. Having become part of the beast world, everything we have experienced is our truth, an undeniable fact, regardless of the choices we make. As long as we remain true to ourselves and follow our hearts without regret, I believe that suffices." As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Throughout this journey, she had often felt fear, uncertainty, and frustration, enduring countless moments of sorrow, yet she had never felt regret. "Mengmeng, I often feel that I have brought harm upon you all. Last time, I nearly misunderstood you," Gu Yuanyuan said, listening intently as Zhang Mengmeng spoke. However, once Zhang Mengmeng finished, Gu Yuanyuan's expression remained troubled. "I truly cannot forgive myself. You always do this, blaming everything on yourself. Liking someone is not your fault." Zhang Mengmeng gently chided, shaking her head in helplessness, yet deeply understanding that her friend was prone to self-blame, rarely directing blame at others. In this regard, they were indeed very different. "You still have feelings for him, don't you?" Zhang Mengmeng suddenly inquired. In response, Gu Yuanyuan did not answer directly but offered a self-deprecating smile before saying, "He probably doesn't truly like me either." Zhang Mengmeng fell silent upon hearing those words. Love, after all, is a matter between two individuals. Feelings are known only to those directly involved. To an outsider, it is akin to gazing at flowers through a foggy window, utterly bewildering. If she were to express her thoughts, suggesting that Hu Ji harbored no affection for Yuanyuan would seem unfounded. Previously, Hu Ji merely engaged in conversation with Yuanyuan, and when their actions grew slightly more intimate, he would regard her with an intensity that felt almost predatory. At that moment, it was truly frightening for Mengmeng. And fearing for Yuanyuan's feelings, she refrained from sharing too much. Little did she anticipate that circumstances would evolve into their current state. To assert that one does not care is perplexing. Which male would orchestrate such a scheme against his beloved? Naturally, one would cherish and pamper their female companion, not concoct illusions to distress her or employ soul-binding techniques to exert control. Such behavior resembles that of a deranged cultist, far removed from the way a normal person should treat their partner. Yuanyuan, fret not, this world teems with males. If he fails to appreciate what he has, that is his folly. It is not worth our sorrow over such a beast, Zhang Mengmeng declared, shaking her head gravely. Mengmeng, enough about me. How have you been? How did you come to misuse your witchcraft so excessively? Gu Yuanyuan forced a smile, striving to shift the focus. It's still that beast king. I cannot fathom what he has ingested, but he has tainted the drinks of the tribal leaders, leading to their mutual slaughter. My partner wished to assist them, and I felt compelled to follow suit. Mengmeng recalled the previous events with a sense of resignation. Having a partner who prioritizes the greater good can indeed be quite troubling at times. She resolved that for the next few days, she would not share a bed with that insufferable tiger. Wherever he wished to roam, she would instead sleep with Yuanyuan. After joyfully making this decision in her heart, she looked up to see Gu Yuanyuan's melancholic expression. Unable to bear it, she suggested, Yuan, why don't you rest for a bit? I will speak to my partner and arrange for us to sleep together tonight, just like old times. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Stepping outside, she found Hu Shao standing guard nearby, as steadfast as a wooden post. Wanting to tease him, Zhang Mengmeng rushed over and playfully embraced him from behind. Her icy hands brushing against his skin. Gloating in her success, she asked, Guess who I am? This playful trick never failed to amuse her, and Hu Shao, having learned to play along, feigned ignorance. Who? Is it you, Mengmeng? However, Zhang Mengmeng then dashed in front of Hu Shao, gazing up at him, and declared, Who? For the next few days, I will be sleeping with Yuan. You can rest beside us. After speaking, Zhang Mengmeng turned her back, falling silent. Although her tone was lighthearted and she exhibited no signs of anger, Hu Shao had become somewhat acquainted with her temperament during their time together. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated and inquired, Meng, are you upset? With her back turned to him, Zhang Mengmeng's lips curled slightly, a sign that this annoying tiger was somewhat perceptive, recognizing her irritation. However, considering his efforts for the beast world, she felt she had no grounds to voice her discontent. Still, a touch of sulkiness seemed permissible. No, not at all. I'm leaving now, she replied, feigning readiness to depart. Zhang Mengmeng deliberately slowed her pace, and sure enough, she heard the roar of the tiger calling her name. Humph. Is that so? Given her diligent efforts to assist those beast kings, the foolish tiger ought to utter a few sweet nothings, shouldn't he? No, 2 phrases are insufficient. He must declare 3. Zhang Mengmeng was contemplating this matter when she leisurely turned around, only to hear the sound of a tiger's roar. Meng, it's chilly at night. Be sure to cover yourself with a quilt. Zhang Mengmeng listened and remarked, quite good. Although this sentence resembles a mother's admonition to her daughter, it could be regarded as a subtle expression of affection. I shall rate it a 60. Zhang Mengmeng awaited the continuation, only to be taken aback as Hu Shao fell silent, resembling a deflated balloon. Zhang Mengmeng, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired, Is that all? Her body remained slightly turned, preventing her from fully discerning the conflicted expression on Hu Zhao's face. She could only hear his deep voice reply, That's it. That's it. A wave of disbelief surged within her, as if her heart were tumbling in a dizzying 360-degree spiral. Was this truly the end? Where were the sweet words of affection she had anticipated? Alas, she lamented her misfortune. Why was it so challenging to hear tender confessions of love? Resigned, she accepted the reality. If there were no words, then so be it. She could simply walk away, momentarily reflecting on how her friend Yuan and was still heartbroken in the room. She felt a pang of guilt for allowing herself to be consumed by such trivial matters. Perhaps it would be better to have a heartfelt conversation with Yuan instead of lingering with this insufferable tiger. With that thought, Zhang Mengmeng turned with a sense of indignation, unaware that Hu Shao had been watching her retreating figure until she vanished from sight. Hu Shao wished to engage her in further conversation, yet was at a loss for words. Surely, she must be upset. Inside the room, the atmosphere lingered. Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuan lay side by side on the bed, with Zhang Mengmeng being the first to break the silence, recounting her experiences upon her arrival in the beast realm. Gradually, it seemed that Gu Yuan's attention was being diverted. Mengmeng, I cannot believe you endured such things, Gu Yuan remarked, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. Upon reflection, she realized she was indeed fortunate. While Mengmeng was compelled to partake in numerous activities she abhorred, she had encountered him right from the start. From the very beginning, he had treated her with remarkable kindness. His tenderness, so overwhelming that it left her yearning for more. Yet, each time she caught a glimpse of the sorrow hidden beneath that gentleness, her affection for him deepened. Indeed, my partner is excessively responsible. Initially, he merely regarded me as a mere vessel for offspring. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, her frustration palpable. At that time, I genuinely despised him. Speaking of the things Hu Shao did back then, I could hardly contain my anger. What's worse, there was a moment when he even considered giving me to someone else. My fondness for him plummeted at that instant. I wonder what was going through his mind. Gu Yuan, astonished that such a seemingly fierce orc could ever contemplate offering his partner to another, felt a mix of incredulity and empathy. She couldn't help but ponder, if she were in Mengmeng's shoes, and if Hu Zhi were to push her towards another, how would she feel? Without needing to think much, she instinctively knew it would be unbearable. Even the thought made her heart ache, let alone her dear friend's lived experience. Mengmeng, I have always admired your bravery. I hope you find joy in your life moving forward, Gu Yuan expressed her heartfelt sentiments. Honestly, upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Zhang Mengmeng didn't feel particularly joyful. She shook her head and replied, Yuan, I just wish for both of us to discover our paths in this beast realm, to support one another, and to move forward together. Hearing Zhang Mengmeng's words, Gu Yuanyuan smiled gently, acknowledging her own vulnerability and the contrast to Mengmeng's resilience. Yet, she was determined to focus on what she could control. Yes, Mengmeng, I will work on adjusting my mindset and do what I can. Indeed. Let those men go to hell. They're nothing but oafs. Zhang Mengmeng grasped Gu Yuanyuan's hand, locking eyes with her. In response, Gu Yuanyuan chuckled. Exactly. There are plenty of fish in the sea. With a shared glance, they laughed again. Why pine for just one flower? Haha, yours does indeed resemble a flower. A rare violet. Zhang Mengmeng closed her eyes, continuing to chat casually with Gu Yuanyuan, adding, he is the most handsome among the fox clan. Sometimes I truly think it's a shame he is a male. Gu Yuanyuan also closed her eyes, her tone becoming exceedingly relaxed. As they conversed, their voices gradually lowered. Resembling whispers, do you still have feelings for him, Yuan? You like Xiaoji the most. Eventually, their breaths became shallow, when suddenly, a snow-white fox leaped gracefully through the half-open window. It bounded onto the bed, heading straight for Gu Yuanyuan. Though the fox's body was petite, its tail was extraordinarily long, and its deep purple eyes gazed intently at Gu Yuanyuan. Abruptly, the fox lifted a paw, gently caressing her face, its expression remarkably human, focused, earnest, and even imbued with an unfathomable obsession. Then, the snow-white fox spoke, its voice unmistakably that of a young man. My dear, I understand. With those words, the snow fox continued to fix its gaze upon her, its murmurs echoing softly, do not worry, I shall never let you go. After speaking, the fox extended its tail, delicately stroking Gu Yuanyuan's hair, face, and eyes, lingering for a moment with an air of satisfaction before bowing its head and performing a long-anticipated gesture. In a dreamy haze, Gu Yuanyuan felt enveloped by a warm presence, a sensation she cherished. Unconsciously, she sighed contentedly and turned over, slipping back into slumber. In her dreams, she seemed to encounter that person again, recalling only a fleeting exchange, the words slipping away from her memory. The following morning, Zhang Mengmeng rubbed her eyes and discovered that Gu Yuanyuan had already risen. Beside the bed lay simple toiletries and a few small fruits, along with a charming bouquet of wildflowers. Zhang Mengmeng tidied up briefly, took the flowers in hand, and stepped outside. As anticipated, she called out, Good morning, Mengbao. Gu Yuanyuan was busy washing fruits and skewers with fresh water, executing her tasks with remarkable ease, suggesting familiarity. Wow, Yuanyuan, your culinary skills are impressive. Truly admirable. Zhang Mengmeng teased, but then her thoughts shifted. Was Gu Yuanyuan adept at these chores because she had previously undertaken them herself? Chapter 320. An unexpected turn of events. With this realization, Zhang Mengmeng's emotions grew entangled. Wasn't it said that the fox, Zhiji, treated Yuanyuan exceptionally well? Why then would Yuanyuan be left to manage such tasks alone? It seems that all the praise was mere illusion. Men. Consequently, Zhang Mengmeng hurried over, grasping Gu Yuanyuan's hand. Yuanyuan, you aren't doing all of this by yourself, are you? If the answer is yes, then that fox truly is hypocritical. Initially, Gu Yuanyuan was momentarily detained, a hint of confusion crossing her features. Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's inquiry, she smiled gently and replied, Mengmeng, when he is around, he manages everything impeccably. Occasionally, I lend a hand, yet I can never quite match his skill. As she spoke, a trace of embarrassment colored her expression. Are you suggesting that you have become so adept merely by observing him? Zhang Mengmeng questioned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Something like that, Gu Yuanyuan admitted. I occasionally assist. But Xiaoji's grilled meat is truly delectable. No matter how hard I try, I cannot seem to master it. A nostalgic and reflective look crossed her face. But as if suddenly realizing her words, she bowed her head in silence and returned to her work. Zhang Mengmeng keenly observed the subtle shifts in Gu Yuanyuan's expressions throughout their conversation, her genuine happiness when the topic of Fox Ji arose, followed by a poignant sense of loss as she reminisced. Yuanyuan, it seems I must learn a few more skills from you. The meat I roast is rather mediocre. Zhang Mengmeng thought, determined to lift Gu Yuanyuan's spirits. She spoke with a cheerful tone. Yes, let us do it together. As Gu Yuanyuan watched Zhang Mengmeng retrieve her bamboo tools to start a fire, she gazed at her actions with curiosity. Mengmeng, is this your idea? How marvelous. Indeed, Zhang Mengmeng replied, and soon she had successfully ignited the fire. The bamboo fire-starting tool, having been refined, was now remarkably effective, allowing even someone as clumsy as Zhang Mengmeng to easily create flames, free from worry outdoors. By the way, Yuan, have you seen Xiao? At this hour. Hu Xiao must have woken up. Why hasn't he come to find her? Humph. Silly tiger. He doesn't truly understand girls. Oh, he came by this morning. Seeing you still resting, he left early. He asked me to tell you, Beast King has summoned him urgently, so he went ahead. What? Upon hearing the words Beast King, Zhang Mengmeng's mind momentarily blanked. The Beast King, was he truly still alive? During the incident, when they attempted to save the Beast King, their attempts proved futile. Despite their efforts, he had displayed a peculiar expression and failed to expel anything. Eventually, they had to abandon their attempts, and later, she heard from Xiao that the Beast King seemed to have perished, with his body mysteriously vanished. Which Beast King? Zhang Mengmeng asked in a flurry. To which Gu Yuan responded, somewhat puzzled, it should be the previous Beast King. Why? Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng felt an intense surge of anxiety. Why had this Beast King summoned Xiao and the others now? We must hurry. We have no idea what this Beast King has in store. We need to see for ourselves. Zhang Mengmeng set aside her skewers, grasped Gu Yuan's hand. But to her surprise, Gu Yuan suddenly posed a question as if recalling something. Yuan, is the Beast King a red fox? Chapter 321. Entering the peach grove, though puzzled by Gu Yuan's inquiry at that moment, Zhang Mengmeng quickly replied, yes, it is a red fox. Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's response, Gu Yuan's face turned pale. It dawned on her that this was a person associated with the Beast King. What are you talking about? What do you mean by the Beast King's person? Zhang Mengmeng queried, only to find Gu Yuan even more frantic. Come on, Yuan, we must leave. I'll explain on the way. Huh. Zhang Mengmeng barely had time to process it before Gu Yuan had already seized her hand and started running. Gu Yuan's voice grew indistinct in the wind. Last time, the Beast King sent someone to kill me and Xiaoji. What did you say? As Zhang Mengmeng sprinted fervently, she incoherently inquired. Gu Yuan could only succinctly respond. Raising her voice, Xiaoji is in danger. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng realized that Gu Yuan's pace quickened even further, akin to a tempestuous whirlwind. In no time, the two breathless individuals arrived at the usual gathering place of the Beast King, only to find it eerily devoid of the anticipated foxes and royal beasts. An unsettling silence enveloping the area. At that moment, Gu Yuan scanned her surroundings, her gaze suddenly fixating on a particular direction, and she tugged Zhang Mengmeng onward toward it. In that direction, a plethora of distinct footprints intertwined, both large and small, causing the grass in that spot to appear noticeably shorter than the surrounding area. Gu Yuan shouted, Mengmeng, this way. They went in this direction. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng was once again propelled forward, feeling akin to a deflated balloon that had just surged ahead for a brief moment, only to be compelled to push her limits once more. Initially, she was oblivious to their heading, but as they drew closer to their destination, the familiar pink peach trees triggered a vivid recollection. This was the very peach grove that Fox Xi had led them into previously. Could it be that the royal beasts were now within this grove? Panic surged through Zhang Mengmeng as she thought about her last experience. Damn it. She could only imagine what that foolish old tiger might see and think. At that moment, she heard Gu Yuan softly call out, Xiaoji. It appeared they were about to charge in. No, Yuan. This place is far too dangerous, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, gripping her arm in fear. However, Gu Yuan, though visibly saddened, did not meet her gaze but halted nonetheless. Seeing Gu Yuan in such a state, Zhang Mengmeng sighed, and in the next instant, she grasped Gu Yuan's hand, lifting her chin with renewed determination. If we are to go, we must do so together. Hold my hand. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan smiled, reciprocating the grip. Yet, as they stepped into the peach grove, they found nothing amiss. Cautiously, they surveyed their surroundings, only to discover an abundance of peach trees and petals, seemingly devoid of any other living beings. Zhang Mengmeng grasped Gu Yuan's hand, exchanging a glance filled with concern. What on earth had transpired? Suddenly, the sound of her name being called broke through her thoughts. Upon turning, she was taken aback to see Hu Xiao not far away, lying on the ground, seemingly injured. In her haste, she released Gu Yuan's hand and sprinted towards him. Chapter 322. A joyful encounter with Hu Xiao. What has happened to you? Just as Zhang Mengmeng was nearing him, ready to reach out, the figure of the once vibrant beastman before her vanished. What? Zhang Mengmeng rushed to the spot, yet her hands grazed only the empty air. She quickly lifted her gaze in search of the other person, only to realize that at that moment, she was utterly alone. Alone? Zhang Mengmeng, filled with trepidation, hastily rose to her feet. But where was Yuan? Had she not just been by her side moments ago? Yuan? Zhang Mengmeng called out loudly, yet no one answered, and Gu Yuan had vanished without a trace. What should she do now? What could she possibly do? The tracking technique. By using an object imbued with Gu Yuan's essence, she could locate her. Zhang Mengmeng quickly racked her brain, only to realize she had nothing on her that bore Gu Yuan's aura. Cursing under her breath, she pondered for a moment, then retrieved a lock of golden hair she had kept close to her heart. With newfound determination, she began to chant the incantation for the tracking technique. And suddenly her eyes sparkled. Tiger Roar was right by a nearby peach tree. Zhang Mengmeng immediately sprinted towards that location, believing that the tiger's roar was indeed genuine. However, as she dashed in that direction, she was astonished to discover that the source of the roar had shifted once more, in the blink of an eye. It seemed to emanate from an entirely different direction. Zhang Mengmeng's gaze shifted. This peach orchard is indeed suspicious. But why does such a place exist in the beast realm? This craftsmanship resembles not sorcery or magic, but rather the art of the 8 trigrams. Zhang Mengmeng racked her brain, struggling to find a term that could best encapsulate the bewildering scene before her. It was said that such powers belonged only to ancient immortals. How could they manifest so unexpectedly in a peach grove within the beast realm? However, this was not the time for contemplation. Shaking her head, she once more employed her tracking technique to ascertain the location of Hu Xiao. Throughout her journey, she utilized her skills several times before finally arriving in the vicinity where Hu Xiao resided. Upon nearing, Zhang Mengmeng called out loudly, "Xiao, it's me." She fervently hoped he would hear her. It seemed the heavens had indeed acknowledged her prayer, for in the next moment, Hu Xiao turned around and immediately spotted her. "Meng? Yes, it's me." Without hesitation, Zhang Mengmeng rushed towards Hu Xiao, extending her arms in anticipation of an embrace. To her surprise, he restrained her hand, bending down to scrutinize her closely. Suddenly, he executed an unexpected move. He sprouted beastly ears. Adorned with soft, golden fur, these ears were large and inviting to the touch. Despite the peculiarity of the situation, Zhang Mengmeng felt an irresistible urge. After all, Hu Xiao had lowered himself, presenting the perfect opportunity. To refrain from touching would be foolish. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out. Indeed, it was delightful. So soft. The expansive surface area was a joy to behold. In all honesty, since the arrival of her 2 little ones, Zhang Mengmeng had seldom caressed Hu Xiao's beastly ears. On one hand, she believed that as a mother, she ought to exhibit some restraint. On the other hand, with 2 little ones to play with, her focus had shifted away from Hu Xiao. However, it was clear now that Zhao's ears were far more comfortable, larger, and softer. As Zhang Mengmeng was lost in thought, she was unexpectedly lifted into the air by the orc, whose voice was suffused with uncontainable joy, truly adorable. Chapter 323, The Real and the Fake Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng was lifted into the air, her expression one of bewilderment. Upon hearing the term tiger's roar, she became even more perplexed and immediately inquired with a hint of confusion, "What do you mean by that, Xiao? Have you encountered some false version of me?" Zhang Mengmeng had merely spoken in jest, but to her surprise, Hu Xiao nodded gravely in agreement. "Indeed. Huh. When did that happen?" Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. Although she had contemplated such a scenario, the thought that Hu Xiao had witnessed the same scene she had previously encountered left her feeling exceedingly displeased, almost as if she had been unjustly burdened with a heavy blame. She had done nothing wrong. "What exactly did you see?" "Those actions were not mine. Please do not misunderstand." Zhang Mengmeng did not inquire into what Hu Xiao had witnessed, for she was certain it was something unpleasant, and it was best to dismiss it entirely. However, to her surprise, Hu Xiao's expression shifted to something rather peculiar. He seemed hesitant. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Mengmeng's suspicions were further confirmed. There must be something troubling at hand. How could she bear the weight of such an unforeseen burden? "Do not believe that. It is all false," she exclaimed, her anxiety mounting as she reiterated her stance. Hu Xiao, recalling the events that had just transpired, found it challenging to articulate his thoughts. Should he reveal to Mengmeng what he had truly seen? Noticing the odd expression on Hu Xiao's face, Zhang Mengmeng scrutinized him further, and this only deepened her bewilderment. His countenance did not convey anger, but rather, it appeared to be shyness. Puzzled, she inquired, "Hu Xiao, what exactly did you see?" With Mingming's curiosity piqued, Hu Xiao hesitated before responding, "Actually, I only saw you." Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback, according to the previous experience. She should have been confronted with a false version of herself engaging intimately with other beastmen. Why was it just her? What did that imitation of me do? Her curiosity was now thoroughly ignited. What actions could have rendered Hu Xiao so reticent? After a brief pause, Hu Xiao replied, seemingly choosing his words carefully, "It was passionate." Zhang Mengmeng's mind was momentarily shattered by the fervor of the word enthusiasm. Enthusiasm? What kind of sentiment was that? Wasn't she already sufficiently passionate in her usual demeanor? No matter what she did, Hu Xiao would merely admonish her with a playful remark, never once employing the term enthusiasm. Yet today he astonishingly applied it to a mere puppet. This thought left Zhang Mengmeng inexplicably irked. No, intensely vexed. Consequently, her tone shifted to one of palpable danger. So, what did that fellow do? Seemingly sensing the emotion lacing her words, Hu Xiao cleared his throat and astutely redirected the conversation. "By the way, Ming, why are you here alone?" As soon as the topic arose, Zhang Mengmeng's frustration surged. She was certain that she and Yuan had been deliberately separated. It was all too evident that the orchestrator of this scheme could only be Hu Ji. Yuan was likely with her now. Zhang Mengmeng replied somewhat irritably. If it was him, Yuan should be safe. However, how were they to escape from this predicament? Contemplating this dilemma, Zhang Mengmeng inquired, "Xiao, how did you arrive here? What about the Beast King? Are there other beast rulers as well?" At her words, a shadow of concern crossed Hu Xiao's face. "I came with the Beast King. He mentioned he was to deal with a traitor and commanded us subordinates to follow." Chapter 324. Dealing with the traitor, dealing with a traitor? Zhang Mengmeng felt further perplexed. Did the Beast King know the identity of the traitor? Connecting this to Yuan's earlier strange reaction, she felt as though she was on the verge of understanding something significant. "Xiao, is the Beast King still alive? Did he reveal who the traitor is?" In response, Hu Xiao shook his head, his expression grave. "The Beast King did not mention it." "Never mind, Xiao. Let us focus on how to escape," Zhang Mengmeng suggested. Though she had formulated a possible hypothesis, the current situation was uncertain, and she could not hastily arrive at a conclusion. More importantly, they needed to find a way out of this enigmatic peach forest. Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering why she had seemingly traversed the peach grove with such ease last time, while now it appeared transformed into a labyrinth, a phenomenon she could not comprehend. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Yuan felt a surge of anxiety upon noticing Zhang Mengmeng's sudden disappearance. She glanced around, only to find the surroundings eerily desolate, the silence almost haunting. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise approached from a distance, seemingly advancing towards her from behind. Gu Yuan swiftly turned around, and the sight before her rendered her momentarily speechless. A group of unfamiliar orcs, their faces twisted in ferocity, were besieging a solitary figure among them. It was this very orc that captivated Gu Yuan's attention and momentarily erased her thoughts. With flowing silver hair, a pallid complexion, and eyes deep as amethyst, the striking contrast of his blood-red lips against his fair skin was as arresting as a crimson plum blossom against a blanket of snow, both exquisite and brutal. At that moment, a nonchalant smile flickered across the man's lips. Gu Yuan was uncertain whether he had noticed her. Instinctively, she began to run towards him, only to find him abruptly sidestepping to her right, as fate cruelly orchestrated their paths to barely miss one another. In that fleeting instant, a solitary thought flashed through Gu Yuan's mind. "Darling, you will always be by my side, won't you?" Tears welled in her eyes as she recalled the moment. She merely smiled without affirming her promise, aware that commitments bore a heavy weight and should not be made lightly if one could not fulfill them. Yet, deep down, she already knew the answer, did she not? In the next moment, she pivoted and chased after the direction the man had taken. The image imprinted in her mind was that of his somewhat slender figure, a sight she was unaccustomed to, now realizing how painfully lean he appeared. No matter how hard she pursued, it felt as though she could never catch up to him, despite exerting every ounce of her strength. The figure before her grew increasingly indistinct, eventually shrinking into a mere speck before vanishing into the wind. Ultimately, Gu Yuan's vision faded to emptiness. She came to a halt, breathless yet unfazed, her body bending slightly forward, lost in despair. In the next moment, she gazed vacantly in the direction where he had disappeared, the echoes of his gentle laughter piercing her heart with a relentless ache. No, she could not give up. It was not permissible. With this thought in mind, Gu Yuanyuan sprinted towards the direction she had resolutely chosen. Chapter 325, Above the Treehouse. To Gu Yuanyuan's astonishment, as she turned a corner, she stumbled upon a remarkably straight path. In the midst of this intricate peach orchard, such a straight path was indeed a rarity. Nevertheless, Gu Yuanyuan could not afford to hesitate. She followed the path with unwavering determination. One of Gu Yuanyuan's most distinctive traits was her relentless commitment to a chosen direction. Upon reaching the end of the path, a sudden haze enveloped her vision. She felt as though she were ascending a slope, the ground beneath her feet rising steadily, yet appearing remarkably even. Abruptly, her steps faltered, for at the path's terminus, a familiar silhouette flickered in and out of view. A voice within her whispered, "It is him, it is him." Yet, her footsteps hesitated, as if caught in a dream where reality and illusion blurred. In the next moment, a sudden swirl of white mist flashed before her eyes. When she opened them again, she was greeted by a scene that took her breath away, a colossal peach tree. Unlike any she had ever encountered, its branches spiraled majestically upwards, and astonishingly, nestled among the boughs was a house. Such an astonishing existence rendered Gu Yuanyuan momentarily speechless. She rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she was mistaken, yet, upon reopening them, the treehouse not only remained but appeared even more vivid. In the next instant, the small door of the treehouse creaked open of its own accord, revealing the very face that Gu Yuanyuan had long sought. Strangely, this visage was no longer the grotesque one she had previously encountered, but rather the stunning countenance she had once admired. Gone were the white splotches, and the dull skin had regained its luster. Those violet eyes sparkled with an almost ethereal glow, captivating Gu Yuanyuan, who found herself entranced, staring blankly into them. At that moment, the figure seemed to be entirely ensconced within the bamboo dwelling, which appeared modest, perhaps only a few square meters in size, with only his face visible. Had this scene unfolded in the darkness of night, it would have struck one as eerie. Yet, for Gu Yuanyuan, who had tirelessly searched for him, it felt akin to a sliver of dawn breaking through the night. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. She could not fathom why she was smiling. But the sight of him, whole and well, instantly brought a sense of tranquility to her heart. Xiaoji, Gu Yuanyuan silently called out in her mind. Even as he lay there in the bamboo house, he remained strikingly extraordinary, irresistibly captivating. Although he seemed unable to move, he continued to gaze at her, his smile imbued with unparalleled tenderness. This was indeed him, constantly managing his expressions, perpetually striving to present his best self. A bittersweet smile crept across Gu Yuanyuan's face, her heart aching for him. "Hurt, isn't it?" She ventured softly, her tone light, yet her gaze radiated an incredible warmth. In response, Huji fixed his beautiful eyes upon Gu Yuanyuan, and suddenly smiled, exhaling as if in a sigh. "You are always so clever, dear." Unable to move, Gu Yuanyuan pressed earnestly, her demeanor serious. Huji did not respond immediately. After a moment, under the persistent intensity of her gaze, he nodded reluctantly. "Yes, I cannot move." Chapter 326. The beautiful fox, Gu Yuanyuan chuckled softly, her heart brimming with emotions. Truly, this individual, despite being utterly immobilized, still endeavored to maintain the most elegant posture. As she pondered this, Gu Yuanyuan cautiously ascended the tree trunk, step by step, drawing nearer to her companion. Upon entering the treehouse, she realized that it was rather cramped, barely accommodating two individuals. Once inside, she could only curl her body, lying face to face with Ji, and at such close proximity, she noticed the pallor of Ji's complexions, along with faintly discernible spots dotting her skin. Gu Yuanyuan contemplated the possible reasons for this, unable to suppress a smile. She gently cradled Ji's face, though Ji initially resisted, attempting to evade her touch. Yet, Gu Yuanyuan was resolute, carefully and patiently removing the white powder that concealed Ji's true complexion, revealing the hidden blemishes beneath the fade. What lay beneath was still that lackluster visage, adorned with numerous small white spots, which, in stark contrast to her otherwise fair skin, rendered her appearance quite unsettling. The dim lighting accentuated the unsettling effect of the white spots, startling at first glance, as if the once charming gentleman had transformed into a grotesque figure. At that moment, she had turned away, masking the shame of her appearance. And all Gu Yuanyuan could perceive was her profile and those eyes that longed to meet her gaze yet shied away in trepidation. Gu Yuanyuan felt an overwhelming urge to laugh but restrained herself, fearing that her amusement might be misconstrued. Instead, she turned Ji's face toward her, her almond-shaped eyes locking onto Ji's, where she vividly discerned the anxiety, insecurity, and timidity reflected within. In that instant, Gu Yuan found the person before her to be strikingly authentic. A wave of compassion surged within her, questioning why this individual consistently evoked such a myriad of feelings in her heart. They had clearly agreed to part ways for a time, yet it had taken so little for her to shatter that promise. Ji, in her current state, was still quite beautiful. Gu Yuan tenderly caressed Ji's face, speaking softly. However, Ji did not respond immediately. Only she could perceive the beauty beneath this facade. In truth, she felt utterly unpresentable. Had she not feared Gu Yuan's departure, she would never have allowed her to witness this. Have you done many wrongs? Gu Yuan inquired, gazing into Ji's eyes. Ji could not provide an immediate response. He pondered for a moment. Before he could formulate a suitable answer, Gu Yuan continued, "Never mind, just tell me, is Mengmeng safe?" To this question, Ji replied promptly. Even managing a smile, she is safe with her partner, of course. Since the last incident involving the mischievous Bao Bao and Zhang Mengmeng, he has learned a valuable lesson. Although he yearns to rid himself of that female presence, he has now conceived a more prudent strategy. Upon hearing this response and observing the fleeting yet inscrutable expression on Hu Ji's face, Gu Yuan, who had been intently watching, playfully prodded Hu Ji's cheek, reminding her, "Remember, you must not bully Mengmeng, otherwise I shall not condone it." Reluctantly, Hu Ji nodded in agreement. Chapter 327. A sudden earthquake. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiaoxiao found themselves ensnared in a perplexing situation. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of land collapsing resonated from an unknown source. "Xiao, did you hear that?" Zhang Mengmeng hesitantly tugged at Hu Xiaoxiao's hand, questioning him with uncertainty. The intermittent rumbling, akin to distant thunder, could not merely be a figment of her imagination, could it? Had her prolonged confinement within this wretched peach grove induced auditory hallucinations? Sensing the worry in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes, Hu Xiaoxiao grasped her hand reassuringly. Yet his words only intensified her unease. "Meng, what sound? You didn't hear anything?" Zhang Mengmeng's astonishment grew. Could it truly be a mere illusion? Straining to discern the thunderous noise, she bent down, and in the next moment, she found herself pressed against the ground. Through the earth, the sound seemed to amplify around her. Rumble, rumble. What was happening? "Xiao, lower your head and see if you can hear it," she urged, waving him over. Complying, Hu Xiaoxiao dutifully lowered his head, listening intently. Typically, beastmen possess superior hearing, yet he shook his head in confusion. "Meng, I hear nothing." "Still no sound?" Zhang Mengmeng persisted. Lowering her head once more, she was certain she heard it. Pinching herself, she winced. This was no mere figment of her imagination. What was transpiring? After a moment, she realized the truth. The ground before her was visibly collapsing, as if branches were fracturing, slowly splitting apart. Smaller peach trees sank into the earth, gradually widening the path ahead. An earthquake. The first word that sprang to Zhang Mengmeng's mind was earthquake. How could such a thing occur here so suddenly? What should one do in the event of an earthquake? Zhang Mengmeng swiftly recalled all the knowledge related to earthquakes that resided in her mind. When an earthquake occurs, one should promptly flee to an open area to avoid injuries caused by collapsing buildings. "Xiao, where is the most open space here?" she urgently inquired, pulling on Hu Xiao's hand. At that moment, Hu Xiao gazed around in confusion, having never witnessed such a scene before. He vaguely remembered his father mentioning something like this in his childhood, something referred to as ground collapse. This term plunged Hu Xiao into a state of unease. A ground collapse was a terrifying natural disaster, rumored to cause countless casualties among beastmen whenever it struck. Contemplating this dreadful reality, Hu Xiao tightened his grip on Zhang Mengmeng's hand, oblivious to her question. It wasn't until Zhang Mengmeng, in a fit of anxiety, shouted again, "Xiao?" that Hu Xiao emerged from his reverie. He turned to her and exclaimed, "Meng, we must go. We need to hurry." However, Zhang Mengmeng, aware that Hu Xiao might not have heard her, repeated her question, "But Xiao, where is the most open space?" "The central area. Let us head to the central area," Hu Xiao replied, his tone urgent and rapid. Without delay, he grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand and dashed forward. Upon reaching the central area, Zhang Mengmeng discovered that it had already become a gathering point for numerous beastmen from other tribes. They clustered in groups, some hastily jogging in apparent panic, as if they had just arrived, while others whispered anxiously to one another, their expressions grave. Strangely, when Zhang Mengmeng arrived, it seemed to her that many gazes were fixed upon her, and the murmurs that had filled the air diminished significantly. What was happening? Zhang Mengmeng found herself somewhat perplexed. After Hu Xiao elucidated the matter, she grasped that earthquakes in the beast world were referred to as land subsidence. Such phenomena were rare, occurring only once in a century, and each instance resulted in countless fatalities. However, as Hu Xiao had stated, land subsidence had never transpired in the central district, not even once. It was said that during a particularly severe snowstorm catastrophe that engulfed the entire beast world, the central district remained untouched by calamity. This area was deemed the safest on the entire continent, with legends suggesting that it had once been graced by the beast god, thereby receiving perpetual protection. Discussions surrounding the central district were rife with varied opinions, yet one consensus prevailed. There was no place in the beast world more secure than this. However, now that even this sanctuary had experienced land subsidence, what could it signify? Perhaps other regions of the continent were concurrently enduring even more dreadful disasters. Zhang Mengmeng's expression turned grave, as the entire situation unfolded far too abruptly. While she was lost in her own thoughts, she suddenly sensed a piercing gaze seemingly fixed upon her. She raised her eyes, only to meet an unexpected pair of pitch-black orbs, reminiscent of a tranquil, unfathomable well. As if the previous sensation had merely been a figment of her imagination, the figure flickered and vanished, yet the voice resonated clearly in Zhang Mengmeng's mind. Flee. With those two words uttered, the silhouette dissolved into thin air, as fleeting as a gust of wind. Zhang Mengmeng instinctively recognized those eyes. The beastman was none other than Hei's, who had been elusive during this period. Although his words were disjointed, they instilled in Zhang Mengmeng an unsettling premonition, as if some misfortune were about to befall her. Why would he urge her to flee? Zhang Mengmeng felt perplexed, yet in the next moment, she grasped Hu Xiao's hand and said, "Xiao, let us proceed in that direction." The direction in which Zhang Mengmeng hastened was precisely the path of Hei's disappearance. She harbored an unsettling intuition that Hei's must possess some knowledge regarding this sudden calamity. Her mind was inundated with an array of perplexities, and she realized that relying solely on her own thoughts would yield naught but a fruitless endeavor. Thus, it seemed far more prudent to embark on a quest for answers herself. Although Hu Shi was somewhat bewildered, he obediently allowed Zhang Mengmeng to guide him deeper into the forest. To her astonishment, Hei's had not vanished. Instead, he awaited her at the forest's edge, a man with dark hair, standing with his back to them, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of an otherworldly sage, as if he had anticipated her pursuit all along. Zhang Mengmeng, without further contemplation, promptly voiced her lingering doubt. Hei's, why do you urge me to flee? What do you know about this ground collapse? Hei's continued to face away from them, yet uttered a cryptic warning. Do not linger in the central district. Escape swiftly. Chapter 329. Sacrifice for you. Seeing that Hei's offered no clarification but reiterated his urgent advice to flee, Zhang Mengmeng's apprehension deepened. She dared to wager that Hei's must be privy to some exceedingly significant information. Yet, why did he withhold it from her? Zhang Mengmeng was perplexed, for at that moment, another orc emerged from behind Hei's, an orc she was all too familiar with, the brooding and sinister Heiyu. His demeanor appeared even more sullen than before, revealing a profoundly troubled state of mind. Perhaps it was the sight of Zhang Mengmeng that caused him to furrow his brow as he turned to Hei's with a question. Brother, why do you concern yourself with her fate? As expected, Heiyu's words were far from pleasant. Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of indignation. Yet she resolved to remain a passive observer. Perhaps through their dialogue, she might glean some valuable insight. Heyu, have you forgotten what I previously confided in you? Hei's spoke without turning, but his tone conveyed a seriousness laced with a subtle hint of exasperation. Brother, Heiyu called out helplessly, stepping before Hei's. Under the weight of his gaze, he reluctantly nodded, albeit with a hint of irritation. I understand. You may leave now, Hei's added, his expression remaining inscrutable. Upon hearing this, Heiyu, with a grim countenance, retreated past Zhang Mengmeng. As he brushed against her hand, unfriendly words echoed in her mind. You should leave. Stay here any longer, and you won't even know how you met your demise. This left Zhang Mengmeng, who had hoped Heiyu's remarks would yield some useful information, utterly disenchanted. His words were no different from Hei's, urging her to flee, yet they offered no insight into the underlying reasons. How peculiar indeed. At the very moment the earthquake struck, a different scene unfolded for Gu Yuan. The tremor came unexpectedly, catching both her and Hu Ji off guard during their conversation. Notably, Gu Yuan initially heard a faint sound, which she dismissed as a trick of her ears. However, as she felt her body violently sway and the wooden block overhead draw closer, she had yet to react when a figure beside her stepped forward to shield her. In that instant, the falling timber struck the orc's shoulder with a resounding thud, resembling the sound of something heavy dropping. The orc let out a low grunt, yet his striking purple eyes remained fixed upon her, earnest and focused, as if in that moment the entire world consisted solely of the two of them. Although the space within the treehouse felt exceedingly cramped, and Gu Yuanyuan sensed herself sinking further, time seemed to freeze as the orc gazed at her. She could not articulate the emotions swelling within her. Tears threatened to spill, only deepening her reluctance to part from him. Aware of the complexities hidden beneath his gentle faade, she found herself irresistibly drawn to the authenticity he inadvertently revealed, becoming ever more enmeshed in her feelings. Were Mengmeng to learn of this, she might deem her foolish. Yet, for this fleeting moment, Gu Yuanyuan allowed herself to indulge in her emotions, tenderly embracing Hu Ji. Chapter 330. The sorceress's misstep. Gu Yuanyuan perceived the orc's shoulder as seemingly slender, yet it felt remarkably broad to her touch. Nestled in his embrace, she experienced a profound sense of security that she had not felt in ages. Observing this, a smile graced Hu Ji's face, despite his current disheveled appearance. The smile harmonized beautifully with the expansive blue sky behind him, creating a unique aesthetic allure. As Gu Yuanyuan tightened her hold, Hu Ji drew her even closer, his gentle breath brushing against her ear. "My dear, hold me tightly." Gu Yuanyuan chuckled softly, bemused by how he had appeared nearly incapacitated moments ago, yet now exuded an air of confidence. Unable to resist her curiosity, she asked, "Xiaoji, can you move now?" "Yes, my dear, do not worry. I shall ensure that you suffer not a single scratch," Hu Ji whispered tenderly, his breath seeping into her heart, leaving behind a bittersweet resonance. At that moment, Gu Yuanyuan yearned to trust the person before her. Although she still grappled with the reasons behind his past decisions, she resolved to savor this warmth for as long as fate allowed. Yet, suddenly, Gu Yuanyuan realized, was Hu Ji injured from the blow? Now, their immediate priority was to hastily depart from this place and seek an open area. "Xiaoji, how is your wound? Let us rise swiftly and find a spacious location." Gu Yuanyuan urgently grasped Hu Ji's hand, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with anxiety, fearing they might be too late. In response, Hu Ji remained silent, fixing a steady gaze upon Gu Yuanyuan before suddenly uttering a seemingly nonsensical remark. "My dear, you shall be unharmed." Although Gu Yuanyuan found this somewhat perplexing, the urgency of the situation left her little time for contemplation. She merely assisted Hu Ji to her feet and hurriedly prepared to flee, only to be taken aback as Hu Ji, as if foreseeing an impending event, pulled her towards a specific direction. Meanwhile, on Zhang Mengmeng's side, his eyes divulged no further valuable information, merely urging her to depart quickly. Consequently, she dared not take any chances, stealthily leading Hu Xiao to hide amidst the thicket of the forest. Employing her material vision technique, Zhang Mengmeng directed a small butterfly to flutter towards the central area. As the saying goes, surviving a great calamity brings forth subsequent blessings. Ever since Zhang Mengmeng fainted due to excessive use of her witchcraft, she awoke to discover her powers had escalated. For instance, her material vision, which previously could only probe about 100 meters, had now evolved to a remarkable distance of 1 kilometer. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng cautiously guided Hu Xiao closer to the central area, using the butterfly ahead to survey the situation. The butterfly danced gracefully through the air, and after a considerable while, she finally beheld the congregation of beastmen in the central zone. At this moment, the number of beastmen appeared to have doubled, and the chaos in the arena intensified. Through the whispers carried by the butterfly, the discourse among the beastmen left Zhang Mengmeng momentarily speechless. The witch. It is all the witch's fault. The ground collapse occurred because of her. It has been years since such a disaster happened here. How could it occur upon her arrival? The beastmen, filled with righteous indignation, seemed to harbor an irreconcilable hatred towards the so-called witch, oblivious to the fact that they might have never even crossed paths. They attributed natural calamities to human actions and, swayed by a few instigators, rallied with fervor. Perhaps this is what is known as the masses. Zhang Mengmeng pondered with a touch of indifference when, all of a sudden, she was struck by even more sensational news. Chapter 331. Enigmas abound. A formidable orc bellowed, "It is an elf." This proclamation ignited a fervor, intensifying the atmosphere to a palpable tension. Subsequently, an orc quickly proclaimed, "If we offer the priestess as a sacrifice to the elf, we shall surely quell its wrath." Indeed, a sacrifice of the priestess. Surely, the elf would forgive us. This revelation struck Zhang Mengmeng like a thunderclap, leaving her both bewildered and enlightened. It seemed she understood the orc's discourse, yet simultaneously felt bewildered. Was it not said that the priestess was a revered figure among the orcs? Was she not the guardian of their realm? Yet, why was it that, in the face of calamity, their first thought was to cast the priestess aside? What then? Was the true nature of the elf within the Orcish world? Why did these orcs believe that disasters were intertwined with the elf? Furthermore, it was peculiarly perplexing. Zhang Mengmeng believes that Tiger Roar must be unaware of this information. Zhang Mengmeng's pallid complexion did not escape the notice of Hu Xiao, who, feeling a twinge of unease, gently grasped her hand. His expression was one of confusion, and as he observed her noticeably wan demeanor and her silence, his concern deepened. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he tugged at her hand and asked, "Meng, what did you see?" Startled by Hu Xiao's pull, Zhang Mengmeng regained her senses, though her gaze remained somewhat vacant. "Xiao, are you familiar with the existence of elves?" she inquired, her tone bearing a weight she herself had not fully realized. Hu Xiao, taken aback by such an unexpected question, contemplated its implications, concluding that it surely related to her recent experiences. It is said that the elven race is favored by nature, and there are even legends suggesting their origins are intertwined with the beast god. However, the elven kin has long since retreated from the world, and now they are but a distant memory. Zhang Mengmeng listened intently, her mind racing with thoughts. She had indeed heard tales of the elven race in her own world, where it was said that their lifespan was extraordinarily long, and they were blessed in every aspect, save for their ability to reproduce, which left them with few descendants, ultimately leading to their disappearance. Yet, she had always regarded these tales as mere folklore. Could it be that the elven race truly existed? But what connection did they have with the priestesses? Why was this sinkhole linked to the elven race? Moreover, why were such discussions arising among the beastmen? Sacrifice the priestess. She thought incredulously. Did they even comprehend the concept of sacrifice? Did they believe they were living in some superstitious, feudal past, resorting to burning offerings to the heavens? It was madness. This world had truly gone mad. In the context of modern society, it seemed as though someone was orchestrating chaos. In short, someone was intent on making her life difficult. She resolutely vowed not to allow them to succeed easily. Zhang Mengmeng reflected upon her thoughts, yet in the next moment, her expression darkened. Though she articulated her sentiments, she was at a loss as to where to begin. The orcs outside bore expressions filled with a burning desire to see her perish. Should she descend from the heavens now, she would undoubtedly meet her demise in an instant. Clues. Zhang Mengmeng fervently rummaged through her mind for relevant information when, suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Kurosawa. His visage flashed before her eyes in an instant, and the enigmatic phrase "runaway" re-emerged in her thoughts, leaving her perplexed yet again. Did he foresee the unfolding of these events? Was this his way of warning her? Contemplating this possibility, Zhang Mengmeng realized that if she could encounter Kurosawa once more, she might just uncover the answers she sought. However, the pressing question remained, how could she possibly meet Kurosawa again? Chapter 332. There are no ifs. Zhang Mengmeng was enveloped in her own distress, while a contrasting scene unfolded with Gu Yuanyuan. "Xiaoji, where are we going?" Initially, Gu Yuanyuan obediently followed Hu Ji, but as time passed, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. The surroundings were alarmingly unfamiliar, and it was only then that she noticed the peculiar expression on Hu Ji's face. Upon hearing her inquiry, Hu Ji offered no response, merely quickening her pace. At long last, they appeared to have reached their destination, a deep, somewhat eerie forest. It seemed they had ventured into the heart of the woods, where, despite it still being daytime, it felt as though night had already descended. At first glance, the scene was indeed foreboding. However, Hu Ji seemed oblivious to the ominous atmosphere. She cautiously grasped Gu Yuanyuan's hand, guiding her into the innermost thicket. Her voice retained the gentle warmth it had always possessed. "Sweetheart, stay here quietly. I will return shortly." What kind of words are these? Gu Yuanyu furrowed her brow, ready to protest, but Hu Ji, as if anticipating her response, swiftly interjected, "Do not be afraid. I am not embarking on anything perilous, merely attending to some matters. I will be back before you know it. If it's safe, then I shall accompany you," Gu Yuanyu asserted with determination. She had an instinctive feeling, whenever Hu Ji uttered such reassurances, trouble was likely afoot. Surely, she would not allow Hu Ji to face danger alone. Furthermore, she had learned some sorcery from Mengmeng. Perhaps she could be of assistance. Gu Yuanyuan gazed intently into Hu Ji's eyes, which brimmed with sincerity and concern. To her surprise, upon hearing her statement, Hu Ji became exceedingly agitated, the gentle demeanor shattering in an instant. "No, you must promise me," Hu Ji's expression turned grave. A seriousness Gu Yuanyu had never witnessed before. Under no circumstances should you use sorcery in front of others, promise me. Gu Yuanyu had never seen Hu Ji so earnest and anxious, leaving her puzzled. Why? Xiaoji, I do not wish for you to face danger alone. Are you suggesting that my use of sorcery could lead to peril? This possibility was the only explanation Gu Yuanyu could fathom. It was truly bizarre. Previously, Hu Ji had eagerly wished for her to become the sole sorceress, to master the craft. Why then was she now uttering such warnings? Noticing the confusion, sorrow, and disbelief reflected in Gu Yuanyuan's gaze, Hu Ji sighed inwardly, eventually lowering her head to offer Gu Yuanyuan something. In the next moment, Gu Yuanyuan, who had been wide-eyed, gently collapsed into Hu Ji's embrace. Hu Ji tenderly stroked her hair, murmuring as if to reassure her beloved, "Do not resent me. I promise I will not let you come to harm." For this reason, he was willing to inflict harm even upon her closest friend, as long as it was for her sake. Hu Ji carefully settled Gu Yuanyuan amidst the thickets and, in the next moment, rose to stride purposefully in a certain direction. Unbeknownst to him, as Gu Yuanyuan closed her eyes, she murmured softly to herself. Lost in his own thoughts, Hu Ji failed to notice that a minuscule insect had precisely alighted upon his hair and had not departed since. However, at that moment, he did not look back and thus remained oblivious to all of this. Yet, such is the nature of fate, there are never an abundance of what-ifs. Chapter 333. The elven man Hu Ji traversed the forest and soon turned off the narrow path into another area. As the scene before him transformed, it opened up before him. The earthquake had ceased, leaving devastation in its wake. Strangely, however, this particular place appeared untouched. After ensuring no one was around, Hu Ji retrieved an object shaped like a leaf from his bosom and began to blow into it. The friction between the leaf and his lips produced a sound reminiscent of a musical instrument. Despite his prolonged effort, the surroundings remained eerily silent. The scenery was indeed exquisite. With verdant trees shading the area, delicate flowers swaying in the breeze, and a cascading waterfall nearby, its crystal-clear waters shimmering like a silver ribbon in the sunlight. Had one not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have known that such an elegant spot existed beside the profound and daunting forest? Yet he continued to play. And eventually, an astonishing transformation occurred at the waterfall. The flowing waters suddenly retreated to the sides as if guided by some unseen force. In the next moment, a foot emerged from the gap, its skin translucent and seemingly glowing. Following this was a more delicate hand adorned with a bracelet woven from an unknown plant, appearing both natural and exquisitely graceful. However, as his body fully revealed itself, the most striking feature was his long, pointed ears, indicative of his extraordinary identity an elf. But that was not the most shocking aspect. His visage seemed to be sculpted by the very hands of nature, perfectly balanced, neither too full nor too thin. The eyes embedded in this flawless face were a marvel, reminiscent of jade, yet with a lighter hue that shimmered with iridescence, exuding an air of elegance and restraint, akin to a finely crafted work of art. Were anyone to behold him, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Truly, he is the legendary elf." However, when the man spoke, his words were devoid of grace. "Did I not say there is nothing of consequence? Do not seek me." The man yawned ungracefully, his emerald eyes half closed, seemingly exhausted, before abruptly awakening from a pleasant dream. Why was the plan advanced? Hu Ji inquired urgently, disregarding the man's complaints. Advanced? What do you mean by that? The man rubbed his eyes, confusion etched on his face. Hu Ji, what are you talking about? Do not feign ignorance. I am referring to the ground collapse incident. Hu Ji continued, her frustration palpable. Ground collapse? The mere mention of those words jolted the man awake, a look of panic crossing his features. Are you saying there has been a collapse? Seeing his reaction, Hu Ji realized he was truly unaware, and her expression shifted dramatically. It happened today. Was it not your doing? Where did it occur? It was not my doing. The elven man's demeanor changed as he pressed Hu Ji for details. Aside from the central district, it seems to have affected nearly everything. Upon uttering those words, Hu Ji's expression grew increasingly complex. Upon reflection, such a grand undertaking did not appear to align with the capabilities of the elfin figure before her. What? The man was visibly taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible, that cannot be. Just as Hu Ji was about to press further, the man muttered to himself, preparing to retreat back toward the waterfall. Chapter 334. Ling Yu's panic without a moment's thought. Hu Ji swiftly grasped his hand, preventing him from leaving, and shouted, "Clarify yourself. If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" Though held back, The elven man was engulfed in an indescribable panic, his earlier composure shattered. Thoughts of terrifying possibilities flooded his mind, rendering him deaf to Hu Zhi's words. Only when she approached him closely and raised her voice did he seem to come to a realization. Ling Yu, do you even understand? What are you afraid of? After a prolonged silence, the elven man, known as Ling Yu, finally responded, his words fragmented. It must be the king. It has to be him. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhi's grip slackened, and in that fleeting moment, Ling Yu seized the opportunity to slip into the waterfall, vanishing from sight. At that instant, a sense of unease washed over her. The only entity Ling Yu could refer to as the king was undoubtedly the Elven King. Yet, according to Ling Yu, the Elven King had been in slumber for centuries, never to awaken. Why would he suddenly intervene in the matters of the beast realm? Moreover, why did Ling Yu surmise it might be the Elven King, yet react in such a manner, despite having meticulously planned everything with him? It has all now turned to mere vapor. Ling Yu had arranged in advance to orchestrate a minor geological upheaval, leveraging the inherent ability of the elf clan to influence natural processes and even control elemental forces. Ling Yu, naturally, possessed this talent as well. When the upheaval was to occur, the orcs were to proclaim that it was the current priestess's lack of virtue that incited the elves' wrath, resulting in a cataclysmic disaster. At that moment, Yuan would reappear, and the upheaval would cease just in time, thus leading the orcs to exalt Yuan and as the singular priestess. However, the upheaval has occurred prematurely. He mistakenly believes that Ling Yu has hastily advanced the plan, prompting the orcs to act according to the original scheme. He sought to confirm the situation with Ling Yu, only to discover that he was uncertain when the upheaval would cease and how chaotic the scene might become under the orcs' provocation. The only certainty is that if his beloved were to appear now, it would be utterly perilous. This is a truth he cannot afford to overlook. Moreover, he has no idea if Zhang Mengmeng is hidden away. If she were to meet an unfortunate end, his beloved would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Contemplating all of this, Hu Zhi's heart grew increasingly troubled. He now had no choice but to let the pretense become reality, attributing all the blame to Zhang Mengmeng. Otherwise, if the orcs united in their assault, he feared he would be unable to protect his beloved. Thus, as Hu Zhi traversed the paths, he turned down several alleys and entered a bamboo grove, where a figure awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Hu Zhi, the figure bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, dispatch orders for the orcs to solely disseminate information regarding Zhang Mengmeng, claiming it was her actions that incited the elves' wrath. Nothing else need be said. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhi's companion, Hu Qing, did not inquire further but quickly nodded in affirmation. Understood. Hu Zhi sighed heavily, unaware that the very scene unfolding before him had been witnessed by the one person he most wished to keep uninformed. Of course, it was not through direct observation. At that moment, the inconspicuous little insect within Hu Zhi's hair was the crucial element facilitating all of this. Upon sensing something amiss, Gu Yuan had employed a technique to control a nearby small fly. As Zhang Mengmeng had not informed her of the distance limitations of this spell, she remained oblivious to the insect's existence. Even as the situation grew more challenging, she persevered, managing to maintain her connection until Hu Qing departed, thus allowing her to hear everything Hu Zhi had said. Chapter 335. Finding Hei's in essence. Although Gu Yuan was unconscious at the time, remarkably, her consciousness remained alert, and she clearly heard everything, albeit in fragments. Yet, one particular phrase indelibly etched itself into her mind. Dispatch orders for the orcs to solely disseminate information regarding Zhang Mengmeng, claiming it was her actions that incited the elves' wrath. Nothing else need be said. In that moment, although her body lay immobile, her heart ached profoundly. She was unclear about the implications of those words, yet one thing was certain: it seemed far from favorable, especially concerning her dear friend, Zhang Mengmeng. She yearned to rush to that place and inquire of Xiaozhi, demanding to know why such actions were taken, yet her body remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Xiao traversed the streets with utmost caution, shrouded in secrecy. After much inquiry, they unearthed scant useful information, which only served to further dampen their spirits. What they heard was a cacophony of threats to burn the shaman alive or to offer her as a sacrifice to the spirits. Zhang Mengmeng found herself astounded, as if these individuals had been brainwashed by a cult. Despite their lack of acquaintance with her, they harbored an inexplicable animosity towards her, as though she had desecrated their ancestral graves. This was utterly inconceivable to her. Zhang Mengmeng was baffled, unable to comprehend how these beings could so swiftly alter their demeanor. Nor could she grasp the connection between the earthquake and her existence. After all, an earthquake was merely a natural disaster, not something to be easily manipulated by human hands. Moreover, if she possessed such a formidable ability to control earthquakes, she certainly would not wield it recklessly, almost to her own detriment. She was not foolish. Unbeknownst to Zhang Mengmeng, however, in this world of orcs, there indeed existed a species capable of effortlessly influencing the fluctuations of nature. Throughout their journey, Hu Xiao remained mostly silent, gripping Zhang Mengmeng's hand with increasing intensity, his expression growing ever more solemn, casting vigilant glances around, as if perpetually poised to confront an impending threat. Zhang Mengmeng was in a state of profound turmoil when a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. Wasn't she still in possession of the serpent-scale dagger that Haisa had gifted her? This dagger bore Haisa's essence. With the use of the tracking spell, she would have no difficulty locating him. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng hastily set to work. She retrieved the serpent-scale dagger and recited the incantation of the tracking spell. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with realization. There it was. The direction. She sensed the aura and quickly turned to Hu Xiao, saying, "Xiao, transform into your beast form. We must head this way. I sense that Haisa is in this direction." Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiao nodded and swiftly lowered himself, transforming into his beastly form. His presence beside her was a source of comfort. "Let us go." Zhang Mengmeng climbed onto his back, and Hu Xiao took off at a gallop. The rush of wind whistled past her ears, yet she paid it no mind, fixated instead on observing the shifting scenery around her. Before long, the landscape changed again, and to Zhang Mengmeng's astonishment, the place she had sensed was just ahead. As she looked up, she beheld a captivating sight. Not far in front of them stood a figure with his back turned, seemingly Haisa, who was currently standing before a silver waterfall, framed by verdant trees. Beautiful, nameless flowers swayed gently in the breeze, creating a picturesque and harmonious tableau. Truth be told, Zhang Mengmeng had never before encountered such a tranquil and exquisite place. However, at that moment, aside from the waterfall, there was nothing else before Haisa. What was he doing all alone here? Chapter 336. Behind the waterfall, Zhang Mengmeng initially intended to approach and directly inquire, "Hiais, what are you doing here?" However, upon a moment's reflection, she exchanged a gesture with Hu Xiao, and the two discreetly concealed themselves within the nearby thicket, silently observing Hiais' actions. Curiously, Zhang Mengmeng noted that Hiais, who ought to be a perceptive individual, seemed oblivious to their presence. He remained engrossed, gazing intently at the waterfall ahead, gradually stepping closer, his expression contemplative. At last, Hiais stood before the waterfall, his demeanor increasingly grave. As he reached out to explore the nature of the waterfall, an unexpected change washed over his countenance. His hand remained suspended in midair, unable to breach the threshold. This realization solidified the vague suspicion swirling in Hiais' mind, complicating his emotions further. To his knowledge, only beings of the elven kind possess such control over nature. Given the magnitude of the geological upheaval occurring, it was plausible that it could be linked to the elves. Yet, how could a race that had long shunned the world suddenly intrude upon the realm of beastmen? This conundrum left Hiais utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng and her companion, whom Hiais had long sensed, had merely been lost in their thoughts. This revelation confirmed his suspicions, strangely providing him with a sense of tranquility. He then spoke softly. "You may come out now." Momentarily caught off guard, Zhang Mengmeng awkwardly rose from her hiding place, realizing that Hiais had been aware of their presence all along. Her earlier furtiveness had unwittingly transformed into a comedic performance. "Hiais, does this waterfall possess some extraordinary qualities?" she inquired, stepping forward to touch the waterfall. To her astonishment, her hand effortlessly passed through the cascade, instantly splashed by the droplets. This spectacle left Hiais utterly astonished. Your hand passed right through the waterfall." Zhang Mengmeng had only caught a glimpse of Hiais' back, unaware that Hiais had previously attempted the same endeavor to no avail. She then reached out to touch the waterfall once more, only to notice that Hiais' gaze upon her had shifted. There was something distinct about it. As for what precisely had changed, Zhang Mengmeng found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Hiais spoke again. "You step inside." "Huh?" Zhang Mengmeng found herself perplexed. And in the next moment, she was pushed by Hiais, plunging her entire being into the waterfall. Just as swiftly, she instinctively cried out, "Xiao!" And thus Tiger Xiao rushed over. In the blink of an eye, the trio, Hiais, Zhang Mengmeng, and Tiger Xiao, was immersed in the cascading waters. It was then that they discovered a hidden realm beyond the waterfall. They beheld a landscape replete with verdant trees and the melodious songs of birds. A paradise that surpassed the central area. The three stood in astonishment, gazing at their surroundings, until their eyes fixated on a colossal banyan tree ahead, its trunk bent downward, resembling an elderly figure prostrate on the ground, and at its center lay a person. Silver hair shimmered with an ethereal glow, and delicate, pointed ears drooped languidly, exuding an air of tranquility. With hands clasped behind him, a serene smile graced his lips, as if he were lost in a delightful dream. An elf? Ultimately, it was He Eyes who broke the silence, his voice low yet imbued with an indescribable complexity. Zhang Mengmeng, utterly astonished, could only widen her eyes, staring at the legendary figure before her, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 337. The awkward elf. Upon hearing He Eyes' murmured words, Zhang Mengmeng confirmed her suspicions, her astonishment deepening. Yet in the next moment, she bore witness to an even more astonishing scene. The elf appeared to dream of something amusing, and a tranquil smile blossomed upon his face. In the following instant, the very banyan tree upon which he lay began to stretch, and from the nearest trunk, vibrant green leaves unfurled. Zhang Mengmeng rubbed her eyes, convinced she must be mistaken. Surely this exceeded the limits of human comprehension. Suddenly, such an extraordinary event unfolded. Even the trees seemed to flourish with laughter. Did he think he was some ancient ginseng spirit? Meng Hu Xiao, too, noticed the figure lying atop the tree, his expression instantly shifting to one of anxiety as he nervously grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand. Unexpectedly, the person in the tree appeared to unconsciously turn over, and in the next moment, one would expect him to fall to the ground with a thud. Yet, surprisingly, he was gently caught by the branches of the tree upon which he lay, as if those branches possessed a life of their own, pulling him back with the tenderness of countless hands, preventing him from tumbling directly to the earth. What was even more astonishing was that although he had flipped downwards, the man remained sound asleep, mumbling something incoherent without even opening his eyes. Indeed, he seemed to be sleeping even more soundly. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the scene before her with a sense of disbelief. The individual in front of her displayed an alarming lack of vigilance, as he slumbered soundly despite the presence of several others. Such carelessness could easily lead to unforeseen consequences. To her surprise, Zhang Mengmeng, Hu Xiao, and He Eyes stood there for quite some time, yet the elf before them remained entirely still. The first to show signs of impatience was He Eyes, after waiting for a while. The usually placid depths of his eyes darkened with irritation. Without further ado, he stepped forward, flicked his finger in an enigmatic gesture, and suddenly, the previously peaceful man jolted upright with a startled cry. No one could discern what had transpired, but after executing his mysterious act, He Eyes stepped back with composure, his expression reverting to its usual aloofness. The awakened elf, now bewildered by the sudden presence of new faces, scanned the surroundings with a look of confusion and inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to this place?" However, before Zhang Mengmeng and the others could respond, his gaze fixated on Zhang Mengmeng, and with a hint of recognition in his jade-green eyes, he remarked, You are." Hearing this, the corners of He Eyes' mouth twitched imperceptibly before he returned to his impassive demeanor. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as she awaited a response. It was then that He Eyes unexpectedly posed a question. "Was today's ground collapse your doing?" His tone was low, but it startled the elf on the ground, who cast a wary glance at He Eyes before uttering a response that left the three of them astounded. "I won't tell you." His awkward demeanor captivated Zhang Mengmeng's attention, while He Eyes' expression darkened menacingly at the remark. To their astonishment, the seated elf abruptly stood up, pointing at Zhang Mengmeng and declaring, "You all can leave. I will only speak with her." As if anticipating their dissent, he added with a fierce tone, "If you refuse, I shall say nothing at all." Chapter 338. The significance. Upon witnessing this, He Eyes glanced back at Zhang Mengmeng before turning to leave. However, Hu Xiao remained visibly apprehensive, his eyes fixed on Zhang Mengmeng. In a gesture of reassurance, she gently patted Hu Xiao's hand, saying, "Xiao, do not worry. I will take care of myself." In response, Hu Xiao, still uneasy, pointed to himself. Zhang Mengmeng understood his concern, offered a reassuring smile, and watched as the two figures vanished behind the waterfall. After what felt like an eternity, when Zhang Mengmeng finally emerged from behind the cascading water, Hu Xiao rushed forward, his relief palpable upon confirming her safety. He studied her expression carefully, noticing a contemplative look upon her face. It seemed as if she had finally come to a realization, her demeanor shifting to one of resolute determination. Hu Xiao, filled with curiosity, opened his mouth to inquire but hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Ultimately, it was He Eyes who broke the silence, asking, "What did he say?" Zhang Mengmeng shook her head, stating that she had promised him she would not reveal anything to you. Upon hearing this, Heise's eyes flickered momentarily, only to be replaced by a nonchalant smile as he asked, "So, have you made your decision?" Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback by the realization that she had failed to answer the other person's question, only to be met with yet another unexpected inquiry from him that left her utterly unprepared. She felt an odd sensation, as if he eyes were privy to their conversation. However, that was implausible. The waterfall seemed to possess a mystical quality, effectively isolating the two realms. No matter how formidable he eyes might be, he could not possibly possess the ability to see or hear across such distances. Uncertain of the other's awareness, Zhang Mengmeng hesitated to take risks. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "He eyes, do you find this world appealing?" In truth, Zhang Mengmeng was unsure why she posed that question. Perhaps the revelations from the sprite had been so overwhelming that they instilled in her a sense of unreality, as if this world were merely a tale from a storybook. Yet, upon gazing into the familiar golden eyes of the orc, she was abruptly reminded of her reality. For others, this may be a mere narrative, but for her, it was her existence. She was, in fact, questioning herself. Did she truly cherish this world? A world filled with howls, with the likes of Dehu and Erhu, with Yuan and Shelley, yet devoid of her family. Through the sprite, she came to learn that perhaps the orc's claims, once dismissed as mere rumors, held a kernel of truth. The ground collapsing was indeed the sprite's doing. Witnessing the earth give way before her eyes had left her in disbelief. Yet she had no choice but to accept this startling reality. The notion of the sacrificial priestess also bore significant weight. Although the sprite did not elaborate, it hinted at a deep-seated connection between the priestess clan and the elves, which had soured over time, leading the elves into seclusion while the priestesses became guardians of the beast realm. However, He eyes did not respond to her inquiry. His dark, profound gaze lingered on Zhang Mengmeng for a moment. Then he turned away, leaving behind a chilling remark that reverberated in the air. "What does it matter whether I like it or not?" This statement startled Zhang Mengmeng. Undoubtedly, she harbored affection for the beast realm, yet now, faced with the juxtaposition of her interests against this realm, she found herself hesitating. Yet, as He eyes had pointed out, without the beast realm, the one she loved would have nowhere to exist. Thus, at this juncture, her feelings seemed trivial. Chapter 339. The decision to depart. He eyes' silhouette had receded into the distance, leaving only Hu Xiao and Zhang Mengmeng in silence, both seemingly awaiting something. Hu Xiao refrained from inquiring about the decision He eyes had mentioned, knowing that if necessary, Zhang Mengmeng would divulge it of her own accord. "Xiao, let us seek out Yuan, Zhang Mengmeng suggested after a while. Hu Xiao nodded, his golden eyes brimming with trust. Very well. Thus, the two swiftly set their plans into motion. Fortunately, during her last parting with Gu Yuan, Zhang Mengmeng had been astute enough to retain a bracelet that Gu Yuan frequently wore. Now, she retrieved it and employed a tracking technique to locate Gu Yuan's whereabouts. To her astonishment, she discovered that Gu Yuan was merely a stone's throw away, concealed within a thicket of trees. Although taken aback, Zhang Mengmeng hurried to the spot, only to find that Gu Yuan appeared to have been hidden there, her eyes closed, clearly in a state of unconsciousness. In her haste, Zhang Mengmeng stepped forward to gently move Gu Yuan's body, patting her face. However, she discovered that there were no signs of awakening. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao, standing nearby, spoke thoughtfully. "Meng, it appears that this is the result of consuming the mesmerizing fruit of the Fox clan." "Mesmerizing fruit?" Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise, immediately inquiring. "What can be done to awaken Yuan? Do you still possess the green fruit?" Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly retrieved her small pouch and extracted a green fruit, carefully squeezing its juice to offer to Gu Yuan. To her surprise, it wasn't long before Gu Yuan slowly regained consciousness. However, what struck her as peculiar was that the moment she laid eyes on Zhang Mengmeng, her first words were an urgent plea. "Mengmeng, flee swiftly." Zhang Mengmeng felt somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why her friend would utter such words indistinguishable from those of He eyes. Thus, she inquired, Yuan, what are you talking about? Why must I leave hastily?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan, biting her lip in distress, paused for a moment before responding. "Mengmeng, I overheard him instructing some beastmen to spread rumors about you. You must leave immediately." Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. Connecting it to previous events, she began to comprehend the nature of the rumor, although she had her suspicions. Hearing that it was indeed Fox Ji who instigated those beasts to act in such a manner left her feeling quite unsettled. It was truly a shame that Yuan held such affection for that individual who was secretly engaging in such underhanded schemes. He was, without a doubt, a quintessential example of a gentlemanly rogue. Zhang Mengmeng silently expressed her dissatisfaction within her heart. She had not anticipated that after exchanging a few more words, Gu Yuanyuan would appear utterly oblivious. Finding this curious, Zhang Mengmeng inquired further, prompting Gu Yuanyuan to briefly recount the events that had transpired between her and Hu Ji. This revelation only served to darken Zhang Mengmeng's expression. She was taken aback by the extent to which this individual had gone for Yuanyuan. Initially, she had no intention of revealing the truth to Gu Yuanyuan, fearing it would cause her distress, coupled with the recent incident. She was even more reluctant to divulge any details. Yet, on the other hand, she harbored considerable discontent towards Hu Ji. In her view, partners ought to engage in mutual honesty, and Hu Ji's behavior was clearly indicative of treating Yuanyuan as a naive child, devoid of respect. This displeased her greatly. However, having witnessed Gu Yuanyuan's profound sorrow last time, she could not bring herself to expose Hu Ji's true nature. Sighing in resignation, Zhang Mengmeng resolved to refrain from further discussion regarding Hu Ji. To her surprise, it was Gu Yuanyuan who broached the subject first, her demeanor serious. Mengmeng, I have made up my mind. I want to leave the Hu clan and depart with you. Chapter 340. The four of us go together. Zhang Mengmeng had not anticipated that, without uttering a word, Gu Yuanyuan had already made her decision. Although she harbored a dislike for that cunning and crafty man, she was willing to support her friend's choice. After all, out of sight, out of mind. Moreover, Zhang Mengmeng was acutely aware that her friend was an incredibly stubborn individual. Once Gu Yuanyuan made up her mind, she would adhere to it resolutely. Are you truly certain about this? Zhang Mengmeng inquired hesitantly. If it's because of me, it's perfectly all right. Gu Yuanyuan neither affirmed nor denied, but a hint of fragility flickered across her expression. Mengmeng, I have made up my mind. Seeing Gu Yuanyuan's unwavering stance only added to Zhang Mengmeng's confusion. It appeared that her friend would not be returning to the Tiger clan. If Yuanyuan chose to accompany her, she would inevitably uncover Zhang Mengmeng's whereabouts, leaving her at a loss for how to explain herself. Mengmeng, let us depart, Gu Yuanyuan declared, unexpectedly grasping Zhang Mengmeng's hand. Ready to leave at once. Zhang Mengmeng sighed, having finally made up her mind. She chose not to inform Xiao, seizing this opportunity to reveal everything to both of them. With this thought in mind, Zhang Mengmeng said, Yuan, Xiao, I have something I would like to discuss with you. Moments later, upon discovering the truth, Hu Xiao and Gu Yuanyuan were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless in the silence that enveloped them. Eventually, it was Gu Yuanyuan who broke the silence, saying, Mengmeng, then I shall accompany you to the elf tribe. Zhang Mengmeng sighed in resignation. She had anticipated that the other party would respond in such a manner, which is precisely why she had refrained from disclosing her whereabouts. Ah, Meng, wherever you are, I shall be there too, came the reply from Hu Xiao. Zhang Mengmeng raised her gaze to meet his, and once again, she was enveloped by the familiar warmth of his golden eyes. The tenderness and acceptance that shimmered within them stirred a profound desire to weep within her. This foolish tiger truly had not changed at all. However, to her surprise, another voice suddenly interjected, proclaiming, I shall go as well. Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, a figure gracefully emerged from the thicket. The newcomer possessed a mane of silver hair and captivating violet eyes, yet the faint white spots visible on his face diminished his beauty by a considerable degree. Gu Yuanyuan instinctively called out, fully aware that the reason Hu Ji had just mentioned her desire to join was because he had been lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping on everything. Regarding this impending crisis, upon hearing Hu Ji's words, Zhang Mengmeng was initially astonished. In the next moment, she observed Hu Ji approaching Gu Yuanyuan directly, taking her hand with an expression brimming with tender affection, which sparked an idea in her mind. This venture could prove to be exceedingly perilous. Having an additional companion would be advantageous. As soon as this thought escaped her lips, Gu Yuanyuan hurriedly stepped before Zhang Mengmeng, her demeanor wavering. But Mengmeng, before she could finish, Hu Ji from behind enveloped her in his embrace, his hands resting possessively on her waist, his expression intimate and his tone suggestive. My dear, you know all too well that without you, I cannot survive. Gu Yuanyuan's face flushed crimson in an instant. She intended to pry Hu Ji's hands from her. Yet to her surprise, he tightened his hold, resembling a clingy koala. Ultimately, with a touch of resignation, Gu Yuanyuan declared, we must focus on the matter at hand. Zhang Mengmeng regarded the two with a hint of amusement before suggesting, in that case, let us contemplate what preparations are necessary. As the four settled down to discuss, They soon realized their knowledge of the elf tribe was virtually non-existent. The elf had previously informed Zhang Mengmeng that the recent earth collapse was orchestrated by the elven king, who had been in slumber for centuries. What could have roused him to take such action? After the incident, the elf returned to the tribe and uncovered the truth. The elven king periodically awakened, and for reasons unknown, harbored deep animosity towards the priestess clan and the world of the beastmen. Upon sensing the presence of a priestess in the central area, he utilized his power to orchestrate the earth collapse. When an elf returned to the tribe, he summoned him immediately, instructing him to convey a message to the priestesses in the central area. If the beastmen world wished to endure, the two priestesses must come to see him. Beyond that, he offered no further elaboration, leaving the elf to relay only this message to Zhang Mengmeng. Initially, upon hearing the elf's declaration, Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. Could it truly be that the elven tribe could obliterate the beastmen world with merely a flick of their fingers? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Zhang Mengmeng was filled with questions at that moment, yet the elf Ling Yu provided no answers, instead advising her in a tone laden with caution. The king holds no fondness for the priestess clan. Ponder this well. Do all of you elves detest priestesses? Zhang Mengmeng recalled posing this question. At her words, the elf named Ling Yu appeared to reflect on something, revealing a complex expression before responding. Elves and priestesses originate from the same source. How could there be feelings of disdain? However, when Zhang Mengmeng sought to delve deeper, he refused to elaborate further. Thus, she had asked, he eyes the question, do you cherish this world? Nonetheless, Zhang Mengmeng was acutely aware that the moment she stepped beyond the waterfall, she had already made her decision. What she did not anticipate was that the party would not consist solely of herself and Hu Xiao, but also Gu Yuan and Hu Ji. Do you know where the entrance to the elf tribe lies? Hu Ji inquired leisurely, fiddling with his fingers. The elf had mentioned that the elf tribe is located where the moonlight shines abundantly. Zhang Mengmeng reflected before responding. Yet, she remained perplexed about the precise nature of this so-called place of abundant moonlight. Upon hearing this, Hu Ji's expression shifted, for he recognized the location. I am aware of that place. He began to speak slowly. Time is of the essence. Let us make some preparations and set off in the afternoon. Zhang Mengmeng first cast a glance at Hu Xiao, then turned her attention to Gu Yuan, nodding slightly. Upon returning to Hu Ji's residence, Gu Yuan and Hu Ji were busy tidying up their belongings when unexpectedly, Hu Ji inquired, My dear, do you no longer cherish me? Gu Yuan looked up. The purple eyes of the beast man filled with unease, yet gazing at her with an unwavering intensity, as if she might vanish at any moment. It must be because I have become less attractive, which is why you are contemplating leaving me, Hu Ji continued. Gu Yuan sighed, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to the beast man before her. Ultimately, she spoke with a hint of resignation. Xiaoxi, you understand why I must depart. Do you not? Chapter 342. Already aware upon hearing these words, Hu Ji instead broke into laughter. Do I know? Why should I know? If I hadn't arrived in time today, you would have likely left with that man by now. As she spoke, her expression shifted, and in the next instant, she seemed unable to restrain herself, pushing Gu Yuan onto the bed with a sudden ferocity, her demeanor transforming into something quite fearsome. In the end, you still prefer her, do you not? Hu Ji's face was mere inches from Gu Yuan's, her expression resembling that of a wounded beast, roaring in anguish and finally unleashing the pent-up resentment she had long suppressed. Gu Yuan gazed up at the beastman looming above her, momentarily stunned by the shocking words. Her voice faltering as she stammered, Xiaoxi, you think I prefer whom? At this, Hu Ji's face revealed a hint of impatience, a look that seemed to arise from the recollection of unpleasant memories. Humph, who else could it be but that woman you speak of daily? Mengmeng? Gu Yuan could hardly suppress a mix of laughter and tears, her tone tinged with disbelief. Who else but her? Hu Ji retorted, a flash of anger in her voice. You even privately refer to her as Mengbao, yet you do not bestow such a name upon yourself. It is evident you favor her more. Gu Yuan felt an even greater sense of helplessness. That nickname was given during our childhood games. It has been ages since then. As she spoke, a nostalgic expression crossed Gu Yuan's face. Yet she soon noticed that Hu Ji's demeanor had worsened. What did she truly want from her? Perhaps, as Mengmeng suggested, when a partner does not satisfy one's heart, one must take matters into their own hands. Recalling the mischievous grin on Zhang Mengmeng's face when she made that remark, Gu Yuan felt her cheeks flush. Training someone was not her forte. However, seeing Hu Ji's expression deteriorate further, Gu Yuan understood she needed to take action. Gently, she raised her hand, caressing Hu Ji's face as she had done before, and sighed softly. Xiaoji, how could you think this way? All along, the one I have cherished is only you. As she spoke, Gu Yuanyuan's tone softened, yet her expression remained profoundly earnest. Mengmeng is, after all, my dearest friend, and Xiaoji has consistently engaged in such actions. Thus, I find myself at a loss on how to face you moving forward. I have decided that, under these circumstances, it would be prudent for me to take a temporary leave, allowing both of us the space to reflect on what we truly desire. Gu Yuanyuan's demeanor was gentle, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with a subtle glow. After a brief pause, she continued, I understand that Xiaoji has always harbored her own ambitions. I do not wish for my presence to compel you to abandon the perseverance you have maintained for so long. Perhaps in my absence, Xiaoji will come to realize that it is indeed the life you seek. As she spoke, Gu Yuanyuan noticed that Hu Ji was merely staring at her, seemingly stunned. Until at last, she managed to utter, so you knew all along? He had always assumed her to be innocent and naive, oblivious to the intricacies of the world. Yet, one day, she gently revealed, with an air of serenity, that she had been aware of her own ambitions all along. So, Xiaoji, please do not go. Stay and pursue what you truly wish to do. In conclusion, Gu Yuanyuan expressed this heartfelt sentiment. Mengmeng often remarked that she was too kind-hearted, overly trusting, and easily forgiving, which led to her being deceived. However, with him, she willingly embraced such vulnerability. The reasons behind all of this remained a mystery to anyone. Chapter 343. The Grief of Hu Ji. Yet, in response to Gu Yuanyuan's earnest and sincere words, Hu Ji's reply was resolute. I refuse. He had been attentively listening to Gu Yuanyuan. But as soon as she concluded her statement, he impulsively responded, his demeanor akin to that of a petulant child acting out of pride. I want to go with you. Hu Ji did not elaborate further, but stubbornly reiterated, wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Hu Ji, you cannot be so willful. Have you not spent considerable time planning for this day? Gu Yuanyuan gazed into Hu Ji's eyes, speaking with a sense of resignation. She understood that after spending so much time together, and with him being the one she held dear in her heart, she had gradually unraveled the layers of his past, his ambitions, and his plans. Hu Ji aspired to become the Beast King and sought to bring disgrace upon the current ruler, his so-called father. He had meticulously strategized for this endeavor over many years. Collaborating with the elves was one facet, exploiting Gu Yuanyuan's identity as a priestess was another. He had also ensured that certain beast kings consumed the juice of the illusion fruit, while quietly nurturing his own followers throughout the years. How many more schemes Hu Ji had undertaken, Gu Yuanyuan could only speculate. Yet, knowing these truths was already burdensome enough. However, she could not bear the thought of her friend inadvertently becoming a pawn in his game. If it were just herself, it would matter little. But if her actions were to harm her friend, she would feel an unbearable weight upon her conscience. Thus, thoughts of departure and separation plagued her mind. Upon realizing that Gu Yuanyuan was aware of his covert machinations, Hu Ji revealed a serene smile. Indeed, I have orchestrated this for many years, desiring to make him regret his past actions towards me. Yet, as she spoke, uncontrollable sorrow welled up in her beautiful violet eyes. Initially, I did intend to use you, but now I cannot bear to part from you. Seeing the glimmer of unshed tears in Hu Ji's eyes profoundly shook Gu Yuanyuan's heart. In the next moment, Hu Ji embraced her tightly, seemingly wishing to conceal her emotions. My dear, I believed you would always be by my side, which is why I continued to arrange everything. I also wish to become a formidable beastman, so I can protect you always. Instinctively, Gu Yuanyuan returned the embrace, her mind racing with the realization that she could never escape him. When one truly falls for another, it is akin to building a prison around oneself, sentencing oneself to a life of confinement. Yet, when you suddenly express a desire to leave, I find myself at a loss, reduced to behaving in such a manner. I just cannot bear the thought of you departing. Hu Ji's voice was fragmented, yet it resonated clearly in Gu Yuanyuan's ears. Holding this seemingly childlike beastman, her heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and heartache. She could only sigh softly. Yes, I understand. I know. Spreading that rumor was also to protect you from other beastmen. I must ensure your safety. Upon hearing these words, tears surged uncontrollably from Gu Yuanyuan's eyes. She hastily wiped them away, not wishing for Hu Ji to notice. However, the next words that escaped Hu Ji's lips brought forth even more tears. I will fulfill the promises I made to you. That was a promise once made, which I believed to be a mere whisper, yet eventually became the catalyst that drew two souls closer. Chapter 344. The Beautiful One. Gu Yuanyuan withdrew slightly from Hu Zhi's embrace, assisting him to rise, only to find him awkwardly reluctant to let her gaze rest upon him. A sense of amusement washed over her. This individual could sometimes be so childlike. Noticing his discomfort, Gu Yuanyuan refrained from staring directly at him, her eyes drifting nostalgically to the past, each moment shared with him, recalling every word he had ever spoken. I once thought that Xiaozhi genuinely cherished me. During that time, I felt an overwhelming joy. However, after a series of events unfolded, I inadvertently learned the truth. Gu Yuanyuan's voice faltered, the weight of sorrow evident in her tone. During that period, I felt immense sadness, as if the entire world had turned gray. Throughout my life, aside from family and friends, I had never experienced being liked by anyone. Xiaozhi was the first to grant me that feeling. Hu Zhi listened, transfixed. His gaze fixed on the woman's gentle and earnest eyes, where sadness seemed poised to spill forth. In that moment, he contemplated that perhaps he truly was unworthy of affection. It seemed that only the beautiful were entitled to such rights. Gu Yuanyuan appeared completely immersed in a reminiscence. And as she spoke those words, tears shimmered in her eyes, enveloping her in an aura of profound melancholy. Upon hearing her words, Hu Zhi's emotions became uncontrollable. How could someone as gentle, sincere, and earnest as she be unworthy of love? Internally, he vehemently protested that it was not so, yet his tongue seemed tied, his eloquence evaporating as he found himself at a loss for words. Gu Yuanyuan's next statement struck a deep chord, rendering him speechless and filled with guilt. Xiaozhi, you must think the same, don't you? She asked softly, avoiding his gaze. Indeed, Hu Zhi had pondered this thought, for the Fox clan was renowned for its beauty, and the beautiful were undeniably more favored in the beast realm, often finding it easier to attain their desires. However, at this juncture, what should he say that would be appropriate? The bewildered Hu Zhi could only grasp Gu Yuanyuan's hand with a dazed expression, his voice turning hoarse as he struggled to articulate his feelings, managing only fragmented words. I like you. At that moment, Gu Yuanyuan let out a heavy sigh, turning her gaze towards Hu Zhi, whose expression was so peculiar that a hint of a smile broke upon her lips. Xiaozhi, I'm quite curious as to why you don't fancy those beautiful Fox clan maidens. This sudden shift in topic left Hu Zhi more confused than ever, unable to comprehend why the conversation had pivoted back here. His previously halted thoughts finally resumed their course. Did this mean that his beloved was no longer angry with him? Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Zhi promptly expressed his feelings. My dear, I naturally do not harbor any affection for them. My heart belongs solely to you, and I desire no one else. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of exasperation gracing her features. Hu Zhi, in his innocence, truly resembled a child. To be likened to a child by the one he cherished would surely displease any beast man, and Hu Zhi was no exception. Yet, he refrained from showing anger and awkwardly retorted, Have you ever seen such a large child? This remark elicited peals of laughter from Gu Yuanyuan, who gazed at Hu Zhi with affection, her tone gentle. Little Zhi, do you understand that to like someone means to cherish that person, regardless of their appearance? Upon hearing this, Hu Zhi's expression shifted, displaying a look of satisfaction, only to be followed by a cautious inquiry. So, my dear, do you like me? Even with all my flaws and darkness? Gu Yuanyuan initially found herself speechless, followed by a sense of resignation. Truly, it was no exaggeration to call him childlike. His possessiveness and insecurity were indeed traits of a child. She had said before that she no longer dared to express her affections. A mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she decided not to indulge his whims, sighing dramatically. After all, everything you said previously was a fabrication. Not a single truth was spoken. As expected, his expression shifted to one of anxiety and confusion, leading him to gently adjust Gu Yuanyuan's position and assert, My dear, I am not deceiving you. Everything I said before was genuine. Those promises once dismissed, those beautiful words spoken casually, upon reflection, carried a depth of sincerity. He had never uttered such sentiments to anyone else, deeming it unnecessary and even distasteful. Yet, with her, it flowed so naturally, as if it were meant to be. Sometimes, it was clear that mere intention sufficed, but he found himself compelled to articulate one sentiment after another. If my dear wishes to hear, I can share countless more with you. Hu Zhi's violet eyes sparkled with a beguiling glimmer, his warm breath brushing against Gu Yuanyuan's ear, sending a ticklish sensation through her. Though she remained silent, amusement bubbled within her. Unexpectedly, Hu Zhi continued, I will prepare your clothes, I will cook the barbecue, and I will procure whatever you desire. I promise not to engage in anything that would upset you. Suddenly, Hu Zhi's demeanor shifted to one of pitiful vulnerability. With all this, my dear, can you continue to like me? Gu Yuanyuan shook her head with a sense of resignation. At that moment, Hu Zhi's expression turned tense. The next instant, Gu Yuanyuan took his hand, sighed softly, and remarked, liking someone is not something one can easily cease. Fox Zhi, once astute, now found herself momentarily dazed, uttering, all right. My dear, let us discuss the matter at hand. Have you truly resolved to accompany me? Gu Yuanyuan's expression shifted to one of seriousness, her tone imbued with earnestness. Without hesitation, Fox Zhi replied, naturally. Are you certain? Will you not reconsider? Gu Yuanyuan inquired, her concern evident. There is nothing left to contemplate. Noticing Gu Yuanyuan's insistence for reassurance, Fox Zhi's emotions became intricately tangled. Although she understood the concern stemmed from genuine care, it nonetheless unsettled her. Do you not trust me, my dear? Fox Zhi could not suppress her thoughts and voiced them candidly. Gu Yuanyuan, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness for what seemed like the umpteenth time that day, shook her head. With a tone reflecting rational contemplation, she replied, Xiao Zhi, I merely hope you will not engage in actions you may later regret. To her, once a decision was made, regret had no place. Upon hearing this, Fox Zhi's gaze deepened, and she asserted solemnly, this decision is one I shall never regret. She had encountered numerous moments of regret in the past, but now she vowed that would no longer be the case. Chapter 346, Preparing for Intimacy. On the other side, Zhang Mengmeng and Hu Zhao's abode was in the midst of packing. What they gathered consisted merely of some clothing and provisions. The two soon completed their task, but suddenly, with a serious expression, Zhang Mengmeng called out to Hu Zhao, who was about to enter for one last inspection. Xiao. Hu Zhao halted, turning to face her. Meng? Zhang Mengmeng hesitated slightly, saying, Xiao. I. At that moment, Hu Zhao set down what he was holding and approached Zhang Mengmeng, seemingly sensing the uncertainty in her eyes. He affectionately ruffled her hair, as if to soothe her. Are you worried? After spending so much time together, Hu Zhao had become adept at discerning his partner's emotions from her expressions. Surely, she was fretting unnecessarily, his little one. Indeed, Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her brows, her petite face reflecting distress. I just feel uneasy. With me around, there's nothing to fear. Hu Zhao instinctively enveloped Zhang Mengmeng in his embrace, gently patting her back with his strong arms. The delicate girl found herself cradled in the arms of the towering beastman, akin to a child. Yet, nestled in that familiar embrace, her heart inexplicably found solace. She had always believed herself to be strong, but each time she received such comfort from the beastman, she felt as though she reverted to a state of childhood, leaning her head against the warmth of his chest. She gazed into his familiar golden eyes and instinctively nuzzled him before declaring, no matter what happens, I want to be with you. The response came from Hu Zhao's deep, resonant voice. Then let us hasten to find Yuan and the others. We mustn't keep them waiting too long. Meanwhile, as Hu Zhi and Gu Yuan were locked in an intense gaze, a sudden call shattered the moment. Yuan, are you ready? It was Zhang Mengmeng's voice, lively and spirited, as if they were embarking on an outing. Upon hearing it, Hu Zhi's gentle demeanor instantly soured. It's her. It's always her. She ruins my good fortune every time. As expected, upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's voice, Gu Yuan promptly withdrew from Hu Zhi's embrace, a hint of discomfort on her face. She no longer looked at Hu Zhi, instead turning to Zhang Mengmeng. Mengmeng, we are ready. We can go now? The next moment, Zhang Mengmeng stepped inside from outside, peering at the two with a dazed expression. Yuan? Zhang Mengmeng found herself somewhat perplexed by the unfolding situation. Before her lay what appeared to be luggage, abandoned carelessly by two individuals, both of whom wore peculiar expressions. Gu Yuan's cheeks still bore a flush, while Hu Zhi's countenance was clouded with discontent, rendering Zhang Mengmeng unable to discern his true feelings. What is happening? Yuan, have you not finished tidying up? It was Zhang Mengmeng's customary approach to inquire whenever issues arose, as she pointed toward the luggage that seemed to have been carelessly discarded. With a flustered urgency, Gu Yuan hastily seized the abandoned bags from the bed and clutched them in her arms, replying, it's all done now. Zhang Mengmeng, still puzzled, posed another question. Yet, in the next moment, the door before Zhang Mengmeng was slammed shut by Ping Di, and the last image she beheld was the furious face of Hu Zhi, accompanied by a menacing remark, it will be ready soon. With a sense of bewilderment, Zhang Mengmeng sought out Hu Zhao. only to be met with his knowing expression as he reluctantly divulged the truth. They were likely preparing for an intimate encounter. This time, it was Zhang Mengmeng who turned crimson. How could she have overlooked such a possibility? Indeed, this was an utterly embarrassing moment. Chapter 347. Matters between the two. Once the four were adequately prepared, perhaps buoyed by the presence of their companions, they all appeared radiant with joy. Although they were about to embark on an uncertain journey into the unknown, a warm atmosphere enveloped the group. Be careful, my dear, walk slowly so you don't fall, Hu Ji said earnestly as she gently supported Gu Yuanyuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng observed with a hint of incredulity. Was she serious? How could someone of such age still be prone to falling? Hu Ji surely underestimated Yuanyuan. Zhang Mengmeng was eagerly anticipating a passionate rebuttal from Gu Yuanyuan. But to her surprise, Gu Yuanyuan merely nodded awkwardly in response. Zhang Mengmeng was poised to speak, yet was halted by Tiger's roar. Who gently grasped her hand and shook his head, conveying a clear message. So, where shall we embark upon? Zhang Mengmeng inquired first. To the place illuminated by the moonlight? Gu Yuanyuan murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Hu Ji promptly elucidated. The place bathed in moonlight refers to the Moon Island in the north, where, at night, the moonlight cleaves the waters in two, resembling the moon itself. Such a place truly exists, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, her mind conjuring vivid imagery, an exquisite scene that seemed almost too beautiful to be real. Let us set forth at once, she concluded with an excited tone. As they journeyed, during their brief respite, the group busied themselves, some grilling meat, others washing fruit. However, an unsettling voice disrupted the harmony. Hu Ji, how could you leave Yuanyu to do it alone? Zhang Mengmeng remarked, observing Gu Yuanyu diligently skewering meat while Hu Ji appeared oblivious to her efforts. In response to her inquiry, it was Gu Yuanyu who spoke first, her tone oddly defensive. Mengmeng, it's not like that. You've misunderstood. Zhang Mengmeng wished to express more, but unexpectedly felt a sudden tightening of her hand as she was pulled aside. She looked up to find it was Hu Xiao, who had gone to gather firewood. With a serious expression, he stated, Meng, it is not your place to intervene in their matters. However, how could he allow Yuanyu to toil alone while he seemed to vanish? Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed indignantly. Hu Xiao shook his head in resignation, explaining, Meng, Hu Ji has gone to procure the seasonings for the barbecue. At this, Zhang Mengmeng was left bewildered. This was indeed far removed from her expectations. Come, let us take a look, Hu Xiu suggested, gesturing towards a cluster of bushes beside Gu Yuanyuan. Zhang Mengmeng nodded slightly. The two concealed themselves behind the thicket, and as expected, Hu Ji soon appeared. To Zhang Mengmeng's astonishment, he carried an assortment of plants, some familiar to her, while others were entirely foreign. She could vaguely identify the presence of Sichuan pepper and chili, yet the rest remained unrecognizable. Subsequently, Gu Yuanyuan, upon seeing Hu Ji's return, instinctively took the items from his hands, her tone gentle. You've worked hard, Xiao Ji. Hu Ji lowered his gaze, accepting the meat skewer from Gu Yuanyuan, and said, Sweetheart, you sit tight. I will take care of the rest. If you wish to assist, simply let me know. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the heartwarming scene before her, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Previously, due to all that Hu Ji had done, she harbored a strong aversion towards him, leading her to form a biased opinion that clouded her judgment and made her overlook Gu Yuanyuan's feelings. However, it was evident that the two of them shared a harmonious bond. After all, emotions are inherently a matter between two individuals. Even if she believed her relationship with Yuanyuan to be close, she had no right to interfere. Reflecting upon this, she realized that her emotional intelligence had been woefully inadequate. Chapter 348. The night of the full moon. After several days of arduous travel, the group finally approached their destination. Along the way, an encounter with a few orcs fleeing from the west made them acutely aware that the Elven King was not jesting. They learned that the seas had recently been tumultuous, with successive tsunamis wreaking havoc and obliterating coastal tribes. Left with no other option, the orcs decided to venture north in search of fortune. Although they could not ascertain whether this calamity was orchestrated by the Elven King, the news unmistakably quickened their pace. On the night they arrived at their destination, the moon was at its zenith. Zhang Mengmeng and her companions bore witness to the so-called Moon Island. A slender crescent moon hung high in the sky, its cold light cascading like liquid silver upon the tranquil waters below. In the river, the island stood out distinctly, taking on a curvilinear form reminiscent of a waning crescent. Undeniably unique. Is this truly Moon Island? Zhang Mengmeng asked, captivated by the ethereal beauty of the isle before her. This is not its full splendor, It is only on the night of the full moon that Moon Island reveals its true essence, Huji remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the island ahead. But how do you know about this place, Huji? Zhang Mengmeng had long wished to pose this question, yet had found no suitable moment. As a member of the Fox clan who grew up in the central region, how could he be so familiar with the northern Moon Island? However, Huji did not respond. He cast a half-smile at Zhang Mengmeng and simply uttered 4 words, no comment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng was suddenly engulfed by a surge of anger. Gu Yuan, startled, hurriedly intervened, tugging at Huji's hand and shaking her head, before asking, Xiaoji, did you learn this because of that spirit? Huji nodded in agreement and smiled at Gu Yuan, affirming, indeed, my clever dear. Then how shall we gain entrance to the spirit tribe? Gu Yuan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I fear we must wait for the night of the full moon. Huji replied, her expression contemplative. Suddenly, a voice interjected, startling all 4 of them. Not necessarily, a dark-haired man emerged slowly from in front of them, his pitch-black eyes inscrutable. It was the elusive He-Eyes, accompanied by his ever-present companion, Heiyu. Ignoring the varied expressions of those present, he continued to deliver even more astonishing news. The existence of the priestess will ensure your unobstructed passage. Zhang Mengmeng often felt that she could hardly comprehend the words spoken by this individual. Consequently, she found herself perplexed and inquired, what can we do? This time, He-Eyes did not shroud his response in ambiguity or mystery. Instead, he answered with remarkable candor, the blood of the priestess clan is the key to unlocking the door. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed she had resigned herself to her fate. Blood, once again, was the topic at hand. Ever since she became aware of her true identity, she had lost count of how much blood she had shed. It appeared that, in their eyes, this priestess was merely a mobile blood reservoir. Before Zhang Mengmeng could finish her lament, Heisei had already taken the lead and stepped forward. Hu Xi and Hu Xiao exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, both of them grasped their respective partners' hands and followed closely behind. Chapter 349. Heisei's melancholy. Zhang Mengmeng had initially intended to inquire, we cannot possibly swim through this water, can we? Yet, unexpectedly, she beheld a small boat, seemingly conjured from nowhere by a fox spirit, which abruptly silenced her. While the group pondered around the diminutive vessel, He-Eyes, who had ventured ahead, had already transformed into his beastly form and leapt into the water. Heiyu followed closely behind, and their speed was astonishing, in the blink of an eye. They stood upon the island ahead, seemingly oblivious to the others trailing behind. Indeed, the two had given little thought to their companions upon reaching the island. He-Eyes turned back in mild surprise, only to discover that the others were still gathered on the shore, exchanging glances around the small boat. Ultimately, it was Zhang Mengmeng who broke the silence. Yuan, shall Xie and I go ahead first, and then you all can follow? Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. And after a brief discussion, they proceeded as planned. After several trips back and forth, the 4 of them finally arrived on the island. Upon her arrival on the island, Zhang Mengmeng gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity, examining every nook and cranny. However, the island was indeed peculiar. It was nothing but stones, devoid of even the faintest hint of vegetation, let alone any living beings or creatures. It appeared that apart from their small group, the only company they had were these silent stones. Thus, where could the entrance to the elven tribe be? Zhang Mengmeng cast a glance at He-Eyes and inquired once more. This time, the all-knowing He-Eyes fell into silence. Zhang Mengmeng pondered a possibility and then spoke again. You wouldn't know, would you, Kurosawa? A silence ensued, seemingly affirming Zhang Mengmeng's conjecture. Thus this. Zhang Mengmeng could not help but feel a sense of agitation. What on earth was happening before her? Hadn't Koizumi mentioned that the entrance needed to be opened with the blood of a shrine maiden? Yet now, the other party did not even know where the entrance was located. Wasn't this utterly absurd? Meanwhile, Koizumi remained somewhat silent, observing everything before him. A flicker of complexity passing through his gaze as he murmured softly, indeed, this place has changed. His words were spoken in a hushed tone, but the keen hearing of the beastmen allowed both Hu Ji and Hu Xiao to catch what he had said, stirring a variety of emotions within their hearts. Zhang Mengmeng did not hear the other person's words. Instead, she surveyed the island once more. She discovered that the island was quite expansive, shaped like a crescent moon with its elongated arc. At that moment, they were situated at the very base of this crescent, where uneven rocky hills loomed ahead. The landscape was characterized by a variety of elevations, tall peaks surrounding a lower center, differing greatly from the islands she had encountered before. Gazing further, she could discern various caves, each seemingly harboring its own hidden wonders. Zhang Mengmeng was about to step inside when she suddenly heard a voice exclaim, "No!" Turning towards the source of the sound. She was taken aback to find it was Heyu, who had remained silent until now. He uttered these words without even glancing at her, as if the statement did not originate from him at all. Nevertheless, Zhang Mengmeng hesitated momentarily due to his interjection. Following this, Heizei finally spoke. "It is perilous within the cave." Zhang Mengmeng felt even more perplexed upon hearing their words. It seemed as though they possessed prior knowledge of the contents within, despite their recent arrival. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her expression froze. How could she have overlooked the fact that Hei's and Heyu had emerged from ahead of them? Furthermore, the Heish clan was known for their extraordinary speed, suggesting that these two individuals might have already arrived at this location and even set foot on this island before. Chapter 350. Searching for the entrance. The subsequent remarks made by Hei's only served to validate Zhang Mengmeng's suspicions. He pointed towards a cave in the distance and remarked, "This is the last unexplored cave. The entrance should be within." Zhang Mengmeng followed the direction indicated by Hei's, gazing toward the cave that, though not particularly remarkable or conspicuous, lay just ahead to their right, appearing rather unassuming. After uttering these words, Hei's took the lead and proceeded forward. Zhang Mengmeng glanced at Hu Xiao, who grasped her hand, offering a reassuring look, and together they followed Hei's, with Hu Ji habitually holding Gu Yuan's hand, smiling at her as he suggested, "Shall we proceed as well?" Thus, the group ventured into the seemingly inconspicuous cave. Inside, darkness enveloped them, but the orc's night vision proved adequate for navigation. The cave was not spacious. In fact, it felt rather cramped, necessitating that they walk in pairs. At this moment, aside from their shallow breaths, an eerie silence descended, amplifying the tension. As they walked, Zhang Mengmeng sensed a peculiar noise above her. She abruptly looked up, only to be met by countless pairs of gleaming eyes. Startled, she suppressed the urge to scream and whispered, "Above." In the stillness, her exclamation caught the attention of the others, who glanced up to witness the same unsettling sight, an array of ominous little eyes belonging to bats, the denizens of darkness. It seemed they had become aware of the intruders, their wings flapping with increasing fervor. At this sight, both Hu Ji and Hu Xiao's expressions shifted dramatically, tightening their grips on their partners' hands. In contrast, Hei's and Heyu remained remarkably composed, with Hei's urging, "Forward." He perceived a path ahead, perhaps the entrance they sought. Unlike the other caves they had explored, which had ended abruptly, this one hinted at a glimmer of light in the distance, suggesting that the entrance might lie just ahead. However, as fate would have it, despite their cautious approach, they inadvertently startled the creatures above. In an instant, the bats surged downward as if to attack. Hu Ji and Hu Xiao swiftly shielded their partners. Hu Xiao effortlessly swatted several bats that lunged at Zhang Mengmeng to the ground. Zhang Mengmeng, initially intending to intervene, found herself scooped up by Hu Xiao and propelled forward, her intentions thwarted. Meanwhile, Hu Ji cautiously protected Gu Yuan, though his strength did not rival that of Hu Xiao. What orc would hesitate to wield their power in defense of their beloved? Thus, the group chose not to linger with the bats above, but instead hastened forward. Finally, before them emerged a glimmer of light, revealing a somewhat familiar sight, a waterfall. Ordinarily, the appearance of a waterfall deep within a cave would be exceedingly bizarre. However, here there were not merely one, but three. The source of the water was unknown, and while the sound was faint, the waterfalls were undeniably present, each identical in flow and size, positioned to the left, center, and right of the group. This presented Zhang Mengmeng and her companions with a new conundrum. Which one was the true entrance? Chapter 351. The Mystery of the Waterfalls. Judging by appearance alone, the three waterfalls bore no distinction. The group exchanged glances, particularly Zhang Mengmeng, who recalled a similar waterfall encountered during her previous encounter with the sprite. She had entered it with ease at that time, but now, Zhang Mengmeng was preparing to step forward for another attempt when unexpectedly, she was seized by Hu Xiao. She turned to him, and the disapproval in the beastman's eyes was unmistakable. After grasping Zhang Mengmeng's hand, he advanced alone, reaching out to touch the cascading waters of the waterfall. Unfortunately, his hand could not penetrate the flowing stream, leaving it awkwardly suspended in midair. Subsequently, Hu Ji also endeavored to try, yet met with the same disappointing outcome. Zhang Mengmeng stepped forward, extending her hand to touch the flowing water. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. Her hand could not penetrate the stream, as if an invisible force was holding it at bay. What could be the reason behind this? Zhang Mengmeng appeared utterly bewildered, and upon seeing this, Gu Yuanyuan approached her, only to find the same result. At that moment, He Eyes finally spoke again, the blood of the priestess. Beyond these 4 words, he uttered nothing more. Yet, this was sufficient. Zhang Mengmeng recalled He Eyes' earlier words and, after some contemplation, retrieved a small bone needle from her bag. She glanced at her finger, gritted her teeth, and proceeded to pierce it. However, due to the minuscule nature of the wound, the bead of blood stubbornly refused to fall, despite her repeated attempts. Observing this, Gu Yuanyuan swiftly moved beside Zhang Mengmeng, unexpectedly seizing the bone needle from her hand and stabbing it into her own finger. Zhang Mengmeng, caught off guard by Gu Yuanyuan's swift action, did not notice until it was too late. By the time she realized, blood was already trickling down Gu Yuanyuan's hand. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the bead of blood from Zhang Mengmeng's finger also fell, causing both of them to exchange a knowing smile. However, in the next instant, their expressions changed dramatically as the blood droplets cascaded into the waterfall. Suddenly, the flowing water appeared to come alive, accelerating as if a colossal hand had seized Zhang Mengmeng, pulling her into its depths. The last image she beheld was the panicked face of Hu Xiao. Simultaneously, Gu Yuanyuan felt the same force. She was unable to react, her body slipping from her control. She managed to cast one final glance at Hu Ji before losing consciousness. Moments later, both Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuanyuan, who had been standing moments before, had vanished without a trace. If it weren't witnessed firsthand, none would believe that this seemingly ordinary waterfall possessed such extraordinary power. Yet, as they stared at the now normal flow of water, they could only exchange perplexed glances, utterly helpless. Hu Xiao reached out once more, but once again met with failure. The waterfall resembled a door that had been firmly locked. Hu Ji's expression darkened profoundly, especially upon hearing He Ai's low murmur. As expected, this only intensified his ominous demeanor. He stepped directly in front of He Ai's, his face grim. Did you foresee this outcome? He Ai's, without meeting his gaze, casually replied, they will be fine. However, Hu Xiao appeared more composed, inquiring, how do we get in? Chapter 352. Equivalent exchange. Upon hearing Hu Xiao's question, He Ai's glanced at him with his inscrutable black eyes, then calmly stated, wait. After uttering this single word, He Ai's fell silent, his countenance solemn as he gazed at the waterfall, as if nothing had transpired. He remained remarkably composed. Yet Hu Ji and Hu Xiao, being beasts, were far from tranquil. Their beloved companions had vanished. While He Ai seemed unconcerned, their anxiety only intensified. Wait for whom? Fox Chi first posed a question, his expression a tumult of anger and helplessness. He had sworn to himself the last time that no matter who it was, they could not take her away from him. He would protect her at all costs. Yet, here he was, utterly unaware of her whereabouts, a situation both absurd and laughable. As he contemplated this, his gaze was fixed intently on He Ai's, who, seemingly indifferent, leisurely rubbed his fingers together and remarked, they will come. Was he referring to the elves? Had they taken Meng away? Upon hearing He Ai's words, Hu Xiao quickly pressed for clarification. He Ai's nodded, and Hu Xiao, brimming with impatience, inquired, when will they arrive? At this question, He Ai's could not suppress a chuckle and softly replied, that I do not know. Hu Xiao, reflecting on the adorable visage of his companion and the vow he made before departing, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had promised to stand by her side, to face whatever challenges lay ahead together. Yet, unexpectedly, this was merely the beginning, and he had already faltered. Both beastmen were consumed by anxiety. Yet faced with the inscrutable He Ai's and the taciturn He Yu, their inquiries, whether shouted or nearly violent, met with an unyielding coldness. Thus, they found themselves in a state of restless anticipation, utterly powerless, left only to wait. A protracted and agonizing wait, uncertain of how much time had elapsed. A strange voice suddenly echoed in their ears. If you wish to see your companions, you must offer something of equal value in exchange. The voice was ethereal and elusive. Yet the message was unmistakably clear to all present. Fox Ji and Hu Xiao instantly regained their focus, their eyes fixed on the waterfall from whence the voice emanated. Barely had the voice fallen silent when another, deep male voice interjected, my life, my strength, everything I possess. Undoubtedly, it was Hu Xiao's voice, filled with urgency and eagerness, ready to offer everything upon the mere suggestion of a bargain. Beside him, Fox Ji's gaze deepened, and instead of rushing to respond, he calmly inquired, what can be offered in exchange? At this moment, the voice paused, seemingly tinged with amusement. It is always pleasant to converse with the astute. The tone shifted once more. We The elves have a profound affection for beautiful things. Anything beautiful will suffice. Upon hearing the word elves, a jolt of realization coursed through those present. This was indeed the entrance to the realm of the elves. He eyes observed the scene with inscrutable composure, his thoughts concealed from all. Then let me offer my beauty in exchange. With a smile, Huji raised his hand and gently wiped his face, revealing that the once hideous white spots had crumbled into fine dust under his touch. In an astonishing transformation, his ethereal beauty emerged, reminiscent of a celestial being. Chapter 353. Encountering a remarkable individual. Huji's actions were almost instinctive, taking mere seconds as he stood before the waterfall. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped him, and when it faded, it was shocking to behold. The stunning figure of Huji had inexplicably morphed into an ordinary-looking man of the fox tribe. His appearance, though subtly altered, lacked the previous brilliance. His skin had taken on a waxy pallor, and the spark in his eyes had dimmed, as if a magnificent landscape had lost its color, transforming into a monotonous black and white portrait. Kuros, witnessing this transformation, felt a deep stir in his heart, recalling a long-ago scene. What, indeed, is the essence of an elf? If this world is a gift from the beast god to the beastmen, what then is the purpose of a race like the elves, who possess the power to influence nature itself? Meanwhile, the beastmen must rely solely on their own strength to contend with the natural world. The enigmatic prophecy, the meaning of which eludes even him, weighed heavily on his mind. At this moment, Hu Xiao, who had initially intended to rush forward, found himself delayed by Huji's transformation. He hurriedly positioned himself before the waterfall, his voice tinged with urgency. "You may take everything from me." To his astonishment, the voice from the waterfall remained silent for an extended duration. Just as Hu Xiao was about to repeat his plea, the voice finally responded, albeit hesitantly, "As for you." There was a prolonged pause, and the voice fell silent again. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged from the waterfall, enveloping Hu Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the brilliance flickered, and onlookers observed with astonishment that Hu Xiao appeared unchanged. However, before they could ponder further, both he and Huji vanished into the waterfall, which had just engulfed Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuan. In that moment, the space was left utterly devoid of presence. Unbeknownst to them, Kuros and Kuroyu had simultaneously disappeared with Huji and Hu Xiao. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng and Gu Yuan, feeling an unseen force drawing them into the waterfall, were plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. When they awoke, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar realm. Zhang Mengmeng opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. It appeared to be a forest, lush with verdant foliage and an array of exotic flowers and plants she had never encountered before. It seemed like an undiscovered paradise of nature. However, as she looked around, she realized that there was not a soul in sight. Nor was there any sign of Gu Yuan or any other living creatures. "Is anyone there?" Zhang Mengmeng could not help but call out. But the only response was the whispering sound of the wind. Zhang Mengmeng had no choice but to continue moving forward. At that moment, she noticed a figure not far ahead. She quickly approached, only to discover that the person was crouched on the ground, their face nearly touching the earth. Despite her proximity, this living soul seemed utterly oblivious to her presence. Zhang Mengmeng could not help but ponder as she scrutinized the figure before her. Clad in a once immaculate white robe now marred by dirt, speckled with smudges from various encounters, the individual's silvery hair cascaded down, obscuring their face beneath a hood. "Hello? May I inquire who you are?" Zhang Mengmeng bent slightly, inquiring politely. "Shu." To her surprise, the stranger turned and gestured for silence, signaling her to refrain from speaking. Chapter 354. The enigma of the treehouse. In that fleeting moment when the figure turned to her, Zhang Mengmeng caught a glimpse of their eyes, an exquisite shade of green akin to malachite, far deeper than the hue she had previously encountered in another elf. Did this imply that the individual before her was also an elf, endowed with remarkable prowess? Zhang Mengmeng, lost in thought, scrutinized the figure before her. She had been drawn into this realm through the waterfall, and it was evident that she had arrived at the enchanted realm of the elves. Although the offspring of elves were scarce, it seemed unlikely that there would be so few inhabitants. Contemplating this, she bent down to observe the movements of the elf before her. He bowed his head, his hands pressed against the ground, as if he were listening intently for some distant sound. Inspired by this, Zhang Mengmeng mimicked his posture, and to her astonishment, she discovered something new, faint sounds emanating from below. A low rumble echoed, thundering, relentless. This sound was not unfamiliar to her. She had encountered it once before while in the peach grove with Hu Xiao. At that time, she had dismissed it as a figment of her imagination, yet here it was again. The last time she heard that sound, an earthquake had ensued. Could it be that history was poised to repeat itself? However, this sound seemed considerably softer than the previous one, suggesting that it might not be as grave. Yet, if something were to occur, there would be no time to react. Zhang Mengmeng pondered for a moment, then impulsively grasped the figure still sprawled on the ground, preparing to flee. Unexpectedly, the individual looked up, curiosity gleaming in their emerald-like eyes. Can you hear it? At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng froze. For the implication of their words was unmistakable. This sprite could hear it too. She was not alone. It was not merely a figment of her imagination. Realizing this, she instinctively voiced her thoughts. If you can hear it, why aren't you running? Of course, she refrained from expressing the remaining question. Are you foolish? How can you hear it? To her astonishment, instead of fleeing, the figure appeared intent on uncovering the truth behind her words. Before Zhang Mengmeng could respond, they spoke as if to themselves. But you are not a sprite. However, what truly astonished Zhang Mengmeng was that, in the next moment, there was no tremor to be felt. The ground remained still, even though she distinctly remembered that the last time she heard that voice, an earthquake had immediately followed. What Zhang Mengmeng failed to notice was that as the man rose to his feet, the faint sound that had lingered in the air did not grow louder. Instead, it gradually faded away. Next, she observed this peculiar individual bowing his head, seemingly murmuring to himself, but his words were too soft for her to discern. In an instant, he suddenly reached out and grasped Zhang Mengmeng's arm, proclaiming, "You, come with me." To her astonishment, although this fellow was not particularly tall, he possessed considerable strength. Curious about his intentions, she chose to comply without resistance. However, to her surprise, he led her to stand before a magnificent tree. Zhang Mengmeng had never anticipated that upon emerging from the forest, she would be greeted by a majestic row of towering trees. The branches of these trees intertwined in an enchanting manner, creating a structure that resembled a house, devoid of any signs of human craftsmanship. At that moment, the peculiar individual beside her seemed poised to lead her toward these arboreal abodes. Chapter 355. The elven priestess Zhang Mengmeng was still surveying the treehouses when, unexpectedly, her hand was tugged. In the next instant, the branches that had been suspended in midair seemed to spring to life, unfurling as if to welcome her arrival. Consequently, she was pulled up into the treehouse, granting her a vantage point from which to gaze down upon the scene before her. She observed that, at intervals, there stood another grand tree, yet curiously, the treehouses perched atop them lacked the luster of the one beneath her feet. More precisely, these treehouses resembled dust-covered furniture, antiquity shrouded in neglect, as if they had not been inhabited for an extended period. In this grove of treehouses, apart from herself and the peculiar sprite beside her, there was astonishingly no one else in sight. Zhang Mengmeng was still pondering when the sprite that had unexpectedly pulled her up into the treehouse suddenly grasped her hand and pressed it against her own. As Zhang Mengmeng felt the touch, she was struck by a peculiar sensation, somewhat chilly. The sprite's palm was smooth in most areas, yet the part near the thumb was surprisingly rough. Zhang Mengmeng's mind raced as she contemplated the identity of this enigmatic figure. From the sprite's eyes, she could discern its nature as a being of the forest, possessing considerable power. However, judging by its reactions during their encounter, it seemed to lack an understanding of how to interact with others. "What are you doing?" Zhang Mengmeng thought, somewhat exasperated as she attempted to withdraw her hand. She anticipated resistance, yet to her surprise, she was released effortlessly. Meanwhile, the sprite gazed at its own hand in confusion, murmuring, "It still won't work." Zhang Mengmeng could not shake the feeling that this individual, from the moment of his arrival, was shrouded in an aura of suspicion. Much like herself, he seemed capable of hearing the ominous sounds that herald the approach of an earthquake, drawing her into this enigmatic treehouse, and now he uttered such nonsensical words. Furthermore, throughout their interaction, he had not once provided a serious answer to even her most trivial inquiries. Could it be that this person was incapable of comprehending human language? Zhang Mengmeng could not help but silently scoff. However, the next utterance from him left her utterly astounded. Was he truly suggesting mating? His words were spoken softly, yet they reached her ears with startling clarity, causing her to display a visage of sheer shock. Had she indeed heard those two words? Recalling the terror once governed by those very terms, her heart plummeted. Should this individual before her contemplate any peculiar actions, she would resolutely thwart his intentions. But then, she heard him continue to speak to her. "It must be because you are not an elf. Pray tell, who are you? Why have you brought me here? Is this the elf tribe?" Unable to bear the sight of this peculiar individual engaging in monologue any longer, Zhang Mengmeng finally raised her voice. tugging at his arm to turn his face towards her. I am, he stammered, as if he had finally registered her inquiry, yet merely echoed his words with a perplexed expression. Zhang Mengmeng has always been known for her impatience. She could hardly tolerate the other's procrastination, and thus she urged, "Who are you? Speak up." Was she conversing with a fool? Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of frustration. At last, the peculiar being before her, the enigmatic elf, displayed a hint of pain on its face. Its head, which had been swaying back and forth, finally steadied, and it proclaimed, "I am the High Priest. I am the High Priest." Chapter 356, Inquiring about Names. The High Priest? Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback by the response from her companion. To her surprise, it appeared that the elven race had a high priest as well. Yet, why did this individual seem somewhat dim-witted? "What were you doing just now?" Zhang Mengmeng inquired, gesturing towards the stranger's hand with a hint of curiosity. The peculiar figure before her did not strike her as malevolent. Rather, his every gesture was undeniably eccentric. "Just now?" The odd individual raised his hand, exclaiming, "I was sensing." "Sensing?" Zhang Mengmeng replied, her expression one of bewilderment. "Sensing what?" "Sensing our compatibility," came the response, delivered with an air of nonchalance. However, it was perhaps an exaggeration to say he wore a complete expression, as much of his visage was obscured by a white hat, leaving only his striking green eyes visible, so expressive they seemed to convey a silent rebuke for her lack of understanding. Through a rather laborious exchange, Zhang Mengmeng managed to glean some information about this peculiar being. He claimed to have awakened from a strange treehouse a few days prior and had since been wandering about. But he had encountered no one else until her arrival. At this revelation, a flicker of peculiarity crossed Zhang Mengmeng's gaze. This elf asserted he had awakened only days ago, having slept in the treehouse, and according to another elf's earlier words, the elven king had also recently emerged from slumber. Could there be a connection between the two? Beyond this, however, the elf seemed woefully uninformed. For instance, when she asked where they were, he replied, "I do not know." When she inquired about his identity, he answered, "I do not know." And when she pressed for the reason he was there, he simply said, "I do not know." What struck Zhang Mengmeng as most peculiar was that this elf could not even recall his own name. When she posed the question, he merely stated, "I am the High Priest," and offered nothing further. Zhang Mengmeng could no longer contain herself, her voice rising slightly. The title of High Priest is an identity, not merely a name. For instance, "My name is Zhang Mengmeng. How would others typically address you?" Upon hearing Zhang Mengmeng's words, the elf before her was filled with confusion. A name? In the haze of her thoughts, this name seemed to carry a particular significance. A name. Within her chaotic mind, a voice reminiscent of a memory suddenly flashed. "From this day forth, I grant you the name Radiant Sun. May you remain in the realm of the orcs forever." Yet, in the next moment, that voice appeared to be drowned out by a cacophony of others. "You are the High Priest. You are indeed the High Priest of the elven race. You are the High Priest." Zhang Mengmeng gazed nervously at the sprite before her, seemingly lost in a reverie, her eyes filled with turmoil and anguish. In the next moment, she collapsed to the ground. Zhang Mengmeng was utterly at a loss, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed forward to grasp the other person. Witnessing them slip into unconsciousness, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, uncertain as to when they might awaken. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of concern and despair. She looked up at the sky, which was illuminated with daylight, yet the sun was nowhere to be seen. A sense of urgency enveloped her, yet she found herself powerless to act. She had already employed both the tracking technique and the Eye of Insight, but to no avail. The tracking technique had proven ineffective, and through the Eye of Insight, all she could perceive was the very jungle they had just traversed. Zhang Mengmeng found herself at a loss, yet in the next moment, she felt a pang of hunger. After contemplating for a moment, she carefully laid the unconscious sprite down in the treehouse. With a swift turn, she descended from the treehouse, following the branches. Chapter 357. Utterly fruitless, Zhang Mengmeng followed the branches of the treehouse to the edge of the forest, discovering that the surroundings were devoid of the fruit trees she had envisioned. Instead, there were only flowers. Though visually appealing, they offered no practicality whatsoever. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the vibrant flora surrounding her, her heart heavy with despair. Could she truly be destined to become the first priestess in history to perish from starvation? As she traversed the path, she noticed some familiar fruit trees, recalling their bountiful harvests. Yet, to her dismay, the branches were lush with verdant leaves, devoid of any fruits. And as for the fauna, Zhang Mengmeng earnestly surveyed her surroundings, pacing back and forth, only to find herself amidst flowers and grass, with not a single butterfly in sight, let alone any wild creatures. With nothing to show for her efforts, she reluctantly returned to her original treehouse, only to be met with the shocking realization that it was now completely deserted. Zhang Mengmeng sensed the impending danger and swiftly employed her ability to perceive the unseen. At last, she discerned the current location of her adversary. The peculiar sprite had returned to the very spot where she first encountered him. Zhang Mengmeng could only follow with a sense of helplessness. To her surprise, he was not only in the same position but also maintained the identical posture, nearly pressing himself against the ground. Shaking her head and sighing, Zhang Mengmeng approached him and inquired, "May I ask what you are doing?" To her astonishment, he mirrored a gesture akin to their initial encounter before resuming his attention to the sound. Zhang Mengmeng, with a look of helplessness, could only lower her body and ask him, "What do you eat every day?" To her surprise, the sprite, who was still listening, paid her no mind at all. Zhang Mengmeng felt an overwhelming urge to smash the other person's head open, curious to discover whether it contained water or mere mush. However, observing their bewildered expression, she realized that they likely possessed no understanding at all. It would be wiser for her to suppress her anger. As she leaned closer once more, the other person gazed at her with utter confusion and inquired, "Who are you?" Zhang Mengmeng was genuinely astonished. This sprite seemed to be not merely foolish, but rather mentally impaired. They had been apart for merely a quarter of an hour, and now it was pretending to suffer from amnesia? Yet, what left Zhang Mengmeng bewildered was her careful observation. The sprite truly did not recognize her. Could this be a ruse? Was it possible that, akin to a state of unconsciousness, it was feigning amnesia? Zhang Mengmeng silently consoled herself, recalling the adage, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their mind with suffering, labor their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and expose them to hardship. However, upon lifting her gaze, she was met with the innocent stare of a sprite, which only served to deepen her discontent. In a somewhat brusque manner, she adjusted the sprite's posture to face her directly. "Remember, my name is Zhang Mengmeng. As for you, your name shall be Ersha." Zhang Mengmeng pointed to herself and then to the sprite, playfully uttering her words. To her surprise, the sprite responded with earnestness, nodding slowly and pointing to itself, repeating the name, Ersha. Zhang Mengmeng was delighted. She had not anticipated that upon waking, this fellow appeared even more bewildered. She then pointed to her mouth and inquired, "Eat food?" Subsequently, she gestured towards the outside and continued, "Where can one find these round," she mimed the action, "blue, red, green fruits?" Upon hearing the word fruits, the sprite seemed to ponder for a moment, then suddenly stood up, grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand, and led her forward. Chapter 358. Lost in confusion, the sprite continued to pull Zhang Mengmeng until they reached the treehouse, then pointed towards it and exclaimed, "Fruits." Zhang Mengmeng initially intended to question the origin of the fruits atop the treehouse. However, in the next moment, the scene before her rendered her speechless. She beheld as the branches above the treehouse began to elongate and stretch, first blossoming into a myriad of flowers. Subsequently, these flowers withered and faded, giving way to an array of fruits in various hues. Among them, the familiar blue, green, and red fruits known to Zhang Mengmeng, alongside several others whose names eluded her. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the scene before her, her face adorned with astonishment. She swiftly turned to observe the elf beside her, who was gently caressing the base of the tree trunk, murmuring incantations under his breath. In an instant, the fruit above began to proliferate uncontrollably, cascading down in clusters, until the sheer weight ultimately bent the branch, presenting a truly astonishing spectacle. From a mere trunk to a flourishing canopy, the tree transformed from a bloom of blossoms to an abundance of ripe fruit, all unfolding in the blink of an eye. The elf continued his enchanting work, and as a cluster of fruit fell, it struck Zhang Mengmeng, finally snapping her to attention. Grasping the elf's hand, she exclaimed, "That's enough. That's enough. The fruit is plentiful." The elf obediently released the tree trunk and pointed at the laden branches, proclaiming, "Fruit." Zhang Mengmeng gazed at the figure before her with a complex expression. The fairy she had encountered that day, which merely influenced the growth of leaves, had already astonished her beyond measure. Yet today, the peculiar fairy she had met had, in a mere instant, transformed leaves into fruits seemingly out of thin air. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have deemed it a fantastical tale. Furthermore, she had noticed earlier that Ersha was murmuring something while caressing the tree trunk. It seemed akin to an intricate incantation, reminiscent of the spell-casting methods employed by the priestess clan. Zhang Mengmeng was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sensation. She instinctively felt there was a connection between the two. Yet she was momentarily at a loss to articulate the reason. She couldn't shake the impression that this peculiar sprite before her might hold the key to unraveling the mystery. But alas, he was oblivious even to his own name. This predicament truly left her in a quandary. Zhang Mengmeng was in a state of distress when, unexpectedly, a plethora of fruits was presented before her by the sprite. Accepting the offering, she thought to herself that perhaps it was best not to ponder too deeply at the moment. Satisfying her immediate physical needs took precedence. Once she had consumed the fruits, Zhang Mengmeng resolved to take action. She could not afford to remain passive in this place. Surely, there must be an exit somewhere. And perhaps she might even encounter Yuan along the way. Let us seek a way out, she declared with fervor, pulling the sprite, who was still crouched on the ground. The sprite, having regained consciousness, had become quite docile, obediently following Zhang Mengmeng without uttering any more peculiar remarks. Thus, she led the sprite onward, step by step. However, to her dismay, the scenery around them showed little variation. It was merely a repetition of flowers and grass, and she could not discern when this journey would reach its conclusion. Moreover, peculiarly, Zhang Mengmeng felt as if an entire day had passed. Yet the light above her appeared unchanged since her arrival, as if there were no distinction between day and night. She could not see the sun, let alone the moon. What was to be done? Zhang Mengmeng found herself enveloped in a haze of confusion. Chapter 359, Plummeting to the Ground. Zhang Mengmeng was oblivious to the passage of time, feeling as though her very bones were on the verge of collapse. What further exacerbated her despair was the sight before her, once again. The small star symbol she had carved into a tree appeared, as if mocking her. Was fate conspiring against her? This was the tumult of her thoughts as she gazed at the tree, which seemed to deride her plight, leaving her utterly bereft of tears. Was this a manifestation of a sinister loop, or something more perplexing? Zhang Mengmeng wore a distressed expression, pondering whether it could possibly be yet another rare encounter with an esoteric mystery. If that were the case, her fortune would indeed be excessively favorable. At this moment, she not only felt physically exhausted, but was also profoundly weary in spirit. She found herself longing for her silly tiger and the two little ones. She couldn't help but wonder if Byran was taking good care of them. Zhang Mengmeng felt fatigued, while beside her, Ersha appeared to be devoid of any sensation. Upon witnessing Zhang Mengmeng plop down onto the ground, he mimicked her actions, settling down beside her, and soon became lost in thought while gazing at the earth beneath. It was unclear what occupied his mind. However, as she observed Ersha fixated on the ground, an epiphany struck Zhang Mengmeng. They often say that when the heavens offer no path and the earth presents no door, one must consider an alternative approach. Since flight seemed an impossibility, why not contemplate the excavation of a tunnel to escape from this predicament? Yet, they currently lacked the necessary tools. Surely, they could not attempt to dig with their bare hands. Zhang Mengmeng furrowed her brow and glanced at the fairy before her. A sudden thought flashing through her mind. The ground collapse was the doing of the fairy king. Ground collapse, fairy. Zhang Mengmeng stood up in excitement, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the sprite before her. If one were to speak of sprites, was there not a ready example right in front of her? Why not simply have it create a chasm to pave the way? Zhang Mengmeng felt a profound sense of pride for conceiving such an astute idea. In the next moment, she pointed to the ground and, using the simplest of words, inquired, "Is there a way to make this ground?" as she gestured with her hands to indicate a separation. "Split like this." The sprite before her stared intently, unblinking, and then, in an instant, bowed its head, extending its hand while murmuring something under its breath. As its words faded, the very patch of earth Zhang Mengmeng had indicated began to slowly part, the fissure widening and deepening with each passing moment. Zhang Mengmeng felt an inexplicable lightness enveloping her body. In an instant, her eyes widened as she noticed the ground beneath her had unexpectedly split open, and at that moment, she found herself plummeting into the abyss. Ah! That was the last sound she uttered before her voice vanished entirely. She could only perceive her body descending relentlessly. Just as she feared she would be reduced to a mere pulp upon impact, she sensed something cradling her. An elongated entity that felt akin to bothwood in a gentle hand. It supported her momentarily before delicately lowering her, exhibiting an astonishingly humane touch. However, Zhang Mengmeng could not discern what it was, as darkness enveloped her vision, a state she had always despised. In desperation, she called out, "Ersha, are you there?" After what felt like an eternity of silence, a low voice emerged from behind her. "I am here." Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly rushed towards the source of the sound. Chapter 360, Moving Forward. Erswa, are you alright? As Zhang Mengmeng reached the origin of the voice, she felt something beneath her touch, seemingly a fabric of some sort. When she tugged at it, it fell away, but the darkness obscured her vision, preventing her from discerning what had transpired. She could only ask again, are you okay? Don't tell me that this fall has rendered you completely foolish. Zhang Mengmeng felt a sense of urgency. After a considerable wait, she finally heard the other party's response. No, it's nothing. Zhang Mengmeng exhaled in relief, but her curiosity was piqued once again as she recalled the object that had seemingly dragged her down, a branch of sorts. Unable to suppress her inquisitiveness, she posed a question. Was that thing on the ground you're doing, Ersha? How could such a foolish individual possibly foresee a fall? Yet, the subsequent words from Ersha dispelled her doubts. He hesitantly uttered, fire, ignite, wood, though his words were mere fragments. Zhang Mengmeng comprehended his intent. He was suggesting that the branches were conjured for the purpose of kindling a fire. This realization, upon reflection, indeed made a great deal of sense. Zhang Mengmeng nodded and then cautiously retrieved her fire-starting tools from her small bundle. In the darkness, she fumbled carefully until she successfully ignited a flame. She gathered what appeared to be twigs from the ground, and soon wisps of smoke began to rise as the fire took hold. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng lifted her gaze, instinctively wanting to glance at the person across from her, but she was momentarily stunned. It dawned on her that, in the shadows, she had inadvertently pulled off the stranger's hat. Now, for the first time, she beheld his full face, a visage of exquisite beauty, as if crafted by the hand of the divine. His features were akin to the most perfect work of art, and his eyes, resembling green jade, spoke volumes without uttering a word. The high bridge of his nose and the flawless contours of his fair complexion, reminiscent of the finest white jade, made him appear as though he had stepped forth from a painting. So, this is what an elf looks like. Despite having encountered an elf previously, the sight of this one's countenance left Zhang Mengmeng utterly astonished. In gazing upon his face, she seemed to grasp the essence of what it meant to be a favored child of the divine. This elf before her was indeed such a being. Could this be the reason he felt compelled to conceal his face beneath a hat? What Zhang Mengmeng failed to notice was that at the moment the flames ignited, the expression on the exquisite fairy before her, one so delicate it seemed not of this world, underwent a transformation. In Zhang Mengmeng's eyes, there was no obsession, only a profound curiosity. She couldn't help but exclaim, what exactly is the essence of a fairy? Zhang Mengmeng was acutely aware that the fool beside her would not respond. She merely shook her head, summoning her courage to fortify her resolve. Regardless of the appearance of others, they had descended into the depths. As long as they continued to forge a path, they would inevitably find their way out. Next, let us part the ground ahead as we did before. That way, we shall escape. With these words, Zhang Mengmeng promptly grasped the hand of the sprite before her and stood up, casually pointing in a direction. Let us proceed toward this way. Thus, propelled by the extraordinary abilities of the fool, the duo swiftly advanced a considerable distance. Just as they prepared to move further, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly heard a familiar voice emanating from above. Beware of what lies behind you. The urgency in the speaker's tone was unmistakable, and yet, the voice was one she recognized all too well. Overcome with joy, she leapt up, but mindful of the precarious situation, she refrained from shouting. For it seemed there were not merely one but several voices outside. Chapter 361. The rescue of Hu Shao. It was only after hearing the familiar voice that Zhang Mengmeng noticed the cacophony above. In addition to the low timbre of her partner's voice, there was another, clearer sound, interspersed with the cries of animals. Zhang Mengmeng contemplated for a moment before addressing Ershao beside her. Ershao, could you create a small opening for us to ascend? As she spoke, she gestured towards the ground above her. At that moment, Ershao nodded, and in the next instant, Zhang Mengmeng witnessed a small fissure slowly forming above her head. She felt as if something akin to a branch was elevating her, and her body began to rise. It was then that she finally discerned the scene before her. To her astonishment, however, she realized that instead of the familiar figure she had anticipated, there was only a horde of beasts present, not far from her. A group of fierce creatures seemed to be attacking the central beast, which she recognized all too well. It was the formidable tiger that had always carried her on its back. Yet now, it appeared utterly beleaguered, beset by 5 or 6 surrounding beasts. It bore the marks of battle, and even its beloved ears were stained with blood, presenting a gruesome sight, while the assaults from the surrounding beasts grew increasingly ferocious. Zhang Mengmeng had never witnessed such a scene before. Her partner was being bullied, and she certainly would not remain an idle bystander. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed forward. Just as she saw another ferocious beast behind Tiger's roar poised to strike with its claw against his vulnerable neck. Zhang Mengmeng swiftly darted to the side of the fierce beast, raising her fist and delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at its eye, fueled by rage. Her strength was formidable, and the creature was immediately rendered dazed. Witnessing its disorientation only heightened her exhilaration. She swung her fists towards the vulnerable parts of the other beasts, delivering one punch after another, and when necessary, two. In mere moments, the area around the golden tiger was devoid of any foes. As Hu Xiao observed Zhang Mengmeng striking the second beast, he felt a desperate urge to call her name, but the urgency of the situation compelled him to restrain himself. When Zhang Mengmeng finally reached his side, his thoughts turned to Hu Ji, who was also in peril. Thus, his words transformed into a plea. "Meng, save Hu Ji." Upon hearing Hu Xiao's voice, Zhang Mengmeng realized that his earlier admonition to watch her back was directed towards Hu Ji. She turned around and, to her dismay, saw Hu Ji similarly besieged by the fierce beasts. At that moment, Hu Ji had also assumed her beast form, yet she appeared far more distressed. Her once pristine white fur now marred by blood, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Without hesitation, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly advanced and, with a single decisive effort, vanquished the ferocious beast beside Hu Ji. Only then did she hastily return to the side of Hu Xiao, who had now transformed into human form. Zhang Mengmeng eagerly prepared to rush into his embrace, but unexpectedly, just a fist's distance away, his hand gently halted her. Hu Xiao's golden eyes met hers. Imbued with a hint of warmth, yet his words conveyed disapproval. "Meng, it's dirty." Zhang Mengmeng cast a casual glance at Hu Xiao's so-called filthy body, merely adorned with a few scars and traces of blood. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have taken the opportunity to reprimand him, but given the urgency of the situation, she refrained from further commentary and simply stated, "All right. This is not the place for conversation. Let us find a safer location to speak." Chapter 362. The Assault of Beasts. With that, Zhang Mengmeng called out to the ground. "Ersha, hurry up and come handle this." She had assumed that despite his foolishness, Ersha would follow her lead upon seeing her assent. To her surprise, the scene revealed that he was nowhere to be found, prompting her to chuckle in disbelief at the ground below. Just as Zhang Mengmeng finished her remark, Ersha's figure gradually emerged from below, curiously donning the hat over his face once more, before approaching her. "Ersha, take care of this mess on the ground. Would you? Just create a pit to contain them for a few days. It will give them time to calm down." She gestured towards the unconscious beast she had subdued, issuing her instructions to him. In her view, having a sprite was an essential asset when venturing out, efficient and expedient in handling such matters. It saved both time and effort. Truly remarkable. Observing Ersha merely glance at the heap before him, she was pleased to see him promptly commence his task with impressive speed. Zhang Mengmeng nodded in satisfaction, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Well done." At that moment, Hu Xiao finally seized the opportunity to inquire, "Meng, what is this?" Zhang Mengmeng suddenly remembered that she had not introduced Ersha, so she pointed at Hu Xiao and said, "Ersha, this is my companion, Hu Xiao." Hu Xiao nodded at Ersha, his gaze lingering on the latter with a hint of curiosity. "He is a spirit I encountered on my journey," she continued. I named him Ersha because..." Zhang Mengmeng gestured towards her head, squinting her eyes, and then delicately remarked that there was something amiss. Observing this, Hu Xiao nodded, yet his attention remained fixed on Ersha. At that moment, Hu Ji, who was seated nearby, also lifted her gaze and inquired, "Why are you alone? Where is she?" Though Hu Ji did not specify, Zhang Mengmeng instinctively understood whom she was referring to. However, Hu Ji's words only deepened her confusion, prompting her to disregard the impolite tone. "When I awakened, I was the only one here. Did you not see Yuan Yuan?" Upon seeing Hu Xiao nod, Zhang Mengmeng's mood turned somber. "We must leave swiftly." Just as she was contemplating this, Hu Xiao grasped Zhang Mengmeng's hand and spoke with gravity. "This place is teeming with these native beasts." Hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng's expression also became exceedingly serious. "But where can we find a safe place, tranquil and devoid of people, suitable for recovery?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes as she turned to Ersha and exclaimed, "Let us return to the previous location." As soon as Zhang Mengmeng's voice faded, she noticed that around her, a pair of ferocious eyes had mysteriously emerged from the depths of the jungle. Her heart tightened in fear, and she hurriedly grasped the hand of Hu Xiao. "Let us go, Ersha, the ground is collapsing. We must return to our original place." No sooner had she spoken than she felt a sudden lightness in her body. The earth beneath her began to crack slowly, forming a gaping chasm. Observing that Huxley was still frozen in place, she urgently urged, "Huxley, hurry, stop dawdling." In the next moment, Huxley leaped into the fissure, and in the blink of an eye, the three individuals had vanished entirely, the crack in the ground restoring to its former state. The beasts of the jungle emerged cautiously, drawn by the lingering scent of blood, before gradually dispersing. Chapter 363. Each with their thoughts before long, Zhang Mengmeng and her companions arrived at that familiar place once more. Through the might of Ersha, they returned to solid ground, yet the expressions on their faces were markedly different. Hu Xiao gazed at Ersha with heightened curiosity. He had only heard tales of the elves' extraordinary powers, which sometimes even influenced nature itself, but today was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, the effortless creation of a chasm by this elf was surprisingly unexpected. His thoughts extended beyond Zhang Mengmeng's musings. He pondered why this elf was so obedient to her commands. He harbored a sense of unease. How could such a mystical being, as the legend suggested, be so seemingly ordinary? Was his compliance with Mengmeng a mere coincidence? Or did it conceal some hidden conspiracy? Meanwhile, Huxley, upon reaching the ground, settled down again, discreetly observing Ersha. Unlike Hu Xiao, his considerations stemmed from a different perspective. Having encountered elves before and even knowing one personally, the elven race was not shrouded in mystery for him. His first-hand experience of their powers imparted a deep understanding of what such strength truly entailed. The largest chasm he could conjure was likely of a far lesser scale. He recalled Ersha mentioning that he would need considerable rest to recover from his exertion. Yet, this enigmatic elf, whose face remained obscured, had effortlessly conjured such a vast chasm as if it were a mere flick of the wrist. Such prowess was indeed thought-provoking. Clearly, this peculiar elf must possess a significant background. All right, it should be safe now. In contrast to the two pondering beastmen, Zhang Mengmeng appeared somewhat carefree. However, recalling the earlier plight of the two beastmen sent a shiver down her spine. She turned to Hu Xiao, pulling him down to sit beside her. "Let me tend to your wounds," she said, then inquired, "By the way, how did you end up surrounded by those beasts? And how did you get in here?" While Zhang Mengmeng was tending to her wound, Hu Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, "Meng, the situation is as follows." He then succinctly recounted to Zhang Mengmeng everything that transpired at the waterfall's mouth after both she and Gu Yuanyuan vanished, including all that the enigmatic voice had uttered. Zhang Mengmeng listened with a look of astonishment, tending to the wounds of Hu Xiao while inquiring, "What about Xiao? Who is that person? How could they utter such nonsensical words? It strikes me as exceedingly peculiar. What is this talk of equivalent exchange in spirits? Humph." Regardless, bullying her partner is absolutely intolerable. When she eventually encounters this so-called foul spirit, she will certainly make him understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Zhang Mengmeng wore an expression of indignation, while Hu Xiao maintained a remarkable calmness. He reached out to tousle her hair and gently reassured her, "Meng, do not worry, I am unharmed." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng remained somewhat annoyed. Her cheeks puffed slightly in her displeasure. However, as she pondered the situation, a sense of confusion washed over her. She glanced at the striking Fox Xi across from her and queried, "But he still seems the same, does he not?" Seated beside her, Fox Xi possessed an enchanting visage, utterly devoid of any semblance to an ordinary man. What could possibly account for this? Chapter 364. Matters to attend to in response to Zhang Mengmeng's inquiry. Hu Xiao replied with equal perplexity, "Meng, we too find this peculiar. Ever since our arrival here, he has returned to his original state." Hu Xiao could not forget how Fox Xi's countenance had transformed in an instant, yet upon their entry, everything reverted to normal, leaving them in contemplation. After the voice had spoken, both he and Fox Xi felt a force emanating from the waterfall, seemingly guiding them. In an instant, their consciousness became hazy, and the next moment, they found themselves in the very jungle where Zhang Mengmeng had previously encountered them. However, what awaited them was not the beloved companions they had envisioned, nor the enigmatic spirits. Instead, they were greeted by an overwhelming number of primal beasts. The beastmen referred to these creatures as primal beasts, for although they bore the appearance of beastmen in their transformed state, they possessed no intellect, driven solely by the most basic physiological desires. Hu Xiao recalled hearing from the elders in his clan during his childhood that, long before the existence of beastmen, primal beasts once ruled this world. At that time, a multitude of primal beasts roamed the continents, yet for reasons unknown, their numbers dwindled over time, becoming increasingly rare, only occasionally spotted in dense jungles. This marked the first occasion for both him and Fox Ji to witness such a vast congregation of primal beasts. Hu Xiao had encountered primal beasts before during numerous hunts, occasionally crossing paths with one or two. On one occasion, he even beheld a primal tiger, yet he refrained from taking action against it. He could not explain why, but upon seeing that familiar beast form, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it would be best to let it be. In a profound sense, he felt an intrinsic connection between the existence of primal beasts and the beastmen. However, when he was a child and spotted a primal tiger, he returned to inquire of the elder, "That primal tiger resembles me. Are we beastmen not descended from primal beasts?" He was met with the elder's cold rebuke. "How can one compare such lowly primal beasts with our kind? We are the esteemed, intelligent beastmen, the pinnacle of this world. You are forbidden from uttering such nonsense again." Although he was still young at the time and struggled to comprehend fully, the elder's reprimand instilled a sense of fear within him, prompting him to refrain from further inquiries. However, that very night, he approached his father, who had already ascended to the status of the Dark Golden Tiger King, and asked, "Father, why do the native beasts outside resemble us so closely?" Upon hearing the question, his father's expression shifted to one of profound complexity. It was the first time he witnessed his father remain silent for such an extended period without providing a response. He seemed on the verge of articulating something, but ultimately only ruffled his son's hair and said, "Ah Xiao, you are still young. One day, you will come to understand." In the presence of his father, he felt emboldened compared to when he faced the elder. Dissatisfied with the answer, he pressed further, "But father, the elder said we are the best, while they are the most inferior. Is that truly the case?" At this, his father emitted a soft chuckle and uttered a phrase that he did not grasp at the time. "Ah Xiao, many things are not always as people claim. You must learn to use your own eyes to seek the truth. This is what you, as a leader, ought to do." Chapter 365. The thoughts of Hu Ji years later. Hu Xiao still vividly recalled his father's words, even managing to recollect the expression that adorned his father's face, tinged with sadness and a hint of helplessness. Reflecting upon it now, Hu Xiao felt that his father must have possessed some knowledge of the underlying story. His gaze turned distant, as if he were lost in his own memories. Zhang Mengmeng, who had been focused on tending to his wounds, remained unaware of his sudden silence. Instinctively, she glanced up to observe the change in his expression. "Xiao, what are you thinking about?" she inquired, poking his somewhat stiff face with curiosity. The gentle prod finally snapped Hu Xiao back to the present, and with a furrowed brow, he replied, "Meng, I fear the situation may be more complicated than it seems." At that moment, Hu Shi, who had been sitting alone and somewhat detached, casually interjected, "Those native beasts are powerful. They are quite extraordinary." When Hu Shi spoke, he did not look at the two individuals, merely pinching his fingers and unconsciously rubbing a rather inconspicuous braid in his hair. This braid was crafted by Gu Yuan, as his long hair often became unruly. Much to his annoyance, he found the idea of cutting it short unappealing, yet he refrained from expressing this sentiment in front of Gu Yuan. However, the perceptive Gu Yuan discerned his predicament through her keen observations. Consequently, the following day, Hu Ji received a braid that Gu Yuan had personally woven for him. Seemingly fashioned from materials she had brought with her, divided into several segments. Without uttering a word, she kindly adorned his hair with it, and once it was in place, it was not easily noticeable to the untrained eye. At that moment, Hu Ji felt a sense of discomfort, as if his private thoughts had been ruthlessly exposed. And he merely nodded coolly. In retrospect, he now harbored immense regret. With his beloved companion no longer by his side, he could only tie his hair himself, eat barbecue alone, and converse in solitude. To make matters worse, he had to witness that irritating female and that wooden-hearted tiger displaying their affection. Although Hu Ji spoke with utmost seriousness, internally, he had berated the two individuals across from him countless times, all while tenderly caressing the braid in his hair. Upon hearing Hu Ji's words, Hu Xiao nodded in agreement, his expression grave. "Indeed, I have never encountered such a formidable primal beast." Zhang Mengmeng found herself perplexed by the situation. Logically speaking, as the Tiger King and the Fox King, it seemed inconceivable that the two of them could be reduced to such a state by merely a handful of ferocious beasts. Yet, the reality was indeed such, that they had been compelled to retreat due to these primitive creatures. However, what baffled her further was the presence of these primal beasts within the so-called elven tribe, and their formidable strength at that. Zhang Mengmeng could not fathom how these primal beasts and the elves were intertwined in any way. Zhang Mengmeng bit her lip in distress when Huji suddenly declared, "No matter what, I must first locate my precious." Her tone was resolute. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng sighed. "However, I have realized that the tracking technique cannot be employed here, and this place is fraught with danger. I have a notion, perhaps it could lead us to Yuan while ensuring our own safety." Chapter 366. The Uncertain Path. At these words, Huji finally lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Mengmeng's, her voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. "I had thought you were so engrossed in romance that you had long forgotten this matter." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Mengmeng was naturally filled with indignation, feeling as if the other party had instantaneously been possessed by a malevolent spirit. Fortunately, Hu Xiao, standing nearby, quickly grasped her hand and signaled her with a glance. Zhang Mengmeng could only shoot a glare at Huji before continuing. "At present, the enemy lurks in the shadows while we are in the light. If we venture out, it appears that every move we make is under their control. However, should the situation shift to us being concealed while the enemy is exposed, everything would become considerably simpler." This time, Huji seemed to be attentively listening to Zhang Mengmeng's words. Yet, as soon as she finished speaking, Huji still had no kind words to offer. It is easy to talk, but what of the plan? Zhang Mengmeng decided to ignore Huji this time, instead turning to the simple-minded Xiao, gazing at him with anticipation. Xiao, creating a few more underground passages like the ones before should not pose a challenge for you, right? Xiao initially regarded Zhang Mengmeng with a look of confusion, seemingly struggling to comprehend her request. After Zhang Mengmeng gestured and reiterated her words several times, he finally nodded in understanding. "Moreover, there is this," Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, pointing at the vines beside the treehouse, her face alight with excitement. "We will split into 3 groups. Whichever path encounters any commotion should tug this vine vigorously, signaling the others to rush over. Everything will then fall into place. We will traverse through the underground passages, forming a small sub-team. Each person will hold on to a vine, thus saving us precious time." Upon hearing this, Huji lowered her gaze, her fingers brushing thoughtfully over the braided strands of her hair before she softly acknowledged with an mm. The gentle echo of her voice seemed to resonate in her heart. "Xiaoji, if you are unhappy, do not force a smile. I am aware of it. Xiaoji, if it were possible, I would remain by your side always." Xiaoji, is being adored not a privilege reserved for the beautiful alone? He would undoubtedly find her. He had yet to convey to her that being cherished was never solely the prerogative of the fair. His affection for her was simply because she was herself. Indeed, he was tempted to exploit her, yet his fondness was solely for her. Moments later, she declared, "Now, we have these 3 directions. Xiao and I will take one path. Xiao will take another, and Huji will take the last. Remember to pull the vine firmly if there is any activity, and we can quickly converge." Before Zhang Mengmeng stood the 3 paths that Shah had randomly conjured, 2 of which diverged from the underground passage leading to the previous forest, while the remaining 1 branched out in 3 distinct directions. What Zhang Mengmeng failed to notice was that, at the moment she finished speaking, Shah had already instinctively grasped her hand, seemingly bewildered, and positioned himself in the midst of one of the routes. Zhang Mengmeng sensed nothing amiss and proceeded onward, gesturing for Hu Xiao and Hu Ji to hurry along. Just before they departed, Hu Xiao cast a worried glance at Zhang Mengmeng and, still uneasy, uttered, "Meng, be cautious. Don't worry. Everything will be fine." Zhang Mengmeng replied with a smile over her shoulder before turning to embark on the unknown path ahead. The way was shrouded in darkness, and with a smile lingering on her lips, Zhang Mengmeng remained oblivious to what awaited her. Chapter 367. The Great Secret. Similarly, Hu Xiao and Hu Ji ventured forth on their own path. As beastmen, they possessed the ability to see even in the depths of night. Thus, they harbored no fear of the dark and advanced with remarkable speed. However, after they had traversed a considerable distance, the vines in their hands, which had remained still for some time, suddenly yanked forcefully in the same direction. Both of them turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion. Without hesitation, Hu Xiao dashed towards that direction, while Hu Ji paused for a moment before swiftly following suit. Yet, upon reaching the end of the path, they found no one in sight. At the terminus lay the vine that had been yanked with such force. It was now severed. Previously, both Hu Ji and Hu Xiao had tested the strength of these vines, which were remarkably sturdy and not easily broken, indicating the immense force applied by the unseen assailant. They exchanged a glance, simultaneously uttering, "An elf? That elf?" However, after speaking, they both looked up at the ground above them. which had now healed. Only a being of considerable power, like the aforementioned elf, could achieve such a feat. This realization led them to ponder. Could it be that the elf's apparent foolishness was merely a facade? Was his true intention to ensnare Zhang Mengmeng? This conjecture sent a chill down their spines. If so, this elf was indeed terrifying. Although they were unaware of the full implications of air, they understood the essence of foolishness. Witnessing the foolish elf accept being called Airsha without objection, they had not delved deeper into their thoughts. Yet, who could have anticipated this? Let us proceed. In the midst of silence, Hu Shao uttered a single phrase, prompting even the usually loquacious Hu Ji to fall silent and merely nod in contemplation. The situation had grown increasingly intricate, and even he found it somewhat elusive. He was not unfamiliar with the elven race. He possessed a measure of understanding, primarily derived from an elf named Lingyu. According to Lingyu, he had been expelled from the elven clan after uncovering a significant secret. However, the elves required a continuous supply of natural essence to survive in the outside world. And there was a location adjacent to his bamboo grove that provided such sustenance, leading to a mutually beneficial arrangement. Hu Ji had attempted to glean the nature of the grave's secret from Lingyu on several occasions, yet his efforts bore no fruit. On one occasion, Lingyu inadvertently let slip 4 ominous words, too terrifying, but offered no further insight. Nonetheless, Hu Ji continued to ponder this matter. Lingyu mentioned that the elven race was typically sparse in offspring. Thus, the expulsion of a living elf seemed implausible. The fact that Lingyu was cast out merely for learning a secret piqued Hu Ji's curiosity immensely. What could possibly be of such monumental importance? At this juncture, Hu Ji began to suspect that this secret might extend beyond the confines of the elven clan. The elves were known for their reclusiveness. Yet within mere days of the arrival of the priestess in the central district, 2 elves had made their appearance. This naturally led to speculation that there might be some connection between the priestess and the elves. As Hu Ji mulled over these thoughts, he and Hu Shao worked in tandem to excavate the earth above them. Suddenly, he felt a sound emanating from the ground behind them. Turning to look, he was nearly startled into disbelief. The once tranquil soil seemed to have awakened, surging toward them. The so-called underground passage was gradually being consumed by the earth. Chapter 368. Strange questions. Hu Ji and Hu Shao had no time to exchange glances, yet both instinctively quickened their pace. Faster, faster. The soil, which should have been a nurturing mother to all living things, had transformed into a voracious specter of death. In that final moment, Hu Ji felt the earth as if it had sprouted hands, creeping up to ensnare his feet. Fortunately, through their relentless efforts, they managed to break free just in the nick of time. Upon emerging to the surface, both were in a disheveled state, covered in dust. Yet they paid it no mind. As soon as Hu Ji reached the ground, he began to survey his surroundings. Compared to the lush jungles he had previously encountered, this area appeared rather desolate. Before him lay a landscape strewn with broken branches and withered leaves, a scene of utter desolation and melancholy. Furthermore, the expanse was vast, seemingly extending into infinity. And at this moment, where was Zhang Mengmeng? Zhang Mengmeng initially walked forward with a sense of ease, guiding the 2 foolish ones alongside her. However, she was taken aback when they suddenly quickened their pace. Confusion clouded her mind until the foolish one uttered a warning about danger. Before she could fully comprehend the meaning of those words, she was abruptly yanked forward by a sprite, its strength having inexplicably surged. In that moment of panic, Zhang Mengmeng silently lamented her predicament and summoned all her strength to tug at the vine she held. When she finally returned to solid ground, breathless and weary, the once anxious sprite finally clarified the situation. There was peril lurking behind them. Zhang Mengmeng found herself perplexed as she contemplated further inquiry. She was unexpectedly struck heavily at the back of her head, plunging her into unconsciousness. When she awoke, she discovered herself in an utterly unfamiliar locale, ensconced within a dim and narrow cave. In the next moment, before her stood the very sprite that had gazed at her moments ago with innocent, Navi eyes, now regarding her with an expression of intricate complexity. Zhang Mengmeng silently criticized in her heart, unexpectedly. The person before her suddenly posed an unexpected question. Are you his person? Zhang Mengmeng was further perplexed. She had yet to comprehend how this once naive elf had suddenly gained insight, now turning the tables to pose such peculiar questions to her. What did he mean by your people and my people? Had the fool regained his memories? Despite not being bound or facing any imminent peril, she felt no sense of crisis, even though the elf before her appeared far from foolish. Upon hearing her thoughts, the elf merely regarded Zhang Mengmeng. Noticing her expression bore no signs of deceit, his gaze deepened as he stood at the cave's entrance, peering into the distance, seemingly pondering something profound. Before finally uttering, "Just now, there was the presence of another elf behind us." What? Zhang Mengmeng was somewhat baffled. What did this imply? The ground was collapsing, continuously retracting. At this revelation, she nearly leapt up in alarm. "What did you say? Then Xiao and the others could be in danger?" Observing Zhang Mengmeng poised to dash out of the cave, the elf at the entrance revealed a flicker of confusion in his unwavering gaze. "Why are you with the beasts?" Time was of the essence, and Zhang Mengmeng had no luxury for contemplation. She replied resolutely, "It is, of course, because of love. Please do not obstruct me. I must return to find Xiao." As she noticed the elf standing idly,